Subai, let's break up. I was a supreme simp who devoted 2 years of my youth to my girlfriend, only to be heartlessly abandoned by her. I was utterly disheartened and vowed to have nothing more to do with women for the rest of my life. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! The supreme love god system is binding. The system gave me 521 trillion, but I can only spend it on women? I was stunned. Isn't this still forcing me to be a simp? But when I saw the system's introduction, I got completely excited. Every amount spent by the host in interactions with the opposite sex will be refunded 10,000 times over. I get it now. This isn't forcing me to be a simp, it's forcing me to be a love god. My name is Subai, and when my roommate Yang Dazhuang told me that my girlfriend Lin Shui had passed the teacher recruitment exam, I was completely stunned. Hearing this news from his mouth inexplicably made me uneasy. Why hadn't she told me? Yang Dazhuang looked at me with a mix of emotion and amusement, saying the results had been announced a week ago and suggesting I find another one. I said aloud that Xiao Shua must have been too busy to remember, but I couldn't help pulling out my phone and stepping out of the dorm to call her. The phone call connected, and I couldn't wait to ask her about her grades, hoping she'd excitedly share the news with me. Or apologize for forgetting to tell me. Yet, after a brief silence on the other end, Lin Shui said coldly, Subai, let's break up. It felt like a thunderbolt struck me. Panicked, I begged her not to joke and asked if I'd done something wrong again. But she coldly said she couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore, adding that Wang Tiancheng had come to see her, they'd reconciled, and that she thought I wasn't her type. She never liked me at all, I was just someone to accompany her through that phase of her life. Hearing Wang Tiancheng's arrogant voice on the phone, I couldn't believe Lin Shui had gone back to that scumbag. That bastard went out whoring, even spread nasty rumors about Lin Shui, ruining her reputation. When they broke up, she cried so bitterly she even slit her wrists. But now, she's fiercely defending Wang Tiancheng and even hurled insults at me. I closed my eyes in agony, hung up the phone, my heart filled with despair. 2 years of effort have ultimately come to nothing. Why is this world so unfair? My classmates gathered around, mocking me as the great romantic and the supreme simp king. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Silently deleted Lin Shui's number. All I want right now is to get completely drunk. I've had enough of being a simp. Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Supreme Love Guru system binding in progress. A strange app with a rose icon appeared on my phone. It displayed my information, along with a Love Guru credit balance. Unbelievably, it showed 5,210 trillion dragon coins, but this could only be spent on interactions with the opposite sex. Personal expenses were off limits. I couldn't help but complain that this still requires being a simp, yet the system claims it's to assist me, with expenses returning 10,000-fold to my personal account. Increasing favorability with the opposite sex also comes with various rewards, and reaching 100% favorability unlocks a mysterious grand prize. Hearing about the 10,000-fold return and the mysterious grand prize instantly perked me up. No wonder it's called the Love Guru system. Got it, I should target wealthy women. Chapter 1, The First Sword After Landing, Strike Down Your Beloved. Hey, you didn't know? Lin Shui got into the teacher recruitment program. What? Upon hearing the news, Subai looked completely stunned. As her boyfriend, Lin Shui's success was naturally a huge blessing for Subai. But hearing it from his roommate Yang Dazhuang made Subai feel uneasy. Why didn't she tell me about this? Yang Dazhuang looked at Subai, his expression a mix of nostalgia and amusement. Are you also curious about how I found out? In fact, the results were announced a week ago. You should hurry up and find another one. A week ago. Subai's face turned pale, but he forced a smile and shook his head. No way, it must be Xiao Shui who has been busy lately and forgot to tell me. Though he said that, he pulled out his phone and stepped out of the dormitory. Xiao Shui, I heard from a friend that your grades are out. How did you do? After dialing the all-too-familiar number, Subai couldn't wait to ask. He longed for Lin Shui to excitedly tell him that the results were out. He longed for Lin Shui to apologize to him, saying she'd been busy these past few days and had forgotten about him. However, after a moment of silence, Lin Shui slowly said on the other end of the phone, Subai, let's break up. Hearing those words, Subai felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his expression utterly panicked. Xiao Shui, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Don't joke with me, okay? Did I do something wrong recently? Tell me, and I'll change. No, I just don't feel like continuing this charade anymore. She no longer had the tenderness and consideration she once did. Every word she spoke betrayed a coldness and ruthlessness. Tiancheng came to find me, and we've reconciled. Subai, we're not meant for each other. I don't like you either. I just need someone to walk this path with me. Goodbye. Why bother talking to this loser? You became a teacher, and I ended up in the hospital. We're a perfect match. What? Tiancheng? Wang Tiancheng? Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Subai felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe that Lin Shui had returned to Wang Tiancheng's side. That scoundrel had already gone off to cause trouble elsewhere, but after being discovered by Lin Shui, he even turned around and spread false rumors about her. As a result, Lin Shui's reputation at Dongjiang University had been completely ruined. Back when she was dumped, she had cried so hard her tears mixed with rain, and she even attempted suicide by cutting her wrists. When Subai took Lin Shui to the hospital, the doctor who treated her mistook him for her boyfriend and scolded him harshly. Why did she get back together with Wang Tiancheng? Is it because Wang Tiancheng was hospitalized? Or because of his $1 million fortune? Or, Lin Shui, have you forgotten everything that scumbag did to you? Have you forgotten how he abandoned you and spread false rumors about you? Shut up. Lin Shui's voice suddenly became shrill. Don't try to drive a wedge between us anymore. It was all his fault. You can't compare yourself to him. Do you know how my friends look at me when I take someone like you out every day? Do you know how useless you are? Hearing Lin Shui defend her new boyfriend like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Subai closed his eyes in agony and hung up the phone. He was utterly despairing. 2 whole years of effort, and in the end, he got nothing. Why is this world so unfair? True feelings are always met with contempt and boredom, while those hypocritical liars who speak sweet words get everything they want? He was exhausted. Subai plopped down onto the ground, his entire body radiating a numbness that seemed to have seeped into his very bones. Ha, isn't this our great romantic? I just saw your girlfriend going out with her boyfriend. Why didn't you go? Ha, didn't you hear she just got dumped? Don't be so mean. Maybe she'll have to buy her boyfriend a condom tonight. TSK, after 2 years of being a good boyfriend, spending thousands of dollars on your girlfriend every month, working yourself to the point of vomiting blood. Bro, you've become a legend at our school. The ultimate sycophant. Did you even hold hands with her in the end? Ha! The other students who were watching the spectacle also gathered around, mocking him with cold remarks. Subai ignored them, stood up, and stared blankly at his phone, silently deleting the number he had memorized by heart. These insults were nothing new to Subai. All he wanted now was to get completely drunk. I've had enough of being a loser. From now on, I have nothing to do with women. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Ultimate Love God System bound. As Subai was startled, a strange app suddenly appeared on his phone. Its icon was a vibrant rose. Name, Subai. Love Master Credit, 52.1 trillion Dragon Coins. Personal account, 7,632 Dragon Coins. Skills, none. What? Love Expert Points? What is that? Looking at the long string of zeros after the Love Expert Points, Subai was completely speechless. How much money is that? Don't even mention the twisted vines of Dragon Country. Even if you squeezed Bill Gates and Elon Musk of the United States dry, you couldn't come up with that much. The money within the Love God quota can only be spent during interactions with the opposite sex. All of your personal expenses cannot be covered by this quota. Damn it! Subai's brows furrowed. What the hell is this Love Expert nonsense? This is just forcing me to be a sycophant. Host, please watch your language. This system is bound to you for your benefit, and all funds are intended to enhance your interpersonal skills. Additionally, this system has a built-in reward mechanism. All amounts spent during interactions with members of the opposite sex will be returned 10,000-fold and directly deposited into the host's personal account. Furthermore, every opposite sex character starts with an initial affection level of 10. Increasing affection will grant the host different rewards. When the affinity reaches 100, a mysterious grand prize awaits you. Ha! A 10,000-fold return? Mystery prize. After hearing the introduction, Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder it's called the Love Master System. Simply spending money on a romantic partner is just self-indulgence and serves no purpose. But as long as you're dating a normal person, the money they spend will be returned to you 10,000-fold. I get it. A gleam of understanding flashed in Subai's eyes. So I should find a rich woman. Chapter 2, Dean, are you secretly in love with me too? Finding a rich woman is easy, and groveling at her feet is also easy. Because over the past 2 years, Subai had honed his skills as a sycophant to a razor's edge. But the problem was that he didn't even know any rich women. Subai slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it! I really want to live off a rich woman. After calming down, Subai returned to his dormitory, planning to change into something decent before heading out to try his luck. Looking at Yang Dejuan playing games beside him, Subai sighed. Bro, why don't you go to Thailand and get a sex change? Then we'll split the money. The system rewards me 50-50. Any disclosure of this system or its functions will be considered cheating. The system will automatically unbind the host and deduct all rewards previously granted to the host. Additionally, the host will suffer from erectile dysfunction for life. Damn. You really know how to threaten people. The thought barely crossed Subai's mind before the system issued a warning. Alright. Looks like this isn't going to work. After leaving the dormitory, Subai wandered aimlessly on the playground, trying to attract the attention of some wealthy young ladies. As Subai passed by the school gate, a voice caught his attention. Please wait just a moment. I'll be right back to settle the bill once I get my phone. I'm really the principal of this school, I'm not a scammer. A tall, slender woman was bending over to apologize to the taxi driver. But the driver refused to let go of her hand. Enough with the lies. Your school scammers have tricked me several times before. They claim to be the dean or the principal. You're even braver, you just went straight for the principal. Do you think I don't know? The principal of Dongjiang University is a bald, fat old man. The young woman defended herself awkwardly. That's our principal, I'm just the vice principal, and I've only just arrived. Why won't you believe me? How about this, I'll give you my bracelet. Ding. Xiaobao payment code, 200 yuan. Upon hearing the electronic notification sound, both the driver and the young woman froze in place. Subai put away his phone, walked over, and pulled the driver's large hand off the young woman. In broad daylight, what are you trying to do? It's just the fare. I've paid. The extra is your tip. Ha? The driver glanced at his phone and saw that the payment had indeed arrived, then muttered under his breath and left. Just because you have money, you think you're so tough? Look at you. It's only $200. Do you really think you're the richest person in the world? The young woman sighed in relief and looked at Subai gratefully. Thank you so much, student. I'm really sorry. I'll go back to the office to get my phone. Please wait here for a moment. Ding. Character Chen Hong's goodwill has increased by 1. Current Chen Hong's affinity, 11. Just helping pay the bill can increase her affection level? Subai opened the app and noticed that there was suddenly an additional profile for the young woman. Character, Chen Hong. Age, 32. Height, 176. Weight, 98. Marital status, single. Likability, 11. Looking at the dense data, Subai was stunned. This system is way too overpowered. And even the principal of a school, even if it's just the vice principal, wouldn't the salary be low, right? If he really succeeds in this plan, wouldn't he, Subai, be directly linked to a wealthy woman? In an instant, Subai's gaze toward Chen Hong grew intensely passionate. Warning. Character Chen Hong's affection level is 1. Warning. Character Chen Hong's affection level is 1. As a piercing alarm sounded, Subai quickly averted his gaze and gave Chen Hong an apologetic smile. Sorry, I've never seen such a beautiful principal before. That's why I was a bit rude earlier. Chen Hong narrowed her eyes slightly. When Subai stepped forward to pay for her, Chen Hong thought he was a helpful and decent young man. But when Chen Hong saw Subai's aggressively intense gaze, doubts began to surface in her mind. That gaze, the more she looked at it, the more it reminded her of a pervert. For a moment, Chen Hong also felt a hint of dislike toward Subai. However, after hearing Subai's explanation, this dislike gradually faded away. Subai was indeed correct. The university administrators at Dongjiang University were mostly middle-aged men in their 50s and 60s. Among them, she truly stood out like a swan among chickens. Hello, my name is Chen Hong. I've just been appointed as the principal of this school. You are. As Chen Hong extended her hand, Subai quickly grasped it and introduced himself. Subai, a senior student who will graduate next year. Oh. No wonder you were wandering around during class time. My phone is upstairs. Wait here for a moment and I'll return your money. No, it's okay. I was just helping out. Please don't mention it. Subai waved his hands repeatedly. Chen Hong said half-jokingly. You wouldn't be trying to make me make a mistake, would you? Bribing the principal with $200? Looking at Chen Hong, who was tall and approachable, Subai suddenly gained some courage. He cleared his throat and explained. Principal, you're overthinking it. I just pretended to be cool and ended up paying too much. This was my personal decision, I can't possibly let you take the blame for this loss. When he got to the crucial part, Subai felt a bit shy, and his face flushed slightly. Why don't you treat me to a meal instead? I can also tell you about the latest developments at our school. Unlike you, who's just arrived, I've been here for over 3 years. Hearing this request, Chen Hong was speechless. Looking at Subai's shy expression, Chen Hong, who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but understand what this young man was thinking. But at that moment, she felt no trace of dislike, instead, she felt a hint of attraction. This young man was well-mannered and had a touch of handsomeness, which indeed matched her fantasies. But the age difference between them was a bit too much, wasn't it? For a moment, Chen Hong didn't know whether to agree or refuse, and she just stood there frozen. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Principal Chen, you're here. I didn't come out to greet you, please forgive me. Subai, what are you doing here? A middle-aged, balding, overweight man with a protruding belly approached the two of them. When he saw Chen Hong, he still wore a smile on his face. But when he noticed Subai beside her, his expression turned instantly disgusted. Subai, last time you were conducting an experiment, you broke the centrifuge in our school's laboratory. The compensation of 22,000 yuan, when are you going to pay it back? And what are you doing here? Aren't you here to harass our principal Chen? Without hesitation, the fat man stepped between the two and whispered to Chen Hong. Principal Chen, you're new here and don't know the situation. This student is a notorious brown-noser at our school. He's harassed girls so badly that they wanted to call the police. You must stay away from him. He was just dumped by a girl, and he might come harass you next. What? The fat man who just spoke was Lu Zhe, the dean of the college where Subai was enrolled. His appearance here didn't surprise Subai at all. After all, he's the notorious womanizer of Dongjian University. But the problem is, Subai just broke up, so how did the dean find out? Chapter 3, Quotas are only for ordinary people. Warning. Character Chen Hong's affection level is 1. Warning. Character Chen Hong's affection level is 1. As Dean Lu Zhe started spreading rumors, Chen Hong's affection rating plummeted. Subai realized that if he insisted on explaining these matters, he would fall completely into Lu Zhe's trap, further cementing his reputation as a loser. To escape the self-incrimination trap, he must confront Lu Zhe head-on. Director Lu, even if I wrote the report letter accusing you last time, you don't have to be so confrontational with me, do you? Subai listed all his charges one by one. It's just slander. Who doesn't know how to do that? Embezzling public funds, harassing female students, and abusing your authority, these are all things you've done yourself. Don't try to pin them on me. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's chubby face turned as red as a pig's liver. You're lying. When did I ever? Lu Zhe knew he was in the wrong, so he started changing the subject. Stop beating around the bush. I'm telling you, you must repay the money you owe the school today. Otherwise, the school might expel you. Expel me? As soon as this topic came up, Subai got angry. The centrifuge wasn't even broken by him. It was Lin Shui who was distracted by her phone while conducting an experiment, leading to the disaster. After the incident, Lin Shui conveniently had Subai take the blame. At the time, she swore it was just a minor issue, and the worst that would happen was a disciplinary action. Since she was planning to take the teacher's certification exam, she couldn't afford to have such a black mark on her record. The love-struck Subai believed Lin Shui's lies. Soon, he realized that the situation was nothing like what Lin Shui had described. Although only a small part was damaged, its purchase price was at least 20,000 yuan, plus an additional 2,000 yuan in labor costs. This was absolutely devastating for Subai, who was just a college student. However, Subai quickly came up with an idea. Since he now had the system, could he use the money from his love expert quota to cover the bill? After all, this is money spent on a woman, right? Warning. This action will violate system rules. Damn it. The system's warning sounded the moment the thought crossed his mind. It seems this path is blocked. However, Subai quickly discovered a loophole in the system rules. He looked up and glanced at Lu Zhe with disdain. Principal Wang, since our school doesn't have a centrifuge right now, and I just happened to meet Principal Chen today, it's a pity we didn't meet sooner. To commemorate our meeting today, I will donate a brand new centrifuge to our school in Principal Chen's name. What do you think? Ha? Subai's words left the other two speechless. Chen Hong stared at him blankly, stammering. What did you say? I said, donate a centrifuge in your name. Chen Hong's lips twitched, but she didn't take Subai's words seriously. After all, how could an ordinary college student possibly have that much money? Before she could refuse, Lu Zhe suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so arrogantly, so brazenly. Haha, I've heard people brag before, but I've never heard anyone brag this much. Donate a centrifuge? You actually have the nerve to say that? Do you even know how much that thing costs? A centrifuge machine costs at least 2 million. You can't even afford the annual tuition fee of 10,000, and you're always late paying it. Where the hell do you think you're getting the money from? 2 million? That's so cheap? I thought it was just 2 small goals. I'll just donate 10 then. Subai pulled out his phone and said calmly. Let us go to the logistics office to settle the bill? What? Seeing Subai's confident expression, Lu Zhe's smile froze on his face. He stared blankly at Subai, feeling as though the entire world had become unreal. Could it be that he hadn't slept enough in the past few days and was hallucinating? Why would this poor student dare to ask for so much? Chen Hong, standing nearby, had no idea who Subai really was. But seeing how calm and composed he was in front of an elder, not the least bit intimidated. Chen Hong had reason to believe that Subai was no ordinary person. Better not. Seeing Lu Zhe's awkward expression, Chen Hong quickly stepped forward to smooth things over and said, This is a lot of money. If you donate it in my name, what will people think? If you want to donate, you should do it in your own name, and besides, our school doesn't need that many centrifuges. No. Lu Zhe stopped Chen Hong, glaring intently at Subai in front of him and said through gritted teeth. Since you're so kind-hearted, we can't waste your good intentions, Subai. Principal Chen, come with me and Subai to handle this. But Subai, if you say you don't have the money once we get there, don't blame me for being impolite. Poof. The only thing Subai was worried about was the warning from the system. But when he came up with this bold idea, the system didn't warn him. That means the system is completely okay with this level of exploiting loopholes. Lu Zhe had been around the block for years and had become a seasoned veteran. Flattering superiors and bullying subordinates were his specialties. On his way to the logistics office, he told everyone he met that Subai was going to donate 10 centrifuges to the school. Soon, this sensational news spread throughout the campus. In no time, a crowd of curious students gathered, following the three of them closely. As the crowd grew larger, Lu Zhe deliberately shouted out loud. Subai, you're not lying to me, are you? Now that so many teachers and students have heard the promise you made earlier. If you back out now, then I. Don't give me any nonsense. Subai interrupted Lu Zhe without hesitation. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Since I've agreed to you, I won't go back on my word. Dare you make a bet? If I can really come up with the money for 10 centrifuges, you have to agree to one thing. Oh? Lu Zhe looked at Subai and asked with a hint of provocation. But what if you can't come up with the money? Subai stared intently at Lu Zhe with a cold smile. If I can't come up with the money, you can do whatever you want with me. Otherwise, you have to go to the school broadcast station and shout 3 times, I, Lu Zhe, am a fat pig. You. Although Lu Zhe was extremely overweight, he hated being called fat more than anything else. Subai hit Lu Zhe where it hurt, making him so angry his eyes turned red. Lu Zhe clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and agreed. All right. You little brat, just wait and see if you dare to jump off the building later. Soon, a large group arrived at the logistics office. The staff there had already come out to greet them in advance. A centrifuge machine costing 2 million yuan each, donating 10 units at once, that's no small sum. A charming young woman placed a POS machine in front of Subai. Hello, would you like to pay in one go or in 10 installments? Subai pulled out his phone and replied casually. I'll scan the code. Poof. Hearing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. The daily limit for scanning codes is only 500 yuan. I didn't expect you, a poor student, to not even know that. Looks like you've never spent more than 500 yuan in your life, right? Subai didn't bother arguing with him and calmly continued using his phone. The next second. Ding dong, scan successful. Alipay payment code receives 20 million yuan. Subai smiled faintly and said softly. Limits are always just for ordinary people. Chapter 4, Who on earth is this kid? The moment the notification sound rang out, everyone around him instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lu Zhe, who had seen it all, was no exception. This kid is actually that rich? Unbelievable. Lu Zhe snatched the POS machine from the logistics staff. When he saw the flashing numbers on the machine, his eyes widened in shock. Seeing Lu Zhe's reaction, Chen Hong beside him also understood. This kid isn't just bragging. So who on earth is he? The logistics department staff, along with the students and teachers who had gathered to watch the commotion, were filled with envy and resentment. They had come to watch Subai make a fool of himself, but instead, they were the ones being shown up. Subai didn't bother to acknowledge them. He turned around and asked with a hint of mockery. Dean Lu, you're not going back on your word, are you? Hearing this, Lu Zhi snapped back to reality, his chubby face turning bright red. Damn it! How could this kid have so much money? And what about the bet we made earlier? If he doesn't honor it, how am I supposed to keep my position at Dongjiang University? This is going to kill me. Lu Zhi thought it over and over again, then threw the POS machine on the ground and clenched his teeth, saying, All right. I'll go right now. With that, he turned and left the logistics office. Seeing this, Subai first gave a cold smile, then turned to look at Chen Hong beside him and said apologetically, I'm very sorry, Principal Chen. I accidentally dragged you into this mess. HM? Hearing Subai apologize to her, Chen Hong was a bit puzzled. Why are you apologizing? This was so entertaining today. I wanted to hear Lu, the dean, call himself a fat pig too. Subai shook his head and calmly explained. You think too highly of Lu. Given his character, he definitely won't keep his word. Moreover, from now on, he will definitely hold a grudge against you. For that, I feel deeply sorry. To express my apology, if you're free tonight, I'd like to treat you to dinner. Oh? Chen Hong smiled slightly and agreed. It's okay, but where would you like to go? Subai pointed to a large sign outside the window and replied. That one, Dongjiang Huafu. Dongjiang Huafu was one of the most upscale and luxurious hotels in the entire Dongjiang province. And there was a branch right at the entrance of their Dongjiang University. But even as a branch, it was a place that college students could only dream of visiting. Only university officials hosting visiting executives or important scholars from home and abroad would book a room at Dongjiang Huafu. Most students, like Subai, could only look at it from the entrance. Back then, Lin Shui had once told Subai that her dream was to have a meal there after graduation. And that was also Subai's dream. Today, the dream had finally come true, but the person by his side was no longer Lin Shui. Looking at the golden revolving doors before him, Subai straightened his collar and walked inside with his head held high. But as soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by someone. Good afternoon, sir. May I assist you? A tall, fair-skinned attendant stepped forward to block Subai's path. She spoke politely, but her tone was somewhat cold. Subai smiled faintly and replied. What else is there to do here? Of course, to eat. How many of you are there? Did you make a reservation? 2 of us. No reservation. The waitress furrowed her brows slightly and gestured for them to follow. Subai followed suit. He had assumed the server would take him straight to a private room. But to his surprise, after a series of twists and turns, the server led him to a service counter. "Good evening, sir. This is a members-only hotel. Do you have a membership card?" A beautiful woman in a tight-fitting blazer stood at the front desk, hands behind her back. "No." Subai answered honestly. "I'm sorry, sir. The ingredients we use in our hotel are all high-quality imported ingredients from overseas. In terms of both price and quality, they are unmatched by other hotels. Therefore, we only provide services to members. If you are not a member." After going on and on for a while, she didn't mention the key point at all. Subai grew impatient and waved his hand, cutting her off. "Just tell me how much it costs." After being rudely interrupted by Subai, the beautiful woman seemed a bit displeased. She narrowed her eyes and sized him up from head to toe. Judging by his ordinary student attire, he probably didn't even have $500 in his pocket. Thinking this, the beautiful front desk attendant also adopted a slightly disdainful tone. "Sir, the annual spending limit for members of Dongjian Huafu is at least 1 million, with a minimum recharge amount of 1 million. If you reach the 10 million level, you can be upgraded to a senior member." Put. Subai had already noticed the disdain the beautiful front desk clerk held for him. But he didn't take it too seriously, merely replying casually. "I thought only the world's richest person could afford membership here. A few million is considered money? Get me a membership right away." Hearing Subai's bold claim, the beauty assumed he was just bragging. Sir, how much do you plan to top up? A poor student wearing flip-flops couldn't possibly have $1 million. 100 million. What did you say, sir? I said, recharge 100 million for me." Looking at the beautiful front desk clerk who was still standing there in shock, Subai grew impatient and urged her. "If you don't understand, get someone else. I want to top up 100 million. Do you understand?" The beautiful front desk clerk, who had just snapped back to reality, almost burst out laughing. Where did this show-off come from? He's really daring to brag. Top up 100 million yuan? Does he really think he's the world's richest man? The beautiful woman thought Subai was just here to cause trouble, so she pulled out her walkie-talkie. "Mr. Zhao, please come over here." "All right." A clear and pleasant voice came through the walkie-talkie. A few moments later, a sexy young woman in her 20s, wearing a black office outfit and a pair of small glasses, walked over slowly. Both in terms of her attire and demeanor, this woman was several levels above the previous waitresses. No wonder she's their manager. After hearing the front desk's complaint, the beautiful manager furrowed her brows and confirmed. "Sir, are you really sure you want to top up 100 million? Subai sighed helplessly. "Can you do it or not? If not, I'll just go to another restaurant." "Of course, sir." The beautiful manager walked over to the computer at the service desk and took over from the receptionist who had just finished her shift. "Sir, which bank would you like to use for payment?" "No, I'll scan the QR code." Without giving the other person a chance to respond, Subai immediately scanned the QR code on the service counter with his phone. 3 seconds later, a familiar voice rang out from the service counter. "Alipay payment code received, 100 million yuan. Gulp. The beautiful manager swallowed hard, her expression suddenly becoming incredibly vivid. She stared intently at Subai, her gaze intense, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Who on earth is this wealthy individual? Chapter 5, Have you lost your mind? Spending 100 million to buy a meal ticket. Zhao Tianzhou, though she looked young, had been working as a manager at the Dongjian Huafu Grand Hotel for 4 or 5 years. Over the years, she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals of all stripes. From those worth tens of millions to those worth hundreds of millions or even billions, Zhao Tianzhou had seen it all. But someone like Subai, who just casually deposits 100 million, she has never seen before. The man standing before her now was clearly just an ordinary college student from Dongjian University. The clothes he was wearing were clearly the cheapest ones available at a street stall. The flip-flops on his feet were nothing more than a pair costing 10 yuan. His face was covered in acne, he hadn't washed his hair in days, and he didn't even have a luxury car to pick him up. Such a person could casually pull out 100 million to buy a meal ticket? Could it be that the person before her was one of those wealthy playboys who hide their true identities in plain sight? A second-generation billionaire who has never been exposed to the world? Zhao Tianzhou had already prepared to call security to escort Subai out. But when she saw the 100 million clearly displayed in the account, she was completely speechless. As the manager of a top-tier hotel, Zhao Tianzhou was very close to high society. One could even say she was a regular among them. However, Zhao Tianzhou couldn't stay in that world. She didn't have the qualifications. Yet Zhao Tianzhou longed to step into that circle at every moment. After all, once she becomes a member of high society, she could live the rest of her life in comfort. During her time as a manager, there were also many wealthy businessmen willing to take her as a mistress. But she had never agreed to any of them. Zhao Tianzhou was well aware that those businessmen only wanted her body. And once they got what they wanted, she would lose all her appeal. Forget about 10,000 a month, even 5,000 would be considered a generous gesture from those merchants. Zhao Tianjiu hoped to find true nobility. Those who appeared very low-key and down-to-earth, yet were actually extremely wealthy and well-educated. And the young man before her was clearly her ideal type. First, Subai could use 100 million yuan without batting an eyelid. This clearly demonstrates his ample resources. Second, compared to most businessmen, Subai appears incredibly young. Zhao Tianjiu felt that she might even be older than Subai. The younger someone is, the easier they are to control. That's why wealthy women are drawn to younger men. More importantly, Subai's attire looks very low-key and ordinary. Such a person is unlikely to have any extreme preferences. Zhao Tianjiu's eyes darted around, and she had already made up her mind. If she could get her hands on this guy, her life would be completely transformed. And Zhao Tianjiu was also extremely confident in her own appearance. After all, she was once the school beauty queen. And that beautiful front desk clerk who was afraid of causing trouble earlier must be regretting it now. 100 million. The commission from this deal alone could easily reach several million. She actually handed over the winning lottery ticket to someone else. And this beautiful front desk clerk, naturally, is just like their manager Zhao. She has an ambitious heart. They all hope to latch onto Subai, the wealthy man. But experience counts, and Zhao Tianjiu had already made her move. Sir, your membership card will be ready shortly. I'll need you to provide your identification information. Listening to Zhao Tianjiu's sweet voice, Subai couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The staff at this hotel really have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. He had already noticed that the manager, Zhao, didn't believe for a moment that he could afford such a large sum. So from the very beginning, Zhao Tianjiu hadn't even asked for Subai's ID information and hadn't intended to help him with the membership card at all. It wasn't until Subai actually transferred 100 million yuan that Zhao Tianjiu suddenly snapped out of it and decided to process the membership card. Subai gave her a casual glance and retorted. You're really money-hungry, Manager Zhao. Your attitude has changed so quickly. I'm sorry, sir. Hearing this, Zhao Tianjiu knew exactly what had happened. Her earlier behavior had angered this important client. She quickly bowed her head and apologized earnestly. I promise it will never happen again. Please. I am a student at Dongjiang University. Starting today, I will have all my meals provided by you, and they must be of the highest standard. For meals a day, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snack delivered directly to my dormitory, rain or shine. Is that acceptable? After hearing this, Zhao Tianjiu was completely speechless. Goodness gracious. According to the highest standards here? The most expensive meal for one person at Dongjiang restaurant costs over 500,000 yuan per meal. Even if breakfast and midnight snack are more modest, it would still cost at least several 100,000 yuan. That's nearly 1 million yuan for a single day. 100 million yuan would only last half a year. 100 million in funds. For countless families and businesses, it's an astronomical sum that's out of reach. Yet for this young gentleman, it's merely half a year's worth of food expenses. Zhao Tianjiu clenched her teeth tightly, forcing herself to smile and said, All right, sir, as you wish. Mr. Su, this is our most luxurious imperial suite. Each suite costs $10,000 per hour. Of course, as our most esteemed VIP guest, all these fees have already been waived for you. Furthermore, I will personally attend to you. Seeing that Zhao Tianjiu was still lingering there, Subai waved his hand and ordered. No need, you may go out first. Hearing this, even though Zhao Tianjiu had a million reasons to refuse, she could only reluctantly agree. Before leaving, she handed him a business card. Mr. Su, this has my contact information. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. Any questions at all? As she uttered those last few words, Zhao Tianjiu emphasized them deliberately, fearing that Subai might not hear clearly. Oomph. This manager Zhao really wants to advance in her career. Unfortunately, he already had plans for tonight. Although Zhao manager is quite alluring, his delicate, refined demeanor simply can't compare to Principal Chen's elegant and graceful charm. However, half an hour later, looking at the table filled with cold food, Subai's eyes grew cold. He didn't even bother to ask Chen Hong for an explanation. Instead, he directly dialed Zhao Tianjiu's phone. Manager Zhao, come here. Chapter 6, a personal assistant must start by being close. The dishes served at Dongjiang Huafu Grand Hotel were incredibly diverse in flavor, with virtually every kind of exotic ingredient available except for those endangered species that couldn't be obtained. Bordeaux wines, Spanish cured ham, Black Sea caviar, Alaskan king crab, and Japan's finest Wagyu beef. Hot, cold, sour, sweet, every flavor imaginable. Just a single glance is enough to captivate the soul. But as soon as she walked in, Zhao Tianjiu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a lavish spread, yet Subai hadn't touched a single dish. Could it be that this gentleman isn't satisfied with the cuisine at Dongjiang Huafu? Thinking this, Zhao Tianjiu approached Subai nervously and asked cautiously, Sir, is there something wrong with our service? Please let us know, and we'll fix it immediately. The food provided by Dongjiang Huafu is, of course, flawless. The issue lies with Subai. The money spent at Dongjiang Huafu Hotel was all provided by the system as a love budget, which couldn't be used for his personal consumption. In other words, if there were no women around, even if the food on the table were delicious, he couldn't touch a single bite. Otherwise, it would be embezzlement of public funds. Who would have thought that Principal Chen, who had already agreed to the invitation, didn't show up? Subai was starving and could only ask Zhao Tianjiao to come over. He pointed at the food on the table and said, "I just think it's a bit of a waste to eat so much by myself. Why don't you join me for a meal? How can one eat without a beauty by one's side?" Seeing Subai's sullen expression, Zhao Tianjiao's heart fluttered slightly. Earlier downstairs, she had already heard from the front desk that Subai had reserved a table for two. But up until now, the person he had invited had yet to show up. Zhao Tianjiao was sharp and well-mannered. She naturally understood that Subai had been stood up. She was curious about what kind of woman would dare to stand up a top-tier rich second-generation heir like Subai. Didn't she fear that if Subai got angry, he could make that woman disappear from the face of the earth? On the other hand, Zhao Tianjiao was extremely relieved that she had finally gotten the opportunity she had been waiting for. "Mr. Su, isn't this a bit inappropriate? You are our guest, and we are here to serve you." Although Zhao Tianjiao was already eager inside, she still pretended to be hesitant on the surface. However, when she finally mentioned the word service, she deliberately emphasized it. Her eyes were almost pleading. Seeing her clumsy performance, Subai couldn't help but smile. Zhao Tianjiao was indeed outstanding, both in terms of her figure and her face, at least a 7 or 8 out of 10. Moreover, having been in a managerial position for years, she had ample time to sculpt her figure. And this form-fitting little suit only highlighted her alluring curves. Every casual movement exuded endless charm. Of course, what Subai valued most was Zhao Tianjiao's sharp wit. This woman knows exactly what she wants and is highly skilled at seizing opportunities. Despite her young age, her mindset is already highly mature. Such a person is perfectly suited to be Subai's personal assistant. Of course, a personal assistant must start by being close. Subai spoke casually. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Having dinner with me is just another form of service, isn't it? If you're worried that your superiors will cause trouble for you, I can simply buy this hotel and make you the general manager." "What?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianjiao's heart skipped a beat. Goodness! What's the background of this rich second-generation guy? Why is he so confident? To buy this place, it would cost at least 50 billion. 50 billion yuan in Su Xiao's mouth, it sounded like pocket change. Of course, Zhao Tianjiao didn't completely believe Subai's words. After all, she had seen it all before, these wealthy individuals going back on their word. And buying Dongjiang Huafu might just be a joke on their part. Zhao Tianjiao was a very intelligent woman who had always had a clear understanding of her own worth. To win her over, it was simple: a car worth 1 million would suffice. But to keep her, one would need properties worth tens of millions and several million-dollar cars. But what if Subai wasn't joking? Zhao Tianjiao dared not think further. She gave a faint smile, then sat down beside Subai, picked up her knife and fork with elegance, and began to cut the steak for him. And this was the happiest meal Subai had ever had in his life. These delicious dishes were once things he could only dream of. But now, not only did he have the chance to taste them, but he could enjoy them every day from now on. Most importantly, there was a stunningly beautiful woman by his side, tenderly attending to him. After finishing his meal, Subai walked out of the hotel with a carefree stride. He turned around and saw Zhao Tianjiao leading a line of fair-skinned, beautiful waitresses, bowing respectfully at the entrance. Subai suddenly felt that this world was so wonderful. Lin Shui? What a load of nonsense. If Subai wanted to, he could easily find a group of beautiful women to accompany him for a night of pleasure. The only thing that bothered him was Chen Hong. He was pretty sure that Chen Hong had a good impression of him before. Although the Dean Luzhe's slander had caused Chen Hong's feelings toward him to decline slightly. However, Subai's subsequent behavior had once again boosted her feelings toward him. Logically speaking, since Chen Hong had agreed to be with him, she shouldn't go back on her word. The only explanation now was that something had suddenly come up that prevented Chen Hong from staying otherwise. Hey, forget it. What a nonsense, Chen Hong. For Subai, women were no longer the unattainable beings they once were. If he can't have Chen Hong, then Zhao Tianjiao isn't bad either. Thinking this, Subai turned around and looked at Zhao Tianjiao behind him. "Manager Zhao, could you do me a small favor? Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing." Hearing the call, Zhao Tianjiao's heart raced with excitement and she hurried over. Could it be that he's looking for an opportunity to spend the night alone with me? "Mr. Su, you're our big client. Your needs are our motivation." Subai smiled faintly and asked. "You've been at Dongjiang Huafu for so many years, you must have seen a lot. Tell me, which area has the best villas here?" Chapter 7, Buying a House. The snobby saleswoman. Subai wasn't asking this out of boredom. It was because he had already grown tired of living in the dormitories on campus. The Dongjiang University where Subai was studying was a century-old institution, and such universities typically had the following characteristics. First, they have a strong faculty. Second, there are an absurd number of rules. Third, there's a lot of nepotism. Fourth, the living conditions are extremely poor. Take their current dormitory as an example. Normally, a standard university dormitory should be a 4-person room with bunk beds and desks below. Even at slightly poorer universities, one side should have bunk beds and the other side should have 4 desks. The poorest dormitories are 6-person rooms, with bunk beds on one side and desks on the other. However, Subai and his roommates are in an 8-person dormitory. As soon as they enrolled, 2 students couldn't take it and moved out to rent their own place. 2 local students rarely returned to the dormitory at all, using it only as a place to nap or rest. Of the remaining 4 students, 2 started dating and moved out to live with their girlfriends. Now, the entire dormitory is left with only him and Yang Dezhuang, along with a pile of their roommates' smelly socks. Originally, Subai had planned to find an internship first and then move out with Lin Shui. However, even if he had a stable income, Lin Shui refused to move out under any circumstances. Looking back now, all the signs were already there. Lin Shui simply didn't like him. But Subai no longer cared about such trivial matters. If he wanted a woman now, he could find any kind he wanted. After careful consideration, Zhao Qianzhou fiddled with her phone for a while before finally deciding on a location. Su Xiao, there are plenty of villa areas in Dongjiang, but the one I recommend the most is the Ziyun Mountain Villa area. Because it's south very close to both the city center and Dongjiang University, where you're located. Plus, the villa district is right behind Purple Cloud Mountain, so the scenery is also quite beautiful. Subai nodded, just about to drag this beauty along to buy a villa, when his phone rang. He pulled out his old, battered phone and gestured to Zhao Qianzhou to wait nearby. The caller was none other than his good roommate, Yang Dezhuang. As soon as the call connected, before Subai could say a word, Yang Dezhuang blurted out urgently. "You good-for-nothing brat. It's already so late, why aren't you coming back? You didn't really go to the Dongjiang River to jump in, did you? I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. Cheer up. Out with the old, in with the new. Once you're in a better mood, your godfather will take you to all the nightclubs to have some fun. You'll see how great this world really is. Did you hear me? Don't you dare." As Yang Dezhuang continued to ramble on with his nonsense, Subai burst out laughing. This feels pretty good. At least in this world, he still has a few good friends. You idiot, how could I possibly go die? You're thinking too much. Facing Yang Dezhuang, Subai felt touched, but when he spoke, he was still as blunt as ever. Don't worry, I'm just going out for a meal. It's just taking a bit longer than usual. Yang Dezhuang was still skeptical. Are you really okay? No, are you hoping something happens to me, or what? Will you be back tonight? Upon hearing Yang Dezhuang's question, Subai glanced at Zhao Qianzhou beside him and raised his eyebrows. Tonight? I'm not coming back tonight. Don't worry, someone's keeping me company. As one of the most famous tourist attractions in Dongjiang province, the villas in the Ziyun Mountain Villa district are also the most expensive in the entire province. An ordinary apartment here costs 3,000 to 5,000 per square meter. And villas are even more outrageous, with a starting price of 250,000 yuan per square meter. Such an excellent location naturally attracts a large number of wealthy individuals. The residents here are mostly people who can casually throw around tens of millions. Despite the deserted sales office, there are still over 15 sales agents on duty. Even though it's clearly work hours, these girls are just sitting there playing on their phones. This is understandable. After all, the commission they earn from selling a single property is equivalent to someone else's annual salary. Plus, with such exorbitant property prices, there aren't many potential buyers coming to view the properties. So even if they slack off, no supervisor would come looking for trouble. However, when Subai and Zhao Qianzhou walked into the sales office, not a single saleswoman bothered to look up and greet them. This made the two of them feel a bit annoyed. Zhao Qianzhou, with her keen observation, noticed Subai's expression and immediately realized that it was the sales agent's attitude that was bothering him. She quickly walked up to a few sales agents who were playing with their phones and asked, "How much are the apartments here?" They glanced up at the two of them with cold, disdainful expressions. After all, judging by Subai's attire, he didn't look like someone who could afford it. And Zhao Qianzhou's tight-fitting blazer made her look more like a waitress. Together, they didn't seem like the type of people who would buy a house here. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that a young woman in her late 20s hurried out of an office nearby. She forced a smile and introduced herself. "Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. My name is Su Linin. It's a pleasure to serve you." Su Linlin, a new employee who had just started 2 months ago. Her parents had pulled quite a few strings to get her into this place. Su Linlin had originally hoped to make a lot of money here. But after starting work, she discovered that the base salary here was only 3,000 yuan per month. To make a fortune, one must rely on commissions from selling properties. However, there are very few people coming to view properties, and most of the clients have already been pre-booked by the senior employees through various means. Over the past 2 months, Su Linlin hadn't received a single order, leaving her feeling frustrated. So, even when she saw this ordinary-looking man and woman, Su Linlin hurried over. Zhao Tianjiao glanced at the other saleswomen around her with a hint of dissatisfaction and asked Su Linlin, "Is this the quality of your service? In such a large sales office with so many agents, why are you the only one out here to greet customers?" Su Linlin gave an awkward smile and explained, "I'm very sorry, both of you. Su Bai waved his hand. "Alright, Xiao Jiao, don't be so hard on the young lady. Tell us about the properties here." Su Linlin quickly composed herself and gave a detailed tour of all the different floor plans in the villa complex. In the end, Su Bai selected the largest and most luxurious floor plan. Just as Su Linlin was about to take Su Bai and Zhao Tianjiao to see the house in person, the sales office suddenly erupted in loud, mocking laughter. "What fools! A like him can actually afford to buy a house here? That's hilarious. Even if you took both his kidneys, it wouldn't be enough to buy a single bathroom here. Only someone as stupid as Xiao Su would believe that two penniless losers could afford a villa in Ziyun Mountain." Chapter 8. What? This house is actually for me? From the outside, these villas didn't seem particularly special. But when Su Bai stepped inside the villa, he suddenly realized there's a reason why they're so expensive. This is amazing. Ordinary buildings might only be 3 or 4 meters tall. But in the villas of Ziyun Mountain, a single floor-to-ceiling window is 4 meters tall and 18 meters long. Standing here and looking out at the nearby Purple Cloud Mountain, a sense of standing atop the world, overlooking all the mountains below, naturally arises. Please this way, Mr. and Mississippi. First, we'll take you to the grand living room, which spans an impressive 120 square meters. Su Linlin led Su Bai and the others on a thorough tour of the entire villa, inside and out. She had been explaining non-stop for over an hour and was already hoarse. Su Linlin walked directly to the spring outside the door, cupped her hands, and drank a mouthful. She wanted to show Su Bai that everything here was clean and safe. Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. "Is that all?" Su Linlin sighed in relief and replied, "No, sir, please wait a moment. I need to clean this area first before returning to give you a detailed introduction." Before she could finish, Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. "No need for an introduction or cleaning. I'll take this house." Su Bai's words startled Su Linlin so much that she shivered. "What? Sir? Are you sure? Don't you want to take a look around first?" To be honest, she never would have imagined that such an unremarkable young man could possess such immense power. After all, the price of this villa starts at 90 million. Su Bai smiled faintly and replied, "That's right, no need to look. I'm very satisfied with this place. However, I have another question. Have the 8 surrounding houses been sold yet?" "Huh?" This question completely stumped Su Linlin. She opened her phone, checked it repeatedly, and finally hesitantly gave her answer. "I think this area is a new development, so not many people have moved in yet." "Sir, are you asking about this because you want to? I'll buy the few units around here too. How much is it? Name your price. What are you talking about?" Su Linlin was so shocked she couldn't speak, her mind completely blank. She stared intently at Su Bai, trembling for a while, unable to utter a single coherent word. After a long while, Su Linlin finally managed to compose herself and explained. "A raw property like this is roughly 90 million. If you want a roughly finished property, you'll need to add another 5 million. For a fully finished one, it starts at least 100 million. You're buying 9 units at once, that's 900 million. Not just Su Linlin, even Zhao Tianjiao, who was standing beside her, was completely stunned. What's wrong with Su Bai's brain? Why buy so many villas all at once? Su Bai remained calm and replied, 900 million? That's not much, it's a bargain. Let's go handle the paperwork right away. Su Linlin was so excited she almost jumped up. Really? Let's go quickly. 900 million. The commission for these saleswomen was 1 percentage point. That means Su Linlin would receive 9 million. Thinking about it, she couldn't even stand straight and stumbled back to the sales office. When she began handling the property transfer procedures, she was still in a daze, as if she were walking in a dream. She couldn't believe that someone who had only worked for 2 months had achieved financial freedom. What was even more astonishing to Su Linlin was that someone could casually hand over 900 million yuan without batting an eyelid. By the time all the paperwork was completed, it was already deep into the night. Although it was long past quitting time, these sales agents suddenly found a newfound love for their work and none of them wanted to leave. If they had followed their usual work routine, the sales office would have been empty long before the end of the day. After all, their job was simply to sell houses, not to stay there for an extended period of time. As long as sales targets were met, they could come and go as they pleased. But today, these saleswomen were stubbornly staying put. They just wanted to witness whether this unremarkable young man was just bragging or if he really had that much money. They waited until Su Bai finished paying before they could accept this harsh reality. Except for Su Linlin, all the other saleswomen let out a collective sigh of despair. Damn it, that was a big deal with a commission fee of 9 million. On average, each of them could only sell 1 or 2 villas a year, and the commission they could earn was at most a few $1,000s. But now, this young woman who had only been in the industry for 2 months had suddenly secured a commission of 9 million. Subai had stood in the sales office for so long, and no one was willing to approach her. In other words, if they hadn't looked down on her back then and been willing to take a chance, then this huge sum of money would have ended up in their pockets. The saleswomen are now publicly slapping themselves in the face. One of them, in order to sell such a villa, even became a slave to an elderly man in his 70s, skin and bones, for an entire month. By the time the contract was signed, she had been crawling on the ground all day and could no longer walk. But how much did she end up getting? Just 1 million. But that month of living like that left her feeling sick for 2 or 3 years before she could recover. On the other hand, what about Su Linlin? From the time she left to view the property until she returned, it had only been a little over an hour. And there was another woman with them the whole time. In other words, in just over an hour, Su Linlin had secured such a large order with almost no effort. While her own failure was painful, others' success was even more heart-wrenching. These real estate agents were nearly driven to the brink of madness. Their minds began to stir, and one by one, they started to flirt, hoping that Subai would glance their way. But Subai completely ignored them. After signing the contract and obtaining the property deed, he raised his eyebrows at Zhao Tianzhou. "Let's go, baby, let's go check out the house I bought for you." Zhao Tianzhou was completely dumbfounded. "What? A house for me?" Although Zhao Tianzhou had already braced herself for Subai's extravagance. But a property worth 900 million yuan being thrown at her like that was simply too outrageous. She had thought Subai had bought it for himself. Chapter 9, The Amazing Billionaire Points, Enhanced in Every Way. Subai smiled faintly. This house, of course, was bought for Zhao Tianzhou. After all, the love expert allowance can only be spent on women. So he could only choose to register the house under Zhao Tianzhou's name. Zhao Tianzhou, overwhelmed by the sudden happiness, excitedly took Subai's hand and returned to the villa in the center. At that moment, she had no idea how to express the excitement surging within her. So Zhao Tianzhou rushed into the villa and greedily touched every inch of the ground. Meanwhile, Subai simply lay down on the sofa in the living room. After walking so far, he was indeed a bit tired. He ran his hands over the imported leather sofa, feeling a mix of emotions. The life of the wealthy is truly damn comfortable. However, Subai didn't rush to rest. Instead, he opened his system panel. Name, Subai. Stamina, 19. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 31. And used wealth points, 5. Note, wealth points can be used to enhance the host's various attributes or to master a new skill. Oh. Subai opened the skill list and found it filled with a dense array of skills. From driving to cooking, from cultivating immortality to genetic modification, everything was available. To test the effect, Subai allocated 1 wealthy point to his stamina attribute. The next second, his stamina jumped from 19 to 24. The fatigue he felt vanished instantly. Even his underdeveloped muscles felt noticeably larger than before. Subai slowly clenched his fist, instantly feeling his body brimming with strength. His slightly nearsighted eyes suddenly became much clearer. Wow! This effect is pretty intense. Feeling the surging power within him, Subai couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If he could accumulate enough wealth points to max out all his physical stats and skills, could he evolve into a superhero? At that thought, Subai suddenly felt that his future was filled with hope. "Su Xiao, I forgot my towel. Could you get it for me?" Hearing Zhao Tianzhou's slightly shy voice, he looked at the towel hanging on the bathroom door handle. Subai suddenly realized something, his face filled with a playful smile. "Sure, honey, I'll be right there. It seems like today is the day I'll finally get some action." It wasn't until an hour and a half later that Subai finally managed to carry the exhausted Zhao Tianzhou out of the bathroom. Subai looked at the beauty in his arms with a touch of apology. "I'm sorry, baby. I was a bit too rough. Does it still hurt?" Zhao Tianzhou's face flushed red, and she shyly buried her face in Subai's broad chest. "You jerk! You have the nerve to say that. It was my first time, and you made me so swollen." Thinking back to her earlier state in the bathroom, Zhao Tianzhou wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This Subai may look proper, but he's actually a born pervert. He even made her assume such embarrassing positions in the bathroom. Subai couldn't help but chuckle. Though he wasn't sure if she was Zhao Tianzhou's first love, given her years of mingling in the world of fame and fortune, it was still quite rare for her to have maintained her purity. When the two returned to the bedroom, Zhao Tianzhou, who was already exhausted, quickly fell asleep. However, Subai seemed overly excited and couldn't fall asleep. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to force himself to sleep, his phone suddenly rang. Subai opened his phone and saw 2 friend requests pop up on the screen. These 2 people were both within his expectations yet still somewhat unexpected. The first was Su Linlin, the real estate agent from earlier. The second person was none other than Shen Hong, who had stood him up. Subai accepted both friend requests first, then set Shen Hong aside and started flirting with Su Linlin. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Su, have you been sleeping?" "Not yet. What can I do for you, Miss Su?"
Does that mean I can't contact Mr. Su when I have nothing to do?
Seeing this, Subai curved the corners of his mouth into a smile. As expected, this Su Linlin isn't as innocent as she seems. She has her own little schemes. Thinking this, Subai replied.
Of course you can contact me when there's nothing going on. Although our current roles are salesperson and customer, we can still be friends, can't we? Just friends? What else? What do you want?
After a long time, Su Linlin still didn't reply. Just as Subai thought she must have already gone to sleep, a new message suddenly popped up.
Is Zhao Jie currently with you?
Seeing the question, Subai chuckled and quickly pulled back the air conditioner blanket beside him, took a photo, and sent it over. After a moment, Su Linlin sent another message back, but she also sent a photo. Looking at the photo of Su Linlin wearing a three-piece bikini, Subai felt his mouth go dry.
She looks great, but this wasn't taken recently, was it? After all, the temperature has dropped sharply recently. You couldn't possibly be wearing that little, could you? You rascal, one wasn't enough, you want another? I can't show you now. So you mean we can see it in the future? It's up to you. When do you want to see it? Let's reschedule then.
After typing the last line, Subai no longer paid any attention to Su Linlin. You can't rush boiling a frog, you have to use warm water and boil it slowly, bit by bit. Subai flipped through the contacts in his WeChat, a string of familiar and unfamiliar names, and countless memories flooded back. Now, his WeChat friends were mostly classmates and some relatives from his hometown. Though it seemed like he had many friends, only a few were people he could actually talk to. After all, Subai was a rather introverted person, and in this world, there weren't many people who truly loved him. When Subai was 15, his father passed away in an accident. After that, his mother fell into depression and passed away shortly afterward due to illness. Before going to university, Subai lived with his aunt, who also paid for his tuition. Until he was admitted to university. After that, since his aunt's own children also needed to go to school, her husband no longer allowed her to continue helping Subai. Most importantly, the compensation money left by Subai's father had already been spent.
Chapter 10, Spending wildly on gifts, the female streamer is speechless. These old memories, the more he thought about them, the more they made him feel restless. Subai was wide awake now, so he decided to open Douyin. After watching a few short videos, his mood improved slightly. But just as he was about to put down his phone and go to sleep, he suddenly came across a live stream. This was a streamer he had followed for a long time, named by Mao Mao. Her accent sounded like that of someone from his hometown. Moreover, at the time, Bai Mao Mao had only just started streaming and had very few followers. Subai was one of her first fans. Unbelievably, just half a year later, Bai Mao Mao had already accumulated around 2,000 or 3,000 followers. The number of viewers in her livestream has grown from just a handful to nearly 400 or 500 people. Actually, Subai rarely watched her livestreams. Because Bai Mao Mao never shows her face, she either sings or reads books. Rather than a streamer, she is more like a radio host. To be honest, given Bai Mao Mao's own conditions, she could easily make her live streams even more popular. Many viewers have been hoping that the white cat would show her face during the live stream. They even promised that if she would just show her face, they'd give her 10 carnivals. But for some reason, even faced with the temptation of 10 carnival gifts, the white cat refuses to turn on the camera. So after all this time, her live streams remain lackluster. As soon as Subai entered the live stream, he heard Bai Mao Mao's familiar singing voice. Like me, who is lost, like me, who is searching. Like me, a person who achieves nothing, how many people like me have you seen? Like me, a lonely person, like me, a foolish person. This song is so familiar. Subai was overcome with emotion, and memories flooded back. Back when he was single, he had always loved this song. He even sang it with Lin Shui the first time they went to a KTV. However, lately he had been so busy that he had almost forgotten this song. After the song ended, the audience showered Bai Mao Mao with all sorts of gifts. However, they were all just small, inexpensive gifts. $1 or $2, $5 or $10. Not even a 50 yuan medium-sized gift, let alone the hundreds or even thousands of dollars worth of gifts. Despite this, Bai Mao Mao continued to thank each person with her gentle and sincere voice. Thank you for your gift, brother pass like smoke. Thank you, sister Qingcheng, for your gift. Sister, how's your cold? Thank you for the gift from Peach sister. Don't keep watching the live stream, study hard. You're about to take the college entrance exam, make sure you get good grades. It seems that Bai Mao Mao isn't just close to her live stream fans, she also genuinely cares about their lives. Such kind-hearted streamers are rare these days. These days, big streamers only use all sorts of lowbrow gimmicks and borderline dance moves to attract viewers. They never truly care about the tens or even hundreds of thousands of fans they have. On the other hand, a small streamer like Bai Mao Mao keeps a close eye on every fan's life. This truly moved Subai deeply. Anyway, he's not short on money now, so he might as well just send her some gifts. Entering the donation interface, Subai directly topped up 4 million, intending to donate it all to Bai Mao Mao. The most valuable gift on Douyin is the carnival, worth 3,000 yuan. And Subai immediately sent 1,000 of them. Meanwhile, Manhwa kept thanking the older brothers, sisters, and younger sisters who were sending smaller gifts. She streams live for several hours every day, but can only receive a few $dozen in gifts at most, and Douyin takes half of that. Though it's not much, it's enough to cover her daily expenses. After all, unlike other big streamers, Manhwa doesn't treat live streaming as her job. She is still a student living in a dormitory surrounded by classmates. Therefore, she often can't stream whenever she wants and can't easily show her face. After all, if she accidentally films her roommates while streaming in the dormitory, it could cause a lot of trouble. You know, these female college students are as carefree as they come when they're in their dorm rooms. And she herself doesn't particularly like showing her face. Since Manhwa majors in classical singing and music, she hopes to bring joy to others through her voice. She doesn't want to rely solely on her good looks to make money. Of course, during her live streaming career, Manhwa has come across some big shots who wanted to meet her in person. Facing people with such ulterior motives, Manhwa not only refused them outright but also returned all the money they sent her. She needs money and wants it badly, but she refuses to earn it through such disgusting means. Even though Manhwa has never seen these wealthy individuals in person or heard their voices. Just reading the messages they sent made her feel incredibly uncomfortable, even to the point of wanting to vomit. Suddenly, a dazzling special effect floated across the top of the livestream. Manhwa stared in disbelief. Is this the carnival? After streaming for so long, she had never received a carnival before. However, Manhwa had seen what a carnival looked like in the live streams of those top-tier streamers. This single carnival could easily match her monthly income. Wait, something's wrong. Why is someone suddenly sending her a carnival today? Before she could even thank them for the gift, the second gift effect appeared on the screen. Then the third, fourth. In the next second, hundreds of gift effects lit up simultaneously in the live stream. Carnival gifts, which are top tier in popularity, not only flood the current live stream but also appear across the entire Douyin live streaming channel. At that moment, both the streamer and the audience saw the prominent notification of Subai's gift. Holy crap! Who has this big shot showing up? Could it be the legendary Tier Onion Prince has arrived? Stop daydreaming. Xiao Wang is still abroad dodging debt collectors. He doesn't have the money to come here and spend on gifts. I can't stand it, I'm going to the streamer's live stream to join the fun. Come on, let's go together. In just a matter of seconds, the number of viewers in Manhwa's live stream skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 10,000. And the number was still growing rapidly. After being stunned for a while, Manhwa finally came to her senses and thanked everyone with a slightly panicked voice. Thank you to Dongjiang Fisherman for the carnival. Thank you for the 100, no, 1,000. Carnival. Chapter 11, Should we continue tonight? Subai's carnival gifts finally stopped at the number 1314. Because his fingers were simply too tired from tapping. Meanwhile, the heat in Manhwa's live stream exploded instantly, with the number of concurrent viewers surging to over 10,000. Holy crap, who's this big shot? They're so rich. The fisherman big shot is so cool. Does fisherman brother need someone to warm his bed? A surge of immense joy completely overwhelmed White Cat's mind. What does 1314 carnivals mean? If converted to money, that's over $390,000. Even if the live streaming platform takes half, White Cat would still get nearly $2 million in income. Coming to her senses, she curiously clicked on the mysterious wealthy person's profile. She noticed that although Dongjiang Fisherman had followed her for a long time, he hadn't sent many gifts before. She never expected him to send so many gifts all at once today. Manhwa sent a private message directly. Thank you for the gifts, would you mind adding me on WeChat? Heart emoji. Soon, the two became friends. I've been quietly listening to you sing all along, but I've never sent you any gifts before. I feel a bit embarrassed. So today, I'm making it up to you. Thank you for your support, little brother. If you have time, I'll sing just for you. By the way, my name is Luo Weihan. What is your name, little brother? My name is Subai. As the two chatted casually, Luo Weihan kept thanking Subai for his gifts. Subai replied to the messages while walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The colorful neon lights, combined with the twinkling stars in the sky, created a beautiful and enchanting night scene. Subai took out his newly purchased phone, snapped a few photos of the night view outside the window, and posted them on his social media. He also added his thoughts. The night view of Ziyun Mountain is truly breathtaking. Actually, he didn't really like posting on his social media, but today was indeed a memorable day, so he couldn't resist. Soon after, he felt a bit tired and lay down on the 4-meter-wide luxurious bed, falling asleep. Subai was asleep. But on Douyin, some people were destined to spend a restless night. Especially the big streamers. Although their top 3 fans can easily spend hundreds of thousands on gifts. But those are all from the guild, and the streamers don't get a single penny. If they want to make money, they have to rely on those small-time fans who spend a few $100s on gifts each month. But just now, an unknown small streamer suddenly received over 3 million in tips. She wasn't part of any guild, so this money should be 100% real. Which means the real identity of that Dongjang fisherman is likely a low-key billionaire. Why hasn't such a big lamb come into the bowl yet? Some proactive streamers have already started frame-by-frame analyzing by Mao's livestream. They all want to lure this wealthy individual into their own livestreams. Meanwhile, Luo Weihan was lying in her dorm room, unable to fall asleep. Tonight, all three of her roommates went to a team-building activity. Luo Weihan made up an excuse, saying she wasn't feeling well, so she didn't go. In reality, she rarely participated in such activities. After all, her family background was worlds apart from the other three. To pay for the exorbitant tuition fees at the music academy, Luo Weihan's family had practically sold everything they owned. She only attends such events when she absolutely cannot avoid it. Luo Weihan was now extremely grateful for her decision, as she would have missed out on this generous tip from the fisherman. A one-time donation of over 3 million yuan is something even top streamers rarely encounter. Let alone someone like her, a completely unknown small-time streamer. Even before she had finished streaming, guilds had already contacted her. They wanted to give Luo Weihan a makeover, buy some gifts, and have her compete with a few streamers who have more followers to provoke this wealthy individual. Given this big shot's generous nature, he might even tip over 10 million in one go. It's entirely possible. The guild knows the temperament of the wealthy better than anyone else. What do they care about most? Of course, it's face. They absolutely cannot lose face in front of their favorite streamers. As long as you capitalize on this, you can keep the wealthy viewers showering gifts. Faced with the temptation of overnight fame, Luo Weihan hesitated for a moment before ultimately refusing. She didn't want to use such a method to cheat Su Bai out of his money. After being rejected, the guild threatened Luo Weihan viciously, saying they would make sure she couldn't survive in the streaming industry. After making such a decision, Luo Weihan didn't know if she would regret it in the future. She also didn't know if Su Bai was just acting on a whim and would never watch her live streams again. Luo Weihan also had to think about how to use the upcoming 2 million yuan dividend to improve her family's living conditions. So she was destined to lose sleep that night. Meanwhile, Su Bai's social media feed was buzzing with activity. The post he had shared already had over 100 comments. With the backdrop of Purple Cloud Mountain, it was clear at a glance that Su Bai had taken the photo in one of the luxurious villas there. The Purple Cloud Mountain Villa district was no ordinary place. It wasn't somewhere just anyone could enter. As one of the most expensive real estate developments in Dongjang province, the property prices there reach as high as 150,000 yuan per square meter. Even the smallest unit starts at over 50 million yuan. How could Su Bai afford to take photos there? Does his family own a villa there? Su Bai, where did you steal those photos from? The angles are pretty good. Old Su, are you working part-time there as a day laborer? Can you hook me up too? Maybe I can meet some rich folks there. Su Bai, are you being kept by a rich woman? Do you have any connections? I don't want to work hard anymore. The comments section is full of all sorts of speculation, but no one ever thought that Su Bai had actually bought a house there. The next day, Su Bai slept in until he woke up naturally. He got up, washed up, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the Purple Cloud Mountain, feeling like everything was a dream. What was today's plan again? Right, I need to go buy a car. Then Su Bai suddenly realized he didn't know how to drive. What should he do? Should he hire a driver? Having a driver drive isn't as fun as driving yourself. Buying a top-of-the-line supercar is all about enjoying the thrill of speeding down an empty highway, right? But if he signed up for lessons now, it would take at least a month. Su Bai felt he couldn't wait that long. Just then, he suddenly remembered that he still had 5 luxury points, which could be used to purchase any skill. So Su Bai opened the app and activated the car driving skill. A few seconds later, he suddenly felt like his mind was filled with knowledge, all about driving. What is a brake? What is the accelerator? What is the clutch? How to start the car? How to shift gears? How to turn? How to reverse? This familiar feeling was as clear as if he had driven a car himself. Su Bai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This system is simply amazing. He couldn't wait to find a supercar and give it a try. When Su Bai stepped out of the bedroom, Zhao Tianzhou had already prepared breakfast for him. Mr. Su, breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Just yesterday they were sleeping in the same bed, and today he's already being addressed as Mr. Su. This clear separation between work and personal life made Su Bai feel quite good. After breakfast, Zhao Tianzhou deliberately moved closer to Su Bai and whispered in his ear. Tonight, shall we continue? Chapter 12, Gifting a Luxury Car, the beautiful saleswoman gets jealous. The fragrant breath tickling Su Bai's ear made him feel irresistibly aroused, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. You temptress. Su Bai spent another few 100,000 yuan on a new outfit. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. After replacing all his cheap clothes with designer brands, he did feel a bit refreshed. Last night, he allocated the remaining 4 luxury points to enhancing his physical attributes. This made Su Bai look much more energetic, almost unrecognizable compared to before. He looked like a typical rich kid. If he had worn this outfit yesterday to buy a house, he wouldn't have been ignored by those snobby real estate agents for so long. After changing into his new outfit, Subai took Zhao Tianjia to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. After setting his sights on a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million, he paid in full and drove it away. Of course, the car was registered under Zhao Tianjia's name. Since he had changed his appearance, he didn't encounter any salespeople looking down on him and then being humiliated by him swiping his card. Driving the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Subai felt no sense of unfamiliarity. He immediately thought to himself, this system is truly amazing. However, there was still one problem. Although Subai could drive, he didn't have a driver's license. How could he obtain a driver's license? Among the people he knew, it seemed like no one had the connections to help. Zhao Tianjiao? Subai thought she might be able to handle this. After all, she's the front desk manager at a top-tier hotel. She must have a wide network of connections, right? Could you help me out? Subai asked directly. Mr. Su, it would be my honor to assist you. I need to get a driver's license. Do you have any connections? Money isn't an issue. A driver's license? Zhao Tianjiao was utterly baffled. Someone like Subai, a super-rich second-generation heir, how could he still not have a driver's license at his age? But since he didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask either. This shouldn't be too difficult. When do you need it? Zhao Tianjia asked. The sooner the better. Then give me your ID card, and I'll take a photo of it. All right. Subai took out his ID card and handed it to Zhao Tianjia. Zhao Tianjia took it, snapped a photo with her phone, and sent it to someone else. Immediately afterward, she dialed another number. Hello? Sister, I just sent you a photo of my ID card. Please ask your husband to help me get a driver's license as soon as possible. All right. Got it. Thanks, sis. Please thank your husband for me too. Zhao Tianjiao hung up the phone and said to Subai. It should be ready by this afternoon. That fast? You're truly my trusted assistant. Yeah, thanks. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. Mr. Su, saying that makes you sound a bit too formal. Since that's the case, why don't you accompany me to another place? Subai no longer hesitated and took her to a Porsche 4S store. As soon as they entered, a beautiful female salesperson greeted them. Just by looking at Subai's attire, she knew he must be a second-generation wealthy individual. And the brand-new Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked outside was also a clear indication of the owner's wealth. She asked enthusiastically. Sir, madam, are you here to look at cars? Yes. Subai replied. So, what model would you like to see? Do you have any Porsche 911 models in stock? Yes, we do. Then please show us around. This way, please. The female salesperson led the two of them to the Porsche 911. We currently have two available units, one red and one black. Which one would you like to see, sir? This Porsche 911 is the latest top-of-the-line sports car, equipped with a 6-cylinder flat-six twin turbocharged engine. Subai didn't bother listening to the sales pitch. He glanced at it briefly and made his decision. I'll take the red one. How much is it? What? The female salesperson was completely taken aback. You're buying it without even looking? You're so rich you don't even care. Sir, are you sure you don't want to take a closer look? Didn't you look? This red one is pretty nice. Oh, and the interior accessories get the best ones for me. The saleswoman has been working here for a long time, but this is the first time she has seen someone buy a car like this. Just one glance at the exterior, and you don't even care about the interior. You just went ahead and made the decision. Alright, sir, the total comes to 3.82 million. After paying, the two sat on the sofa in the lobby, waiting for the staff to handle the paperwork. Zhao Tianjia was also utterly confused at that moment. Subai had just bought a car this morning. Why was he buying another one in the afternoon? Does that mean rich people change their cars every day? Although she didn't know why Subai chose red, she still suggested. Mr. Su, given your style, a red car doesn't seem to suit you. Why not take the black one instead? I already have a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As for this one, of course it's for you. Subai replied with a smile. Bought for me? Mr. Su, are you joking? Zhao Tianjia was completely stunned. Could it be that my service last night was so satisfying that? You think I'm joking? I'm not the kind of person who likes to owe others favors. Since you helped me out so much, I definitely have to give you a proper gift. No, Mr. Su, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Zhao Tianjia hurriedly refused. Although she desperately wanted it, she had to put on a show for appearance's sake. Using such tactics of teasing and withholding can better manipulate men. As my personal assistant, how could I not have a nice car? If word gets out, it'll be so embarrassing for me. Alright then. Thank you, Mr. Su. At that moment, Zhao Tianjia was overjoyed inside. Earning an annual salary of 5 or 60,000, she was still driving a car worth over 10,000 as her daily commuter vehicle. Living in a big city, the money she spends on rent, clothes, and cosmetics each month accounts for half of her salary. To make matters worse, Zhao Tianjiao's elderly parents were seriously ill and required substantial medical expenses.
Therefore, she sends almost all of her remaining salary back home. No one could have imagined that Zhao Tianjiao, who appeared so glamorous on the outside, actually had no savings and couldn't afford such a luxury car.
And a red Porsche 911, any woman would love it, right?
As the two were chatting, the beautiful saleswoman happened to walk past them. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao Tianjiao was filled with envy and resentment. She too wanted to meet such a wealthy and generous boss who could casually give away a luxury car worth over 3 million without batting an eyelid.
Chapter 13, Official Roommate Arrangement. Even a distant cousin is coming?
Sir, the paperwork is all taken care of.
Here are the keys and documents. You can take the car now. Take them. Let's go. Su Bai handed the car keys to Zhao Tianjiao and stood up to leave.
Soon, the two returned to the villa located on Purple Cloud Mountain.
This is my first time seeing Purple Cloud Mountain during the day. It's truly magnificent.
Zhao Tianjiao pointed at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and exclaimed. Due to her work schedule, she had always been working nights and sleeping during the day, so she rarely got to see the city during the day.
It's indeed quite nice. If you'd like to see it, you're always welcome. Really? Zhao Tianjiao asked uncertainly.
Although, in name, this villa belonged to her. But Zhao Tianjiao was well aware of who the true owner of this place really was.
Of course. This is your villa, isn't it? Stop teasing me, Mr. Su. Zhao Tianjiao's face flushed slightly as she pouted.
Speaking of which, you've been working here for so many years.
Have you ever considered buying a house? Su Bai asked curiously. No way.
Housing prices in Dongjiang province are so high, and I'm not like you, Mr. Su, a second-generation rich kid.
How could I possibly afford it? Zhao Tianjiao sighed. With your salary, taking out a mortgage for a house here shouldn't be too much of a burden, right?
Su Bai scratched his head, looking puzzled. Actually, my salary isn't that high, and I also have elderly parents with serious illnesses to support. Renting an apartment, buying clothes, and cosmetics, all these expenses add up, and I can't save much at all. Zhao Tianjiao's voice sounded a bit melancholy.
Why don't you move in with me? After all, this place is so big, and it feels a bit too spacious for just me. Plus, you could save on rent. It's a win-win.
Su Bai didn't know why he had suddenly made the offer. After all, by all accounts, he had only known Zhao Tianjiao for 2 days and knew nothing about her background. The deepest exchange between them had only taken place last night in bed.
Inviting someone to move in together like this was definitely a bit abrupt.
But he had already said it, and deep down, he felt a hint of anticipation. Perhaps it was because, when Su Bai was with Lin Shui before, he had always lived a life of subservience. Whether it was big or small matters, he basically always followed Lin Shui's lead and rarely had a say. However, during the time he has been with Zhao Tianjiao, she always puts him first in everything she says and does, always asking for his opinion. Men, after all, tend to have a bit of a macho complex. They all want women to regard them as their superiors. Therefore, Zhao Tianjiao's principles and manner of speaking made Su Bai feel very comfortable. So, deep down, he really enjoys being with Zhao Tianjiao.
Is that okay? Zhao Tianjiao put on a hesitant expression. But deep down, she was thrilled beyond belief.
Once she moves in, she'll have completely climbed onto Su Bai's tree. Anyway, the most boundary-pushing step had already been taken last night. Zhao Tianjiao wasn't worried about what Su Bai might do to her. If anything, she was looking forward to more outrageous things happening. So when Su Bai invited Zhao Tianjiao to move in with him, her first reaction was that happiness seemed to have come a bit too suddenly.
What's so bad about that?
Of course, if Miss Zhao plans to keep another young lover on the side, then never mind what I said.
Su Bai teased. No, Mr. Su. Don't laugh at me, but I've never been in a relationship before. I was just worried that this might be bothering you.
Zhao Tianjiao hurriedly explained, afraid that Su Bai would misunderstand.
Never been in a relationship? But you sure know how to read a man's mind. Su Bai didn't quite believe Zhao Tianjiao's words, but it didn't matter.
No, even if you don't come, I'll find 2 roommates from school to join in the fun.
Since Mr. Su has said that, I'll just follow your lead. Should I move my luggage over tomorrow? Alright, it's settled then. Should I help you move? No need, I can handle it myself. There's not much to move anyway. Alright then.
You can decide now which room you'd like to stay in.
No need to be polite, just pick any room.
I'll be staying on the upper floor. Of course, if you want to stay upstairs, that's fine too, but remember to lock the door at night.
Su Bai joked.
Mr. Su, I'm staying down here, and I'm leaving the door open for you.
You can come in any time.
Zhao Tianjiao's voice carried a hint of seduction, like Daji, the seductive concubine who bewitched King Zhou.
What a temptress. Su Bai thought to himself. Oh, right, there's a swimming pool upstairs. We can go together in the future. That's awesome. Why don't we go try it out now? Although I didn't bring a swimsuit, swimming naked isn't out of the question, is it? Zhao Tianjiao's gaze was like she wanted to devour Su Bai whole. Cough, cough. Maybe we should just skip it and try another day. Subai suddenly felt that he wasn't a match for Zhao Qianjiu at all. At that moment, she was lying half reclined, exuding natural sensuality. Every movement she made exuded endless charm. Subai felt that if he continued, he would lose control. Zhao Qianjiu stood up, walked over to Subai, and blew a breath into his ear before saying in a slightly regretful tone, "When Mr. Su has some free time, feel free to invite me anytime. I have several swimsuits that no one has had the chance to admire yet." Subai was so aroused by Zhao Qianjiu that he couldn't resist any longer. He pounced on her, pinned her down, and took her right there. After several hours of intense battle, both of them collapsed exhausted on the luxurious bed on the top floor. Subai took out his phone and opened WeChat. The few nighttime photos he had casually posted yesterday had already received over 100 comments. He skimmed through a few, finding that most of them were mocking him. Subai selected a few of his closer friends to reply to, and didn't mention that the house was his own. After all, no one would believe him anyway. In addition, Subai noticed that a few friends had sent him messages. The first one was from his cousin, Lin Qingcheng. Lin Qingcheng was the daughter of Subai's aunt and was only 2 years younger than him. She was currently attending university in another city. During his 3 years of high school, Subai had been staying at his aunt's house. Their relationship began to grow closer during that time. Although Subai later went to college in another city, they remained in frequent contact. In their free time, they would share interesting things with each other. "Subai, where did you take this photo? It's so beautiful." Chapter 14, Career Crisis, The Chairman's Rage. Subai replied, "I took them at Purple Cloud Mountain. If you like them, I'll take you there when I'm on vacation." Soon, Lin Qingcheng replied again. "Really? Don't lie to me." "Absolutely true. Subai has never lied to you." "Alright, I'll come find you to play once I'm on vacation. Don't go back on your word." "No problem. Oh, by the way, Subai, I'm currently streaming on the Lion Tooth platform every night. If you're free, remember to come support me." "You little girl, you're streaming?" "Subai, you just don't understand. College girls these days have such high expenses we have to rely on live streaming to make ends meet." "Alright, I'll come by tonight to check it out and help boost your viewership. By the way, Subai, are you still doing part-time work? I made over 3,000 from streaming last month, and my mom sent me another 1,500. That's more than enough. I'll transfer you 2,000 later. Take Lin Shui out for a nice meal." Reading this, Subai felt a surge of emotion. Since he left home to go to university, they hadn't seen each other much, but their feelings were still there. "I don't need it. Keep it for yourself. Buy yourself some nice clothes. When you come here on vacation, I'll give you a surprise." "What kind of surprise?" "It's a secret." "Ugh. Subai, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I have to go to class. Bye. Study hard." The next moment, Subai saw the 2,000 yuan that Lin Qingcheng had transferred to him. He thought about it for a moment and decided to accept it. "Tonight, I'll send you a 2 million gift." At the same time, on the top floor of Dongjiang Restaurant, in the chairman's office, Dongjiang Food Court's general manager Lu Xian was standing respectfully before a man in his 30s. The man sitting in the chairman's exclusive seat was reclining, with his legs casually resting on the desk. He was Yi Hong, the chairman of Dongjiang Restaurant and the largest shareholder of the company. "Mr. Lu, how has the hotel's operations been lately?" Yi Hong asked. He was in Dongjiang province on business and had dropped by to check on things. If everything goes smoothly, he only comes once or twice a year. "Mr. Yi, please rest assured. The hotel is currently operating normally, and business volume is steadily increasing. Compared to the same period last year, there has been an increase of approximately 20%. Lu Xian replied succinctly. Having worked as the manager at Dongjiang Restaurant for many years, he had thoroughly internalized every aspect of the hotel. "You're doing a great job, Lu Xian. Here's what I'll do, I'll double your year-end bonus for this year. As for the bonuses for the other employees, let's increase them by 30% as well." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Lu Xian bowed respectfully and replied. "If there's nothing else important, you can go back to your work. I'm just here on business in Dongjiang and happened to be passing by, so I dropped by for a quick visit." Yi Hong waved his hand, signaling Lu Xian to leave. But just then, he suddenly remembered what had happened yesterday. "Mr. Yi, there's something I need to report to you. A guest opened a membership card here and directly deposited 100 million into it." "Oh? Did he top it up on his own behalf or on behalf of a company?" Yi Hong immediately perked up. "In his personal capacity, and he spent approximately 1.5 million yuan on a single meal yesterday. This person also said to prepare 3 meals a day and midnight snacks for him every day. And all the ingredients must be the highest quality. It feels like a newly rich person who just made a fortune. How old is he?" His ID shows he's 21 years old, apparently a student at Dongjiang University. 21 years old? A student? Spending 1 million yuan on food? Have you seen what this person looks like? "Mr. Yi, I haven't seen him. Yesterday, it was the lobby manager, Zhao Qianjiao, who was handling him." "Then bring Zhao Qianjiao here." Yes, Mr. Yi. Lu Xian shouted directly into the intercom. Is Manager Zhao available? Please respond upon receipt.
A few moments later, an unfamiliar voice came over the intercom. Mr. Lu, Manager Zhao went out this morning and hasn't returned yet.
Lu Xian glanced at Yi Hong and asked urgently. Does anyone know where she went? Sorry, Mr. Lu.
Manager Zhao didn't mention her whereabouts to us.
Lu Xian turned off the walkie-talkie and said nervously.
Mr. Yi, I'll call Mr. Zhao right away and have him bring her back immediately. Yi Hong remained expressionless and waved his hand dismissively.
No need. We'll just wait here and see when she comes back. An employee is not at the hotel during working hours and leaves without permission. Lu Xian, how are you managing this?
Seeing Yi Hong furious, Lu Xian was also startled.
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. This is my fault. I will definitely enforce discipline strictly and eliminate these bad habits completely. He answered tremblingly.
At that moment, he was also boiling with anger but dared not show it in front of Yi Hong.
What's going on with Zhao Tianjiao? She's usually so competent at her job, how could she mess up at such a critical moment?
And now he's the one getting scolded.
Neither of them spoke.
Yi Hong kept his head down, playing with his phone, while Lu Xian stood motionless in place. All they could do was hope that Zhao Tianjiao would return soon. At dinner time, Su Bai and Zhao Tianjiao returned to the hotel together from the villa. Su Bai went straight to the private room to wait for the meal to be served. Zhao Tianjiao, however, headed straight for General Manager Lu Xian's office. As soon as she stepped through the hotel entrance, a staff member informed Zhao Tianjiao that General Manager Lu was looking for her. Upon discovering that Lu Xian was not in the general manager's office, Zhao Tianjiao took out her walkie-talkie and asked.
Mr. Lu, hello, this is Zhao Tianjiao. I am currently at your office door. I heard you were looking for me?
At the same time, Lu Xian stood stiffly before Yi Hong, nearly collapsing to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, he finally received Zhao Tianjiao's response.
Lu Xian quickly opened the walkie-talkie and replied. Zhao Tianjiao, come to the chairman's office to see me.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianjiao was startled. The general manager's tone seemed off.
Could it be that the chairman had come for an inspection?
To her, this Mr. Yi, the chairman, was a mysterious figure. Zhao Tianjiao had worked here for over 3 years and had only seen him once during the annual meeting. And this time, Chairman Yi had specifically requested to see her. And the fact that she had sneaked out during work hours was likely discovered.
If this isn't handled properly, she might even lose her job.
Although Zhao Tianjiao had already climbed onto Su Bai's bandwagon, she didn't want to give up her own career.
After all, men aren't always reliable. Zhao Tianjiao rushed frantically to the chairman's office. Knock knock. Upon arriving at the top floor of Dongjiang Restaurant, Zhao Tianjiao first tidied up her appearance before knocking on the office door. Please come in.
A deep, steady voice came from inside. Zhao Tianjiao pushed open the door and saw General Manager Lu Xian standing before Chairman Yi Hong, being reprimanded.
She thought to herself, this is bad. Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. I'm Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao closed the door and walked over tremblingly.
Yi Hong lifted his head and gave her a thorough once-over. This young woman was very beautiful, with a great figure, and exuded the charm of a professional woman. I never expected such an outstanding young woman to be working in this small branch. Being a front desk manager seems like a waste of her talent. Manager Zhao, leaving your post during work hours without even a word of notice.
How did you end up in this position as front desk manager? Chapter 15, Directly Acquiring the Hotel? Are you crazy? Yi Hong scolded angrily. Hearing the chairman confront her immediately, Zhao Tianjiao felt even more nervous.
The pressure from her superior left her feeling overwhelmed. She forced herself to steady her nerves and explained nervously.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I left the hotel without permission this time to accompany a client. Accompany a client? Zhao Tianjiao, as the front desk manager, do you really need to personally accompany a client? What about the staff under your supervision?
Tell me the truth, is this really for the hotel's needs, or are you just trying to climb the corporate ladder for personal gain? Yi Hong spoke sharply, immediately seeing through the core of the matter. He knew these women who wanted to climb the social ladder all too well. These women would stop at nothing to achieve their goals.
Yi Hong believed that Zhao Tianjiao was probably one of them.
Originally, his first impression of Zhao Tianjiao was quite favorable. But when he heard that Zhao Tianjiao was going to accompany a client, he immediately had a bad feeling. Accompanying clients means eating, drinking, and sleeping with them. It's all part of the job. Mr. Yi, you can punish me or fire me, but please don't insult me. The reason for today's incident is that Mr. Su wanted to buy a car, and he happened to be driving there. So Mr. Su came to ask me for help to drive the car back. I originally wanted to refuse, but he is a VIP guest of our hotel, so I had no choice but to go. Zhao Tianjiao's words were so heartfelt that she almost believed them herself. Although there are some minor discrepancies in the details, the overall sequence of events is indeed similar to Zhao Tianjiao's account. Who is Mr. Su? Yi Hong asked urgently.
Mr. Su is the mysterious tycoon who deposited 1 billion yuan at our hotel yesterday. Lu Xian answered quickly. Where is he currently? Mr. Su is currently dining in room 3.
This time, Zhao Qianjiu answered. Alright, I'm going to go meet this mysterious tycoon in person and verify the truth of what you said, Zhao manager. After speaking, Yi Hong stood up and walked out of the office. Lu Xian and Zhao Qianjiu hurriedly followed behind him. At the same time, Su Bai was in the private room enjoying the finest cuisine in the world.
Money really is great.
Food he had never dared to dream of in his wildest dreams was now something he could even eat half and throw half away. Just as Su Bai was enjoying his meal, the private room door suddenly swung open. Su Bai thought it was Zhao Tianjiu and greeted her.
Don't be shy, come and have some too.
But when he turned around, he saw a man in his 30s walking in. Zhao Tianjiu, with reddened eyes, was walking at the back, and in front of her was another man in his 40s or 50s.
Su Bai didn't recognize either of the men.
However, seeing Zhao Tianjiu's extremely unpleasant expression, he had a pretty good idea of what was going on.
Mr. Su, hello. I'm Yi Hong, the owner of this place. How do you find the ingredients and service here?
If there is anything you need, please feel free to let us know, and we will do our best to accommodate you. Yi Hong approached Su Bai and spoke politely. He was quite interested in this young man. After all, someone who could casually spend 100 million on eating, drinking, and entertainment must be a second-generation wealthy individual.
Let's get to know each other. It never hurts to make a friend.
He's a businessman. The more friends you have, the more opportunities you have.
Even the entire Dongjiang restaurant is just one of the many businesses under his name.
He also runs numerous other businesses, and there might be opportunities in the future to collaborate with Su Bai or the family behind him.
To be honest, Mr. Yi, I'm absolutely thrilled with this place. That's good to hear. I hear Mr. Su is also a top student at Dongjiang University? What a promising young man.
Yi Hong said this with some reluctance. Being young and talented is one thing, but I know my own worth. I'm well aware of my limitations.
Mr. Su is being too modest.
Dongjiang University is one of the top 5 universities in the country. Students who study there will all become elite professionals in their respective fields in the future.
Here's my business card.
If Mr. Su ever needs anything, feel free to give me a call. Yi Hong handed Su Bai a shiny business card.
Mr. Yi, I have a question for you.
Mr. Su took the business card and said,
Mr. Su, please go ahead. Is this hotel for sale? Huh? Yi Hong was taken aback by the question. Not only Yi Hong, but even Lu Xian and Zhao Tianjiu behind him were equally baffled. Mr. Su, are you joking?
Yi Hong didn't take the words seriously.
Do I look like I'm joking? If you're selling this hotel, I'll buy it. What's there to joke about? Mr. Su said seriously. Mr. Su, do you know how much it cost to build this hotel? Over 100 billion, and that doesn't even include the cost of the land. Are you sure you want to buy it?
Of course.
If you're selling it, just name your price.
Don't beat around the bush with all this nonsense. Yi Hong stared at Su Bai for a moment. He suddenly felt that he couldn't quite figure out this young man who was more than 10 years his junior.
Spending 1 billion on eating, drinking, and entertainment is one thing, but asking outright if the hotel is for sale?
While people who can put up several billion in cash are indeed rare, they do exist.
But someone who can pull out hundreds of billions in cash at once is truly a rarity. Even if Su Bai's family had assets worth hundreds of billions, they wouldn't let him go this far. Could he be the heir to one of those hidden powerful families?
Only such people would dare to act so recklessly. Yi Hong thought to himself. If Mr. Su truly wants to buy it, it's not impossible, but I need to discuss it with the other board members first.
After all, this hotel isn't just mine. But I must remind Mr. Su that we only accept cash. Then go ahead and ask. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Su Bai replied nonchalantly. Alright, please enjoy your meal first.
I'll get back to you shortly.
With that, Yi Hong turned and left the private room. Lu Xian followed suit.
Zhao Tianjiu was about to leave as well, but was stopped by Su Bai.
Wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Zhao Tianjiu thought for a moment and ultimately decided to stay.
Work can be sacrificed, but Su Bai is a tree worth clinging to. When Su Bai said he was going to buy this hotel, she was completely stunned. That's hundreds of billions of dollars in cash. But if Su Bai could really pull it off, she wouldn't be fired either, and there might even be a chance for a promotion. She truly hoped now that Chairman Yi would sell the hotel to Su Bai, and that Su Bai would actually go through with the purchase. After all, her previous actions had already drawn the boss's displeasure. If the boss didn't change, she might not even be able to keep her job. Meanwhile, Yi Hong returned to his office and sent a message in a small group chat with only 4 people.
Guys, someone wants to buy our Dongjiang restaurant branch in Dongjiang. Should we sell it? Chapter 16, Purchase intentions reached Zhao Tianjiu in tears. Soon, the others chimed in. Who is it? Such a big spender. It's a college student named Su Bai, studying in Dongjiang. A college student? Old Yi, you haven't been scammed, have you? A college student could come up with hundreds of billions to buy our hotel? I think so too.
Seeing that no one believed him, Yi Hong grew impatient.
Do I look like someone who's easily fooled? You do. Seriously, do you really want to sell?
He's waiting for my reply. It all depends on you now, you're the largest shareholder.
Your shares combined are more than mine. If I say sell and you all say no, then I have no choice. Are you sure he wasn't joking? Who is he? Right, does he have the means to do that? It should be reliable.
He just topped up his hotel membership card with 100 million yesterday, specifically for dining and entertainment.
So he must be serious. What do you think he is? So young, yet he can come up with that much cash. I think he's probably the heir to one of those ultra-wealthy families. Li Bin, you should know something about them, right? If he can really pull out hundreds of billions in cash to take over Dongjiang Restaurant, then it's pretty much certain he's one of them.
They are usually sent out by their families to endure hardships and gain experience.
Those who pass the tests can then take over part of the family business. Should we investigate this guy's background? Absolutely not. If we're discovered, you won't even know how you died. Is he really that powerful? This is a society governed by the rule of law. Aren't you overreacting? Some things you haven't experienced, you don't know how deep they go. Their influence is terrifying. If we get the chance, I'll take you to see for yourselves.
I've always wanted to see for myself just how powerful these so-called super wealthy families really are.
Me too. Stop getting off topic. Is Dongjiang Restaurant selling or not? What price did that guy offer? He told me to name my price. What do the two of you think?
I don't care, you guys decide. To be honest, I don't really need the money, but I want to use this deal to get to know this mysterious tycoon.
If he is willing to pay 18 billion, then we can sell it.
The total construction cost of the hotel is around 120 billion, and over the past few years, we've already recouped about 60 billion in principal.
Selling it for 180 billion would net us roughly double the profit, why not?
Plus, I have a new project on the horizon that could use all this capital.
What kind of project? It's not finalized yet.
Once it's confirmed, we'll arrange a meeting to discuss it in person.
Sounds good.
Olji, just quote 200 billion to him. If he tries to negotiate, lower it to 18 billion, but don't go any lower than that.
Alright, I'll go quote him the price right now and get back to you shortly. After reaching an agreement, Yi Hong took the elevator back downstairs.
At the same time, in the third private room, Zhao Tianjiao, who remained behind, asked Subai seriously.
Mr. Su, are you really going to buy this hotel? Subai nodded and replied. That's right.
I have high hopes for this place, but I'm just worried that your boss won't be willing to sell.
So, what kind of person is he? I'm not sure either.
I only know that Mr. Yi has numerous businesses under his name, so he rarely comes here. Generally speaking, he only shows up at the annual meeting and gives a short speech.
Wow, your boss is so wealthy. He must not care about such a small amount of money. Subai was also quite shocked. It seems this mysterious Yi Dong isn't just an ordinary person. A little money? In Subai's eyes, an industry worth 200 or 300 billion was just a little money? Is this really how the world of super rich people works? This is truly terrifying. During her years working at Dongjiang Restaurant, Zhao Tianjiao had become friends with many clients.
Among them, those with fortunes of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions were a dime a dozen. Zhao Tianjiao once confidently believed that she would soon be able to integrate into that circle of top-tier billionaires. But Subai gave her a harsh reality check. It turned out that the people she had been associating with were at best newly wealthy upstarts. These true wealthy individuals could spend hundreds of billions on a whim, whether it was a hobby or a sudden impulse. Those whose entire fortunes amounted to only a few billion were, in the eyes of Yi Dong and Subai, nothing more than gatekeepers. Your entire fortune isn't even worth what others spend casually. There's no comparison at all. We're not even in the same league anymore. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianjiao's gaze toward Subai was almost melting. This was the ideal type she had always envisioned. Though a bit young, he was incredibly handsome and a true gentleman with impeccable manners. At the dinner table, they were discussing deals worth billions, just like ancient generals commanding thousands of troops in battle. If Subai could read Zhao Tianjiao's thoughts at that moment, he'd probably be laughing so hard his teeth would fall out. What kind of elegant gentleman? What about commanding thousands of troops like a general? I was just dumped by my girlfriend 2 days ago because I had no money. And I even ended up wearing a green hat. In today's world, where poverty is mocked but wealth is admired, as long as you have money, anyone can look elegant and distinguished. Zhao Tianjiao stared at Subai, who was eating, for a long time before reluctantly pulling her gaze away, which was almost stretching into a thread. I think that as long as it's not a one-of-a-kind, non-sellable item, there must be a price for it. Yi Dong isn't some amateur chef, he's a shrewd businessman. Maximizing profits is his ultimate goal in life. As long as Subai offers a high enough price, Yi Dong will definitely sell. Hearing you put it that way, it makes a lot of sense. Let's not talk about this anymore. Don't just stand there, come sit down and eat something.
There's so much food I can't finish it all by myself. Oh, right, if this deal goes through smoothly, I'll make you the general manager. Subai waved his hand, signaling Zhao Tianjiao to sit down quickly. Hearing this, Zhao Tianjiao was completely stunned and nearly fell to the ground. What did Subai just say? After buying this hotel, he wants me to be the general manager? Don't underestimate her, she's currently the lobby manager, just one rank below the general manager. But the status end of the two positions are completely different, several levels apart. General Manager Lu Xian is the highest ranking official here, second only to Chairman Yi and a few board members. As long as Yi Dong isn't around, he's the king of the castle here. His annual salary and bonuses combined start at least 10 million. And she works herself to the bone. How much does she make in a year? Now Subai actually wants her to become the general manager? That would be like going from zero to hero overnight. Mr. Su, are you joking with me? Zhao Tianjiao couldn't believe a word Subai was saying. Why? Why doesn't anyone take what I say seriously? To be honest, when I saw you come in just now, your eyes were red. It must be because you went out with me without permission and got caught by your boss. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianjiao's eyes instantly turned red again, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. But this time was completely different from before. Earlier, it was sadness, but now it was a mix of gratitude and joy. Mr. Su, I have a question for you. We've only known each other for 2 days, why are you being so kind to me? Not only did you give me a mansion and a car, but you even bought the entire hotel just to promote me. Hearing Zhao Tianjiao's voice choke up, Subai quickly turned his head away. Tianjiao, why are you crying? Chapter 17, The Deal is Done, Unfathomable Wealth. Just as Subai was about to comfort Zhao Tianjiao, someone suddenly knocked on the private room door. Zhao Tianjiao quickly composed herself and stepped aside. Immediately afterward, Yi Hong walked in, with Lu Xian still following behind him. For Lu Xian, this was also a crucial moment that would decide his fate. Dongjian Huafu might be changing owners. After that, could he still remain as the general manager? Given the overly close relationship between Zhao Tianjiao and Subai, it was highly unlikely. Given his current position, he could at least secure an annual salary of over 6 million, and with year-end bonuses, his total income could even exceed 10 million. Moreover, Chairman Yi is rarely at the hotel, so this place is effectively his domain. Even if he were to secretly embezzle some funds, he could easily make several million more. Losing such a great job, where else could he possibly find another one? Over the years, Lu Xian hasn't hesitated to use his power to exploit female staff members who were trying to climb the ranks. He even hinted at Zhao Tianjiao several times, but she ignored him every time. If it weren't for Zhao Tianjiao's exceptional work skills, she would have been pushed out long ago by the scheming Lu Xian. At this very moment, Lu Xian could only pray to heaven that Subai couldn't come up with that much money. Otherwise, his good life would be over. Lu Xian, I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Su. You and Manager Zhao should step out for a moment. After entering the room, Yi Hong surveyed the surroundings and then ordered Lu Xian and Zhao Tianjiao, who were standing beside him. Yes, Mr. Yi. Understood, Mr. Yi. Lu Xian and Zhao Tianjiao answered in unison, then left the private room. Mr. Su, are you truly interested in purchasing this hotel? After sitting down face to face, Yi Hong asked first. Of course, Mr. Yi. If you're willing to sell, I'm willing to buy. Subai replied. Mr. Su, I just discussed it with a few shareholders. If you're truly interested in purchasing Dongjiang Restaurant, here's the price. What do you think? Yi Hong said, making a scissors gesture with his hands. 200 billion? That's right, Mr. Su. As you must know, this is the most bustling area in the entire Dongjiang province. Moreover, the hotel's interior design and furnishings were all built to the highest standards. Furthermore, the annual profits are steadily increasing, so purchasing it at this price is definitely a wise investment. Alright, 200 billion it is. However, I'm not very familiar with hotel management. You can contact Zhao Tianjiao directly for that. She will be the general manager here from now on. Subai replied casually. 200 billion? What's the big deal? But in truth, he had never spent $200 so freely before. Alright. Since Mr. Su has agreed, let's finalize it. However, the handover and transfer procedures are quite complicated and may take about a week. According to the rules, you must first pay a 10% deposit. And if the transaction fails due to Mr. Su's reasons, we will not refund the deposit. Of course, no problem. After seeing Subai nod in agreement, Yi Hong dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Zhou Wenhua. May I ask what instructions you have for me? The person who answered the call was Zhou Wenhua, the financial director of Dongjiang Restaurant. Mr. Zhou, please come to room 3 immediately. Yi Hong instructed. Understood, Mr. Yi. Please hold on. I'll be right there. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Also, Lu Xian and Zhao Tianjiao, please come in as well. Shortly after, the three of them entered the private room together. First, I have an announcement to make. Both parties have reached an agreement to transfer Dongjiang Restaurant to Mr. Su for 200 billion yuan. Joe Director, please prepare to receive the deposit and the remaining payment. The transaction will be completed within a week. Yi Hong announced. Upon hearing the news, the three reacted differently. Zhou Wenwo looked indifferent. After all, he was a long-time associate of Yi Hong, holding multiple positions, and selling Dongjiang restaurant would actually lighten his workload. Lu Xian, on the other hand, looked utterly dejected. He was a senior professional manager hired by Yi Hong from a headhunting firm. Although losing this job would make it easy for him to find another one, it would be hard to find one as comfortable as this one. The happiest person at that moment was Zhao Tianzhou. She was so excited that her face was flushed red, looking absolutely stunning. Zhou Wenhua provided Su Bai with an account, and Su Bai didn't hesitate, transferring 10% of the deposit 20 billion immediately. After paying the deposit, the deal was essentially sealed. Even Yi Hong's gaze toward Su Bai had subtly changed. As Director Li Bin had mentioned, this young man could pull out such a large sum of cash without batting an eyelid to purchase the hotel. He must be the offspring of one of those ultra-wealthy families. Yi Hong knew little about these people. They were extremely low-key and mysterious, but their influence was terrifying. Just then, Su Bai suddenly spoke up. Mr. Yi, I have other matters to attend to and don't have much time to handle the handover procedures. Regarding the transaction, you can directly contact Zhao Tianzhou. She will be the general manager here from now on. Zhou Director, please proceed as Mr. Su instructed. Yi Hong said to Zhou Wenhua. Yes, Mr. Yi. He then turned to Su Bai, trying to strike up a conversation. Mr. Su, the deal is done, so we're friends now. Calling you Mr. Yi feels too formal. My name is Yi Hong, and I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Yi Gu. Since Yi Gu has said that, you shouldn't call me Mr. Su either. Just call me Lin Laodi. Ha, good. Su Laodi is indeed a straightforward person. If you ever come to the capital, be sure to get in touch with Brother Yi. I'd be honored to show you around as your host. Yi Gu, rest assured. If I ever have the chance to go to the imperial capital, I will definitely look for you. Su Bai said. He suddenly remembered that his cousin, Lin Xingcheng, was studying at the imperial capital. Who knows, maybe I'll actually need Yi Hong's help someday. Well, I won't bother you anymore. I need to head back to the imperial capital this afternoon. Su, remember, once you arrive in the imperial capital, you must come find me. Although I don't have much influence in the imperial capital, I do have some connections. I will. With that, Yi Hong left. Following him were Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian. Zhao Tianzhou stayed behind. She knew that from now on, she would be serving this young, almost childlike boss. Tianzhou, this hotel is now in your hands. Mr. Su, rest assured. I will manage the hotel well and will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 18, Further Enhancing Abilities, Officially Acquiring the Hotel. 10 minutes later, in the office of the chairman of Dongjiang Restaurant. Looking at this familiar room, Yi Hong couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. In just 1 week, this place would change hands. Behind him, Lu Xian was nervously speculating about his future. Lu Xian, the hotel is about to change owners. If you want to stay and work here, I can talk to Su Laodi for you. Even if you can't become the general manager, you could still be a department manager. Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes went dark. The two positions were vastly different in status, and he was even more so. Lu Xian's eyes darted around, and he quickly began to pledge his loyalty. Mr. Yi, since you're leaving, I don't want to work here anymore. I want to follow you. Lu Xian, there's no suitable position for you here at the moment. Why don't I give you this year's salary and let you look for another job? What do you think? Mr. Yi, the contract we signed still has several years left. You can't just abandon me like this. Lu Xian grew impatient. Lu Xian, I've already said it so plainly. Why don't you understand? Do you really want me to spell it out for you? Do you really think I don't know what you've been up to these past few years? It's just that you haven't crossed my red line yet, so I've been turning a blind eye. If I were to really pursue this, given what you've done, you'd be looking at 10 to 15 years in prison. Lu Xian was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to his knees on the spot. All these years, he had believed his little schemes were well hidden. For a top-tier hotel with annual revenue in the billions, they were insignificant. He never imagined that the boss had already uncovered all his secrets. Lu Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied wisely. Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll pack my things and leave immediately. Wait, you've worked for me for all these years. Even if you haven't achieved much, you've put in the effort. Go see Director Zhou to collect your annual salary for this year before leaving. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After speaking, Lu Xian quickly left the room. At the same time, on the other side. After eating his fill, Su Bai left the hotel. As someone who loved cars, he planned to buy a top-of-the-line sports car. However, after driving around for a while, he couldn't find a single one he liked. Even the slightly more expensive models at the 4S stores were out of stock and required pre-orders. So Su Bai headed straight to the mall, bought a laptop and some designer clothes to change into. Upon returning to the Ziyun Mountain Villa, he lay idly on the leather sofa and checked his personal information panel. Name, Su-bai. Stamina, 24. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 31. Skills, car driving skills, beginner level. And used premium points, 20. Compared to before, a new skill bar suddenly appeared on the interface, displaying the skills Su-bai had already mastered. Additionally, the unused VIP points have accumulated to 20. It seems that as long as I keep spending money, I can obtain corresponding wealthy points. There seems to be no need to be too cautious about it. Su-bai added another 10 luxury points to his stamina. The next moment, his body suddenly began to heat up. His muscles began to swell continuously, eventually reaching the level of a bodybuilding champion. His vision, hearing, and other sensory abilities underwent drastic changes. Immediately afterward, Su-bai added 3 more luxury points to his mental attributes. Instantly, he felt his mind grow crystal clear, as if he had truly become much smarter. Finally, he added 3 more points to his driving skills. After all, how could one possibly master luxury cars without the driving skills to match? Due to the recent physical exertion, Su-bai was sweating profusely. He went to the top floor, stripped off his clothes, and jumped directly into the crystal clear pool. This feels amazing. After swimming a few laps in the pool, Su-bai couldn't help but exclaim. He then climbed out of the pool and headed to the changing room. There was a large mirror there, perfectly reflecting Su-bai's entire body. Is that me? Su-bai couldn't believe his eyes. Although the face in the mirror was indeed his own, it was much more handsome than before. Moreover, Su-bai had been extremely thin before, unable to support his nearly 1.8-meter height. But now, his body had developed definition and exuded a sense of strength. After staring for a moment, Su-bai snapped back to reality and exclaimed with genuine admiration. This system is truly unbeatable. After changing into a brand new outfit he had just purchased, Su-bai once again stood before the massive mirror. The reflection in the mirror showed a man who was not only handsome but also well-proportioned, with the kind of wealth that suggested he came from a wealthy family, the epitome of a top-tier rich and handsome guy. With this appearance, he could easily pass as a playboy. Before leaving, Su-bai couldn't resist dropping a cool line. Gentlemen, keep an eye on your girlfriends, sisters, and younger sisters, because I'm heading out. Ha ha. Soon, it was evening. Su-bai walked into Dongjiang restaurant with a confident stride. Hello, Mr. Su. Good evening, Mr. Su. Upon seeing Su-bai, the few receptionists at the entrance greeted him enthusiastically. The news that Dongjiang restaurant had changed hands and that Su-bai was the new owner had already spread like wildfire throughout the entire hotel. It was said that General Manager Lu Xian had been dismissed due to embezzlement, corruption, and sexual harassment of subordinates. The new general manager will be Zhao Tianzhou. After ensuring that Su-bai couldn't hear their conversation, the receptionists began to gossip again. Mr. Su is so young and handsome. Yes. He's exactly my type, young, handsome, and wealthy. You, Su Dong, would never look at you. Pfft, I think you're just jealous. Who says Mr. Su wouldn't like someone like me? I can tell just by looking at him. Manager Zhao is exactly the type Mr. Su likes. If you eat the same dish every day, wouldn't you get tired of it? What if Mr. Su gets tired of it and wants something new? Then we'll have our chance. These whispers didn't reach Su-bai's ears. He had just arrived in the lobby when Zhao Tianzhou hurried over. Tianzhou? Aren't you supposed to be the general manager now? Why are you waiting here for me? Su-bai asked in confusion. Mr. Su, please rest assured. I am now the general manager. I came here to give this to you. After speaking, Zhao Tianzhou handed Su-bai a small notebook. Thank you for your hard work. I have no other matters. Please go back to your duties immediately. Su-bai suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added. Also, could you please ask your sister and brother-in-law? I'd like to treat them to a meal as a token of my gratitude. No problem, I'll get back to you shortly. Plus, I've just taken over the position of general manager, so I have a lot of new things to learn. I won't bother you anymore. Then, the receptionist behind Zhao Tianzhou took her place. Zhao Tianzhou herself hurriedly left. Mr. Su, please follow me. The receptionist said respectfully. I know the way here very well, you don't need to guide me. Mr. Su, Ms. Zhao has already arranged a different private room for you today, so please let me lead the way. The receptionist explained. What? Why change a perfectly good private room? Su-bai asked in confusion. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Tycoon and the Exorbitant Gift. Mr. Su, previously, as a VIP guest of Dongjiang Restaurant, you could only use the third private room. But today, since you have been promoted to chairman of Dongjiang Restaurant, you can now use the chairman's exclusive private room, room 1. The receptionist explained patiently. Alright, I understand. Su-bai no longer dwelled on the matter. After having a meal, he went to visit several 4S car dealerships. Unfortunately, Su-bai still couldn't find the sports car he liked. After some inquiries, he learned that those limited edition luxury sports cars were snapped up as soon as they hit the market, and none were available at the 4S stores. Only at some top-tier car dealerships might one find one or two, and the prices would be significantly higher than the original factory release price. However, even then, one would need some connections to establish contact with these top-tier dealerships. After much consideration, Subai realized that among his network of contacts, only his newly adopted older brother, Yi-hong, seemed to have the influence to make this happen. So, he gave Yi-hong a call. Soon, a familiar voice came through the phone. "Su brother, I didn't expect you to arrive in the capital so quickly." "Yiga, actually, my people are still in Dongjiang. But there's something I need your help with." "Go ahead and tell me." "Those globally limited edition supercars, I want to buy a few. Do you have any connections?" Subai cut straight to the point. "Ha, I didn't expect you, Su brother, to also be into collecting limited edition sports cars. Yiga, you're making it sound like there's no man who doesn't love cars." "Ha, you're right. Su, regarding this matter, I happen to be able to help you. Back then, I partnered with a friend to run a car dealership, specializing in buying and selling used cars for profit." Yi-hong was telling the truth, though he was being modest. In reality, only top-tier models could make it into his dealership. As for cars priced under 10 million, Yi-hong doesn't even bother looking at them. "Alright, Yi-ge, find me a suitable one quickly." Bugatti Veyron, a limited edition supercar, released 3 years ago, with only 8 units produced globally. "Su, what do you think?" The original factory price was around 6 million, but since it's a discontinued limited edition, the price may fluctuate a bit. "Alright, I'll give you a flat rate of 8 million. How about that?" "No problem, Yi-gu. Do you have any photos of the car you mentioned? Send me a couple so I can take a look." "Alright, I'll take some photos and send them to you right away. When you drive this car around the Dongjiang University campus, you'll definitely be the center of attention." "Yi-gu, you really know me well. I'll just transfer the money to you right now." "So, Su, are you planning to come to the capital city to pick up the car yourself, or just have it shipped?" "I'll come personally to drive it when I have a break. I actually have some business to attend to in the capital city recently," Subai said. He planned to take advantage of the vacation to visit his cousin Lin Xingcheng and improve her standard of living. However, these personal matters didn't need to be shared with Yi-hong. After everything was settled, Subai didn't even blink as he transferred 80 million to Yi-hong. To him now, money was just a number. With the sports car finally secured, Subai returned to his villa. Just then, he suddenly remembered what his cousin had told him earlier. So Subai specifically downloaded the Shuyang Live app, registered an account, and named it Dongjiang Fisherman. He had never even seen this live streaming platform before. When he entered his cousin Lin Xingcheng's live stream, it was already midnight. And this little girl was in the middle of her live stream, having a blast. Lin Xingcheng was thanking each viewer who had sent gifts in the live stream. However, most of them only sent small amounts, just a few dollars here and there. Subai glanced at the top donor, who had only sent over 10,000 yuan. The second-place donor was even worse, having only tipped less than $500. Subai felt it was necessary to remind this little girl. "Your older brother is already a billionaire, and you're still thanking people for such small gifts? That's so unbecoming. If others find out, where will I hide my face?" Subai directly topped up his account with 10 million yuan and prepared to send gifts to Lin Xingcheng. He had originally planned to spend tens of millions, but eventually decided against it. It wasn't because Subai was stingy or miserly, but because he was afraid of scaring the young lady. He'd wait until the holidays when he went to the capital city to tell her about it. Then, I'll have Lin Xingcheng give her aunt a heads up so that relatives and friends won't suspect me of doing something illegal. Thank you, Wanggu, for the gift. Thanks to Xiao Xingxing for the gift. Thank you to senior brother for the supercar. Thank you, thank you. Subai looked for a while and noticed that someone named Senior Brother had directly gifted Lin Xingxing a supercar. And he was the top-ranked person. A supercar is only worth $200. Can that really make you the top-ranked player? Subai sneered disdainfully and then sent a comment. "Little sister, if you're willing to call me Big Brother, I'll take the top spot in a second." At the same time, in the dormitory of Yunhu University in the capital city, Lin Xingcheng was live streaming. The comment Subai had just sent caught her attention. The next moment, she blurted it out without hesitation. After all, even if this is fake, calling him Big Brother won't cost her anything. "Dongjiang Fisherman, you said you'd take down the top player in seconds. Is that true?" "Of course." Subai started sending gifts. "Then I'll thank the fisherman first." Just then, the top-ranked player couldn't resist speaking up. "Who are you? Trying to steal my top spot? Do you even have the skills?" Subai didn't bother responding and directly chose the most expensive super rocket. "Woohoo! Take off." Dongjiang Fisherman, sending the livestream little bundle a Super Rocket X1. Subai typed quickly. Following? Senior Brother, sending the Super Rocket X1 to the live streamer Little Dumpling. Dongjiang Fisherman, sending the Super Rocket X2 to the streamer Xiaotuanzi. Dongjiang Fisherman, sending Super Rocket X3 to the streamer Xiaotuanzi. Dongjiang Fisherman, sending Super Rocket X66 to streamer Xiaotuanzi. Chapter 20 Chance Encounter with the School Beauty, Enemies Meet and Sparks Fly. Each super rocket is worth 2,000 yuan, and 66 of them together would amount to over 100,000 yuan. That senior's top fan followed him for over 10 times before daring to follow anymore. The special effects of the super rockets also appeared on the homepage of Shiryang Live. This is similar to how it works on Douyin Live. Immediately afterward, the live stream's viewership began to skyrocket. Everyone rushed in to pay homage to this mysterious tycoon who had spent 66 super hot rockets in one go. Holy crap, a big shot! This Dongjang fisherman, I feel like I've seen him before? Damn it, this is a super big shot from Douyin. Last night, he spent over 3 million on gifts for an unknown small streamer. Really? It's definitely him. I never expected him to show up here. A big shot is a big shot. He dropped 66 super popular posts in one go. That's so impressive. How come I've never heard of him before? He has only been famous for a few days, and he has been doing it in some small live streams. Oh, I see. Imperial Capital. Yunhu University, Girls' Dormitory. Xincheng, who's so rich that they can afford to send you so many gifts at once. Could it be that some senior is planning to pursue you? But to be honest, this guy totally outshone Zhou Sudong, that cheapskate. He keeps saying he likes you, but he only sent a dozen super rockets and then went silent. I'll remember that name, Dongjiang Fisherman. He's clearly some rich kid. At that moment, Lin Xincheng was also completely baffled. She didn't even know who this Dongjiang Fisherman was. But the guy didn't say a word. As soon as he entered the live stream, he spent over $10,000 on gifts. Who could handle that? Lin Xincheng's live streaming career had only just begun, and she had very low popularity. So the main people coming to support her were her classmates. The top donor in Lin Xincheng's livestream was her senior, Zhou Sudong. With his wealthy family background, he was actively pursuing Lin Xincheng. What do you think? Should I add this rich guy as a friend? Lin Xincheng sought advice from her roommates. Generally speaking, as long as you can keep the big spenders on the rankings, the streamer's income is guaranteed. For this reason, many streamers actively add the top 3 fans as friends. To keep the big spenders around and encourage them to send more gifts, some streamers even ask them to meet up in person. Next comes the special services tailored for wealthy fans. Xincheng, as a girl, you must be reserved. Actively adding male friends will make you look down upon. Moreover, if he's also at school and wants to pursue you, he'll definitely give himself away. So, just stay put for now. After sending 66 rockets, Subai stopped. It's not that he's stingy, he's mainly afraid of scaring this little girl. Plus, giving her millions of dollars all at once could make her a target. It's better to wait until they meet in person before being honest about it. After finishing the gifts, Subai didn't reveal his identity and simply exited the live stream. Next, he browsed around the platform, entering the streams of his favorite streamers and sending them a bunch of super rockets. Over the course of an hour, Subai had already gifted hundreds of super rockets to over a dozen streamers. Over $1 million were simply given away like that. Soon, the name Dongjiang Fisherman became wildly popular on the Shiryang live streaming platform. Many small streamers were eagerly awaiting this big spender to enter their live streams. The revenue from those few rockets had already surpassed their monthly income. Additionally, Subai could bring massive traffic and exposure. Without exaggeration, Dongjiang Fisherman's favor could even change the careers of some small streamers. Meanwhile, Subai, who was the object of everyone's admiration, was idly refreshing his livestream. Just then, he suddenly spotted a familiar-looking livestream cover. The beautiful woman on the cover is actually Han Shiyun, the campus queen of Dongjiang University. Has she started live streaming too? It seems like I'm really falling behind the times. Subai smiled and clicked in out of curiosity. After all, Han Shiyun is also a prominent figure at Dongjiang University. Not only does she have a face that could make fish sink and birds blush, but her figure is also curvaceous. Moreover, she was talented in both singing and dancing. At the freshman welcome party during her first year, she captivated over 70% of the male students on campus with her sensual and alluring dance moves. From then on, all sorts of gossip about Han Shiyun became the hottest topic on campus. There were even rumors that she was involved with several wealthy and handsome men, but none of them could win her over. Wang Tianchang was one of the many admirers. These wealthy and handsome men went to extreme lengths to win her favor. Luxury handbags, designer clothing, pearl necklaces, and diamond rings weighing several carats. And even a super-rich second-generation heir who directly gifted her a luxury sports car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Subai couldn't help but marvel, this is truly a master. Moving among the wealthy and handsome men, she maintained a teasingly distant relationship, stirring their competitive spirit and desire to conquer. Han Shiyun isn't just a stunning beauty, she's also talented and versatile, naturally winning the hearts of the audience. When Subai entered the livestream, there were already over 10,000 viewers watching simultaneously. His appearance naturally caused quite a stir. Unlike Douyin live streams, Shiryang Live has an additional account level system. For every 10,000 yuan worth of gifts donated, the viewer can level up, with no upper limit. The higher the level of a viewer, the cooler their special effects when entering the live stream. Subai had just donated 1.84 million yuan and naturally reached level 184. In Han Shiryun's livestream, he is now the highest ranked viewer. The second highest ranked viewer is only at level 120. Dongjiang Fisherman Brother, welcome to my livestream. Subai didn't bother saying much, he just immediately sent her 66 super rockets. Dongjiang Fisherman, sending the host Han Xiaoxiao 2 super rockets. Dongjiang Fisherman, sending 66 super rockets to streamer Han Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Dongjiang Fisherman Brother, for the 66 super rockets. Would you like to hear me sing or watch me dance, Fisherman Brother? Han Shiryun immediately rushed over and started fawning over her. She was so eager to improve. Holy crap, it's the Fisherman Big Shot. I heard that no matter which livestream Fisherman Big Shot enters, he'll at least tip the streamer dozens of super rockets. Then he'll turn and leave immediately, not staying a single second longer. Fisherman Big Shot, you're running too fast. I chased you for ages and finally got to see you in person. Fisherman Brother, do you need a bed warmer? Han Shiryun's livestream was instantly flooded with comments. But just as Subai was enjoying the attention, another big shot entered the livestream. His entrance effect was so dazzling it blinded everyone. And this big shot's level was a whopping 256, instantly pushing Subai down to second place. As soon as he entered the live stream, he sent a comment that shimmered with golden light. This was a privilege reserved for big shots above level 200. Shiryun, did you really mean it when you said you wanted to go on a date with me earlier? Of course, Tanchang, as long as you spend more on gifts than the top spender today, I'll go on a date with you. Han Shiryun replied immediately. Hearing this, the onlookers who had gathered there were all a bit taken aback. Wow, I just saw the new goddess, and she's already being swept off her feet by a rich guy? No way. That's Wang Tianchang, the rich and handsome guy from our school. His family is super wealthy. It seems like he's ready to spend big tonight to win over Han Shiryun. This is big news. I've already thought of the headline, mysterious rich and handsome guy from Dongjiang University spends millions to win the school beauty's smile. Wow. That's so sensational. It'll definitely make the campus forum's front page. After finishing sending gifts, Subai was about to leave when he suddenly saw Wang Tiancheng's name. Damn. After stealing Lin Shui, he actually dares to pursue the school flower Han Shiryun. He's just a dog that can't change its spots. What a delusion. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of. Chapter 21, The Showdown Between Rich Kids. Wang Tiancheng has been chasing Han Shiryun for so long, spending a fortune, but still hasn't succeeded. But Han Shiryun hasn't explicitly rejected him either, occasionally teasing him with subtle flirtations, leaving him restless with desire. It can only be said that when it comes to handling men, Han Shiryun is second to none. Wang Tiancheng's parents are well-known entrepreneurs in Dongjiang province, with a fortune of several billion. As a result, Wang Tiancheng spends money lavishly and is renowned as a playboy at school. With his financial clout, he had never failed to win over any woman he set his sights on. Once he grew tired of the school's goddesses, he turned his attention to female streamers. But to his surprise, his wealth and influence seemed to have no effect on Han Shiryun. Over the course of several months, he spent hundreds of thousands on Han Shiryun, yet he hadn't even touched her hand. Of course, the other suitors were no different. However, this temporary failure only served to ignite Wang Tiancheng's desire for conquest. He made up his mind that no matter how much money he had to spend today, he would do whatever it took to win Han Shiryun over. This way, he could not only satisfy his own desires but also humiliate the other suitors. As for Lin Shui, once he's had his fun with her, he'll get bored of her. If Lin Shui didn't mind, he could tolerate her for a few more days. But if she dares to compete with Han Shiryun for favor, then she should get out of here immediately. Recently, Han Shiryun's mood has also been a bit gloomy. Although her family background was average, her parents would spend a fortune on any talent she had that could be showcased. Piano, ballet, singing. And she herself has a natural talent for singing and dancing. So from elementary school to high school, Han Shiryun was always the center of attention at school. Even after she left home to attend university in Dongjiang province, she quickly became the object of everyone's admiration. The clever Han Shiryun always kept herself between several wealthy and handsome men, causing them to compete for her attention by giving her various expensive gifts. Some even went as far as to give her a luxury sports car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. She dared not accept such luxurious cars, but she did receive numerous high-end clothes and designer handbags. These gifts were all sold at a low price, bringing in a significant amount of money. However, Han Shiryun was not satisfied with this. She decided to start a live streaming channel, hoping that her admirers would send her gifts. In just a few months, she earned over $1 million from her live streams. This was much faster than selling gifts at a discount. Han Shiryun couldn't help but feel overjoyed. But recently, she noticed that these fanboys seemed to have lost interest in her. 2 or 3 of them had even switched their allegiance to others. What's more terrifying is that the richest of these lapdogs, Wang Tiancheng, has also started pursuing others. It's said that these past few days, he has been seen entering and exiting Dongjiang restaurant with that Linshua every day. This instantly gave Han Shiyun a strong sense of crisis. She knows that this relationship is about to fall apart. After all, no one is a fool. Investing so much in someone without getting any tangible benefits in return, what's the point? It's better to go after someone else. So, Han Shiyun made a bold decision. She hinted to those few sycophants that whoever could secure the top spot on the livestream's leaderboard tonight would get a date with her. At present, Wang Tiancheng, the strongest competitor, has already taken the bait. Now all that's missing is someone who can go head to head with him in a showdown. As long as the two of them are here, tonight is sure to be a huge success. Upon hearing Han Shiyun's response, Wang Tiancheng also began sending gifts, preparing to reclaim the top spot. The current leader on the chart is Zheng Yong. He had previously sent over 680,000 gifts to Han Shiyun. He himself is currently in second place, having sent approximately 400,000. In other words, if Wang Tiancheng sends another 300,000 yuan worth of gifts, he can take the top spot. Of course, this is assuming Zheng Yong doesn't show up. Just as one speaks of someone, they appear. A person named Yongchuan Tianya suddenly entered the live stream. His account, which was over level 300, instantly stole all the spotlight from Wang Tiancheng. Sure, I'm here. That's right, this is Zheng Yong. Welcome, Yonggu. Thank you for your support, Yonggu. Sure, I've prepared exceptionally well today. I won't give up until I get you. Brother Yong, Shiyun is waiting for you. Just as the two were chatting happily, Wang Tiancheng's comment popped up. Zheng Er, I'm still here. Don't talk so confidently. You'll end up eating your words later. Wang Dexian, I don't even bother to take you seriously. Let's settle this with our hands. Although both of them were acting tough, their hearts were racing with anxiety. After all, their family backgrounds were similar, and continuing this rivalry would only lead to mutual destruction. But there was nothing they could do. The moment they thought of Han Shi's delicate, fragile body and her seductive voice, they felt like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Enough talk. Super rocket launch. I am the only one, sending the Super Rocket X1 to streamer Han Xiao. Brave the heavens, sending the Super Rocket X1 to streamer Han Xiao. I am the only one, sending host Han Xiao a Super Rocket X66. Brave the heavens, a Super Rocket X66 for streamer Han Xiao. Half an hour later. I am the only one, Super Rocket X1314 for streamer Han Xiao. Brave the heavens, sending Super Rocket X1314 to streamer Han Xiao. At the same time, countless onlookers rushed to the livestream to watch the commotion. The number of concurrent viewers had already surpassed 100,000. The screens were flooded with comments like "The big shot is amazing" and "Big shot 666." No one cares about Han Shiyun's livestream anymore. Everyone wants to know which side will win the match and win the beauty. Han Shiyun was so happy she was about to faint. She never expected that the two of them would be so generous, collectively sending over 5 million in gifts. Even after the platform takes its cut, Han Shiyun still ends up with nearly 3 million in net income. However, at the same time, Wang Tiancheng and Zheng Yong came to their senses. If they could use this to win Han Shiyun, it wouldn't be a loss. But if they ended up in second place, the gifts they had spent couldn't be refunded. Thinking this, Wang Tiancheng was the first to back down and called Zheng Yong. After the call connected, he got straight to the point. Zheng Er, my budget is around 5 million. If you can exceed that amount, I'll voluntarily withdraw, and you can refund the gifts I just sent. How about that? Chapter 22. The praying mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow comes from behind. On the other end of the line, Zheng Yong remained silent for a moment before offering a solution. Wang Tiancheng, I only need 3 million. If you can afford it, Han Shiyun is yours. If you think that's not possible, we'll just keep fighting to the end. Wang Tiancheng thought it over and agreed to Zheng Yong's proposal. Alright. I'll transfer 3 million to you, and you're not allowed to contact Han Shiyun again. Deal. Zheng Yong agreed readily. Wang Tiancheng didn't waste any time and transferred 3 million to Zheng Yong. People at their level, though a bit ruthless, kept their word. After transferring the money, Wang Tiancheng calculated again and found he was still 400,000 yuan short of the top spot. If he included that amount, he had already spent over 6 million on Han Shiyun. Even though Wang Tiancheng was a billionaire, the thought of spending over 6 million on a woman still made him feel a bit regretful. However, as long as he could win Han Shiyun, it would all be worth it. The reason Wang Tiancheng was willing to spend so much money on this girl was because she had never had a boyfriend before, and her virginity was still intact. For men, this is a huge plus. Therefore, Wang Tiancheng's evaluation of her is far higher than that of someone like Lin Shui. Meanwhile, after receiving Wang Tiancheng's 3 million, Zheng Yong kept his word and immediately left the livestream. The number of rockets he had sent remained at 1,314. Seeing this, the onlookers were completely baffled. Just moments ago, they were fighting tooth and nail, and now someone has suddenly dropped out? Wang Tiancheng immediately sent another 200 rockets, just enough to surpass Zheng Yong and take the top spot on the leaderboard. Yun, I'm already at the top of the rankings. Jung II has admitted defeat and left. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night for our date.
These words sparked another uproar in the live stream.
Holy crap, a date tonight? Everyone knows what that means. No, my heart is breaking. Can the sugar daddy and the goddess mention my name a few times while they're playing the game? That way, I can feel a little involved too.
Wang Tiancheng is using such a high-profile method to declare his ownership.
It's over. This is a disaster.
At this moment, Han Shiyun felt no joy at all from receiving the gift, only endless fear. She couldn't understand why Zhang Yong had suddenly given up the competition. After all, their family backgrounds were more or less the same. Han Shiyun's original plan was to have Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yong argue fiercely, making it impossible for them to part ways. Then she would step in as the peacemaker and go on a date with both of them. When the three of them were together, they certainly wouldn't do anything inappropriate to her. But now that Zhang Yong had suddenly withdrawn, it had completely ruined her plans.
What might happen during a one-on-one date with Wang Tiancheng? Han Shiyun dared not even think about it.
But with so many eyes watching, she couldn't back out now. Thinking of this, Han Shiyun sighed silently to herself.
You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. She could only accept it. At least there were over 2 million yuan in live streaming income to soothe Han Shiyun's wounded heart. Alright, Tiancheng, see you tomorrow. As soon as Han Shiyun agreed, the live stream exploded again. Heartbroken beyond words. Another goddess is leaving us.
Wang Tiancheng's massive, eye-catching golden comment appeared on the screen again.
Haha, great.
Shiyun, I'll make sure you have an unforgettable night tomorrow. Wang Tiancheng put on a polite facade, but inside he was grinding his teeth in frustration.
I spent over 6 million to get you. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days.
Just then, Su Bai, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally posted a comment. His account was also over level 100, so his comments stood out prominently.
I heard that if you make it to the top of the rankings, you can get a date with the streamer? Su Bai asked. Fisherman boss, please save our goddess.
Exactly, fisherman, hurry up and rescue the goddess from the devil's clutches.
Save her?
The fisherman boss is on the top list, the goddess is already hers. Then I want to see the fisherman big shot in action.
A clash between two powerhouses would be much more exciting.
The crowd was buzzing with discussion.
That's right.
Han Shiyun clung to this like a lifeline and hurriedly replied.
Alright. Su Bai said nothing more and immediately sent a rocket.
Dongjiang fisherman sending Super Rocket X1 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao.
5 minutes later.
Dongjiang fisherman sending Super Rocket X666 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao.
10 minutes later.
Dongjiang fisherman sending Super Rocket X1314 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao.
20 minutes later.
Dongjiang fisherman sending Super Rocket X2520 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao.
Half an hour later.
Dongjiang fisherman sending Super Rocket X5200 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao.
Chapter 23, regret it now? Too late.
The onlookers were stunned, Wang Tiancheng was stunned, and Han Shiyun was also stunned.
What does 5,200 super rockets mean? That's over 10 million. This is the largest donation ever made since Lion Tooth Live was established. Impressive. The fisherman boss is truly underestimated. 5,200 super rockets? Is this guy an insider at Lion Tooth Live?
Such a memorable moment, I have to send a comment to take a screenshot and keep it as a memento.
At this very moment, Wang Tiancheng feels worse than eating a fly. Over 6 million just went down the drain, not even a penny recovered.
Desperate to vent, he dialed Lin Shue's number.
Hello? Tiancheng, what's the matter? It's so late, why are you calling me? Lin Shue asked sleepily. Shue, come out immediately. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Wang Tiancheng ordered in a tone that left no room for argument. Tiancheng, it's already past 2 a.m. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk about it? I told you to come out right now. Wang Tiancheng said through gritted teeth. But. There's no but. Get out here immediately. If you dare refuse me, you know the consequences.
Lin Shui tried to say something else, but Wang Tiancheng slammed the phone down. She hesitated for a moment but decided to obey Wang Tiancheng's orders. Fearing she would wake her roommate, she could only fumble around in the darkness, slowly putting on her clothes. This would never have happened when she was with Su Bai. Su Bai truly loved Lin Shui with every fiber of his being, always thinking of her every moment. Whenever Lin Shui said she was hungry, no matter the time, Su Bai would buy food and deliver it directly to her dormitory building. Moreover, during their video calls, Su Bai had never spoken to her in such a commanding tone. Most importantly, Su Bai always respected her deeply. After 4 years together, he had never even considered crossing that final boundary.
And Wang Tiancheng? After he lured Lin Shui into bed, his true colors began to show.
Last month, Wang Tiancheng even tried to force himself on Lin Shui when she was on her period, showing no concern for her well-being. Now it's already 2:30 a.m., and he's still forcing himself to go out. He must be driven by lust again.
Thinking of this, Lin Shui couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. But she couldn't blame anyone else, she could only blame herself for being too foolish, too naive, and too vain. Just then, Lin Shui's roommate and best friend, Zhu Yan, woke up upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Xu Yan rubbed her eyes and asked curiously. Nothing, Yan, go back to sleep. I'm a bit hungry. Tian Chang is waiting for me at the school gate. Let's go eat something. Lin Shui replied. Zhu Yan noticed something off in Lin Shui's tone and quickly got up. At that moment, there were only the two of them in the room. So Zhu Yan turned on the light and saw Lin Shui sitting on the bed, crying while getting dressed. She rushed over and hugged Lin Shui tightly. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Did Wang Tianchang bully you again? No. What do you mean no? I'm sure something happened. Xiao Shui, I told you before, Wang Tianchang isn't a good person. Stay away from him. You didn't listen back then, and now you're regretting it, aren't you? Yan, I'm fine. You're still trying to deceive me. I've noticed you crying secretly several times at night. Xiao Shui, I really don't understand. Subai loves you so much, why did you choose Wang Tianchang? Is it just because he's rich? Yan, don't say another word. Xiao Shui, leave Wang Tianchang. Go back to Subai, he is the one who truly loves you and can bring you true happiness. Wang Tianchang is a scumbag. He's had at least a dozen girlfriends in the past few years, and he just dumps them after he's done with them. Yan, I can't go back. Everything is already over. Lin Shui could no longer control herself, burying her face in Zhu Yan's arms and wailing uncontrollably. Chapter 24, First Encounter, Lin Shui's Breakdown. A few minutes later, Lin Shui finally stopped crying. She broke free from Zhu Yan's embrace and continued dressing herself. Zhu Yan hurriedly held Lin Shui back and tried to persuade her. Xiao Shui, it's so late. Don't go out. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yan, it's impossible. Tianchang is still waiting for me at the school gate. If I don't go out, he'll abandon me. If he doesn't want you, let him go. What's the big deal? But I'm already pregnant with Tianchang's child. If he doesn't want me anymore, what am I supposed to do? Lin Shui cried. Xiao Shui, you sigh. Zhu Yan had so much she wanted to say, but in the end, it all turned into a sigh. After getting dressed, Lin Shui hurriedly rushed to the school gate. At the same time, Han Shiyun was excitedly flushed with joy. Thank you, fisherman brother, for the 5200 super rocket. Fisherman brother, I love you. XOXO. Immediately afterward, Han Shiyun couldn't wait to send Subai a private message through the app, which included her WeChat ID. After adding her as a friend, Subai fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already midday. After freshening up, Subai headed to Dongjiang restaurant. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. As soon as Subai walked through the main gate, the receptionists and front desk staff hurriedly greeted him. After lunch, he went straight to the chairman's office, sat in the spacious and comfortable executive chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Come in. Zhao Tianjiao pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Su, the hotel handover has begun. When would you like to meet? Tianjiao, I've told you before, I don't get involved in the handover. You make the decisions. Just notify me when it's time to pay the final installment. Alright, then I won't disturb Mr. Su's rest. Also, I'll make sure to leave the door open for you tonight. With that, Zhao Tianjiao turned and left the office. This is ridiculous. I've been teased again. Bored out of his mind, Subai sat in his chair, flipping through his phone. He opened WeChat and saw a message from his roommate Yang Dezhuang. Old Su, when are you coming back to school? Tomorrow. Subai replied. Old Su, I need to tell you something. Don't get too excited. Go ahead. That bastard Wang Tianchang posted the glorious deeds of you being his lackey on the school website. You're famous now. Damn it, send it to me right now. Soon after, Subai received a screenshot sent by Yang Dezhuang. In the screenshots, Wang Tianchang was tearfully accusing Subai of constantly harassing his girlfriend, Lin Shui. This is complete fabrication, utterly shameless. Not only did you steal my girlfriend, but now you dare to rub it in my face. It seems the lesson I gave you last night wasn't enough. Subai sneered and turned to send a message to Han Shiyun. 6 o'clock tonight at Dongjiang restaurant. Just give your name when you arrive. Alright, fisherman brother, I'm looking forward to meeting you. At that moment, Han Shiyun was completely unable to concentrate on her class. From morning until now, she had been constantly checking her phone, afraid of missing fisherman brother's call or message. Compared to nouveau riche like Wang Tianchang and Zhang Yan, Han Shiyun preferred to associate with top-tier wealthy playboys like Dongjiang fishermen. She was curious to see what this wealthy individual, who could casually spend over 10 million on gifts, actually looked like. Of course, Han Shiyun also worried that she might encounter a fat, ugly pervert. But what if he turned out to be a wealthy, handsome, and charming gentleman? As for the Dongjiang restaurant, Han Shiyun was naturally familiar with it. All the rich second-generation kids who had gotten entangled with her before would come here to eat. The afternoon passed quickly. After class, Han Shuryun deliberately returned to her dormitory, changed into a different outfit, and applied some light makeup. At 6 o'clock in the evening, she walked into Dongjiang restaurant wearing a low-cut dress, looking elegant. It must be said that Han Shuryun truly had an abundance of assets. No wonder so many rich second-generation kids were swarming around her, completely under her spell. Every part of her body was perfectly developed, and there wasn't even a single ounce of excess fat anywhere. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. As soon as Han Shuryun entered the hotel, the receptionists rushed over to greet her. "May I ask, miss, are you here to stay or dine?" "Hello, my name is Han Shuryun. Someone invited me here." Han Shuryun replied politely. "Miss Han, hello, please follow me." Immediately, a receptionist led Han Shuryun toward the direction of room 1. Upon arriving at the private room, there was no one inside. Han Shuryun, feeling nervous, randomly chose a seat and sat down. Moments later, the door opened. She jumped in surprise and looked toward the door. A young figure was just pushing the door open. Upon seeing the person who had entered, Han Shuryun felt a vague sense of familiarity. "Are you Su-bai?" She stood up and asked uncertainly. Chapter 25, So you were pretending to be poor? "Of course it's me." Su-bai replied casually. "Are you really Su-bai?" Han Shuryun couldn't believe her ears and asked again. "No doubt about it. So you're the Dongjiang fisherman who sent me over 1,000,000 gifts last night?" "What? Doesn't it sound like me? How is that possible? If you're Su-bai, how could you?" Han Shuryun forced herself to swallow the rest of the sentence. Over the past 2 days, Su-bai had indeed become famous at Dongjiang University. But it wasn't for anything good. His glorious deeds were circulating on social media and campus forums. After being a devoted suitor for 4 years, he ended up being stolen away by someone else. If the person in front of him was really Su-bai, how could he have been poached? He's the one who should be poaching others' girlfriends, not the other way around. Which goddess would break up with such a devoted and wealthy big shot? You must be out of your mind. Sigh, this is a long story. Sit down, let's talk over dinner. Han Shuryun sat down, but her eyes kept fixated on Su-bai. She couldn't believe that the man in front of her was the Su-bai everyone had been talking about at school these past few days. Soon, the private room door opened again, and the waiter began serving the dishes. Within 2 minutes, the table was filled with a feast. "Mr. Su, the dishes are all ready. Please enjoy your meal. If there's anything you need, just let me know." After speaking, the newly appointed head waiter left the private room. Wait. Why did the manager call him Mr. Su? Could that be Su-bai's real name? But why would the manager address a guest by their first name? Ever since meeting Su-bai, Han Shuryun's questions had been piling up in her mind. "Han Shuryun, let's eat first. You must be hungry too," Su-bai said as he poured her a glass of red wine. Han Shuryun looked at the lavish spread on the table and was utterly stunned. Those rich second-generation lackeys might bring her here to eat, but they never dare to order so much or such expensive dishes. Many of the dishes were ones she had only ever seen on TV. Curious, she picked a dish she had never tried before, added a forkful, and put it in her mouth. It was absolutely delicious. Han Shuryun felt as though her taste buds were dancing. She instantly let go of her inhibitions and began to eat with gusto. After they had eaten their fill, Han Shuryun couldn't help but confirm again. "Su-bai, the person causing such a stir at school these past few days, is that really you?" "It's definitely me. I even donated 10 centrifuges to the school, doesn't anyone know?" Su-bai replied helplessly. But why did Lin Shui break up with you?" "Han Shuryun, actually, I've always believed that true love shouldn't involve anything else. So I never revealed my identity, but you saw the result." "I understand now." Han Shuryun finally understood that Su-bai had been pretending to be poor all along. As for Lin Shui, that dim-witted girl, she actually believed he was genuinely poor, which is why she decided to break up with him so resolutely. "Actually, I just wanted to humiliate Wang Tiancheng last night because he stole my girlfriend. Just to annoy someone, he went ahead and spent over 10 million. How powerful is this guy, really? I must climb this tree." Han Shuryun made up her mind secretly. "Su-bai, don't be sad. After giving up one tree, there's an entire forest waiting for you." Han Shuryun comforted him. "It's not so bad. There's nothing to be sad about. After being dumped, I've come to terms with it. Since I have such excellent conditions, why not make the most of them?" "You're right, aren't you?" "Su-bai is right." Han Shuryun nodded quickly in agreement. "However, I still hope you can keep today's matter confidential, as I'm used to keeping a low profile and don't like drawing too much attention to myself. As a reward, I'll cover all your meals here from now on." Su-bai patted his chest and said decisively. "As long as Han Shuryun keeps coming here to eat, wouldn't that mean I can keep activating the system's 10,000-fold return feature? Plus, I can accumulate goodwill with this beautiful woman. This is like manna from heaven." Upon hearing this, Han Shuryun couldn't wait to agree, but she had to maintain a reserved facade on the surface. "Isn't that a bit much?" Actually, I don't really need to pay for this, because I'm the owner of this place. After leaving Dongjiang restaurant, Han Shuryun was still in shock. The guy everyone had been talking about at school, the so-called devoted puppy Subai, was actually a wealthy heir from a prominent family? Who could believe that? Even more outrageous is that he is actually the owner of Dongjiang restaurant. How much is Dongjiang restaurant worth? 100 billion? Or 200 billion? And Dongjiang restaurant seems to be just another ordinary business under Subai's name. So how much money does he actually have? 100 billion? Or 500 billion? What's even more ridiculous is that such a big shot was dumped by Lin Shui. She happened to know Lin Shui, as they were both members of the school's dance club. Though they weren't very close, they were at least acquaintances. If she found out about Subai's background, she'd probably regret it so much she'd wish she could eat her words. This is truly picking up a sesame seed and losing a jet plane. Since Subai still wants to keep a low profile and keep things confidential, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Besides, this way, it reduces potential competitors. Live streaming is probably out of the question now. As soon as I go live, I'll get flooded with insults. Those viewers can say anything. In their eyes, I'm probably already considered part of Subai's inner circle. But in reality, aside from eating, nothing has happened between the two of them. Han Shuryun doesn't want to approach him again and risk being insulted by others. Anyway, just from last night, she earned over 7 million in gift shares. First, she did buy herself a bigger house. And as long as she was connected to Subai, would she ever have to worry about money again? After dinner, Subai drove around the city for a while and bought some ordinary clothes. He planned to return to school tomorrow, so it was better to keep a low profile. When he returned to the Ziyun mountain villa, Zhao Tianjiu had already moved in with her luggage and was busy tidying up the house. Subai didn't disturb her and went straight upstairs. The next morning, when he woke up, Zhao Tianjiu had already set breakfast on the table. Tianjiu, good morning. Mr. Su, why did you get up so early today? Tianjiu, I'm still a student. I haven't been to class for 3 days. If I don't go back, the school will expel me. Let's go together then. After breakfast, Zhao Tianjiu drove her red Porsche 911 and dropped Subai off at school. Then she turned around and headed to Dongjiang restaurant for work. As soon as Subai entered the campus, he immediately became the center of everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know what this devoted suitor looked like. The girls were a bit better. They would just smile shyly when they saw Subai. Once he was out of sight, they would whisper about him. But the boys weren't so friendly. They deliberately stood beside him and shouted loudly. Hey! Isn't that Subai? It seems like it. I heard he was dumped by his girlfriend and was planning to drop out of school. Why did he come back? Probably to retrieve his belongings, right? Subai acted as if he hadn't heard a thing and continued walking toward the classroom. Bothering with these scum would only tarnish his image. Once I get that limited edition Bugatti Veyron back, I'll make sure to flash it in your faces and blind you all. Chapter 26, Subai's counterattack. Wang Tiancheng goes crazy. Subai walked into the classroom, and everyone looked up at him with curious glances. He had just sat down. Lu Pang and a few others surrounded him. They had previously shared a dormitory with Subai and had become very close friends. Though later, due to various reasons, Lu Pang and the others moved out, but this friendship hadn't grown any weaker because of this small change. Old Su, are you okay? Lu Pang asked worriedly. Subai sighed helplessly. I really wasn't trying to jump into the river to commit suicide. You don't need to take it so seriously. That's good. We were just worried you'd give up on life after this. But that's beside the point. It's about our reputation. We're the 4 scoundrels, after all. The speaker was Fan Biao, one of the 4 lowlifes. That's right. One is gone, but there are thousands more. Don't give up on the forest just because of one tree. Zhou Wenhua said. He was also one of the 4 lowlifes. All right. You don't need to worry about me. Look at me. Do I look like the type to do something like that? Subai said. Lu Ping said, as long as you're okay, that's good. By the way, let's organize a get-together tomorrow. I've already contacted everyone. Once we confirm the location, I'll let you know. We haven't had a proper gathering in a while. Subai asked, why do we need a social gathering just to hang out together? Lu Ping chuckled and leaned close to Subai, whispering, of course it's because the girls at the social gathering are all pretty. They're art students from Dongjiang University, and their looks are way better than the girls at our school. Subai asked curiously, by the way, how did you meet the art students from Jiangdong Media University? Lu Peng said proudly, I recently started dating someone new, and she's from the media school. What? You've already switched again. You must change girlfriends faster than you change clothes. You jerk. It's because of rich kids like you that guys like me end up with nothing. I said, don't compare me to Wang Tiancheng. We're talking about feelings. He's just throwing money around. You tell me, every one of my exes broke up peacefully. We always parted ways amicably. No one ever said they'd kill themselves after breaking up, and besides, I've never stolen anyone's boyfriend. I don't see the difference. Subai replied seriously. Seeing that Lu Peng was about to argue again, he added. All right. I was just joking. I'll come over tomorrow afternoon. Thanks in advance, buddy.
Seeing this, everyone nodded and returned to their seats.
Time flew by, and before they knew it, the morning was over.
It was almost time for lunch break when the homeroom teacher suddenly walked into the classroom, stood at the front of the class, and said,
"It's almost May Day.
This year's May Day cultural evening will be pretty much the same as usual, with each class putting on a performance.
Are there any volunteers who would like to sign up?"
After finishing her speech, the homeroom teacher looked around the classroom, but no one responded.
Since that's the case, we'll have Suing Xue perform a piano solo again. I remember it was Ing Xue's performance last year, and now it's the same again this year.
There's no creativity at all.
Why don't one of you volunteer to collaborate with Ing Xue?
She can accompany on the piano while you sing. It would be a nice mix of genders, and the work wouldn't be too much.
Is there anyone willing to step forward?
As the words fell, the class monitor, Ding Wei, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I volunteer."
As the class monitor, I should take the lead.
Ding Wei's words immediately drew a wave of disdain, and everyone in the class snorted in contempt.
Earlier, when the teacher asked for volunteers, you didn't step forward. Now you're saying you want to take the lead by performing with Suing Xue. There's clearly something fishy going on here.
Everyone knows that Suing Xue is one of the school's 3 most beautiful girls, and she's especially famous for being aloof. The number of people chasing after her could circle the playground 3 times over.
Speaking of which, Suing Xue and Han Shiyun are really different.
Han Shiyun would accept any gift from anyone, but she would later sell them at a low price. But Suing Xue refuses to accept anything from anyone, or she just throws it straight into the trash. After Ding Wei signed up, a few more boys started signing up enthusiastically. However, the homeroom teacher ultimately allowed Ding Wei to participate. After all, he was the class monitor and always had some privileges in the teacher's eyes. The homeroom teacher instructed, "I don't expect you to win any awards, but you must not disgrace the class. If you do, it will damage the class's reputation. Over the next few days, practice more and get familiar with the routine." After saying that, the homeroom teacher left. Before long, someone suddenly appeared at the door.
"Excuse me, is Su Bai in this classroom?"
As the clear voice rang out, everyone in the classroom turned to look at the door.
Immediately afterward, a series of shocked exclamations echoed through the room. "Wow! Am I seeing things? I think I saw Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun, one of the 3 goddesses. You didn't see wrong, I saw her too. Goodness gracious. Wait. Who did the goddess just say she was looking for? If I heard correctly, she mentioned Su Bai. Su Bai? No way." At that moment, a classmate spoke up, "Goddess, Han Shiyun, which classmate are you looking for?" Han Shiyun replied, "Su Bai." "Wow. It really is Su Bai."
At that moment, all the students in the class were filled with shock, and all their eyes were suddenly fixed on Su Bai. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of so many people, Su Bai walked out, passing by Han Shiyun and saying, "Let's go." After saying that, Su Bai walked away with his hands in his pockets, while Han Shiyun followed obediently behind him. Just like a girlfriend waiting for her boyfriend to get out of class. As soon as the 2 of them left, the classroom erupted into chaos.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
It's only been 3 days.
Su Bai already got her. That's so bold.
She's one of the 3 goddesses.
Did you guys see that?
The goddess was following right behind Su Bai, looking so obedient.
Oh my god. It's killing me. Hey, slap me, tell me I'm not dreaming. Harder. It hurts. It really hurts. It's not a dream. It's actually not a dream. Ah. My heart is broken. By the way, what's the name of Su Bai's ex-girlfriend? Lin Shui. If I remember correctly, Lin Shui was stolen away by that guy Wang Tiancheng, right? If I'm still not mistaken, Wang Tiancheng is one of the 2 bodyguards protecting Han Shiyun.
That's impressive. Su Bai is so powerful, he pulled a masterstroke.
You mess with my woman, I'll take your goddess.
Now it's Wang Tiancheng's turn to spit blood. Chapter 27, the beautiful school flower steps in to save the day. The 3 of the 4 scoundrels exchanged glances, then shouted in unison. The third one is so powerful.
Suing Xue also grew curious.
After all, Han Shiyun, as one of the 3 goddesses, had always been seen moving between several wealthy second-generation heirs, but she had never been seen alone with anyone in private to avoid misunderstandings. But now, that had been broken. Not only were they together in private, but she had even taken the initiative to approach him.
Could it be that Han Shiyun's final choice is Su Bai? Thinking about it, Suing Xue couldn't figure it out. What charm does Su Bai have that would make Han Shiyun give up all those wealthy second-generation heirs?
To make Han Shiyun so obedient, it seems that this Su Bai is no ordinary man. Suing Xue began to develop a growing curiosity about Su Bai, unaware that curiosity was the first step toward being drawn in.
At that moment, Su Bai and Han Shiyun went to the playground.
It was lunchtime, and the playground was nearly empty, with only a few couples lingering around, exuding the sweet scent of love.
Han Shiyun, what do you need from me? Su Bai asked. Han Shiyun replied, Su Bai, if I have nothing to do, can't I just come find you? Then you could have called me or sent a message. There's no need to come all the way to the classroom and find me in front of so many classmates. Hey! Subai, you're being ungrateful. Really? I'm trying to help you. Help me? What do I need help with? Subai asked curiously. Han Shuryun said seriously, think about it. Because of your previous scandal, you're almost a laughingstock at school. Every time you show up, people start talking. They LL say, look, that is Subai, the guy who is so useless his girlfriend was stolen from him. Look at now, after I went to the classroom to find you once, they no longer gossip about you being stolen away, but instead wonder if we're together. So, do you think it's better for them to gossip about you being dumped, or to speculate about our relationship? Subai thought about it carefully and realized that was actually true, so he thanked her. Thank you so much, Han Shuryun. Saying thank you is too polite. I haven't even thanked you for all the gifts you bought for me. Not only did you prevent me from going on a date with that Wang Tiancheng, but you also treat me to fancy meals every day. But Han Shuryun, aren't you worried about what people will say about you? What if it ruins your reputation? Han Shuryun shrugged indifferently and said, it's no big deal. What can I do? I can't refuse a favor. The two chatted casually as they strolled around the playground. However, the matter of Han Shuryun going to the classroom to find Subai and then obediently following him afterward grew increasingly intense. The school wasn't very big, and since it involved one of the three goddesses, gossip spread like wildfire. Of course, the three troublemakers played an indispensable role in this. After all, communication is highly developed nowadays. Anything posted in a WeChat group spreads like wildfire in no time. Among them, the most widely circulated version was the revenge theory. 3 days ago, when Wang Tiancheng stole Subai's girlfriend Lin Shui, everyone knew about it. And just 3 days later, Subai managed to win over Han Shuryun, the goddess he had been pursuing for months without success, and even changed his usual icy goddess persona to that of a sweet little girl. The contrast was striking. This is truly a case of the higher the wall, the longer the ladder. It left Wang Tiancheng's face red with shame. At first, no one believed it, as it was simply too hard to fathom. After all, Han Shuryun wasn't lacking in wealthy second-generation bachelors, yet she hadn't even batted an eyelid. Subai, a penniless loser with nothing to his name, what could possibly make Han Shuryun fall for him? However, when everyone saw Subai and Han Shuryun walking side by side out of the school, they had to accept this unbelievable reality. Actually, Subai had just planned to take a stroll and then go home. But now it was already noon, time for lunch, so he decided to invite Han Shuryun to eat together. Han Shuryun naturally agreed. So, the two of them walked out of the school side by side in broad daylight. Many people saw them. Among them were Wang Tiancheng and Lin Shui. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Tiancheng wanted to rush over and beat Subai senseless, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, charging in without any connection would only embarrass himself. Especially when he thought about how he had spent 6 or 7 million and hadn't even gotten Han Shuryun to glance at him, yet Subai, this loser, had managed to win her over in just 3 days. 3 days earlier, when Subai was dumped, he had felt exactly the same way. He didn't even feel like eating. With a wave of his hand, he returned to his dormitory, leaving Lin Shui alone and lonely where she stood. Lin Shui felt just as bad inside. Seeing Subai and Han Shuryun laughing and talking, her heart felt like it was being stabbed with needles. She felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Originally, the spot walking side by side with Subai should have always been hers. Yet she had forcefully pushed Subai away into the arms of another woman. Some things are only appreciated once they're lost. She is currently with Wang Tiancheng and has always been cautious, afraid that she might do something wrong and upset him. When she was with Subai, it was always Subai who was being careful and gentle with her, pampering her like a princess. It wasn't until now that she truly realized how invaluable Subai's efforts over the past 2 years had been. Yan Yan was right. No one will ever love her the way Subai did. But it's all too late. She destroyed her own happiness with her own hands. Lin Shui's eyes were red, and she finally left in tears. As for Subai, after they finished their meal, the two went to Dongjiang restaurant for a midday rest. Subai went to the chairman's office, while Han Shuryun booked herself a presidential suite. With Subai, the chairman of Dongjiang restaurant, around, all expenses were naturally covered. In the afternoon, the two returned to school together, inseparable. Being out for 2 or 3 hours at a time was bound to spark speculation. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. As Subai strolled around campus, just as Han Shuryun had said, the way his classmates looked at him had changed from initial disdain to envy and jealousy, with a hint of hatred mixed in. He enjoyed the attention and decided to walk back to Dongjiang restaurant. As soon as he entered the gate, 4 beautiful, tall receptionists bowed and shouted as usual. "Good afternoon, Mr. Su." The new manager also hurried over, bowing and shouting, "Good day, Mr. Su." Subai said to the manager, "There's no need to be so formal. You're all part of the same hotel. Go back to your duties. I'll go up alone." After all, this was a place where people from all walks of life gathered, and with so many people around, he didn't want to reveal his identity too easily. "Understood, Mr. Su." So, Subai entered the elevator. He didn't notice that in the corner of the lobby, there had been a beautiful young woman sitting there, observing him ever since he entered. Everything that had just happened to Subai was quietly etched into her mind. Chapter 28, a third-rate director and an amateur investor. Sun Si had been sitting there for nearly an hour. She was a student in the acting department of Dongjiang Media University and was now in her third year. Typically, third-year students in the acting department begin planning for their future, such as leveraging their existing connections to gain some attention, secure a small role in a film, or something similar. This would lay a solid foundation for entering the entertainment industry. Her classmates were all more talented than the next, some already appearing in low-budget films, and the more successful ones had even become supporting actresses with a bit of fame. However, she hasn't landed a single role in her entire third year. It's not because she is not attractive or doesn't have a good figure. After all, both her figure and appearance are top-notch, even among the handsome men and beautiful women at the Communication University's acting department. Given her outstanding looks and figure, the fact that she hasn't secured a role is entirely because she refuses to compromise her principles. She won't take a role just to get it, especially if it means doing something against her will. For example, flattering investors and directors. She has the means to do so. Her parents are business people, though their business isn't very large, they still have a few million yuan. She has never lacked money her entire life, so she wouldn't sell her dignity for a role. Some students with less favorable backgrounds not only sell their dignity but also their bodies for a good price. When she first entered her junior year, a director and investor took notice of her, offering her a supporting role in exchange for having dinner with the investor. At the time, she was naive and thought it was just a simple meal, so she didn't think much of it. However, during the meal, the director and investor kept forcing her to drink. Though she refused, it only emboldened the investor, who began groping her thigh without restraint. Sun Si didn't tolerate it and poured a glass of wine directly at him, nearly enraging the director to the point of threatening to blacklist her. Since then, no director has approached her for a role. However, today brought a turning point. A director offered her the role of the female lead in a big-budget production with over 100 million in investment, but they needed to meet in person to discuss the details. After careful consideration, she decided to meet him. After arriving at Dongjiang restaurant, the other party didn't call, so she waited in the lobby area. Then she noticed Mr. Subai. As soon as Subai entered, the receptionist bowed and shouted greetings. Though the distance was a bit far, she couldn't hear what was said, but she could clearly see that the four people's attitudes were extremely respectful. Later, the hotel's lobby manager also rushed over to bow. She had been sitting there for over an hour, and at least 2 or 3 dozen guests had come and gone, yet none of the receptionists had approached her to bow. Therefore, Sun Si was almost certain that Subai either had a background so powerful it was terrifying, or he was the behind-the-scenes young master of this place. However, none of that mattered to her. She would just keep waiting for the phone call. Half an hour later, the phone finally rang. "Shadow, I'm already at Dongjiang restaurant. Where are you?" The voice on the other end said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Just come over. I'm waiting for you in room 15. Sun Si hesitated. "Mr. Xiang, let's just talk outside." "Miss Sun, you must understand that what we need to discuss is confidential business information. If it were to be leaked, the investors might withdraw their funding." "Xiang, I still think it's better to talk outside. I promise I won't leak anything." "Miss Sun, I must remind you again, this is a production with over 100 million in investment. The female lead is a crucial role, and many people are eyeing this opportunity. I went through great lengths to secure it. If you don't come, I'll have to contact others." "Well, I'm sorry. I still can't make it. You'll have to find someone else." After saying that, Sun Si hung up the phone immediately. She had already been burned once. Would she let herself fall for the same trick again? Moreover, it was already dark. If she went into that room 15, would she be able to walk out unscathed? Picking up her bag, Sun Si returned to school. With her pride, she would never do something as foolish as sacrificing her dignity to become the second female lead. Dongjiang Restaurant, 15th floor. Room 1. This is Dongjiang Restaurant, the highest grade, most luxurious presidential suite. The price for one night is 66,666 sixes in a row. At that moment, inside the room, beside the so-called Shoto, stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a young woman in her 20s dressed like a secretary standing behind him. Xiang Daochen Xiang hung up the phone, his face flushed with anger. The middle-aged man, a short, stocky man, spoke up. Given Xiang Dao's reputation in the industry, he actually dared to refuse. He must be asking for trouble. Yuzone, this young girl is just a rookie, she knows nothing. I guess her family has some money, and she hasn't made up her mind yet. A rookie? A rookie is perfect. I love rookies. If you can get her, I'll invest another 10 million, no, 20 million. Yu Chenghai said. Chen Shangwei replied hesitantly, "That's a bit difficult, Mr. Yu. You saw her yourself just now. That little girl refuses to come over no matter what. Then have her come over and play the female lead directly. Let's see if she's still so stubborn." That's a good idea, but Yao Shui is the lead actress. If we replace her at the last minute, Yao Shui might have objections. Yu Chunghai shrugged indifferently and said, no problem. We haven't signed a contract yet. If they have objections, let them have them. I'm the investor, I'm the one with the money. Why should I care about some actress's face? I'll try my best. Not try your best, but not at all. At that moment, Chen Xiang was speechless inside. This despicable capitalist is using his capital to sleep with a girl. He's made a third-year college student, who's still studying, the lead actress in a big-budget production with over 100 million in investment. And he's even brought in a top-tier celebrity to play the second lead. If this gets out, Yao Shui's fans would probably curse his ancestors for generations. If the female lead puts in some effort, she could become an overnight sensation. If her acting isn't up to par and she ruins the film, the investors won't recoup their costs, and the public will condemn the project. In the end, all the blame will fall on him, the director. Even though he is already brimming with resentment, he still has to put on a sycophantic smile. Mr. Yu, rest assured. I'll do whatever it takes to complete the task you've assigned me. There's nothing we can do, money talks. Although he is a moderately famous director, he is not yet powerful enough to influence capital. Only top-tier directors have that kind of influence. If they decide to make a film, even A-list stars, including superstars, would rush to get involved. Countless capitalists would line up to offer you money. After all, at this level, choosing which company to work with means that the company's stock will soar, and the profits generated are astronomical. Capitalists are like that, they'll follow whoever feeds them. If you can make them money, you're their father. Of course, Chen Xiang is working hard. However, his personal abilities leave something to be desired. Chapter 29, Roommates Reunite, with a beauty in tow. The next day at noon, Lu Peng told Su Bai the address, it was at Dongjiang Restaurant. He also reminded him to arrive early and not be late, so as to make a good first impression on the beauties. Su Bai thought for a moment and sent a message to Zhao Tianzhao, instructing her to make sure everyone below her treated him as an ordinary guest and not to bow or call him Mr. Su again. He didn't want to reveal his true identity just yet. In the afternoon, he only had a few classes. After finishing them, Su Bai went to Dongjiang Restaurant and waited in the chairman's office for them to arrive. Those three jerks even said they wanted to take a shower and change clothes. Sun Si came to Dongjiang Restaurant again. However, she wasn't there to meet the director, it was her roommate Zhang Min's new boyfriend who had invited them over. The four of them stood at the entrance of Dongjiang Restaurant, waiting for Lu Peng and the others to arrive. Roommate Chen Lan asked, Minmin, your boyfriend isn't really having a meal at Dongjiang Restaurant, is he? We were just joking yesterday. Maybe we should change the location. Yesterday, they heard that Zhang Min's new boyfriend was going to treat them to dinner and asked them to choose the location, so they suggested Dongjiang Restaurant. It was just a joke, but they never expected he'd actually host a dinner here. No big deal. If he can't even afford to treat us to a meal at Dongjiang Restaurant, how could he possibly be worthy of being my boyfriend? Relax. Trust my judgment. Another roommate, Zhang Yun, said. It seems like your boyfriend is probably a rich kid. I'm so jealous. By the way, remember to ask your boyfriend if any of his friends are single, so you can introduce them to us. The friends of a rich kid must be rich kids too. Zhang Min thought for a moment and said, sure. He's bringing a few friends over for dinner this time. We'll see if any of you hit it off, and I'll play matchmaker for you. However, whether those few people are rich second generation or I have no idea. At that moment, Sun Si interjected, you guys shouldn't always be thinking about marrying into wealth. Actually, finding someone with potential is also a good option. See, you're just talking out of your ass. If you get tired out there, you can always go home and inherit a fortune. We ordinary people can't compare to you. The best we can hope for is to marry a rich second generation heir who loves us. As for becoming a celebrity, that's way out of our league. Not only would it require immense effort, but there's a high chance it'd all be for nothing in the end. Sun Si whispered, don't be so pessimistic. See, it's not that we're pessimistic, it's just that we're facing reality. We have no connections. To get a role with lines and stand out from the crowd, we have to go out drinking and eating with others, and in the end, we might even have to sleep with them. Even if we do all that, there's no guarantee we'll get the role. Even if you do get it, you might not become famous. And if you're not famous, you'll have to keep doing the same thing to get more roles. It's a never-ending cycle. So, I don't want to chase the dream of stardom anymore. I'll just skip the middle step, find a rich second-generation guy I like, have kids, and live a stable life. Sun Si fell silent. Because she knew all too well that without her parents' support, she'd probably be no better off than Zhang Yun and the others. Reality is just that cruel. Soon, Lu Peng arrived in his car, accompanied by two scoundrels. It was a BMW X7. At that moment, inside the car, Lu Peng pointed at the people outside Dongjiang Restaurant and said, see them? Those four people. Wow. They're so beautiful. They're both good-looking and have great figures. They're way more beautiful than the girls at our school. No wonder they're from the performing arts department of a media school, they have the potential to become big stars. If we picked any one of those four and put them in our class, they could easily outshine our class beauty, Suing Xue. Especially the tallest one. She's even more beautiful than Suing Xue, a goddess among goddesses. Beep beep. When they arrived at the parking lot outside Donjiang restaurant, Lu Peng honked the horn twice. That's my boyfriend. They're here. Let's go over there. Zhang Min spotted Lu Peng's car and led her 3 roommates over. The 3 of them got out of the car. After a brief introduction and some small talk, the 7 of them entered Donjiang restaurant and, guided by the waitstaff, went to the reserved private room. As soon as they sat down, Lu Peng called Subai and said, "Old Su, hurry over. We're in private room number 46. We're just waiting for you." "Alright. I'll be right over," Subai replied. "Sorry everyone, I have a friend who'll be here soon. Feel free to order whatever you like," Lu Peng said to the 4 girls. After hanging up, Subai went downstairs and sent a message to Zhao Tianjiao, telling her to come over later and say the hotel was having a promotion and the bill for private room 46 would be waived. Soon, Subai arrived at room 46. As he walked in, he apologized, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I was delayed on the way." As soon as they sat down, the dishes started arriving. Apart from Lu Peng and Subai, who had dined at Donjiang restaurant before, the other 6 were first-time diners here. They couldn't stop praising the delicious food. The dishes they ordered were just ordinary home-style dishes, unlike Subai, who always went all out with the best ingredients. Sun Si felt a sense of familiarity the moment she saw Subai. After thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered it was the same person who had been greeted with a bow by the waitstaff and the manager when they entered the restaurant yesterday. Wow! What a coincidence! Just yesterday, she had thought that she would never cross paths with someone like him in her entire life, yet here she was, sitting at the same table eating with him today. She was curious about Subai's true identity, but since they had just met and weren't very familiar with each other yet, she felt too shy to ask such questions. After dinner, Lu Peng suggested going singing, and everyone nodded in agreement. The karaoke place was on the upper floor. As a top-tier hotel, Dongjiang Shifu offered everything from dining to entertainment. When Lu Peng went to settle the bill, the hotel manager informed them that Donjiang restaurant was currently running a promotion, and their table had been randomly selected to enjoy a complimentary meal. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. After all, this was a meal at Donjiang restaurant, which would easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, and if they went singing afterward, it would be at least another 10,000. They all said this wasn't a treat and insisted that Lu Peng treat them again in the future. Lu Peng gladly agreed. Subai just smiled and said nothing. Sun Si, standing nearby, sensed that something was amiss. She wasn't new to dining at luxury hotels and had never heard of a bill being completely waived at most. They offer a discount. Especially at such a top-tier luxury hotel, waiving a bill of nearly 10,000 yuan, they must think money isn't worth anything. However, this only served to reinforce her suspicions. Subai was most likely one of the core executives of Donjiang restaurant, or perhaps even the young master. Since Subai didn't intend to reveal his identity, she naturally wouldn't expose him. Chapter 30, The Director Visits, Searching for the Female Lead. The waiter led them into the KTV private room at Donjiang restaurant. As soon as they entered the room, the group began to let loose. The lights in the room were dim, and with the alcohol starting to take effect, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Lu Peng and Zhang Min, the 2 of them, huddled in a corner where they could attract attention, and they were already hugging each other tightly, almost to the point of taking off their pants. Their passion was truly enviable. However, this little incident didn't dampen the others' enthusiasm. They continued with their own activities, the atmosphere remaining just as heated. Subai felt a bit bored. He couldn't seem to fit in. He wanted to leave but couldn't bring himself to speak. So, he could only focus his attention on the few beautiful women singing on stage. These women were all from the Performing Arts Academy, though some also had a natural talent for singing. Before long, they grew tired from singing. Intermission. The room fell silent. Lu Peng, seeing this, addressed the crowd. "Special thanks to the 3 beautiful ladies for coming." Then he added, "The one sitting next to me is my good friend Subai. This guy is still single. I wonder if any of the beautiful ladies here would be interested in my little brother. Feel free to give him your contact information. I can't guarantee anything else, but I promise he's absolutely devoted and loyal. He's the perfect choice for a boyfriend." Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but laugh. It was meant as a compliment, but it sounded more like an insult. After all, the fact that he was dumped at school was already common knowledge, and it certainly wasn't something to be proud of. Those who didn't know the details thought it was a compliment. But anyone who knew even a little bit would definitely see it as a joke. This guy was clearly a bit tipsy. Of course, Lu Peng wasn't aware of this at the time. After saying that, he just waited to see the reactions of the 3 beautiful women. He did his homework in advance. These 3 stunningly beautiful women are still single to this day, so with the noble intention of benefiting their brothers, this plan was hatched. According to his analysis, the tallest and most beautiful, Sun Si, must be a pro. Subai definitely can't handle her, and even he, an old hand, would have a tough time. As for the other two, Subai might have a chance. He looked at Subai and felt that something had changed about him. He seemed to have gained some muscle, and even his aura had shifted. He no longer looked like the timid, fawning guy who used to follow Lin Shui around. It seemed like the charm of a man had returned. However, the other two, Zheng Yun and Chen Lan, showed no reaction at all. There were 4 people in the dormitory. Apart from Lu Peng, who was attractive and came from a wealthy family, the others weren't worth their time. Let alone Subai, who needs a ride. Moreover, he was dressed in cheap, tacky clothes, looking so poor that he probably didn't even have enough money to afford a hotel room. Though he does have some good looks. But that doesn't put food on the table. Surely they wouldn't have to pay for a hotel room, would they? That would be embarrassing. Besides, they've seen plenty of good-looking guys at school. A guy like Subai isn't worth going crazy over for love. The two of them didn't react much, but surprisingly, Sun Si actually looked over, her gaze landing on Subai. She was curious. After all, Subai is a well-known big shot. Yet he insists on pretending to be poor. Could it be that he is trying to play the underdog? And he is hiding it so well that even his roommates, who spend every day with him, haven't noticed. At this moment, Sun Si really wanted to tell her 2 roommates that the opportunity to change their fate was right before their eyes, a golden opportunity waiting to be seized, yet they were oblivious to it. I wonder what kind of expressions these two will have on their faces after missing this opportunity. After all, these two have made marrying a rich second-generation heir their ultimate life goal. Missing out on such a top-tier rich second-generation heir would probably make them regret it until they're blue in the face. Well, since you 1T take the opportunity, I'll take the initiative. So, Sun Si stood up and walked toward Subai, extending her hand playfully. Subai, hello. I'm Sun Si, a third-year student in the acting department at Dongjiang Media University. Would you like to get to know each other? As she finished speaking, the previously noisy room fell silent. Lu Peng was so surprised that he nearly dropped the microphone. Wow! Can you believe it? Sun Si, this ultimate goddess, actually took the initiative. Could it be that she's interested in Subai? The 3 of them suddenly remembered that yesterday, the goddess Han Shiyun had also approached Subai on her own. 1 could be called a coincidence. But 2? What kind of magic does this guy have that makes goddesses keep coming after him? Could it be that after being dumped, this guy's love life has suddenly taken off? Subai was also stunned. But he quickly realized it was because of the system. Since getting the system, his love life hasn't stopped. Zhao Tianzhou. Then Han Shiyun. Now Sun Si is even taking the initiative to greet him. Sigh. Too much charm also has its drawbacks. They're all top-notch goddesses, and suddenly I'm caught in a dilemma. He. Who says you can only choose one? I'll take them all. He stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, Sun Si." So, the two exchanged contact information. Just then, the door suddenly opened. A short, stocky middle-aged man walked in. Following closely behind Yu Chenghai was director Chen Xiang, the man who had tried to meet Sun Si yesterday. The two of them were here to meet an investor and happened to see Sun Si was also there. Yu Chenghai had a sneaky idea, so he had someone follow her. After taking care of the investor, he rushed over specifically to meet her. As soon as he entered, Chen Xiang smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Xiang." Then he pointed to the short, stocky man and said, "This is Yu Chenghai, the boss. He has a business called Xin Yuan Entertainment. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. We've come here today to introduce ourselves. We heard you're students from Dongjiang Media University. Coincidentally, we're here to cast roles for a blockbuster film with an investment of over 100 million yuan. Why don't we have a drink?" Chen Xiang had just finished speaking. Yu Chenghai hurriedly walked up to Sun Si and eagerly said, "Wow! Sun Si is indeed as beautiful as rumored. She is even more stunning than many female celebrities. I think you'd be perfect for the lead role in this film." The guy was practically glowing with excitement. "She's truly stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. And she's even taller than him. Those slender calves, that curvaceous figure, that smooth, delicate skin. Just thinking about such a beautiful person being ruthlessly mistreated by him. It stirs his primal desires. And it only made him more determined to have her at any cost." Sun Si shook her head and said, "I'm not interested." Coldly. Sun Si now understood. No doubt Chen Xiang had invited her out yesterday just to accompany the short, fat Yu Chenghai. She only glanced at him once and already felt sick to her stomach. Just looking at him was torture, let alone having to drink with him. "What? You're not interested?" Yu Chenghai exclaimed in surprise. "This is a project with over 100 million in investment. Plus, the female lead could be the famous Yao Shui. If you take the lead role, you'll definitely become an overnight sensation." Sun Si remained expressionless, unmoved. But Zheng Yun and Chen Lan's eyes lit up instantly, and even Zhang Min was tempted. With Yao Shui as the female lead, this is clearly a golden opportunity to become famous. Since they were in the performing arts department, they must have always harbored dreams of becoming big stars, but they just hadn't had the opportunity yet. "Sorry. Not interested." Sun Si remained indifferent. I have ideas, Mr. Yu. Look at me. Mr. Yu. Do you think I'm suitable? Zhang Yun and Chen Lan approached and said. Chapter 31, how about joining me for a game?
Zhang Min felt a little tempted, but she didn't join in the fun. After all, her wealthy boyfriend Lu Pang was still nearby. If this caused a breakup between them, it wouldn't be worth it. Yu Chenghai wasn't interested in women like Zhang Yun and Chen Lan. After all, he slept with countless women of their caliber over the years.
He was only thinking about Sun Si.
Seeing that she remained unmoved, Yu Chenghai gave Chen Xiang a nod, signaling him to come over and try to persuade her. However, Sun Si didn't give them a chance to speak. She turned directly to Zhang Min and said,
Minmin, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll leave first. Have fun. Everyone, bye. Then, she turned to Subai and said, Subai, would you mind giving me a ride?
Subai hurriedly replied, of course.
He had been eager to leave but couldn't find a good excuse.
So, after exchanging greetings, the two left together.
Subai and Sun Si left.
This left Yu Chenghai, who remained in the private room, with a face so dark it seemed as though water could drip from it.
Interesting.
A woman who dares to be so disrespectful to him, this is the first time he has ever seen such a thing. Though he was the general manager of Xingyuan Entertainment, he felt powerless against someone who wasn't even part of the entertainment industry. As for Zhang Yun and Chen Lan, they sat on either side of Yu Chenghai, their faces adorned with fawning smiles, and began to toast him repeatedly. It was clear that they were genuinely eager to seize this opportunity to become overnight sensations. Among the three scoundrels, aside from Lu Pang, the other two were desperately trying to curry favor with Chen Xiang, as Chen Xiang held a significant position in the entertainment industry and was already considered a big shot compared to them.
Thus, everyone drank their wine with ulterior motives. Subai and Sun Si went downstairs. As they rode the elevator, Sun Si suddenly asked, Subai, is this Dongjiang restaurant your family's? Subai was taken aback. He didn't react immediately. Sun Si said, don't try to lie to me. I know you must have some connection to Dongjiang restaurant. Subai, feeling guilty, defended himself, I don't understand a single word you're saying. Subai, generally speaking, even if a hotel is running a promotion, they wouldn't waive the bill entirely. And the amount waived was over 10,000 yuan, that's really excessive. A discount would be more reasonable. Ah.
The hotel waiving the bill has nothing to do with me.
Sun Si, what are you talking about?
I still don't understand a word you're saying.
Subai said, feigning ignorance.
Whether Sun Si had seen through everything or not, it didn't really matter.
Subai still wanted to keep his life simple and low-key. Subai, you should know that women's intuition is usually spot on.
The free stay must have been arranged by you. Waiving tens of thousands of dollars at once must have been ordered by the hotel as higher-ups or someone in a key position. Once my roommates get back, we can analyze it further and figure out who has such power. At that moment, Subai felt that the woman in front of him was truly remarkable. Her IQ must be close to 180. Just from a free stay, she analyzed so many things. She should really consider becoming a private detective. It'd be a waste of talent. Of course, Subai didn't know that Sun Si had seen the scene yesterday, which is why she was so certain. She was approaching the problem with the answer already in mind, so of course she was 100% correct.
Alright. Sun Si, you win. The free meal today was indeed my order.
With the words already spoken, Subai could only admit defeat. What is your relationship with this hotel?
Sun Si asked curiously.
As you said, Dongjiang restaurant is our family's business.
The young master?
Well, I guess you could say that.
That's impressive.
Subai, I never would have guessed you're a top-tier rich kid.
Sun Si, you're not bad either.
That investor wanted you to star as the female lead, but you turned him down flat.
You're the one who almost blew it. The two chatted casually and soon left the hotel. Standing at the entrance, Subai asked, Sun Si, do you need me to drive you back to school?
Sun Si replied matter-of-factly, this is your territory, so of course you have to drive me. Subai shrugged and accepted the task, getting into his Mercedes and driving Sun Si back to Dongjiang Media University. After that, he returned to the Purple Cloud Mountain Villa. Zhao Tianzhou was already asleep in her room. These past few days must have been exhausting for Zhao Tianzhou. After all, the hotel handover must have been extremely tedious. After taking a shower, Subai lay on the bed. Bored, he opened his laptop. He clicked on Shiyang Live. Han Shiyun wasn't streaming, and her cousin Lin Xingcheng wasn't streaming either. So, bored out of his mind, Subai started browsing around aimlessly. His level was truly intimidating, over 1,100. Those above level 1,000 were granted the title of king. Currently, Subai is the first and only person in Lion Tooth live to hold the king title.
He randomly clicked into a game live stream.
Suddenly, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared on the screen, followed by 4 golden characters.
The king has arrived. This entrance was absolutely mind-blowing. The live stream exploded with excitement. Wow! The legendary fisherman brother has actually shown up. Welcome the legendary fisherman brother to the live stream. The streamer is a cute girl named Jasmine, and the game she's playing is Island Survival.
Upon seeing the king arrive, she found a spot to hide. Then, Jasmine stood up, paused slightly, bowed, and softly said, "Welcome, fisherman brother, to Jasmine's livestream. This little sister greets you with respect. The legendary super big shot, we've got to treat him well." Subai found this scene hilarious and sent a comment, "Little Jasmine, if you win this game, I'll send you 666 super hot comments to celebrate." Jasmine was overjoyed. 666 super hot comments. If she could win, it would be worth more than winning 100 or even 1,000 games normally. So she quickly sat back down and got fully focused on the game. "Thank you for your support, fisherman brother. I'll definitely try my best to win this round." The onlookers, who were just there to watch, started flooding the chat with comments. "Fisherman brother is so awesome. Fisherman brother is so powerful. Fisherman brother is truly fisherman brother. His moves are always breathtaking. Jasmine is being extra careful, and her skills are pretty good. Sometimes she can win 8 out of 10 games. But she's afraid of getting too nervous and messing up. After all, this is a gift worth over $1 million. Jasmine's skills have always been solid. As she made it into the final circle with only 3 players left, she thought this round was in the bag. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, a grenade flew toward her character. She tried to run, but it was too late. With a loud explosion, Jasmine was eliminated in the top 3. In that moment, she felt like killing someone. Over $1 million in gifts. Gone in an instant. She sat in front of the computer, unable to come to her senses for a long time. The livestream was filled with regret. Seeing this, Subai thought Jasmine had decent skills and sent a comment. "Little Jasmine, interested in playing a game with your older brother?" Chapter 32, Sudden Turn of Events, The Collapse of the Young Miss. Seeing Subai's comment, Jasmine immediately perked up and hurriedly replied, "Sure. That's exactly what I wanted. Fisherman brother, I'm inviting you." Subai entered the game and began playing in a duo queue. Their game characters landed in a valley and split up to start looting gear. Jasmine, however, took on the role of a knight in shining armor, immediately giving any good gear she found to Subai. Subai was more than happy to accept. He had played this game before, but his skills were still lacking, and he was still a beginner. However, this time, the two of them were lucky and didn't encounter any particularly strong enemies. In the end, Jasmine, with her strong skills, successfully led Subai, who had been coasting the entire time, to victory. This was the first time Subai had ever reached the top after playing the game for so long. Although Subai's gaming skills were lacking, no one in the livestream criticized him. Instead, they kept praising him for playing well. After all, no one dares to criticize such a big shot. If they can get millions of views in a livestream, they must be incredibly powerful in real life. If you really anger a big shot, there are over 10,000 ways to track you down. After winning the game, Subai was in a great mood. So, Dongjong Fisherman, sending the streamer Jasmine a Super Rocket X1. Dongjong Fisherman, sending Super Rockets X666 to streamer Jasmine. Just when everyone thought it was over. Dongjong Fisherman sends Super Rocket X888 to streamer Jasmine. Dongjong Fisherman, sending a Super Rocket X1314 to streamer Jasmine. Finally, the number of super hot views stopped at 1,314. Estimated value is around 2 million. This is the most expensive live streaming session in the history of Shiryang Live. A single round of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds PUBG brought in over 2 million gifts, truly extravagant. Jasmine actively added Subai as a friend. She also said that if the big shot wants to play in the future, he should come find her. The May Day holiday is just around the corner, so classes will continue this weekend. The cultural performance for the May Day holiday will take place the night before the holiday begins. In the coming days, Subai will continue his normal school routine. As for the little breakup incident, it will gradually fade away with time. However, Subai has transformed from an ordinary student at school into a school celebrity. The handover ceremony for Dongjong Restaurant was also completed, and Subai officially became the behind-the-scenes boss of Dongjong Restaurant. Additionally, he successfully spent 180 billion to obtain 180 tycoon points. He allocated 40 of these points to physical and mental attributes, and then made no further moves. The remaining 140 points were set aside for future use. If he needed to add any skills in the future, he could use them as emergency reserves. As the holiday approached, Subai had no classes that afternoon. He stayed in his dorm room, not going anywhere, eagerly awaiting the evening's May Day cultural performance. Dongjong Media University had already dismissed for the holiday, and students began leaving campus in droves. Sun Si was also preparing to go home when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was her mother calling, so she hurriedly answered. However, after hanging up with her mother, Sun Si felt completely devastated. In the call, her mother told her not to come back yet and transferred 100,000 yuan to her, instructing her to use it sparingly. Her mother's behavior was highly unusual.
Under her persistent questioning, her mother finally broke down and told her that the family's business investment had been completely lost, and not only that, but they had also accumulated a significant amount of debt. Now, during the holiday, they were surrounded by creditors, and if they returned home, the creditors would definitely block them. They were planning to stay at her grandparents' house for a while. Her father hadn't had a single drop of water for 2 days, had lost a significant amount of weight, and wasn't listening to anyone's advice. In Sun Si's heart, her father was the sky. But at that moment, the sky seemed to collapse. She couldn't understand why, after running the family business for so many years, they should suddenly be on the brink of bankruptcy. However, Sun Si realized she had to hurry back, fearing that if she delayed even a moment, she might never see her parents again. Without even taking the time to pack her belongings, Sun Si set off immediately. Her home was in Yangcheng, just next to Dongjiang, and it only took half an hour by high-speed train to get there. When she arrived at her grandparents' house, it was already dark. With a mix of emotions, Sun Si knocked on the door. Ding! No one answered. Sun Si knocked again. Still no response. Could it be that? Sun Si suddenly had a terrible thought. She panicked instantly. Impossible. It absolutely couldn't be. She tremblingly picked up her phone and called her mother. The call was answered quickly. Mom! I'm right outside Grandma's house. Hurry and open the door. Sun Si said urgently. On the other end of the line, her mother sighed deeply and said tiredly, Didn't I tell you not to come back? You stubborn girl, why won't you listen to us? Creak. The door slowly opened. Upon seeing her mother's exhausted expression, Sun Si couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, hugging her mother tightly. After crying for a while, she went inside. Seeing no one in the house, Sun Si choked out, Mom! What happened? Where's Dad? Why aren't Grandpa, Grandma, and my little sister here? Your grandfather and the others were taken away by your uncle. As for your father, he is refusing to come out of the room. Since you're here, go try to persuade him. He hasn't had a single drop of water in 2 days. If this continues, his health will collapse. Sun Si entered the room. She saw the man sitting on the bed, smoking incessantly. She couldn't reconcile the image of this man with white hair with the father she had always known. Once upon a time, her father had been so full of vigor and ambition, having left the countryside to carve out a life for himself in the city. People back home would all raise their thumbs in admiration when they saw him. But now, he looked lifeless and much older. Dad! Suddenly, Sun Si's tears began to flow. The man paid no attention, still lost in his own world, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Mom! What happened? Sun Si cried out to her mother. Ah! Your father's business partner embezzled all the company funds and fled the country. Your father is the legal representative of the company, and all the promissory notes and loans are in his name. Additionally, there are some high-interest loans. Sun Si collapsed onto the ground, her face filled with despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just a few months ago, the family was still living in peace and harmony. How could things suddenly turn out like this? Back then, her father was still a strong, reliable man, and her mother was still a middle-aged woman who loved to nag. Such a happy family, how could it suddenly be on the brink of ruin? She couldn't understand it, she really couldn't. Chen Shuilian knelt down, clutching her daughter tightly, wanting to cry, but after crying for days, her tears had long since dried up. She didn't blame her husband. In her eyes, he had done his best. If anyone was to blame, it was those monsters in human form who were so skilled at deceiving everyone. See, this is a hurdle we might not be able to overcome. If we're both gone, you must take care of yourself and your sister. You're already grown up now. Sun Si heard this and her heart trembled violently. She hurriedly said in a panicked voice, Mom! Please, I beg you, don't do anything foolish. Chapter 33, Actually, Subai is my boyfriend. Ignoring her daughter's pleas, Chen Shuilian continued. Don't worry. I've saved some money with your uncle. It's not much, but it should be enough for you to eat, drink, and live on. Mom! Please don't be foolish. There must be a way. Chen Shuilian continued. But you might need to move. Go somewhere where no one knows you. Many of these creditors are loan sharks. They have no humanity when it comes to business. I'm afraid they'll harm you. Mom! If we pay back all the money, won't that solve the problem? Su Si suddenly interjected. Subai is the young master of Dongjiang restaurant, a true second-generation wealthy individual. This amount of money is nothing to him. If he is willing to lend a helping hand, the current crisis can be averted. Once I have the means, I'll repay the debt. If that is not possible, I'll resort to selling my body. Submitting to Subai wasn't entirely out of the question. At this moment, even if it were Yu Changhai, that disgusting short man, she would be willing to sacrifice herself. After all, nothing is more important than family. Stupid girl. Repaying the debt could indeed solve the problem. But the problem is, the amount is too large. High-interest loans compound interest, rolling over and over until you're driven to despair. We're already at the end of our rope, with nothing left to sell. Dongjiang University. Countless students have gathered on the sports field. The highly anticipated May Day cultural evening is about to begin.
On stage, school officials deliver their speeches, followed by student performances. There's everything, from ordinary singing and dancing to even magic tricks. Subai had originally planned to watch the performances, especially the magic show, but unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. His entire class was called back by the homeroom teacher.
The homeroom teacher hurriedly announced, "Emergency! Shui is feeling unwell and can't perform on stage. Who can play the piano? Hurry up and take her place. It doesn't have to be perfect, just play something. It's like putting out a fire."
As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Shui.
Shui's face was pale and looked genuinely unwell.
After waiting for a while, the homeroom teacher saw no one stepping forward and sighed helplessly. "Whoever steps forward to help the class get through this difficult time, I will do everything in my power to support them in whatever they do in the future."
Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately tempted.
This means that in the future, when it comes to taking leave or applying for awards, they would have a significant advantage.
However, playing the piano is no easy feat. It requires years of practice and cannot be mastered overnight.
Subai thought about it and decided that taking on this responsibility would be better, as it would make it easier to take time off in the future. So, he used his rich guy points to add piano to his skill list, then added 10 more points, causing his piano skill to jump from beginner to expert in no time. A massive wave of knowledge flooded his mind.
Subai took a deep breath and raised his hand. "Teacher, can I try?"
As soon as he spoke, countless skeptical glances fell on Subai, and everyone found it hard to believe. Even the three scoundrels wore the same expression.
Shui looked skeptical.
The homeroom teacher was also somewhat surprised. In his memory, this guy didn't seem to know how to play the piano. After all, he had never seen him play the piano before, or perhaps he simply hadn't had the time to learn, as he had always been working part-time jobs.
The homeroom teacher hesitated. "You really can?" Subai nodded. "Yes, I can. I learned during my free time." The homeroom teacher asked again, "How well can you play? Can you play a piece?" Subai nodded again.
After some more hesitation, the homeroom teacher decided to take a chance. After all, Subai was the only one who had volunteered. At that moment, Dingwei stood up, looking distressed. "Teacher, I suddenly have a stomachache.
I don't think I can go up either." Subai is just putting on a brave face. He wouldn't follow suit and make a fool of himself. Piano isn't something just anyone can play.
If he doesn't go now, he'll just be waiting to laugh at Subai later. Dingwei's acting was rather poor, and everyone in the class could tell, but they all silently agreed not to call him out.
The homeroom teacher glanced at Dingwei and asked Subai, "Can you handle it on your own?" Subai replied, "Yes." Dingwei not going was exactly what he wanted. What's the point of working with a man?
However, he thought about it and decided to use 30 luxury points to max out the 3 skills of composition, lyric writing, and singing, all at once.
Now everything was ready. The homeroom teacher gave a few more instructions and then let everyone go watch the show.
As for Subai, he was backstage, waiting for his performance.
Yangchang, Sun Si's grandmother's house.
Sun Si didn't want to give up and hurriedly said,
"Dad,
I have a classmate who is the young master of Dongjiang Restaurant."
Dongjiang Restaurant.
That's the most luxurious 8-star hotel in Dongjiang province. As long as he's willing to help us, no matter how much we owe, we can pay it back. Sun Weichan was startled by her words, a glint of hope flashing in his eyes.
He looked at Su Si.
As a former successful businessman, he naturally knew of the renowned Dongjiang Restaurant, and he had even had the opportunity to visit it once. The market value of this hotel was staggering, reportedly at least 15 billion yuan.
If there was anyone who could help him through this crisis, the young master of Dongjiang Restaurant was definitely one of them. As long as he could repay all the debt.
If the company could operate normally again, he was confident he could make a comeback. If it weren't out of desperation, he would never abandon his loved ones.
"Are you telling the truth?"
Sun Weicheng's voice was hoarse, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he had spoken in days.
It felt like his throat wasn't even his own. "Really?" Su Si was overjoyed and quickly wiped the tears from her face.
Chen Chuilian, seeing Sun Weicheng speak, also sighed in relief. At least there was hope.
"But why is he helping us?
You're just classmates. Besides, we have a funding gap of over 100 million.
Would he really lend you that much money?"
Sun Weicheng's voice remained hoarse.
Su Si heard this number for the first time. An entire small goal.
Her heart jolted in shock. She had previously thought it might only be a few million. For someone like Subai, a super-rich second-generation heir, it was just a drop in the bucket.
But 100 million.
There was no doubt about it, this was an enormous sum of money. Even if Subai was willing to help her, coming up with 100 million would still be extremely difficult.
That could buy an entire listed company.
His family wouldn't take such a risk, lending such a huge sum to someone they've only known for a few days, especially someone they've only met once.
What should he do? What should she do now?
She had finally reignited her hopes. She couldn't let her parents' hopes be dashed. So, she gritted her teeth and said,
"Dad, I need to confess something to you. Actually, Subai is my boyfriend. We've been together for half a year now.
I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd think I was too young to be in a relationship.
So he must have lent it to me. Chapter 34. You can play the piano too? Sun Weicheng and Chen Suelian were both taken aback. The last bit of doubt in their hearts vanished.
In their hearts, their daughter was exceptionally talented, so finding such an equally talented boyfriend didn't seem out of the ordinary.
However, another question arose in Sun Weicheng's mind. Could his daughter be lying to comfort him? That was highly likely.
After thinking it over, Sun Weicheng spoke up. Why don't you call him right now and see if you can borrow the money? Sun Si's heart tightened instantly, and she hurriedly said, Dad,
I'll call him tomorrow. Let us have something to eat together. I'm in a hurry to get back and I'm already hungry. Hearing this, Sun Weicheng knew exactly what was going on. He couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a delaying tactic.
At that moment, Chen Shuilian also spoke up. Sun Si, seeing this, felt helpless. She took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to call Subai. Desperate, she clung to the faintest glimmer of hope, hoping for a miracle to happen.
Dongjiang University.
Subai was still backstage, waiting to go on stage, when his phone suddenly rang.
He picked it up and saw it was Sun Si. Why is this little girl calling me out of the blue? Could it be that she misses me? After thinking for a moment, he answered the call and said, Hello. Sun Si, what's the matter?
Upon hearing the word Sun Si, Sun Weicheng's last shred of hope was shattered. After all, no boyfriend would address his girlfriend like that. It wasn't like they were playing dress up. However, Sun Si didn't notice these details at the moment.
She spoke nervously, Subai, are you free right now? I want to discuss something with you.
Subai glanced at the stage. There was still some time before he had to go up. He found a quiet spot and said, Go ahead.
Subai, can you lend me some money? Subai was taken aback upon hearing this. Borrow money? Isn't this little girl's family quite wealthy? Why would she ask me for money? How much do you need to borrow? 100 million.
Sun Si found it hard to utter the words. Subai thought he hadn't heard correctly at first, so he asked again.
100 million. Subai thought for a moment and asked, May I ask what you need the money for?
Sun Si choked up and said, My family is going through some difficulties. We've already gone bankrupt and owe a lot of high-interest loans.
If we don't pay this money back, our family will be ruined.
Please help me.
I will definitely pay it back. High-interest loans? That's money that eats people alive.
Subai suddenly recalled the scene where this young woman had refused Mr. Yu's improper advances. If he refused her now, Sun Si might soon become the plaything of those men.
All right.
Let us just consider this rescuing a pure young beauty from a path of ruin.
With that thought, he spoke up. Is 100 million enough? Is 100 million enough?
These were undoubtedly the most beautiful words Sun Si had ever heard in her life.
Just a few words had saved her family from the brink of ruin. Even Sun Weicheng and Chen Suiyan were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief.
This Subai was truly a force to be reckoned with. When he said 100 million, it sounded like he was talking about a single dollar. After all, even at the peak of their family's prosperity, they couldn't come up with 100 million in liquid assets. Yet she could just pull it out of thin air. Such a prominent figure is their daughter's suitor, and they were genuinely overjoyed. Moreover, being able to contribute 100 million yuan to help them, there was no doubt that he truly loved their daughter.
Enough. That's enough. Thank you so much, Subai.
At that moment, Sun Si felt like she could finally let out a long, heartfelt cry. Since receiving the call, she had been immersed in sadness, but now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She wanted to cry to release all her emotions.
Send me your card number and I'll transfer it to you right away. Subai said. All right. I really appreciate it, Subai. Sun Si thanked him again, hung up the phone, and sent the card number to Subai. After doing all this, she looked up and saw her parents staring at her. Dad. Mom. Why are you looking at me like that? See, that Subai, is he really your boyfriend? Sun Si nodded. Of course he is. Otherwise, why would he lend me 100 million? That's 100 million. Not $100. That makes sense.
Then find some time to bring him over so we can meet him and thank him properly.
Sure. But we'll have to wait until he has time. He's always so busy. All right. But you must bring him home. I know. All right. Mom, go cook dinner. I'm starving.
At that moment, Sun Si's phone suddenly rang with a mechanical, cold voice.
Your account ending in XX has received a transfer of 100 million yuan.
Hearing so many zeros, the three of them were instantly stunned.
1 0 followed by 8 zeros. A whole 100 million. The three of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
After all, Subai had agreed to lend the money, but if it hadn't arrived, the weight on their hearts would have remained. After all, you never know if it's a bad check. Now that the 100 million had arrived, the crisis facing the family was resolved.
Chen Shuilian went to the kitchen in high spirits.
Sun Weicheng also stepped out of the room, first drinking a glass of milk to replenish his nutrients, then heading to take a shower. At that moment, Sun Si sat on the sofa, reminiscing about the events of the day. If it weren't for Subai's timely assistance, her family might have been torn apart, with her parents leaving this world in tears, burdened by all the debts. She and her younger sister would have been left to live alone in this world. Subai not only saved her parents but also saved the two sisters and the entire family. Sun Si had already made up her mind. From this day forward, she would belong solely to Subai. Whenever Subai needed her, she would be there without hesitation. If he doesn't need her, she can disappear at any time. No matter what her status, lover, maid, or even a servant, she would accept it all. Anyway, she had made up her mind about Subai. Dongjiang University. Subai returned to the backstage. Coincidentally, it was his turn next. If he knew what Sun Si was thinking, he'd be completely baffled. Borrowing money is supposed to be a good thing, so why is she now holding it against him? At that moment, the host's voice rang out. Due to the sudden illness of the next performer, Suingxue, her class has decided to change the program. We now invite Subai to perform a piano solo for everyone. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted into chaos. What? They changed the performer? What? Did I hear that right? Subai can play the piano? He can't even play the cotton. Ha! Subai, why don't you show us how Lin Shui dumped you the other day? Wow! That's so exciting. I want to see it too. Get off the stage, Subai. I want to see the goddess. I'm reporting this, there's definitely something fishy going on here. Chapter 35, Journey to the Imperial Capital, encountering a stunning flight attendant. At first, the scene was clearly chaotic. As soon as Subai stepped onto the stage, he heard a chorus of laughter and mockery from below. However, he didn't seem to mind. He walked straight to the piano, picked up the microphone, and addressed the crowd below. Good afternoon, teachers and students. My name is Subai. Today, I will perform an original song I wrote called Boy. I hope you all enjoy it. Subai calmed himself slightly, and the melody of the song began to play in his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times before. His fingers began to dance across the piano keys. The melodious notes filled the air, drifting into the ears of the students present. Wow! That's pretty good. It has that feel of a piano virtuoso. He's been hiding his talent. Subai can actually play the piano. This is a real case of the underdog pulling off a surprise. After the prelude, Subai officially began singing. Once. Accident. He and she fell in love. In an era without hesitation. Believed. Understood. So they loved freely. Two hands clasped tightly, unable to let go. The persistence in the heart and the future. I can't forget. Your love. But the ending cannot be changed. I couldn't keep you here. I am not like him. Give you a future worth looking forward to. A naive boy. Oh. The first half of the song had just finished. On the vast playground, there were over 10,000 people gathered, yet it was completely silent. Soon, the second verse began to play again. Yours. Care. Always carried with you. Open it in an empty place. I want to ask. You now. Is sadness no longer present? Like lying on the sunlit sea. Like colors carefully painted with your heart. Let you smile and be brave. I can't forget. Your love. But the ending cannot be changed. I couldn't keep you here. I'm not like him. I couldn't give you a future to look forward to. A naive boy. Oh. I miss you. Right now. I miss you. Every time I wander again. All the regrets. Are not the future. All the love. In the end, it is inevitable. Escape the pain. There is no need to start over. Oh. La. Now I only hope the pain come more intensely. Anyway, it can't be undone. Oh. The song is over. The audience remains silent below the stage. Countless people seemed to be savoring the song that had just ended. Shocking, isn't it? Shocking. No one could have imagined that Subai could write such heartfelt songs. Whether it was the composition, lyrics, singing, or accompaniment, everything was so deeply moving. Some people were so moved they were crying uncontrollably. Lin Shui also collapsed into her best friend Juyan's arms, unable to hold back the flood of tears welling up inside her. She knew that Subai had written this song about their beautiful past. And the he and she in the lyrics were her and Subai. Juyan looked at her best friend, who was crying uncontrollably in her arms, and sighed deeply. How could a girl abandon such an outstanding and deeply affectionate young man for a scoundrel? Suingxue sat in the audience, staring blankly at Subai on stage. This classmate of hers for 3 years had hidden his true feelings so deeply. She had some knowledge of music, so she could tell that Subai's piano skills, as well as his songwriting, composing, and singing abilities, were all top-notch. But the most important thing was that he had drawn from his own experiences to write lyrics that resonated so deeply with people. An outstanding young man is like a firefly in the night sky, naturally captivating and drawing everyone's attention.
At this moment, Suing Shue began to doubt whether Subai had been dumped and had somehow unlocked a second personality, otherwise how else could he explain this utterly baffling scene? This guy must have so many hidden talents. Suing Shue grew even more curious. Han Shuryan looked at Subai on stage, who seemed to be glowing, and couldn't help but feel a bit down. Subai's excellence was no surprise. Such a big shot must have some hidden depth. But didn't Subai say he wanted to stay low-key? Is this what he meant by keeping a low profile? Now this is great, there's going to be a lot of girls falling for him. The competition has definitely gotten a lot tougher. She doesn't care about those people, but she's a bit worried about Suing Shue. The sense of crisis is growing. After all, the two of them are in the same class. Those who are close to the water get the moon first. No way. She has to speed things up. While Subai is still keeping a low profile, she has to win him over. Otherwise, she might really miss out on such an outstanding person. Meanwhile, several music teachers at the school were staring at Subai as if he were a panda. Someone clapped first, and soon the applause erupted like a wave. Subai bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the audience and left the stage amid the applause. Today, he was destined to shine brighter than the moon. The imperial capital. As the center of power, the imperial capital was far more developed than Dongjiang. On the flight from Dongjiang to the imperial capital, Subai was closing his eyes to rest. Behind him, a beautiful and slender flight attendant was gently massaging his shoulders. He was seated in the ultra-luxurious first-class cabin, which not only offered a private room but also a selection of top-tier, rare meals. Of course, the most unique feature was having a pure and beautiful flight attendant providing one-on-one service. Every aspect was top-notch, and the price was exorbitant, nearly 50 times that of an economy-class ticket. Anyone who flies in this first-class cabin is either extremely wealthy or of high social status. "Mr. Su, would you like some food or water?" The flight attendant Lan Xian asked softly. She had been massaging Subai for nearly an hour, her fingers growing sore, but Subai hadn't asked her to stop. She dared not stop on her own, so she could only ask if he wanted water or something to eat. Lan Xian was the dedicated flight attendant for the super luxury first-class cabin in this airline, different from the flight attendants in business class and economy class. They provided one-on-one service, which was not only less strenuous but also paid significantly more than the other two cabins. However, this job also comes with strict requirements. After all, those who can afford to sit in the ultra-luxury first-class cabin are either wealthy or influential. All of them are important figures. She has only been on the job for a month, and the previous flight attendant assigned to this cabin quit after hooking up with a wealthy man to live the life of a wealthy housewife. Actually, this isn't an isolated case. This job has a high turnover rate. You never know when a colleague might hook up with a wealthy individual and resign. Therefore, there are a lot of backup staff. These people are also eagerly waiting for their chance to work on the plane. When they first enter the training program, they sign a long-term contract. If they quit, they have to pay a hefty sum, which covers the company's training costs. Even with this labor contract in place, many still leave. Some fare well after leaving, while others do not. Lan Xian didn't want to marry a wealthy man, she just wanted to work hard. "Mr. Su?" Seeing that Subai didn't react, she called out again. Chapter 36, Farewell to Yihong, the mysterious organization appears. At that moment, Subai was sleeping soundly. Lan Xian continued to call out, "Mr. Subai?" In his dream, Subai showed no signs of waking. After confirming that Subai was sound asleep, Lan Xian couldn't help but sigh in relief. She immediately stopped the massage, gently closed the cabin door, and tiptoed out. Half an hour passed. "Mr. Su, wake up." Lan Xian's gentle voice echoed in Subai's ears. Huff. Subai yawned and slowly woke up. Lan Xian smiled and said, "Mr. Su, the plane has already reached the skies above the imperial capital." Subai rubbed his sleepy eyes. "We're already here so quickly?" Lan Xian laughed. "Mr. Su, you've been sleeping for an hour on the plane." Subai was surprised, nodded slightly to Lan Xing, thanked her, then stood up to stretch his limbs before following Lan Xing's guidance off the plane. He had no luggage, only carrying his phone with him. After exiting the airport, Subai stood on an empty plot of land not far from the airport, glancing around curiously. All he could see was an empty, desolate landscape. Strange. Where was Yihong? He had told Yihong earlier that the kid had clearly said he would come to pick him up. Why isn't he here yet? After about 10 minutes, a voice sounded behind him. "Mr. Su?" Subai turned around. There stood a living, breathing person before him. It was the flight attendant Lan Xian, who had been very kind and friendly to him on the plane earlier. At that moment, Lan Xian, dressed in her elegant flight attendant uniform, perfectly accentuated her flawless figure. She was holding a small suitcase, adding a touch of uniform appeal. Subai was startled for a moment before saying, "Hello." Lan Xian blinked her big, sparkling eyes and said, "Mr. Su, I noticed you've been here for a while. Are you waiting for your friend?" Subai thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I was planning to take a taxi. Since Jinghong wasn't coming, he might as well go straight to that guy's company." "A taxi?" Lan Xian was surprised. Someone who can afford a luxury cabin must be either rich or powerful, yet they end up taking a taxi? That's truly baffling. Why don't we go together? We can share a ride. Lon Xian's face lit up with a sweet smile. Subai was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice rang out from beside him. Lon Xian, have you gotten a boyfriend? A flight attendant who looked slightly more mature than Lon Xian walked over in small steps.
Lon Xian, seeing this, hurriedly explained, Ms. Li, you've misunderstood. This is Mr. Su, a passenger from the first-class cabin earlier.
We just happened to meet and were chatting.
Li Jie's suspicious gaze fell on Subai, and she whispered to Lon Xian behind her ear.
You're still young.
As someone who's been there, I'll give you some advice. When it comes to choosing a partner, think carefully before acting.
Don't let those fake rich kids deceive you. In our flight crew, several of our female colleagues were deceived in the same way. You mustn't fall for it again.
Oh, Ms. Li, you've really misunderstood.
At that moment, Lon Xian felt like crying but couldn't.
Li Jie said sternly.
What misunderstanding?
When I was your age, I also like to date handsome young men, but once you reach my age, you'll understand that looks don't matter.
Find someone who is considerate and caring, that's what truly matters. Subai's good mood was completely ruined by this heavily made-up flight attendant. This Li Jie must be crazy. What's she doing here, blabbering non-stop?
He was about to retort when a car suddenly pulled up in front of him.
It was a luxurious-looking Land Rover Range Rover.
Li Jie immediately looked smug.
My boyfriend is here to pick me up. Why don't I give you a ride? She's so full of herself. Creak.
The car door opened, and a man stepped out. The moment Subai saw the man, he instantly lost all interest in arguing.
How to describe him?
He was about 5 feet 3 inches tall but weighed well over 180 pounds, rivaling Yu Changhai from that entertainment company. Most importantly, with that level of baldness, he must be in his late 40s or early 50s. No wonder he was so aggressive toward Lan Xing from the start.
After all that, this guy is just jealous. Lon Xian hurriedly refused. No need, we've already called a car. Li Jiamot, didn't you just say you were taking first class? Why are you calling a taxi now?
Poor thing, you've been tricked, and you're still counting the money for him.
Boom.
Suddenly, a loud roar echoed in the distance, followed by a chorus of gasps.
Holy crap! I'm not seeing things, that looks like a supercar. My goodness, that car is so beautiful. If it were mine, how wonderful that would be.
Moments later, 2 supercars came to a stop in front of the Land Rover. As the doors opened, Yi Hong stepped out and tossed the keys to Subai.
Sorry, Lin brother, I was busy earlier and just managed to break free. I'm late. Ha ha. Having Yi Gu come to pick me up is such a blessing for me.
Subai hugged Yi Hong, looking very enthusiastic.
Yi Hong laughed. All right. Let's not be formal with each other. Come on.
This is your car. It's been less than 3 years since I bought it, with less than 300 kilometers on the odometer, and it's been well maintained.
It's even newer than a brand new car. Subai took a look at the supercar. It's a Bugatti Veyron. He reached out and touched the body of the car. The smooth texture felt better than touching a woman. He couldn't imagine how cool it would be to drive it to school. It would definitely make everyone jealous. This is amazing. Yi Gu. I absolutely love this car. If you like it, that's great. Yi Hong laughed. Come on. I've already found a spot for you.
Just wait for your older brother to take his seat.
All right. I'll leave everything up to you today. Subai didn't hesitate and nodded.
At that moment, a person got out of the sports car behind them, walked up to Yi Hong with respect, and handed him a set of car keys.
Yi Hong nodded. Little Li, you can take a taxi back. Got it. Mr. Yi.
Subai was about to get into the car when he suddenly noticed Lan Xian standing nearby with a stunned expression.
He smiled and said, Miss Lan, let me give you a ride.
Lan Xian snapped out of her daze and shook her head hurriedly. No need to trouble you.
It's okay. I'm going the same way. Subai got into the driver's seat and waved at Lan Xian. It must be said that a man sitting inside a Bugatti Veyron is simply charming. Lan Xian hesitated for a moment before finally giving in and getting into the passenger seat. Coincidentally, the place Lan Xian was heading to was also on the way.
Thus, amid the roaring engines, the 2 top-of-the-line supercars vanished from sight.
Back at the original spot, Li Jie's face was grim.
Just moments ago, she had been mocking them relentlessly, but now those words felt like knives stabbing her face. Glancing at the short man beside her, then thinking of the handsome Subai, she realized that there was no comparison, and no comparison was painful.
Not far away, several flight attendants also noticed the scene and couldn't help but envy them. Goodness gracious, Lan Xian actually got into that Bugatti Veyron. Wow. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? That's the latest model, and it's a limited edition. There are only 8 in the world.
The release price is a whopping $60 million.
Holy crap. $6 million. Is it really that expensive?
That was the price before.
Now, it's estimated to be over 80 million. My goodness.
I remember Lan Xin has only been on the job for less than a month, and she's already met such a handsome and wealthy tycoon.
I'm so jealous. After dropping Lan Xin off at the hotel, Su Bai and Yi Hong headed to the Lake Heart Club.
As the most luxurious club, only the wealthy and powerful come here to play. There are various golf courses, and it's a game only the upper class can afford. Everything you could possibly want.
Yi Hong and Su Bai headed to the golf course.
There were already 7 or 8 young men and women resting there. On the course, a man and a woman were playing golf.
The man was holding the woman, their posture very intimate. They must be teaching her how to play. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Su Bai, my brother, a student at Dongjiang University. Then he turned to Su Bai and said, "Brother, they're all from SCC. Chapter 37, even if I tell you the truth, no one will believe me." The few people present glanced at Su Bai but didn't take him seriously. After all, Su Bai looked far too young. "Old Yi, did you call us here today just to introduce us to him?"
One of the young men, who looked to be in his 20s, asked.
His name is Wang Chang, he's an intermediate member of SCC. Within SCC, there are also differences in member rankings. The higher a member's rank, the more it demonstrates their capabilities.
This is precisely why lower-tier members dare not defy higher-tier members. As for Wang Chang, he is also an intermediate member, the same rank as Yi Hong, so there's no need for formalities. He can speak his mind directly.
Moreover, Yi Hong is a laid-back person who doesn't dwell on such things. Wang Chang,
I called you all here today mainly to serve as witnesses. I am going to exercise my special privilege and formally invite Su Bai to join SCC. As Yi Hong finished speaking, everyone was taken aback.
When they looked at Su Bai again, their expressions grew serious.
Having Yi Hong exercise the privileges of an intermediate member is no small matter. As per the rules, an intermediate member's invitation privilege can only be used once, meaning it can only be used to invite one person.
The value of such a spot is beyond imagination.
Some people have offered tens of millions to buy one but couldn't get it.
And now, Yi Hong was actually giving his own quota to this young man. Who was this young man? What kind of background did he have to make Yi Hong take such a step?
At that moment, a man in his 30s spoke up. Since Old Yi has exercised his intermediate member's authority, I hereby declare that from this moment onward, Su Bai is now a member of our SCC organization.
Su Bai, brother, add me as a friend and send me your ID. I need to report this to headquarters.
Your membership badge will arrive in 3 days.
Here. I've sent you an SCC overview. Take a look.
After speaking, he took out his phone and asked Su Bai to add him. At that moment, Su Bai was a bit confused.
He didn't understand what the SCC organization was or what it was for. What would joining it accomplish?
However, since it was Yi Hong who invited him, he decided to add him. So he took out his phone, added him as a friend, sent his ID number, and received a document that looked very impressive.
He opened it and took a look. It turned out that SCC was just an abbreviation. The full name was Magic City Supercar Club. Headquartered in Magic City. Branches are established in major first-tier cities across the country. Su Bai glanced at the list and noticed that Dongjiang was prominently listed among those cities.
However, he noticed that most of these cities seemed to be in the south, with almost none in the north.
When SCC was first established, it was simply a gathering place for supercar enthusiasts to race. In the end, it evolved into a massive, well-organized organization. It had become the most elite circle within the upper echelons of society. Through SCC, members can socialize, engage in various activities, and even conduct business transactions, helping one another to achieve mutual benefit. Many newly wealthy individuals aspire to join this circle to network with elite talent, but they have no way in, as it's not something you can simply buy your way into. The criteria for joining the SCC are extremely stringent, requiring the fulfillment of all 3 conditions. First, you must own a sports car worth over $10 million. This isn't too difficult.
Second, you must have at least $10 billion in assets under your name, or your family trust must hold assets worth over $100 billion.
This one is also manageable. Third, you must have a recommendation from a mid-level or senior member. This is undoubtedly the hardest.
If someone were to offer a membership spot, it would be snapped up immediately. Of course, such transactions wouldn't happen openly, but who knows what goes on behind the scenes. The membership levels of SCC are divided into 4 tiers. They are ordinary members, intermediate members, senior members, and core members.
Ordinary members have no authority to recommend others for membership.
Intermediate members have only 1 spot.
Advanced members have 3 spots.
As for core members, there is no limit to the number of spots they can hold. Of course, those who become SCC core members are all top-tier leaders and members of the SCC management team. As for upgrading membership levels, this requires contributing to SCC. SCC holds numerous gatherings and competitions annually to strengthen internal cohesion within the organization. After reading all this, Su Bai was very satisfied. He also thought Yi Hong was quite generous and added him to his list of people worth befriending.
After all, at this level, if Yi Hong hadn't invited him, he would never have had the opportunity to be involved in such matters, and even with all the money in the world, it wouldn't have made much difference. However, he didn't know that Yi Hong had used his own quota to bring Su-bai in because someone had mentioned that Su-bai could spend 200 billion on Dongjiang restaurant, which meant he was definitely a direct descendant of a reclusive aristocratic family. Yi Hong had never encountered such a reclusive family before, or perhaps he had seen them occasionally but didn't know their true identities, as those people were always extremely mysterious. To be able to associate with such an entity, Yi Hong was naturally more than willing. Su-bai, you still need to submit a proof of your assets. Yi Hong said, that's not necessary. Just a few days ago, I sold Dongjiang restaurant to him, and he now owns 100% of the shares. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. After all, Dongjiang Food Court was an 8-star luxury hotel. To acquire 100% ownership through a full acquisition, it would cost at least 20 billion. And with 200 billion in liquid assets, his total assets must be at least 500 billion. It seems that Su-bai's behind-the-scenes influence is truly unimaginable. Wang Chang asked, Su brother, does your family run a hotel business? He instinctively felt that since Su-bai had spent 200 billion to acquire Dongjiang Food Court, his family's business must be related to this industry. Acquiring Dongjiang Food Court would allow them to establish a monopoly in Dongjiang. Otherwise, why would he spend 200 billion on a hotel? At this point, all of Wang Chang's previous disdain vanished, and he even began to consider befriending him. However, Su-bai shook his head and said seriously, no, I just simply thought the food at Dongjiang restaurant was delicious and suited my taste, plus it's close to my school, so it's convenient to come here to eat. That's why I bought it. What? Such a simple reason? Everyone present was completely stunned. The stunned gazes of everyone present fell upon Su-bai. That's 200 billion. Not 2 million. It's 200 million. Just because he liked eating there and it was close to school, he spent 200 billion to buy the hotel. How incredibly extravagant and heartless. Wang Chang laughed and said, Su brother, you really know how to tell jokes. Su-bai shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain further. If I tell you the truth, you won't believe me anyway. Chapter 38, Joining the Organization and Meeting the Goddess. In no time at all, Su-bai's paperwork was all taken care of. From now on, his status had changed to that of an ordinary member of SCC. Actually, if it was an internal recommendation, it was just going through the motions, because no one would recommend someone who didn't meet the criteria. That would waste their own spot. The SCC badge takes 3 days to arrive. Ordinary member, this rank is a bit low. To upgrade, one must contribute to SCC, but there's no detailed explanation of what that entails. Therefore, Su-bai decisively sought help from Yi Hong. Yi Gu. What should I do to upgrade? Yi Hong laughed. Su brother, you've just joined and already want to upgrade to intermediate level? Su-bai replied, I'm just asking. There's no information on what to do to upgrade, so I'm curious. Yi Hong nodded. It's simple. Every time SCC has an activity, you must actively participate. Then, after a few years, you can be promoted to intermediate member. Is there any faster way? Yi Hong glanced at Su-bai and said, of course there is. Just donate 10 billion, and you can go straight from a regular member to an intermediate member. That's simple? Just donate 10 billion? Su-bai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Perfect, he had plenty of money to spare. Even his luxury points were down to just 100. It must be said that these rich guy points are incredibly useful. He must save more for the future. At that moment, an even crazier idea popped into his head. He asked again, Brother Yi, if I want to upgrade to a premium membership, can I donate money too? Are you serious, bro? You're actually considering donating money? Don't waste your money on that. A premium membership is just a little more powerful than a standard membership. It's not that much better. Su-bai spoke solemnly, I have so much money I don't know what to do with it. Everyone was taken aback by his words, then quickly chimed in, you're such a heartless rich bastard. Yi Hong curled his lips and decided to name the amount to dampen the enthusiasm, saying, from intermediate to advanced, it requires a full 100 billion. Are you sure? Really donating it? Donate. Huh? Really? This time it was Yi Hong who was taken aback. Su-bai nodded. Thus, after spending 110 billion, Su-bai successfully upgraded to a senior member. At that moment, everyone, including Yi Hong, thought Su-bai had lost his mind. Even if one were a billionaire, 110 billion was an astronomical sum, more than the market value of countless listed companies. Among those present, fewer than half could afford such an amount. And even if they could, it would mean draining their entire fortune. Yi Hong was already quite wealthy. But 110 billion was equivalent to 1/5 of his net worth. Moreover, the vast majority of his wealth is tied up in fixed assets. Asking him to pull out 10 billion on the spot is simply impossible. Moreover, you must understand that in this world, there are countless people who are selling their souls for a meager salary of a few $1,000s. 100 billion. How many workers could you hire with that? It's simply beyond comprehension. Almost everyone believes that Su-bai has lost his mind. But Su Bai was the only one who felt happy, watching his wealth points increase by a full 111. Just as everyone was preparing to flatter Su Bai, a furious shout echoed from the nearby golf course. "You filthy! You think I'm giving you too much face, do you?" Then came the suppressed sobs of a woman. Several people rushed over and dragged the man back. The man refused to back down, shouting angrily, "You ungrateful! Do you think I'm joking? I can ruin your life with just one word." The woman came over, sobbing. Su Bai felt that the man looked familiar. Upon getting closer, he recognized her as the famous actress Yao Shui. It seems that this famous actress isn't as glamorous as she's made out to be. Her fair face had a bright red handprint, causing her cheek to swell slightly. She must have been slapped earlier. Actually, Su Bai quite liked Yao Shui. After all, this celebrity was known as a geek magnet, and for him back then, she was irresistibly tempting. Seeing his former dream goddess being treated this way, Su Bai felt a pang of sadness and reflection. In the eyes of otaku, an otaku goddess is nothing more than a toy to true power players. Even if she was publicly humiliated, she had to follow obediently. Of course, even Su Bai himself didn't realize that, in the eyes of others, he was now a big shot himself. Yao Shui felt wronged, covering her face and quietly sniffling. Earlier, that man had tried to touch her private parts, and she had merely refused. As a result, she had been slapped across the face. To make matters worse, her agent told her she had to appease these people, or else her future would be ruined. And even the agency would go down with them. These people were simply too powerful. So even though she had been hit, she could only stay here obediently. "Yan Jiahao, behave yourself." Yi Hong furrowed his brows. "Old Yi. Don't interfere. Damn it. It's just a touch. You're not even willing to do that. You're a big star, so what? You're just out here selling yourself." Yan Jiahao glared at Yao Shui with hatred. "If you don't clean me up today, you'll be waiting for me in bed. I'll have you blacklisted tomorrow." "Mr. Yan. I'm truly sorry." Yao Shui shrunk her neck, feeling afraid. "Does apologizing help? Come to my room tonight. Do you understand? www. You damn woman, can't you understand a word I'm saying?" Yan Jiahao was already furious and slapped Yao Shui across the face. Yao Shui dared not dodge or move. Fortunately, the slap didn't land on her fair face. Su Bai couldn't stand watching this bullying, especially since Yao Shui was his dream girl. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So he stepped in front of Yao Shui and blocked the slap. Yan Jiahao was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to dare to stop him at that moment. He burst into a tirade. "Who the hell are you? Daring to meddle in my business? Do you want to die?" Su Bai replied coldly, "Do you even deserve to be called a man? A man's hands are meant for conquering the world, not for hitting women." The atmosphere grew tense. Yi Hong hurried out to mediate. "It's a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Don't act impulsively." Yan Jiahao snorted. "Pfft. He's nothing. He's not one of us." Just then, someone walked over and whispered a few words into Yan Jiahao's ear. Yan Jiahao's expression, which had been arrogant and domineering, slowly turned into a fawning smile. It was Su Laudi. This is truly like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Family members no longer recognize each other. Since you like her, this woman is yours. Just moments ago, someone had informed him that Su Bai had generously spent a fortune to upgrade to a premium membership. And he was only a mid-level member. You must know that directly spending such a huge sum to upgrade to a premium member, since SCC was established, has never happened before. After all, 111 billion is an enormous sum for any wealthy businessman. There have been 2 instances of spending 10 billion to upgrade. But spending 111 billion is absolutely unprecedented. It's hard to imagine how deep their roots must be. They might already be a terrifying existence on the level of a prominent family. Since Yan Jiahao backed down, Su Bai didn't pursue the matter further. Everyone started chatting casually. Everyone was approaching Su Bai, hoping to use this opportunity to build connections. As for Yao Shui, she stood quietly behind Su Bai the entire time. Getting to interact with his dream goddess, this trip was definitely worth it. Chapter 39, My Cousin's Distress Call. That entire day, Su Bai spent at the lakeside resort. He chatted openly with everyone until late evening before parting ways. After leaving the resort, Su Bai drove the Bugatti Veyron, with Yao Shui, the goddess he had once admired, sitting in the passenger seat, heading to the Hilton Hotel. Of course, he wasn't there to stay with the goddess. Yao Shui was staying there. He planned to drop her off at the hotel before heading to find Lin Xincheng. In the car. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Yao Shui was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Su Bai's timely help today, she would have had to either submit to Yan Jiahao or face ruin and disgrace. Yan Jiahao had the power to do all that. After all, even her boss was afraid of him. At that moment, Yao Shui turned her head and her gaze fell on Su Bai's profile, unable to help but feel a surge of attraction. The young man before her was not only handsome, well-built, and charismatic, but his personality was also impeccable. Moreover, the powerful background he came from was enough to strike fear into even Yen Jiahao. Such a man was like a firefly in the night sky, incredibly dazzling. One can only wonder what kind of woman would be worthy of such a one-in-a-million man. Perhaps only a woman as extraordinary as Su Bai herself would have the privilege of catching a glimpse of his true brilliance. At this moment, Yao Shui could only bury this unspeakable infatuation deep within her heart. No problem. It's just a small favor. Actually, I quite like your movies, Miss Yao. Mr. Su, is that true? A man of your stature really likes my movies? Yao Shui was both surprised and a bit disbelieving. She never imagined that someone of such high standing would notice her. It left her feeling both honored and overwhelmed. Su Bai was taken aback and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Is this really worth being so surprised about? After all, you're the otaku killer. One of the 4 little flowers, no less. Isn't it normal to like watching your movies? At school, if you throw a brick, there's a good chance it'll hit someone who likes you. Not only that, but there are 2 posters of you in a very revealing swimsuit in the dorm. Cough cough. This can't be mentioned. I really do like them. Which movie of mine does Mr. Su like the most? Yao Shui asked. I like. Su Bai had just started speaking when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, picked up the phone, and it was Lin Qingqing calling. As soon as he answered, Lin Qingqing's weak voice came through. Brother! Hurry and save me. I'm at the Golden Splendor KTV. Someone put something in my drink and I'm feeling really dizzy. Su Bai's heart sank and he hurriedly said, send me your location. Hurry. I'm on my way. After saying that, he turned to Yao Shui and said, sorry, Miss Yao, an emergency has come up. Could you? Yao Shui had overheard part of the conversation and quickly said, it's okay. No need to apologize. The hotel is just a short walk from here. I'll get off here and walk over. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After Yao Shui got out of the car, Su Bai stepped on the gas and was gone in an instant. He was worried his driving skills weren't good enough, so he added 10 luxury points to his driving skills, upgrading them to expert. After waiting until Su Bai's car disappeared from sight, Yao Shui muttered disappointedly, you bad guy. He said he'd treat me to dinner but didn't even leave his contact information. No sincerity at all. However, thinking that the crisis on her end was resolved, her mood improved instantly. She put on her sunglasses and mask and headed toward the Hilton Hotel. At the same time, Golden Splendor KTV. Room 1010. Lin Qingqing locked herself in the bathroom and called Su Bai. She had originally planned to come here with a few friends to relax, but along the way, she ran into a few upperclassmen from her school, so they all ended up hanging out together. Everything was going smoothly until a few suspicious-looking men walked in. These men seemed to be familiar with the seniors. Before they knew it, the small gathering of a few people turned into a large gathering of over a dozen people, and most of them didn't even know each other. They tried to leave, but they were constantly blocked by the group. After all, they were all girls, and there were 8 or 9 men, who all looked like they weren't easy to deal with. If they didn't let them go, it would be really difficult for them to leave. However, after pleading with them, the group finally agreed, but only on the condition that they drink 1 more glass before leaving. With no other option, they had no choice but to finish the drinks and leave as soon as possible. Little did they know that the drink had been spiked. As soon as she finished it, she felt dizzy and weak. She immediately realized something was wrong and made an excuse to go to the restroom. After much deliberation, she called her older brother, Su Bai. She remembered that Su Bai had mentioned he was planning to come to the capital today. At this point, she could only hope that Su Bai would arrive soon, otherwise, she might not be able to escape this crisis today. At that moment, Su Bai was rushing to the KTV like a madman, but since he was in the city center, he couldn't speed up. He estimated that it would take at least another 20 minutes, and he didn't know if Lin Qingqing could hold on that long. After thinking for a moment, he called Yi Hong. The call connected quickly. Yi Gu. Can you contact the big boss of Jinbi Wang Wang? Su Bai spoke urgently. Jinbi Wang Wang, go find Wang Chang. He's the big boss of that KTV. Before the other person could finish speaking, Su Bai hung up and immediately called Wang Chang. As soon as the call was answered, Su Bai urgently said, Wang brother, listen to me. My cousin is currently in the ground floor private room at Jinbi Huihuang KTV. It seems like she's been drugged. I need another 20 minutes to get there, and I'm worried she won't be able to hold on that long. Can you send someone to watch over her for me? Wang Chang immediately realized the severity of the situation and assured him with a firm guarantee, don't worry. I'll take full responsibility. I won't let a single hair on your cousin's head be harmed. After hanging up, he immediately called the manager of Jinbi Huihuang. The manager then arrived with over 20 security guards, heading toward the Earth-numbered private room in a large group. On Su Bai's side, just after finishing the call with Wang Chang, Lin Qingqing called again, pleading to see him. Brother! Where are you? They're knocking on the door. Lin Qingqing was so scared she started crying. Little sister. I've already asked someone for help. Hold on for a few more minutes. No, just 2 minutes. Someone will come to rescue you within 2 minutes. Brother! I'm really scared. Hurry up! Bang! The crying stopped abruptly amid a loud bang on the door. Immediately afterward, a stranger's voice rang out. Come out quickly, little one. Your sisters are all waiting for you. Get out of here. You bastard. I don't know you. Get out of here. Then the phone went dead. Damn it. Subai couldn't help but curse aloud.
As for Lin Xincheng, he regarded her as his own younger sister. He had lived in her family's home for 2 years, and everyone treated him kindly. Even her younger cousin regarded him as their own son.
If something happened to Lin Xincheng, how could he explain it to his aunt and uncle? How could he explain it to himself? But now, he could only pin his hopes on Wang Chang. He hoped the other party would keep his word. Chapter 40, Timely Rescue, Cousin's Surprise. Upon hearing Lin Xincheng's screams over the phone, Subai went into a frenzy. Despite the heavy traffic on the road, he didn't care and started overtaking recklessly. Thanks to his exceptional driving skills, he managed to avoid any collisions, narrowly overtaking one car after another. Golden Splendor KTV. In the VIP room, Su Wanli stood outside the bathroom door, pounding on it frantically. Judging by the time Lin Xincheng's medication was about to take effect, and unable to contain his desire, he was ready to burst through the door. The thought of this pure, innocent student girl, who was as beautiful as a goddess, being ruthlessly ravaged and enjoyed by him, turned his desire into a raging tiger, ready to burst forth. All this effort was for this very moment, wasn't it? However, after knocking several times with no response, he grew impatient and kicked the door open with all his strength. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Xincheng on the phone, apparently trying to call someone. Su Wanli grew impatient, rushed forward, snatched the phone, and hung up. Then, he grabbed Lin Xincheng's wrist and dragged her out forcefully. Inside the room, others had already begun to enjoy their prey. His desires surged, and he roughly embraced Lin Xincheng from behind. At that moment, the effects of the drug had taken hold, and Lin Xincheng was completely weak, unable to muster even a shred of strength. She felt utterly hopeless. Her heart slowly sank to the bottom. Especially when she saw that several of her female friends were being molested by that group of scum. Worse still, their hands had already slipped inside her clothes, groping and squeezing freely. Though their minds were still lucid, their bodies were beyond their control, leaving them powerless to stop it, their hearts growing increasingly desperate. What was about to happen next was all too clear. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and over 30 security guards rushed in, all holding long, thin electric batons, their expressions filled with murderous intent. You really have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Everyone, stop immediately. Whoever dares to move, I'll send you straight to the underworld. The lavishly dressed manager, Li Hu, strode in from outside. With a fierce expression, he bellowed, causing everyone to freeze in place. Li Hu surveyed the room and asked, "Which one of you is Miss Lin Xincheng?" "I." Lin Xincheng weakly raised her hand. Somehow finding the strength, she broke free from Su Wanli's grip and quickly ran to Li Hu's side. She instinctively believed that this man was the one Subai had mentioned who had come to save her. Unfortunately, the effects of the drugs had already taken hold, and after taking just a few steps, she collapsed to the ground. "You have no sense of propriety. Quickly help Miss Lin Xincheng sit down over there," Li Hu said to the security guards. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward and helped her to the nearby sofa. Li Hu turned his gaze back to Su Wanli and said in a menacing tone, "You've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble on my turf. And to make matters worse, you've offended our boss's friend. How do you think we're going to resolve this?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanli was terrified, his eyes widening as he fell to his knees with a thud, slapping himself repeatedly. "Master Hu. I'm a lowly servant who didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." "Oh, right. Tiger Lord, my father is Su Zhongtian." Su Wanli was truly intimidated by these words. Li Hu was the manager of Jinbi Wangwang, but behind the scenes, he was a ruthless gangster known for his cruelty. Now he had the powerful boss of Jinbi Wangwang as his backer. It is said that this big boss has a very mysterious background. And his father, Su Zhongtian, is just a small-time boss. Compared to him, it's like night and day. He couldn't fathom how Lin Xincheng, this unassuming young woman, could know the big boss and even get Li Hu to personally come to her rescue. Those 2 dogs have really ruined him. For some reason, Su Wanli suddenly felt that not only was he going to be in trouble, but his father would also be dragged into it. Li Hu stared expressionlessly at Su Wanli, who kept slapping himself in the face. In the past, he would have acted immediately, never wasting a word. But now, since following the big boss, he had learned a thing or two, such as using a gentle approach to handle issues. Violence was the least effective method. As someone in a position of power, he now preferred to use his status to intimidate others. Just like now, the moment the other person heard his name, they immediately ran over to slap themselves in the face and kneel down to apologize. Li Hu raised his eyelids and looked at the others. "You all get over here too." The others quickly knelt down, just like Su Wanli, frantically slapping themselves and repeatedly admitting their mistakes and apologizing. Even Su Wanli couldn't afford to offend him, let alone them. After a few minutes, their faces were swollen like pigs, with blood seeping out, yet they dared not stop, hoping that this master would calm down. Enough! Li Hu said. Thank you, Mr. Li, for sparing our lives. The men sighed in relief. At that moment, Su Bai also arrived. As soon as he entered, he saw the room filled with security guards, several of whom were kneeling on the ground, their faces swollen like pig heads. His younger sister, Lin Xingcheng, was lying on the sofa. Little sister. Brother. Seeing Su Bai, Lin Xingcheng felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Su Bai quickly picked Lin Xingcheng up and held her in his arms, whispering comfortingly, I'm here, it's okay now. Li Hu walked over and said, You must be Mr. Su. Su Bai nodded at Li Hu, that's me. Thank you for everything this time. Li Hu laughed, no need to thank me. To be honest, I should apologize to you. After all, it happened on my turf, and I feel somewhat responsible. As the boss's friend, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. He then asked, What are your plans for these individuals? We'll follow your instructions. At that moment, Su Wanli and the others were all holding their breath, terrified. Even someone whom Li Hu treated with such respect, they dared not offend. Moreover, judging by the situation, Su Bai was very likely the boss's friend. Su Bai raised his eyes and glanced at the others. If Lin Xingcheng were to come to any harm, he would make these people pay 100-fold. But since Lin Xingcheng was unharmed, he wasn't as impulsive as before. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms and whispered, Little sister, how do you want to punish them? Lin Xingcheng shook her head weakly and said, Brother, I just want to leave. Su Bai nodded and turned to Li Hu, saying, Let's leave this to Wang Chang to handle. Thank you for your trouble. Saying this, he prepared to help Lin Xingcheng leave. Brother! They're my roommates. Su Bai looked over and asked the three girls, Can you move? The three nodded. Let's all go together. So, the group left together. Seeing Su Bai leave, Li Hu took out his phone and called Wang Chang. Wang Chang said on the other end of the line, How's it going? Li Hu replied, It's been handled properly. Mr. Su instructed you to deal with these few individuals. Wang Chang paused for a moment. Who are these guys? Li Hu said, They have no connections. Their families all run small companies. Wang Chang hummed in acknowledgement. Then handle it as you see fit. Got it, boss. Chapter 41, What? You want to be my sister-in-law? After leaving the KTV, Su Bai realized that the sports car only had 2 seats, yet there were 4 people, Lin Xingcheng and her 3 roommates. Not knowing what to do, Su Bai took everyone to a hotel to stay. Originally, he had planned for everyone to have their own room. But they were still a bit scared and wanted to stay together, so Su Bai just booked 2 rooms. He took 1 room for himself. The other 4 girls shared 1 room. After finishing their work, Su Bai finally had time to return to his room to rest. After a quick wash, he relaxed and fell asleep on the bed, reminiscing about what had happened earlier. Even now, he could still feel the lingering fear. Fortunately, his younger sister was unharmed, otherwise, he would have lived the rest of his life consumed by guilt. If he hadn't joined SCC and hadn't met Wang Chang, perhaps the outcome would have been dire. To put it bluntly, connections are still very important. Anyway, for him, money was just material possessions, and besides, he needed to be a bit extravagant, so he could spend a lot of money to make friends like Wang Chang. After all, having strong connections is an advantage. Take today, for example. You never know when you might need help. A single phone call can solve the problem. Thinking of this, Su Bai stood up, picked up the phone lying on the table, and dialed Wang Chang's number. Su brother, how is your cousin feeling now? On the other end of the line, Wang Chang's voice came through. She's much better now. Thanks for your help today. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Ha! Su brother, you're too polite. To be honest, it's actually my fault. On my turf, and yet your cousin ended up getting bullied. Wang, you're too kind. It's all that little girl's fault. She was too careless and didn't know how to protect herself. After a pause, Su Bai added. Wang brother, I have some spare cash. If you have any projects or engineering work that needs investment, feel free to reach out to me. I'll cover the costs, and you can handle all the operations and management. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang immediately perked up. It was clear that he had achieved his goal. After all, Su Bai had directly donated 11.1 billion to SCC, making him a super rich tycoon. His net worth was beyond imagination. He was probably on par with those top-tier aristocratic clans. In any case, befriending such a person was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Since we've come this far, I'll be straightforward. Coincidentally, I have a project in mind. Why don't we discuss it further at the charity dinner at the Lake Heart Club tomorrow evening? Alright. See you tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chang felt much better. He reached out and gave the second-tier actress giving him a massage a firm squeeze. In a great mood, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The actress curiously asked, It's been a while since I've seen Mr. Wang so happy. Wang Chang smiled and made a gesture resembling the god of wealth. The actress was slightly taken aback. In her eyes, Wang Chang was already extremely wealthy, a true god of wealth. How rich is that person to become Wang Chang's god of wealth? Unbelievable. After finishing his call with Wang Chang, Subai dialed Yi-han's number again. It was the same request. He needed help and was short on investment, so he could count on him. At the same time, Yi-han mentioned the charity dinner and invited him to attend tomorrow. In another room, a few young girls had already finished bathing, and their bodies were beginning to recover. Though the earlier ordeal still left them feeling uneasy, they quickly put it out of their minds and couldn't help but start gossiping. The subject of their gossip, of course, was Subai. Xincheng. Is he really your cousin? Of course he is. Xincheng, I remember you mentioned before that your cousin had a tragic background. He has no parents, his relatives don't like him, and he even lived in your house for several years. That's right. That's exactly what I said. But that doesn't make sense. You just saw it yourself. The general manager of the luxurious hotel was so polite to your brother, even calling him Mr. Su with great respect. Plus, I feel like your brother is hiding a lot from you. If he really had no background, why would those scum be so afraid of him? They even slap themselves. Oh well. I don't know either. Let's find time to ask him. Don't worry about that yet. Has your brother found a girlfriend? Don't even think about it. My brother already has a girlfriend named Lin Shui, and they've been together since high school. What's wrong? Are you trying to be my sister-in-law? Don't say that. The next morning, after a few roommates returned to school, Lin Xincheng approached Subai and asked, "Brother, I have a question." Subai hummed in response and said, "Let us find a place to talk properly." Saying that, he led Lin Xincheng to the parking lot. Lin Xincheng looked at the limited edition Bugatti Veyron and was momentarily speechless, asking in disbelief, "Bro, this isn't your car, is it?" Subai pulled out the keys, opened the door smoothly, and simultaneously opened the passenger door, saying, "It's my car. Get in." Lin Xincheng stood there for a moment, then nodded nervously. It felt unreal. It felt like a dream. Along the way, the limited edition Bugatti Veyron turned heads everywhere it went. The sleek sports car almost drew the attention of every passerby. The two arrived at the beach, found a slightly quieter spot, sat down, and felt a pleasant breeze blowing by, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. "Little sister, go ahead and ask." Subai gazed out at the endless sea and said. Lin Xincheng asked, "Is that luxury car really yours?" Subai nodded and added, "I bought it yesterday in the capital city." "That car?" Lin Xincheng stammered. 800 million. What? How much? Lin Xincheng suddenly widened her eyes. Not much. Just 100 million. Not much. Only 80 million? My brother, where did you get that money? Did you rob a bank? Lin Xincheng couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Subai continued calmly, "The money is mine. I didn't rob a bank. Don't worry. I don't believe you. A few words won't explain it all, but I haven't broken any laws. Otherwise, how could I still be here? Just remember one thing, I'm a tycoon. A tycoon whose wealth is beyond measure." Lin Xincheng twitched her lips and asked, "Does my mom know about this?" Subai shook his head. "Then, besides me, who else knows? Currently, it's just you. So, I want hush money. How much? Whatever you can give. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." No sincerity. The two chatted sporadically. Even though they hadn't seen each other in a long time, they still didn't feel the slightest bit. After chatting for a while longer, Subai took Lin Xincheng shopping at the mall, buying many expensive clothes and luxury cosmetics. Lin Xincheng didn't hesitate to accept. This was her brother. The kind with a blood relation. Evening, 5 o'clock. Subai took Lin Xincheng to the clubhouse. After parking the car, they headed to the lakeside, where there were yachts. They needed to take a yacht to the island in the middle of the lake. The two boarded a yacht. With a whoosh, the yacht shot out. Subai leaned against the edge of the yacht, gazing at the bottomless lake, and murmured, "These rich people sure know how to have fun." Lin Xincheng curiously asked, "Brother, what are we doing here?" Subai said, "We're attending a gathering. I'll introduce you to a few people. If I'm not around, you can go to them if you encounter any trouble. By the way, one of them is a big boss with a lavish lifestyle." Chapter 42, Attending the Banquet, The Unwise Old Man. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the lake. As soon as they got off the yacht, a waiter approached them and led them to the second floor. "Please come this way." The waiter stood at the door, bowing respectfully. Subai nodded and led Lin Xincheng into the grand hall on the second floor. As soon as they entered, the two felt as though they had entered a whole new world. The hall was at least 5,000 square feet in size, and the interior was extremely luxurious. The lights on the ceiling were dazzlingly beautiful. The space could accommodate roughly 100 people, with small groups gathered here and there, chatting casually. Even the waitstaff serving tea and water were exceptionally beautiful, with slender, graceful figures. Lin Xincheng was seeing the palace for the first time and felt a little nervous, gently tugging at Subai's sleeve. Subai sensed Lin Xincheng's emotions and whispered, "It's okay. Relax. If there's anything you want to eat, just help yourself." He too was seeing such a scene for the first time and felt a bit nervous. But then he thought to himself, I'm rich enough to rival a nation. Everyone's here to flatter me. What's there to be nervous about? The two of them entered the hall together. Subai casually took a glass of wine from a server. He took a small sip, the taste was decent. As for Lin Qingcheng, she seemed a bit reserved, following closely behind Subai the entire time. Oh. Su brother. You're here. Wang Chan walked over from the crowd with a smile. Wang brother. Subai nodded at Wang Chang and said, this is my younger sister, Lin Qingcheng. She's currently studying in the imperial capital. We'll inevitably need your help in the future. Wang Chang laughed, Su brother, you're too kind. Your sister is like my own sister. I have some influence in this area. He looked at Lin Qingcheng and handed her a golden business card, saying, Lin's sister, if you ever need any help, just let me know. Lin Qingcheng nodded and whispered, thank you, brother Chang. Alright. Go see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Your brother and I have something to discuss. Don't be nervous, make yourself at home. Lin Qingcheng nodded obediently. Then, Wang Chang led Subai to the third floor. They entered another private room. Inside the private room sat a man and a woman. The man was around 40 years old, looking refined and scholarly. The woman looked to be in her late 30s, with light makeup, but she unintentionally revealed the allure of a mature woman. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Wang Chang said to the two, this is my friend Subai, and he's the fourth shareholder I brought in. He then introduced Subai, this is Xiao Jie, the general manager, and the one beside him is Tang Ling, the general manager. They shook hands one by one. After a brief introduction, Wang Chang got down to business. In short, Wang Chang had a way to secure a diamond mine in a non-state-owned area with high-quality diamonds, but the investment amount was enormous, ranging from 15 billion to 20 billion. Wang Chang couldn't handle it alone, so he planned to invest 50 billion yuan to secure a 40% stake. The remaining 60% and 100 billion were released. Wang Chang has been very concerned about this matter. In addition to the obvious tasks, he also has to navigate various relationships and connections, which is time-consuming and laborious, so he deserves a larger share. Later, Wang Chang said that Xiao Jie and Tang Ling would each contribute 2.5 billion, each holding a 15% stake. This leaves 30% of the shares and a funding gap of 5 billion yuan. Wang Chang looked at Subai. If you think it's too risky, I'll bring in someone else. I've personally inspected that mine, and the quality is top-notch. Risky? Subai simply felt it was too little, it didn't satisfy his insatiable appetite. He said, no need. I can handle it alone. 50 billion is just a drop in the bucket for me. A bit of a show-off. But he's a real tycoon. Wang Chang sighed in relief and said, alright. Let's make it a done deal. I'll send you the relevant documents shortly. On the other side, Lin Qingcheng was wandering around the lobby alone. No one bothered her. She was actually enjoying the peace and quiet and gradually relaxed. When she arrived at the food service area, Lin Qingcheng's eyes lit up and she couldn't tear herself away. Everything looked so delicious. Wow. So sweet. This is crispy. So delicious. It smells so good. Take one. This one looks soft, take one of those too. Lin Qingcheng didn't miss a single one as long as she liked it, she just picked it up and put it on her plate. Just as she was enjoying her meal, she suddenly noticed someone and dashed over. Yao Shui. The famous actress Yao Shui. At that moment, Yao Shui was chatting with an elder when a voice suddenly interrupted her. She turned to look and saw a young woman in her 20s staring at her excitedly. Hello? Ah. It's really Yao Shui. I love you so much. All the girls in my dorm love you too. Can I take a photo with you? Lin Qingcheng said with a delighted expression. Sure. Thank you for your admiration. Let's take a photo together. Yao Shui was busy. Lin Qingcheng casually posted a photo on her social media with the caption, guess who's next to me? She then put away her phone, her big eyes darting around, and spotted a new target. Oh my goodness. That's the popular star Wang Kaixian. Ah. That's the queen of pop, Leng Qingqiu. Thus, in the lobby, a young woman suddenly appeared, holding pastries, specifically to take photos with the celebrities. No celebrity refused, after all, everyone present was a prominent figure, to put it bluntly. Even if this young girl looked innocent and naive, not like someone important, she might just be the spoiled darling of some powerful CEO. In no time, Lin Qingcheng had 7 or 8 photos, all with the hottest celebrities. If this were at school, the other students would be green with envy. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Qingcheng? Lin Qingcheng curiously looked up and saw a young woman walking over, holding the arm of a short, stocky man. Wang Minjun? Lin Qingcheng stared at her for a long time before speaking doubtfully. The young woman was heavily made up, looking more like an old witch. That's why I wasn't sure at first. Wang Minjun sneered, I never expected to run into you here. I'm curious, how did you manage to get in? I see, you're here for a part-time job, aren't you? I knew it. This banquet is attended by important figures. How could you possibly get in? Lin Qingcheng replied, I came with my brother. Wang Minjun continued to mock her, your brother? Oh, I see. He must be the security guard. Your brother is such a lousy security guard, letting anyone in. You! How dare you speak to my brother like that? Lin Qingcheng was furious. At that moment, the short, stocky old man beside Wang Minjun spoke up. Minmin, introduce this beautiful lady to me. Wang Minjun immediately saw the old man's intentions and reluctantly said, she's my classmate, Lin Qingcheng. Oh. So you're classmates? The old man extended his hand with a sly smile. Hello, Lin Qingcheng. Wang Minjun, is this your father? Wang Minjun. The old man. One sentence instantly ignited the anger of the short man in Wang Minjun. Nonsense. This is my boyfriend. Wang Minjun was getting really angry. Old man said, Lin Qingcheng, do you know who you've offended? Apologize to me now, and when I come looking for you, you can come anytime, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, not only will you be kicked out, but your brother's security job will also be affected. Clearly, the old man took Wang Minjun's earlier words at face value and genuinely believed that Lin Qingcheng's brother was the security guard here. Chapter 43, Harassment, My brother is Su Bai. What? Boyfriend? This left Lin Qingcheng completely dumbfounded. She suddenly realized she might have said the wrong thing. The thing is, Wang Minjun's demeanor at school made everyone think she was a rich girl. What about her designer bags and clothes? All those luxurious items. Who would have thought that this girl would end up with a short guy as her boyfriend? How disgusting. But this is a form of revenge, after all, you were the one who spoke ill of my brother first. Lin Qingcheng snorted and said, no money. She turned and walked away. Wang Minjun grabbed her arm and shouted to the crowd, is anyone there? Where's the event organizer? Someone snuck in and is asking a celebrity for a photo. Is there anyone in charge? Oh no. Don't pull me. Lin Qingcheng tried to break free. The two of them arguing caught the attention of some people who slowly gathered around. It wasn't common to see someone causing trouble in this place, so everyone found it quite interesting. Just then, a staff member approached, looked at the two of them, and asked, what's going on? Wang Minjun pointed at Lin Qingcheng and said, she snuck in here secretly to eat and drink, and she's been asking celebrities for photos everywhere. The staff member turned to Lin Qingcheng and said, Miss, please show us your invitation. The organizers of this charity dinner had only invited prominent figures from the capital city, who had received invitations to enter the lakefront clubhouse. Originally, everyone should have shown their invitations upon entering, but Subai's supercar was clearly a top-of-the-line luxury vehicle, symbolizing status and wealth, so no one bothered to check. Ah. But I don't have one. At that moment, Lin Qingcheng couldn't produce the invitation and was so flustered she was about to cry. Especially with people gathered around, she felt utterly humiliated and embarrassed. See? She doesn't even have an invitation. I told you she snuck in. How are you doing your jobs? How could you let someone like this in? What if she disturbs these important guests? Wang Minjun immediately adopted an arrogant and domineering expression. Finally, she had her chance. The staff immediately shouted, security. Where is security? Soon, a few security guards walked over. Wait. Hold on. Two voices rang out one after the other. Everyone looked over. One was the top-tier diva, Leng Qingxiu. The other was one of the newly rising four little flowers, the big star Yao Shui. Cold Qingxiu said, she's my assistant. I brought her in. Yao Shui looked at Leng Qingxiu and immediately said, I can vouch for her. This young girl was truly endearing, especially her earlier pouting expression, which stirred Cold Qingxiu's compassion, prompting her to want to help. It's just a matter of a few words. As for Yao Shui, she recalled her own past circumstances, where she had also been saved by others' help. Now she wanted to pass on that kindness. With two big stars vouching for her, the security guards dared not act rashly. At that moment, the short, stocky man beside Wang Minjun spoke up. You two are famous celebrities. Don't throw away your own future just for others. Zhang Shuqing issued a subtle threat. Even in this place, there are many who are more powerful than him, but he is, after all, a billionaire boss and wouldn't bother with these celebrities. Celebrities for the common folk. To a boss of his caliber, they were no different from entertainers who sold their smiles and voices. Wang Minjun interjected, nonsense. Her name is Lin Qingcheng. She's clearly my classmate and still in school. How could she possibly be your assistant? Moreover, she just said that her brother brought her here, and her brother is probably just a security guard. The staff turned to Lin Qingcheng and asked, Miss, could you please tell us your brother's name? Lin Qingcheng lowered her head dejectedly and whispered, Su Bai. The staff member didn't hear clearly and asked again. Then he turned to the crowd of security guards and shouted, Is there anyone among you named Su Bai? The security guards exchanged glances and shook their heads. Upon hearing that name, Yao Shui's heart skipped a beat. The person who saved her yesterday also seemed to be named Su Bai. Could it be the same person? Just as she was about to speak, Lin Qingcheng interjected, My brother just went to the third floor with someone named Wang Chang. They said they were discussing a big business deal. What? Wang Chang? The onlookers were all startled. In their minds, there was only one Wang Chang in the imperial capital, the eldest son of the Wang family. As everyone knew, he was one of the most powerful figures in the imperial capital. The fact that this young lady's brother could do business with Wang Chang meant that her brother was also a big shot. In an instant, the staff and that man named Zhang Shuqing were both taken aback. The renowned Wang Dashi wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. Moreover, the young master of the Wang family was also renowned for his sense of loyalty. He is the kind of person who, if you're his friend, will go to any lengths for you. But if you're his enemy, he'll stop at nothing to eliminate you completely and ensure there's no future threat. In the imperial capital, small businesses swallowed up by Wang Dashi were as numerous as cow hair. So, within the circle, a saying began to circulate: even if you can't be Wang Dashi's friend, at least don't become his enemy, or you won't even know how you died. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuqing trembled with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. Despite his fortune of several hundred million, in Wang Dashi's eyes, he was nothing but trash. If Wang Dashi so desired, he could bankrupt him with a single word. At that moment, Subai and Wang Chang came downstairs. Subai glanced around but didn't see Lin Xingcheng. He only noticed a crowd of people gathered together, unsure of what they were doing. Subai's heart sank, and he hurried over. He saw a young woman dressed provocatively, pulling Lin Xingcheng by the arm. Her menacing expression made it clear she was intentionally causing trouble. Lin Xingcheng, with her little face scrunched up, looked so pitiful, like a little rabbit, begging for mercy, as if she were being bullied. "Little sister!" Subai called out. "Brother!" Lin Xingcheng's tears welled up instantly, and she rushed over to hug him tightly. "Are you okay? Your brother is here," Subai whispered comfortingly. "What happened? Why are so many people gathered here?" Wang Chang walked over, looking at the crowd with an imposing presence. "We're done for." Upon seeing Wang Chang, Zhang Shuqing's head buzzed, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The staff member, sensing the situation was dire, hurried over to Wang Chang and quietly explained the entire situation. After listening, Wang Chang frowned and looked at Zhang Shuqing. "Who is this guy?" Among the onlookers, someone said, "Mr. Wang, he's Zhang Shuqing. His company is Shangyun Real Estate." Wang Chang's gaze turned icy. "Zhang Shuqing, huh? Within 3 days, get your company out of the capital city. Otherwise, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." "Ah. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. Please spare me this time. It's all that woman's fault." Chapter 44, Coming to the Rescue. As soon as Zhang Shuqing finished speaking, he angrily slapped Wang Minjun across the face. A loud slap echoed through the room. Wang Minjun was knocked back half a meter by the force of the slap. She was completely stunned. Zhang Shuqing begged for mercy. Being told to move the company out of the capital within 3 days was more agonizing than death itself. You see, while he did have a few billion in assets, these were all derived from the company's market value, not liquid cash. If it were liquid assets, he could just pack up and leave and live comfortably anywhere. His company was a heavy asset-based business. Even if he wanted to sell it, let alone the low price he could get, the question of whether anyone would dare to take over the business and risk offending Wang Xiao was a major issue. The most critical issue is that he recently invested a significant amount of money into a collaborative project. If he were to leave now, he would go bankrupt immediately, transforming from a wealthy businessman into a debt-ridden pauper. At that point, he wouldn't just be in trouble himself, his mistresses and illegitimate children would also abandon him. Facing Zhang Shuqing's pleas for mercy, Wang Chang remained expressionless. "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I want to say it again. Wang Chang. It's been a few days, and you're bullying people again." Just as Zhang Shuqing was losing all hope, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was Yi Hong striding toward them. Zhang Shuqing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Mr. Yi, please save me. We once worked together. I'm Zhang Shuqing, the former CEO of Shangyun Real Estate. Do you remember me?" In the imperial capital, if there was anyone who could save him, it was none other than Yi Hong. As the second son of the Yi family, he had no claim to the inheritance. Yet, Yi Hong had defied the odds, rising to match the eldest son of the Yi family, leaving even the elders of the family hesitant about who should inherit the vast Yi family fortune. So, after much deliberation among the elders, they decided to allocate a portion of the family fortune to allow them to start their own businesses. After 10 years, the one who proves more capable will be chosen to inherit the Yi family. 5 years have passed, and it is said that Yi Hong has already gained the upper hand in this succession battle. Wang Chang cried out in protest, hurriedly saying, "Old Ji, it was this guy who bullied Su's sister first. I was just venting for Su. How can that be considered bullying?" Yi Hong looked over and saw Su by comforting a young woman. He smiled sarcastically at Zhang Shuqing. "You're pretty bold, daring to bully Su's people." Zhang Shuqing was momentarily dumbfounded. After all that, he wasn't here to help him. Yi Hong said, "How did you vent your anger? Within 3 days, both you and your company must leave the imperial capital." Yi Hong shook his head and coldly said, "3 days is too long. I think 1 day is enough." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Shuqing let out a terrified scream and fainted. The targeting of the two powerful figures had sent him plummeting into an endless abyss, with no chance of recovery.
Wang Chang glanced at the unconscious Zhang Shuqing and said, "Throw him out of the venue immediately.
Tell him that even if he's unconscious, he must move out within a day. Otherwise, don't blame me. Oh, and call an ambulance for him too." "Got it, Mr. Wang."
Several security guards rushed forward, quickly carrying Zhang Shuqing out of the venue and also chasing Wang Minjun away.
At that moment, countless curious glances immediately fell on Su Bai. To have two big shots intervene like that, this guy's background must be incredibly deep and intimidating.
Among the crowd, Yao Shui, who spotted Su Bai, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She had thought she would never see Su Bai again in her lifetime. After all, in terms of status, they were from completely different worlds. Yet here he was, and the surprise came so suddenly that she couldn't help but feel a little thrilled. Wang Chang surveyed the crowd and said,
"While everyone's here, let me say something. Su Bai is my good brother. His sister is naturally my sister. In this small corner of the imperial capital, anyone who dares to bully her is bullying me." Yi Hong added, "Thank goodness for me." Su Bai looked at the two of them, feeling warm inside. "Thank you both. No need to thank us." The two spoke in unison. Everyone dispersed. Yao Shui walked over with a friendly smile. "Mr. Su, what a coincidence. We meet here." Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Brother. You actually think that's Yao Shui?" Su Bai nodded. Lin Qingqing exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Yao Shui. Oh, and Qingqiu. Thank you too." Cold Qingqiu had already left, but upon hearing this, she stopped in her tracks and responded politely. Su Bai thanked them, "Thank you both. It was no trouble at all. No need to thank us." The two celebrities replied. Dongjiang. Dongjiang Ziyun Mountain Villa. Driving a Porsche 911, Zhao Tianjiu entered the villa complex. At the same time, a taxi followed behind, stopping at the entrance. In the back seat were two young people, a man and a woman. The man asked, "Driver, where are we?" The driver replied, "This is a famous wealthy area in Dongjiang. Taxis can't enter, so you'll have to get out here. By the way, the fare is 50 yuan. The man was taken aback and exclaimed, "That's so expensive." The driver said without a word, "Young man, I've been waiting for half an hour. That has to be included in the fare." Seeing this, the man reluctantly pulled out 50 yuan and got out of the car, intending to go check out the Dongjiangziyun mountain villa. Just as he took a few steps, he was stopped by security. "Get out of here. You poor schmuck. This isn't a place for you." The man took a step back and asked the security guard, "Excuse me, do you know who the Porsche belongs to?" "Nonsense. It's obviously the owner's." "Brother, how much are the houses here? How expensive are they? You won't believe it, the cheapest square meter starts at 200,000 yuan, and a single house costs at least 50 million yuan. My goodness. That's so expensive. Is anyone actually renting a place here? Did you forget to take your medicine today? Spending 5 or 6 million on a house just to rent it out? That's ridiculous. If someone can afford that much, why would they bother with the rent? It wouldn't even cover the property management fees. Get out of here. Don't block the view. Let's go. I'm leaving right now." The man took the woman and left, finding a cheap hotel where they checked into a room. "Zhao Yang, can't we just go find your sister directly?" The man was Zhao Yang, Zhao Tianjiao's younger brother. The woman was his girlfriend, Feng Miao. Their relationship had been strongly opposed by Feng Miao's family, simply because Zhao Yang was from the countryside and Feng Miao was from the town. Therefore, the two decided to seek refuge with Zhao Tianjiao. However, they discovered that Zhao Tianjiao had lied to her family. Zhao Tianjiao had previously claimed that life in the city was extremely difficult, with expenses far exceeding income and survival being a constant struggle. However, upon arriving in the city, they were shocked to find luxury cars and mansions everywhere. It was like night and day. "No." Zhao Yang shook his head. "I'll call my parents. They need to come over. Only they can keep my sister in line." He took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. As soon as the call connected, someone shouted, "How dare you call me? Get back here immediately." "I'm not going back. I'm in Dongjiang. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? You're running away with someone else, and their parents are coming to find you." "Mom, please listen to me first. I saw my sister is very wealthy, driving a car worth millions and living in a villa. You must come over immediately. You good-for-nothing brat, you've gone mad over money." Chapter 45, Charity Gala. 1 million for a song. I swear to heaven, I'm not lying. I saw her driving a luxury sports car worth millions with my own eyes. Then, I waited at her company's entrance today, called a taxi, followed her into a residential complex, and even asked the security guard. The cheapest apartments here are 200,000 per square meter. Each house is at least 50 to 60 million. There was a long pause on the phone before the voice continued. "Are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? Are you certain that the one driving the luxury car was your sister?" "Oh my goodness. Mom. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes." "All right. Let us go into the city tomorrow to take a look. That ungrateful little brat. She is so rich, yet she only sends back 2,000 a month. It's utterly outrageous. After hanging up, Zhao Yang looked at Feng Miao. Miao Miao, call your parents too. Tell them to come with us. No? They just dragged me back. We ran away together. You ungrateful girl. Your parents only refused because your family is from the town and mine is from the countryside, right? They just looked down on my family for being poor. Now that my sister is so wealthy, with a luxury car and a mansion, your parents will definitely agree to us being together. Feng Miao was taken aback by his words, seeming to find them reasonable. She took out her phone and made a call. As soon as the call connected, she was berated harshly, but her mother eventually agreed to come over tomorrow to take a look. After hanging up, Zhao Yang hugged Feng Miao, and the two lay on the bed. Zhao Yang spoke with a touch of longing. Miao Miao, let us just live here together. My sister is so rich I'll make her buy me a mansion and a luxury car, and then we can go for drives. Feng Miao looked puzzled and said, that sounds nice, but will your sister agree? Zhao Yang laughed, if I ask her to sell it, she won't, but if it's my parents, she definitely will. That's why I asked them to come. Don't worry. My family has always spoiled me. I'm their only son, and they need me to carry on the family line, so whatever I want, they'll give me. Feng Miao's eyes lit up. Really? That's amazing. I want a supercar like your sister's. It's so cool. I've always dreamed of driving one. Great. One for you, one for me. Ha! Lost in their wonderful fantasies, the two drifted off to sleep. Imperial Capital. Lake Heart Club. The charity auction had already begun. Everyone had gathered on the first floor and taken their seats in the hall. The host of the evening banquet was Rao Shaoqing, the leading actress of Lake West Stage. Distinguished guests, good evening. I am Rao Shaoqing. On behalf of myself, I warmly welcome everyone to the third charity auction. This is a wonderful day to demonstrate compassion and care for humanity. It is also a day to fully embody the spirit of dedication and love for all. After reciting the script verbatim, the video began playing on the large screen behind the host. The content of the video was simple yet heart-wrenching. In remote areas, students still face difficulties in attending school, having to trek 2 or 3 hours along mountain paths, with the round trip taking 5 or 6 hours. The school facilities are also inadequate, with even the desks and chairs being donated by the students' families. Their parents, forced to work away from home to support their families, leave behind only elderly parents and young children. The elderly are frail and have difficulty moving around, while the children, who are not even as tall as a table, have taken on all the household chores, cooking, cleaning, and doing laundry with great skill. These left behind children long for a better learning environment and dream of leaving the mountains to explore the wider world. The video ended. Rao Shaoqing stepped forward and addressed the crowd. All proceeds from tonight's charity dinner will be donated to the impoverished school featured in the video to improve their living conditions. Now, we will begin the auction of the first item. The first item is a new song performed by the legendary singer Ling Qingqiu. Please start bidding. 10,000. 35,000. 40,000. 50,000. Bidder number 17 has bid 500,000. Any higher? Subai raised his number 7 paddle, 5 million. As the voice fell, countless people looked over, curious to see which hidden big shot it was. Rao Shaoqing asked, is there anyone willing to bid higher than 5 million? 5 million, first time. 5 million for the second time. 5 million for the third time. Sold. Next, please enjoy the new song from the Queen of Pop, Ling Qingqiu. Ling Qingqiu walks onto the stage. She never imagined that her song would sell for $5 million, even if she had to donate every penny of it. But she was overjoyed. At least she could do more to help the children. The song ends. The second item up for auction is a new work by a master artist. It eventually sold for 800,000. Bidders continued to bid, while Subai watched from the sidelines. Soon, it was Yao Shui's turn. Yao Shui auctioned off a beautiful dance routine, which was immediately snapped up by Subai for a staggering 5 million. That's just how Subai is. If you're good to me, I'll be 1,000 times better to you. Since these two had helped Lin Qingqing today, he was determined to give them a huge boost in status. As the last item was auctioned off, the charity gala came to an end. At that moment, Subai stood up and said to Rao Shaoqing, the host, I would like to donate a song. Rao Shaoqing recognized Subai as the 7th VIP who had spent 10 million, so he naturally had to give him some face and invited him to the stage. Rao Shaoqing looked at the crowd and said, does anyone have an offer for Mr. Su's song? Subai said, me. Are you going to buy it yourself? Alright. Rao Shaoqing nodded. Since that's the case, please sing a song for us. I wonder how much Mr. Su is willing to spend to buy it back. Subai held up one finger, 100 million. How much? Rao Shaoqing was stunned. Not only Rao Shaoqing, but even the many VIPs in the audience were utterly shocked. Only Yi Hong and Wang Chang, who were familiar with this guy's antics, remained unfazed. 100 million to buy his own song. This is no different from a donation. This Subai is a complete stranger. I've never even seen him in the capital. Upon his arrival, not only did he befriend Wang Dashi and Yi Ershao, but he also directly donated 100 million. He's simply a reckless spendthrift. Subai stepped forward, sat down at the piano, and said, "Today, the song I will sing is called Snail. I hope that the students in the mountainous areas can fulfill their dreams and leave the mountains." As he finished speaking, the beautiful melody began to drift out. Should I shed this heavy shell? Searching for where the blue sky lies. Drifting gently with the breeze. The pain of what we've endured no longer hurts. I will climb step by step. Waiting for the sun to quietly gaze upon its face. A small sky holds big dreams. A heavy shell wraps around a gentle gaze. I will climb step by step. At the highest point, I will ride the leaves and fly forward. The tears and sweat that flow through the small sky. One day, I will have my own sky. Chapter 46, Sudden Misfortune, A Day of Bad Luck. The song Snail ended quickly. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, which continued for a long time. At that moment, someone stood up and asked, "Mr. Su, did you write the lyrics and compose the music for this song yourself?" Subai nodded. "My goodness. Mr. Su, this song is so beautiful. You're truly amazing." Listening to the praise, Yao Shui looked at the handsome and charming Subai and couldn't help but exchange glances with him. Such a man was truly worthy of her admiration. Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoyue also looked at Subai, thinking that this man truly amazed her and made her heart race. The next morning, as the sky was still dim, Subai got up early, drove Lin Xingqing back to school, and transferred 1,000,000,000 yuan to her. He also told Lin Xingqing to discuss these matters with her aunt and uncle at an appropriate time. After finishing everything, Subai drove his top-of-the-line luxury car, the Bugatti Veyron, to Dongjiang. Dongjiang was quite a distance from the capital, but for Subai, the thousands of kilometers were no problem at all. The top-of-the-line luxury car was the best in every aspect, and combined with Subai's masterful driving skills, he stayed on the overtaking lane the entire way, never once slowing down, as if he were flying through the air. After everything that had happened over the past few days, Subai couldn't help but feel deeply moved. From the opulent beginning to the charity gala, and Lin Qingqing's repeated narrow escapes, it was all thanks to Wang Chang's timely assistance. Though he now had an endless supply of money and an enviable net worth, aside from his limitless wealth, he seemed to have no other assets. Relying solely on others to solve problems was not a sustainable solution. After all, to forge iron, one must first be strong oneself. Human hearts are fickle. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Hong and Wang Chang wouldn't harbor different intentions toward him once they discovered he had no background. He dares not take that risk. The cost of losing is too high. Therefore, his top priority now is to build a faction absolutely loyal to him and quickly enhance his own absolute strength. With the financial backing of an absolute advantage, building a faction is not particularly difficult. The real challenge lies in where to find people who will be absolutely loyal. This would take a lot of time. However, the immediate priority is to establish the faction first. As for enhancing his strength, Subai glanced at the system panel, where the wealth points column still read 200 points. The money donated yesterday and the money given to Lin Xingqing today, totaling 200 million, did not increase the wealthy points by a single point. If this is the case, it seems that donating money doesn't increase the wealthy points. Could it be that you have to spend the money instead? However, he clearly remembered that the 110 billion he had donated to SCC earlier had indeed increased the corresponding wealth points. Suddenly, Subai figured it out. After donating to SCC, he had obtained the honorary status of a premium member. Actually, donating money is acceptable. However, it requires receiving corresponding rewards, which also counts as consumption, just not for goods. As for physical and mental strength, their values are both at 50 points, which is still decent. However, since his physical strength had been upgraded to 50 points, he hadn't tested it again, but he felt that, with his current physique, he wasn't any worse than those who exercised regularly. What if he were to increase his physical strength to 100 points, or even 200 points, or perhaps 1,000 points? Would he eventually become a superhero? Of course, all of this requires time to gradually explore. Mental strength allows him to have more acute senses and clearer thinking, preventing him from becoming someone with strong limbs but a simple mind, so mental strength is also very important. Next comes skills. Currently, there are 5. Driving a car, composing music, singing, songwriting, and playing the piano. And all of them are at level 10, rated as mastery. Just as he was about to spend more points to improve his skills, he suddenly felt an inertial force hit him, and his car seemed to move forward a bit. Subai froze for a moment before realizing that he seemed to have been rear-ended. He quickly got out of the car. There was a horse-drawn carriage in front of his Bugatti Veyron, having made intimate contact with the rear of his supercar. Subai looked around and confirmed that he had parked properly, so it must be the other party's fault. Sigh. What bad luck. Not only did he lose 10 luxury points for no reason, but his car was also rear-ended. This is truly the worst luck imaginable. However, he took a closer look and it didn't seem too serious. At least it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I said, "You park like that? Do you think the highway is your living room?" A woman in her 30s got out and shouted at Subai. Subai replied, look closely, I'm inside the service area. You were the one who rear-ended me. You're fully responsible. Are you even being reasonable? The woman wasn't happy and continued shouting, it's clearly you who's treating the main road like your own home, parking wherever you want. It's clearly your fault. How dare you turn it around on me? Let me tell you, don't think you're so great just because you drive a sports car. It might just be rented. My car is damaged. If you don't compensate me, I won't let you go. Subai wasn't short of money, but he had never encountered such a disgusting person before. He didn't feel like arguing, so he simply pulled out his phone and called the police. The woman's screams quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. It was the May Day holiday, so there were plenty of cars and people around. Especially when they saw the limited edition Bugatti Veyron rear-ended, everyone was stunned. Who was so reckless as to crash into such a luxury car? Wow! A Bugatti Veyron. That SA top-of-the-line luxury car with a starting price of 30 million. Just a scratch like that must cost at least several $100,000. Wow! Is it that expensive? From the looks of it, it must be the BMW that rear-ended it. The BMW is definitely at fault. Well, now the BMW is as good as gone. I wonder if they can afford to pay for it. Just a minor scrape and it's already a fortune. We'd better stay far away from them in the future. What's wrong with you guys? Stop talking nonsense here. The woman shouted. Soon, the traffic police arrived at the scene. After an investigation, it was determined that the BMW was fully at fault. The woman immediately calmed down. Miss, since you're at fault, I have a duty to inform you that my car is a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Only 8 were ever made worldwide. The official price is 60 million, but now it's worth 80 million on the market. With just this scratch, it's worth at least $1 million. How do you plan to compensate me? Chapter 47, A Family That Eats Its Own, Zhao Qianjiao's Grievances. As the words fell, the onlookers were all stunned. What? How much? 8 million? Even just repainting and repairs start at $1 million? How extravagant and heartless is that? As expected, people are just different. What did you say? 1 million? You're trying to rip me off. Then look it up online yourself. Subai crossed his arms. The BMW woman looked at Subai suspiciously, then took out her phone. Upon seeing the price, she was so shocked she sat down on the ground. I don't care. I don't have the money. $1 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? She started acting like a spoiled brat. Whether you have money or not, I'll have them enforce it by force. If you really don't have any money, then all your assets, including your car and house, will be auctioned off. And you'll end up in jail. The BMW woman's face turned pale, her eyes filled with terror. The onlookers, seeing karma coming back to bite her, felt a sense of satisfaction. Big brother. Please, don't arrest my mother. I'll apologize for her. I'm sorry. I'll pay you back once I grow up and can earn money. A soft, childlike voice rang out. Unbeknownst to anyone, a little girl who looked to be around 5 or 6 years old was standing beside him, clinging to his sleeve pitifully. Is that your mother? Subai pointed at the woman in the BMW. The little girl nodded. Does she like you? Yes. Does she hit you? No, I'm very obedient. But your mom owes the big brother a lot of money. How are you going to pay it back? Eneen will study hard, work diligently when she grows up, earn money, and pay it back little by little. Do you have any money on you? I do. The little girl rummaged through her pockets and finally pulled out a 10 yuan bill, handing it to Subai with a frown. 10 yuan. I'll pay it back little by little when I grow up. Subai took the money, ruffled the little girl's hair, then stood up and walked back to the car, glancing at the woman who was throwing a tantrum. After living for decades, I haven't even learned a thing from a little girl. He then stepped on the gas, and the vehicle roared to life, speeding away with a loud hum. Goodness gracious. 1 million yuan just like that. Rich people are truly heartless. Wow. A daughter's power is so great I should have a daughter. Dongjian. After work, Zhao Tianjiao drove her top-of-the-line luxury car back to her villa in Dongjiang's Ziyun Mountain. Just as she arrived at the gate, several figures immediately blocked her path. Zhao Tianjiao looked closely. It was her parents and Zhao Yang. However, there were also 3 strangers accompanying them. How did they find this place? Zhao Tianjiao was puzzled but got out of the car and walked toward them, calling out, Dad, Mom. Zhao Tianjiao's mother, Li Chunying, was immediately furious and said, Don't call us. We don't know you. You're living in the big city, driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, while we're back home eating coarse food and drinking water. How dare you? Zhao Tianjiao hurriedly explained, Oh, let me explain. This car isn't mine, it belongs to the big boss. The big boss's? Li Chunying looked skeptical. The big boss's car? He doesn't drive it himself? He drives it for you every day? Oh, it's hard to explain in a few words. Let me take you to find a place to stay first, and we'll talk later. No way. I don't want to stay in a hotel. Li Chunying pointed at the houses in the villa area and said, I want to stay there. I want to stay in a villa. Don't think I don't know anything. You're actually living inside. Mom! This villa belongs to the big boss. Without his permission, you can't go in. Nonsense. What big boss? I think you just found some rich second-generation kid. I don't believe any big boss would be so kind as to give you a luxury car and a villa to live in. Don't think you can abandon us just because you've hooked up with a rich guy. Watch out for my family's discipline. Zhao Tianzhao's father, Zhao Taizhu, immediately grabbed a wooden stick and swung it at Zhao Tianzhao. Zhao Tianzhao didn't expect him to attack so suddenly, and before she could react, her arm took a solid blow, causing her to cry out in pain. A wave of injustice welled up in her heart. All these years, she had lived frugally, saving every penny she earned to send money home. Even Zhao Yang's tuition fees were paid out of her own pocket. Even now, she still sends 2,000 yuan to her family every month. She had already done everything she could, yet in the end, she was still being beaten and scolded. But there was nothing she could do after all, they were her family. Thus, the helpless Zhao Tianzhao could only bring him to the Ziyun mountain villa. She thought that since Su Bai had gone back home for the holidays, he shouldn't be returning anytime soon. Entering the villa. The group was stunned by the luxurious decor, something they had only ever seen on TV before. Even the Feng Miao family was so shocked they couldn't say a word. They had always considered themselves well off, so they had looked down on Zhao Yang, who came from the countryside. Now they realized how limited their horizons had been. At that moment, they looked at Zhao Yang as if he were a turtle staring at a green bean. They were completely smitten. With such an outstanding older sister, this guy couldn't be too bad either. Zhao Yang stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows and exclaimed joyfully, "Sister! This place is truly luxurious. It's even more grand than a palace." He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to live here every day. Living here with Feng Miao shouldn't be a problem. At first, everyone was a bit reserved, but then they thought about it. This was their daughter's home and relaxed. Zhao Tianzhao spoke up, "Dad, Mom, what did you call me here for?" Zhao Taizhu said, "Did you see that girl? She's your brother's fiancée. Those two are Feng Miao's parents. We're currently discussing your brother's wedding. You need to come up with 5 million yuan for his wedding." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianzhao almost burst out laughing. Zhao Taizhu had no idea how much 5 million yuan was. Having spent his entire life working the land, this was likely something Zhao Yang had come up with. She shook her head directly and said, "I don't have 5 million. Zhao Taizhu also thought it was a bit much, but since it was his son who had asked him to bring it up, he said, "Then how much can you come up with?" "I have no money. Not a single penny." "You little brat, I bet you got beaten again." Zhao Taizhu flew into a rage. "I'd rather die than give it to you. You're deliberately trying to drive me to my grave. This money, you'll pay it whether you want to or not." Zhao Taizhu erupted into a tirade. Zhao Tianzhao felt wronged and burst into tears. "You've always spoiled him since he was a child, just because he's a boy, your son. You always think of him first for everything good. You didn't even pay a single penny for my college tuition. He went to college, and his family ran out of money. Alright. I'll go find someone to borrow from. In the end, I saved every penny and paid it back little by little. Do you know how I managed to get through that time? Several times I fainted from malnutrition and nearly died. Now things are better. I keep a little for living expenses each month and give the rest to you. What more do you want from me? And you, Zhao Yang, you're a good-for-nothing, ungrateful bastard. The first thing you do is ask me for 5 million? Do you think I'm an ATM? I'm telling you, I don't have a single penny, and I won't give you any more in the future. Don't even think about getting another penny from me." Chapter 48, Suffocation. The wrongly accused Su Bai. Zhao Tianzhou had been bottling up her frustration for too long. She had been treated differently since childhood. No matter how well she performed, she was never acknowledged. Even when she came first in every exam, her parents never praised her once. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, was completely different. No matter what he did, his parents always supported him unconditionally. As long as he complained, she would be the one to suffer. In the end, even after she got into university, her family refused to pay for her tuition. They even said she'd eventually get married anyway, so she might as well start earning money to support the family. Fortunately, her teacher felt sorry for her and provided some financial assistance, allowing her to finally graduate from university with great difficulty. Now that her life has finally started to improve, her parents showed up at her door demanding 5 million yuan for her brother's wedding. 5 million? Where would she get 5 million? Do they really think money is that easy to come by? She has just been promoted, but she hasn't even gotten a raise yet. Zhao Tianzhao's outburst completely stunned everyone present, especially Li Chunhua and Zhao Taizhu. The two were even more shocked. This girl, who had always been the obedient and docile daughter in their eyes, had actually learned to defy her parents. This left them speechless. However, Li Chunhua quickly snapped out of it and started acting like a spoiled child. "I don't care. As long as you don't give us the 5 million, our entire family will stay here and refuse to leave. Let's see who can outlast who." Zhao Tianzhou said, "If you're admitting your mistake, then I'll make it clear to you, this house isn't mine, it belongs to the big boss. He saw that I had nowhere to live and felt sorry for me, so he let me stay here temporarily. And do you know how much this house is worth now? Before anyone could respond, she continued, 900 million. Exactly 900 million. As Zhao Tianzhao finished speaking, everyone was stunned. 900 million. How much money is that? With their current perspective, it was simply beyond their comprehension how enormous 900 million yuan truly was. They had thought that 900 million could buy an entire street in town. At first, Zhao Yang had said that the house was starting at 500 million, and they hadn't believed him, thinking there was no way a house could be that expensive. Little did they know that 500 million was still on the low end. They had truly been short-sighted. Do you know what 900 million means? Zhao Tianzhao added, it means that any insignificant trinket in this villa could be sold for enough to buy several houses back home. If you won't leave, then I will. If security guards come by and don't recognize you, they'll arrest you for burglary. I'm warning you. This is the most upscale villa area. They usually impose strict penalties here. Be prepared to serve 10 or 8 years in prison. Zhao Tianzhao finished speaking and left immediately. You little brat, you dare threaten us. Zhao Taizhu heard this and flew into a rage, rushing forward to hit Zhao Tianzhao, but was held back by Li Chunhua. Zhao Tianzhao turned to look at Zhao Taizhu, tears welling up in her eyes. Dad! You've always called me that since I was a child, dead girl, dead brat. I'm your own flesh and blood. How could you curse me to death? Zhao Yang witnessed this scene and was also stunned. He had initially thought that as long as he brought his parents over, he could control Zhao Tianzhao, as that had always been the case in the past. But now, the situation seemed to be developing beyond his expectations. Sister, Shut up. I know what you're thinking. You think that by bringing mom and dad here, you can control me. Look at yourself, you're so old. If you need money, why don't you go earn it yourself? After saying this, Zhao Tianzhao walked out directly. Seeing this, the others in the room recalled what Zhao Tianzhao had said earlier and quickly stood up, following her out. After all, they were from a small town and hadn't seen much of the world. If they were caught and sent to prison for 8 or 10 years, that would be the end of them. Just as Zhao Tianzhao reached the door and was about to go out, the door suddenly opened. Su Bai returned to Dongzheng, and it was already completely dark. If it hadn't been for some delays on the way, he might have arrived earlier. He pushed open the door and saw Zhao Tianzhao with reddened eyes. He asked, Tianzhao, are you going out? As he spoke, he noticed that Zhao Tianzhao was followed by a large group of people. These people were. Zhao Tianzhao's heart sank. Hadn't Su Bai gone home? Why did he suddenly come back, especially at this critical moment? She said nervously, I'm sorry. Mr. Su. They're all my relatives. They came from our hometown to visit me, so I brought them here to rest. If we're disturbing you, I'll take them out right away. She was afraid Su Bai would be upset. After all, it was a $9 billion mansion. Bringing people in secretly would inevitably cause some discomfort. However, it was clearly Zhao Tianzhao overthinking things. Su Bai asked, it's getting late. There are plenty of rooms here. Why stay outside? No need. I've already booked a room outside. Zhao Tianzhao hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Taizhu rudely interrupted her. If I'm not mistaken, you're this little brat's boyfriend, aren't you? Since you're already living together, why not just get married? You're a wealthy and powerful businessman, while we're just a humble family. But the dowry must be paid in full. Here's a deal, to save you the trouble, give me 10 million as dowry, then buy her brother an apartment and a car here. Your family is so wealthy this shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Hearing all this, Su Bai was speechless. That dead girl. She was clearly referring to Zhao Tianzhao. How unusual. I've never heard a father refer to his own daughter like that before. He must think he's Zhao Tianzhao's boyfriend. But upon further thought, he's already living with Zhao Tianzhao. In the eyes of others, aren't they just a couple living together? It seems like he's doomed to suffer in silence. But $1 million dowry, plus a house and a car? That's not marrying off a daughter, it's selling her. Su Bai remained silent. He looked at Zhao Tianzhao. At that moment, overcome with emotion, Zhao Tianzhao's chest rose and fell violently as she looked at Zhao Taizhu in terror and shouted, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Taizhu, equally emotional, how am I talking nonsense? You're living together. How can I say anything? If he doesn't marry you, who else will marry you? How can I and your mother face the villagers after this? Su Bai sighed helplessly, Uncle. Zhao Tianzhao and I are just friends. I'm her boss, not her boyfriend. Zhao Taizhu retorted, what kind of boss lives with their subordinate? I think you're just using her and don't want to take responsibility. Su Bai was completely speechless. This guy was already worked up, he probably wouldn't listen to anything, so he just stayed silent. Zhao Tianzhao cried out, Dad. You're pushing me to my death. Chapter 49, starting over. Enhancing strength once again. At that moment, Zhao Yang whispered, Sister, Dad is clearly speaking up for you. He was overjoyed. Since Zhao Taizhu had spoken up, the matter was basically settled. Plus, that enormous dowry of 10 million yuan would all become his in the end. With that, he would be part of the 3/2 crowd having a car, a house, and savings. Why would he need to work like a slave anymore? He could just relax and enjoy life. Feng Miao and the other two were also overjoyed. If this really happens, it would be like ascending to heaven in one step, and the old couple would also get to enjoy the benefits. Forget about the car and house, just that 10 million in savings alone would be enough to maintain their status. Zhao Tianjia watched this scene and felt even more despair. She was even threatening to kill herself, yet her mother, her father, and her own younger brother were still preoccupied with money, completely indifferent to her suffering. It was clear that all they cared about was money. They were thinking that since Su Bai was wealthy, they could extort a large sum from her. On the other hand, if Su Bai had no money, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to force her to break up with him. As for her happiness, it seems to have never been a consideration for her parents. She is nothing more than a tool to be used for money. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianzhou suddenly came to her senses. From the moment she came into this world, she had always been nothing more than a tool for making money. How foolish she had been before, saving every penny to support her family. Now it was clear it had all been her own delusion. The home she had thought was hers was never a safe haven. Zhao Tianzhou's once fiery heart slowly grew cold. She walked out without saying a word. At that moment, all she wanted was to escape, to leave this place of turmoil. To leave this place that caused her so much pain. Su Bai realized something was wrong and hurried after her. The remaining few looked at each other in confusion. In the end, they decided to leave, as Zhao Tianzhou's words from earlier were still fresh in their minds. A certain park. Su Bai and Zhao Tianzhou sat by a small river. Zhao Tianzhou calmly recounted her life story from childhood to the present. Su Bai listened, acting as a good listener. Mr. Su, do you also think I'm so foolish? Whatever they wanted, I would do my best to give it to them. If I didn't have it, I would borrow it from others, and in the end, I would pay it back slowly. After finishing, Zhao Tianzhou looked at Su Bai. Su Bai replied seriously, I don't think you're silly. This is an expression of deep emotion. However, in their eyes, all of this has become taken for granted. Maybe. Anyway, I've come to terms with it. For the first 20 years, I lived in their shadow. From now on, I want this to be my life alone. Alright. I support you. Have them come to the hotel tomorrow. Speaking of which, I should also fulfill my duties as a host. If you need money, I've already arranged it with the finance department, just go and take it. Zhao Tianzhou choked up, hugged Su Bai, and cried, Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Su. She had originally thought that Su Bai would look down on her because of her family, who were like vampires, but the opposite was true. In truth, Su Bai felt genuine pity for her. He had never seen his parents since he was a child, and his life as an orphan had been tough. Fortunately, his aunt and auntie both cared deeply for him, which was a silver lining in his misfortune. But Zhao Tianzhou had nothing. She had always dedicated herself to her family, only to discover that they had always seen her as nothing more than a money-making tool, constantly oppressing her. Cry. Crying might make you feel better. Su Bai whispered comfortingly. Zhao Tianzhou could no longer hold back her tears and burst into loud sobs. In no time, her tears had soaked through Su Bai's shirt. Ah. You're wet. Zhao Tianzhou looked at the damp clothes and felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay. Let's go back together. Dongjiang Ziyun Mountain Villa. When the two arrived, the group had already left. Zhao Tianzhou looked around and was about to head outside. Mr. Su, I'll go outside to see what they're doing. Su Bai quickly stepped forward to block Zhao Tianzhou. Zhao Tianzhou looked puzzled. Su Bai said, Have you forgotten what you just said? We agreed to think of ourselves first. Don't go after them now, otherwise, they'll become even more brazen. Besides, they're all adults, not children. What could possibly happen? Alright, then. Good night, Mr. Su. Zhao Tianzhou nodded. She felt Su Bai was right, so she returned to her room. Su Bai also returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he looked at the system panel. Name, Su Bai. Stamina, 50. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 50. Skills, car driving, master level, piano, master level, singing, master level, lyric writing, master level, composition, master level. And used VIP points, 190. There are still 190 VIP points remaining. Su Bai desperately wanted to enhance his abilities, so he bit the bullet and spent 50 VIP points, directly boosting his stamina. The number in the stamina column instantly increased from 50 to 100. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from his dantian, spreading throughout his limbs and muscles, as if countless ants were biting him. The sensation was indescribable. This state lasted for 5 minutes before gradually fading away. At that moment, Su Bai was soaked in sweat, as if he had just swum in a river and climbed out. He felt a surge of excitement and added another 50 points to his mental stats. At first, his mind felt heavy, and his thoughts were chaotic, reminiscent of the feeling after drinking too much. Su Bai took a deep breath and slowly lay down on the bed, breathing evenly. A moment later, Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt that his vision had become clearer, and even the tiny mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling was now visible, along with its antennae. You see, he had been a bit nearsighted before.
This discovery filled him with excitement.
He hurriedly checked the panel. Name, Subai. Stamina, 100. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 100.
Skills, car driving, master level, piano, master level, singing, master level, lyric writing, master level, composition, master level.
Unused premium points, 90.
Mental and physical strength have both reached 100 points.
However, this should be the limit, as the plus sign has disappeared. Ah! No way! Can't improve any further. Only 100 points. Then all that money he spent will be useless in the future when he gets more wealthy points. Add skills?
But since even the 18 dragon subduing palms can't be upgraded, he's not really interested anymore.
Forget it. I'll look into it later. Subai instinctively felt that this system was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface.
At that moment, he felt a sticky sensation on his body.
So he walked out and went to the swimming pool in the courtyard. He quickly stripped off his clothes. He jumped into the pool, and an instant wave of coolness washed over him. That felt amazing.
After swimming a few laps and washing himself clean, he got out of the pool. Looking at his ordinary muscles, he felt as though there was an explosive, terrifying power surging within him.
He was confident he could knock out a bull with a single punch. Chapter 50, Managing People and Money with One Hand. Overpowering Subai. The next morning. The office of the chairman of Dongjiang Food Company. Tianjiao, I plan to establish a company. Dongjiang International.
However, I don't have much time, so I urgently need a trustworthy person to help me manage everything.
In short, I need your help.
Zhao Tianjiao hesitated upon hearing this, but I'm afraid I might let you down. She really wanted to go, but she feared her abilities might not be up to the task, thereby jeopardizing Subai's important plans.
I believe you have the ability to handle everything, and you should go out and see the vast world beyond, rather than limiting your horizons to this small corner. Alright, I'll give it a try. Zhao Tianjiao was persuaded. Subai nodded. Go for it. The support I'll give you includes not only unconditional trust but also an unlimited budget. If you find someone you like, we can bring them on board. If 10,000 isn't enough, make it 100,000. If 100,000 isn't enough, make it 1,000,000. I have only one request, talent, not money.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianjiao also sensed Subai's recognition of her, and a smile appeared on her face.
When should I prepare to depart? Things are looking up. Then tomorrow. Subai nodded. Oh, and by the way, have them come over too. Let's have dinner together.
He sensed that Zhao Tianjiao had changed. The Zhao Tianjiao of the past was optimistic and cheerful. But now, she was gradually transforming into a business-oriented career woman. To be honest, he still preferred the old Zhao Tianjiao, with her occasional little quirks and temptations in life.
But there's nothing he could do about it. People always grow up. At the same time, in an ordinary hotel room, two families gathered together, all waiting for Zhao Tieju's decision. Zhao Yang was getting impatient and asked, "Dad, what should we do today?" Zhao Taiju waved his hand dismissively. What else could they do? Go to the hotel to find him. You can run away, but you can't hide forever. But what if she refuses to see us? Refuse to see us?
I've raised her all these years.
Now that she's living a good life, she doesn't want to see us or acknowledge us? That's not right.
If she refuses, I'll cause a scene. I'll make sure all her colleagues know she's an ungrateful person.
Right. That's exactly what we should do. That spoiled brat. She thinks she can do whatever she wants just because she's hooked up with a rich guy. We've got her by the short hairs.
Li Chunhua also said angrily.
The Feng Miao family remained silent, watching from the side.
They also hoped that Zhao Tianjiao would step in to help, as it concerned the future happiness of their daughter. Just as the crowd was about to move, Zhao Tianjiao called, inviting them to dinner.
Zhao Yang immediately exclaimed, "Dad! She's giving in. Our car, house, and dowry are all settled." Feng Miao was also overjoyed. Because she also has a share of that money. Zhao Taiju also laughed out loud and said, "Look at you, so easily satisfied. Your brother-in-law is a wealthy man, a big boss. Such a large hotel must be hard to manage, so we should help keep an eye on things, right?" "Right. My sister is the biggest manager there. Besides her husband, she's the highest-ranking person there. Let's have her arrange jobs for me and Miao Miao. You can handle the people, and Miao Miao can handle the money. That way, the two of you can help each other out and keep an eye on your brother-in-law, so he doesn't go looking for other women." The family grew increasingly cheerful as they talked, seeming to envision a bright future ahead. Soon, they arrived at Dongjiang Restaurant. The waiter led them to the best private room, number 1. Subai and Zhao Tianjiu were already inside. The table was laden with delicious dishes, and just looking at them, one could tell they were expensive. The group had never seen such a feast before, and they all started drooling uncontrollably. Even a full banquet of Manchu and Han dishes couldn't compare. They couldn't believe they were able to eat such delicious food. It felt like a dream. Subai stood up and addressed the group, "You've come all the way from your hometown to visit Tianjiao. Out of respect and consideration, I must host you properly. Please help yourselves to the food. If there's not enough, I'll have the kitchen prepare more. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang and the others sat down one after another. Let's dig in. This lobster is great. Meow meow, let me pick one for you. Mom and Dad. Don't just stand there. It's lobster. Eat up. Wow. How did such a big crab get here? Mom. You didn't know that, did you? This is called a king crab. It's extremely expensive, just one bite costs thousands. What is this black stuff? It melts in your mouth and tastes great. That's caviar. Even more expensive than king crab. This is even better. Everyone was enjoying themselves immensely. Subai saw this and said, I have something to take care of, so I'll leave first. If you don't have enough to eat, have Tianjiao go to the kitchen. Zhao Yang, still chewing, mumbled, Go ahead, go ahead. Subai left. He knew that Zhao Tianjiao wanted to talk to her family, so he wouldn't interfere with her decision and left. Zhao Tianjiao addressed the group. Once you've finished eating, go back to your hometown. I'll still send you money like before. Zhao Yang said, No. I won't go back. Find me a job. Zhao Tianjiao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, It's good that you're thinking about work. Bring me your diploma so I can help you arrange something. The air suddenly fell silent, filled with awkwardness. Zhao Tianjiao realized something was wrong and immediately fixed her gaze on Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang steeled himself, seeing there was no way out, and whispered, Actually, I didn't go to college. Zhao Tianjiao was stunned. You didn't go to college? What about the tuition fees I saved up by living frugally every day for you? Well, I was a bit reckless back then. I got caught up in gambling, kept losing, and the debt kept growing. I had no choice but to lie and say I got into college but couldn't afford it. Zhao Yang's voice grew fainter, still feeling guilty. So, I've been saving every penny, even going hungry until I fainted from malnutrition, and you took all that money to pay off your gambling debts? You're all in on this, bullying a little girl like me. Zhao Yang hurriedly explained, Oh, come on. I had no choice. If I couldn't pay back the money, they would cut off one of my hands. That's why I had to lie to you. Besides, I've changed. I haven't gambled since then. Li Chunhua chimed in, Yang Yang has already changed. Admitting your mistakes and making amends makes you a good child. Zhao Tianjiao was heartbroken beyond words, but she had no choice but to accept it. Then start working as a waitress. Before she could finish, Zhao Yang interrupted, I won't be a waiter. Mom said I should get a job managing people and Miao Miao should manage the money. That way, we can help keep our brother-in-law from getting into trouble. Zhao Tianjiao heard this and burst out laughing in anger. Managing people and managing money. Both personnel and financial authority are being centralized. This is clearly an attempt to undermine Subai. Might as well just change the hotel's surname to Zhao. What a ridiculous idea, how did they even come up with that? Chapter 51, Zhao Tianjiao leaves. A family of hysterical troublemakers. Still want to control the finances? Do you have any idea how much this hotel makes in a month? And do you know how much this meal cost? Let me make this clear to you. Just this one meal cost a full million. The monthly revenue here reaches tens of billions. Do you think you have the ability to manage that? As Zhao Tianjiao finished speaking, the room fell into complete silence. Everyone looked up, their faces filled with shock. Just one meal. $1 million. Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhao Yang stammered, Sister, I didn't hear you clearly. How much did we eat? 1 million. Exactly 1 million. Another prolonged, deafening silence followed. After a moment, Li Chunhua said, Since you can earn so much money here in a month, it seems you're living quite comfortably. So, your father and I won't be going back either. We'll stay here. After working so hard for most of our lives, we deserve to enjoy our golden years. Eating casually and spending $1 million, with monthly turnover exceeding 10 billion, what's another 10 million? Let's just settle the wedding house and car as soon as possible. That way, when Yang Yang gets married, we'll finally have peace of mind. Zhao Taizhu said. At that moment, Zhao Tianjiao was speechless. She suddenly felt sorry for herself. This was the vampire doctor's family. They didn't care about her at all. Originally, she had thought that since they were her own flesh and blood, she could help them if she could. But now, she truly felt it wasn't necessary, because this so-called blood relative didn't consider her family at all. At that moment, Zhao Tianjiao just wanted to leave. You all eat. I have something to attend to. After saying that, Zhao Tianjiao left. She knew that this family's demands were like a bottomless pit. If she agreed to one thing today, another would pop up tomorrow. She was utterly disheartened. She no longer wanted to see these so-called parents and relatives. The others continued to eat and drink recklessly. 1 million per table. If you don't eat more, wouldn't that be a waste of food? Zhao Tianjiao went to the chairman's office to find Subai. Subai was just hanging around. Upon seeing Zhao Tianjiao, he asked, Have you finished talking? Zhao Tianjiao nodded. Mr. Su, I want to leave right now. I don't want to see any of them again, not even for a single glance. Subai hummed in agreement, clearly supporting her decision, then added, should I give them some money to send them away? It was clear that Zhao Tianjiao had already made up her mind. Given her temperament, it was likely that the other family had said something hurtful to her again, otherwise she wouldn't be so resolute. No! Zhao Tianjiao hurriedly waved her hands. Don't! They're never satisfied. If you give them anything now, they'll never stop. Then just let them be? Ignore them. If they cause trouble, just call the police. Mr. Su, you don't need to get involved. Alright. Tianjiao, where do you plan to go? My first stop is Shanghai. It's an international metropolis, and there must be plenty of talented people there. I have a college roommate who lives there, and I can ask her for help. Alright. Have a safe trip. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thus, Zhao Tianjiao left the hotel without Zhao Taiju and the others knowing, and boarded the flight to the Magic City. As for the others, they were so full they couldn't eat another bite, but thinking about the $1 million feast, they forced themselves to eat for another 3 hours. After finishing, they had the waitstaff take them to the chairman's office. As soon as Zhao Yang entered the room, he asked, brother-in-law, where's my sister? No. I'm not your brother-in-law. I told you, I'm just a colleague of Tianjiao. Subai said. The others realized something was off and exchanged glances. Earlier, he was calling her sister-in-law non-stop, but now he can't even say it? There must be something fishy going on here. Mr. Subai, where is my sister? Zhao Yang changed his address. Subai replied casually, your sister has already left. You should all go home after finishing your meal. Left? Where did she go? We have to find her. You've misunderstood. When I said left, I didn't mean she left the hotel. She's resigned. Here's her resignation letter. Plus, she's already left Dongjiang. Subai finished speaking and placed a piece of paper on the table. Resign? The others looked at each other, their hearts sinking, sensing something was wrong. Zhao Yang picked it up skeptically and saw that it was indeed Zhao Tianjiao's resignation letter. Mr. Su, why would my sister suddenly resign? Because of you. Because of your endless and unreasonable demands. She couldn't meet your unrealistic expectations and had no choice but to leave. What? Where did my sister go now? Subai shook his head, refusing to comment. At that moment, Li Chunhua took out her phone and directly dialed Zhao Tianjiao's number. The phone rang twice, followed by a mechanical voice. Sorry. The number you dialed is out of service. Please try again later. Sorry. It's over. This is all over. Li Chunhua realized something was terribly wrong and collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Taiju glared angrily at Subai and shouted, there's no such thing as a coincidence in this world. You must have teamed up with that dead girl to deceive us. I'm telling you, we won't leave until we see her. This is clearly just being a bully. Old man. Yelling at me won't do any good. It was you who drove her away, I have nothing to do with it. If you're going to throw a tantrum here, that's just you acting like an old fool. Zhao Taiju continued to throw a tantrum, I don't care. As long as she doesn't leave, I'll stick to you. You figure it out yourself. Subai said indifferently. Old man. I only treated you well because of Tianjiao. She should have told you that the meal alone cost over $1 million. Now that Tianjiao has left, if you keep pestering her, I won't bother being nice to you anymore. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Eating and drinking over $1 million yuan worth of food for free, that's enough to lock you all up for a year or two. Chapter 52, 2 years of love can't compare to a designer handbag. As Subai spoke, everyone present was shocked. After all, in their eyes, Subai was a big shot with considerable influence. Zhao Taiju was still holding on, but he was already weakened, and even his tone lacked confidence. Don't try to scare me. I've lived this long, I'm not easily intimidated. Old man. I'm not trying to scare you. I also know about Tianjiao's situation. It's not just me, an outsider, talking behind your backs. We're all her parents, why are you treating her differently? If you, as parents, had shown her some concern and been less pushy, she wouldn't have left so decisively today. By the way, she also said that she has already repaid the debt of her birth and upbringing, and she will never see you again. I doubt you'll see her again in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Taiju couldn't catch his breath and nearly fainted. Fortunately, Li Chunhua caught him in time, preventing him from falling to the ground. Zhao Yang felt his head explode, as if it were about to burst. In that moment, the beautiful future he had imagined crumbled into pieces. Feng Miao's parents, seeing this, hurriedly pulled Feng Miao and tried to take her out. With the situation escalating, they didn't want to get involved with this family and risk being arrested. Miao Miao. Zhao Yang grew anxious. Feng Miao looked at Zhao Yang with a look of injustice. Feng's mother shouted, what are you looking at? This good for nothing. You could have been living comfortably by pampering Zhao Tianjiao, but you had to drive her away. Now look at us, we have nothing. With this guy's abilities, when will he ever be able to give you everything you want? Let's go back with me. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with him. I'll find you someone better, someone 1,000 times better than him. Zhao Yang felt like the sky had fallen. Zhao Taiju and Li Chunhua were also furious. That damn girl changed her contact information. Even if they searched to the ends of the earth, how could they find her?
Moreover, over the years, Zhao Tianzhou had been sending 2,000 yuan back every month, enough for them to live comfortably. They had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and hadn't worked the land in ages. In the village, they were the envy of everyone. Everyone said they had a good daughter who sent them money every month. Now the money is gone. Are they really going to have to go back to that backbreaking, dirt-covered life? Then, they wouldn't have the face to stay in the village anymore. Thinking of this, the old couple felt like crying but couldn't. Staying at home would be so much better. Playing cards, taking walks, doing nothing all day, just enjoying life, living comfortably. Now it's all gone. It's all that good-for-nothing brat's fault. If they hadn't listened to this guy's nonsense, they'd still be living it up. These two have never realized how unfair they've been to Zhao Tianzhou since she was a child. They only hate her for forcing them to leave because of Zhao Yang. After all, without this incident, they would still be back home, receiving Zhao Tianzhou 2,000 yuan every month. Su Bai watched as their true colors were exposed. In truth, no matter how much Zhao Yang and his group demanded, he could afford to give it. But he simply doesn't want to. To be honest, under these circumstances, Zhao Tianzhou was able to maintain her pure and kind nature, which was truly a miracle. In this regard, he couldn't help but admire Zhao Tianzhou. After all, she has got the looks and the figure. Even compared to the three goddesses of Dongjiang University, she holds her own, and she has got that unique mature womanly charm that only grows more alluring to men over time. He knows this all too well. Moreover, Zhao Tianzhou works at Dongjiang Restaurant, a top-tier luxury establishment. The customers there are either wealthy or influential. If she wanted to make money at any cost, it would be incredibly easy. Old man. I've said all I need to say. If you still believe me, then just stand outside the hotel every day and see if she comes to work. But I'll make it clear beforehand, you must not disturb the hotel's customers. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. If there's nothing else, please leave. Seeing this, the others didn't insist further and left in a daze. As for whether these people would return home, that was none of his concern. Only when you lose something do you realize how much you cherish it, but by then it's too late to regret it. Perhaps, after these few people have fallen on hard times for a while, they will come to appreciate Zhao Tianzhou's kindness, but by then, regret will be of no use. Su Bai took some time to register a company called Dongjiang International Investment Company, Limited, with Zhao Tianzhou as the general manager. As for Dongjiang Restaurant, it naturally fell under her jurisdiction. However, Dongjiang International was still just an empty shell, waiting for Zhao Tianzhou to return triumphantly with her team. The next day, when Su Bai went to Dongjiang Restaurant, he found Zhao Yang and his entire family waiting outside. Judging by their appearance, they hadn't completely given up hope. He ignored them completely and entered the hotel. The morning passed leisurely. Then, he received a package from SCC headquarters containing a badge symbolizing his status as a senior member. Calling it a badge was a nice way of putting it was just a ring engraved with the SCC emblem. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. It was Zhu Yan, Lin Shui's best friend. This came as a bit of a surprise to him. Zhu Yan spoke succinctly on the phone, saying that Lin Shui had fainted and was currently at the hospital. Su Bai was taken aback. Isn't Lin Shui Wang Tianchang's girlfriend? Why is she calling him? He had already been dumped. He had originally planned to ignore it and let it go, but after thinking it over, he decided to go to the hospital anyway. After all, she was his first love for 2 years. He might as well give himself a final closure. Before heading to the hospital, he even went out of his way to buy some fruit. Driving a top-of-the-line luxury car to sell fruits naturally drew a crowd of onlookers and gossip. The usually quiet fruit stall was suddenly packed with people, and the owner was thrilled, selling as much as he usually does in a day, so he packed Su Bai's fruits extra generously. As soon as I arrived at the hospital, I heard voices coming from the corridor next door. Doctor! Please have mercy. Save her. I beg you. Oh my goodness. I've told you many times, this isn't a charity. I don't have any money, I can't help you. Then go treat her first, I'll definitely find the money. To be honest with you, even if we perform surgery, the chances of success are slim. Our hospital's facilities are limited. If you truly want what's best for her, you should take her to a larger hospital. If we don't operate, how much longer can she live? Maybe a few months if she doesn't have surgery. If the surgery is successful, she could live another 10 or 20 years. Su Bai turned his head to look. A man in his 30s was desperately pleading with an elderly doctor with gray temples. The vicissitudes of human life. They say the white walls of hospitals hold more sincere prayers than those of a church. There is some truth to that. Su Bai withdrew his gaze and entered the ward that Zhu Yan had previously told him about. At that moment, Zhu Yan was sitting on the hospital bed, while Lin Shui lay pale-faced, with the doctor conducting an examination. Su Bai placed the fruits down. Upon seeing Su Bai, a flash of joy crossed Lin Shui's face. The doctor had finished the examination and, upon seeing Su Bai, spoke up. You must be the patient's relative, right? I'm not saying this to be rude, but you people are truly ignorant.
The patient is already pregnant, 3 weeks along, and her body is still so weak. If this continues, it won't be good for the fetus or the mother. If you don't want the child, at least wait until the patient has recovered before making any decisions. Pregnant? Subai heard this and his mind went blank, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. His heart felt as though it had been torn apart. Pain surged through him like a tidal wave. 2 years. 2 years. 2 whole years of their relationship, and he hadn't touched her once. And now, just days after being with someone else, she was already pregnant. This was an enormous insult to their 2-year relationship. It's even less meaningful than the latest designer handbag, truly the height of irony. Chapter 53, Seeking Help, Lin Shui's Regret. Subai's face wore a smile that was even more painful than crying. He said to the doctor, "I understand now. Thank you, doctor." Lin Shui witnessed this scene, and the last shred of hope in her heart slowly shattered. Her already pale complexion grew even paler. Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something. But her throat moved for a moment, and no sound came out. Zhu Yan was also stunned. She never expected the situation to turn out this way. Earlier, seeing Lin Shui cry every day, she had wanted to help her best friend win Subai back. She was well aware that this young girl still loved Subai, and Subai still harbored feelings for Lin Shui. However, the harsh reality shattered all her illusions. The doctor left. The hospital room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Finally, Lin Shui spoke hoarsely, "Subai, I'm sorry." Subai replied softly, "There's nothing to be sorry for. This is the path you chose for yourself, and I will respect and bless your decision." Lin Shui's heart suddenly felt chaotic, and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Subai. It's all my fault. I was too vain to refuse his gifts. If I hadn't attended his banquet, I wouldn't have gotten drunk and let him take advantage of me. This wasn't my intention. When I woke up, he had already defiled me. I'm so sorry, really sorry. I don't know why." At this very moment, as Lin Shui's pale, feeble explanations fell, Subai's heart remained utterly unmoved. It was as if he were listening to a stranger tell a story. At first, he thought he would be furious, and would stop at nothing to seek revenge on Wang Tiancheng. But strangely, he felt none of that. Was he really drunk? Is that the only reason? Didn't Lin Shui know there was this risk? Just a few days ago, his cousin Lin Xingcheng had gone through a similar situation. It can only be said that if Lin Shui hadn't given Wang Tiancheng the opportunity, this guy wouldn't have succeeded. In the end, their 4-year relationship was too fragile, and Lin Shui had already developed feelings for someone else. Even if it wasn't Wang Tiancheng, someone else would have come along. Since everything is settled, I'll head back now. Subai didn't want to stay another moment. Lin Shui was taken aback. Subai's reaction surprised her. There was no anger, no pity, only the calmness of a stagnant pool. Subai walked out of the ward. At the door, he paused, looked at Lin Shui, and murmured, "Goodbye. No, never again." 4 years of love had come to an end. After that, he walked out resolutely. In the corridor, he heard Lin Shui's sobs, but this time, he did not look back. As he stepped out of the hospital gates, Subai felt an unprecedented sense of relief. As he got into the car and was about to drive out of the hospital gates, suddenly someone shouted, "Catch the thief! Quick, catch the thief!" Subai pulled the car to the side of the road. He saw a young man running toward him, looking panicked, holding an inconspicuous wallet in his hand. Behind him, a middle-aged woman in her 30s was shouting helplessly, "Get out of the way! Don't block my path!" The young man held a knife in his right hand, warning Subai. Subai wasn't the least bit afraid and was about to charge forward when a dark figure suddenly darted out, moving like a bolt of lightning, and swiftly subdued the thief. The thief struggled, but couldn't break free from the iron-like grip. "Master!" Subai was startled. His mental state had already reached its limit, and his senses were extremely sharp. When the person had passed by earlier, he could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from within that person's body. He turned his head to look. It was none other than the man who had been pleading for help from the doctors in the hospital. Xiao Pujuan stepped out of the hospital. He was filled with urgency. His mother was seriously ill, and surgery was her only chance to survive, otherwise, she would only have 3 months left. But the surgery required money, a huge sum of money. Over the years, he had been working as a mercenary abroad, risking his life every day. He had managed to save a considerable amount of money. But just as he had completed his last job and was ready to retire, the target he was protecting was attacked by a large group of armed militants, leaving only 3 survivors out of their 12-man team. Upon returning home, the surviving members gave all their money to the families of the fallen. After all, they had returned alive, while their brothers who had shared life and death with them now lay forever in foreign soil. Originally, they didn't need the money, but his mother's illness had come on too suddenly, and they had to get the money, or else they would miss the best window for treatment. But the problem was that the amount of money was too large. The other 2 who returned alive were also from poor families otherwise, who would risk their lives for money. Just as he was leaving the hospital in despair, he heard someone shouting. He instinctively ran out and quickly caught the thief. The woman quickly ran over, took the wallet, and repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you so much, sir." Xiao Pujuan said, "It's nothing. You should call the police and have them arrest the thief." The woman nodded, thanked him again, and called the police. The officers arrived shortly afterward and took the thief away. Afterward, the woman tried to give Xiao Pujuan a lot of money as a thank you, but he refused. After all, he had acted out of a sense of duty, not for the money. Xiao Pujuan said a few more words and was about to leave. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Xiao Pujuan didn't pay much attention and walked to the left. The figure followed him to the left, so he walked to the right, and the figure followed him to the right, as if they were challenging him. He finally looked up at the young man in front of him and said, "Young man, what are you trying to do?" Subai replied directly, "Can we talk?" Xiao Pujuan replied warily, "We've never met before, have we?" Subai said, "I saw you trying to save someone at the hospital earlier. I happen to have some money and would be happy to help you." Xiao Pujuan didn't agree immediately. He looked at Subai. Over the years, living on the edge had honed his observational skills to a sharp edge. Therefore, he was well aware that the young man before him posed a subtle yet tangible threat to him. After all, even in the most elite mercenary organizations abroad, almost no one had ever given him this feeling. After some thought, Xiao Pujuan agreed. The two headed to a park. It was still early, and there were few people in the park. "What's your name?" "Xiao Pujuan." "Xiao brother. I have some money and connections. I can arrange for Auntie to be admitted to the best hospital, and whether it's medication, medical equipment, or doctors, everything will be top-notch. Of course, the price is that you must serve me for 10 years. What do you say?" Xiao Pujuan looked at Subai, as if testing his intentions. Subai, equally unyielding, looked back at him. Finally, Xiao Pujuan nodded, "All right. But I won't do anything illegal or criminal. I'll only protect your safety." Chapter 54, Forming the Team, the First Step in Entrepreneurship. "All right. Deal." Subai extended his hand. The two shook hands amicably. At the same time, a legendary journey begins. "Xiao Ge, my name is Subai. You can call me Su Xiao." "Su Xiao, then don't call me Xiao Dage either, just call me Pujuan." "All right. Pujuan. I'd like to spar with you. Is that okay?" Subai had been eager to test his current strength. Now he finally had the chance. Since his mental and physical strength reached their limits, his sixth senses have become much sharper, and he always feels like he has endless energy inside him. "All right. Su Xiao, please." Xiao Pujuan nodded. He also wanted to test the true strength of this young man who could pose a threat to him. Thus, the two stood 10 meters apart. Subai had never learned any techniques. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, any technique was nothing but a paper tiger. He channeled his strength into every muscle in his body, making him look like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce, exuding a murderous aura. Xiao Pujuan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling the pressure surge, his heart racing with fear. He instinctively summoned the bloodthirsty energy he had cultivated over years of fighting on the front lines. Subai slightly bent his legs, then charged forward with a thunderous roar, delivering a powerful punch. He wasn't entirely sure of his own strength, so he didn't use his full power, only 50% of his strength. Xiao Pujuan felt a tiger charging toward him, the pressure intensifying. In that split second of distraction, Subai's fist was already upon him, and he instinctively blocked with both fists. Bang! Xiao Pujuan was forced back 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt. Subai, however, stood where Xiao Pujuan had been, grimacing as he shook his right hand, which was already swollen and red. Xiao Pujuan looked at his numb arms, his face filled with uncontrollable shock. How strong is this young man? It far exceeded his imagination. Though at first, Subai had given him a faint sense of threat, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Subai looked to be in his 20s, far too young. Even if he had started training in martial arts from a young age, he could never possibly be compared to someone like him who had spent his life on the front lines. Therefore, it was inevitable that he had underestimated him. But now, the truth has slapped him in the face. This young man not only sent him flying 7 or 8 meters with a single punch, but his arms were also swollen and bruised. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea by its surface. Of course, if he knew that Subai had only used 50% of his strength, his mindset would likely collapse. Subai shook his swollen, painful right hand and looked at Xiao Pujuan, saying, "Pujuan, how powerful was that punch?" "Su Xiao. You're the strongest person I've ever seen at your age." Pujuan is truly impressed. The strongest at this age? So there are others who are even more formidable than him. Just a bit older. Subai wasn't satisfied with this answer. After all, even with the system's enhancement, I'm not invincible yet. And he's already at double the limit. If there's someone even stronger than him, doesn't that mean he can't surpass them? It seems I need to study the system even harder. Let's go. Take Auntie to a better hospital. The sooner the better, so you can work with peace of mind. Xiao Pujuan immediately got excited and thanked Subai. Then, Subai asked in the SCC group in Dongjiang province if anyone knew the leadership of the first hospital. Soon, someone replied. A person named Lu Chen added him as a friend and provided a phone number, claiming to be the hospital director. He called the number immediately. The person on the other end spoke politely. After explaining the purpose of the call, the other party said that the transfer could be arranged at any time, and they would ensure the top experts were prepared in advance. So, Subai went there in the afternoon, accompanied by Xiao Pujuan and his mother. As soon as they arrived at the hospital entrance, a team of over 10 experts was waiting for them. Upon seeing them arrive, a man walked over with a smile and greeted them. "Mr. Su, hello. I am Lu Chuan, the hospital director. Thank you for trusting our hospital. Our expert team will certainly do our utmost to treat the patient and will never give up any hope." "Thank you, Director Lu. No need to thank us. It's our duty." Then, the team of over 10 experts began a thorough examination of Xiao Pujuan's mother. The final conclusion was that surgery must be performed as soon as possible, otherwise, allowing the condition to worsen further would significantly increase the risks. So, a green channel was opened, and the surgery for Xiao Pujuan's mother was performed the next day. In the high-end VIP ward of the first hospital. "Pujun, does this hospital cost a lot of money?" "Mom, please rest assured and focus on your treatment. Money isn't an issue." "No way. I won't get treated. I need to save money for you to get married. You're already in your 30s and don't even have a girlfriend. Look at that guy next door, his son is already in high school." "Mom, as long as you get better, I'll marry a wife right away and bring you a big, fat grandson." "All right. But you must keep your word. I've spent my whole life hoping to hold a grandchild." After leaving the ward, Xiao Pujuan's eyes were red. He had been loyal to everyone in his life, but he had let his parents down. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let them die with regrets. The next day, the top medical professor in Dongjiang province personally performed the surgery, which was a complete success. The hospital even assigned 2 top-notch nurses to care for him. Subai even gave his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to Xiao Pujun to drive, and Xiao Pujun began secretly protecting Subai. As for the Zhao Yang family of 3, they split into 2 groups. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were stationed at the hotel entrance. Zhao Yang, however, was stationed at the entrance of the Dongjiang Ziyun mountain villa. Deep down, they still felt a lingering sense of resentment. The prey they had almost caught had slipped away. After losing their leverage over Zhao Tianjiao, they all began to feel uncertain about the future. Subai didn't bother to intervene, he just wanted to see how long these few could hold out. At least they needed to give this group a bloody lesson. Meanwhile, good news soon came from Zhao Tianjiao's side. Thanks to unlimited funding, some parties had already begun showing interest in Dongjiang International and were in close contact. Dongjiang International was essentially an investment company targeting industries or individuals. The most critical factors were a powerful and comprehensive legal team, elite negotiation experts, and professional asset appraisal teams. Therefore, Subai instructed Zhao Tianjiao to expedite matters, regardless of the cost, as they were about to commence commercial cooperation with Wang Chang. He hoped these individuals would prove invaluable. Chapter 55, KTV in Danger. In the evening, Dongjiang Fuli Jinsha Entertainment City. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng to her class reunion. Today's gathering was organized spontaneously by students who hadn't returned home for the holiday. Zhang Min took a quick look around and didn't see Sun Si. She must have had something come up at home and would be delayed for a few days. The reason she had brought Lu Peng to the class gathering was mainly because, after all, he was part of the rich and handsome crowd, and she couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Upon entering a large private room, there were already 2 or 3 dozen students inside, both male and female, with a very harmonious atmosphere. Moreover, their appearances were all quite attractive. After all, they were studying performing arts, so appearance was of utmost importance. Zhang Min and Lu Peng's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Zhang Min was also among the top students in the class. A curious classmate asked Zhang Min, "Who is this handsome guy? Introduce him to us." Zhang Min replied with a touch of pride, "This handsome guy is my boyfriend, Lu Peng. He's currently a student at Dongjiang University. His family runs a small business, not very big, just a few million in scale." "Wow. Zhang Min, you're both rich and handsome. That's the ultimate high-flying, wealthy, and handsome guy. I'm so jealous of you. Minmin, I never expected you to find a rich and handsome guy without saying a word. Your life is already perfect. Oh my. After you graduate, you can be a rich housewife, while we have to keep working hard to make ends meet. Don't forget about us in the future." A chorus of envious voices echoed in response. Zhang Min couldn't help but feel a bit giddy, as if she were walking on clouds. She loved the feeling of being adored, even if it was tinged with a bit of jealousy. Lu Peng held a beer and addressed the crowd. "Everyone. I'm Lu Peng, Minmin's boyfriend. Thank you all for taking care of Minmin. I'll toast to all of you." After speaking, he downed the can of beer in one gulp. His polite and refined manner immediately caused the girls present to scream in excitement, especially the line about thanking everyone for taking care of Minmin, which sparked a wave of praise. As for the boys, they felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, Zhang Min was the class beauty, and now someone from another school had beaten them to the punch. After a brief period of getting to know each other, everyone returned to their usual selves, singing and dancing. Lu Peng now felt as though he were watching a variety show. True to their reputation as students of a media university, everyone displayed a strong desire to perform, and they were all highly professional. Some sang, others danced, and under the neon lights of the KTV, they looked absolutely stunning. There was no chance for Lu Peng to show off his singing skills. Fearing he might embarrass Zhang Min, he decided not to show off and simply sat aside as an audience member. Zhang Min noticed Lu Peng was feeling uncomfortable, so she stayed by his side. A moment later, Zhang Min went out to use the restroom, while Lu Peng continued clapping for everyone. A few minutes later, Zhang Min suddenly rushed back in, grabbed Lu Peng, and started pulling him toward the exit. "Da Peng. Let's go." Lu Peng looked confused. What's going on? He could tell something was off with Zhang Min. Zhang Min shook her head and said, "Let's talk about this outside." Lu Peng nodded helplessly. However, just as the two were about to leave the private room, suddenly, the door was kicked open by a group of men in black, who then stormed in brazenly. The lights in the private room were also turned on at that moment. Everyone realized something was wrong and looked over, only to discover that the private room now had this group of black-clad men, who clearly meant no good. "Damn it, who the hell hit me?" A burly man walked over, with a particularly noticeable shaved head that gleamed in the light. He looked to be in his 30s, with a face full of scars and a bare upper body covered in strange tattoos, giving off the aura of a tough gangster. The private room fell into complete silence. They were just students who had never been out in the real world. They had never seen such a scene before and were too scared to speak. The gangster spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng, stepped forward, fixed his gaze on Zhang Min, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her hair, pulling her violently toward him. He leaned in close and whispered, "You bastard. I saw it. You were the one who slapped me. You're the first person to ever slap me in my entire life. What are you going to do about it?" Lu Peng was also startled, but quickly regained his composure. "Stop. Let go of Minmin, or I'll call the police right now." Before he could take out his phone, he was kicked by a black-clad figure, sending him flying onto the nearby sofa. The intense pain caused him to curl up, and his phone flew into the crowd of students. Some of the more timid ones started crying in fear, while the others fell silent. The bald man glared at the others and said, "You're all in this together, aren't you? This girl hit me. What do you suggest we do?" Zhang Min cried out, "Who told you to touch me? I touched you because Black Brother thinks highly of you. How many girls would kill for this treatment, and I'm not even interested." The private room fell into complete silence. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a female student picked up her phone, typed a message, "Emergency in room 47 at Fuli Jinsha," found a random contact, and sent it. Then she tossed the phone back into the distance, acting as if nothing had happened. Lu Peng came to his senses and looked at the bald man, saying, "Black Brother. I'm apologizing for her. She's still young and doesn't know any better. Just say how much you want, and we'll let her go." He was a smart man. If it came to a fight, their side was all students, mostly girls, and they wouldn't stand a chance. Plus, the male students were all pale-faced. It was better to settle this with money. The bald man asked, "Are you her boyfriend?" Lu Peng nodded. "Settling with money isn't out of the question. How about $1 million? Otherwise, this little beauty is top-notch. Let the brothers have their fun that's worth $1 million. The bald man said this, then laughed lewdly. "Da Peng. Save me." Zhang Min cried in panic. She was being roughly dragged by the bald man's hair, unable to move, while he kept groping her. $1 million is way too much. I can only come up with 10,000 right now. 10,000? That's not even worth picking up off the ground. The bald man narrowed his eyes. "Please spare us. I only have this much money on me. Please have mercy and let us go this once." Lu Peng was indeed a second-generation rich kid, but his family only had a few million in business, and he was used to living lavishly. He simply couldn't come up with $1 million, and he only had about 10,000 left. The bald man said, "All right. Since you've said that, transfer the money over." He had initially thought of asking for 10 or 8,000, but he had casually mentioned $1 million. He didn't expect the student to be so wealthy. Giving him 10,000 would be enough for him to live comfortably for a while. Lu Peng heard this and sighed in relief. After all, anything that could be solved with money wasn't a big deal. However, just as he was about to take out his phone to transfer the money, suddenly, Zhang Min screamed at the top of her lungs. "You bastard! Stop!" Chapter 56, Forced Rescue, Premium Member Privileges. Lu Peng immediately looked over. The scene made his blood boil. He grabbed the wine bottle beside him and swung it toward the bald man's head. It turned out that while he was picking up the phone, the bald man's large hand had reached into Zhang Min's clothes and was groping her wildly. With a loud thud, the bald man's head was covered in blood. He instinctively let go of Zhang Min, clutching his head and screaming at the top of his lungs, his cries piercing the air. The black-clad men immediately rushed forward and pinned Lu Peng to the ground. As for the students nearby, they were so terrified that they couldn't even breathe. Zhang Min was also terrified, but she also felt a little touched. She never expected Lu Peng to come to her rescue. Just as she was about to go over to help Lu Peng, she was suddenly pulled back by the bald man, who grabbed her hair. At that moment, the bald man looked terrifying. His scalp was covered in blood, and with no hair, the blood was flowing down his cheeks. Through his menacing gaze, he looked extremely terrifying. "Alright," the bald man growled. "I've been mixing it up in Dongjiang for decades. You're the first person who dared to mess with my big brother. If I don't teach you a lesson today, people will laugh at me. You called me a bastard? Well, I'll show you what a bastard I am. Force his head over here. I want him to see with his own eyes how I'm going to ruin his girlfriend." Two black-clad men reached out, grabbed Lu Peng's hair tightly, and forced him to look over. At that moment, the bald man was holding Zhang Min, and his hands began to roam over her body. Zhang Min struggled violently. The bald man slapped her several times, drawing blood. Zhang Min was struck so hard she was dizzy and dared not resist anymore, submitting to the bald man's rough hands as they freely rubbed her delicate skin. Splash! Zhang Min's jacket was torn off, revealing her inner clothing and exposing more alluring sights. "Stop! Stop! I'll give you money. I'll give you $1 million. Lu Peng screamed in near despair. He was held down by several black-clad men, unable to do anything but watch helplessly. It felt like a dull knife was slowly slicing through his heart, causing excruciating pain. At that moment, the bald man, consumed by desire, wouldn't have stopped for $1 million. Not even 10 million would have been enough to stop him. Ever since he saw Zhang Min in the restroom, he had set his sights on her. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, he had groped her a few times. He wasn't one to shy away from such shady deeds, but he had always kept a low profile due to his reputation as a black-headed thug. However, this little girl had the nerve to slap him across the face. So he came here. Seeing that she was no longer resisting, the bald man was overjoyed and immediately went for Zhang Min's lips. At the same time, Su Bai was bored out of his mind. His phone suddenly received a message. He glanced at it. It was from Lu Peng, with just a single line: "In danger at room 47, Fuli Jinsha." Su Bai perked up immediately. He realized that Lu Peng must be in danger, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent this message out of the blue, especially via text message. He immediately contacted Xiao Pujuan, and the two headed to Fuli Jinsha together. They arrived quickly, asked the staff for the location, and headed straight to room 47. As soon as he opened the door, Su Bai was met with a shocking and explosive scene. A bald man, disregarding the blood streaming down his head, was hugging a woman and biting her fiercely. Lu Peng was being violently pinned to the ground, screaming in agony. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the bald man, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Inside the room, dozens of young men and women were huddled in the corners, trembling in fear. Su Bai's arrival startled everyone. The bald man stopped his actions and glared at Su Bai, shouting, "Are you blind? Can't you see where we are? Get out of here!" At that moment, Su Bai realized that the woman being bitten was Lu Peng's girlfriend, Zhang Min. Looking at this scene, bullying Lu Peng's girlfriend while making him watch this was truly psychopathic and perverted. Su Bai withdrew his gaze and gave Xiao Pujuan a nod. Xiao Pujuan nodded and walked over confidently. The bald man was amused, grabbed a nearby bottle of alcohol, and shouted, "You bastard, dare to ruin my fun? Attack him!" Boom! Before the bald man could even swing the bottle, a blurred figure flashed past, sending him flying backward, crashing into the wall with a thud. The pain was excruciating. A minute later, the black-clad men in the private room, along with the bald man, lay on the ground like lifeless corpses, writhing in agony. With no one holding him back, Lu Peng quickly stood up, rushed over, and draped his jacket over Zhang Min, whispering words of comfort. Su Bai walked over, patted Lu Peng on the shoulder, and asked, "Da Peng, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thanks for everything, old Su. As long as you're okay." Su Bai walked over to the bald man, extended his leg, and stomped hard on the bald man's face. He then knelt down and said, "You're really something. You beat up my brother and bully his girlfriend. What do you have to say? How do you plan to die?" The bald man felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, especially with his face being stepped on. He spoke incoherently. "You're finished, kid. I'm Chen Liajai's man. In Dongjiang, if you dare touch me, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." "Oomph. Now you've said that, I really want to meet him. Go. Call your so-called Chen Lugong and tell him to come here. I want to see who he thinks he is." The bald man got to his feet, glanced at Xiao Pujuan, but couldn't help feeling terrified. "Hurry up and call," Su Bai ordered. The bald man finally pulled out his phone and called. The call was answered, and he reported that there was a disturbance at the Fuli Jinsha, that he had been beaten, and that the other party had some influence, so they should bring more people. Su Bai didn't bother to respond. As long as they came, that was all that mattered. "You're dead, kid," the bald man said menacingly. Su Bai didn't even glance at him, turning to the others and saying, "Let's go to the lobby and wait." Everyone followed him downstairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Pujuan dragged the bald man downstairs. At that moment, Su Bai sat in the center of the lobby, his feet resting on the bald man's head. Behind him stood Xiao Pujuan, exuding a powerful aura, while over a dozen security guards lay obediently on the ground around them. The manager of the luxurious hotel was also among the onlookers. He glanced at Xiao Pujuan, then at the security guards on the ground, recalling how Xiao Pujuan had nearly knocked them all out with a single punch. This overwhelming combat power left him utterly shocked. In the blink of an eye, the lobby was filled with onlookers, including dozens of students from the Communication University. Lu Peng and Zhang Min hadn't left either, and everyone was staring at Su Bai with curious eyes. Su Bai placed the SCC senior member ring on his palm. Just moments ago, he had summoned all SCC members currently in Dongjiang using his senior member status. This was the privilege of a senior member. Except for other senior members who could refuse, intermediate and junior members had no choice but to comply. No one knew how powerful the Dongjiang SCC members would be when gathered together. It all depended on whether Chen Lugong could hold his ground. Chapter 57, Beyond the Heavens, The Roar of a Colossal Being. Chen Liuji's real name is Chen Shang. 10 years ago, relying on his fearless personality and his iron fists, he made a name for himself in Jiangdong. Because his left hand had 6 fingers, he earned the nickname Chen Liuji. Over the years, Chen Liuji's fame grew steadily. With his iron-fisted methods, he had almost completely consolidated all the underground forces in Dongjiang. When people saw Chen Liuji again, they addressed him as Sixth Master, and the name Chen Liuji gradually faded into obscurity. After all, in Dongjiang, few dared to call him by his original name. And today, Chen Liuji received a call someone had dared to cause trouble at the luxurious Golden Sand. You must understand, this is his territory. Not only that, but they had also beaten up his subordinate, Hei Pai. This guy must be new to Dongjiang and has no idea how deep the waters run here. Hei, as his subordinate, wasn't particularly formidable, but he had a dozen or so men under him. To take them all down, the person behind this must have significant influence. Nevertheless, he wasn't the least bit afraid, leading over 100 men to march toward Fuli Jinsha. He has almost forgotten how long it's been since he last stretched his limbs. If he doesn't move soon, his body might start rusting. Soon, they arrived at the main gate. Chen Liuji walked in directly, followed by a crowd of people. Inside the grand hall, a young man sat in the center, with his subordinate Hei Pai at his feet. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Beside him lay a dozen or so security guards. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man with a cold expression. And all around the hall, there were many people watching the commotion. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Liuji's expression instantly turned cold, and his eyes grew extremely sinister. How many years had it been? He had almost forgotten what it felt like to be humiliated like this. This wasn't just a slap in the face. It was like they were riding on his head, exerting their authority. What's more, there were so many people watching. If he couldn't handle this properly, the news would spread, and Chen Liuji would become the laughingstock of Dongjiang. Chen Liuji sneered and walked forward. Behind him, over 100 people followed closely, standing right behind Chen Liuji. The onlookers, seeing how big the commotion had become, began to sneakily prepare to leave. After all, when gods fight, the fish in the pond suffer. As for the bolder ones, they moved toward the corners of the hall, not afraid at all, their faces brimming with excitement as they watched the show. 2 men against over 100. No matter how powerful Xiao Pujuan was, no one dared to bet on him. After all, 2 fists couldn't stand up to 4 legs. At that moment, Lu Peng whispered something to Zhang Min, then resolutely stepped forward and stood behind Su Bai. Zhang Min had originally wanted to hold Lu Peng back, not wanting him to go over, but upon thinking that Su Bai had ended up in this situation because he had saved them, she withdrew her hand and watched nervously. Young man, you're being too impulsive. You must understand that there are some things you simply cannot do. The consequences of such actions are not something you can bear. Chen Liuji said from above. Sixth uncle, save me. Hei Pai, who was being fiercely trampled under Su Bai's feet, let out a faint cry for help. I don't know what the consequences will be, but I know that your mad dog bit me, so I naturally have to teach him a lesson. Su Bai pressed down even harder with his foot. A piercing pain shot through him, and Hei Pai screamed in agony. Chen Liuji coldly replied, even if my dog bites someone, I'll handle it myself. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my dog, I'll break their hands. True to your reputation, Sixth Master. Indeed, you're a force to be reckoned with. However, I've already used both my hands and feet today. What can you do to me, Chen Sixth Master? Oomph. I'll just have to bury you. With that, Chen Lugong charged forward. His iron fists weren't to be messed with. Though he hadn't fought in a long time, he practiced daily. Even if he couldn't match his peak condition, he was still nearly as strong. His first strike was like a thunderclap. He was determined to take down Su Bai, or else he wouldn't have the face to continue living in Dongjiang. As soon as Chen Liuji moved, Xiao Pujuan also acted. He flickered forward and appeared in front of Su Bai, shielding him behind him. How fast? Chen Liuji couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He was only 7 or 8 meters away from Su Bai, and with his swift movements, he had closed the distance in an instant. He had intended to take him down with a single strike, but he never expected that someone could be faster than him. This must be an absolute master. Of course, Chen Liuji wasn't afraid. After all, he had defeated all comers before earning the title of the strongest in the underworld. Boom! He swung his fist directly at Xiao Pujuan. Xiao Pujuan silently chanted, "Cannon fist." Only one punch was unleashed. Boom! The fist's wind swept through the air. The two fists collided fiercely in midair before quickly separating. Xiao Pujuan landed steadily, took a small step back, and looked at Chen Liuji, somewhat surprised. Chen Liuji, however, took 7 or 8 steps back before coming to a halt. He then looked at Xiao Pujuan, who had only taken a single step back, and the shock he felt nearly overwhelmed him. How could someone be this strong? In this area, Chen Liuji had never been defeated by anyone except the hidden masters from those reclusive noble families. He had always believed himself invincible among the openly acknowledged experts. But the man before him not only blocked his iron fist but also forced him back 7 or 8 steps. Moreover, he clearly felt a sharp pain in his palm, meaning that at least 3 of his fingers were fractured. These two were definitely not ordinary people. They are most likely direct disciples of some prominent clan or family. They're not from the Dongjiang factions either. He had some understanding of Dongjiang's local factions and had come into contact with some members of the aristocratic families, but there were definitely no such individuals among them. Unless there's a surprise, they must be outsiders who've come to make a name for themselves. However, Dongjiang is my territory. Here, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. Even if these two are descendants of prominent families, so what? He must have powerful backers to have risen to such a high position. However, Chen Liuji, who knew he wasn't a match for them, didn't rush in again. He said to Xiao Pujuan, "You're indeed formidable. I have over 100 men here. I'll see how many you can take on at once." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a gust of wind in front of him, followed by a blur. By the time he reacted, he suddenly felt a deadly suffocation. Xiao Pujuan had already closed in and tightly gripped his neck. "You!" Chen Liuji managed to utter a single word before he could no longer make a sound, his face contorting with intense fear. "Sixth Master! Sixth Master!" The younger brothers were about to charge forward, but were stopped by Chen Lu's wave of his hand. He knew very well that if the man in front of him exerted even the slightest pressure with his fingers, he would be finished. Subai rose slowly to his feet, walked over to Chen Liuji's side, and said, "Sixth Master, your mad dog bit someone. Yet you're scolding the one who was bitten. I'm curious who gave you the courage. Is it your so-called martial arts skills you've always boasted about, or the 100 or so henchmen you have under you?" Just then, a loud rumbling sound suddenly echoed in. It sounded like the noise made by some massive machine. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Man Appears. As the largest KTV entertainment complex in Dongjiang, the first-floor lobby alone is so vast it's breathtaking. As the rumbling sound grew louder, a custom-made Aston Martin roared into the parking lot. Another followed closely behind. Then a third. Finally, 12 top-of-the-line supercars drove in, all of them limited editions. Each one is conservatively estimated to be worth over 10 million. The appearance of 12 top-of-the-line supercars immediately drew a chorus of gasps. Countless onlookers turned to look, their faces flushed with excitement. On an ordinary day, not a single one could be seen, yet today, 12 had appeared all at once. The first supercar stopped, and Lu Chen stepped out. He was the eldest son of the Lu family, a prominent local clan in Dongjiang, and also the leader of the SCC Dongjiang branch, a senior member of SCC. Originally, he didn't need to come in person, but he had received a notice from headquarters stating that a second SCC senior member had appeared in Dongjiang. As the leader of the Dongjiang branch, he naturally wanted to meet him. Coincidentally, Subai had issued a call to gather, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to join in. 12 vehicles. 12 people. 10 men and 2 women. All of them were young, around their 20s or 30s. And these few people essentially represented the majority of the Dongjiang faction. Ordinary people might not realize it, but only those of a certain status would understand the terrifying power behind these 12 individuals. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chen Liuji, who is hailed as the #1 figure in the underworld, is already an unattainable figure. But in their eyes, Chen Liuji isn't even worth as much as the dog they keep. As for Chen Liuji, he is merely a pawn on the surface, used by some higher-up figure. Remember, true powerhouses never reveal themselves lightly. Lu Chen led a few people towards Subai's direction. At that moment, everyone held their breath, as if a massive storm was about to sweep through the hall. "Su brother, could you do me a favor?" Lu Chen said. The intense conflict that had been expected did not materialize. This was somewhat perplexing, and everyone began to anticipate the unfolding situation with growing anticipation. Subai looked at Lu Chen. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the man before him was the leader of the Dongjiang SCC, and the only other high-ranking member besides himself. The one who contacted the first hospital and arranged for a top-notch medical team to perform surgery on Xiao Pujuan's mother was also this man. Thinking of this, he shouted, "Pujuan!" Xiao Pujuan let go of his hand. Chen Liuji collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a moment, he forced himself to stand up and bowed deeply to Lu Chen, saying respectfully, "Mr. Lu." Slap. A crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. This caught everyone present off guard. Quickly apologized to Su Xiong. Lu Chen rubbed his slightly sore palm. Mr. Lu, I. Slap. Another crisp slap. At that moment, Chen Liuji, who had been slapped twice by Lu Chen, immediately snapped out of it. Who was Lu Chen? The eldest son of the Lu family, the most powerful clan in Dongjiang. Chen Liuji owes his current position entirely to the Lu family's support. To put it bluntly, Chen Liuji is nothing more than a lackey of the Lu family, used as their henchman. And Lu Dashi just referred to Su Bai as Su brother. Treating him as an equal means that Su Bai is at least on the same level as Lu Dashi. That's a truly formidable figure. Thinking of this, he swallowed hard and immediately bowed to Su Bai in apology. I'm sorry, Su Dashi. Today, Chen Liuji was blind and inadvertently offended you. I beg you to forgive me and spare me this time. Chen Liuji, in his 40s, was bowing and apologizing to a young man in his 20s, and he did so in front of so many people. Chen Liuji had risen to his current position for a reason. Moreover, Chen Liuji was the underground kingpin of Dongjiang. Su Bai ignored Chen Liuji and turned to Lu Chen, saying, since Lu brother has spoken, I will not pursue this matter further. Let it end here. Fair enough. Thank you, Su brother, for giving me this face. Lu Chen turned to look at Chen Liuji and said, hurry up and thank Su brother for his generosity. Thank you, Su young master, for sparing this lowly one. Chen Liuji's face wore a fawning smile. Finally got to meet you. Let's go have a drink. Lu brother, please. The two headed upstairs. Behind them followed a group of SCC members. As they passed by Lu Pang, Su Bai patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to go back first. The manager of the Fuli Jinsha led the way, and the group made their way upstairs. At that moment, the lobby was still filled with over 100 bold onlookers eager for a spectacle, as well as the over 100 henchmen brought by Chen Liuji. Hundreds of people were all in disarray in the wind. Is it over? Is it really over? None of the grand scenes they had imagined had unfolded. Moreover, Chen Liuji, the so-called underworld tyrant, was slapped twice across the face and then forced to bow and apologize. It was truly surreal. At that moment, countless astonished glances fell on Chen Liuji, as if silently asking, aren't you the legendary #1 in the Dongjiang underworld? How did you end up looking so pathetic? He was beaten and had to apologize. Apart from a handful of people who knew the truth, everyone else was still in shock. Meanwhile, the black-skinned man simply lay on the ground pretending to be dead. He had caused such a huge mess he was afraid Chen Liuji would tear him to pieces. Chen Liuji had lost face beyond repair today. It wouldn't take long for what happened today to spread throughout the entire Dongjiang region. By then, Chen Liuji will go from being the feared underworld boss everyone fears to a laughingstock. Of course, it will only be behind his back. Zhang Min and the others watched Su Bai's departing figure and felt an extreme sense of unreality. She wanted to ask Lu Peng who this Su Bai was, but after thinking for a while, she didn't know how to start. In truth, the most bewildered person was Lu Peng. Since their freshman year, he and Su Bai had been roommates, and among the 4 roommates, he and Su Bai had the closest relationship. Who would have thought that Su Bai was actually a hidden powerhouse? It seemed like they needed to find a time to have a proper talk with him. Zhang Yun and Chen Lan exchanged glances, both seeing the regret in each other's eyes. Earlier, when Zhang Min had dragged them along to socialize with Lu Peng and his group, if they had managed to befriend Su Bai, they could have walked all over everyone else. Such a high-ranking figure, yet they had underestimated him from the start. The bitterness of their regret gradually overwhelmed them. At the same time, in the most luxurious private room, 2 people were chatting. All these years of hard work paying tribute. Being able to work for Mr. Qin is an honor for me. When you return to the capital, I will personally welcome you back. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The man named Huai Li was immediately overcome with emotion. The people who have been honored to have Qin Shao host a welcome banquet for them can be counted on one hand, and they are all renowned figures. By the way, how is that girl Mingyue lately? Miss Mingyue is doing well. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Enter. A middle-aged man entered with great respect. Master. There were over 10 SCC members gathered downstairs just now. HM? Do you know what's going on? Reporting to the young master. It was a high-ranking member who activated the SCC's emergency summoning order. Lu Chen? No. It's the newly emerged senior member from Dongjiang. A bunch of rabble ignore them. Only a few core members and a handful of senior members could pose any real threat. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man stepped out of the room. Huali, go investigate this newly promoted senior member. Yes, Mr. Qin. Chapter 59, another faction emerges, challenging the status quo. Under the manager's guidance, Su Bai and Lu Chen arrived at the ultra-luxurious private room on the top floor. As the premier entertainment venue in Dongjiang, Fuli Jinsha not only offers private rooms for leisure but also quiet, formal spaces for business meetings and negotiations. Su brother. Let me introduce you. They are all members of Dongjiang SCC. This is my younger sister, Lu Yuning, this is Huyu, and this is. Lu Chen introduced each person one by one. Thanks to Su Bai's exceptional memory, he remembered everyone after just one round. These 12 people are not the entire group, 3 others are out of town and couldn't make it in time. Su Bai's gaze swept over the crowd. The one named Lu Yuning looked like a young, rebellious teenager, probably around 17 or 18 years old. As for Hu Yu, she was around the same age as him, but her heavy makeup completely ruined the innocence and beauty that should have belonged to her age. He was curious, with such an outfit, which school would accept them. Of course, he didn't know that even the school was owned by the Lu family, so no one dared to interfere. Su Xiong looked unfamiliar. What does Su Xiong do? Lu Chen asked. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, everyone present turned their attention toward them, eager to hear Su Bai's response. After all, everyone knew how difficult it was to become a senior member, otherwise, Dongjiang Wunti have only produced Lu Chen as its sole senior member. As for spending 100 billion to upgrade, no one would even consider it. The reason was simple: even spending 10 billion to upgrade was rare, let alone 100 billion. Even for these prominent families, coming up with 100 billion would be quite a challenge. Moreover, with 100 billion, one could invest in projects or build skyscrapers and make a fortune. Spending 100 billion on upgrades would serve little practical purpose beyond showing off. If Su Bai had come to Dongjiang from elsewhere, then simply by virtue of his senior member status, there must be a formidable power backing him. In that case, the power dynamics in Dongjiang would inevitably undergo significant changes. Even Lu Chen shares this view. After all, before this, he was the only senior member in Dongjiang, and with his status as the eldest son of the first-rate wealthy family in Dongjiang, he was almost a terrifying existence capable of controlling the winds and rains. Now, Su Bai has appeared, arriving in Dongjiang with the status of a senior member. If he truly came from elsewhere with the intention of establishing himself in Dongjiang, Lu Chen must take him seriously before fully understanding his capabilities. After all, no SCC senior member is an ordinary individual. And the unknown is always the most terrifying. Su Bai said, I'm studying at a university in Dongjiang, but I have an investment company under my name. If anyone needs investment, feel free to come find me. I won't be involved in daily management, I'll just invest and hold shares. Just investing and holding shares, without participating in management? What's the difference between that and giving them money for free? Everyone immediately perked up. Lu Chen smiled and said, then, I wonder what projects Su brother is interested in. Perhaps we might have opportunities to collaborate. We're open to anything. That's great. Let's find a time to talk in detail. Su Bai's phone immediately received several friend requests. For them, since he was a generous benefactor, there was no reason to refuse. No one doubted Su Bai's capabilities. The status of an SCC senior member was the best proof of his abilities. However, these people also had some doubts. After all, one should always be cautious. Could Su Bai be using this method to lower their guard and ultimately achieve his own goals? If that were the case, they would need to think it through carefully. Actually, Su Bai just wanted to spend money so he could get some rich guy points and see if the system had any new features. Everyone, rest assured. He looked at everyone. I have no intention of dividing the pie with any of you. I simply want to use money to pave the way and make friends with everyone. If you're still not reassured, we can explicitly state in the contract that regardless of our shareholding percentage, we will not participate in the company's operations or management. Lu Chen laughed awkwardly. You're joking, Su brother. He did indeed have that intention, but hearing it spoken aloud made him feel a bit embarrassed. Su Bai just smiled and didn't say anything. Since his mental power had reached its limit, his intelligence had also improved, and he could immediately see where the other party's concerns lay. So he decided to make it clear right away. The black and white terms in the contract would at least give them a sense of security. He couldn't do that. In this day and age, even giving money away was difficult? Since Su Xiong has spoken so plainly, we can rest assured. After all, the situation in Dongjiang has been stable for many years, and we don't want any trouble to arise again. We hope Su Xiong will understand our position. Understood. Everyone, rest assured. I will only invest and will not participate in management, nor will I divide this pie. That's straightforward. On behalf of all members of the Dongjiang SCC, I welcome Brother Su's arrival. After that, everything was thriving. Those with good projects but lacking funds naturally gathered around Su Bai. As mentioned earlier, since it's about giving money, there is no reason to refuse. And when Su Bai invests, he also gains tycoon points. It's a win-win situation. Just then, Xiao Pujuan walked in and whispered a few words to Su Bai. Su Bai immediately furrowed his brows and said to Lu Chen, Lu brother, my men report that there are signs of a master entering and exiting the adjacent private room. High-level experts? How strong are they? Stronger than him. Su Bai said. Lu Chen froze for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Pujuan. The first time he had seen Xiao Pujuan, he had felt a sense of oppression emanating from him, and he had also easily subdued Chen Liuji. His strength must be on par with that of the two clan uncles. That's why he suspected Su Bai was the vanguard of an external force coming to Dongjiang to expand their territory. However, Su Bai had made his intentions clear, so he probably didn't have any plans to divide the spoils. But if that's the case, how could such a high-level expert appear? There must be something fishy going on here. Lu Chen thought it over and decided to investigate. After all, such a skilled fighter in Dongjiang posed a potential threat, and he had to determine whether they were friend or foe. Because Dongjiang is the Lu family's territory. Su brother, let's go. Let's check it out together. Lu Chen stood up and walked out, giving Lu Yuning a discreet nod as he went. The group arrived at the adjacent private room. A middle-aged man stepped forward to block their path. Xiao Pujuan stepped forward and faced the middle-aged man head-on. The two of them emitted a powerful aura that made everyone else feel a sense of suffocation, though Lu Chen and Su Bai were unaffected. Lu Chen shouted into the room, "May I ask who the honored guest is? Please allow me to extend the hospitality of the host." A voice echoed out. "Uncle Kong." The man named Kong Shu bowed toward the private room, then pushed the door open. Lu Chen and the others entered the room. Inside the private room, there were only two young men. Su Bai glanced around and recognized one of them as Huang Wenbin, the president of the student union at Dongjiang University and the so-called first male god of Dongjiang University. The other one was unfamiliar to him. Kong Shu walked behind him and stood silently. Lu Chen asked, "May I ask your honorable name and what brings you to Jiangdong?" "Who I am and where I'm going, do I need permission from Lu Dashi?" the man retorted. "Sir, if you're going elsewhere, I have no say in that. But if you're coming to Dongjiang, perhaps you truly need my permission. Lu Dashi is truly formidable." The young man smiled, stood up, walked to Lu Chen, and said slowly, "Listen carefully. My name is Lu Bufan. The Lu from the Lu family of the imperial capital. The Lu family of the imperial capital. Lu Bufan." Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply in shock. "You're Lu Bufan, one of the 8 great kings of the imperial capital S Lu family." Chapter 60, The Mysterious Master. Behind Lu Chen, the other SCC members were also utterly shocked upon hearing those words, staring intently at the young man. It was well known that the SCC had a long-standing relationship with the imperial capital. It was said that the SCC was formed to resist the southward expansion of the imperial capital's forces. Over the years, the two factions had engaged in fierce battles, with their relationship growing increasingly hostile. One is a well-established power with deep roots, dominating the north. The other was a rising power in the south, bold and ambitious. The 8 great kings, legendary figures in the imperial capital, were now standing before them in the flesh. It was truly surreal. Lu Bufan smiled and said, "I never expected that Lu Dashi would recognize me. It's truly a great honor. I thought that none of us from the imperial capital were worthy of your notice." Lu Chen swallowed hard and asked, "Are you from the imperial capital, or one of the 8 great kings? What are you doing in Dongjiang?" He was indeed shocked. The 8 heavenly kings of the imperial capital were equivalent to the core members of the SCC in Magic City, terrifying existences. However, he wasn't particularly afraid. Dongjiang was SCC's territory and also the Lu family's stronghold. Even if this Lu Bufan was as powerful as he claimed, he wouldn't be able to do anything here. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. "Lu Dashi, I'll remind you once more, you have no right to ask me these questions. And if I really had any intentions, I wouldn't have come alone." Lu Bufan didn't want to cause any more trouble and explained briefly. Otherwise, given his status alone, Lu Chen wouldn't even have the right to speak here. He came here because he was on his way to Jiangbei province to handle some matters, and he stopped by to ask Huang Wenbin about Sima Hueyu's current situation. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the other party. If he had encountered them here, he would have already left. Sima Hueyu is the 3rd sister of the Sima family, a prominent clan that has been in hiding. The Sima and Lu families had intentions of arranging a marriage between them, hoping they would be together. Sima Hueyu was studying at Dongjiang University, while Huang Wenbin was sent by him to monitor her every move and drive away any unwanted suitors around her. He has a strong possessive desire for Sima Hueyu. His woman is off limits to anyone else. Lu Chen said, "I don't care what your purpose is, but I want you to leave immediately. Otherwise, even if you're one of the 8 great kings, I'll test your limits today." Lu Bufan laughed. He hadn't been threatened like this in a long time. Especially by someone he looked down on. A mere SCC senior member was no different from an ant in his eyes. He had originally planned to leave, but now that he had been threatened, he couldn't leave. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the imperial capital in the future, or how could he face the 8 great kings? He had given Lu Chen face, but now Lu Chen was turning around to slap him in the face. Lu Bufan isn't someone to be messed with. "Lu Dashi, I've given you enough face, but you've shown no gratitude. Since that's the case, don't blame me. The Lu family is just a small, insignificant clan in a remote corner. In my eyes, they're no better than ants. Fine. The Lu family may not be as powerful as the Lu family, but if you want to challenge the heavens, I'll see just how much strength the so-called 8 great heavenly kings truly possess." At this moment, Lu Chen was already filled with anger. Lu Bufan's words were like throwing both his own face and the Lu family's face on the ground and trampling them. Even if Lu Bufan were one of the 8 great kings, or even the king himself, he would make sure the other party knew that the Lu family is not a soft target to be pushed around. At that moment, Lu Yuning arrived with two of the Lu family's revered elders. Brother! Lu Yuning shouted. Young Master Lu, the two revered elders shouted. Uncles! Please intervene. Prove the innocence of the Lu family. Otherwise, someone will really treat our family like a soft target. Alright. Young Master Lu. The two attendants spoke in unison. Lu Bufan said to Kong Shu, go and deal with them. Yes, young master. After speaking, Uncle Kong walked over and the two Lu family elders stepped forward, forming a confrontational stance. The others all retreated to the corners, leaving the three of them space to fight. Boom! The three of them attacked simultaneously, and the sound of sonic booms echoed throughout the area, causing the air to distort slightly. It was clear that the three of them were incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Kong Shu, alone against the two attendants, showed no signs of strain, instead moving with ease and confidence. Bang! Boom! The three clashed fists again, followed by two loud sounds, and two massive waves rolled out. Kong Shu stood firm. The two Lu family guardians, however, were knocked back several meters. The outcome was clear. Lu Chen's mind was in chaos. Both of his uncles had attacked simultaneously, yet neither could match that single opponent. Act quickly and decisively. Lu Bufan said. As you command, young master. Kong Shu replied. The two Lu family attendants exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Then they split into two groups, one striking at Kong Shu's upper body with a punch, the other sweeping his leg to target Kong Shu's lower body. Having trained together for years, their coordination was flawless. Kong Shu remained as steady as a mountain. As the attacks closed in, he suddenly exerted force with his feet to block the lower body attacks, then clenched his right fist and struck out, directly withstanding the upper body assault. Bang! The attendant who had clashed with him flew backward like a, crashing into the wall of the private room, spitting blood. His breath was weak and labored. What's going on? Everyone couldn't help but look on in shock. Just moments ago, they were evenly matched. How did it suddenly turn into such a one-sided battle? Could it be that the opponent had been hiding their true strength from the very first move? The attendant attacking the lower body didn't expect this person to be so powerful. By the time he realized it, it was too late to retreat. Kong Shu suddenly turned around and kicked him fiercely. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the attendant was slammed into the wall. However, he managed to get back to his feet. He felt fortunate that he had switched from attack to defense in time, otherwise, that kick would have at least left him severely injured. Now, he only had broken hands. Uncle Lu! Uncle Li! Lu Chen and Lu Yuneng rushed over instinctively to help them up. Are you a master on the tiger list? Lu Shu, who was being helped up by Lu Chen, asked through gritted teeth. Kong Shu didn't say a word but silently walked over to Lu Bufan's side. Chapter 61, The Battle Between Masters. Tiger List Expert? Subai couldn't help but freeze in place. He had never heard of this unfamiliar term before. Everyone present, except for Subai, couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock. This was a realm ordinary people could never hope to reach. Some might think it was just something made up from reading too many novels, like a list similar to the heavenly rankings. But as they say, just because you don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Such deeper truths are only understood once one reaches a certain level of attainment. Now, the underground world across the globe has a ranking list. Those who manage to make it onto the list are all extraordinary individuals, and the tiger list is one of them. Lu Dashi, it seems your Lu family isn't much to speak of either. I hear that the last remaining master of your Lu family, Old Master Lu, is now in his twilight years. If he were to pass away, your Lu family's good days would come to an end. Lu Bufan smiled with narrowed eyes. Lu Chen snorted coldly and said, How my Lu family fares is none of your business, you outsider. If I let you leave like this today, my reputation will be ruined. As he spoke, he drew a gun from his waist and pointed it directly at Lu Bufan and Kong Shu behind him. He dared not touch Lu Bufan, but he had the courage to take on a servant. The Lu family behind Lu Bufan held a status in the imperial capital equivalent to that of the Lu family in Dongjiang. However, the imperial capital was the center of power, a place where authority converged. It was not something a small place like Dongjiang could compare to. If something happened to Lu Bufan in Dongjiang, the entire Dongjiang faction would face a purge. Therefore, his attack on Kong Shu was merely a warning to Lu Bufan. The 8 great kings of the imperial capital were roaming around Dongjiang, yet Lu Chen, as a senior member of the SCC, had not made a single move. If word got out, it would instantly become a laughingstock, and Lu Chen would forever lose his chance to be promoted to a core member. Lu Bufan was right about one thing. His grandfather is now over 70, practically a senior citizen. And to this day, no one has emerged who was capable of holding up the entire Lu family. All hope now rests on him. Only by becoming a core member of SCC can he turn the tide. Therefore, even knowing that the opponent is a powerful figure he cannot afford to provoke, he must confront them head-on. This is to prove himself to the SCC higher-ups. Regardless of the outcome, it will help him advance to the core members. Previously, the two elders lost, but he still had a chance to turn the tide. As long as he kept Uncle Kong alive, he would win.
The moment Lu Chen drew his gun, Lu Bufan's expression suddenly changed. There was an unwritten rule between the imperial capital and the SCC: they could fight each other, but only with their fists and feet, not with firearms. Lu Dashi, you must think this through. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of using a gun? Lu Chen remained silent, his eyes as cold as ice. Lu Xiao, don't. Lu Shu, who was by Lu Chen's side, also hurriedly spoke up to stop him. He had intended to tell Lu Chen that for experts on the Tiger list, low-tier weapons like handguns were no longer sufficient to threaten them. However, he was too late. Before Lu Shu could finish speaking, Lu Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed through the large private room, instantly silencing everyone inside. However, Kang Shu, who should have collapsed to the ground, suddenly vanished without a trace, disappearing from the spot. Break army! Su Bai suddenly shouted. It must be noted that his mental strength had reached its peak, terrifyingly powerful, so he immediately saw that Uncle Kong not only dodged the bullet but was charging toward Lu Chen, with intense killing intent surging around him, clearly intending to kill Lu Chen. And his shout had a clear meaning: he was ordering Xiao Poju to act. Xiao Pejun reacted swiftly. Upon hearing Su Bai's shout, he immediately darted forward to protect Lu Chen. At that moment, Uncle Kong was consumed by murderous intent. The instant Lu Chen drew his gun and aimed it at Lu Bufan, in his eyes, Lu Chen had already become 4 people. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out. However, it was even more intense than the previous gunshot. A piercing gale like wind howled, stinging the cheeks of everyone present. Except for a few skilled fighters, the rest felt as though a thunderclap had exploded beside their eardrums, causing them to cover their ears in pain. After a few exchanges, the two figures retreated. Kang Shu retreated 5 or 6 steps. Xiao Pujuan also retreated 5 or 6 steps, barely managing to stop himself, but in doing so, he accidentally collided with Lu Chen. Brother! Lu Yu hurriedly helped Lu Chen to his feet. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from Lu Chen's mouth. The aftereffects of the clash between two experts from the Tiger rankings had only just grazed him because Xiao Pujuan had bumped into him, yet the force had already injured his internal organs. The strength of the Tiger list masters is truly unimaginable. Brother! You're coughing up blood? Lu Yuning looked panicked. Lu Chen shook his head pale-faced and said, Ning Ning, I'm fine. Don't worry. Then, he looked at Su Bai with gratitude. If it weren't for Su Bai telling Xiao Pujuan to hold back earlier, he would probably be dead by now. Calming down, he realized he had indeed acted impulsively. It was mainly because Lu Bufan had exposed his weaknesses, and in his anger and shame, he had resorted to using a gun. Now that he thought about it, even if he had killed Kang Shu, using a gun would have broken the rules. Moreover, he dared not kill Lu Bufan, but Lu Bufan dared to kill him. That was the gap in their status and power. Lu Bufan looked at Xiao Pejun and couldn't help but be surprised. Kang Shu retreated 5 or 6 steps, and Xiao Pujuan also retreated 5 or 6 steps. It was clearly a draw. And that mysterious expert seemed to have been following the man named Su Bai the entire time. He couldn't help but look at him more closely. Who are you? Lu Bufan looked at Su Bai. Su Bai replied, a senior member of SCC, Su Bai. You're the second senior member of Dongjiang? That's me. Are you here to stop me too? If you leave now, I won't stop you. A joke. It was Lu Chen who broke the rules first. He was the first to point a gun at me. Such a great insult, I must kill him. At this moment, Liu Bufan was truly enraged. As the eldest son of the Lu family in the imperial capital and one of the 8 great kings, he was actually being held at gunpoint by a high-ranking member of the SCC. If Lu Chen didn't die, the news would spread, and his reputation would be ruined. It has come down to a matter of life and death. There's nothing more to say. As long as I'm here, I won't let you succeed. Lu Bufan looked at Uncle Kong and ordered, attack with all your strength. Take Lu Chen's life. Kang Shu nodded and charged toward Xiao Pujuan. The two of them clashed fiercely once more. Boom! 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 Fist to fist, bone to bone. Inside the private room, the intense sounds of their struggle echoed everywhere, accompanied by terrifying sonic booms that caused the very space to tremble. Everyone present, except for Su Bai, couldn't even tell who was attacking whom, not even the two experts, Li Shu and Lu Shu. The strength of a Tiger list expert is not something ordinary people can fathom. Boom! After each landing a punch, the two stepped back. If observed closely, both of them had sustained injuries of varying degrees, with blood seeping through their clothes. This left Lu Bufan truly shocked. Kang Shu's strength, even among the elite of the Lu family, was among the top ranks. Yet here he was, in the small town of Dongjiang, facing an opponent who was his equal. Not only had they fought for so long without a clear winner, but Kang Shu was also injured. Su Bai was also watching intently with bated breath. As soon as Xiao Pujuan showed any sign of weakness, he would act without hesitation. During their last sparring session, he had only used 5% of his strength, and Xiao Pujuan had already retreated several steps. He wanted to see how terrifying the power would be if he used his full strength. Especially after witnessing the intense battle between the two masters, he felt an urge to act.
At that moment, the two stood motionless like the calm before a storm, each preparing their decisive, fatal strike to determine the outcome. Chapter 62, Subai strikes, deciding the outcome with a single move. Xiao Pujuan and Kong Shu were both shocked by each other's strength, but the clash between these masters only made their battle intent grow even stronger. Finding an evenly matched master was no easy task, especially one who fought with such reckless abandon, attacking relentlessly without any defense. Kong Shu had trained at the Shaolin Temple since childhood, mastering the true teachings of Shaolin martial arts. After leaving the temple, due to his temperament, he offended a powerful figure but was saved by the old patriarch of the Lu family, so Kong Shu joined the Lu clan. Now, as the personal bodyguard of the Lu family's eldest son, his abilities are recognized by the Lu family. Xiao Pujuan, on the other hand, has spent years walking the line between life and death, living a life where every move could mean the difference between life and death. He has completed countless missions successfully, and that's not something that can be attributed to luck alone. Both of their martial arts styles are incredibly fierce and unyielding. The best defense is a good offense. Both of them had sustained minor injuries, but they were not serious. They began to adjust to their best condition, waiting for the final blow to decide the outcome. Inside the private room, the atmosphere grew deathly silent. Subai had intended to act, but when he saw the excitement and passion in Xiao Pujuan's eyes, he knew that Xiao Pujuan's blood was boiling, and he wanted to use this battle to take himself to the next level. Thus, he chose to watch and wait. As for the two guardians of the Lu family, they watched the battle intently, not blinking once. For them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn. After all, though they were already top-tier experts, breaking into the Tiger rankings remained an arduous task. If they could gain even a hint of inspiration from observing this clash between two peak-level masters, it might just be the breakthrough they needed to take their skills to the next level. As for Lu Chen and the other SCC members, they were all stunned as they watched Xiao Pujuan. Xiao Pujuan was actually able to hold his own against Kong Shu, which meant that Subai might have a background as powerful as Lu Bufan's, otherwise he wouldn't have a master-level expert protecting him so closely. Suddenly, the two standing figures moved simultaneously. Two blurry figures shot forward, colliding with a loud bang. Kong Shu gathered his chi in his lower abdomen, struck out with a palm, and shouted inwardly, "Great strength Vajrapalm." Meanwhile, Kong Shu clenched his right fist and slammed it forward, silently chanting, "Tiger Cannon Fist." Bang! Fist and palm collided. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, visible waves of energy rolling out in all directions. Even the table and chairs where Lu Bufan and Huang Wenbin had been sitting were reduced to dust, exploding into the air. Everyone felt as though they were caught in a violent storm, their scalps tingling with the force of the impact. The air rushed past them at an accelerated pace, making it difficult for them to breathe. Bang! Bang! Two more muffled sounds followed. The two were sent flying backward one after the other. Subai acted swiftly, stepping forward to catch Xiao Pujuan securely while using his strength to dispel the residual energy from Xiao Pujuan's body. Lu Bufan also caught Kong Shu. After regaining their balance, Kong Shu and Xiao Pujuan both coughed up a mouthful of thick, fresh blood, clearly severely injured, their breaths weak and labored. This all-out attack had inflicted significant damage on both of them. They would need at least 1 or 2 months of rest. Pujuan, how do you feel? Subai asked. Master, I'm fine. However, I might not be able to protect you for a while. Xiao Pujuan said weakly. It's fine. Just take care of your injuries. Subai said. Young master. Kong Shu was about to speak, but Lu Bufan shook his head and said, Kong Shu, you rest first. The rest is up to me. Lu Bufan handed Kong Shu over to Huang Wenbin and walked toward Lu Chen. Do you think that just because someone protected you today, you can't be killed? How naive. As Lu Bufan finished speaking, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Suddenly, a soft sword drew from his waist, flashing with a cold light, and charged toward Lu Chen. Master, be careful. Master, be careful. Li Shu and the others shouted in terror, rushing forward to shield Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Bufan swung his soft sword toward them. The aura surrounding him was that of a first-rate martial artist. With a loud thud. With just one exchange, the already severely injured Uncle Li and Uncle Lu were sent flying. Then, without pausing, he took another step forward, his momentum unabated, directly aiming for Lu Chen's throat. It was clear he intended to finish him with a single strike. As the soft sword was about to pierce Lu Chen's throat, Lu Chen gave up resisting, closed his eyes, and calmly accepted his impending death. However, Lu Yuning let out a startled cry, pushing Lu Chen aside and exposing herself to the soft sword's attack range. Ning! Lu Chen opened his eyes in terror. At that moment, he finally panicked. Lu Yuning was willing to die in his place. He couldn't accept it under any circumstances. However, at that very moment, the sword tip stopped abruptly just an inch away from Lu Yuning's throat, unable to advance any further. It wasn't that Lu Bufan had softened his heart, the sword tip had been firmly held in place by 2 fingers. That's right, Subai had intervened. With just 2 fingers, he had stopped Lu Bufan, a top-tier martial artist, from advancing the sword even an inch. This left Lu Bufan stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only him, but everyone present, including Kong Shu, were all left speechless with disbelief. I'll say this one last time, this matter ends here. Su Bai spoke calmly. Before Lu Bufan could speak, Kong Shu interjected, Master, this is not a place to linger. Let's leave. Kong Shu. Lu Bufan didn't want to leave and turned to look at Kong Shu. Kong Shu's expression grew serious, with a hint of unwavering determination, and his voice grew heavier. Young master, let's go. He was beginning to feel afraid. He had sensed a faint, unsettling aura emanating from Su Bai that sent a chill down his spine. This was the first time Lu Bufan had ever seen Uncle Kong speak in such a manner, and he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 63, Unfathomable Power. At that moment, Lu Bufan was in a state of extreme indecision. If he just left like this, his face would be completely ruined. If he didn't leave, Kong Shu had never spoken in such a commanding tone before. Clearly, there was something amiss here. What should he do? Should he go or stay? Thinking this, Lu Bufan glanced at the others in the private room. Apart from Su Bai, who remained relatively calm, the others were all still in a state of shock. After all, the showdown between the top-ranked martial artists on the Tiger list was truly breathtaking. Lu Bufan felt he couldn't leave yet. Like Lu Chen had thought earlier, even if he couldn't kill them, he had to teach them a lesson. Moreover, if he left today, not only would he lose face, but it might also affect his mindset. After all, he was already at the peak of a first-rate expert's abilities, and just one more step would allow him to join the ranks of the Tiger List masters. To enter this ranks, one must possess an unwavering mindset that fears no foes and charges forward without hesitation. Of course, that was secondary. The main reason was that he was the eldest son of the Lu family, so no one dared to kill him or even severely injure him. The Lu family, even in the imperial capital, a center of power, is a colossal force. No one can withstand the Lu family's wrath, not the Lu family, not SCC. This is why Lu Chen dared to aim his gun at Kong Shu but dared not aim it at him. With this in mind, Lu Bufan suddenly exerted all his strength with his right hand, channeling his powerful energy into the long sword, aiming to pierce it into Lu Yuning's body. But the next moment, he was shocked to discover that even with all his strength, the sword in his hand remained completely motionless. How is this possible? Lu Bufan's mind froze. He was well aware that he had given it his all, yet the result was that he couldn't even match the strength of the other person's two fingers. How powerful was he? Kong Shu also noticed Lu Bufan's thoughts. Since he didn't want to leave, he can only turn to Su Bai and say, please spare him. The Lu family will never forget your kindness. He was bringing up the Lu family now, hoping to make the other party hesitate and dare not act ruthlessly. Su Bai ignored Kong Shu. He looked at Lu Bufan with a faint smile and said, it seems you still refuse to give up. As he finished speaking, he loosened his fingers, then quickly overlapped them. After a flash of residual images, a faint whistling sound could be heard, and then his two fingers gently tapped the tip of the sword. Hum. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. It was the sound of the sword blade vibrating rapidly, sharp and piercing, echoing in the ears of everyone present, as if they had been pricked by needles. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, their expressions twisted in pain. Lu Bufan also felt the terrifying vibrations emanating from the sword tip, which even affected his arm. He quickly let go. However, the moment he released the sword hilt, the sword body erupted with a loud bang. The sharp blade suddenly cracked all over, shattering into fragments as it hit the ground, scattering like petals falling from the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Even Kong Shu and the two Tiger rank experts were utterly horrified. At that moment, Su Bai stood before Lu Yuning. Lu Yuning closed his eyes, his handsome face twisted in pain. Lu Bufan stood 2 meters away, his face twisted in agony. The ground was littered with sword fragments. As he looked at the shards, the shock surged through him like a tidal wave, overwhelming him completely. It was a sword forged using the most advanced high-tech alloy, said to be able to cut through iron like mud, and that was an understatement. Yet now, it had been shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground, shattered by 2 fingers alone. The strength of this person was simply beyond imagination. What's more, he was so young. He dared not even think about how terrifying the family behind this person must be. Kong Shu, dragging his severely injured body, hurried forward and quickly stood in front of Lu Bufan. Wang Wenbin stared at Su Bai, lost in thought. He had felt that Su Bai looked familiar from the start, but couldn't place him. It wasn't until Su Bai introduced himself that he suddenly remembered this was the same Su Bai who had been dumped by his girlfriend a few days ago and had run to the small forest, so heartbroken he had vomited blood. He had almost become a laughingstock at Dongjian University. His phone still had some gossip about Su Bai saved on it. They looked exactly the same, were the same age, but their demeanor was completely different. At first, he suspected they were 2 different people, but all the physical traits, age, and everything else matched perfectly. It was clearly the same person. The imposing figure before him was his former classmate Su Bai, the one who had been dumped by his girlfriend and was so heartbroken he had vomited blood. But now, this Su Bai doesn't even bother to acknowledge the eldest son of the Lu family. The shock he felt was unimaginable. Su Bai asked calmly, "Shall we continue?" He didn't move a muscle. His sole purpose was to save Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had helped him before, and besides, they were both members of SCC. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. However, he also didn't want to completely alienate Lu Bufan. The Lu family was still quite formidable, and although they were currently powerful, their foundations were somewhat weak. Moreover, he and Lu Bufan didn't have any irreconcilable enmity. Lu Bufan wanted to kill Lu Chen, not him. If it were him, then even if Lu Bufan were the eldest son of the Lu family, he would have killed him without hesitation. That's the confidence that comes with power. Lu Bufan remained silent, staring intently at Subai. He couldn't understand how Subai, who was younger than him, could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Perhaps. Lu Bufan suddenly thought of a possibility. It seemed that, at that moment, all the doubts made sense. With that thought, Lu Bufan let go of his doubts. Such a terrifying existence could only be cultivated by those people. This matter must be reported to the young master immediately. Not only have those people begun to appear, but some have already joined the SCC. This is absolutely not good news for them. Kong Shu, Wenbin, let's go. Huang Wenbin hurriedly supported Kong Shu, and the three of them left the private room together. Lu Bufan walked to the door, turned to look at Lu Chen, and said, "Lu Chen, I hope next time you have such experts by your side." He then turned to Subai and said, "We will meet again." The three departed. Inside the private room, aside from Subai and Xiao Pujuan, everyone else sighed in relief. After all, the terrifying presence of the 8 great kings of the imperial capital was something they couldn't take lightly. And all the previous looks directed at Subai had shifted from initial disdain to now being filled with awe. Standing up to Lu Buwei and saving Lu Dashi. If this news spreads, even the SCC headquarters in Magic City will be abuzz. Su brother. The favor you've done today. I and Ningning will never forget it. If you ever need anything in the future, just give us a shout, and I'll never refuse. And me. From now on, in Dongjiang, mention my name, Lu Yuning, and you can walk with your head held high. Lu Yuning has channeled her inner little sister again. No need to be so formal, Lu brother. Chapter 64. There are always people better than you. Lu Bufan's shock. In the car. Huang Wenbin was driving. Lu Bufan and Kong Shu are sitting in the back. Normally, Kong Shu would drive, but since he was seriously injured, Huang Wenbin had to take over. Huang Wenbin needs to take the two of them to Jiangbei province. Lu Bufan couldn't help but ask from the back seat, "Uncle Kong, can you tell what level that Subai is at?" Kong Shu thought for a moment and shook his head, "I can't tell. He only revealed a hint of his aura, and it already sent chills down my spine. Even I can't achieve the feat of breaking a sword with 2 fingers. He might be at the peak of the tiger rank, or even a more terrifying existence." This left Lu Bufan stunned. That Subai looked so much younger than him. How could he possibly be a terrifying existence above the tiger rank? Seeing Lu Bufan's expression, Kong Shu explained. "In this world, there are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. When I was at the Shaolin Temple, I once encountered a disciple who was no weaker than Subai. Kong Shu, do you think I have a chance to reach that level? Young master, you have great talent. With hard work, you will definitely achieve it. But by the time I reach that level, how much stronger will they have become?" This time, Master Kong fell silent. He didn't know how to respond. There are enormous differences between people. For example, some people are born with a starting point that is the ultimate goal many people can only dream of, let alone hope to reach. Talent is a terrifying thing. Some people can achieve great heights with just a little effort. Others, no matter how hard they work, day and night, never make any progress. Lu Bufan indeed has talent, but compared to a true genius, there is still a significant gap. At that moment, Huang Wenbin suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Liu, I know Subai." "You know him?" Lu Bufan asked. "He's a student at Dongjiang University." "A student?" "That's right." Saying this, Huang Wenbin handed his phone to Lu Bufan, telling him to look at the gossip rumors about Subai. So he's deliberately keeping a low profile, playing the underdog to catch the big fish. Lu Bufan said. Huang Wenbin nodded. "It's very likely that's the case." "Interesting. This is truly fascinating. Such a formidable person, not only pretending to be low-key, but also letting his girlfriend be taken away. What kind of person is this guy?" Subai took Xiao Pujuan to the first hospital. Even as night fell, the hospital's top leaders and experts were all waiting, no doubt because Lu Chen had informed them in advance. So, they gave Xiao Pujuan a full body examination. There were no major issues, just some internal injuries that would require some time to recover. Subai originally wanted Xiao Pujuan to stay closer to his mother's ward so he could recover and accompany her, but Xiao Pujuan feared his mother would worry, so he chose to stay farther away. "Just focus on recovering now. Don't worry about anything. Once you and your mother are discharged, I'll find a place for you to stay in Dongjiang. Rest assured, I've already made all the arrangements," Subai said to Xiao Pujuan in the hospital room. "Thank you, young master," Xiao Pujuan said, then paused for a moment before adding, "During this time, I'll have my 2 brothers take care of you instead. They're just as skilled as I am in dangerous work, and their combat abilities are no worse than mine. Those 2 are also close friends who would risk their lives for him." If possible, he wanted to help them. When they returned, they gave all the money to the widows of their brothers. Those women must be struggling without any money. Being able to follow someone like Subai, a young master from a prominent family, and continue fighting side by side is indeed a great opportunity. Sure. You have such brothers? Why didn't you say so sooner? Bring as many as there are, and I'll give them the best treatment. Subai said. The more a skilled person knows, the better. Besides, he is not short on money. Xiao Pujuan, upon hearing this, spoke in a low voice. We sent out 12 of us, and only 3 have returned. The rest have all remained forever in foreign lands. Subai placed his hand on Xiao Pujuan's shoulder and said, Take it easy. It's okay. We've all been to the gates of hell several times. There's nothing to dwell on. That's good. Have them all come over tomorrow? All right. Master. Xiao Pujuan said with a hint of excitement. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. After taking a shower, Subai lay down and started scrolling through his phone. A lot of people had sent him messages. Sun Si, Subai, when are you free? My parents want to thank you and treat you to a meal. Subai, no need to be so formal. It was no trouble at all. Soon after, Sun Si's message came back. It might be no big deal to you, but for my family, this is a huge deal. Subai, alright, then. I'm busy these days, let's do it next week. Sun Si, alright. I'll wait for your call. After finishing the conversation, he opened Lu Peng's message again. Lu Peng, old Su, thanks so much for today. If you hadn't shown up in time, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. By the way, how did you know I was in room 47 with Minmin? Subai, didn't you send it to me? I still remember the content, emergency at room 47 of the Fuli Jinsha Hotel. Lu Peng, but I was being held by those people and couldn't send it to you. Plus, I never expected you to be so well hidden. With your previous demeanor, even if I had called you over, it would have just been another person going to their death. Speaking of which, when are you going to give your brothers a proper explanation? Subai was taken aback. Since Lu Peng didn't send a distress message, then who exactly used Lu Peng's phone to send it? Take a look at this? Subai sent the screenshot of the message. Lu Peng glanced at it, checked the time, thought carefully, and said, At this time, I was kicked by Blackie's henchmen and my phone fell into Minmin's hands. It must have been her classmates who sent it. I need to find time to thank them properly, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subai, you should go calm Zhang Min down first. She was really scared today. As for my stuff, we'll catch up over dinner when we have time. I'll tell you all about it then. Lu Peng, got it. As for calming her down? That's my specialty. We were just sleeping in the same blanket earlier, and now Minmin went to take a shower. Subai, you bastard. Lu Peng, don't envy me. Once you get Han Shiyun, you can do the same. Alright, no more chit-chat. Minmin is back and I've got another round to go. I'll thank you properly another time. Subai saw this and threw his phone on the bed. He didn't bother reading or replying to anyone else's messages. After everything he'd been through today, he just wanted to rest and respond tomorrow. Chapter 65, The Ultimate Loser. When Subai opened his eyes, it was already midday the next day. After a quick wash, he went to Dongjiang restaurant for lunch, packed some nutritional supplements for Xiao Pujuan, and headed to the first hospital. Just as Subai was heading to the first hospital, 2 men were chatting with Xiao Pujuan in his hospital room. These 2 men were around the same age as Xiao Pujuan, in their 30s. Boss, how did you get so badly injured? Boss, who did this to you? Back when you were abroad, you never suffered such severe internal injuries. You'll need at least a month to recover. Xiao Pujuan asked. What? Asking so specifically? Planning to avenge me? Cough. Even you couldn't beat him. The 2 of us going there would be suicide. Damn it. Who said I'm not his match? If I have to lie in bed for a month, that guy will be out of commission for at least 1.5 months. What? His injuries are worse than the boss's? Where is he? Let's go kill him right now. Get lost. Xiao Pujuan snapped angrily, then asked, Enough with the small talk. How are you 2 doing now? Sigh. Don't mention it. I'm fine, just a brute with no brains, as they say. I'm working on a construction site to make ends meet, but at least it's better than being abroad. At least I can sleep soundly. Me too. The other man sighed in agreement. If we hadn't messed up the last job, none of us would be in this mess. Xiao Pujuan said in a low voice. Boss, don't blame yourself too much. This was our collective decision. We all wanted to take a chance and come back for a better life. Who could have predicted we'd end up like this? It just means we weren't meant for wealth and prosperity. At this point, the 3 fell silent. 12 people went out, and only 3 returned. There were too many regrets to put into words, and too much guilt surging in their hearts. So, they gave all their belongings to the relatives of the 9 brothers. At least they're still alive. After a long pause, Xiao Pujuan said, Now that you're back, don't go back to bricklaying. If you keep this up, you'll end up ruined. But if we don't lay bricks, we have nothing else to do. The authorities are cracking down hard inside the country now, we might end up in trouble. One of them said. I have a job for you. Protect Su Xiao. He's studying at Dongjiang University.
While I'm recovering, you can take my place and protect Su Xiao. Su Xiao told me personally that if you're willing to come, he'll give you the best treatment.
Really? Protecting people is what we're best at. Plus, it's safe in the country now, so it'll be easy. But how much can Su Bai pay?
I work my ass off on the construction site and barely make 8,000 a month.
If it's less than 8,000, I'm not doing it. Another person said, do you think this is abroad? It's so safe here, and the work is easy, how could the pay be that high?
Do you think others are suckers?
At least 5,000.
You guys have no ambition. Su Xiao gave me a car worth millions, and he did give you 5 or 8,000?
At least 10,000 to start. Wow, that's amazing. Why don't you introduce us to Su Xiao? The three were chatting when Su Bai walked in. Su Xiao.
Xiao Pujun tried to stand up, but Su Bai stopped him with a hand. Rest first.
I brought some food. Are these the brothers you mentioned earlier? Su Xiao, let me introduce you. Xiao Pujun introduced them briefly.
The taller one is Yi Bing, and the shorter one is Wei Yong. These two didn't look like the muscle-bound, intimidating types, but every move they made exuded a bursting sense of power. The bodybuilders you see on TV may look impressive, but their strength isn't anything special.
Su Bai said, Pujun.
You rest first. I'll take them out for a meal to welcome them. Yi Bing said, no need to trouble Mr. Su. We'll just eat something simple on our own. Since we're in Dongjiang, let me, as the host, make the arrangements.
Xiao Pujun also urged, you two should listen to Su Bai.
So, Su Bai drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, taking the two of them to the luxurious Golden Sand Resort. He then handed the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to Yi Bing and the others, while Su Bai drove the Bugatti Veyron himself.
Last night, Xiao Pujun was injured and couldn't drive, so Su Bai left the Bugatti Veyron at the Fuli Jinsha. In the Mercedes-Benz, Wei Yong followed closely behind the Bugatti Veyron. For people like them, who had been living on the edge for years, driving was just a basic skill. Not to mention cars, even if you gave them a tank, they could make it move. Yi Bing. Boss, you really hit the jackpot this time.
This Su Xiao isn't just a rich guy, that car is worth at least several million, and he's also a nice guy, personally bringing food for the boss. Yi Bing said, so we have to perform well and not lose face.
Of course.
Su Bai led the two of them to Dongjiang restaurant. Yi Bing and Wei Yong were seeing such a luxurious hotel for the first time and couldn't help but be amazed. The two of them had been abroad, in war-torn regions where such luxurious hotels didn't even exist.
Su Bai.
Let's just eat something simple, there's no need to find such a nice hotel.
No problem. This hotel is mine. You can come here to eat whenever you want.
Work for me, and I'll cover all your meals and accommodation.
Su Xiao owns it? And not only that, but we can eat here every day and even stay here.
At that moment, the two of them stared at the luxurious 8-star hotel, speechless, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Even after finishing the meal, the two of them were still in a state of shock. Having lived for decades, this was their first taste of such delicacies, and they felt like their entire lives up to that point had been wasted. That evening, Lu Chen called and asked Su Bai to go to the Fuli Jinsha.
Su Bai arrived quickly.
As soon as he opened the private room door, he saw Qin Liuji and Hei Pai kneeling inside. Upon seeing Su Bai, the two bowed their heads repeatedly, slapping themselves in the face.
Master Su. I was wrong. Please forgive me for this one time. I'll never do it again.
Su brother. These two are yours to handle. Do whatever you think is best, I'll take care of the aftermath. After saying this, Lu Chen left the private room. The meaning was clear. Su Bai looked at the two men but said nothing. This was the benefit of having increased power.
If he were just a college student, what would have become of Lu Pang and Zhang Min?
Su Bai thought for a moment, then made a call and summoned Lu Pang and Zhang Min. Zhang Min was initially a bit afraid, while Lu Pang rushed over to Hei Pai, swung his fist, and started beating him mercilessly.
Hei Pai dared not fight back.
Hypey screams echoed throughout the entire private room.
Lu Pang was truly enraged.
He had watched helplessly as his girlfriend was bullied. If Su Bai hadn't arrived, he might never have been able to leave, becoming a permanent shadow in his life. Finally, Hei Pai was beaten so badly that he suffered multiple fractures all over his body, and Lu Pang stopped. As for Chen Liuji, no one touched him. Though he was Black Skin-S backer, he had no direct connection to this incident. Even if he came to back Black Skin up, he ended up getting beaten by Xiao Pujuan, making him a complete scapegoat.
Chapter 66, The Showdown on the Basketball Court. The May Day holiday ended quickly. The first day of school. Su Bai walked through the campus of Dongjiang University. Look! That's the piano prince Su Bai. If he could sing Boy to Me alone, I'd definitely be his boyfriend. You're joking too much. Su Bai, the heartthrob, wouldn't even notice someone like you. What if he has unique tastes? But he likes someone like me. Su Bai glanced at the two people who had been talking earlier and couldn't help but shiver. One looks like a winter melon, the other like a Japanese melon. Su Bai hurried his pace. There were many people discussing him on the way, but the vast majority were of the winter melon and Japanese melon caliber. It must be said that the quality of the girls at this school can't compare to those at the communication university. By the time he reached the classroom, most of the students were already seated. As soon as he walked in, he noticed that almost everyone was staring at him with strange looks. After all, at the May Day evening performance, Subai's performance was truly stunning. Not only did he compose his own song, but he could also play the piano and sing beautifully. He was truly a jack of all trades. Subai glanced at his classmates, and his mood improved slightly when he spotted Su Yingxue. At least there was someone pleasant to look at. The morning passed quickly. In the afternoon elective class, Subai was dragged by Lu Pang and a few roommates to play basketball. He had been dragged along by them before, and he actually enjoyed basketball, especially hearing his classmates' cheers. Of course, the main reason was that he liked Lin Shui, but that was just his pitiful fantasy. His skills were terrible. He could only play around with Lu Pang and the others. He couldn't even join the basketball matches between classes. Although he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, he lacked strength. A single bump from someone else would leave him wanting to stay on the ground for half an hour, and he didn't have time to practice his basketball skills either. But that was all in the past. Now, it's only him knocking others to the ground. 4 people in a group. 2 against 2. Lu Pang and Subai against Zhou Wenhuo and Fan Biao. Lu Pang is a substitute player on the school basketball team. Though he is a substitute, he is still better than the rest of them. So he only has to face Subai one-on-one, making this 2-on-2 match barely worth fighting. However, after a few minutes, it basically became Lu Pang against 2, with Subai unable to get involved. At that moment, Wang Tiancheng arrived with a group of people. The indoor basketball court was small, so everyone was scrambling to play. However, there were plenty of outdoor courts, but the sun was too strong, and no one wanted to bake in the heat. Generally, if someone claimed a spot, others wouldn't it. If they wanted to play together, they'd ask permission. If the others refused, they'd have to leave. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. In the school, there were a few people who, once they arrived, would have others voluntarily give up their spots. For example, the student union president in Dongjian University's top heartthrob, Huang Wenbin. When he arrived, no one dared to refuse to give up their spot. Currently, Wang Tiancheng isn't at that level yet. Subai has been dribbling outside the 3-point line. When Wang Tiancheng and his group approached, one of them deliberately shouted loudly, "Mr. Wang, I heard you got Lin Shui pregnant." Is that true? Of course it's true. After just a few times, she's already pregnant. Who knew she was so easy to get pregnant? Wang Tiancheng feigned a sigh. So, are you planning to marry Lin Shui? Marry her? Give her a few $1,000s and have her abort the baby. In my opinion, Wang Dashi is the real winner. Lin Shui has been with Subai for 4 years and hasn't made a move, but she's only been with you for a few days and she's already pregnant. Ha, I don't like picking up leftovers. That Lin Shui was still a virgin when she was with me. Wow. She was still a virgin. Could it be that Subai can't perform? How would I know? But I think you're right, ha! This was followed by a loud burst of laughter from the group. Wang Tiancheng and his group spoke so loudly that it drew the attention of those around them. After all, the scene of Subai coughing up blood and fainting was still fresh in everyone's minds. At that moment, Lin Shui was passing by with Xu Yan. Hearing Wang Tiancheng and the others speaking so openly, Lin Shui's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Subai turned his head and glanced at Wang Tiancheng and his group. Wang Tiancheng, of course, blared back defiantly. At that moment, Lu Pang and his group also stood by Subai's side. "You Wang. What did you say? I don't care. But if you mention my name one more time, I'll make you walk in here and leave lying down," Subai said calmly. He was truly furious now. Wang Tiancheng could say whatever he wanted about Lin Shui, it wasn't his business, because that was the path Lin Shui had chosen for herself. But this dog bastard dared to say he was no good. And he said it in front of so many people. This is truly unbearable. And he was respecting Lin Shui's decision. What's wrong with that? Not everyone thinks with their lower half like Wang Tiancheng. Wang Tiancheng was about to speak, but he saw Lin Shui's face turn pale, her big eyes red and glaring at him. Zhu Yan immediately erupted in anger. "You bastard! Be a man! Lin Shui has suffered so much for you, and you dare to humiliate her like this in front of others. Are you even a man?" Wang Tiancheng felt a bit awkward at that moment. Earlier, in the small forest, he had enraged Subai so much that he had vomited blood and fainted. Today, he had merely intended to repeat the same trick, hoping to see Subai humiliated again. Plus, there were so many spectators today, the effect would definitely be much better than before. He was seeking revenge for Subai and Han Shiyun being together. But he never expected that Lin Shui would also be here. Lin Shui's tears fell like out one after another. "Wang Tiancheng, why are you doing this to me? You promised me. You said we'd be together forever. You even said you'd propose to me after graduation. It's only been a few days." At this moment, Wang Tiancheng was truly at a loss, but there was no way he would admit his mistake to Lin Shui in front of everyone. If he did that, he wouldn't have the face to stay at Dongjiang University. So, he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Shui, I've had enough of you. Someone like you just wants more breakup money, right? Just name your price no matter how much it is, I, Wang the young master, can afford it. In public, he had to maintain his dignity as the Wang Dashi. At worst, he could buy Lin Shui some bags or something to appease her later. You dare to. Lin Shui never expected Wang Tiancheng to humiliate her like this. She was speechless, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face, and ran away immediately. You bastard! You animal! Zhu Yan cursed fiercely and hurried after Lin Shui. Chapter 67, a tense score. Lin Shui and Zhu Yan left. However, the atmosphere inside the indoor basketball court remained tense. Su Bai and his 4 teammates were directly facing off against Wang Tiancheng and his 5 teammates. Among Wang Tiancheng's team was the starting center of the school basketball team, standing over 1.9 meters tall, with a weight of at least 250 pounds. It seemed like Su Bai's side was at a disadvantage. The onlookers, driven by a desire to watch the chaos unfold, kept egging both groups on to fight. No matter where you are, a brawl is a very serious matter, severely violating the boundaries of what society tolerates. No one dared to cross that line except Su Bai. Wang Tiancheng dared not either. If he got involved in a brawl, even as a rich second generation, he would be expelled from school. And if his father found out, he wouldn't just cut off his allowance, he'd break his legs. Thus, both sides found themselves in an awkward standoff. Then someone suggested, since they were on a basketball court, they should resolve the issue according to basketball rules, a 3-on-3 basketball game. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiancheng immediately agreed it was exactly what he wanted. On Su Bai's side, only Lu Peng was somewhat decent, with his status as a school team substitute, but the other two were barely worth mentioning. As for Su Bai himself, he was a complete novice, not even worth a second glance. On his own side, he was the starting center of the school team, and being a starter meant he was essentially a main player. Compared to Lu Peng's substitute status, he was on a completely different level. Moreover, his skills weren't much weaker than Lu Peng's, making this a sure win. Thinking this, he looked at Su Bai with a smug expression and said, What do you say? Dare you come? If you're too scared, we'll only send 3 of us. You 4 losers can all come at once. We'll let you have the numerical advantage. Old Su. Don't be impulsive. With that gorilla there, they're almost guaranteed to win. We don't stand a chance. Lu Peng whispered. Lu Peng wasn't one to give up easily, but when it came to the starting center, the gorilla Zhang Shu, he had no choice but to admit defeat. As members of the school team, he knew Zhang Shu's strength all too well. With his towering height of 1.9 meters and a build weighing over 250 pounds, he was an unstoppable force in half-court one-on-one matches. A full court game might be possible, as we could wear him down. But in a half-court game, there's no chance. Wang Tiancheng watched Lu Peng quietly urging Su Bai, then turned to Lu Peng and said, You Lu, I can tell you're a coward. Stop whining. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. Is it that hard to admit you're not good enough? You whine guy, if you're so brave, don't let Zhang Shu come up. Then let's tie our hands and feet together and fight, and just declare you the winners. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Why make up so many excuses? Lu Peng was about to retort, but at that moment, Su Bai spoke up. He said, All right. Let's do it. Let's see who can't do it. Old Su. Lu Peng immediately panicked. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Just because Su Bai wasn't good at basketball before doesn't mean he can't do it now. After calming Lu Peng down, Su Bai quietly spent 10 rich guy points to instantly upgrade his basketball skills to mastery level. With unlimited stamina and mastery of basketball skills, he was now an unstoppable force on the court. Wang Tiancheng thought his provocation had worked and hurriedly said, All right. Su Bai. You said it yourself. No backing out now. Su Bai, spit on my words. How do you want to compete? Su Bai asked. All right. But I want to add a condition. Here's the deal, whoever loses has to go to the school broadcast room during tomorrow's lunch break, shout I'm a loser 3 times, and then treat the winner to a meal at Dongjiang restaurant. How about that? Su Bai shrugged indifferently, all right. Old Su, we. Lu Peng was about to speak, but Su Bai interrupted, just do your best. The rest is up to me. All right. The rules are 3-on-3 basketball. The first team to score 10 points wins. 3-pointers count as 2 points. Any other questions? No problem. Wang Tiancheng sneered, so are you planning to send out 3 or 4 players? 3. All right. That's what you said. Don't say we're bullying you later. The bullfighting match between Su Bai and Wang Tiancheng quickly spread among the onlookers who loved a good show. Especially the loser, who not only had to shout I'm a loser 3 times in the broadcast room for the entire school to hear, but also had to treat everyone to a meal at Dongjiang restaurant. The price was no small matter. Soon, the gymnasium was packed with students, some even skipping class to watch the spectacle. Some of them were even from Su Bai's class. Among them, some were cheering for Su Bai, while others were there purely to watch him make a fool of himself. Wow! Han Shiyun is here too. Ha! You didn't even know that? Han Shuryun, the goddess, is dating Subai. What? Are you kidding me? Who's lying? I saw Han Shuryun following Subai around the playground with my own eyes. Wow. No wonder Wang Tiancheng was looking for trouble with Subai. It turns out his goddess was stolen by Subai. You didn't know that, did you? Wang Tiancheng stole Subai's girlfriend, that girl Lin Shui, and then Subai turned around and took the goddess Wang Tiancheng had been chasing after. Subai is so amazing. Wow, that's Su Yingxue. It really is her. Now, only one of the three goddesses is missing, Sima Huiyu. She definitely won't come back. I remember Sima Huiyu isn't the type to get involved in others' affairs. The atmosphere is perfectly set. Both sides are ready. On Subai's side, the first to step forward were Lu Peng, Zhou Wenhua, and Fan Biao. Subai didn't go up, he wanted to observe the enemy's tactics. On Wang Tiancheng's side, it's Wang Tiancheng and big gorilla Zhang Shu plus one of Wang Tiancheng's henchmen. The referee is a member of the school team. A whistle blew. The match officially began. Lu Peng kicks off. He dribbles skillfully, half crouching, the basketball seeming like a toy in his hands, darting back and forth. Wang Tiancheng also steps forward. He timed it perfectly, suddenly accelerating toward the right. Wang Tiancheng reacts quickly, darting past him. But he didn't expect Lu Peng to fake it. He suddenly came to a screeching halt, switched to dribbling with his right hand, and charged toward the right again. Wang Tiancheng was a split second too slow. After breaking into the paint, Lu Peng jumped up, ready to dunk, but a towering figure suddenly loomed overhead. The gorilla Zhang Shu made his move, following Lu Peng up. With his vertical leap, Lu Peng's dunk would have been a sure thing. At that critical moment, Lu Peng came up with a plan. He passed the ball to Fan Biao on the wing while still in the air. Fan Biao caught the ball and immediately drove to the basket. By the time Wang Tiancheng and the others tried to defend, it was already too late. The ball went through the net. Subai team 1 o'clock Wang Tiancheng team. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Great play. Amazing. That was a stunning shot. Wang Tiancheng's face turned dark instantly. Take a short break, the second ball is about to begin. Wang Tiancheng dribbled the ball, performing a series of dazzling moves that drew cheers from the crowd. Then, he jumped and attempted a mid-range shot. Clang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Just as everyone was about to rush for the rebound, a large hand firmly pressed the ball into the basket. Goal! The strength of the big gorilla Zhang Shu is no joke. Wow! That's impressive. Go, big gorilla Zhang Shu. One more. The crowd erupted into cheers. At this moment, Subai's team is tied 1-1 with Wang Tiancheng's team. Chapter 68, The Ultima Three-Pointer. The entire arena erupts. Zhang Shu quickly adjusted his state of mind, turning a passive defense into an aggressive offense. Even inside the penalty area, he only jumped when he had found the perfect opportunity. Lu Peng and his two teammates were completely helpless. They dared not enter the penalty area to shoot and could only attempt long-range shots from a distance. Unfortunately, their shooting touch was particularly off today. The three of them took turns shooting multiple times, but none of them succeeded. With Zhang Shu holding down the paint, Wang Tiancheng was like a fish in water, constantly driving to the basket. Though his shooting percentage wasn't great, he could keep going endlessly. Keep shooting, and eventually a few will go in. Soon, the score gap widened to 2-8. Subai's team had 2 points, while Wang Tiancheng's team had 8. At this point, if Wang Tiancheng scored 2 more points, they would win. At this point, Subai entered the game. After all, if he didn't come in, Wang Tiancheng could just shoot a 3-pointer and end the game. So, Subai called the referee. The game was paused. Lu Peng and the others went to the bench. Sorry, old Su. My shooting touch is off today, none of my shots from beyond the arc went in. Lu Peng said. Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao also said, we too aren't feeling it either. No problem. I said you just do your best. I'll take care of this. When I go back on the court, if any of you get tired, just take a break. Zhou Wenhua spoke up, then I'll rest. The game continued. This time, Subai led Lu Peng and Fan Biao to the playing area. Wow! They actually switched players. I remember him. He's the piano god who sang Boy at the May Day Gala. He can actually play basketball too. He can't play at all. He's just a complete amateur. Ding Wei shouted loudly from the side. Ever since the May Day Gala, Ding Wei had started to look down on Subai. He was just an unknown loser, but now he's become a piano prince. And at first, it was him and Su Yingxue who were the ones in the spotlight, but now all the attention is on Subai. Ding Wei's words immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the class members who supported Subai. Ding Wei. You're the class monitor, yet you don't support your own classmates and are even pouring cold water on them. You're so petty. Exactly. I think this guy is just jealous. Subai can write lyrics, compose music, sing so well, and play the piano so beautifully. Compared to Subai, you, Ding Wei, don't even stand a chance. The ones speaking were a few female classmates in the class. Now, Subai's status in the hearts of the female students in the class has risen significantly. Moreover, they noticed that Subai is getting more and more handsome, and his aura is getting better and better. At Dongjiang University now, Subai is almost becoming a popular idol. At that moment, Suing Xue also looked at Subai, unable to help but feel curious. Han Shiyun gazed at Subai with eyes full of affection. Wang Tiancheng, seeing Subai take the stage, sneered coldly, "Subai, don't forget the broadcast room tomorrow. It's not over yet. Who wins or loses is still up in the air." "Ridiculous. You don't really think you can turn the tide just by showing up, do you? You're too naive, you amateur. Enough with the smart talk. Let's get started." Subai prefers to prove himself with actions. No matter how skilled you are with words, it won't matter. After all, the more you talk, the harder the reality hits. The match continues. The ball is in Subai's hands. From beyond the three-point line, Subai passed the ball to Lu Peng, then immediately signaled for Lu Peng to pass it back to him. Originally, Lu Peng had planned to attack, but upon seeing Subai's intention, he thought for a moment and decided to pass the ball back to Subai. Subai dribbles. He raises the ball above his head with one hand. The defender guarding him was Wang Tiancheng's core player, and it was clear that this guy didn't think much of him. At that moment, everyone in the arena watched Subai with bated breath, curious to see how he would attack next. Suddenly, Subai pushed the ball forward with his right hand, sending it flying out. Wow! Can he even play basketball? Did he just shoot it? Everyone in the arena had the same thought, including the players on the court. Wang Tiancheng and the others were ready to rush to the basket to grab the ball. However, 3 seconds passed. Everyone froze in their tracks. Because the basketball drew a beautiful arc through the air and landed securely in the net. Subai Team 4:8 Wang Tiancheng Team. Wow! It actually went in. Can you believe it? Such good luck? How did that go in? Though everyone was still a bit in disbelief, the basketball had indeed gone through the net. It was a legitimate basket. Subai is amazing. Keep it up. Subai, you're so cool. Shoot another one. Subai's fans have already started cheering. Keep playing. This time, Wang Tiancheng is dribbling. Subai is heading straight toward Wang Tiancheng. Meanwhile, Lu Peng quickly runs over to the big guy Zhang Shu and forms a defensive stance. That shot was just luck. But luck means nothing in the face of true skill. Watch closely and see what real technique looks like. Wang Tiancheng said, then began his usual flashy dribbling routine, adding even more fake moves, doing whatever looked cool. At that moment, Subai simply watched Wang Tiancheng casually, without any defensive posture, as if he were watching a monkey show. Subai, I'll show you the consequences of underestimating your opponent. Wang Tiancheng suddenly accelerated, charging past Subai from the side, but Subai remained stationary, showing no reaction. Wang Tiancheng was overjoyed, but as he entered the penalty area and prepared to jump, he was shocked to find his hands empty. The ball. Where's my ball? What's going on? It was right there. How did my ball disappear? Wang Tiancheng was momentarily disoriented. He turned around and saw Subai standing confidently beyond the three-point line, once again raising the ball and pushing it forward. The basketball once again traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing securely in the net. Subai's Team 6:8 Wang Tiancheng's team. If the first time could be called luck, what about the second time? This time, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow! That was so cool. I didn't even see how the ball was intercepted. It was already in Subai's hands. Subai's movements were too fast. I only saw a flash, and Wang Tiancheng's ball was already intercepted. This is way too impressive. Wow! Subai is a hidden basketball master. Who was it who just said Subai couldn't play basketball? Their face must be burning. Wang Tiancheng's face turned red, but he continued dribbling the ball. This time, he didn't say a word and didn't make any fancy moves. He got serious and passed the ball directly to the big guy. Let the big guy control the ball. However, midway through the pass, it was as if a gentle breeze had swept by, and the ball was intercepted again. After catching the ball, Subai stepped beyond the three-point line and casually tossed it toward the basket. Another basket. Subai's Team 8:8 Wang Tiancheng's team. At that moment, the vast arena fell deathly silent. Almost everyone was utterly stunned by this scene. 3 consecutive baskets. This isn't luck. It was a true demonstration of their real strength. There was no doubt about it. The skill Subai was displaying at that moment proved that this guy was no pushover. Wang Tiancheng signaled the referee to call a timeout. They needed to discuss their strategy and figure out how to contain Subai. Otherwise, another three-pointer would seal their defeat. Chapter 69, Changing Tactics, Breaking the Myth. Wang Tiancheng approached the referee and called for a timeout. He discussed with a few others how to restrict Subai. Meanwhile, Subai and his team took a break at halftime. Lu Peng and the others looked at Subai in surprise. Good for you. You've been hiding your true abilities well. So all this time when we were playing with you, you were just fooling around with us? What's the matter? Do you think we're too weak? The basketball skills Subai was displaying at that moment were simply otherworldly. Lu Peng knew Su Bai was a hidden master, but he never expected this guy to be so skilled at basketball as well. He's practically a jack of all trades. Oh, come on. That's not true. I just suddenly got the hang of it recently. Su Bai said with a wry smile. How do I explain this? I can't just say I have a super-powered system where I can learn anything by adding a skill, right? That would make him a monster. Han Shiyun saw Su Bai taking a break during halftime and decided to go over to give him some water. But before she could take a few steps, several girls beat her to it. She puffed out her pink cheeks and sat down angrily in her spot. Su Bai is so handsome. Drink water. A girl rushed onto the field first and poured water for Su Bai. Drink my water. In an instant, several girls gathered around him. On the other hand, Wang Tianchang's side was deserted, with not a single girl approaching him, making it seem rather lonely. To be fair, Wang Tianchang was wealthy and had a bit of charm, but he was a notorious playboy with a poor reputation. Seeing how popular Su Bai was, Wang Tianchang was furious. He gathered his teammates and walked to the competition area, signaling to the referee to start the match. The match continued. Wang Tianchang took the first shot. This time, they changed their strategy. The big guy Zhang Shu no longer stayed put inside. After Wang Tianchang served, he caught the pass, dribbled with his right hand, and charged straight toward the basket. With his size, once he reached the basket, it was basically a sure win. Lu Peng defended Zhang Shu head-on, but he wasn't an easy opponent, and could only let him inch closer bit by bit, quickly reaching the basket. Zhang Shu sees his opportunity and dunks the ball with his right hand, forcing his way up with a dunk. Great play. Wang Tianchang couldn't help but shout out loud. This shot was definitely going in. No one at Dongjiang University had ever been able to block Zhang Shu's dunk under the basket. However, just as Zhang Shu's massive body leaped into the air, with his right hand ready to dunk, a figure suddenly darted in. Before Zhang Shu could react, a hand swiftly slapped the basketball. Slap! The basketball flew out of his hands. The person who had suddenly appeared was none other than Su Bai. He had been watching Zhang Shu's every move, waiting for this crucial moment to intercept the ball. What? The starting center of the school team, the gorilla Zhang Shu, was actually blocked? This left everyone who knew anything about Zhang Shu's skills or basketball knowledge feeling a bit unsettled. Of course, those who were just there to watch the spectacle were simply impressed by Su Bai's move, unaware of what it meant to block a shot from Zhang Shu. Wow! That's amazing. I must be seeing things. Zhang Shu's dunk was actually blocked by Su Bai. That's incredible. It's truly incredible. Zhang Shu is nearly 2 meters tall, yet he was blocked by Su Bai, who was only 1.8 meters tall. Unbelievable. The intense buzz filled the entire arena. Earlier, Su Bai's few three-pointers had only heated up the atmosphere a bit, but they didn't surprise anyone. But this block left those who understood basketball completely speechless. Zhang Shu had the advantage in height, build, and basketball skills, yet he was still blocked by Su Bai. It was truly unbelievable. At that moment, the crowd erupted into another wave of cheers. Su Bai is so cool. Su Bai. I love you. The cheers echoed throughout the arena. Wang Tianchang's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly miserable. Zhang Shu stood on the ground, still in a daze, unable to react. How could he have been blocked like that? Not only at Dongjiang University, but even when competing against other schools, he had always been the undisputed king of the paint. He had never endured such humiliation. This was an absolute disgrace for his basketball career. He looked at Su Bai, who stood not far from him but was nearly a head shorter, and spoke his first words since arriving at the court. Su Bai. You really did it. Of course, this wasn't praise, it was filled with unbounded anger. Su Bai shrugged indifferently. You're quite the one too. Then he ran straight to the three-point line to catch the ball. Zhang Shu's expression turned pale. As the basketball fell, it landed near Fan Biao. Just as Su Bai caught the pass from Fan Biao, Wang Tianchang immediately closed in, completely blocking him. Su Bai shook his head from side to side, making a feint, but Wang Tianchang didn't fall for it and continued to defend him tightly. In Su Bai's opinion, Wang Tianchang's defense was laughable, full of holes. He could have easily taken the shot right then, but that would have been too easy, not exciting or impressive enough. He glanced at the basket. Dunk! I can do that too. So, Su Bai passed the ball to Lu Peng, then spun around, dodging Wang Tianchang, and as he passed by, Lu Peng passed the ball back to him. Su Bai dribbled the ball and, in the blink of an eye, charged into the paint. What the heck is Su Bai doing? Is he going to dunk? Just shoot a three-pointer and win the game, why bother with a dunk? Su Bai was getting a bit too excited. Zhang Shu was still guarding the paint. Who could possibly dunk over him? That's right. Not just at Dongjiang University, but in the entire Dongjiang province, there's probably no one who can. Earlier, Zhang Shu was even intercepted by Su Bai. What do you say now? That was just Su Bai's luck. At that moment, Su Bai was completely focused, with no distractions. After charging into the paint, he leaped high into the air like an eagle spreading its wings, his right hand snatching the ball like a hawk, then pressing it backward from above his head, forming a perfect arc. This was a war axe strike. In an instant, this move captured the attention of the entire arena. Jiang Shu watched Subai's move and couldn't help but sneer. How could he possibly let this guy pull off a battle axe chop over his head? Being blocked by Subai earlier had already been a humiliating defeat. If he were to complete this move over his head, then his reputation as the top center of Dongjiang University would be completely ruined. Therefore, as Subai jumped toward him, he leaped into the air from his spot, replicating the same motion he had used when blocked by Subai earlier, and slammed his hand toward the basketball. Slap! However, the expected outcome did not materialize. The basketball didn't fly out. Both hands were in mid-air, firmly holding the basketball in place. This moment was captured by many people, who immediately recorded it on their phones. It was a perfect showdown. In fact, Subai hadn't exerted any force at all, otherwise, even if there had been 100 more Zhangs, he would have been knocked flying in an instant. He smiled slightly and added a bit of force with his right hand. Zhang Shu immediately felt a tremendous force surge toward him. Subai controlled the basketball with his right hand, while the basketball, in turn, pulled Zhang Shu's right hand, sending both of them flying toward the basket. Boom! The basketball went through the net. Just as Zhang Shu's hand was about to touch the rim, he quickly pulled it back. He hadn't expected Subai to be so strong. With his own strength, he couldn't stop Subai from dunking, so to avoid breaking his arm, he had no choice but to pull back. After landing, Zhang Shu stumbled and nearly lost his balance. Once he stabilized, he looked at Subai with a look of sheer astonishment. Subai landed steadily. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Chapter 70, a decisive victory, an astonishing birthday gift. The entire arena was utterly stunned. What's going on? How could the gorilla Zhang Shu be knocked flying by Subai? Everyone present looked utterly disbelieving. After all, Subai was no match for Zhang Shu. One was 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 100 pounds, while the other was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed around 250 pounds. Zhang Shu was almost twice Subai's size. They were in completely different leagues. Yet, Zhang Shu was no match for Subai. It was simply mind-boggling. At this moment, Zhang Shu feels like he wants to find a hole to crawl into. First he was blocked, and now he's been blocked again and the ball flew away. It's so embarrassing, it's embarrassing enough to make his grandmother blush. Wang Tiancheng was also stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to hide his shock. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a brief silence before erupting into deafening cheers and applause. In addition to his title as the Piano Prince, Subai now has a new nickname, the Basketball Prince. Even the strongest gorilla, Zhang Shu, couldn't match him, so the outcome was no longer in doubt. With a smooth backboard pass, the basketball landed securely in the basket. Subai's team 11:8 Wang Tiancheng's team. He didn't even look at the basket. He's just too strong. Since he stepped onto the court, he's made 4 3-pointers and a tomahawk dunk, all of them. And what's most unbelievable is that the last 3-pointer was taken without even looking at the basket, yet it still went in. Unbelievable. The game is over. This time, Subai's name once again echoed throughout Dongjiang University. That evening, Wang Tiancheng hosted a banquet at Dongjiang restaurant, though it was the cheapest option available. Subai and the others didn't mind, free food is always a treat. The next day at noon, as promised, he shouted "I'm a loser" 3 times in the broadcast room, causing the entire school to burst into laughter. Wang Tiancheng had lost face so badly he could have lost his grandmother's house, and he hated Subai to the core, thinking only of how to take revenge and vent his anger. 2 uneventful days passed, and this weekend, Subai agreed to go back with Sun Si. Thursday. While in class, Subai received a text message from Han Shiyun. "Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you out for dinner." Subai had nothing else to do, and since it was an invitation from his crush, he couldn't refuse. He replied, "Sure. Where should we meet?" Han Shiyun, deal. No backing out. As for the location, I'll tell you tomorrow. Subai, alright. The next day, Subai received a call from Han Shiyun, telling him to go to the restaurant next to the Fuli Jinsha. As the largest entertainment venue in Dongjiang, there were countless hotels surrounding the Fuli Jinsha. After all, you could go out for entertainment after dinner, which was incredibly convenient. Subai drove his Bugatti Veyron to the Golden Sand Resort, parked it at the entrance, and then went to the dining area. Upon arrival, he found the place crowded, with 3 large tables. Even Wang Tiancheng and his group of playboys were there. Wang Tiancheng saw Subai and confronted him directly. "Hey, you had a good meal 2 days ago. Why are you here again today? Are you a leech? You won't let go. Wang Tiancheng, are you not satisfied? Come on. If you've got the guts, let's have another round. This isn't school, ghosts don't compete in basketball with you. Besides, today is Yun's birthday, and you came empty-handed. What else could you be but a freeloader?" Subai was taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be Han Yun's birthday. If he had known earlier, he might not have come. He didn't like eating with someone like Wang Tiancheng, who made him feel sick, and besides, he didn't know any of the people who had come. Enough. Stop talking. Today is my birthday, so everyone should listen to me and sit down to eat properly. Han Yun spoke up, and Wang Tiancheng restrained his urge to confront Subai. "First, thank you all for coming to my birthday party. You're all my best friends. Thank you for taking care of me. I'll drink to that first. Han Shuryun said this while downing the beer in her glass in one gulp. Everyone, eat. We have activities later. This scene made Wang Tiancheng furious. Currently, Subai was at the height of his popularity, with girls constantly coming to toast him. Subai, being shy, couldn't refuse and accepted them all. What puzzled Subai was that he used to have a very low tolerance for alcohol, barely able to drink a single glass of baijiu. Today, he drank so much in one go and didn't feel the slightest bit drunk. Could this be the benefit of improved physical strength? Even alcohol seemed to have no effect on him. After dinner, Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yong, the two bodyguards of Han Shuryun, led everyone to a private room at the luxurious Golden Sand Hotel. This was something they had arranged beforehand. Subai had wanted to slip away, but Han Shuryun had been paying special attention to him, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Inside the private room, the most eye-catching item was the 21-tiered birthday cake. Because today was Han Shuryun's 21st birthday. Such a huge cake. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's so romantic. Many girls couldn't help but exclaim in awe. How about it? This was specially ordered by me, Wang Tiancheng. Wang Tiancheng said proudly. Thank you. Han Shuryun said. Another bodyguard, Zhang Yon, also said, this private room was also very difficult for me to book. Fuli Jinshai is the best entertainment venue in Dongjiang. Without connections, it's almost impossible to book a room here. Thank you as well. Han Shuryun hurriedly replied. Make a wish. Han Shuryun closed her eyes and made a wish. Since they had already eaten, after making her wish, she moved the cake to the side and planned to eat it later when they got hungry from playing. At that moment, Wang Tiancheng took out a box and placed it in front of Han Shuryun, saying, Today is your birthday. I've prepared a small gift for you. I hope you'll like it. Open it quickly. Shuryun. Let me see what Wang Dashi gave you. Yeah, I'm curious too. What kind of gift could Wang Dashi possibly give? Several girls urged her on. So, Han Shuryun opened the box and saw a crystal necklace inside. Wang Tiancheng said, I picked this out specially for you. Do you like it? When Han Shuryun took out the crystal necklace, a receipt fell out. This was Wang Tiancheng's deliberate plan, to make others recognize the value of the crystal necklace and feel envious. Wow! 28,000. That's so expensive. Let me see. Holy cow! The receipt says 28,000. Wang Dashi sure knows how to spend money. Even a casual birthday gift is worth over 28,000, leaving most of the people present speechless. Chapter 71, Competing in Beauty. Drawing clear boundaries. At this moment, Wang Tiancheng was feeling quite smug. You have to know, he really went all out this time. Lin Shui hadn't spoken to him for days. Even buying her numerous bags and cosmetics didn't help. He thought she was bored with him, so he simply gave her 50,000 yuan to have the child aborted, and they parted ways again, freeing up space for him to seek new targets. And now, his gaze had once again fallen on Han Shuryun. Han Shuryun was like a fresh flower, everyone could smell her fragrance, but no one could possess her. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always the best, and this had been driving him crazy. Moreover, he had spent several million on this woman. He had to have her at least once, or else it would be a waste of all his efforts. For a second-generation wealthy individual like him, several $1,000,000 is no small sum. He concocted various excuses to trick the money out of his parents, leaving him financially strained in recent days. At that moment, Zhang Yang handed Han Shuryun a similarly exquisite box. These days, who still gives necklaces? Come on, Shuryun, this is the gift I'm giving you. Open it and take a look. Under the curious glances of the other girls, Han Shuryun opened the box and saw a set of keys to a BMW luxury car. Wow! How extravagant! A car as a birthday gift. At that moment, Han Shuryun's roommates and the other girls present were nearly overcome with envy. If this car were given to them as a birthday gift, all they'd need was a flick of Zhang Yong's finger, and they'd follow him anywhere, doing whatever he wanted. Even rolling around in bed at night wouldn't be a problem. The sports car I gave you last time, you said you didn't like it. But this convertible BMW Z4, I'm sure you'll love it. Seeing his spotlight stolen, Wang Tiancheng angrily exclaimed, What the hell? Zhang Yong, you're such a scheming bastard. You took 3 million from me and promised not to compete with me anymore. Now you're going back on your word? In his anger, Wang Tiancheng blurted out the incident from that day when they were competing for the top spot. What? Isn't Zhang Yong a rich second-generation heir? How could 3 million yuan buy him off, and he even promised not to pursue Han Shuryun anymore? Is there such a rich second-generation heir? It seems like Zhang Yong isn't as rich as the rumors say. Wang Tiancheng, who could casually produce 3 million, seemed even more formidable. The surrounding murmurs of doubt made Zhang Yong's face turn pale. He hadn't expected Wang Tiancheng to be so quick-witted, leaving him with no way out. He immediately retorted. You have the nerve to bring that up? You couldn't beat me, so you backed down and gave me 3 million to stop competing with you. In the end, I withdrew, and you still didn't win first place. To be honest, I feel embarrassed for you. Wang Tiancheng said, I don't care. You took the money, so you have to keep your promise. Otherwise, give the money back to me.
Zhang Yongdao, I promise not to fight, but if I don't do something now, Han Shiyun will fall into the hands of that jerk.
Didn't you see that the two of them went out for lunch together? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Besides, I'm fighting with Su Bai, not you. In my eyes, you're not even worthy of being my opponent.
Hearing this, Wang Tiancheng's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word.
Su Bai, standing nearby, was completely baffled. How could he get caught in the crossfire like this? He felt utterly innocent. He finally understood that these two were complete idiots.
Han Shiyun said, "Stop arguing.
For the sake of my birthday today, give me some face."
Han Shiyun spoke, and the two of them fell silent. Then, Han Shiyun added, "First, thank you both for preparing such thoughtful birthday gifts for me. To be honest, I'm truly flattered, but I can't accept them.
Please take them back." "Ah. Shiyun, I truly meant it as a gift. Don't feel guilty."
"Yes.
I'm also being sincere," the two hurriedly said. Han Shiyun took a deep breath and gathered her courage before saying, "Please let me speak first, okay? Today, I invited you here not to receive your gifts. I wanted to use this opportunity to thank you all for taking care of me these past few days. At the same time, I want to tell you something. I have someone I like, so I hope you won't give me gifts anymore. Let's just keep our friendship pure, okay?" This was a decision she had made after careful consideration. Last time during the ranking event, Su Bai and Wang Tiancheng spent nearly 10 million on gifts. She ended up receiving a share of nearly 7 million. She bought a new house for her family, upgraded her parents' car, and gave them over 1 million more. After that, she still had over 3 million left. Actually, Han Shiyun's initial wish was simple. She just wanted her parents to stop working so hard. Now that her wish has been fulfilled, she no longer has a strong desire for money and doesn't want to continue being caught between Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yang. After all, she came from an ordinary family. If either of them ever came back to settle the score or used force, she wouldn't be able to handle it. So she decided to use this opportunity to make her intentions clear, and also to show it to Su Bai. Because the person she loves is Su Bai. "Shiyun, this isn't funny." Wang Tiancheng was taken aback.
Zhang Yang also said, "Shiyun, don't joke like that.
I'm very fragile and can't handle such a blow." Clearly, the two of them couldn't accept this cold reality just yet. Everyone else was also deeply shocked, wondering if Han Shiyun had lost her mind. Not only had she refused the two men's birthday gifts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she had also drawn a clear line between them. After all, these two bodyguards were the envy of every girl in school. Han Shiyun spoke softly, "I wasn't joking. Everything I just said was true. Let's just be good friends, okay?" Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yang exchanged glances, both seeing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Since Han Shiyun had said this in front of everyone, she must have made up her mind. So the two of them were just backup options, licking at her heels for so long, only to be beaten to the punch by someone else. Zhang Yang was in a slightly better position. Though he had always been at a disadvantage in his competition with Wang Tiancheng, he hadn't invested too much, and hadn't spent much money. Wang Tiancheng was a different story. He had spent several million like water, and now it was all going down the drain. This made him so furious that his face twisted into a hideous grimace. He snarled, "Han Shiyun. Who is that dog of a man? I'll find someone to kill him. Don't do this. We can still be friends. Good friends." Han Shiyun's voice carried a hint of pleading. She was afraid this would happen. After all, he was in the wrong. He had spent millions on her, only to be kicked out in the end. "Han Shiyun. Don't try to change the subject. I spent millions on you, not to be your friend." Wang Tiancheng shouted. "Then what will make you stop harassing me? Want to cut ties completely? Fine. Spend a whole month with me, and after a month, we'll go our separate ways." "No way." Han Shiyun refused without hesitation. "Then there's no point in talking anymore. Han Shiyun, let me tell you, in this little corner of the world, I, Wang Tiancheng, still have some influence. Any woman I set my sights on, I've never failed to get. I'll definitely get you," Wang Tiancheng said with a hideous expression. Since things had come to this point, Wang Tiancheng saw no need to pretend anymore and revealed his true nature. At that moment, Zhang Yang chimed in, "And me. Han Shiyun, I've invested a lot in you. Now that you want to completely cut us off, it's impossible. You were the one who turned your back on me first, so don't blame me for turning on you. At least spend half a month with me. Otherwise, I'll team up with old Wang and make sure you have no place to stand in Dongjiang." Chapter 72, The Chaos-Bringing Demon Lord Liu. At that moment, Han Shiyun stood there helplessly. She had already anticipated that the matter wouldn't be resolved easily, but what she hadn't expected was that the two of them would say such heartless words. The people around them slowly came to their senses and realized something was wrong. They were all guests at Han Shiyun's birthday party, so they must have a close relationship with her. One of them spoke up. "You two, stop this nonsense. We've already spent a month and a half with you. Do you think we're your escorts? If you dare to make a move, we'll call the police." Others chimed in to support him. Wang Tiancheng shouted at the person speaking, "Mind your own business. Go somewhere else if you don't like it. Otherwise, dealing with you little fish is just a matter of a word from me." The person immediately fell silent, dared not speak further. After all, Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yang were both second-generation wealthy individuals from Dongjiang, with both money and influence. Han Shiyun bowed her head in distress and began to cry softly. Being threatened like this, she was just a girl, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Han Shiyun, even if you cry yourself to death here today, we won't let you off. If you don't spend a month and a half with us, I'll make sure your entire family can't survive in Dongjiang." Wang Tiancheng continued to threaten her viciously. Han Shiyun looked at Su Bai with tear-filled eyes. At this moment, only Su Bai could save her. She knew Su Bai well enough to realize that as the mastermind behind Dongjiang restaurant, his influence far surpassed that of Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yang combined. Su Bai, feeling sorry for the pitiful gaze fixed on him, couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. "You two men, bullying a woman, isn't that too much?" The disgusting behavior of these two immediately reminded him of Lin Qingqing's ordeal in the imperial capital. If he didn't intervene today, Han Shiyun might very well have been ruined by these two. "Su Bai, shut your mouth. What's it to you? Don't even think about playing the hero. We're the ones here, and you're not qualified," Wang Tiancheng said. "I just can't stand seeing you two bully a girl. Ha ha. You can't do anything about it," Wang Tiancheng mocked. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. A small head peeked in, scanning the room with a searching gaze. Upon seeing Su Bai, it lit up with joy, and the person pushed the door open and walked in confidently. "Su Bai, I saw your car outside and knew you were here. I went from one private room to another looking for you. Finally, I found you." A girl with an explosive hairstyle, wearing overly exaggerated earrings, and heavily made up in a non-mainstream style walked in. Following closely behind were 5 or 6 others dressed similarly, all looking very young, around 16 or 17 years old. One of the girls behind Lu Yuning asked, "Yuning, who is he? Is he worth you searching for him here?" "He's my brother," Lu Yuning said. "Your brother? When did you suddenly get another brother?" "Oh, you don't know. He's just like my real brother." The two of them were having a hard time chatting here. Wang Tiancheng was already in a bad mood, and now that he was being ignored like this, he felt his anger boiling up. He shouted, "Who the hell are you? This is my private room. Get out of here." Lu Yuning was startled, pointed at herself with her finger, and said, "Are you telling me to get out? What else? Look at you, you're clearly no good. If you don't get out, I'll teach you a lesson for your parents." Lu Yuning said, "Don't you know who I am?" Wang Tiancheng sneered, "Why should I know who you are? Someone like you, I wouldn't even bother to know. You're not worthy. You're dressed like a little gangster. I wonder how your parents raised you. Or maybe you were abandoned by your mother?" Lu Yuning looked at Su Bai. "Su Bai, is he your friend?" Su Bai shook his head. Lu Yuning said, "Then I'll show you what I've got." Then she turned to Wang Tiancheng and said, "You're pretty tough, aren't you? What's your name?" "What's my name? It's none of your business. What's your name?" "All right. Someone tell this guy my name," Lu Yuning said. A person stepped out from behind Lu Yuning and said, "Listen carefully. Her name is Lu Yuning. She is the second young miss of the Lu family from Dongjiang. Do you know the Lu family?" There's only one Lu family in Dongjiang." After speaking, he returned to his previous position and, along with several others, looked at Wang Tiancheng with mocking and derisive expressions. Daring to insult the second young miss of the Lu family? This is going to be interesting. Lu Yuning? The second young miss of the Lu family from Dongjiang? At that moment, Zhang Yang's mind went blank. He quickly snapped back to reality. He had been standing next to Wang Tiancheng, so he hurriedly took several steps back and blended into the crowd. Wang Tiancheng is asking for trouble, it has nothing to do with him. The Lu family is the top aristocratic clan in Dongjiang, calling them a local warlord wouldn't be an exaggeration. As for him, this second-generation rich kid, his status isn't even as high as someone else's pet dog. Everyone has always heard that the second young miss of the Lu family is a troublemaker, and if nothing goes wrong, she must be this careless little troublemaker. Now he's still trembling with fear. Luckily he didn't say anything earlier, otherwise, he might not even know how to write the word death. Wang Tiancheng was initially a bit confused. But gradually, his face began to show various expressions of terror and fear. The second young miss of the Lu family? The troublemaker of Dongjiang. He had actually offered to help discipline her parents. He even said she was born with a mother but raised without one. At that moment, Wang Tiancheng had only one thought: he hoped all of this was just a dream. "Go on, say it. How do you plan to discipline me on behalf of my parents? You even said I was born with a mother but raised without one." Lu Yuning smiled sweetly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Wang Tiancheng fell to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the ground, and stammered, "Second miss, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I acted rashly. Please forgive me this once." He was truly terrified to the point where his body trembled uncontrollably. Just now you were so arrogant, how dare you kneel now? This left everyone present speechless. Earlier, Wang Tiancheng was so arrogant, but now he's suddenly kneeling on the ground begging for mercy? How terrifying must this little girl's background be? Just speaking the truth has scared him into this state. Most importantly, this young girl is calling Su Bai brother. What is going on here? Chapter 73, Wang Tiancheng's Fear. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked by this little gangster girl. Just a name alone was enough to terrify Wang Tiancheng to the point of near death. It must be that this person's background is truly unimaginable. Su Bai. What's his name? Lu Yuning looked at Su Bai. Wang Tiancheng. From Dongjiang, his family has some money, and he's a rich second-generation heir. He seems pretty powerful, right? Su Bai said with a smile. His words were like pouring oil on a fire. Offending Lu Yuning means that even if there were 10,000 Wang Tianchengs, they'd only be waiting to die. A rich second generation? Lu Yuning looked at the people behind her and said, "Is there anyone in our circle with the surname Huang?" No one. Never heard of them. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Lu Yuning looked at Wang Tiancheng and said, "You can't even get into the Dongjiang circle. What kind of rich second generation kid are you?" Wang Tiancheng trembled and said, "Yes. Miss Lu is right. I'm nothing. Please spare me this time." Spare you? Dream on. I, Lu Yuning, have never been spoken to like this in my entire life. You even said you were disciplining me on behalf of my parents, that I was born without a mother, and told me to get out. Not even my own family has ever spoken to me like that. At that moment, Lu Yuning was furious. It's my fault, all my fault. Wang Tiancheng began slapping himself in the face. The sound of slaps echoed loudly. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart. If the Lu family targeted him, his company would go bankrupt in no time, and his proud status as a second-generation rich kid would vanish into thin air. At this moment, Han Shiyun had stopped crying. She opened her eyes, curiously watching the scene unfold. The crisis she faced today had been resolved, as Wang Tiancheng had provoked an unimaginably terrifying entity, opening a hole in the heavens, and now he couldn't even save himself. The only pity was that Yin Yong hadn't gone down with him. Yin Yong kept thanking his lucky stars that he had reacted quickly and recognized the situation in time, otherwise, he would have been doomed along with Wang Tiancheng. Wang Tiancheng's act of slapping himself in the face did nothing to ease Lu Yuning's anger. "Sisters, let's go together. Beat him to death." Lu Yuning led her sisters and rushed toward Wang Tiancheng, punching and kicking him viciously. Wang Tiancheng was completely on the defensive, neither daring to dodge nor strike back. However, Lu Yuning and her friends were all girls, relatively young, and not very strong. After what seemed like a brutal beating, Wang Tiancheng didn't even have a scratch. Meanwhile, Wang Tiancheng was screaming pitifully, playing up the emotional drama to the fullest, hoping that out of pity for his plight, they would spare him. Lu Yuning hit him a few times but felt unsatisfied. She looked around and spotted a wine bottle on a tea table. She walked over, picked it up, and prepared to strike Wang Tiancheng on the head. "Lu Yuning! Stop!" Su Bai shouted. "You must know that the wine bottle was full, and the bottle itself was thick. If it hit him, Wang Tiancheng would either be killed or severely injured." Lu Yuning was only 15 or 16 years old and dared to do such a thing. What would she be like when she grew up? Hitting him a few times to vent your anger is one thing, but causing someone's death is going too far. Lu Yuning was about to swing the bottle at Wang Tiancheng's head, but upon hearing Su Bai's voice, she had to stop, saying with a hint of resentment, "Su Bai, he insulted me. I want to hit him back. He just insulted you a few times, and you want to take his life? If you hit him with that, he'll be half dead. Solve the problem peacefully. If you refuse, don't resort to violence. And put that bottle down." Lu Yuning reluctantly nodded. "From now on, when you're studying, don't come to places like this. Look at you, all dolled up with heavy makeup and that messy hair. Do you even look like a student? If you show up like this again and I find out, I'll teach you a lesson on your brother's behalf." Su Bai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable looking at Lu Yuning's outfit. She's still a student, yet she dresses like a street urchin every day. It's absolutely eye-searing. If Lin Qingcheng dared to act like this, he would have already disciplined her properly. I wonder why Lu Chun doesn't do anything. As Su Bai finished speaking, everyone present was stunned into silence, then all eyes turned to Su Bai. Earlier, Wang Tiancheng had said he would teach Lu Yuning's parents a lesson, but now the person was still lying on the ground. And Su Bai said he'd teach her brother a lesson. At that moment, Lu Yuning's few female friends also looked over with mocking expressions. Didn't they check the almanac before leaving today? They're all rushing to teach Lu Yuning a lesson. Given this troublemaker's temper, it was likely to spark a storm. However, Lu Yuning lowered her head in a slightly aggrieved manner and said, "Oh, I understand." Instantly, the expressions of the young ladies shifted from teasing to shock. What's going on? How did this troublemaker suddenly turn into an obedient little girl? Back at the Lu household, she was always a lawless troublemaker. She never listened to anyone. At that moment, although Lu Yuning felt a little wronged, her heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. Ever since Subai saved her life, using just 2 fingers to shatter the sword that Lu Bufan had aimed at her, Subai's status in her heart had been elevated to unimaginable heights, even surpassing her own brother at one point. Moreover, as an intermediate member of the SCC, she knew the weight of the 8 great kings of the imperial capital. Even her brother was no match for Lu Bufan, yet Subai had defeated him, a feat that was terrifyingly powerful, leaving an indelible impression on her heart. Lu Yuning admired the strong. And Subai was that strong person who had saved her life. When Subai spoke to her like that, it was ultimately out of concern for her, so she couldn't help but feel a little delighted. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Can I come over to relax during my vacation?" "You can come during the break. But you have to get rid of those big earrings, and especially that heavy makeup, it's scary. No student dresses like that." "Alright then." Lu Yuning nodded and added, "By the way, when are you free? My grandfather wants to invite you over to our house for a visit. To meet you. And to thank you for your heroic actions earlier." Subai said, "I'm busy this week. I'll contact your brother once I have time. We have to give the Lu family some face, but we can only arrange it for next week." "Alright. Then we'll take our leave, Subai." Lu Yuning led her sisters away. Before leaving, she turned to Wang Tiancheng, who was still groaning on the ground, and said, "Wang Tiancheng, I hope you're still a rich kid tomorrow." Wang Tiancheng swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. It's over. Lu Yuning wasn't going to let him off the hook. His family would have to endure the wrath of the tyrant from Dongjiang. He couldn't believe that after his family went bankrupt, he'd have no place to stand in Dongjiang. Chapter 74, Subai, are you no good? Lu Yuning left with her female friends. The private room returned to its previous calm. Wang Tiancheng raised his head in panic, his eyes unfocused. Zheng Yong couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Han Shiyun's gaze towards Subai was filled with tender affection. It wasn't just Han Shiyun, even the other girls present turned their gaze towards Subai, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Who would have thought that Subai was actually a hidden powerhouse? Feeling the intense stares, Subai felt a bit uneasy. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Han Shiyun, I really have something to do. I'll take my leave first. You all continue." As soon as Subai mentioned leaving, Han Shiyun stepped forward and grabbed his arm, saying, "No way. You can't leave. Today is my birthday, and you didn't even give me a birthday gift." Being held like this by Han Shiyun, Subai felt incredibly embarrassed. The softness of her skin was constantly stimulating him, and he tried to break free, but Han Shiyun refused to let go, instead holding him tighter and tighter. I really didn't know today was your birthday. Can I make it up to you later this afternoon?" "No way. Birthday presents aren't something you can make up later." Han Shiyun pouted, deliberately pulling Subai's arm against the softness of her chest, causing his face to flush bright red in an instant. It was like a monkey's butt. Even a seasoned lover might not be able to resist such a tempting goddess, let alone this inexperienced young man. Some bold girls also rushed over, surrounding Subai, all wanting to connect with this hidden big shot. Subai looked at the crowd of beautiful girls and had no choice but to agree to stay for now. Everyone was overjoyed that Subai had finally agreed to stay, and they played even more enthusiastically than before. After learning about Subai's extraordinary background, the place was almost like his own territory. With Wang Tiancheng, that annoying presence, still around, the group moved to another private room. Zhang Yang didn't follow, fearing he might end up like Wang Tiancheng. All he wanted now was to leave as soon as possible. By midnight, when Han Shiyun went to settle the bill, the waiter said that all charges for Subai were waived. This caused another round of astonishment among the crowd. To have all expenses covered at the luxurious Golden Sand Resort, just how deep are Subai's connections? As they walked to the exit, Han Shiyun asked, "Subai, where do you live?" "I'm staying off campus. By the way, I remember someone mentioned earlier that you drove here. Could you give us a ride?" One of the girls asked. "Yeah, it's too late now, and we're a few girls, so it's not safe." Another girl said. "I really want to agree, but my car can't fit everyone." Subai said. "The sports car only has one empty seat. And there are still over a dozen girls here. Oh well. We can squeeze in, and if we have to, we'll just make a few extra trips. It's too late, so let's just think of it as being safe." "Exactly." Subai walked over to his limited edition Bugatti Veyron, tapped the car body, and said, "Look. There's only one empty seat. If I take you, I'll have to make a dozen trips." Everyone stared at the luxurious sports car, momentarily dazzled. Especially the girls, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had no resistance to such a super luxury car. "This car is so beautiful. Subai, you're so amazing. This is the ultimate supercar. Those cars driven by Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yang are so outdated. Quick, look it up. What kind of car is this?" Everyone quickly pulled out their phones to search. Goodness gracious. This is the Bugatti Veyron limited edition. The official price is 60 million. A girl stammered. For them, 60 million is an astronomical figure. Even someone like Wang Tiancheng, a second-generation rich kid, could only gaze longingly at the 6 million yuan luxury sports car. I'm really sorry, but there's no room. You'll have to take a taxi back. I'll cover the fare. Subai finished speaking and got into the Bugatti Veyron. Being surrounded by such a group of beautiful women all night, he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Even a little teasing was enough to make him lose control. His reaction was intense, but luckily his clothes covered it up, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Just as he was about to step on the gas, Han Shiryun opened the passenger door and walked in. Han Shiryun knew that this wasn't the time to be shy. Only by taking the initiative could she have a chance with Subai. The other girls, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Why hadn't they thought to just get in earlier? What a great opportunity! Not only could they ride in a sports car, but they could also be alone with Subai. Subai was taken aback. Han, I'm not going back to school right now. Han Shiryun smiled, I'm not going back to school either. I'll just follow you. We can go anywhere. Anywhere? These words couldn't help but make Subai's mind wander. Even if we go to a hotel? Subai looked at Han Shiryun, only to see her face flushed red, her shy expression utterly captivating. As one of the 3 goddesses of Dongjiang University, Han Shiryun was unmatched in both appearance and figure. No wonder Wang Tiancheng and Zhang Yang were willing to be her loyal admirers. Such a goddess, if she were to take the initiative, few men could resist. But Subai wasn't the kind of man who let his lower half control his thoughts. He had his principles, which was why he had been with Lin Shui for so long and remained a virgin. He respected Lin Shui's opinions and had never crossed that line. Han, this seems a bit off, doesn't it? There's nothing wrong with it. When you snatched the top spot last time, I already considered myself yours. If Wang Tiancheng had taken you, I might have already fallen into the abyss. So, in the end, I should thank you. Subai heard this and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Han, I think you should cultivate some feelings before doing something like that. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and a wild animal? What do you think? But aren't men just animals who think with their lower halves? Subai said sternly, Han, I don't agree with you. I'm not the same as those men. Han Shiryun replied with a half smile, are you really different or just incapable? Oh my god. This is unbearable. Subai's tone changed. Han. I think this is an insult to my character. Please take back what you just said. I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, tonight I'll show you just how capable I am. Subai. I just want to know if you're incapable or how capable you really are. This is your chance to prove yourself. Han Shiryun giggled. Her goal was to provoke Subai, and with the atmosphere already at this point, she wouldn't back down. Alright. You said it yourself. Don't regret it. Subai finished speaking and immediately stepped on the gas pedal and drove away. The soundproofing of a $6 million sports car is truly impressive. The conversation inside the car was completely inaudible to anyone outside. Chapter 75, Dare to Say I Can't? Then. Driving the supercar, Subai took Han Shiryun to the villa in Dongjiang Ziyun Mountain. After parking the car, Subai said to Han Shiryun, you can still back out now. I can take you back to school. But if I lose control, who knows what might happen? Han Shiryun swallowed hard and said, I don't regret it. She wasn't regretting it. But she was nervous. After all, she was about to give away her most precious first time. Such a life-changing event, how could she not be nervous? She had always imagined herself as a princess, hoping to find her own Prince Charming and give herself to him completely. Clearly, to her, Subai was her Prince Charming. The first time she heard about Subai was because he had been dumped, driven to the point of vomiting blood, and then mocked by Wang Tiancheng and all the groups at Dongjiang University. To get revenge, Subai took the top spot on the rankings to humiliate Wang Tiancheng. Later, they met at Dongjiang restaurant. At that moment, she realized that Subai was a top-tier rich second-generation heir, far more powerful than Wang Tiancheng, who was just another rich second-generation heir. However, she didn't like Subai because of his money. She didn't have much desire for wealth, she only wanted enough to improve her life. In the end, she wasn't a materialistic woman. What she truly admired was his talent. And Subai himself was an outstanding individual. Over the years she had been with Lin Shui, they had never even touched each other, yet he could write such a beautiful and heartbreaking song like Boy, and his aura was simply mesmerizing. She moves among the wealthy second-generation elite and has her own unique understanding of men. Take Wang Tiancheng, for example. He chased her purely out of curiosity and the sense of achievement and satisfaction that came from conquering one of the 3 goddesses of Dongjiang. Perhaps once he gets what he wants, he'll end up like Lin Shui and move on to pursue Suing Shua and Sima Huiyu. Such people are only after temporary thrills and don't truly care about emotions. She was certain that Subai wasn't that kind of person. No matter what, he would take full responsibility. Of course, the most crucial point is that Subai is simply too outstanding. Someone as exceptional as him must have countless admirers. When the time comes, the competition will be fierce. That's why she is being so proactive and can't wait to make her move. And that's how today's scene unfolded, with her lowering herself to actively seduce and throw herself at him. Subai saw this and drove the car into the residential complex. His palms were already sweating. Despite his lack of experience, he was actually quite nervous. After parking the car, the two of them went upstairs together. The entire time, neither of them said a word. It was clear that both of them were a bit nervous. Upon entering the opulent room, Han Shur-yoon sat stiffly on the sofa, her hands clenched into small pink fists, too nervous to utter a single word. Under normal circumstances, she would have been so overwhelmed by the opulence of the room that she wouldn't have been able to speak. Subai stood beside her, feeling a bit awkward. He cautiously asked, "Why don't you take a shower, Han?" "Ah. Oh, okay. I'll go right away." Han Shur-yoon stood up nervously but didn't know where the bathroom was. She didn't dare ask Subai, so she just stood there awkwardly. "The bathroom is over there." Subai pointed in the direction. Han Shur-yoon's face turned bright red as she hurried over and locked the bathroom door as soon as she entered. Subai heard the door close and sat down on the sofa, still feeling extremely nervous. He reached for his phone to relax, only to see 7 or 8 missed calls. Subai glanced at them. They were all from Lin Xingcheng, starting from 8 o'clock. His phone must have been set to silent, and in the noisy environment of the Fuli Jinsha, he hadn't noticed at all. He felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be another dangerous situation like before? He quickly dialed back. The call connected quickly. "Brother!" Hearing Lin Xingcheng's voice, Subai sighed in relief and said, "What happened?" "I was busy and didn't check my phone." "Brother! My mom was attacked." "What? My aunt was beaten up?" Subai's heart sank. If he were to rank the people he cared about most, his aunt Lu Xiaomei would definitely be tied for first place with his aunt Su Yingying. Without their parents' care, it was Aunt Lu Xiaomei and his older aunt Lin Yingying who gave his family warmth. And now, his aunt had been beaten. This made his anger flare up instantly. His aunt had never been one to cause trouble. Someone must have deliberately bullied her. Who hit her? Is Aunt Lu's injury serious? Subai asked. Her injuries aren't serious. The doctor said she just needs to rest for a few days and she'll be fine. As for that person, it was your cousin Su Quan who did it. Why did that good-for-nothing hit my aunt? Did she go to your cousin's house again to ask for that compensation money? Oh my. It's hard to explain in a few words. Just come back quickly. Lin Feng said he's going to find Su Quan tomorrow to get revenge. Subai was furious. Even if Lin Xingqing didn't say it directly, he could roughly guess what happened. It must be that my aunt went to my aunt's house again to demand compensation for the injuries to her parents. My aunt wouldn't give it to her, so they got into an argument, and then Su Quan helped his mother beat up my aunt. That little bastard. How dare he hit an elder? When I get back, I'll tear you to pieces. This family is one weirdo after another. He didn't even plan to take the money in the first place. After all, with the system now, there's more than enough money to go around. But now, that money must be returned. Little sister. Didn't I tell you? I told you to hint that I have a lot of money. Why did Auntie go ask for money again? You don't even know how to say it, so I can't bring myself to ask. Lin Qingcheng felt a bit wronged. I was just worried that my aunt would start overthinking things, thinking I did something wrong. I'm still a girl. If she suddenly finds all this money, she might think I'd been sponsored by some rich guy. Subai was speechless. Alright. I'll go back right now. You must keep an eye on Lin Feng and stop him from acting impulsively. My cousin Lin Feng is an impulsive guy. If he really goes to find Su Quan, there might be a fight. Alright. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Subai immediately sent a message to Wei Yong, telling them to come over in the Mercedes-Benz. The supercar's low profile wasn't suitable for that small county, so they had to take the Mercedes-Benz. After making all these arrangements, the sound of running water could still be heard from the bathroom. Han Shur-yoon must still be showering. He didn't say a word and went downstairs. Taking advantage of the time, he sent Han Shur-yoon a text message, roughly stating that he had some urgent matters to attend to and needed to go home. If she was willing, she could stay there for the night. After thinking it over, he added, I really have something important to do. It's not that I can't stay or that I'm backing out at the last minute. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you when I finish and come back. If she misunderstood it that way, it would be utterly humiliating. But would Han Shur-yoon believe him? That's a long shot. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. It seems his reputation is ruined this time around. But the immediate priority is to resolve the current issue first. Chapter 76, The Beauty Emerges from the Bath, Ultimate Temptation. After waiting at the villa entrance for a while, Subai saw Wei Yong and Li Guobing arrive in a Mercedes-Benz, driving at breakneck speed. After getting into the car, Subai pointed to a seat, and Wei Yong immediately set the navigation. Subai's hometown was also in Dongjiang Province, a remote county town about 500 or 600 kilometers away from Dongjiang City. If they set off now, they should arrive around dawn. Han Shur-yoon had been in the bathroom for half an hour, finally gathering the courage to prepare herself mentally. After all, this was the most important event of her life. When she emerged, she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, her damp hair naturally draped over her shoulders, presenting a vivid image of a beauty emerging from the bath. Especially the bathrobe, which highlighted her curvaceous figure to perfection, and her snow-white shoulders were enough to make any man unable to resist this ultimate temptation. Unfortunately, Subai was already gone, and the sight of such a feast for the eyes was no longer to be seen. Han Shuryun initially thought Subai had gone upstairs, so she found a spot to sit and wait quietly. But after waiting for a while, she still didn't see Subai, and feeling a bit bored, she picked up her phone and happened to see the text message Subai had sent. She was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Who would have thought that Subai had chickened out? He had backed out at the last minute. He said he had something to do at home. That excuse was a bit too lame, wasn't it? It seems Subai isn't just any ordinary man after all. Wait a minute. Why does it sound like I'm the casual one? Please. I'm still a virgin. But it's just because I met a man I like, so I'm actively pursuing my own happiness. Subai left, and Han Shuryun no longer felt tense. At that moment, she had the leisure to observe the luxurious mansion. Earlier, she had been so preoccupied with life's big questions that she hadn't even noticed how luxurious the house she was in was. She had lived this long and had never seen anything like it before. She strolled over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, from where she could overlook the entire riverside night view. At that moment, Han Shuryun felt as though she were in a dream, so beautiful it seemed unreal. She took out her phone to capture this beautiful moment, then went upstairs to the 28th floor. Wow! There's even a private swimming pool. This left Han Shuryun even more astonished. Above the pool was a large, transparent glass panel, allowing her to clearly see the twinkling stars in the night sky, absolutely breathtaking. I couldn't imagine how amazing it would be to lie in the pool and admire the night sky. Without hesitation, Han Shuryun picked up the inflatable mattress by the pool, placed it on the water, and lay down on it. It was so comfortable. Unfortunately, if Subai were holding her and the two of them were sipping some wine and flirting, that would be absolutely perfect. Thinking of this, Han Shuryun took off her bathrobe, admiring her own snow-white, curvaceous figure, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Subai. Such a beautiful sight, and he couldn't appreciate it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Subai was rushing frantically toward his aunt's house. For him, his aunt's injury was the most important thing. Though it wasn't serious, Subai still felt a pang of guilt, especially since it was his fault. By the time he arrived in Sioux City, it was already past 6 in the morning. During the late night, Subai had rested for a while Wei Yong and Li Guobing took turns driving. Once they arrived in Sioux City, Subai took over the wheel, as Wei Yong and Li Guobing were unfamiliar with the local roads, and he could drive faster on his own. Soon, they arrived at his aunt's house. Subai told Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait downstairs while he went inside alone. Bang! Knock on the door. It was Lin Xincheng who opened the door. Before arriving, he had already informed Lin Xincheng in advance. Brother! You're here. Come in quickly. Where's my aunt? How's she doing? Oh, and what about Xiao Feng? Subai asked. They're all at home. My dad is in the living room with Xiao Feng, afraid he'll do something reckless in a fit of anger. Subai walked in and saw his aunt's husband, Lin Guofu, watching TV in the living room. Uncle Lin! Subai called out. Lin Guofu nodded and said, Little Bai is here. Just in time, go to the room and check on your aunt. She can't get out of bed right now. You should also try to talk her into it. Lin Guofu was a low-ranking government official who ate at the public trough, so he remained calm in such situations. He wasn't particularly kind to Subai, but at least, during the 2 years Subai lived there, he never gave him a hard time. Can't get out of bed? But Lin Xincheng said she'd be fine after resting for a few days. If she can't even get out of bed, this isn't something that can be resolved with a few days of rest. Subai hurried to his aunt's room. At that moment, his aunt Lu Xiaomei was still lying in bed asleep. He didn't disturb her, quietly closed the door, and walked out. He went to the living room and sat down next to his uncle Lin Guofu. Lin Guofu briefly recounted what had happened. It was basically the same as what Subai had imagined. Back then, Subai's parents had been involved in a minor accident, and the at-fault party had compensated them with over 2 million yuan. At the time, Subai was still very young, not yet 10 years old, so the money was supposed to be managed by his legal guardian. Subai chose to live with his uncle Su Guolong, but there was a disagreement over the distribution of the compensation. Su Guolong insisted that the money would be given to Subai once he turned 18. However, Subai's aunt and older cousin did not trust him, so they reached an agreement, which was kept with Subai's aunt Lu Xiaomei. After Su Guolong received the 2 million yuan, Subai's life grew increasingly difficult. It wasn't until he entered high school and moved in with his aunt that his circumstances began to improve gradually. Now, Subai is 21, and with university graduation approaching, Su Guolong still refuses to return the money, showing no intention of returning it to its rightful owner. So yesterday, Aunt Lu Xiaomei took the agreement and went straight to Su Guolong to demand the money back. This led to an argument with Subai's aunt Li Guilan. When Su Quan, Subai's cousin, returned and saw the commotion, he sided with Li Guilan and pushed Lu Xiaomei. Su Quan didn't hold back, knocking Lu Xiaomei to the ground with a single push.
Lu Xiaomei already had a bad back, and when she fell, she sprained it, leaving her unable to get out of bed. She'll need at least 10 days to a couple of weeks to recover.
What about Lin Feng? Su Bai asked helplessly.
Lin Guofu said he got up this morning and said he wanted to beat up Su Quan. I tried to stop him, but the kid got angry and locked himself in his room.
Uncle, I'll handle this matter properly. I'll make sure they give my aunt an explanation.
Xiao Bai, remember one thing, don't act impulsively.
We have the law on our side to protect us. I know. Don't worry, uncle. I won't act impulsively. I'm a reasonable person. I'll go check on Xiao Feng. Su Bai walked to Lin Feng's bedroom.
When he was staying at my aunt's house, this was also his bedroom. His aunt's house was a 3-bedroom apartment, and during the 2 years he lived there, he shared a room with Lin Feng.
Their relationship was very good. Chapter 77, Treat the illness first, settle the accounts later. Su Bai arrived at Lin Feng's bedroom door.
He tried pushing the door first. The door didn't budge, it must have been locked from the inside.
Bang! Su Bai knocked on the door.
Xiao Feng, it's Su Bai. Open the door. After waiting for a moment, he heard the lock click open, but the door didn't open. Su Bai pushed the door open and walked inside. At that moment, his cousin Lin Feng was sitting on the chair with his arms crossed, looking furious. Lin Feng was 16 years old and attending high school in Sioux City. His father had gone to great lengths to secure him a spot at a better high school. He was in the midst of puberty, and after learning that his aunt had been beaten, his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. Now, being held at home by his rational uncle, he was naturally very unhappy and a bit angry.
Xiao Feng.
Su Bai reached out and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder.
What is there to be angry about?
Talk to your older brother properly. Lin Feng replied with a stern expression. Su Bai.
That dog of a man, Su Quan, dared to hit my mother.
I won't rest until he's dead.
But my father is stopping me from going.
He's a coward himself, but he won't even let me stand up for myself.
Su Bai sighed helplessly. How can you talk about your own father like that?
Lin Feng said with a touch of defiance, that's the truth.
Your father isn't being cowardly, he's being rational. Fighting won't solve anything. If he acts impulsively, he'll end up in jail, and what will happen to the whole family? Your aunt has a bad back and can't do heavy work. It's your uncle who's been supporting this family. He's already worked hard enough. Xiao Feng.
Then he shouldn't go.
I can go, right? But he won't let me go either.
You should behave yourself and stop getting into fights all the time. If something happens to you, your aunt will suffer even more than she does now.
This is all my fault, so let me handle it.
I promise to avenge your aunt and let you vent your anger.
Lin Feng asked, really?
Yes. You just wait and see. The priority now is to get your aunt's back injury treated, then we'll go together to settle this score.
All right.
Su Bai, I'll do whatever you say. Su Bai calmed Lin Feng down and they went to the living room together. Lin Qingchun went to make breakfast. In the living room, Su Bai shared his plan with Lin Guofu. He intended to take his aunt to a hospital in Dongjiang for treatment. Lin Guofu thought for a moment and agreed, then called in sick. He had wanted to do this for a long time, as the medical facilities in big cities are better, but Lu Xiaomei was too concerned about the cost and refused to go. After all, now only Lin Guofu was earning money, and supporting the four of them was already quite difficult.
Soon, Lu Xiaomei woke up. Su Bai hurried into the room and asked, Auntie, how are you feeling now?
Xiao Bai.
Why aren't you at school? Why did you come here? Lu Xiaomei asked.
Su Bai said, such a big thing happened I had to come back to check on you.
Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just my old back problem. I'm used to it. I'll be able to get up and move around in a few days. Don't worry. Auntie, don't you know Su Guolong? Why are you going to ask him for money? No, I can't refuse. That's the money your parents left you. It's your last hope. Plus, you're about to graduate, and that money is supposed to be used for your wedding. I have the agreement. If he refuses to give it, I'll sue him. All right. But the priority is to get your back injury treated. I've already contacted the hospital in Dongjiang. We'll leave shortly. Go to Dongjiang? No. I want to go. Just rest for a few days. It's an old injury, there's no point in going to see a doctor. Lu Xiaomei refused. In reality, she was thinking that going to a big hospital in Dongjiang would definitely cost a fortune. The family wasn't well off to begin with, and all the household expenses were supported by her husband, Lin Guofu. Now they had 2 children, one in college and the other in high school, and even Su Bai's tuition was being split between her and Su Bai's aunt. There were no savings at home, and spending money on her treatment would only make the family's situation even worse. That was why her husband, Lin Guofu, had been urging her to go, but she had insisted on staying. I know you're worried about the money. Auntie, I'm already earning money now. Get better, and you can enjoy life. Su Bai pleaded. Lu Xiaomei heard this and immediately became serious. I said, you're still in college. How are you going to make money? Don't get involved in shady deals. Study hard, graduate, and find a good job. Otherwise, you'll be letting me and your aunt down, and you'll also be letting your parents in heaven down. Subai sighed bitterly. It's about making money. I swear to heaven, I haven't done anything shady. You've watched me grow up, don't you know me? He had originally planned to have Lin Qingcheng gradually reveal that she was wealthy, but she dared not say anything either. Now he had no choice but to force the issue and come clean. However, Lu Xiaomei still refused. No matter how much they pleaded, she stubbornly refused to go to Dongjiang. Lin Guofu and Lin Qingcheng also tried to persuade her, but Lu Xiaomei remained unmoved. Finally, Subai had no choice but to say, "Auntie, my car is parked downstairs. If you still don't believe I'm wealthy, let us go down and take a look." Lu Xiaomei got up and, with Lin Guofu's support, went downstairs and saw Subai's Mercedes-Benz luxury car. Lu Xiaomei and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide open, almost speechless. However, Lin Qingcheng remained unusually calm. After all, she had seen an $8 million supercar. A few $1 million Mercedes was nothing to her. Moreover, she had a full $100 million in her bank account. If she told them, they'd probably be scared half to death. Lin Guofu, who was well-traveled, immediately recognized the Mercedes-Benz and estimated it to be worth at least several $100,000. If someone could afford to buy a car for several million, they must have made it big. Since Subai had such potential, he was naturally happy for him. After all, he considered him his half-son. Subai had lived in his house for 2 whole years, and he had never treated him badly. As the most iconic model of Mercedes-Benz, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is the dream car of many men. At that moment, Lin Feng was completely speechless. Such a luxurious car, if he drove it to school, it would definitely make countless classmates envious. Anyway, it's Subai's car, so he's sure to get a chance to drive it. Xiao Bai. Is this Mercedes your car? Lu Xiaomei asked. Subai nodded, yes. And I promise, I'm a law-abiding citizen. The money I spent on this car was all earned by me. But you're still in college, where did you earn the money? Lu Xiaomei remained skeptical. Oh, it's a long story. I'll explain everything in detail later. For now, let's go get you treated. Since that's the case, Lu Xiaomei agreed to go get treated. To her, Subai was as dear as her own son. Now that her son had made a name for himself, the mother would naturally enjoy the benefits too. Thus, Lu Xiaomei was helped into the car by Lin Guofu. As for Wei Yong and Li Guobing, Subai had already informed them in advance to find a hotel to rest, as they had been driving all night and hadn't had much rest. Subai planned to drive himself. First, let's get my aunt better, then we'll settle the score with that entire family. Chapter 78, Moving House, Repaying a Debt of Gratitude. Subai was driving in the front seat, and Lin Feng was sitting in the passenger seat, looking exceptionally happy. Lu Xiaomei and the other 2 were in the back seat. Quality comes at a price. If it were an ordinary car, someone like Lu Xiaomei with an injured waist would certainly be in great discomfort. But now, sitting in this 3 million yuan Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lu Xiaomei felt no bumps at all, as smooth as if she were walking on flat ground, and extremely comfortable. Finally, Subai called Lu Chen and asked him to contact Dongjiang First Hospital. By 2 o'clock, Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital, was already waiting at the hospital entrance. Upon seeing Subai get out of the car, Lu Chuan hurried over and smiled, "Mr. Su. Hello. It's good to see you again." Subai replied politely, "This time, we're troubling you again, Director Lu. Mr. Su, you're too kind. It's our honor that you trust our hospital." After exchanging polite greetings, the 2 proceeded to a tense expert consultation, ultimately deciding to perform the surgery at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the meantime, Subai visited Xiao Pujuan's ward and instructed him to take good care of himself. By the time the surgery was finished, it was already past 5 o'clock. The hospital had arranged a special care ward, but Lu Xiaomei couldn't stand the hospital's distinctive odor, so Subai took his aunt to the Ziyun mountain villa. At this time, Han Shiyun should have left by now. If she hadn't left, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Upon returning to the villa, Subai didn't see Han Shiyun anywhere, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He then called Dongjiang Restaurant and asked them to send some food over. His aunt's waist was still injured, and she had just undergone surgery, so she shouldn't be moving around too much. Normally, Dongjiang Restaurant wouldn't deliver takeout, but this was the chairman's order. They had to comply, even if it meant going out of their way. When Lu Xiaomei and her family entered the villa, they couldn't help but exclaim in awe once again. They were puzzled. How could a college student afford such a luxurious mansion in Dongjiang? Several million. Or even tens of millions? They dared not even imagine that one day they would live in such a luxurious villa. Lin Feng was so excited he was jumping up and down. He and Subai were very close, so he didn't bother with formalities. He went straight to the second floor and jumped into the outdoor swimming pool. "Auntie. Uncle. You 2 can stay here for now. Consider it your own home," Subai said. Lu Xiaomei asked, "Did you buy this villa?" Subai nodded. Lu Xiaomei pressed further, "Xiao Bai, tell me the truth. You're just a college student, where did you get all this money?" "Auntie. I started an investment company with a few classmates and made some money." "Really? I swear. It's absolutely true. Auntie. Please believe me. But. Alright. Xiao Bai is an adult now and has a sense of right and wrong. He wouldn't do anything wrong. I believe Xiao Bai. Lin Guofu said.
Since Lin Guofu said that, Lu Xiaomei reluctantly believed him and didn't ask any more questions.
Auntie's husband, Auntie. Since that's the case, I'll just say it straight, your whole family should move to Dongjiang. That way, Xiaofeng can also go to a better school.
Lu Xiaomei and Lin Guofu exchanged glances, both unable to resist feeling a little tempted. When Lin Feng was in Xuqing, he always hung out with a group of street thugs.
Not only could they not control him, but they also didn't care about his education. Getting into high school was only possible because Lin Guofu had to beg and borrow connections from everyone he knew.
In the end, he not only owed a lot of people favors but also spent a fortune. If they moved to Dongjiang and started fresh in a new environment, perhaps Lin Feng could change for the better.
Besides, the educational environment in Dongjiang was far superior to that of Sioux City.
What they're most worried about now is this youngest son,
Xiaofeng. We lived in Xuqing for decades. Our connections and jobs are all here.
Moving here would mean starting over from scratch, and finding work would be a hassle.
Auntie. You just need to come over. You don't have to do anything. If you feel bored, I can arrange some easy work for you. Plus, it'll be convenient to look after Xiaofeng. What do you think?
Lin Qingqing said, Dad.
Mom.
Just listen to Su Bai's suggestion. If Xiaofeng keeps going like this, he'll end up following those street thugs and going down the wrong path.
Let's do this for Xiaofeng's sake. Lu Xiaomei hesitated and said, let's think about it some more. Alright. I truly hope you'll come. You've done so much for me, it's only right that I repay you. Plus, I've opened a hotel and haven't found anyone trustworthy to manage it. I was hoping you could help me out. A hotel? You opened a hotel? Su Bai nodded, yes, right now it's being managed by outsiders.
I'm still in school and don't have much time, so that's why I wanted you to come to Dongjiang. Having someone from our own family there would make me feel more at ease. Actually, Su Bai was hoping the hotel would lose some money, so he could get some rich patrons. Using this as an excuse, he just hopes to persuade his aunt. After that, he planned to convince his older aunt's family to come over as well. Those who are good to him, he won't be the least bit stingy. As for those who have been unkind to him, he won't show the slightest mercy. Take his uncle, Su Guolong, for example. Even if it were 200 million, or even 200 billion, he wouldn't care. But he just doesn't want to see those people wasting his parents' money. Therefore, he would definitely recover this money. At that moment, Su Bai's phone rang. It was the meal from Dongjiang restaurant being delivered. He called the property management and told them to let the security guard through and bring the person inside. Soon, the doorbell rang. Su Bai opened the door. More than 10 beautiful waitresses, each holding a tray filled with food, walked in. Lu Xiaomei and Lin Guofu were completely stunned by the sight. The shock they experienced today was simply overwhelming. This was the life of the wealthy. A table laden with delicious dishes constantly tempted their taste buds. Su Bai went upstairs to call Lin Feng for dinner, but the guy was still having a blast in the swimming pool. Lin Feng emerged from the pool and asked, Brother, can I come swimming here every day? As long as you can convince your parents to move to Dongjiang, I'll not only let you swim, but you can also live here. Really? Lin Feng was overjoyed. Really? Alright. Deal. After finishing their meal, the Lu Xiaomei family all felt a bit reluctant to leave. It was simply delicious. After living most of my life, this is the first time I've ever eaten such delicious food. Auntie. These dishes are from the hotel I mentioned earlier. If you come, make sure to check it out. You can eat like this every day. Su Bai said. Mom. Let's listen to Su Bai and move over there. I want to study in Dongjiang. Lin Feng interjected. For Lin Feng, not only could he eat such delicious food every day, but he could also swim every day. He truly didn't want to go back to Xuqing. Lu Xiaomei and Lin Guofu exchanged glances. Alright, let us move over. Alright. I'll contact the high school tomorrow. Ah. Why the rush? Can't we wait a few more days? Lin Feng asked. No way. Lu Xiaomei, Lin Guofu, and Lin Qingqing all answered almost at the same time. Chapter 79, Dongjiang First High School, Lu Yuning's admiration. The next day, Su Bai called Lu Yuning. Asked her to help arrange things for high school. At the very high school where Lu Yuning was attending. There was no way around it. Although Su Bai was now wealthy, he hadn't yet established his own network of influence, and his reputation was only known within SCC. Most people didn't recognize him, so they wouldn't go out of their way to help him. However, arranging a school was still quite easy for Lu Yuning. In just a few minutes, Lu Yuning sent a text message saying everything was taken care of. So, Su Bai took Lin Feng to Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Dongjiang No. 1 High School was a prestigious academy renowned throughout Dongjiang. Not only did it have an exceptionally strong faculty, but it was also strongly supported by the Lu family, one of the top aristocratic clans, making it the best high school in Dongjiang province, without a doubt. Students attending this school are either academically exceptional, with all tuition and fees waived and eligible for a substantial scholarship, or come from extremely wealthy families.
Upon arriving at the gates of Dongjiang No. 1 High School,
Subai had just gotten out of the car when he saw Lu Yuning and instinctively thought he was seeing things. Just 2 days ago, Lu Yuning was dressed like a rebellious teenager, but now, she had let down her messy hair, tied it into a ponytail, removed her large earrings and heavy makeup, leaving only her natural, pure beauty. She was wearing a simple short school uniform, looking lively and adorable, just like a super cute little girl.
Lu Yuning is just 17 this year, currently in her second year of high school at Dongjiang No. 1 High School.
She is on the shorter side, which only makes her appear even more delicate and adorable, exuding an indescribable youthful vitality. Not only does Subai not recognize her, but even her own parents and family don't recognize her. She is like a completely different person. Not only has her appearance and style changed, but even the occasional swear words she used to casually throw around are slowly disappearing.
The Lu family even wondered if Lu Yuning had been through some kind of trauma that caused such a drastic change in her personality.
Lu Yuning, of course, wouldn't say it was because Subai had told her to act like a student, which is why she changed. The once rebellious troublemaker had transformed into a well-behaved girl, shocking all the teachers and students at Dongjiang First High School. After all, the contrast was too stark. Lu Yuning looked at Subai, who was staring blankly, and her smile grew even wider.
Subai, why aren't you saying anything? Did you mistake me for someone else?
Subai snapped back to reality and laughed, but
the change is huge. I didn't even recognize you at first.
This is pretty good.
Like a student. As long as you like it, I'll dress like this from now on.
Lu Yuning hugged Subai's arm and giggled.
Lu Yuning's unconscious gesture made Subai feel a bit awkward.
After all, the little girl was now growing up, and such intimate gestures inevitably led to accidental contact with sensitive areas. Maybe she really does think of me as her older brother.
Subai comforted himself.
However, what Subai didn't know was that aside from clinging to Lu Chen when she was very young, after entering middle school, Lu Yuning had understood the differences between men and women and had never acted so spoiled again. It could be said that Subai was the first person to be treated this way.
Fortunately, it was during class time.
Otherwise, if the other students had seen it, they would have been speechless. When Lin Feng saw Lu Yuning, in that instant, he felt as though he had been struck by Cupid's arrow. His blood boiled. His heart raced. It felt as though every organ in his body was immersed in love. This feeling was something he had never experienced in his 16 years of life. Lin Feng, who was still in the early stages of falling in love, was instantly captivated by the lively and adorable Lu Yuning. However, upon seeing the intimate gestures between Lu Yuning and Subai, he carefully hid his feelings.
Ning Ning. This is the cousin I told you about earlier, Lin Feng. Xiaofeng, this is Lu Yuning, the younger sister of one of my friends. Subai introduced them to each other.
Lu Yuning held Subai's arm with her left hand and extended her right hand toward Lin Feng, saying, "Hello.
I'm Lu Yuning."
Lin Feng felt a bit awkward and replied, "Hello.
I'm Lin Feng."
He quickly reached out his hand, but only touched her lightly. His heart immediately started racing, causing Lin Feng's face to turn red.
Lu Yuning's mind was entirely on Subai and didn't notice anything off about Lin Feng.
However, Subai heard Lin Feng's stammering voice, turned his head to look, and immediately noticed that something was off with the young man. His face was bright red, and he kept glancing at Lu Yuning before quickly averting his gaze.
Was he instantly smitten?
Subai turned his gaze back to Lu Yuning beside him. She wore a short skirt, her slender legs on full display, her skin fair and delicate, her face exuding a youthful vitality, resembling the very embodiment of a pure, radiant moonlight.
Indeed.
Such a pure and charming presence was an irresistible temptation for someone of Lin Feng's age. It seems I need to find some time to talk to Lin Feng. Lu Yuning comes from the entire Lu family, making it extremely difficult to pursue a romantic relationship with her. It's best for Lin Feng not to harbor such thoughts, or else he'll end up getting hurt the most in the end. He is the perfect example, isn't he?
Subai, I've already made arrangements. Just go ahead and handle the paperwork. Lu Yuning said.
Thank you so much, Ningning.
Subai said. Oh, come on.
Subai, you don't have to be so formal with me. Lu Yuning puffed out her cheeks and said with a playful expression.
All right. No need to thank me.
Subai instinctively ruffled Lu Yuning's hair.
All right.
Lu Yuning pulled Subai, skipping and jumping in front of him, enjoying the feeling of being pampered by Subai. Lin Feng followed silently, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In less than 10 minutes, the paperwork was done, and the staff from the Academic Affairs Office took Lin Feng to his assigned class.
Lu Yuning followed Subai all the way to the school gate.
Ning Ning. Go to class quickly.
Lu Yuning said reluctantly, Subai, when will you have time to come to my house?
Subai replied, in a few days.
I'm really tied up right now. All right then. Make sure to let me know as soon as you're done.
All right.
I definitely will. All right, I'm going to class now.
Bye, Subai.
Bye. Remember to study hard.
Got it.
After saying goodbye, Lu Yuqing walked back to school, but she kept turning around every few steps, her face filled with reluctance. Meanwhile, Su Bai returned to the car and recalled the young girl's intimate gestures. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Could this little girl have feelings for him? Otherwise, how else would she have changed her outfit just because he mentioned it offhand? This troublemaker doesn't even listen to his own family. Alright. He was handsome, powerful, and had a certain charm, plus he had saved her during her most dangerous moment. It was only natural for her to develop feelings for him. I guess I'll have to avoid him from now on. Chapter 80, The Young Master Makes an Appearance. The Imperial Capital. In a secluded courtyard, an old man was playing chess with a young boy. The old man looked to be in his 80s, with snow-white hair, yet he appeared youthful and vibrant, showing no signs of old age. The young man, on the other hand, appeared to be in his 30s. Longfeng, your chess skills are almost as good as mine now, the old man said with a loving smile. Zhao Longfeng replied humbly, Grandfather Yi, you're being too kind. How could my chess skills compare to yours? Zhao Longfeng, the core figure of the Imperial Capital's faction, Zhao Longfeng. Not only is he renowned among the younger generation, but even among the elders, Zhao Longfeng is considered a top-tier figure. Longfeng. This game is like life. When it's time to retreat, retreat. When it's time to advance, advance. Make your moves decisively. I see you hesitating, as if you're unsure of your next move. The old man said. Ye grandfather, you've hit the nail on the head. I am indeed feeling a bit lost. The 10-year pact you three made is almost up. That young lady from the Nalan family has been gone for 10 years now. It seems she's about to return. Ye grandfather, back then, the three of us were as close as brothers, yet we ended up at odds over a woman. I don't know if that was right or wrong. That girl from the Nalan family is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Anyone who sees her would be captivated. You don't need to dwell on this. Just follow the voice of your heart. I understand, ye grandfather. At that moment, Zhao Longfeng's phone rang. It's Lu Bufan calling. He said there was something important to discuss in person. After wrapping up matters in Jiangbei province, Lu Bufan hurried back to the imperial capital. Zhao Longfeng had already heard about what happened in Dongjiang, but it was just hearsay. He still wanted to hear it directly from Lu Bufan, the person involved. The 10-year pact with Nalan Yuyan was fast approaching, and now SCC had suddenly emerged as such a formidable force. He had no choice but to take this matter extremely seriously. Thus, he arranged to meet Lu Bufan at the Tianlong Club. The Tianlong Club was one of the three most prestigious clubs in the imperial capital, a gathering place for the city's elite and the stronghold of their faction in the capital. Ye grandfather, Longfeng will take his leave first. Go ahead. You young people have a bright future ahead of you, there's no need to waste any more time on me. Upon arriving at the Tianlong Club, everyone bowed in respect upon seeing him. He went straight to the top-floor private room. Lu Bufan hurriedly stood up and bowed, young master. Zhao Longfeng nodded, sat down, and asked, Lu Bufan, tell me everything in detail. Lu Bufan replied, yes, young master. I went to Jiangbei province to handle some matters, and on the way, I stopped by Dongjiang to ask Huang Wenbin about my fiancé's situation. Lu Bufan briefly explained the situation. So you're saying that the guy named Su Bai has a master who fought to a standstill with Uncle Kong? And Su Bai himself is also a top-tier master? Yes, young master. That Su Bai controlled my sword with just 2 fingers. A single finger to break a sword. Uncle Kong said he couldn't do it, suspecting that Su Bai is at least at the peak of the tiger rank, and possibly even stronger. Above the peak of the tiger rank. Snap. The porcelain cup in Zhao Longfeng's hand shattered into powder at the sound of the slap. The peak of the tiger rank, or even something more terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder what this meant. Lu Bufan said that Su Bai is at most in his 20s. At such a young age, he already possesses such cultivation. His talent is so powerful it's terrifying. Judging from this, Su Bai must be a member of some reclusive family, and very likely the heir. Now that the 10-year pact has arrived, Yuan Shuyo has obtained such a skilled individual at this critical moment. This is certainly not good news for him. Dongjiang. After sending Lin Feng to school, Su Bai arrived at Dongjiang restaurant. He also called Wei Yong and Li Guobing along the way, telling them to return on their own. He had no immediate plans to return to Su City. He would wait until his aunt had recovered before handling the moving arrangements and retrieving the money from Su Guolong. He also needed to see if there was any way to persuade his aunt's family to move to Dongjiang. Feeling a bit tired, Su Bai fell asleep in the office. Before long, the phone rang. Su brother. You haven't contacted Yi Gu for so long. Have you forgotten your Yi Gu? Yi Hong's teasing voice came through the phone. No way. How could I forget brother Yi? It's just that I've been so busy lately. As soon as I have some free time, I'll head to the capital. Su Bai said. Alright. Yi Gu understands you're busy. But I never expected you to be so skilled, Su Laodi. Even Lu Bufan wasn't your match. You drove him out of Dongjiang. Your achievements have spread throughout the entire SCC. Yi Hong was truly shocked. He never imagined that Su Bai was this powerful. Although during the time at Dongjiang restaurant, Zhang Yong had mentioned that Su Bai might be a member of a reclusive aristocratic family. Even among heirs, there are different tiers, especially in those prestigious families with generations of wealth and prestige, where there are 3 or 4 levels. From the first heir to the 4th heir, each tier has a status and treatment that are worlds apart. And now, Su Bai's strength is undoubtedly that of a first heir, and he might even be from an ultra-powerful clan. At this level, he is no weaker than the 3 big bosses of SCC. At this moment, Su Bai was extremely fortunate that he had befriended Su Bai earlier. He couldn't help but feel delighted that bringing Su Bai into SCC was the most successful move he had ever made. After the news of Su Bai's confrontation with Liu Bufan and his forceful expulsion from Dongjiang spread, the big boss personally received him and gave him full recognition. The support from the SCC big boss was also a crucial step for him to succeed as the head of the Yi family. "Yi Ge, you're really flattering me," Su Bai said. "This is truly an honor. It's all thanks to your brilliance. You went head-to-head with Liu Bufan and didn't he back down, forcing him out. You're the first to do that. By the way, are you still in Dongjiang? Someone wants to meet you." "Who?" "Top secret. So mysterious." "Alright. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll be in Dongjiang the whole time." "Alright. I'll contact you once it's confirmed." After hanging up the phone, Su Bai fell into deep thought. Now, with his terrifying strength, he was slowly making contact with some of the true power brokers behind the scenes. However, he still felt he wasn't strong enough. At least, his own strength hadn't been fully established yet, and he needed to make significant progress in his own abilities. He needed to get his hands on more wealthy connections. Tianzhou has been in Magic City for so long, yet there's still no word from her. Sigh. Does he even have to learn how to spend money? Su Bai never imagined that one day he would feel so frustrated because he couldn't spend his money. Chapter 81, Gratitude and Reward, a gift for my aunt. Afternoon. Su Bai called Su Linlin, the real estate agent at Dongjiang Ziyun Mountain Villa. He inquired whether there were any additional properties available for sale at Ziyun Mountain Villa. He planned to buy 2 units, one for his aunt and her family, and the other for his older sister's family. He would then arrange for them to work at Dongjiang restaurant, giving them a leisurely job with a salary of several million to tens of millions, which would allow them to establish themselves in Dongjiang. Su Linlin was naturally overjoyed. After all, she had earned several million in commissions from Su Bai just a few months ago. For someone just starting out in society, that was an astronomical sum. And now he's buying more properties. A few million is just pocket change. What a ruthlessly wealthy boss. As Su Bai arrived at the sales office and joined Su Linlin to look at the houses, he inadvertently stirred up painful memories for the other saleswomen. Last time, Su Bai had stood in the sales office for a long time without anyone paying attention to him, but it was this newcomer, Su Linlin, who ended up snagging the big deal. That was a commission of several $1 million. This time, upon seeing Su Bai, the money-making god, they all rushed over in a frenzy. "Sir, are you here to look at properties? Let me give you a tour." Sir. Here's my business card. It has my name and phone number. If you're interested in viewing properties, you can contact me anytime. Mr. Su. Su Bai said with a headache, "Sorry, I've already made an appointment with Miss Su." After saying that, he walked away. Just then, Su Linlin appeared with the keys and said to Su Bai, "Mr. Su. We can go view the property now." As soon as the two of them left, the saleswomen in the lobby started gossiping. That little must have slept with someone. Yeah. Otherwise, why would she specifically ask her to buy it? Put. Anyone could hear the envy and jealousy in their voices, not to mention the hatred. After all, this was another few million in commission. Who wouldn't be jealous? The units in Building 1 were already sold out, so Su Bai bought one each in Buildings 2 and 3, choosing floor plans similar to his own, each costing 100 million. Back in the lobby, Su Bai paid the deposit and left, saying he'd come back later to handle the remaining procedures. A total of 200 million in sales. Combined with the previous 900 million in sales, the commission Su Linlin earned from Su Bai had already reached 6 million. This commission wasn't just making the saleswomen jealous, even the manager was green with envy. After returning home, Su Bai took his aunt's family to view the property. His aunt Lu Xiaomei had undergone surgery, and the doctor recommended she get up and walk around more. She should be able to recover in about a week. They arrived at Building 2. This villa couldn't compare to Su Bai's 9 billion yuan property, but the interior decoration and furnishings were still extremely luxurious. After all, it was still a 1 billion yuan home. "Xiao Bai. What are you doing here?" Lu Xiaomei asked. Su Bai countered, "Auntie, what do you think of this villa? Do you like it? It's nice, but it's too expensive. We can't afford it." Lu Xiaomei said. Even without knowing the price of this villa, just looking at the decorations, it's not cheap. Their family has always struggled to make ends meet. Where would they get so much money to buy a house? "Don't worry about the money. I've already bought this villa. All you need to do is bring your ID and go through the paperwork." Lu Xiaomei and Lin Guofu were completely speechless upon hearing this. Even though they had considered this possibility before coming, the fact that Subai was actually giving them a house still left them utterly shocked. Lu Xiaomei hurriedly said, "No way. We can't accept this villa. It's too valuable, and your money didn't just fall from the sky, we can't take it." "That's right. Xiaobai, this isn't just a few $1,000s, it's too valuable. We really can't accept it." Lin Guofu echoed her. Only Lin Xincheng stood by the tall floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the beautiful scenery. Thinking about the day she could live in such a house, she couldn't help but feel a little joyful. Moreover, since Subai had given it to them, he certainly wouldn't let them refuse it. Besides, there was still 100 million yuan in her bank account that Subai had given her, and she hadn't dared to mention it. "Uncle. Aunt. This is my way of showing respect to you as your younger relative. Just accept it with a clear conscience. If it weren't for you taking me in back then, who knows what kind of abuse I would have suffered at the hands of Su Guolong. I still remember when I first came to live with you. Back then, I was quiet and had a cold heart. If it weren't for you letting me feel loved, how could I have achieved what I have today? Now that I have the ability to improve your lives, it's my chance to repay you." Subai spoke sincerely. To be honest, if it weren't for my aunt and uncle's family warming his cold heart like the sun, he would have gone down the wrong path long ago. Lu Xiaomei heard this and choked up instantly. "Xiaobai. You've become so successful now. If your uncle and aunt are watching from heaven, they'd be so proud of you," Lin Guofu said with emotion. Speaking of which, back then when Lu Xiaomei insisted on bringing Subai into the family, he wasn't very welcoming. After all, there were already 2 children in the family, and the family's financial situation wasn't great. Having one more mouth to feed wasn't a big deal, but the key issue was having to cover Subai's tuition and miscellaneous fees. That wasn't a small expense. However, under his wife Lu Xiaomei's insistence, he eventually agreed, though he wasn't very enthusiastic. But since he was already here, he wouldn't treat Subai differently. Otherwise, after making all those sacrifices, he'd end up creating an enemy. His mindset was simple: either don't let Subai come at all, or once he is under the same roof, treat him equally. No favoritism. It must be said that Lin Guofu was actually a very broad-minded person. Otherwise, if it were someone else in his situation with 2 children and not exactly wealthy, they would never agree to let Subai, who wasn't even a very close relative, move in. Since Subai had spoken so decisively, Lu Xiaomei and her husband were deeply moved. After all, this was their child's act of filial piety, and they couldn't refuse. Thus, Lin Guofu followed Subai to the sales office to handle the necessary procedures. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomei and Lin Xincheng stayed in the new house. This was a luxurious villa fully renovated to a high standard, ready to move in immediately without any need for further decoration or purchasing appliances. From now on, this villa would be the home of auntie and uncle. After paying the full 100 million, the procedures were completed. Being a bit more extravagant, the total amount reached 81. After settling his aunt's family, Subai went to pick up Lin Feng from school and took him straight to their new home. Subai then returned to his own home. Chapter 82, Joining the Martial Arts Club and Meeting the Goddess. The next day, Sunday. Subai thought Yi Hong would contact him at this time, but a whole day passed without a single call. However, in the evening, he received a text message from Su Si, asking why he hadn't said a word. She had been waiting for his call for 2 days. At that moment, Subai finally remembered that he had planned to go to Su Si's house this weekend. However, he had been so busy with his aunt's affairs that he had completely forgotten about it. He could only promise to make it up next time. Speaking of which, in the afternoon, Subai had received some good news. At the time, Zhao Tianjia called to say that the basic framework of their company's core team had been successfully established. Under the temptation of a huge sum of money, quite a few talented individuals had been swayed. After that, Subai once again urged Zhao Tianjia to seize any good projects without hesitation, and also mentioned Wang Chang's matter, as there was still a massive investment of 50 billion yuan involved 50 wealthy individuals. Secure it first. He now needed a large number of wealthy individuals to challenge the limits of his physical and mental strength. As Xia Pujuan had mentioned, there were still some reclusive masters in the world capable of defeating him. Even with a system by his side, he couldn't be invincible in the world. So he can only keep upgrading. Otherwise, whether he has the system or not, wouldn't the difference be negligible? Another day passed. Monday. Subai attended classes all morning and went to the school's martial arts club in the afternoon. He was there to learn martial arts secretly. Right now, he relies solely on brute strength. To put it bluntly, it's all instinctive reactions with no technique whatsoever. If he could master fighting techniques or martial arts, it might be of some use to him. Soon, he arrived outside a large building on campus. All the clubs were located inside that building. Of course, this isn't free, each club has to pay rent. Entering the martial arts club. It was a large hall, almost completely filled with people, at least several hundred, both men and women, though men were in the majority. At that moment, they were all sitting cross-legged. Subai was stunned. Does the martial arts club not practice martial arts? They must be focusing on internal energy cultivation. However, upon closer inspection, Subai realized he had misunderstood. Those people were chatting, not practicing internal energy. Subai found a spot toward the back and sat down. He then turned to the student next to him and asked, "What are all these people doing?" The classmate gave Subai a disdainful look and said, "Don't you know? Aren't you part of the martial arts society?" Subai said, "I just arrived and want to join the martial arts society." "You're in luck. Today, our club president, one of the three goddesses of the academy, Sima Huayu, is giving a lecture." Sima Huayu? She's the most mysterious one among the three goddesses. However, what he didn't expect was that Sima Huayu would actually be the president of the martial arts club. With so many men around, they actually let a woman be the president. It's really quite bizarre. Classmates, is that Sima Huayu the president? Is she really that strong? She's not just powerful, she's incredibly powerful. So far, no one has been able to withstand 3 of her moves. Wow! That's so violent. I'm starting to wonder if she'll even be able to get married in the future. Bro, are you joking? Sima Huayu is the top of the 3 goddesses. The most beautiful. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The people who want to pursue her could fill an entire sports field. Hearing such exaggerated words, Subai didn't ask any more questions. At that moment, he was actually curious about what kind of insider information the Sima Huayu could share. Before long, a young girl with 2 ponytails and wearing a white outfit walked over. She looked fresh and sharp. She walked onto the stage with confidence and sat cross-legged like everyone else. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Sima Huayu. Speaking of which, Subai had been studying at Dongjiang University for 3 years, but whenever he had free time, he would take on part-time jobs. This not only helped alleviate the financial burden on his aunt's family but also allowed him to buy small gifts for Lin Shui, whom he liked. As a result, he had never encountered the enigmatic Sima Huayu before. The person he was most familiar with was Su Yingxue. After all, they were classmates and saw each other every day. Subai was sitting at the back, far from the stage, but his eyes were sharp. As soon as Sima Huayu appeared, he recognized her face clearly. She was about 5 feet 7 inches, which made her quite tall among girls. She had a delicate face, clear, large eyes, and extremely beautiful features. Without any makeup, she already had a few hints of unparalleled beauty. Especially, there was an indescribable, lively aura around her, making her the creme de la creme. The men around him from Nantong and Shuyue were so captivated they could barely contain their admiration. Subai suspected that these people weren't here for martial arts, they were purely here to see the peerless beauty, Ma Huayu. At that moment, Sima Huayu spoke, her voice clear and pure. "Hello, everyone. Hello, President." Hundreds of people in perfect unison. This startled Subai. The scale was on par with a speech by a high-ranking official. "Today, I will explain what martial arts are. Without martial arts, one can still build a strong body and prolong life. There are martial artists who are over 100 years old and still move swiftly and vigorously, with a sharp mind. This is the transformation that martial arts brings us. As the saying goes, one must cultivate the mind before practicing martial arts. Only by staying true to your original intentions and believing in your beliefs can you go further on the path of martial arts. Of course, when it comes to martial arts, talent is extremely important. Those with exceptional talent can achieve in 3 years what an ordinary person without talent could never hope to reach in a lifetime. However, after all, those with natural talent are few and far between. I'm not trying to discourage you. As long as you train diligently, you can at least live a long and healthy life. Let us talk about the spirit of martial arts. It is about fighting for justice, learning to find the optimal solution through armed conflict, and ultimately forming a highly unified ultimate goal. The absence of the way does not mean violence. We cannot practice martial arts for the sake of martial arts, nor can we fight for the sake of fighting. The martial arts should take the protection of unarmed civilians as its duty, turning swords into plowshares and enemies into friends. This is the righteous path of heaven and earth. Then came another round of rambling speeches. The speaker was speaking in riddles. Subai felt like he was listening to a foreign language. He didn't understand a single word. What on earth is this all about? I came here to learn combat techniques, not to sit around listening to you ramble on. After all that talk, it was all nonsense, completely useless. Chapter 83, Kneeling on the Spot. Sima Huayu spoke for half an hour before finally finishing. The students below were all in the same state of confusion as Subai. These students are definitely here to see the beautiful women, especially the most mysterious of the 3 goddesses of the academy. As for coming here to learn martial arts? Forget it, money is more reliable. That said, Subai did admire Sima Huayu. Even when talking to someone who wasn't interested, he could keep going for so long, and he did it so thoroughly and seriously. It seemed like he truly loved martial arts. Alright. I'm done. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll answer them one by one. Sima Huayu looked at the crowd and said, "President, I have a question. Are there still so-called martial arts masters in this era? Aren't they only in novels?" A person stood up and asked. Martial arts masters do exist in reality, but not like the ones in novels or TV shows. However, the specifics can only be understood once you've cultivated martial arts to a certain level. It's like trying to explain advanced mathematics to a kindergartner. It's like talking to a duck about chicken. President, do we members have a chance to cultivate to the level you mentioned? It is possible. But it's extremely difficult. Cultivating martial arts isn't something you can achieve overnight. It requires not only exceptional talent but also practice from a young age, and I believe timing is the most important factor. President, I heard that you and the student council president are in a relationship, and the president has publicly warned that no men are allowed to approach you. So, President, do you acknowledge this relationship? A male student dared to ask. As soon as he spoke, the large hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Sima Hueyu, waiting for the goddess's response. Clearly, everyone's curiosity was burning. Sorry. I won't answer questions unrelated to martial arts. If everyone has no further questions, I'll proceed with the demonstration. The venue immediately erupted into chaos. Everyone was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. However, at that moment, a man and a woman suddenly rushed in from outside. After quickly scanning the hall and confirming Subai's location, they rushed over. The man, without hesitation, knelt down in front of Subai with a thud. Master Su. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. Please forgive me this once. Please intercede for me before the Lu family. I truly know I was wrong. Wang Tianchang pleaded. Ever since he had offended Lu Yuning earlier, the next day, all his family's businesses had suffered severe blows. It was clearly the work of the Lu family. The Lu family is the tyrant of Dongjiang. Ruining his family's business is as easy as crushing an ant. In recent days, his parents have been frantic with worry, scrambling to pull strings everywhere, but to no avail. They still have no idea that the culprit behind all this is their own son. Wang Tianchang dared not tell his parents about any of this. Otherwise, he has no idea how his parents would react. But now, he has lost everything. His parents have gone bankrupt, the bank is demanding repayment, and the family has sold everything they own, including their home, yet it still isn't enough to cover the enormous debt. Now, his parents have gone gray overnight, even contemplating suicide, and the family's life has become unbearable, worse than that of a homeless beggar. After much deliberation, Wang Tianchang recalled Lu Yuning's attitude towards Subai earlier. He realized that now, only Subai could save him. If Subai could speak a word on his behalf, his family's crisis would be resolved. Therefore, he immediately brought Lin Shui over and told her that if Subai could intercede on his behalf, he would fulfill his previous promise and marry Lin Shui immediately. Now, for Wang Tianchang, his so-called face was worth nothing. As long as his family's crisis could be resolved, he would still be the wealthy second-generation heir Huang Dashi. But if the crisis couldn't be resolved, his family's life would be even worse than that of a beggar. Wang Tianchang kneeling before Subai immediately drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Oh my! Isn't that Huang Dashi? Soon, someone recognized Wang Tianchang's identity. Wang Tianchang, the rich second-generation heir, had some fame at Dongjiang University. Even if he wasn't the most powerful, he was undoubtedly the most arrogant. Wow! It's really him. But he actually knelt down in public? Who is this person who made Wang Tianchang so humiliated? At that moment, all eyes turned back to Subai. Wang Tianchang had been recognized, feeling utterly humiliated, but he didn't care about that now. After all, the fate of his family rested in Subai's hands. I said, Wang Tianchang, it wasn't me who did it. Why are you kneeling here begging me for mercy? Subai said slowly. Everyone rushed over, and he had no choice but to stand up. Wang Tianchang pleaded, Su young master. Please speak to the Lu family and tell them to stop targeting my family, okay? What does this have to do with me? The Lu family took action because you were blind enough to offend Lu Yuning. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, our relationship isn't even worth me sticking my neck out for you. Subai retorted directly. For a moment, Wang Tianchang was at a loss for words. Are our relations good? Of course not. He not only stole Subai's girlfriend but also repeatedly humiliated him, making Subai the laughingstock of the school. The enmity between him and Subai is so deep that it could be described as a blood feud. But the one who was even more surprised at that moment was Lin Shui. Since Subai broke up with her, she seemed like a completely different person. Before, she boasted that she knew Subai very well, but now she's shocked to discover that she knows nothing about the real Subai. How could a person change so drastically? Moreover, Subai actually had the ability to make Wang Tianchang kneel and beg for help. Could it be that Subai has always been a hidden powerhouse, and why hide? Could it be to test their relationship? She had heard before that some rich second-generation kids like to pretend to be poor to find true love. If that's the case, then what has she been doing all these years? For a few designer handbags and some designer clothes, she missed out on a super powerful figure who was pretending to be weak? And this super powerful figure had been so kind and doting toward her, treating her almost like a princess. Thinking about it, Lin Shui felt dizzy, almost unable to breathe. Seeing Lin Shui spacing out, Wang Tianchang hurriedly nudged her. Lin Shui snapped back to reality and was about to speak when Subai ruthlessly interrupted her. Lin Shui, are you here to beg me too? Lin Shui nodded and gathered all her courage to say, I hope you can help Tiancheng's family. Subai had already been deeply hurt by her, and now he could only try to keep Wang Tiancheng under control, otherwise, he would truly have nothing left. Chapter 84, The Last Straw. Hope? What qualifies you to say that to me? As his ex-girlfriend? As his childhood sweetheart? Or as his current girlfriend? Subai's words were filled with sarcasm. At that moment, the crowd finally realized that the person before them was Subai, the one whose girlfriend had been stolen by Wang Tiancheng and then mocked online. It had only been a few days. Wang Tiancheng had knelt down in front of everyone, looking so humiliated. Is the twist coming too fast? Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. Lin Shui pleaded, Subai. Please, I'm begging you. Just consider our past relationship and help me this one last time. She could only beg Subai to spare her out of consideration for their past feelings. As long as Wang Tiancheng's family doesn't go bankrupt, she can live a life of luxury, where everything is provided for her, the life of a wealthy housewife she's always dreamed of. Even when she was dating Subai, she had this idea, but Subai was so indulgent toward her that she hesitated a bit more. Otherwise, the moment Wang Tiancheng came looking for her, she would have kicked Subai out without a second thought. Lin Shui. You have no right to say these things to me. Everyone can beg me, but you cannot. The feelings I've had for you over the years mean less to you than a few handbags and clothes? Just consider it the genuine feelings I had for Subai being thrown away like trash. There is nothing I can do about this matter. After speaking, Subai turned to leave, but Wang Tiancheng reacted swiftly, diving to the ground and clinging to Subai's legs. Su Xiao. It's all my fault. Please. Just help me this once. If you stand by and do nothing, my family will be ruined. Wang Tiancheng clung tightly, wailing and crying. At this moment, Subai was his last hope. Just as Subai was about to kick Wang Tiancheng away, the hall erupted into chaos again. At the entrance, a man walked in first, followed by a large crowd of people. The man at the front was none other than Huang Wenbin, the president of the student union at Dongjiang University and the university's most popular male student. Of course, he was also the rumored boyfriend of Sima Huiyu. Oh my god. President Huang is here. He must be here for Sima Huiyu. I'm so jealous. Let's go. Hurry up and take a look. The crowd gathered on one side immediately rushed over to the commotion. Subai exerted a little force and easily pushed Wang Tiancheng aside, ignoring the two of them. He also walked over to see what kind of real-life skills Sima Huiyu had. Below the stage, only a few dozen people were watching Subai and Wang Tiancheng's actions, while the hundreds of others remained crowded around the stage to watch the ultimate goddess in action. At that moment, Sima Huiyu was on stage performing a practical demonstration with an older member. In fact, this was what everyone loved the most, as it provided a legitimate reason to get up close and personal with the goddess. However, at that moment, Huang Wenbin walked onto the stage and said to the club member, What did I tell you earlier? No man is allowed to approach Huiyu. Are you treating my words like they're nothing? I'm sorry. I'll get down right away, the club member said fearfully. When Sima Huiyu mentioned looking for a partner earlier, he rushed forward immediately, driven by the desire to get close to the goddess. After all, it's a real-life situation. Some physical contact is inevitable. There's nothing we can do. In front of such a beautiful goddess, who could keep their thoughts pure? Usually, the ones who partner with her are female members, but today he didn't know where he got the nerve. He just thought he'd take advantage of the situation. After all, Sima Huiyu is simply too beautiful. But now the real deal had arrived, and he immediately felt guilty. Plus, Huang Wenbin's family was very powerful, and he wasn't someone a regular student like him could afford to mess with. Stop. Did I tell you to leave? Huang Wenbin spoke up. President Huang. Slap. Before the man could finish speaking, Huang Wenbin slapped him across the face. Slap. Another slap followed. Slap. 3 or 4 slaps in quick succession. Huang Wenbin showed no mercy, hitting with all his strength, and was about to strike again when Sima Huiyu shouted, Huang Wenbin. Try hitting her one more time. Miss Huiyu. Lu Xiao instructed me not to let any man come near you, but he dared to disobey my orders. Hitting him is the least he deserves. After saying that, Huang Wenbin kicked the club member hard in the stomach. The member spun dizzyingly, then his body plummeted like a flying downward. Keep in mind that there was a 1-meter drop from the stage to the ground. If he fell like that, he would either be dead or severely injured. The people below quickly scattered, fearing they might get hurt. As the man was about to collide with Subai reached out and caught the villager securely. HM? The expected scream didn't come. Huang Wenbin turned his head to look, only to see someone had saved the person. Just as he was about to lose his temper, his gaze fell on that person. It was Subai. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he was startled. The incident at the Fuli Jinsha that day was something he would never forget. That was Lu Bufan, one of the 8 great kings sent by the young master, a man he had always regarded as a godlike figure. Yet he had been defeated by Subai, and even after all this time, Lu Bufan hadn't made a single move. Even someone as powerful as Lu Dashi could only swallow this bitter pill, so how could he dare to offend Subai? What should we do? What should we do now? Apologize to him in front of everyone? But the image he has built up at Dongjiang University would be completely ruined. Where would he put his face then? But if he doesn't apologize, what if Subai gets angry? Even Lu Bufan can't be provoked, let alone someone like him. After thinking it over, he now only hopes that after apologizing, the other party won't take it out on him. Otherwise, he has finished. After making up his mind, Huang Wenbin jumped off the stage and walked up to Subai. The club member who had been kicked off the stage by Huang Wenbin was now caught in the crowd, so Subai was now facing Huang Wenbin directly. Everyone looked on with anticipation. Huang Wenbin, if you dare to hit anyone else, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't think that just because you're sent by Lu Bufan, I won't lay a finger on you. Sima Huiyu was also panicking and quickly jumped off the stage to stop Huang Wenbin. However, Huang Wenbin's next move was utterly shocking. He clasped his hands together, bowed 90 degrees toward Subai, and spoke with sincere humility. Mr. Su, I apologize. I didn't notice you were here earlier. Please forgive me. I humbly apologize to you. I'm truly sorry. Chapter 85, Surrender. The top student of Dongjiang University changes. What's going on? What happened? Did I see that correctly? The students gathered around to watch the commotion were all stunned into silence. Even Sima Huiyu looked completely bewildered. Who is Huang Wenbin? The president of the student union at Dongjiang University. The most popular guy at Dongjiang University. Moreover, according to rumors, his family background is extremely influential. Even wealthy second-generation individuals like Wang Tiancheng are nothing but small fry in his presence. Such a powerful figure, yet he had to bow and apologize upon meeting Subai? Just how terrifying is Subai's background? Even Wang Tiancheng kneeling to beg for mercy is one thing, but how could someone like Huang Wenbin, a true legend, treat him like a deity? When did Dongjiang University produce such a top-tier powerhouse? At that moment, Sima Huiyu's shock was beyond words. Others might not know, but he certainly did. Huang Wenbin was one of Lu Bufan's men. Lu Bufan, one of the 8 great kings sent by the young master of the imperial capital, is a terrifying figure even in the imperial capital, where heroes are as numerous as fish in the river. And since Huang Wenbin is working for Lu Bufan, he certainly isn't just an ordinary person. In her memory, during the years that Lu Bufan had sent this man to monitor her, aside from Lu Bufan himself, this was the first time she had ever seen someone treated with such reverence. Could it be that this person is on the same level as Lu Bufan? In truth, Sima Huiyu was far from content with being assigned to handle internal matters by the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unaware of Lu Bufan's humiliating departure from Dongjiang recently. Considering the current situation, it was clear that Subai was the one who had driven Lu Bufan away. The Sima family is a reclusive, powerful clan. To emerge from seclusion now, they must find a family with both immense strength and deep-rooted influence to ally with. The Lu family in the imperial capital is an excellent choice. As for the current development of the Lu family, they have also encountered significant obstacles and urgently need external support. Thus, the two sides have found each other mutually beneficial. There is no stronger alliance than a marriage alliance, so the two families have been actively arranging their younger generations to marry each other, thereby solidifying their alliance through marriage. Sima Huiyu despises such marriages, which are nothing but mutual exploitation and calculation, devoid of any genuine emotion. But there was nothing she could do. She cannot refuse her family's arrangements. When Lu Bufan first laid eyes on Sima Huiyu, he was immediately captivated by her beauty. Combined with the deliberate matchmaking efforts of their parents, he instantly recognized her as his future wife. She came to Dongjiang University to escape Lu Bufan. But she never expected Lu Bufan to send Huang Wenbin to monitor her. Subai didn't expect Huang Wenbin to apologize. He had already prepared himself, intending to strike first the moment Huang Wenbin made his move. After all, their two factions were completely hostile to each other. Moreover, he had previously insulted Huang Wenbin's master. Even if he didn't dare to act, he would at least have said a few harsh words. But coming straight out to apologize was completely unexpected. In truth, Subai had always underestimated his own strength. At present, his power was enough to strike fear into many hearts. Otherwise, Lu Bufan wouldn't have waited this long without retaliating. That's because coming here would be pointless, it would just mean taking another beating. While the young master faction and SCC are in opposing camps, it doesn't mean they're completely at odds. In fact, ordinary members from both sides don't even interact with each other. This applies only to the core high-ranking members of both sides, the 8 great kings of the young master's faction and the core members of the SCC. As for the ordinary members of both sides, even if they go to the other's territory, as long as they don't cause trouble, no one will bother them. Last time, if it weren't for Lu Chen wanting to join the core members and submit his loyalty oath, there was no need to cause trouble for Liu Bufan. After all, Liu Bufan is one of the 8 great kings, while he's just a lowly senior member. Huang Wenbin didn't think he had done anything wrong at the moment. After all, a true man can bend but not break. Even if he was mocked, he would graduate soon, and the ridicule from these ordinary people was no big deal to him. He maintained a 90-degree bow. Subai remained silent, dared not straighten his back. Subai snapped back to his senses and said, "Senior, this student didn't do anything heinous. Giving him a few slaps as a lesson is acceptable, but going all out is excessive. This is Dongjiang, not the imperial capital. You should rein yourself in a bit. There's no deep-seated grudge between them, and besides, you don't hit someone who's smiling at you." Huang Wenbin spoke with utmost respect. Master Su's teachings. Wenbin will remember them deeply. Subai found it pointless and left immediately. He came here hoping to learn something, but instead of learning anything, he ended up being treated like a monkey for everyone to gawk at. The people around him instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for Subai to leave. Everyone had expected a show, but it turned out to be all talk and no action. As they watched Subai's departing figure, a look of respect formed on their faces. If nothing unexpected happens, Subai's name will soon echo throughout Dongjian University. The position of the top student at Dongjian University would also change hands. In just half a month, he went from being mocked to someone they now look up to. It's truly astonishing. Sima Huiyu stared blankly at Subai's back, lost in thought. When Subai approached Wang Tiancheng and Lin Shui tried to say something, but after stammering for a while, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Seeing Subai leave, Huang Wenbin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After witnessing Subai's terrifying strength, he now felt immense pressure whenever he faced him. Just now, it was really close. He almost ended up kneeling before him. "Miss Huiyu, I hope you will adhere to proper conduct and avoid contact with men. Otherwise, if Lu Dashi comes personally, he won't be so polite." Huang Wenbin finished speaking and left immediately. "Huang Wenbin, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Tell Lu Bufan. I haven't even married into the Lu family yet. He has no right to tell me what to do," Sima Huiyu said angrily. Huang Wenbin left. However, this exchange caused quite a stir. What does that mean? Huang Wenbin was merely acting on the orders of that so-called Lu Dashi to monitor Sima Huiyu at Dongjian University. So it seems that Sima Huiyu is indeed already taken. Even Huang Wenbin refers to him as Lu Dashi, so that person must be quite influential. I wonder who is stronger between him and Subai. If Subai were to get involved with Sima Huiyu and that Lu Dashi were to confront Subai, I can't even imagine how thrilling that would be. However, judging from Subai's behavior earlier, he doesn't seem interested in Sima Huiyu, the ultimate goddess. Chapter 86, Accidentally Injuring Sima Huiyu and Joining the Martial Arts Club. After leaving the building, Subai didn't know where to go and didn't feel like going to class, so he headed to the small forest. Watching the younger students on the playground, he found himself lost in thought. Recalling everything that had happened to him over the past half-month, it felt like a dream. A system had allowed him to completely turn his life around. Just as he was lost in thought, a pleasant voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Subai?" Subai turned his head. It was none other than Sima Huiyu. But why was Sima Huiyu looking for him out of the blue? He nodded and said, "What's the matter, Sam Huiyu?" Sima Huiyu asked directly, "Do you know Lu Bufan?" "I guess I know him." "Are you friends?" "Enemies." "No wonder. To be an enemy of Lu Bufan, you're no ordinary person. That's why I said Huang Wenbin was so afraid of you." "You're wrong about that. I'm just an ordinary person too." Sima Huiyu didn't dwell on it further and asked, "Do you want to join my martial arts club?" "I thought about it at first, but now I don't want to." "Why?" Subai retorted directly, "Because I don't think I can learn anything useful in the martial arts club." Hearing this response, Sima Huiyu grew angry. Disrespecting her martial arts club was the same as disrespecting her, the club president. "So, you think the martial arts club is just all show and no substance? What else? You said it yourself earlier. Starting martial arts training now is already too late." "Subai, since Huang Wenbin is so afraid of you and even considers you an enemy, your strength must be formidable. Why not become my vice president?" Sima Huiyu said. Subai shook his head, "Sorry, no interest. You should ask someone more skilled instead." "Subai, I'm Lu Bufan's arranged marriage partner. If you're his enemy, don't you want to humiliate him? Or make him lose face?" Subai looked at Sima Huiyu in disbelief. "Are you crazy? What does that have to do with me? You're trying to use me as a shield? I'm not an idiot. There's no benefit for me, and I'll just end up getting into trouble. He only won by sheer luck before. If Lu Bufan really goes after him, with his deep connections, he'd be finished." Subai didn't say a word. He just turned and walked away. Sima Huiyu was completely taken aback by this action. She had thought that after such provocation, Subai would definitely agree to join her to take revenge on Lu Bufan. Then we'll see if that Huang Wenbin dares to give her orders anymore. Judging by Huang Wenbin's respectful attitude, Subai's background must also be quite terrifying. Even if Lu Bufan himself showed up, it would definitely be a fierce battle, and if both sides ended up badly injured, that would be even better. Therefore, Sima Huiyu wouldn't just let Subai leave like that. In a panic, she charged towards Subai. Subai was able to save that senior member, so he must have some real strength. Therefore, her attack shouldn't be able to hurt him. On one hand, she wanted to test Subai's strength. On the other hand, she also wants to prove that the martial arts club isn't all show, they have real, practical fighting skills. Just as Subai was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweeping toward him from behind. Someone was ambushing him? His five senses were extremely heightened at the moment. Almost instinctively, all the power within his body erupted in an instant. It's worth noting that Subai wasn't very skilled at controlling his strength, so in the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rippled out from him. Meanwhile, Sima Hoayu felt the pressure around her surge suddenly. The Subai before her now resembled a ferocious tiger ready to devour its prey, baring its sharp fangs. He was already prepared to attack. In her panic, she froze in place. At that moment, a massive hand suddenly reached out and clamped down on her snow-white neck like a swan's. A suffocating sensation that felt like death overwhelmed her. At that moment, Sima Hoayu desperately wanted to cry. Subai snapped out of it, quickly let go, and took a few steps back. Sima Hoayu gasped for air, her neck already red. After coughing for a while, she burst into tears. Subai felt awkward. His earlier action had been a purely instinctive reaction. Who told Sima Hoayu to act so unchivalrous and sneak attack him? Was he at fault? He didn't, did he? Nevertheless, Subai walked over and gently patted Sima Hoayu on the back, helping her calm down. A moment later, Sima Hoayu finally calmed down. She looked up at Subai, her eyes red and teary, looking like a helpless little rabbit. It was an accident. Who told you to ambush me out of nowhere? That was purely an instinctive act of self-defense. Subai felt a bit awkward. So, you're saying that you were trying to kill me just now, and it was all my fault? Sima Hoayu's voice sounded hoarse, no longer as crisp as before, clearly still affected by what had happened. That's exactly what happened. But Subai dared not say that now. Sorry, it's all my fault. My reaction was a bit excessive. Subai hurriedly said. If you admit it's all your fault, then tell me how we're going to resolve this. I'm warning you, you just tried to kill me. I was only trying to prove that the martial arts club has real skills. I never intended to harm you, let alone kill you. So what do you plan to do? Subai asked. Join the martial arts club and become the vice president. Plus, you have to agree to one condition I'll propose. Subai said, joining the martial arts club is fine with me. But I refuse to agree to your condition. If you play dirty and make me die, am I supposed to just go and die like an idiot? Don't worry. This condition won't be too much to ask. And you can choose to do it or not, I won't have any objections either way. Are you serious? Sima Hoayu nodded. Alright. But I'll make it clear now, if I don't want to do it later, you can't force me. Rest assured. I definitely won't. Then it's settled. Sima Hoayu's face lit up with a smug smile. For some reason, Subai suddenly felt like he had been tricked by Sima Hoayu. However, he had indeed almost killed Sima Hoayu just now. Such a goddess in his hands, showing her true colors, would truly be a waste of such beauty. It seemed he needed to act quickly and find a way to control the power of his main burst. Subai left. As Sima Hoayu watched Subai's departing figure, though still feeling a lingering fear, a faint smile appeared on her face. In that moment, her radiance was so overwhelming that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison. Chapter 87, A Meeting with Hidden Agendas. Sima Hoayu continued to watch Subai's departing figure, his smile growing increasingly intense. She seemed to see a glimmer of hope to break free from her family's control. However, her purpose was not merely that, or perhaps she could even take control of her own destiny. At this thought, Sima Hoayu's breathing grew. How many years had it been? She had long since accepted her fate, even the arranged marriage imposed by her family, and could only submit to it. Even if she felt resentful, what could she do? She had no choice. If she could, she would even want to leave this family that had cast a shadow over her life. But that was nothing but a foolish fantasy. But now things are different. Just as she was about to walk into the grave of her own destiny, she unexpectedly met Subai, this super-powered individual. You must know that the terrifying aura that erupted from Subai earlier was so powerful that even the top elders of the family couldn't match it. A peerless prodigy. This must be an unparalleled prodigy. Despite being a college student, Subai's strength is utterly terrifying. He must be the young master of some superpower, carefully cultivated and nurtured. Though she is only a second-tier heiress of the Sam family, with the help of a superpower, that position is worth a shot. Sima Yen. Don't ever think you've already won. I'll give you a big surprise. Sima Hoayu murmured to herself in her heart. Time flies. 2 days later. Subai also took the position of deputy director of the Wuda Society. But when it came to Sima Hoayu, he avoided her whenever possible. He knew the little schemes of this young woman. She merely wanted to use him as a shield to jointly oppose Lu Bufan. That wasn't a big deal. After all, he had already offended Lu Bufan to the point of no return, and who knew when he might come looking for revenge. As for taking the deputy director position, it was all because he had nearly killed Sima Hueyu by mistake earlier, and this was his way of making amends. After all, he was a model citizen, not a cold-blooded murderer. Consider it an apology. As for that request, it all depends on his mood. That day, Subai received a call from Yi Hong, who said that a core member of SCC wanted to meet him. So, he took the afternoon off and headed to the agreed-upon Dongjiang restaurant. He arrived at the presidential suite on the top floor of Dongjiang restaurant, where Yi Hong was staying. Subai knocked on the door. Before long, Yi Hong opened the door. "Su brother, please come in." Yi Hong's tone carried a hint of respect. After all, Subai's reputation was now too great, and he was also considered a benefactor in his life. Even now, he still believed that inviting Subai to join SCC was the most correct and successful decision he had ever made. It had also added an extra layer of assurance for his future takeover of the Yi family. Subai entered the room. Inside the room, a man was sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing Subai, he stood up and walked over. "Subai, brother. I've heard so much about you. I'm Li Wenyu, a core member of SCC. I'm also a good friend of Yi Gu. When you bought Dongjiang restaurant, I also had a share in it," Li Wenyu said with a smile. At the same time, he was sizing up Subai. Young. So young. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a young person could force Lu Bufan to flee Dongjiang in disgrace. And Lu Bufan hadn't made a single move yet. This was enough to prove the immense power of the person before him. "Hello, Mr. Li." Subai was also sizing up Li Wenyu. He looks to be in his 30s. Elegant and refined. He exudes the aura of a gentleman of unparalleled grace and charm. A true heartbreaker for married women. Most importantly, he didn't sense the slightest hint of superiority from Li Wenyu. Interacting with him felt like being bathed in a gentle spring breeze. The three of them sat down. Li Wenyu poured tea for Subai and said, "Subai, try this tea." Unable to refuse such kindness, Subai took a sip. The tea lingered on his tongue, sweet and fragrant, with a hint of aroma wafting through the air. "This tea is quite good," Subai said, pretending to be a tea connoisseur. He didn't know how to drink tea at all. After all, he had been so poor before that he couldn't even afford to eat properly, let alone drink tea. Maybe he'd had too much black or green tea. He thought it wasn't as good as those drinks. If the tea masters knew what he was thinking right now, they'd probably be furious. "You must know that this tea isn't ordinary tea. Its annual production is measured in kilograms, and only those in high positions of power can drink it." "Ha! That's right. Speaking of this tea, I was able to drink it today all thanks to brother Subai. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the qualifications to drink such tea. The big boss knew I was coming to see you and specifically instructed me to bring it along for you to try," Li Wenyu said with a smile. "The big boss? The big shot who founded SCC?" Subai couldn't help but mutter to himself. But he didn't ask. After all, the other party had let him drink this tea, so it must not have been said casually. It was indeed delicious. Subai took another sip. Yi Hong said, "Subai, my brother. Can you tell us what happened that day? We all want to hear how you managed to make one of the 8 great kings, Lu Bufan, leave Dongjiang in such a humiliating manner." Li Wenyu stopped what he was doing and looked at Subai. He also wanted to hear what had happened that day. "Actually, it's simple." Subai roughly recounted what happened that day, but he deliberately omitted the part about his finger-shattering sword technique. Otherwise, constantly praising oneself would be a bit embarrassing. "Subai, you seem to have forgotten the most exciting part. I've already heard about it. You used just 2 fingers to restrain Lu Bufan's sword. And with a flick of your fingers, you shattered his pride and joy, that titanium alloy soft sword. Even some top-tier masters can't do that," Li Wenyu said. "Wow. If you already know all that, why ask me? I really don't understand how these big shots think." Subai said, "Li Gu is joking. I think the most thrilling part was the showdown between Kongshu and Pajun. I was just adding some flair." Li Wenyu remained silent. Kongshu knows exactly what he's talking about. He's a top-tier veteran from the Tiger rankings. However, the man named Xiao Pajun by Subai's side, he hadn't heard of him before. The intense battles between the Tiger rankers are indeed thrilling. But you must know that neither Uncle Kong nor Xiao Pajun could shatter Lu Bufan's soft sword with just the flick of a finger. That was Lu Bufan's greatest pride, crafted using the most advanced high-tech technology. This is precisely why they place such importance on Subai. A mere follower of a Tiger rank expert isn't worth him making a personal trip. But, so young and yet so powerful and terrifying, his background must be equally mysterious and profound. After all, this world doesn't have the clichés from wuxia novels, like an elder passing down their skills or stumbling upon some miraculous encounter to rise to greatness. Strength is a combination of innate talent and relentless effort. And cultivating a prodigy like Subai is something only the most powerful factions can achieve. Chapter 88, The 10-Year Pact. Li Wenyu and Subai chatted about various things. Yi Hong occasionally chimed in with a few comments. The meaning was clear, both Li Wenyu and Yi Hong wanted to befriend Subai. After all, Subai's current strength is simply too shocking. Even Li Wenyu, who dares to challenge Lu Bufan, isn't necessarily his match. And his strength is among the top ranks of the core members, so it goes without saying that the vast majority of core members are no match for the 8 heavenly kings of the Young Masters faction. The conversation grew increasingly tedious. At this point, Subai was still not very comfortable chatting idly with these behind-the-scenes powerhouses. He doesn't consider himself a big shot, even though others already see him that way. Li Wenyu felt that he had laid the groundwork sufficiently, so he changed the subject. Subai, brother. Actually, besides representing the SCC core members to meet you, I also brought a few words from the big boss. The truth is out. Subai was right. Li Wenyu had mentioned the big boss earlier just to lay the groundwork for this. Oh? Who is the big boss? I've only been here for a few days and know very little about these matters. Subai asked. Let me give you a brief introduction. The big boss is named Yuan Shuyao. He is one of the 3 founders of SCC and also the strongest and most respected among the 3. Immediately after, Li Wenyu began explaining Yu Wengshuyo's intentions. In simple terms, Yuan Shuyo is asking Subai for help. However, the nature of the help is still undecided, and the exact timing is also undecided. It's only roughly estimated to be around 6 months from now. Yuan Shuyo and Zhao Longfeng of the Young Master faction grew up together in the same courtyard, like childhood friends. Both are top figures in their respective circles, with a bond as close as brothers. After founding the Young Master faction together, they directly ascended to the pinnacle of their careers. However, the appearance of a woman shattered this harmonious scene. The two became bitter enemies. Neilin Yuyan. A woman of unparalleled beauty, whose stunning appearance captivated an entire era. Yuan Shuyo and Zhao Longfeng, both young prodigies of their generation, had both fallen hopelessly in love with Neilin Yuyan. Neilin Yuyan was the youngest daughter of the Neilin family. At birth, due to a congenital defect, she was deemed unlikely to live past 18 years of age. Later, a legendary sage took her away. When she returned at the age of 20, her mere appearance caused all the young men of the imperial capital to fall at her feet. When Shuyo and Zhao Longfeng also fell deeply in love with her. The two originally intended to compete fairly, regardless of whom Neilin Yuyan chose or if she chose neither, as long as they relied on their own abilities. This way, the two peerless geniuses would not become enemies. However, Neilin Yuyan set a 10-year deadline. She would leave for a full 10 years. And when she returned after 10 years, she would marry the most outstanding young man among the younger generation. After that, Yuan Shudiao failed in his bid for the position of Young Master and went to the Demon City, where he co-founded SCC with the Demon City as twin heroes, and subsequently divided the world with the Young Master as faction. Yuan Shuyo was unaware of the criteria by which Neilin Yuyan had deemed the first among the younger generation to be the best. However, Zhao Longfeng is now virtually the unchallenged ruler of the Young Master faction. In SCC, however, it is Yuan Shuyo and 2 others who hold the power, leaving him at a slight disadvantage in this regard. Therefore, as the 10-year pact approaches, Yuan Shuyo sincerely hopes that Subai will step in to help. Given Subai's strength and the superpower backing him, he is undoubtedly a major asset. After learning the full details of the situation, Subai couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. He never imagined that the founder of SCC was also the founder of the Young Master faction. Moreover, these 2 childhood friends had turned against each other because of a woman. Such a melodramatic plot twist was something he thought only existed in TV dramas. He was now curious about how beautiful Neilin Yuyan must be to drive these 2 powerful figures to such extremes. Subai asked, Li Gu, have you ever met Neilin Yuyan? How beautiful is she? Don't even mention it. When Neilin Yuyan appeared in the imperial capital, I was still in the Magic City and never got to see her. I still feel deeply regretful to this day. Li Wenyu sighed. He truly felt regretful. What should I do now? Subai asked again. Subai, don't worry too much. Competing for the top spot is just about power or personal strength. If Neilin Yuyan ends up making the 2 of them fight one-on-one, that's the big boss's business. You don't need to get involved. Calling you along is just an extra layer of protection. Alright. Not getting involved means I can watch the show for free. That's awesome. Alright. I agree to this. Call me when the time comes. Subai said. As a senior member, it's best to agree to the big boss's requests if possible. After all, he currently needs this status to build his own faction. Alright. Then I declare it. From this moment onward, Subai is a core member. This is the big boss's personal decision. I'll send you the duties and responsibilities of core members shortly. As a core member, you're now part of the higher-ups and can participate in major decisions within SCC. What? Becoming a core member is that easy? No money? Actually, Subai was thinking of using some money. After all, he needs to become a bit more of a big shot. Zhao Jianjiao didn't even mention spending more, which really bothered him. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong couldn't help but look envious. The step from senior member to core member must have eliminated countless people. Yi Hong didn't care much about being a senior member, but if he could be promoted to a core member, that would be his lifelong dream. As for why Lu Chen insisted on going head-to-head with Lu Bufan even though he knew he wasn't a match for him. Isn't it just to impress the higher-ups? Isn't it just to gain attention and secure a spot among the core members? That's the unparalleled allure of being a core member. Because core members can access the power of SCC, effectively having the entire SCC as their backing. In that case, even if the old patriarch of the Lu family were to pass away, no one would dare to touch the Lu family. All crises would be resolved effortlessly. As for senior members, they won't enjoy such privileges. Even if you're an internal member, if your family starts to decline, there will definitely be people coming to take advantage of your misfortune and divide the spoils. Remember, SCC does not prohibit internal strife. The weak are devoured by the strong, the fittest survive, and the unfit are eliminated. That's the way it's always been. Not all SCC members are the kind of brothers who would go to the ends of the earth for you. There are many who are plotting to stab you in the back. Only when facing off against the young master faction do they unite. This is an ironclad rule set by the three founders. Subai has only been in SCC for a short time, yet he's already risen to become a core member. Once word gets out, I wonder how many senior members will be jealous enough to go crazy. Chapter 89, Joining the Inner Circle. Before leaving, Li Wenyu pulled Subai into a group chat. That group only had 15 members. This was the SCC core members group, with a total of 15 members. Among them, 3 were SCC founders, and the remaining 12 were core members. And Subai became the 13th core member upon joining. Core members were already considered high-ranking officials. Whenever there were disagreements within SCC, these core members would need to vote to resolve them. The young master faction was almost entirely controlled by Zhao Longfeng, who acted unilaterally. Even the 8 great kings had to follow his orders without question. This is the biggest difference between SCC and the young master faction. Within SCC, some core members only maintain superficial harmony. Subai had just joined. Someone in the group chat sent a message. Lu Yutong, a local native of Magic City. One of the core members of SCC, and also the right-hand man of the 2 powerful figures in Magic City. Lu Yutong, Li Wenyu, when did the new recruit join? Why wasn't there any prior notice? The new recruit was invited by Li Wenyu, so Lu Yutong went straight to Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu, this is the big boss's order. Who do you think you are to demand prior notice? Lu Yutong, the big boss actually used his privileges? I'm curious who this guy really is. Li Wenyu, Subai. Lu Yutong, the one who humiliated Lu Bufan and sent him packing? Li Wenyu, yeah. Lu Yutong, damn, that's impressive. Subai, hello everyone, I'm Subai. I hope you'll all look out for me. Lu Yutong, you're Subai. We can't take care of you, it's you who should be taking care of us. Oh my god. He's already being so sarcastic. Subai realized he might have gotten caught up in an internal power struggle. Otherwise, someone wouldn't have taken issue with him right off the bat. Li Wenyu, ignore him. This guy is completely insane. Lu Yutong, you're the one who's crazy. Just as the argument was about to escalate, someone stepped in to mediate. We're all on the same side, there's no need to be so confrontational. Let's keep things peaceful. Welcome to the SCC core members group. Next, a chorus of welcome followed. As for how sincere they were, that was anyone's guess. Subai didn't feel like replying either, to avoid getting into another argument. Li Wenyu didn't even bother to explain the situation beforehand. Before long, it was the weekend. Subai planned to visit Su Si's house, as he had promised earlier. He had broken his promise, so this was a way to make it up. He was well aware that if he went now, he'd likely be misunderstood by her family as having an improper relationship. And this little girl, even though she knew it wasn't appropriate for him to go, kept insisting he come. She must have had something on her mind too. This is the unique dilemma of an outstanding man. As his strength grew, the number of stunning women around him would only increase. Currently, there were already 4, Han Shiyun, Lu Yuning, Zhao Tianzhou, and Sun Si. At the moment, his most urgent task was to learn how to refuse. For example, earlier, it was Sima Huiyu who attacked him first, and he was merely defending himself, yet in the end, it was his fault. This personality trait seems to have been formed earlier. Back then, when he was with Lin Shui, he would always give in to her requests and never learn to say no. Thinking about this, Subai snapped back to reality, took out his phone, found Su Si's number in his contacts, and called her, saying he was free on Saturday and they could go back together. Su Si heard this and jumped up in excitement. On Saturday, Subai was still asleep when he was woken up by Su Si's call. He checked the time and realized it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. This little girl must have been so excited she didn't sleep all night. Subai was right. Ever since she received Subai's call, Sun Si had been in a state of absolute excitement, with not a trace of sleepiness left. To her, Subai was like a lighthouse guiding her through the darkness, a hero who had come to save her on a rainbow cloud. This situation was similar to Lu Yuning, as both were in the most desperate and helpless moments when a man suddenly appeared to save them from the depths of despair. Girls are all drawn to strong men. Especially those who have saved their lives. Naturally, she couldn't help but be completely smitten. After finishing his morning routine, Subai drove his sports car straight to the entrance of the communication university. Sun Si had been waiting there for a long time. Since it was the weekend, the school gate was filled with luxury cars, and there were many students coming and going. However, most of the men driving these luxury cars were middle-aged, balding men with potbellies, and there were hardly any young people to be seen. These middle-aged men could all be the fathers of these students, whether they are biological fathers or stepfathers, that remains unknown. At that moment, Su Si was waiting at the door. Even though the girls at the communication university were all quite attractive, Su Si's beauty and figure still stood out prominently. Especially in that pale white dress, her bare calves were incredibly alluring, making her the epitome of every guy's ideal woman. Today, Su Si had gone to great lengths to dress up, especially her light makeup, which made her already stunning appearance even more breathtaking. Many sugar daddies, upon seeing Su Si, suddenly felt that the female students around them weren't as appealing anymore. A few bald men driving luxury cars even tried to flirt with her, but they were all intimidated by her aura that seemed to say, "Stay away." Su Si noticed that many of her classmates had gotten into those luxury cars. She wasn't stupid, she knew exactly what those men were planning to do. These alumni were willing to sell their bodies for a bit of entertainment industry connections or to climb the social ladder, allowing themselves to be exploited by these older men. This only made her appreciate Subai even more. If it weren't for Subai's heroic intervention, she might have ended up on the same path. Thinking back to those bald men who had approached her earlier, she couldn't help but feel sick to her stomach. Most importantly, even if she sold her looks, the money she did get wouldn't be enough to pull her family out of the mud. That is precisely why Subai is destined to be the man she'll never forget. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. "Ce, are you waiting for someone?" Sun Si turned around. The speaker was her best friend, Yujiro. Yujiro was one of the 4 rising stars of the acting department at the communication university. Yujiro had a Lolita-style appearance, standing a head shorter than him, with a very cute and innocent face. Her petite yet curvaceous figure easily aroused a man's protective instincts, making one want to hold her close and pamper her. "I'm not waiting for anyone. Jiro, are you going home?" Sun Si asked. Yujiro replied, "Yes. I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up." "What about you?" "I'm waiting for a friend." "A boyfriend?" "No, not that. We're just good friends." Sun Si spoke, unusually nervous. "Look at you getting all nervous. I wouldn't steal him from you." Yujiro laughed. Chapter 90, Are you serious? Subai had just arrived at the university gate when he caused a huge commotion. "Wow! That sports car is so cool. My goodness. That's a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Someone in Dongjiang is driving such a luxurious car. They must be here to pick someone up. That person is so lucky. It seems like they're picking up Yujiro and Sun Si. Are they still waiting there? Oh no. The sky is falling. The goddess has been swept off her feet by a pig. Driving such a top-of-the-line sports car, how could it be a pig? I'm sure it's a super handsome guy. You have to admit, the Bugatti Veyron is powerful. Compared to these top-of-the-line supercars, the luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz at the school gate pale in comparison. Subai drove over and parked in front of Sun Si. He lowered the window. "Sun Si, let's go!" Subai shouted. Sun Si saw the supercar stop and thought it was some rich kid coming over to chat. It wasn't until Subai called her that she looked over. No wonder. Someone who could casually pull out 100 million yuan to help her would certainly drive such a top-of-the-line luxury car. "Oh, here they come." Sun Si snapped out of it and was about to get in the car when she was pulled back by Yujiro. Yujiro then leaned toward the window and asked, "Are you Sun Si's boyfriend? When did you two start dating? Why hasn't Sun Si mentioned you before?" Subai looked over and saw a cute little girl peering at him through the car window, asking him 3 questions like a little marble. "Please don't misunderstand. We're just friends. I was heading home for the weekend and it was on my way, so I offered to give her a ride." "Friends? I don't believe you. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Ce is my best friend, and you're not allowed to bully her. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Yujiro waved her little fists. Sun Si pulled Yujiro and said, "Rua, don't say that. We're just good friends." "Alright. Just good friends. But, see, as your best friend, I'm telling you this, whether it's just friends or anything else, girls must protect themselves and not give themselves away so easily. Keep your boundaries," Yujiro said. These mature words coming from the mouth of a petite, cute little girl instantly created an indescribable sense of contrast. Sun Si's face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "Alright. I understand. Ro, I'll go first." Sun Si hurriedly got into the car, afraid that if she moved too slowly, Yujiro might say something even more shocking. Subai glanced at Yujiro, then withdrew his gaze, stepped on the gas pedal, and the limited edition Bugatti Veyron roared to life, shooting forward with a loud roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. In no time, it disappeared from sight. It's over. The sky has truly fallen. The goddess is gone. That Bugatti Veyron took my goddess away. What are they going to do?
I saw it clearly. The driver was a bald middle-aged man.
He must have been pushing the gas pedal as hard as he could. Why don't you go help the goddess push from behind? Nonsense. What bald old man?
I saw clearly he was a super hot guy.
Another round of intense discussion erupted.
Yujiro stood frozen in place, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Just then, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce supercar roared up and came to a smooth stop right in front of Yujiro.
The appearance of the Rolls-Royce didn't attract much attention. After all, with an $8 million Bugatti Veyron leading the way, the Rolls-Royce seemed a bit lackluster in comparison. As another luxury vehicle, this Rolls-Royce had a much more understated design.
Yujiro opened the door and got inside. In the driver's seat sat a man in his 40s with a well-maintained physique, clearly a successful businessman running a large company.
"Dad!"
Yujiro called out.
"Ruah, I just saw you talking to the guy driving that supercar. Do you know him?" asked Yujiro's father, Yu Hanpeng.
Yujiro shook her head. "I don't know him.
But I think he's my best friend Sun Si's boyfriend." "Dad, why are you asking about him suddenly? Is he a bad guy?"
Yu Hanpeng said. "I don't know him, but I really want to meet him."
"Find a time to invite your best friend and her boyfriend out for dinner. Dad will treat. Come on, he's just a rich kid."
"Is he worth it for you to do this?"
Yujiro asked doubtfully. "0. You're wrong. Do you know what kind of car that is?
It's a Bugatti Veyron limited edition, with only 8 in the world, and each one costs over 7 or 8 million.
7 or 8 million? That expensive?"
Yujiro was shocked. Even though her family is a well-known wealthy family, they couldn't afford to spend 80 million on a car.
Driving a car worth 80 million.
I can't even imagine how much he's worth.
So, getting to know them isn't a bad idea.
After all, in the business world, having more friends makes the path smoother, and if we can collaborate, that's even better.
Dad,
you're always thinking about business and don't care about your precious daughter.
I'm so upset.
Yujiro pouted and said.
All right. No more business talk. Come here.
Let me see if my precious daughter has gained weight.
The Rolls-Royce drove away.
It immediately caused a stir again.
Oh my gosh. The sky is falling.
I saw the goddess get into a car driven by a middle-aged man.
Is that real? 24K pure innocence.
I swear on my character.
Come on. You have no integrity. It's over.
2 of the 4 little flowers have already been snatched up by pigs.
Today is definitely a sad day. Keep trying, young man.
Maybe your future girlfriend was just born today.
Subai sighed. Sun Si said, Subai, don't take it to heart.
That person was my best friend.
Her name is Yuejiro. She just likes to joke around like that. I don't mind. I'm very broad-minded. Subai said. Really? Thank you so much for coming back with me.
If you hadn't lent me the money, I wouldn't dare think about how my family would have ended up. Sun Si started wiping away tears.
Sun Si, why are you crying all of a sudden? Oh, don't cry.
Subai was terrified of women crying, especially someone like Sun Si, who was like a goddess. When she cried, his heart melted.
Subai, I'm asking you seriously, if you can't pay back this money, what will you do? What else can I do? I'll just have to marry you. Subai joked. Are you serious?
Sun Si suddenly lit up, looking at Subai with hopeful eyes. Her expression was very serious.
Subai fell silent. Chapter 91, Returning Home to Meet the Parents.
A prolonged silence filled the car, making the atmosphere awkward. Sun Si's face flushed slightly as she gazed out the window, lost in thought for a moment.
Subai swallowed hard, feeling a bit helpless. He couldn't take that up. After all, taking up this topic could very well lead down a path with no return. Yangcheng isn't very big, it's just a prefecture-level city. After about 2 hours, Subai arrived at the outskirts of Yangcheng. Since it was his first visit, he felt it was only proper to show some courtesy, so he went to several supermarkets to buy a lot of gifts before heading to the residential complex where Sun Si lived. Sun Si's family lived in a very upscale neighborhood in Yangcheng.
A 1 billion yuan investment had allowed Sun Weicheng to finally repay all his debts and return to his mansion safely. As soon as he entered the community, Subai's top-of-the-line supercar caught the security guard's attention. Although they were unfamiliar with the license plate of Subai's car, they did not stop him and simply let him pass. A young security guard was immediately puzzled and asked, Lu Gu, this license plate looks unfamiliar.
Shouldn't we register it? Little Li. You're still young and don't understand the ins and outs of this business. Then please enlighten me, Lu Gu. Come, have some water. The older security guard took a sip and said, Let me tell you, before I worked as a security guard in this high-end community, I specifically studied luxury cars of all price ranges. This is one of the most upscale communities in Yangcheng. Anything over 500,000 yuan gets through directly. Anything under 500,000 yuan has to be registered. Why? The young security guard asked in confusion. This is a high-end residential complex. Each unit costs several million to tens of millions of yuan. Why would someone drive a car worth only 100,000 or so? 50,000 is the cutoff point. If you provoke some spoiled rich kids, losing your job is the least of your problems. You might even get beaten up. The young security guard finally understood. The car earlier must have been worth over 500,000, so Lu Ge let it through without registration. 50,000? You're really out of your league. That's a Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyron? You don't recognize it? You really are a frog in a well. That's a world-renowned luxury car, starting at least 30 million. The older security guard said solemnly. The young security guard was stunned and exclaimed, that expensive? 30 million? That's still on the low end. If it's a limited edition, the price starts at 50 million. The kind of people who can afford such a car, dare you stop them? If you encounter someone with a good temper, you'll be fine. But if you run into someone with a bad temper, watch out for your job. You might even get beaten up. Right. Lu Ge is right. You really learn something new every day. Come on, Lu Ge, I'll treat you to lunch. The young security guard said enthusiastically. After parking the car, Sun Si and Subai entered the building and took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Subai had called yesterday, and Sun Si had already told her parents. At this time, her parents should be at home and not out. After opening the door, Sun Si couldn't help but freeze in surprise. What's going on? Why are there so many relatives here? Subai followed closely behind and was also a bit dazed. At that moment, in the living room of Sun Si's house, there were roughly a dozen people chatting idly, while others were helping in the kitchen. These must be close relatives of the Sun family, aunties and uncles from all sides, and they must have all gathered here. See, you're back. Sun Weicheng hurriedly stood up and walked toward the two of them. Dad. What's going on? Sun Si looked completely bewildered. Sun Weicheng didn't answer the question but turned to Subai and said, You must be Subai. I'm Si's father. Oh, you're so polite. Just come over. Why bring so many things? You're being too formal. Subai said, Hello, uncle. Sun Weicheng looked Subai up and down. He looks decent. He's tall too. He's also very polite, not only knowing to bring gifts on his first visit, but also sweetly calling him uncle. His family background is very affluent, yet he doesn't have the arrogance of a spoiled rich kid. He's quite perfect. Subai followed Sun Weicheng into the living room. Sun Si was still standing there, looking dazed. In an instant, she guessed her parents' intentions. They must have assumed this was her boyfriend's first visit. Though she had indeed told her parents that earlier. Inviting these close relatives and friends over was one way to introduce Subai to them, but there was also a bit of showing off involved. Someone who could casually pull out 100 million wasn't just an ordinary person. Sun Si walked into the hall in a daze. Her mind was filled with how to explain things to Subai. After all, she had initially said it was just a simple meal with family to express their gratitude, but suddenly so many relatives and friends had shown up. Would Subai be angry? Would he storm out in a fit of anger? She hadn't spent much time with Subai and didn't know much about this top-tier rich second-generation heir's temperament and personality. He probably wouldn't do that, right? Subai seems like a polite and well-mannered young man. She is just overthinking things. Meanwhile, Subai was being grilled by Sun Si's relatives and friends. Where are you from? What does your family do for a living? How many siblings do you have? Of course, these people had no idea that it was Subai who had put up 100 million yuan to save Sun Weicheng from danger. If they had known even a little, they wouldn't dare to ask such questions. After all, a family that can casually pull out 100 million must have such deep connections. They simply assumed that Sun Weicheng must have some extraordinary connections to have turned the situation around. Subai was starting to feel overwhelmed. These aunts and uncles must have mistaken him for Sun Si's suitor? He hadn't revealed his true circumstances, just saying his family ran a small business. Upon hearing this, the aunts and uncles lost interest in questioning him, and the look in their eyes toward Subai grew more disdainful. In their eyes, the Sun family was a prominent and influential clan, while the so-called small business was nothing more than a fruit stall, insignificant and completely inferior to the Sun family. Subai was just trying to climb the social ladder. Subai glanced at Sun Si. Sun Si had been staring at him the whole time, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Subai sighed helplessly and could only continue answering their questions. At that moment, Sun Si's younger sister, Sun Yuya, opened the door and walked out, followed by several other young people, some around 17 years old, and others as young as 11 or 12. These were all Sun Si's cousins and younger siblings. Sister! Sun Yuya called out. Sister Si! Sister Si! The others followed suit. Sun Si responded to each of them in turn. Then, everyone looked at Subai with curiosity. Fortunately, Sun Si's house was quite spacious, with a living room of over 50 square meters. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly crowded by now. Chapter 92, Flirting with Me Again? Sun Weicheng saw the scene and was very pleased with Subai. Despite being asked such questions, he showed no signs of annoyance. That's truly impressive. Although Subai had helped them through a difficult time and done them a great favor, if this guy was an uneducated, arrogant playboy, he really wouldn't consider giving his daughter to him. After all, this concerns his daughter's lifelong happiness. However, he currently couldn't repay Subai, so he was deeply conflicted. What if Lin and wasn't a suitable match? That would ruin his daughter's life. Fortunately, for now, Subai is still quite satisfactory. Subai felt extremely exhausted. Extremely exhausted. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have refused Sun Si no matter what. His aunts and uncles are simply too relentless. Even if he were to fight Lu Bufan, he wouldn't be this exhausted. With everyone talking over him, Subai felt like his head was about to explode. What's worse, these people all looked down on him. This only made him feel even more helpless. Even if he claimed to be the world's richest man now, they wouldn't believe him. After finally surviving the first wave, when it was time to eat, the second wave of intense bombardment began again. This meal was like a thorn in his side, and Subai was barely holding on. As for this new son-in-law of the Sun family, the relatives were all very attentive to him, whether it was offering him drinks or serving him food, they were all very enthusiastic. To the point where Subai couldn't even find a single word to refuse them. Meanwhile, Sun Si watched the scene unfold, completely speechless. If Subai were really her boyfriend, how wonderful that would be. She would be the happiest woman in the world, without a doubt. Alas, it was all just a one-sided fantasy of hers. The meal finally came to an end, and Subai was almost at his wits' end. Perhaps because he had pushed his physical limits to the extreme, even after drinking so much, he didn't feel the slightest bit drunk, as if he were drinking water. On the contrary, those who had previously toasted Subai were all drunk and passed out, lying unconscious on the table. Subai was about to leave, but the Sun family members, citing the fact that he had been drinking, refused to let him go. Judging by their expressions, they seemed intent on questioning him further. In a moment of desperation, Subai pretended that he was still intoxicated and slipped into Sun Si's room, where he waited and eventually fell asleep. He was truly afraid that these people would come and harass him again, which would be unbearable. When night fell, Subai woke up, called by Sun Si, who said it was time for dinner. However, there were only the two of them at home, with no one else in sight. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, Sun Si said, "They've gone to the hotel. They've booked a dinner there and are waiting for you." "Ah. Alright, let's go." Subai reluctantly accepted the reality. "Subai." Sun Si looked at Subai. Subai froze. Sun Si whispered, "Thank you so much today." Subai smiled, "Don't thank me. If anyone should be thanking, it's me. Your family was so kind to me, especially during this family gathering. I've hardly ever experienced such warmth before. It was you who made me feel a little bit of that fake warmth. I know you're just trying to comfort me. Someone of your status probably hasn't experienced something like this before. And I can tell they look down on you, but you chose to endure it for my sake. I'm truly grateful to you." Subai, upon hearing this, felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "We're good friends, aren't we? Good friends should help each other out." Sun Si suddenly hugged Subai from behind. She was quite tall, so she rested her head gently on his shoulder and whispered, "You're so good to me. I've fallen hopelessly in love with you. What should I do?" The softness sent a tingling sensation through Subai's heart, making him unable to stop daydreaming. "You don't have to do this," he hurriedly said, fearing he couldn't control himself. Earlier, Han Shuryun had already teased him to the point of no return, and now it was Sun Si? "Please, I'm not that bad. Playing with fire like this. I can handle it. My younger brother can't handle it either. If he wants to come out for some fresh air, I can't control him either. Just let me hold you for a while, okay? Please." Sun Si said. Subai's inner desire slowly subsided, and he quietly felt the gentle touch coming from Sun Si's body. After about half a minute, Sun Si took a step back, wiped away her tears, and said, "Thank you. Let's go now." Saying that, she walked straight to the front. Subai sighed helplessly and followed silently behind. After descending the stairs, Subai drove the Bugatti Veyron, taking Sun Si to the only 5-star hotel in Yangchang. Anyone who could enter or exit this place was either extremely wealthy or of high status. The two made their way to the private room. The private room was spacious enough to accommodate 3 tables without feeling cramped, and it still looked quite roomy. Everyone had arrived and was waiting for Subai and Sun Si. One of Sun Si's sisters-in-law said, "Si, what are you two doing? Everyone's been waiting for you for ages." Although Subai's performance was decent, his family only ran a small business, which naturally made the snobbish crowd look down on him. That's why they spoke so harshly. Moreover, the most crucial point was that with this son-in-law coming into the family, Sun Weicheng's assistance to them would undoubtedly decrease significantly, and that was what truly dissatisfied them the most. "Auntie, we were stuck in traffic for a while, so we were delayed. Sit down, I'll go get someone to serve the food," Chen Dafling said. Subai and Sun Si sat down. The two of them clung tightly to each other. Before long, waiters began serving the dishes, and soon the table was piled high with delicious dishes. This time, no one tried to force Subai to drink. It seemed that his drinking ability had completely intimidated them during lunch. Midway through the meal, Sun Weicheng stood up and addressed everyone. "This glass of wine is for Subai." Subai was taken aback and quickly stood up, saying, "Uncle, you're too kind. It should be me toasting you." "Subai, sit down and let me finish speaking first." Sun Weicheng looked at Subai before continuing to address the crowd. "I believe everyone is well aware of the scam I fell victim to earlier. And the reason I was able to make a comeback is all thanks to Subai's generous assistance. If it weren't for him lending me 100 million in working capital at the right time, I, Sun Weicheng, might have fallen into a bottomless abyss forever. Therefore, this first cup of wine, I must toast to you. You not only saved my company but also saved our entire family. On behalf of my entire family, I express our heartfelt gratitude to you." Chapter 93: The Ugly Duckling Turns into a Swan. As Sun Weicheng finished speaking, the room fell into complete silence. Countless people looked at Subai in shock. What did Sun Weicheng just say? Subai had given him 100 million to help him through this crisis? 100 million. Is this young man that wealthy? It seemed as though, in his eyes, 100 million was just pocket change, something he could easily part with. Over the years, this group of people has made some money relying on Sun Weicheng, with some making several million, and even the less fortunate among them have a couple of 100,000. 100 million is an astronomical figure. And whether Sun Weicheng is even worth 100 million is still in question. Recently, when Sun Weicheng was scammed, they all helped out actively. After all, if Sun Weicheng goes down, they all go down, they're all in the same boat. Yet this seemingly polite college student casually pulled out 100 million. At such a young age, he couldn't possibly have 100 million in cash. It must have come from his family. So, a family that can casually hand over 100 million yuan for their child to use, how deep must their family's wealth be? If this is considered a small business, then the companies and industries they claim to own must be worth less than scrap metal. Those men who had been mocking Subai earlier now couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. The most ridiculous part is that they were actually worried that Subai's arrival would harm their own interests. Absolutely ridiculous. Let alone whether someone of his caliber would even consider marrying into a family like this. Even if he were willing, marrying into such a super wealthy family would propel the Sun family to the pinnacle of success, and they, as relatives, would reap enormous benefits. In that instant, the gaze of nearly everyone present toward Subai underwent a complete transformation. From the initial disdain and mockery, it all turned into flattery and sycophancy. Subai, who had once been a poor son-in-law relying on the Sun family, had suddenly become the golden goose everyone was scrambling to flatter, and his status naturally changed accordingly. People. Sometimes we are just such pragmatic creatures. And Subai, at that moment, spoke with a touch of arrogance. "Uncle, there's no need to be so formal. I'm very close friends with CE, and besides, this 100 million is just pocket change. It's no trouble at all. There's no need for you to dwell on it at all." Everyone present heard these words and suddenly felt numb. 100 million is pocket money? That's probably only something someone like Subai, a top-tier rich second-generation heir, would say so casually. Sun Weicheng glanced at the crowd with their various thoughts and said, "This 100 million may be a mere gesture for you, but for me, Sun Weicheng, and the Sun family, it holds great significance. Without this money, we'd all be reduced to beggars. So, you could say you're the savior of everyone here." These people actually look down on Subai? If it weren't for Subai, your current situation wouldn't be much better than that of beggars. Right. Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving us. Here's to you. Sun Si's second sister-in-law hurriedly said. Among the group of people who interrogated him at noon, she was the most lively and also the most critical of Subai. Sun Weicheng only has a daughter, so he can't inherit the Sun family. She has a son, who will take over the Sun family in the future. Therefore, even though Sun Weicheng is highly accomplished and has led the Sun family to prosperity, the old patriarch of the Sun family still favors the second son of the Sun family, simply because he has a son. Sun Weicheng is a very filial person. With the old patriarch of the Sun family favoring him, the second son of the Sun family has always been the one to receive the most benefits. They even secretly whispered to the old patriarch of the Sun family, saying that Sun Weicheng's two daughters would eventually marry out, and if he were to leave the family fortune to them, their mother would have no connection to the Sun family. Therefore, they schemed to have the old patriarch secure an additional share of the family fortune for them. Now that Subai's identity has been exposed, she is the happiest. Given Subai's wealth, she would certainly look down on Sun Weicheng's meager fortune. Moreover, with Subai's help, the Sun family would surely rise to glory again, and they would receive an even larger share of the family fortune. Perhaps even reaching a fortune of over 100 million wouldn't be out of the question. Su Xiao, I'll toast to you. You're free to drink as you like. People from both tables rushed forward to toast Subai. As titles changed, so did their positions, and they dared not force him to drink anymore, or say things like, "If you don't drink, you're not giving me face." Because they truly didn't deserve the favor from Subai. At this moment, Subai had become the central figure of the dinner gathering. Everyone present respected Subai deeply. As long as Subai showed a preference for something, no one dared to pass it on to another table. If everything went smoothly, this meal would end in a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. However, unexpected events never fail to occur, they merely arrive late from time to time. Just as everyone was well fed and content, the door suddenly swung open, and a rough yet deep voice echoed through the room. "Oh my! Mr. Sun, I finally found you. I never expected you to be here." Upon hearing this voice, Sun Weicheng's expression suddenly turned grim. The man speaking had a fierce appearance, exuding the aura of a gangster, with several slacker-looking henchmen following behind him. None of them looked like good people. The man walked in and slapped Sun Weicheng hard on the shoulder, with considerable force, perhaps as a show of force. "Lu Shishan, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble," Sun Weicheng said angrily. "Mess around? If you had resolved this matter earlier, would I be messing around? Now that you have money and have become a boss, do you think that can intimidate me?" Lu Shishan said with narrowed eyes. Sun Weicheng said, "Lu Shishan, the matter between you and Yang Qidong has nothing to do with me. Don't come looking for me anymore." Yang Qidong was his former business partner, who not only embezzled all the company's funds but also used the company as collateral to take out numerous high-interest loans. The money borrowed in the company's name, he paid back in full. After all, he was the legal representative of the company, and the company's debts had to be repaid. It can only be said that he was paying the price for his poor judgment in choosing partners. However, the loans between Lu Zhishan and Yang Qidong were purely personal matters and had nothing to do with Sun Weicheng. However, since Lu Zhishan couldn't find Yang Qidong, he had no choice but to go after his previous company, which led him to Sun Weicheng. This is a notorious local thug who has gathered many henchmen. In recent days, people have been causing trouble at Sun Weicheng's company, demanding that he repay the money to Yang Qidong. Faced with this endless harassment, Sun Weicheng is truly at his wit's end. Sun Weicheng had considered repaying the money on Yang Qidong's behalf, but the man demanded an additional interest of 1 million yuan. After all, the principal amount of the loan was only 50,000 yuan. Under such circumstances, Sun Weicheng finally gave up the idea of repaying Yang Qidong's debt. This is a bottomless pit, and Lu Zishan is a greedy little man. Once you open this door, it's like opening Pandora's box. He will definitely find ways to squeeze more money out of you. Such people's desires are endless. Chapter 94, I don't want the money, I just want your daughter. I said, "Mr. Sun, if you speak like this, that's not very honorable. Yang Qidong is your sworn brother and one of the company's shareholders. Now that you've made a comeback, who knows what schemes the two of you are hatching?" Lu Zishan said. He actually knew what had happened to Sun Weicheng, but he needed an excuse to ask for money. He couldn't very well admit that he was just as foolish as Sun Weicheng, taking a loss without a word. So he used this excuse to find Sun Weicheng. "Lu Zishan, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble here." When Yang Qidong fled with the money, the police had already filed a case. "If you don't believe me, you can go ask them now. I don't care. I just want the money. If you don't give it to me, I'll go to your company and cause a scene until you give it to me. Let's see who gives in first." Lu Zishan said this while glancing at the crowd around him. When his gaze landed on Sun Si, his eyes lit up and he couldn't look away. "She's so beautiful. She is truly stunning." Sun Si looked like a goddess descended from heaven. It was unlikely that anyone in the entire world could match her beauty. And judging by her appearance, her figure was also top-notch. Even sitting down, it was clear she was at least 1.7 meters tall, a model's figure. Over the years, he had been surrounded by many women, but none of them could compare to Sun Si. In fact, not even 1 in 5 could match her. You see, he doesn't have much in life, he just enjoys playing with women, all kinds of women. When he first saw Sun Si, Lu Zishan made up his mind he had to have this woman. He couldn't even imagine how amazing it would be to spend a night with such a stunning beauty. "Lu Zishan, I'm warning you, know your limits." Ignoring Sun Weicheng's warning, Lu Zishan walked past him, circled around, and approached Sun Si. With a smile, he said, "Beautiful young lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Zishan." Sun Si clearly looked nervous and kept her head down, saying nothing. Everyone present fell into an unusual silence. After all, Lu Zishan was a notorious thug in Yangchang. Anyone who had ever crossed him ended up in trouble. Even Sun Weicheng was powerless against him, let alone those who depended on Sun Weicheng. Bang! Sun Weicheng slammed his fist on the table, stood up abruptly, and pointed angrily at Lu Zishan, speaking in a cold tone. "You Lu bastard, I'm warning you. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll do whatever it takes to kill you." At that moment, he was extremely furious. He knew exactly what kind of person this man was. He was clearly after his daughter. Sun Si was his Achilles heel. If Lu Zishan dared to harbor any other intentions, he would truly consider killing him. If he couldn't even protect his own family, then he didn't deserve to be called a man. Moreover, his future son-in-law, Su Bai, was watching nearby. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't let others look down on him. As for having Su Bai intervene, he hasn't even considered that yet. Even though Su Bai is from a prominent family in Yangchang, this small town, he would likely be powerless. After all, this place is outside the reach of Subai's family's influence. Even if he wanted to help, his influence wouldn't extend this far. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. Besides, why would he even want to help me? Lu Zhishan didn't care what Sun Weicheng said. He continued to smile broadly, his face leering as he said, "Your daughter. Oh my. Mr. Sun, isn't this like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple where even family members don't recognize each other? If you had told me you had such a beautiful daughter, how could I have gone to your company to cause trouble?" As for the threats he made earlier, Lu Zhishan didn't take them seriously at all. At any cost. It sounded a bit intimidating. In his eyes, these words were more about reputation than substance. A small-time boss with a bit of status in Yangcheng, if he throws a brick, it could hit 10 people, and one of them might be a big boss. And how many people like Lu Zhishan exist? In Yangcheng's underworld, even if Lu Zhishan isn't the all-powerful local tyrant, he is still among the top 5. Someone like Sun Weicheng, a small-time boss, isn't even worth a second glance. He had 1,000 ways to torment him. Of course, there are ways to deal with him, unless he leaves Yangcheng and moves elsewhere. Even then, the Sun family's businesses in Yangcheng would suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, there can be no compromise. Sun Weicheng took several deep breaths, suppressing his anger, and said, 150,000, I'll give it to you right now. Get out of here. Lu Zhishan narrowed his lecherous eyes, continuing to ogle Sun Si, but his words were directed at Sun Weicheng. Mr. Sun, money is just a minor issue. I have a way to make your company grow and thrive in Yangcheng. Do you want to hear it? Before Sun Weicheng could respond, Lu Zhishan continued. It's simple. Give me your daughter, and I'll marry her. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Sun Weicheng was so enraged he felt like he might vomit blood. If you don't leave immediately, we'll call the police. Hearing this, Sun Si's mother couldn't hold back either. Go ahead. Call the police. Then your company won't be able to operate in Yangcheng anymore. And you'll all have to sleep with one eye open at home. Lu Zhishan threatened menacingly. Don't worry, I won't resort to violence. I'm a civilized person who follows the law. But your lives won't be peaceful from now on. For example, someone might throw feces at you or scratch your car. I can't guarantee what my men might do. At this point, Sun Si's mother also grew afraid. She had been about to make a call but instinctively stopped. Everyone fell silent, too afraid to speak. After all, given Lu Zhishan's status, he is capable of such things. This guy used such underhanded methods to secure his position in Yangcheng. Just say it straight. How much will it take to satisfy your appetite? Sun Weicheng said dejectedly. Family is his Achilles heel. For that reason, he had no choice but to compromise. Mr. Sun, the path is laid out before you. Give me your daughter, and I will become your son-in-law. With me, Lu Zhishan, by your side, no one in Yangcheng will dare to touch you. As for your competitors, I will deal with them one by one, and you can expand and grow your business without any restrictions. You're delusional. I'm telling you, even if you kill me, I won't agree. Sun Weicheng suddenly stood up and roared loudly. Foolish dreams? Fine. Then let's see if you can still talk to me so boldly in 3 days. Lu Zhishan reached out to touch Sun Si's smooth, delicate face. Beautiful Miss Sun, I believe that in 3 days, your father will change his mind, and then we can be together. Just as he reached out, a strong hand suddenly gripped Lu Zhishan's arm, forcing him to freeze in place. Chapter 95, You're the only one who knows how to call for help. HM? Lu Zhishan looked at the delicate little face, drooling with desire. Just as he was about to test the feel, he was stopped by a hand. Just as he was about to exert force. He was surprised to find that the hand felt as solid as iron, impossible to move. He glanced aside and saw that it was the young man beside Sun Si who had intervened. He growled angrily, You little bastard, don't ruin my fun. Watch out, or I'll kill you. Subai didn't say a word, but his palm began to tighten gradually. A sharp pain shot through him, and Lu Zhishan realized the severity of the situation. He sucked in several sharp breaths, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Wait. Stop. Stop. Lu Zhishan felt as though his bones were being crushed, the pain unbearable. Lu Gu. Lu Gu. The few henchmen standing at the door sensed something was wrong and rushed forward. However, they were all stopped by Lu Zhishan, who shouted, Don't come over here. Young man, don't act impulsively. You're still young, don't make a fool of yourself. If you let me go now, I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Lu Zhishan spoke haltingly. He could clearly feel that his bones were almost fused with his flesh. The intense pain overwhelmed him, forcing him to back down. After all, a wise man doesn't take a loss in front of him. Subai glanced at Lu Zhishan. Facing such a villain, there was no need for mercy, so he tightened his grip even more. Ah! Lu Zhishan suddenly let out a startled cry, his body instinctively curling up into a ball. Big brother! Big brother! My dear father! Please spare me, let go! Crack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the room. The bones in his hand were crushed like that? Everyone present now looked at Subai with fear in their eyes. This young man, who looked so polite, had such immense strength and was so ruthless he had broken bones with a single move. This must be the king of hell coming to collect souls. The excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, causing Lu Zishan to collapse to his knees, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked through with cold sweat, and he looked utterly miserable. The other henchmen witnessed the scene and were filled with terror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some people are simply off limits. Next time I catch you, I won't just disable one of your hands. Do you understand? Subai spoke calmly. After speaking, he let go of his hand. Lu Zishan regained his freedom, looked at his limp palm, and rolled around on the ground in pain. A few henchmen rushed in, helping Lu Zishan to his feet. Everyone looked at Subai in fear. Subai, however, remained calm and composed, as if what he had just done was nothing more than a trivial matter. After about 10 minutes, Lu Zishan finally regained his composure, but the pain from his shattered bones mixed with flesh was unbearable. He needed to go to the hospital immediately. He looked up at Subai with a cold expression. You brat! I'll tell you this. No matter what kind of background you have, you'll pay for what you did today. And as for your son family, don't even think about staying in Yangcheng. Fine. I'll be waiting here for you. I'm eager to see what price you can make me pay. As for your revenge against Uncle Sun's family, well, I think you should wait until after today. Otherwise, you'll just end up making a fool of yourself. Subai spoke indifferently. As a core member of SCC, he wasn't afraid of such a lowly thug. Fine. We'll see about that. Lu Zishan said menacingly, then immediately pulled out his phone to call for backup. Even if you're as skilled as you claim, I'll call 30 or 40 people, and we'll make sure you're thoroughly dealt with. The principle that two can't fight for is something Lu Zishan understands well. At the same time, Subai also took out his phone and sent a message in the SCC group. Is there anyone from Dongjian Yangcheng here? By now, Subai had become a core member of SCC. As his status rose, so did his standing within the SCC group. As soon as he sent the message, it immediately sparked a flurry of replies. After all, even the mid to low-level members, let alone the senior members, all wanted to establish connections with the core members, but they had never had the opportunity before. Now that the chance had presented itself, they were all eager to act. Big shot. I'm in Longcheng. It's very close to Yangcheng. If you need anything, I'll rush over immediately. There are many messages, most of them from people who are close to Yangcheng and can arrive in the shortest possible time. If Subai were still a senior member, everyone would definitely not be this attentive, they might just give a polite reply. At that moment, Subai saw a message. Big shot. It's me. Look at me. I'm from Yangcheng. I'm currently in Yangcheng. If you need anything, I can rush over immediately. Subai directly found the person. I'm Subai. I'm currently in room 37 of the Yangcheng Star Hotel. I'm having some trouble. Can you help? No problem. Leave it to me. There's nothing I can't handle in Yangcheng. Just wait a moment, I'll be there in 20 minutes. No, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is all it takes. All right. Thank you so much. You're too kind, sir. Subai put down his phone. Sun Si, standing beside him, glanced at Subai, her eyes sparkling with a fleeting brilliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yan Lingfei was at the foot massage parlor, enjoying a foot massage from a young, attractive female therapist with a few friends. Suddenly, his phone lit up. He glanced at it and saw that a top-tier big shot had posted a question in the group. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a core member. He immediately became excited. He himself was from Dongjian Yangcheng. He never expected a core member to appear in Yangcheng, so he immediately sent a private message. After the conversation, Yan Lingfei felt a bit euphoric. Although he had significant influence in Yangcheng, his status as a nouveau riche meant that despite controlling over 60% of the entertainment venues in the city, he was still looked down upon by the true powerhouses and major factions due to his lack of deep-rooted connections. In the end, he went to great lengths, using connections and spending a fortune, to join SCC, this massive organization. Most of the group members were low-level members like him, while the mid to high-level members were all big shots from provincial capitals or major cities. He initially tried to ingratiate himself with these individuals, but they ignored him, so he gradually lost interest and settled for controlling Yangcheng. Now, a core member has actually come to Yangcheng and needs his help. Core members represent the highest authority and status. After all, there are only a dozen or so core members in SCC. This is like a golden opportunity from heaven to rise to the top. He must seize it at all costs. As for the trouble Subai mentioned earlier, he doesn't care. In Yangcheng, there's no place where he can't make things happen. He has already started fantasizing that after helping this core member out, they'll have some kind of connection, and maybe this will be the opportunity to latch onto this golden opportunity. Chapter 96, Crushing Pressure from the Big Shot. Yan Lingfei hurriedly stood up and said to his companions who had come with him, "Guys, you stay here and play. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll have to leave first. Sorry for the inconvenience." "Brother Yan, what's so urgent that you're rushing off like this and not even bothering to say goodbye to us?" "Yeah, Fei Ge, if you leave, our gathering will be ruined. Yan Lingfei was helpless at the moment. After all, he had organized this gathering himself, and these three were all close brothers of his. However, he had to go to Su Bai's place, as this was a golden opportunity that couldn't be wasted. So he said, one of the core members of SCC is in trouble in Yangcheng, and I have to go rescue him. A core member of SCC. That's one of the top-tier big shots. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be utterly shocked. They weren't members of SCC, not because they didn't want to join, but because they hadn't met the standards to qualify. Yan Lingfei was considered to have done well, but he was still only a low-level member within the organization. There were also intermediate and advanced members, while core members belonged to the SCC's core decision-making layer, true super elite figures of immense power. At that moment, someone said, "Brother Yan, can we go with you? We want to see the top-tier big shot in person." Yan Lingfei thought for a moment and said, "All right. But we need to leave immediately, we can't keep the big shot waiting." The four of them changed into their clothes and headed straight for the hotel. Meanwhile, inside the private room, the people Lu Zishan had called earlier had already entered the room, with over 20 people inside and another dozen or so outside, pushing Sun's family into a corner. Some of the children were scared to tears. The Sun family members were all worried, they had never seen such a scene before. Only Su Bai remained seated, as steady as a mountain. Lu Zishan, seeing that his men had arrived, gained some confidence and coldly looked at Su Bai, pointing at him with his other intact finger, his voice icy. "You little bastard, you were so arrogant earlier. What's the matter now? You've suddenly become so obedient? Are you scared now? Ha ha. It's too late. If I don't kill you today, I'll change my last name." At that moment, Lu Zishan was practically embodying arrogance and tyranny, his expression filled with a desire to devour Su Bai alive. Sun Weicheng, seeing the situation escalate, grew increasingly panicked and shouted urgently, "Lu Zishan, don't act recklessly. Leave now, and I'll give you whatever money you want." "Money? You Sun family, today's matter isn't something that can be settled with money. Today's matter, you keep your mouth shut. After I deal with this little bastard, we'll talk about your business later." Lu Zishan spoke arrogantly, preparing to slap Su Bai across the face. Su Bai remained silent. He reached out and grabbed Lu Zishan's hand, twisting it backward swiftly. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. Ah! In that instant, Lu Zishan let out a painful scream. In the blink of an eye, the man's fingers were severed. After a moment, Lu Zishan's henchmen finally snapped out of it, charging forward with a menacing aura, ready to beat up Su Bai and vent their anger for their boss. However, just as they were about to move, a voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone, stop!" Everyone who had been about to act froze in place upon hearing the voice. Moments later, Yan Lingfei entered the room swiftly, accompanied by three others. At that moment, Lu Zishan was still lying on the ground, unable to stop his agonized cries. Both of his hands were fractured, and the intense pain was tearing at him, so he didn't hear Yan Lingfei's voice. Lu Zishan's men, upon seeing Yan Lingfei, silently lowered their heads. Yan Lingfei's sudden appearance here was truly unexpected for them. Who was Yan Lingfei? He was the tyrant of Yangcheng. Nicknamed Fei Yi. Lu Zishan seems pretty tough, right? But in front of Yan Lingfei, he's not even worthy of pouring tea. "Mr. Su, hello. I am Yan Lingfei." Yan Lingfei walked up to Su Bai and bowed respectfully. Su Bai sized up the man in front of him. He looked to be around 40 years old, with an imposing presence, especially the way he had intimidated his subordinates the moment he entered. He must be quite powerful in Yangcheng. And hold a high position. "Hello. I am Su Bai." "Hello, hello. It is truly an honor to meet you." Yan Lingfei hurriedly bowed and said. Don't let his young age fool you. Su Bai had already become a core member of SCC, holding a high position and immense power. He was undoubtedly the young master of a super powerful family or the offspring of a top-tier aristocratic clan, a true top-tier big shot. He's the kind of person everyone dreams of climbing up to. "Do you recognize this guy on the ground? He said he wants to kill me." Su Bai pointed at Lu Zishan, who was rolling around on the ground, writhing in pain and screaming, and said to Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei looked over. "Isn't that Lu Zishan? Using some shady methods, he's managed to gain some fame in Yangcheng and has gathered dozens of thugs under his command." Yan Lingfei walked over, kicked Lu Zishan, and said, "Stop whining. Get up right now. Otherwise, you won't be getting up at all." Yan Lingfei spoke in a calm tone, but it sent a chill down Lu Zishan's men, who backed up several steps in fear. "Don't get up. This doesn't mean you can just stay down. Thinking about it, it's truly terrifying." And Yan Lingfei truly had the ability and confidence to ensure they would never get up again. Gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain, Lu Zishan looked up and saw that the person standing before him was none other than Yan Lingfei. Just one glance nearly sent him into a faint. "Master Yan, how did you get here?" Yan Lingfei said, "Get up." "Yes." Lu Zishan clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, and quickly got up from the ground. Yan Lingfei said, "Apologize to Su Xiao. Kneel down and apologize." Lu Zishan froze. Su Xiao? Before he could react, Yan Lingfei kicked him directly in the knee. Lu Zhishan's body went limp, and he knelt down before Su Bai.
Yan Lingfei said to Lu Zhishan, who was still in a daze, if Su Bai forgives you, then everything will be fine.
But if Su Xiao doesn't forgive you, then you will be my sworn enemy until death. Lu Zhishan swallowed hard.
Even if he were as foolish as he was, he realized at that moment that he had offended a powerful figure, one whom even Yan Lingfei had to treat with utmost respect.
Su Bai.
It's all my fault for being so blind.
I never meant to offend you. Please forgive me this once.
Lu Zhishan spoke while banging his head on the ground in submission to Su Bai.
A series of dull thuds echoed through the air.
His head was nearly split open. He knew very well that if he couldn't secure Su Bai's forgiveness, he was finished, completely finished.
Chapter 97, A Terrifying Aura.
Yan Lingfei saw Lu Zhishan banging his head on the ground, then glanced at the others. This seemingly casual glance sent a chill down the spines of the 20-plus people who had been trembling in fear for over 20 hours. Their knees gave way, and they all knelt on the ground, banging their heads on the floor toward Su Bai.
The sounds were deafening, louder than during the New Year's celebrations.
The people from the Sun family were also stunned by the sudden change, completely unable to react to what was happening.
The once arrogant Lu Zhishan now begged for Su Bai's forgiveness like a dog. Uncle Sun, how do you want to handle this guy? Su Bai asked Sun Weicheng.
Sun Weicheng swallowed hard, intending to call out to Su Bai, but the words that slipped out were Su Young Master.
Su Young Master, you decide what to do. This was entirely due to the influence of Yan Lingfei. Yan Lingfei in Yangchang is no ordinary person.
Compared to Lu Zhishan, he's hundreds of times stronger.
Offending Lu Zhishan will only lead to being tormented by his underhanded tactics. But offending Yan Lingfei is basically signing your own death warrant, cutting off all avenues of survival. If he were named Su Bai, wouldn't that imply he's on equal footing with Su Bai, meaning he's above Yan Lingfei?
If Yan Lingfei had made a mistake, he would be finished. However, calling him Su Xiao also feels a bit odd, as no father-in-law would refer to his son-in-law that way.
Son uncle, there's no need for such formalities between us. I'm a good friend of CE. Just call me Su Bai. Su Xiao is too formal.
The three friends following Yan Lingfei closely had originally wanted to witness the grandeur of a top-tier powerhouse. However, from what they could see now, it seemed like he was just using his power to bully others. There wasn't much to impress them. At that moment, Su Bai stood up and casually stepped on Lu Zhishan's hand. His mental energy was released to its limit in an instant. In that instant, everyone in the room clearly felt a chilling breeze sweep through the air, so cold that it sent shivers down their spines.
Lu Zhishan felt it most intensely. Under the dual torment of both mind and body, he couldn't even utter a sound of agony and fainted instantly. Yan Lingfei and his three friends witnessed this scene and were startled. They exchanged glances, seeing the same look of horror in each other's eyes. They instantly realized what it meant to have the aura of a true powerhouse. This was it. Without years of experience at the highest levels of power, one could never unleash such terrifying pressure, as if a mountain were crushing them beneath its weight. Su Bai withdrew his spiritual energy. He did this to intimidate him. To intimidate Yan Lingfei. He was a bit worried that his core member's status wouldn't be enough to intimidate Yan Lingfei. After all, after he leaves, Sun Ci's family will still have to live in Yangcheng. Since he's doing a good deed, he might as well see it through to the end. In reality, this was all because Su Bai didn't understand SCC. SCC's core members are virtually above all lower, middle, and senior members. Yan Lingfei is currently just a lower-level member. In the presence of such a powerful figure, he can only show respect and awe, dare not harbor any other thoughts. Yan Lingfei. This is the father of my good friend. I hope you can look out for him in the future. Su Bai said. Given the current situation, Yan Lingfei's status in Yangcheng is no ordinary one. With his help, the Sun Weicheng family should be able to live quite comfortably in Yangcheng. Yan Lingfei immediately assured him, Su Bai, rest assured. From now on, the matters of Sun Uncle's family are my own. Being able to establish a connection with Su Bai through this means is something I could only dream of. And in Yangcheng, this little corner of the world, taking care of anyone is just a matter of a single word from him. Alright. If you ever need any help in the future, just give me a call. Su Bai patted Yan Lingfei on the shoulder. Alright, Su Xiao. Yan Lingfei, upon hearing this, was overjoyed beyond words. Uncle Sun, let us go. Leave the matters here for Yan Lingfei to handle. Su Bai said to Su Weicheng. After speaking, he walked out. Sun Weicheng and his family were startled for a moment before quickly following behind. In the corridor, there was a group of people kneeling on the ground. They were the henchmen Lu Zhishan had called earlier. They weren't afraid of Su Bai, but of Yan Lingfei. After all, the top-tier boss was too far out of their league, and the threat from the local thugs was more tangible. Outside the hotel, Su Bai said he wanted to return to Dongjiang. The current location was only a 2-hour drive from Dongjiang, and they could arrive before dark. However, Sun Weicheng's entire family was pleading with Su Bai to stay the night. On one hand, they wanted to build a good relationship, and on the other, they wanted to apologize for the cold remarks made earlier that day. After all, Su Bai's influence was simply too great. He was a terrifying force they couldn't afford to provoke. They dared not approach Subai directly, so they sent Sun Si to persuade him. At that moment, Subai had already opened the car door. Subai! Sun Si suddenly shouted. HM? Subai stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Sun Si. Sun Si's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation as she said, "Can you stay one more night?" "Just one night." Subai was about to refuse, but upon seeing Sun Si's pitiful expression, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Especially for someone like her, beautiful, with a good relationship, and who was also very kind to him, he truly couldn't refuse. Of course, he wasn't a promiscuous or fickle person. That's exactly right. Subai successfully convinced himself, mainly because he believed that one should only be ruthless toward enemies. When it came to friends, especially beautiful women, even if they made reasonable requests, being a little lenient wasn't a big deal. "That's fine. But I have to leave tomorrow morning, I really have something to do." Subai hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right." Sun Si was overjoyed and ran over to happily link her arm through Subai's. Sun Weichang and his entire family, upon seeing this scene, were also very happy. A few younger children, upon seeing Subai's top-of-the-line supercar, became so excited they started dancing around, eager to take a ride. However, they were all stopped by their parents. Given Subai's status, it wasn't surprising that he could afford such a top-of-the-line supercar. However, what truly regretted them was why they hadn't discovered all of this sooner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made those initial mocking remarks. Thus, Subai took Sun Si back to her home. Chapter 98, Building a Faction, Meeting the Principal. Subai and the others left. Inside the hotel, Yan Lingfei and the three friends who had come with him were still standing there. Of course, there were also the terrified subordinates kneeling on the ground. As for Lu Zishan, he was in so much pain that he had fainted. "What do you think of him?" Yan Lingfei asked his three friends. "At first, I thought he was just an ordinary person, but the moment he stood up, I felt a sense of awe as if I were seeing a deity." "Yeah, I felt the same way. Just now, I was so scared I almost peed myself. That young top-tier boss is truly unfathomable." "Alright. Those who can become core members are all top-tier big shots. Let's not dwell on it anymore. Let's wrap up the mess here first. Fei Gu. If you manage to latch onto this golden opportunity, don't forget your brothers who stood by you through thick and thin." Yan Lingfei said, "Don't worry, we're brothers who've shared both good times and bad. We'll share the blessings and the hardships together." From what happened earlier, Subai called them over not because he was afraid of Lu Zishan, but because he didn't want to dirty his hands with such scum. The next morning, Subai finished breakfast and left. Sun Si would return to Dongjiang the next day, so today he was driving alone. There was no scene of a beautiful woman offering herself yesterday, which was a bit of a shame. Perhaps Sun Si's relatives were making up for it or trying to flatter him. They all gathered around him until late into the night before finally leaving. 3 days later, Subai received a call from Zhao Tianzhou. She said she had identified an excellent project. After her team conducted a thorough investigation, they concluded it had significant investment potential. However, the other party was asking for an exorbitant price, exceeding their acceptable range, so she was seeking Subai's opinion. Subai didn't hesitate for a moment and transferred the money immediately. He had no objections and even hoped the other party would ask for a higher price, as this would allow him to spend more money and gain more tycoon points. He no longer cared about a few tycoon points, he wanted to grow rapidly, which required large-scale investments. However, he was well aware of the ins and outs of such deals. Even when investing, he couldn't act recklessly, or else he'd attract the attention of some powerful figures behind the scenes. Up until now, Subai hadn't established a significant faction. It was still in its infancy. Compared to the young master factions Zhao Longfeng and SCC's Yu and Shuyao, he was far behind. Not to mention those two, even compared to Lu Bufan and Lu Chen's group, he was still far behind. Even in terms of raw power, Xiao Pujuan once said that he was one of the strongest among the younger generation, meaning that even the demonic-like elders could still defeat him. That is why he is so eager to build a faction. If possible, at least 300 of the world's top 500 companies would be under his control. At that point, with a single wave of his arm, the entire world would tremble 3 times. Just thinking about it is utterly awe-inspiring. As for why he would ask Zhao Tianzhou to help him with such an important endeavor. Firstly, he is just a college student with limited abilities, while Zhao Tianzhou is highly capable and has principles. Another reason is that Zhao Tianzhou's parents came over earlier and caused some unpleasantness, but he discovered some excellent qualities in Zhao Tianzhou, such as being extremely grateful and repaying kindness. Despite her parents' harsh treatment of her, Zhao Tianzhou still chose to send money home every month after earning it. This is the best example of repaying kindness with kindness and gratitude. For him, ability is secondary because he doesn't lack money. What he values most is character, as that ensures absolute loyalty. Ability comes second, loyalty is the most important. In fact, he also knows that someone like Zhao Tianzhou, once her anger subsides, will likely choose to continue supporting her family. From the moment he obtained this divine system, Subai made up his mind, before he could fully protect himself, he would never reveal all his cards. After all, one must first let others underestimate you, avoid drawing attention, and then strike when the time is right to achieve victory. Playing the underdog is a timeless strategy. His top priority now was to save as many wealth points as possible, hoping the system would upgrade to its maximum level. However, his current physical and mental strength were still far from sufficient. Thinking this, Subai focused his mind and transferred 20 billion to Zhao Tianjiao's account. However, the wealth points did not increase immediately. It wasn't until the next day that they increased by 20 points, bringing the total to 101 points. This also indirectly confirms Subai's suspicion. Only money spent would increase the rich points, while non-consumption activities like donations and transfers wouldn't affect them. Otherwise, if Subai had simply transferred 1 billion to the company account, wouldn't that have been wonderful? This godly rich system is simple in theory. It's all about spending money to increase godly rich points, but in practice, it's difficult because the only way to increase points is by spending money. Afterward, Subai established a security department and instructed Xiao Pujuan to contact the mercenaries he knew, recruiting as many as possible. As long as they were willing to join and had reliable character, they would receive the best benefits. And as for those mercenaries who are utterly depraved and regard human life as worthless, Subai would never hire them. Subai instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to temporarily cease protecting him and focus on establishing the security company first. After all, he was already very powerful now, and ordinary people couldn't threaten him. Even if someone could threaten him, Wei Yong and Li Guobing wouldn't be a match for them. He had been busy these past few days and hadn't had time to go to school. At this moment, his homeroom teacher called, telling him to hurry back to school for class. Subai was puzzled. Earlier, during the May Day evening performance, hadn't they agreed that after he saved the show on stage, he could take time off whenever he wanted? But after asking for details, he found out that someone had reported him to the school, accusing him of being lazy and affecting the school's reputation. As a result, the school administrators scolded the homeroom teacher severely. So, after hanging up the phone, Subai went straight to the principal's office. Bang! Subai is knocking on the door. Come in. A voice rang out, filled with authority. Subai pushed open the door and walked in confidently. At that moment, Principal Zhou Hongbin was sitting at the desk, flipping through some documents. Upon seeing Subai enter, Zhou Hongbin looked up and asked, "Student, do you have any important business in the principal's office?" "Principal Zhou. I am a third-year student from the Business Administration Department. My name is Subai." Subai sat directly across from Zhou Hongbin. What do you wish to discuss?" Zhou Hongbin said. He was somewhat surprised, as students usually trembled with fear when they saw him, but Subai remained completely composed. The contrast was truly striking. Chapter 99, Donating 100 million, the principal is shot. Subai said, "Principal Zhou, I'm very busy outside of school and may need to take leave from time to time, so I hope Principal Zhou can grant me the privilege of taking leave at any time." "Ha? Why?" Zhou Hongbin asked. He grew even more curious. How dare Subai come to him with such a request? Moreover, looking at this student's demeanor, it seemed as though he was certain the principal wouldn't refuse. Subai said, "I'm starting a business outside of school, so I need to handle company matters." "Entrepreneurship?" "Subai, our school strongly supports students pursuing entrepreneurship. Please submit the relevant materials to the school. If approved, we will give you special consideration. I don't want to go through all that trouble, so I came to you. Do you think I'll grant you this special privilege?" "You will grant it." "Why?" "Because I'm going to donate a full 100 million yuan to Dongjiang University. As for how to allocate it, Principal Zhou, you decide," Subai said. Zhou Hongbin heard this and clearly froze. Donate money? 100 million yuan? Since Dongjiang University was founded, there has never been such a large donation. Not to mention Dongjiang University, even the top universities nationwide only receive such large donations during major anniversaries every few decades. Dongjiang University is also a nationally renowned university. Over the years, the school has contributed numerous talents to society, and alumni have shown their gratitude by donating to the school. However, the vast majority of these donations are around several $1 million. The largest donation came from a prominent businessman who donated 30 million years ago. He is now a major figure in the business world with a net worth of billions, yet he only donated 30 million. Now, a third-year university student who has just started a business wants to donate 100 million? It's simply unimaginable. Zhou Hongbin couldn't believe it. He thought Subai had come specifically to mock him. "Subai, don't be bragging. This is a serious matter." Zhou Hongbin instinctively sat up straight. "If I wanted to brag, why wouldn't I go find a younger woman to brag to?" Subai said. Zhou Hongbin finally took a serious look at Subai. Only now did he realize that Subai showed no signs of nervousness, but instead had a carefree, world-weary demeanor. Could it be that the Subai in front of him was the offspring of a hidden aristocratic family? It's highly likely. Even if he's a business genius, it's impossible to make a whole 10 billion just by starting a business. When did money become so easy to make? If starting a business is so profitable, wouldn't everyone just start their own businesses instead of working hard like oxen? Moreover, if one were to donate 10 billion, their net worth could easily reach several billion, or even over 100 billion. If the school were to receive this amount of money, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost for the school. Subai, if you really want to donate 10 billion, then forget about a special leave of absence ID, even approve your graduation directly. But if you're just here to brag, that's not very fun. Donating is definitely out of the question, but it's best to donate anonymously. I don't want to cause too much of a stir. Alright. So, Jo Hongbin took Subai to the finance office and called the school leaders. Once the 10 billion was transferred to the school's dedicated account, the officials felt as though they were floating on air, as if in a dream. They also deeply remembered the name Subai. Someone who could casually donate 10 billion wasn't just an ordinary person, they absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Subai, on behalf of the school, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for your tremendous contribution. Jo Hongbin said with a beaming smile, his emotions running high. Subai didn't want to be too famous, so they could wait until after he graduated to publicize it. By then, the school's status would also skyrocket. A college student not only achieved great success in entrepreneurship but also generously donated 10 billion to the school. How much must the school be valued? Such publicity might attract countless talented individuals. You're too kind, Subai said politely, exchanging more formal greetings with the school leaders and shaking hands with them. After a while, Subai finally left the school. This time, he was taking an extended leave of absence. He felt increasingly free. Anyway, with his exceptional mental prowess, he could learn anything quickly and wouldn't fail any courses. Moreover, even if he did fail some subjects, after donating 10 billion, he was confident the school wouldn't make things difficult for him. After all, compared to a few failed courses, 10 billion was far more important. Soon, it was Friday evening. After a few days of rest, Lu Xiaomei was able to walk again and had fully recovered. Subai was still thinking about returning to Su City. Besides bringing Lu Xiaomei's belongings from her hometown, the most crucial matter was to bring his aunt Su Yingying's family to Dongjiang as well. However, this would be troublesome and required finding a reason to persuade them. Secondly, he had to recover all the compensation money. Only after settling matters with his family and eliminating any weaknesses could Subai act freely and without restraint. Lin Qingcheng had already returned to school to continue her studies. Lu Xiaomei's family, along with Subai, were accompanied by Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who drove the two cars, making a total of 6 people heading to Su City. Subai spent more money to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Now, Wei Yong and Li Guobing each drove a car. For mercenaries like Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who have been on the front lines for days without rest, staying alert is second nature. After all, their jobs are high risk, and a single mistake could cost them their lives. So driving for a few hours is no problem at all. They set off at night and arrived by dawn. After dropping off his aunt's family, he took Li Guobing and Wei Yong to a nearby hotel to stay the night. Lu Xiaomei initially thought of letting Subai stay at her own home. After all, Subai had stayed at this house for a while. However, she decided against it after thinking it over. After all, Lin Feng had grown up and had his own private space. Two grown men sharing a room would be awkward, and Subai had been sleeping alone for years and wasn't used to it either. Lin Qingcheng had gone to school, and the house was empty, but staying in Lin Qingcheng's room wasn't appropriate, so they decided to stay at the hotel instead, sparing Lu Xiaomei the trouble of preparing extra bedding. Before leaving, Subai asked for the promissory note signed by his uncle Su Guolong. Lu Xiaomei spoke earnestly, "Xiaobai, I know this money is just a drop in the bucket for you. As for why I still want this money, it's just because I have a bone to pick with your uncle Su. Although Su Guolong has been very dishonest in his actions and dealings over the years, he is still your relative, your blood-related uncle, no matter what. After all, he raised you for a while. Out of consideration for both reason and emotion, you shouldn't act too impulsively." Subai said, "Auntie, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Lu Xiaomei nodded, "That's good. Go ahead. Be careful on the way." Chapter 100, Childhood Traumas. The next morning, Subai left early with Wei Yong and Li Guobing to go to his uncle Su Guolong's house. Based on Subai's understanding of his uncle and aunt, Su Guolong and Li Guilin, they definitely wouldn't hand over the money willingly. Therefore, the previous night, Subai hadn't been idle. He had someone contact the most renowned lawyer in Dongjiang and sent the relevant agreement directly to them. The lawyer said that with a written agreement, winning the lawsuit was almost certain, with no possibility of losing. To be on the safe side, Subai also had the lawyer come to Shucheng. Unless something unexpected happens, the lawyer should be on his way there now. After that, Subai used his connections to contact the people in the courtroom, who clearly stated that as long as the evidence chain is complete and the evidence is irrefutable, they can handle it as a special case and resolve it in the shortest possible time. That's the advantage of having extensive connections. Subai's uncle, Su Guolong, lived in the suburbs in a rural self-built house with 3 stories. Speaking of which, this house was built by Subai's father and Su Guolong together, so it also belongs to him. Since Subai's guardianship was transferred to Su Guolong, the ownership of the house also passed to Su Guolong. Soon, Subai arrived at Su Guolong's 3-story house with Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Without saying a word, the 3 of them entered the courtyard. Aunt Li Guilin was watering the flowers with a watering can. Upon hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Su-bai strutting in. She immediately dropped the watering can, snorted coldly, and walked into the house with a stern expression, slamming the door shut. From the looks of it, she seemed very unwelcoming towards Su-bai. So, Su-bai led Wei Yong and Li Guobing over. The door wasn't locked, so the three of them walked straight inside. Today is Saturday, and the 4 members of the Su Guolong family are all sitting in the living room. Second Uncle Su Guolong. Second Aunt Li Guilan. Cousin Su Jingyao. Cousin Su Quan. They all saw Su-bai walk in, but none of them acknowledged him, simply ignoring him and continuing to watch their TV. Su-bai didn't care about this. He walked straight to the middle of the living room, blocking their view of the TV, then threw the agreement he was holding down heavily on the coffee table. Looking at Su Guolong, he said, "Su Guolong, this agreement was signed by you earlier. Now give me the money according to the agreement. As for my share of this house, I don't want it. Consider it payment for raising me." Su-bai didn't even bother to call him uncle anymore, addressing him directly by his given name. For this so-called uncle, Su-bai truly harbored deep-seated trauma. It was the darkest period of his life. Agreement? Compensation? I know nothing about this. Su-bai, you've been deceived. There's no such agreement, and there's no compensation either. Su Guolong denied it outright. Su-bai gave a cold laugh. Su Guolong, even if you deny it, it doesn't matter. It's written in the contract, and it's on file in the court. You can't deny it. Su Guolong didn't say a word, but his second aunt, Li Guilan, started wailing. I'm telling you, Su-bai, you ungrateful brat. How many years have you lived here? Do you have no idea how much money we've spent on you? Do you think raising a child is easy? The compensation your parents received was only a small amount. Over the years, we've even had to spend our own money to raise you. Su-bai sneered, pulled over a chair, and said in a deep voice, Fine. I'd like to know how a teenager could have spent all that money. That's 2 million yuan. Not 200 yuan. If you can figure it out, I'll give you the money, and I won't take it back. What about the food you ate, the clothes you wore, and everything else you used? Did that all come for free? Li Guilan shouted. Oomph. Over the years, I've eaten the leftovers you couldn't finish, worn the clothes Su Jingyao didn't want, and had to wear girls' clothes to school, only to be mocked by others. And you still have the nerve to say that. When I was in school, you didn't give me a single penny for living expenses. Li Guilan was speechless for a moment before saying, Anyway, all this money has been spent on you, Su-bai. If you want money, there's none. If you want my life, take it. Su-bai said, Fine. Since that's the case, we'll see you in court. I'm warning you, the contract signed with your name on it is in black and white. If you think you're in the right, then go ahead and sue. We don't have any money anyway. Li Guilan said defiantly, like a pig not afraid of boiling water. Fine. I've already consulted the court. With this contract and the court's records, you have no chance of winning. If you can't repay the money, you'll become debtors. Your assets will be frozen, and Su Jingyao will lose her job. Su-bai knew that his cousin Su Jingyao worked at the bank, and Su Guolong had pulled strings to get her there. For such a special organization, if the parents become deadbeats, it would definitely cost Su Jingyao her job, which is why Su-bai specifically mentioned it. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, Su Guolong's family panicked. Su Jingyao worked at the bank, and they had always taken pride in that. If she lost her job because of this, it would be a major problem. At that moment, Su Jingyao couldn't help but feel anxious. She knew that banks valued reputation above all else. If both her parents were deadbeats, the bank would definitely find an excuse to fire her. After all, banks feared deadbeats the most. If their own employees were deadbeats, that was something the bank couldn't tolerate. Working at the bank was an excellent job in this area, and it had given her a sense of superiority among her friends. If she lost this job, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Thinking of this, Su Jingyao's eyes filled with resentment. Su Guolong immediately threatened, Su-bai. I warn you not to cause trouble, or else I'll beat you to death. Su-bai had been subjected to physical and verbal abuse by Su Guolong since childhood, leaving deep psychological scars. Even in high school, he still felt afraid. Though he didn't know why Su-bai dared to come asking for money today, he still felt he had the upper hand against this guy. Su Guolong, I'm quite curious to see how you plan to beat me to death. Su-bai, who had been smiling moments ago, now slowly grew cold. Su Guolong's threatening words immediately brought back some painful memories he'd rather forget. When Su-bai was a child, he was nothing more than Su Guolong's punching bag and Su Quan's scapegoat. In fact, whenever they were in a bad mood, they would beat him up. Especially with those thin bamboo sticks, which would often leave him with open wounds. That's why, by the time he reached middle school, he decided to drop out. After that, he rarely returned to Su Guolong's place, instead staying at his Aunt Lu Xiaomei's house or his older cousin Su Yingying's house. It wasn't until he moved to his aunt's house after high school that this nightmare finally came to an end. Chapter 101, A Powerful Deterrent, Su Guolong's Hesitation. As Su-bai finished speaking, the chilling, icy aura emanating from his very core immediately put immense pressure on Su Guolong and his entire family. They all looked at Su-bai in shock. Though it had been years since they last saw Subai, in their minds, he had always been the timid, cowardly type. Not only had he been cautious around Su Jingyao and Su Quan, the siblings, but when he encountered Su Guolong and his wife, he had been so timid that he had trembled uncontrollably. This was the result of years of mistreatment, which had left an indelible shadow on him. The old Subai dared not utter a word in response. A mere scolding would suffice, and a severe beating was even worse. Therefore, upon seeing Subai today, they maintained their previous attitude, even though he had brought a few people with him. They felt completely unthreatened and did not take Subai seriously. However, the current Subai not only dared to argue back but also openly threatened them. This is sheer audacity. Su Guolong felt his dignity as Subai's elder had been challenged, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He slammed his fist on the table, stood up abruptly, and snarled. Subai. Don't think that just because you've grown up, I'm afraid of you. Do you think you can just call me by my name, you little punk? I'm your own uncle, your legal guardian. I could beat you to death before, and I can do it again now. Su Quan also blared at Subai with a hostile expression. He was a year younger than Subai. Growing up, with his parents backing him, he often bullied and beat Subai. Even if he did something wrong, he would blame it on Subai. Because of this, Subai had to take the beatings. When facing Subai, Su Quan held a clear psychological advantage. Moreover, after graduating from high school, he barely missed the cutoff score for university and ended up entering the workforce, where he mingled with so-called underworld elements, which made him feel incredibly tough. Now, Subai, the person he used to bully at will, dared to come and show off his power. This money, his mother had explicitly said, was to be saved for his future marriage and to marry a wife. He has no connection whatsoever with Subai, this little brat. Subai, if you dare to address my father by his first name again, I'll beat you to death. Su Quan also stood up and shouted. Subai looked at Su Quan and said coldly, don't make a scene. Once I'm done here, I'll deal with you later. What the hell? You little bastard dare to threaten me? Have you had enough of living? Su Quan charged forward, ready to attack Subai. However, just as Su Quan stood up, a large hand reached out and pinned him firmly to the sofa, leaving him unable to move. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Let me go right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't leave Su City alive. Su Quan shouted, but no matter how much he struggled, he was bound tightly. Facing Su Quan's threats, Li Guobing merely glared coldly, then clenched his fist tightly. This time, Su Quan felt a deadly suffocating sensation overwhelming him, gradually finding it difficult to breathe, his hands flailing helplessly in the air. It was no secret that Li Guobing had served as a mercenary abroad and returned alive, possessing strength that was truly terrifying. Especially for someone like Su Quan, a mere street thug, there was no comparison. Seeing Su Quan struggling to breathe, Li Guolan's face turned pale, and she prepared to help. However, Wei Yong, who was standing beside her, directly blocked her path. With a gentle push, she fell onto the sofa. Su Guolong witnessed this and flew into a rage. His wife and child had been attacked, and he immediately stood up, searching for a weapon. Subai smiled at Su Guolong and said, Mr. Su, I advise you not to act rashly. These two men are returning from abroad. They've killed countless people overseas and do work that involves risking their lives. They don't hold back when they strike. Don't blame me for not warning you. Su Guolong froze in place, his body trembling violently, and couldn't help but look at Wei Yong and Li Guobing. It's simple. I just want to get my money back. That 2 million yuan compensation was built by my father and you. By rights, this house should also belong to me. But I don't want it. Consider it my gratitude for sparing my life back then. After all, if you had been a bit more ruthless, you would have beaten me to death. Subai's words were filled with sarcasm. Li Guolan shouted, I don't have any money. If you're so capable, just kill us. This money was meant for Su Quan's wedding. Su Quan is still unemployed. If the money is returned to Subai, Su Quan will have no hope of getting married in the future. Moreover, the annual interest on this sum is no small amount. Therefore, under no circumstances could they give it back. Su Guolong had initially considered agreeing, as the situation was beyond his control, especially with the two so-called mercenaries standing beside Subai, who looked intimidating. But upon hearing Li Guolan's words, he immediately understood. Even if these two had killed people abroad, so what? This is within the country, where the law is strict, not the lawless foreign lands. He didn't believe these two would dare to kill them. Subai. Let me tell you, we've already spent all the money. If you're asking us for it now, we can't give it to you. Besides, I'm your own uncle and your legal guardian. I have the authority to handle this money. Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but laugh. Uncle? Legal guardian? How thick-skinned is this guy to say such things with a straight face? He sneered and said, Su Guolong, do you even deserve to be my guardian? Take a look at yourself, are you even qualified? Moreover, even if you are my legal guardian, I am now an adult. Legally speaking, I am an adult and no longer need a guardian. Whether that money has been spent or not, or where it is now, I don't care. The agreement is clear, and you signed it. It's in black and white, you can't go back on your word. According to the contract, you were supposed to give me the money the year I turned 18. You haven't done so to this day. The interest accrued during this period is your reward. No money? Then take my life. Su Guolong looked as calm as a pig in boiling water. Fine. The best lawyer in Dongjiang is already on his way. By this afternoon, you'll receive the summons to court. This is the path you've chosen. Don't blame me, Su Bai said. Su Guolong was momentarily at a loss for words. If he gives the money, his son Su Quan will lose the capital needed for his marriage. If he didn't give it, it would affect Su Jingyao's job at the bank. On one side is the future security of my son, and on the other is the career my daughter takes pride in. Both are equally dear to them. Now, both Su Guolong and Li Guilan found themselves in a dilemma. Chapter 102, Sacrificing the Chariot to Save the General. The living room fell into a prolonged silence. Su Bai watched the scene unfold with a leisurely expression, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. He was waiting for the two of them to make a decision. After a moment of silence, Li Guilan made up her mind, glared at Su Bai, and said, "We have no money to give you. If you want our lives, take them. Go ahead and sue us wherever you want, we have no money to pay. Or else, just let these mercenaries kill us." With those words, Li Guilan chose her son Su Quan and ultimately abandoned Su Jingyao. Su Guolong's hesitation vanished as well. Since Li Guilan had made her choice, he would leave it to fate. "Mom! You're being too cruel." Su Jingyao realized she had been abandoned by her family and burst into tears. However, Li Guilan paid no attention to Su Jingyao. In her eyes, a daughter was meant to be married off to another family and become part of their household, while only her son, Su Quan, was the one who would take care of them in their old age. A daughter who has been married off is like water poured out, it can't be taken back, but a son is the real deal. So, making this decision wasn't surprising. Su Bai stood up and said calmly, "If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. You can wait here for the summons from the court." Su Bai felt no surprise at their decision. After all, this was too complicated, and he knew all too well the true nature of Su Guolong and his wife. That's why he had already sent a lawyer to Su City to prepare for the lawsuit. This matter is now settled. It's time to move on to the next issue. Su Bai walked up to Li Guobing. Li Guobing, who had been holding down Su Quan, suddenly grabbed the other man's chest and lifted him off the ground. At that moment, Su Bai was terrified out of his wits. Li Guobing's terrifying aura was so intense that Su Bai, standing close by, felt it even more clearly. A mere thug from a small city facing a mercenary who had killed countless people, he was on the verge of being scared out of his wits. What happened in the past is in the past. I won't hold it against you, but you dared to lay a hand on my aunt? That's unforgivable. Su Quan, trembling with fear, said, "If you're so brave, let me call for backup." At this point, Su Quan thought that knowing a few thugs in this place gave him the guts to threaten him. Slap. Su Bai slapped him across the face with a resounding smack. The crisp sound rang out clearly. Even though Su Bai didn't use much force, his strength was already far greater than that of an ordinary person. The slap left Su Quan's face swollen like a pig's head, with blood seeping out. "Su Bai! I'm warning you, this is illegal!" Su Guolong shouted urgently. Su Bai sneered, "You know about the law? Then why haven't you returned my money?" Li Guilan, seeing Su Quan being beaten, was heartbroken and about to call the police, but Wei Yong acted quickly, snatching the phone and smashing it on the ground. Bang! Su Bai slapped him again. Now he's done for. Left and right, Su Quan's face was swollen, and he was crying in pain. Su Guolong and Li Guilan were also heartbroken, but with two mercenaries watching them closely, they could only watch helplessly. "Come on. Keep talking tough," Su Bai said. Su Quan's face was covered in tears, and he dared not speak another word. "Can't say anything? Then I'll ask you, why did you hit someone? And you hit my aunt?" Su Bai asked coldly. Su Quan wept silently, unable to speak. "Speak up," Su Bai roared suddenly. His roar was like that of a lion, causing Su Guolong and the four others to tremble in fear. Seeing there was no escape, Su Quan whispered, "I really didn't hit your aunt. I just pushed her a little." He was now terrified of Su Bai to the core of his being. It had only been a few years since they last saw each other, yet this man seemed like a completely different person, filling him with an inexplicable sense of dread. "So, just a little push, and now my aunt has twisted her waist and will have to stay in bed for 10 days or more?" Su Bai said coldly. "I didn't know." "You have the nerve to say you don't know?" Su Bai suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Quan's chin. "I really don't know. Su Bai. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong." Su Quan burst into tears. There was nothing he could do. The pressure Su Bai was exerting on him was too overwhelming, he could barely breathe. Su Bai curled his lips and let go of Su Quan. At the same time, Li Guobing let go of his hands. Su Quan fell onto the sofa, gasping for fresh air, his chest heaving violently. Su Bai looked at Su Guolong and said, "Su Guolong, I've made it big in business now. I don't care about this money, and I never plan to ask you for it. But Su Quan dared to hurt my aunt. You must pay the price. By the way, you better transfer all the money under your names as soon as possible. Once the court files the case, all your assets will be frozen. We'll see you in court." After saying this, Su Bai turned and left. Li Guobing and Wei Yong followed closely behind. In the living room, Su Guolong and his family of 4 stood in shock, exchanging glances in disbelief. After not seeing him for years, Su Bai had changed so much from a timid young boy to such a domineering person. This sudden, drastic transformation was too much for them to accept at once. What should we do? What should we do? Li Guolan asked frantically. Her face was deathly pale, as if she had been terrified out of her wits. Su Guolong hurriedly said, "Quick! Go ask your in-laws for a bank card and transfer all our money over there. If we're even a moment too late, it'll be all over." Saying this, he rushed off toward Li Guolan's parents' home. Su Quan didn't even bother to tend to the swelling and pain on his face. Over the years, they had been living a carefree life off the interest from the 2 million yuan, even renting out Su Bai's house. The interest plus the rent was enough to support their family, so they hadn't worked for years, just loafing around. There was hardly any savings left at home. If this money was frozen, their good life would be over. When they finally got their father-in-law's bank card to the bank, they discovered it had been frozen and couldn't be used. Almost instantly, they realized it was Su Bai's doing. First, give them a glimmer of hope, then strip it away, leaving them in complete despair. The Su Guolong family of 4 caused a scene at the bank, trying to get the money back by throwing a tantrum, but the bank wasn't going to put up with them. They immediately called the police, and soon, the police took them back to the station. Under the charge of disrupting public order, Hat Uncle also planned to impose a 5-day administrative detention on them. However, just then, the Su Guolong family of 4 received a summons from the court, and all their assets were immediately frozen. It's over. This is all over. Chapter 103, The Difficulties at Aunt Su's House. After leaving Su Guolong's house, Su Bai instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to go to his aunt's house to help move things, while he went alone to his eldest aunt Su Yingying's home. He had already prepared a house, now he only needed a perfect excuse to convince his aunt's family. He had everything planned out. He would take a menial job at Dongjiang restaurant, and then all he'd have to do was wait to enjoy the good life. As for the matters left unresolved with Su Guolong, Su Bai no longer bothered himself with them. He had arranged for someone to make a special request to the court, so he didn't need to waste any more effort on it. After all, he didn't even care about the 2 million yuan. For Su Bai, his aunt Su Yingying was a ray of hope in his life. Like his aunt Lu Xiaomei, his aunt was very kind to him. Ever since he started middle school, Su Guolong had let him fend for himself, not contributing a single penny. All his living expenses and school fees were covered by his aunt and his aunt. During his senior year of high school, the academic workload was extremely heavy. Since he was sharing a room with Lin Feng at his aunt's house, studying was very inconvenient. So he moved in with his aunt Su Yingying for a while to focus on preparing for the college entrance exams. Now that he has achieved success, his top priority is to take care of his aunt and his older aunt's families. His eldest aunt, Su Yingying, lives in an old neighborhood in Xucheng. She and her husband both work at a factory nearby, and they have a daughter named Xu Wanwan, who is 5 years older than Su Bai. Su Bai drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class directly into the neighborhood. The facilities were old, and there were no security guards at the entrance, so he drove in smoothly and parked the Mercedes-Benz G-Class downstairs before heading straight upstairs. Looking at the familiar street, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He had lived here for a year, but since starting university, he had rarely returned. It wasn't that he was ungrateful, he simply didn't have the time, as he was always busy with part-time jobs during every winter and summer break. When his aunt gave birth to Xu Wanwan, there were some complications, and she could no longer have children. This strained the couple's relationship, and they even considered divorce. However, after years of mutual support, they gradually grew closer. It was also because of the lack of a son that his aunt's family fiercely fought for custody of him after his parents passed away. However, at the time, Su Bai chose not to live with his aunt's family for various reasons. This led to his uncle, Zhu Lichuan, not liking him very much when he moved in with his aunt's family. Before long, Su Bai arrived at the 4th floor and knocked on the door. Ding! Soon, the security door opened, and my aunt Su Yingying came to open the door. Su Yingying said with some surprise, "Xiao Bai, you should be at school right now. Why are you here at your aunt's place? Come in quickly." Su Yingying has no sons, so she truly raised Su Bai as her own son. "Today is the weekend, so I finally have some time to come visit you," Su Bai said. "Come on in quickly." Su Yingying warmly pulled Su Bai inside. Upon entering the house, Su Bai discovered that the small living room was already crowded with 7 or 8 people. Besides his familiar uncle Zhu Lichuan and cousin Zhu Wanwan, there was also his 4th uncle Su Huyan. However, the other few people were unfamiliar to Su Bai. "Uncle Zhu. Sister. 4th uncle." Su Bai greeted them. The 3 responded one by one. 4th uncle Su Huyan's family and Su Bai had a somewhat strained relationship. Though they had never helped him, there were no deep grudges either, they were more like acquaintances who were familiar yet distant. On the other hand, the eldest aunt's family and Uncle Su's family had a very good relationship. Due to Su Bai's circumstances, they had ceased to have much contact with Uncle Su Guolong's family. Su Yingying walked over and introduced Su Bai. "Xiao Bai, let me introduce you. This is Chen Jun, your sister's fiancé." These are Chin Jun's parents. This is Chin Jun's aunt, and this is Chin Jun's cousin. Hello, aunts. Hello, uncle. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, cousin. Subai greeted everyone one by one. However, none of them responded.
At that moment, Subai realized that the atmosphere at the scene seemed off. Zhu Wanwan's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying.
Her uncle Zhu Lichuan also had a stern expression, looking somewhat angry. This is Subai, my nephew, who is studying in Dongjiang. Su Yingying introduced him. After that, Subai followed Su Yingying into the kitchen to help out. The atmosphere in the living room felt a bit off, and he wasn't used to it. However, he didn't stay long before being ushered out by Su Yingying. The kitchen was small, and his aunt was also helping inside, so there wasn't much room for him. Subai had no choice but to sit on the sofa, waiting for the right moment to bring up the matter. At that moment, Zhu Wanwan's future father-in-law spoke up. I said, "In-laws, what do you think of the proposal I made earlier?" "Not good." Zhu Lichuan shook his head. Chen Jun's mother immediately shouted angrily, "Then what exactly do you want to do? Are you really going to let my son live in this run-down house? This house is so old, and there's not even a decent school nearby. You should at least think about your grandchild. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them have such a good relationship, I would have called off the engagement." "Mom! Don't talk nonsense!" Chen Jun shouted. "Xiao Jun, don't say that. We only have you as our son. We absolutely won't consider taking a son-in-law into the family. Besides, do you want to spend the rest of your life living in this old, run-down place?" Chen Jun's mother said firmly. Chen Jun fell silent. This house is old and run down, no one would want to live here. Zhu Lichuan was so angry he could barely speak, but he couldn't find any words to counter her. Their circumstances were indeed inferior to Chen Jun's family. Asking the other party to become a son-in-law was indeed a bit of a hardship for them. However, they only had Zhu Wanwan as their daughter. If she were to marry out, they would be left alone and destitute in their old age. Su Yingying stepped forward and said to Chen Jun's mother, "Dear mother-in-law, we've already started looking for a house, so you don't need to worry too much about education." "Buy a house? With what money? With today's sky-high housing prices, you two are just workers. Can you afford a new home? Don't even think about buying a used one. Getting married in a used house will just make you the laughingstock of your relatives and friends." At this, Su Yingying fell silent. They were indeed planning to buy a second-hand house. After all, as Chen Jun's mother had said, their financial capabilities were limited, and the housing prices were too high for them to afford a new home. At that moment, Zhu Wanwan burst into tears again. Her parents wanted Chen Jun to become a son-in-law, but the in-laws refused. She also hoped her child could have a good educational environment, but she couldn't betray the parents who had raised her with so much hardship. Moreover, she was now pregnant and had to get married as soon as possible. There was no way she could delay it any further. Chen Jun, seeing this, could only gently embrace Zhu Wanwan's shoulders, showing his deep sense of helplessness. Chapter 104, Family Dinner. Subai listened for a while and finally figured out what was going on. In simple terms, her cousin Zhu Wanwan was pregnant and in a hurry to get married, while her uncle Zhu Lichuan wanted her cousin's family to move into their house after the wedding. However, Chen Jun's family refused, citing that his aunt's house was too dilapidated and would affect the children's education. The two sides had been deadlocked for over a month. As Zhu Wanwan's belly grew larger and the wedding approached, the two sides remained unable to make any progress on the wedding due to this issue, leading to a tense standoff. Thinking about this, Subai felt that he had come at the right time, a stroke of luck. He was still worried about how to persuade his aunt's family to move to Dongjiang, as they had lived in that area for most of their lives and had deep roots there. After all, it's hard to leave one's hometown. If it weren't for the educational issues involving her cousin Lin Feng, Lu Xiaomei's family would likely require a great deal of persuasion, and there was no guarantee they would agree. And now, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to convince his aunt's family? Since the second-hand house can't be used as a wedding home. Then, the villa in Ziyun Mountain is worth a full 100 million. That should be more than enough, right? Worried about the educational environment? Please, the area around the Ziyun Mountain Villa has the best schools in the entire Dongjiang region. From kindergarten all the way through university. And all of them are top tier. Thinking of this, Subai suddenly felt his mood brighten. At lunchtime, everyone else was preoccupied and couldn't eat, so Subai was the only one enjoying his meal to the fullest. Already in a good mood, and having not eaten his Aunt Su Yingying's home-cooked meals in a long time, he ended up eating a bit too much. This scene of him wolfing down his food made Chen Jun and his entire family shake their heads in disbelief. How long must he have been hungry? His eating manners were so terrible. At the table, only Subai was stuffing himself, while the others had no appetite at all. With the wedding looming and the marriage conditions still unresolved, there was simply no appetite, and my cousin Zhu Wanwan couldn't even take a single bite. After lunch, everyone gathered again to discuss the wedding arrangements. However, it was just a back-and-forth exchange of ideas, and no one could come up with a good solution. The time had come, and Subai addressed the crowd. "I've come up with a solution that will satisfy everyone. As Subai finished speaking, everyone in the living room turned to look at him, and Shu Wanwan's face also showed a glimmer of hope. What's your good idea? Su Ying hurriedly asked. Auntie, why don't you go to Dongjiang? The environment there is great, and the education is top-notch. Subai said. Before Su Ying could speak, Chen Jun's mother interjected, Go to Dongjiang? How? Do you know how expensive houses are there? We can't even afford a new house in a third-tier city, let alone Dongjiang. Are you out of your mind? Su Ying thought Subai had a good idea, but it turned out to be this. She couldn't help but smile helplessly. Is this even about where to move? It's fundamentally a matter of money. She didn't even know that Dongjiang had the best environment and education. But we don't have any money. Shu Wanwan's expression also turned bitter. Actually, I came here today for this very reason. I bought a house in Dongjiang and hope you'll move there so I can fulfill my filial duty, and also to thank my aunt's family for taking such good care of me all these years. Subai spoke these words with great sincerity. However, everyone present, without exception, took it as a joke. Su Ying and Zhu Lichuan thought Subai was exaggerating too much and making a fool of himself in front of the Chen Jun family. Chen Jun's family, on the other hand, looked down on him. You're just a college student and you bought a house in Dongjiang? You even said you'd give your aunt a house? Where did you get the money? You must have gone crazy from studying too much. Chen Jun's mother mocked. Chen Jun's aunt chimed in, exactly. Dongjiang's housing prices are way higher than Sioux City's. Buying a house and giving one away? Do you think you're a rich kid? You're so full of hot air, you must have gone to some third-rate university. Subai retorted, it seems you're highly educated. In your eyes, even Dongjiang University, a top-tier university ranked nationally, is just a diploma mill. So, did you graduate from Peking University or Tsinghua University, or did you study abroad at Cambridge? What? It's Dongjiang University. They're from Dongjiang province and are well aware of Dongjiang University's prestigious status in Dongjiang. I never would have guessed that Subai attended Dongjiang University. You know, even with such a large family, not a single person has ever been admitted to Dongjiang University. Even if you're a student at Dongjiang University, does that give you the right to talk nonsense? Chen Jun's aunt retorted directly. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, let's set that aside for now. If I actually make good on my boast, then after my sister Zhu Wanwan and her husband Chen Jun get married, they'll move in with my aunt, and the first child they have will take the Su surname. How about that? Alright. If you can really give them a house, I'll agree to all your demands. Chen Jun's mother said without hesitation. Moments later, she hurriedly added, but it can't be in a very remote area. There must be a commercial district nearby, schools, and the house must be at least 200 square meters. How could a college student possibly afford to buy a house in Dongjiang? Let alone give it away to someone else. Anyway, she doesn't believe it. To prevent Subai from taking advantage of the situation, she added a series of additional conditions. No problem. You all came here by car, right? Subai asked. Of course we drove. In this day and age, a car is a standard necessity for every household. Alright. Let's go then. Subai said, then turned to look at Su Ying and added, Auntie, let's go to Dongjiang to look at houses. Shall Bai. Su Ying was taken aback. Auntie. Subai looked at Su Ying with a sincere expression. Su Ying also paused for a moment before slowly nodding. This was out of unconditional trust in her own child. Even if it was utterly unimaginable. Subai turned to Zhu Lichuan and Shu Wanwan and said, Uncle Zhu, Sister Wanwan, let's go together. Soon, the group went downstairs. Chen Jun and his large family followed behind. They were curious to see how Subai, a college student, planned to cover up the lie. After this incident, Su Ying's family would surely have no face left to demand their son marry into their family as a son-in-law. However, as they stepped out of the building, they saw Subai open the door of that Mercedes-Benz luxury car. The entire Chen family froze in their tracks. After all, the Chen family was also a middle-class household with a car and a house, belonging to the category of those who are not as well off as some but better off than others. But a Mercedes-Benz, a mid to high-end luxury car, was something they could only dream of. And this Mercedes-Benz G-Class was the creme de la creme of luxury cars. Earlier, they had mocked Subai with contempt, but now the slap in the face was resounding. The entire Chen family couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Chapter 105, The Family with No Eyes. Not only was Chen Jun's entire family stunned into silence. They were completely shocked. Su Ying's family and Su Huiyan's family were also filled with astonishment and disbelief. In Sioux City, a small county outside the third-tier cities, a Mercedes-Benz is already considered a top-tier luxury car. As for even more luxurious cars like Ferraris and Porsches, they were beyond their horizons in environment. They wouldn't even recognize them if they saw them. But Mercedes-Benz and BMW were top-tier luxury car brands that everyone recognized. They truly never imagined that Subai would return in such a top-tier luxury car. If that's the case, buying a house in Dongjiang doesn't seem so out of the question after all. After all, luxury cars come standard with luxury homes. It's the standard and symbol of success. Auntie. Let us get in the car. Subai opened the Mercedes-Benz door and said to Su Yingying. Su Yingying was speechless with disbelief and asked, Xiaobai, is this luxury car really yours? Subai nodded. Su Yingying asked again, you're still in college. Where did you get the money to buy such a nice car? You wouldn't be telling me you bought it with money from a part-time job, would you? Oh my. Auntie. Don't worry about that now. Get in the car first, and we'll talk later. My aunt and her family have moved to Dongjiang, and I bought another place nearby. As for where the money came from, don't you know me? I wouldn't dare do anything illegal. Subai explained. Seeing this, Su Yingying didn't press the matter further and got into the passenger seat. She knew Subai was a kind-hearted good kid who wouldn't do anything illegal. Since Subai said he'd explain later, she'd wait to discuss it then. Zhu Lichuan and Zhu Wanwan sat in the backseat and Chen Jun squeezed in next to Zhu Wanwan. As for Chen Jun's family, they drove their own car. Fourth uncle Su Huayan and fourth aunt stood there looking flustered. At that moment, they desperately wanted to get into Subai's top-of-the-line luxury car. They were also growing increasingly eager about the house Subai had bought for Su Yingying. However, Subai didn't call them over, and there weren't any extra seats in the car, so it wouldn't have been appropriate to squeeze in. Their family and Subai weren't exactly close, they were just strangers. At the root of it all, it was because they hadn't received any of the compensation money, and they had some grievances toward Subai, so their relationship had gradually grown distant. Subai got into the luxury car. As for Su Huiyan and his wife, he didn't even glance at them. They were just strangers he happened to bump into, whom he addressed as Uncle Su and Aunt Su. At the darkest moment of his life, only his Aunt Lu Xiaomei and his older cousin Su Yingying came to save him like angels. So now that he is successful, he only knows how to repay these two families for their kindness. Subai turned the key, and the Mercedes roared to life. Su Yingying said to Su Huayan, who was standing motionless outside, Huayan, we're leaving first. You all go home. Subai didn't wait for Su Huayan to speak, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the Mercedes-Benz sped off with a screech. Only Su Huayan and his wife were left standing there, covered in dust, their faces unable to hide their embarrassment. In fact, they could have been sitting in that luxury car, but they had stubbornly given up the opportunity. Su Yingying initially wanted to speak up for Su Huayan, but after thinking it over, she ultimately said nothing. Xiaobai was now an adult and had his own thoughts. He knew who was good to him and who wasn't, and no amount of words spoken in his ear would change that. On the way, Subai called his Aunt Lu Xiaomei and told her he was taking his Aunt Su Yingying and her family to Dongjiang first. By the time they arrived in Dongjiang, it was already past 7 in the evening, and it was time for dinner. So, Subai took everyone to Dongjiang restaurant. He had already informed the staff there in advance and had the feast prepared beforehand. Entering Dongjiang restaurant, the receptionists at the entrance bowed in unison and said, welcome. Such a grand display made Su Yingying's family and Chen Jun's family feel a bit uneasy, though Subai was unfazed, he was already accustomed to it. Then, everyone was stunned by the opulence of Dongjiang restaurant. They had never even been to a 3-star hotel, let alone a luxurious 8-star hotel like Dongjiang restaurant. Xiaobai, aren't we here to look at the house? Su Yingying asked. The others also turned to look at Subai. Subai said, let's rest here until dinner time, then we'll go after we've eaten our fill. This place looks incredibly expensive. We shouldn't eat here, Su Yingying said. Auntie. Money isn't an issue. I've already made arrangements. Subai said. Su Yingying, upon hearing this, didn't say anything else. She noticed that this time, Xiaobai had grown up and achieved something, which made her very happy and relieved. Before long, the lobby manager hurried down and said, Mr. Su. Welcome. As per your instructions, your dinner is all ready. The handsome lobby manager almost slipped up and called him Mr. Su, but Subai gave him a look, and he quickly corrected himself to Mr. Su. Thus, Subai and his entourage were led by the lobby manager to the private room reserved exclusively for Subai. As soon as they entered, Su Yingying's entire family and Chen Jun's family were so shocked by the scene before them that they were nearly numb. The table was laden with the most luxurious and extravagant feast imaginable. Not only had they never tasted such dishes before, but many of the dishes were completely unfamiliar to them. Imperial crabs, giant lobsters, and other delicacies were not only visually stunning and aromatic but also exquisitely prepared, clearly indicating their exorbitant cost. Both families were already starving, and now faced with this feast, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva and stare with wide eyes. Subai pulled a chair from the head of the table and gestured for Su Yingying to sit down first, then told everyone else to relax and make themselves comfortable. Everyone sat down one by one. However, like frogs at the bottom of a well, they still seemed a bit shy and reserved. It wasn't until Subai took the initiative to serve Su Yingying a piece of food with his chopsticks and began eating himself that everyone else finally started to eat. Chen Jun's cousin, and Zhu Wanwan, the younger generation, didn't start eating right away. They took out their phones, snapped some photos, posted them on their social media with satisfaction, and only then began to eat. Such a top-notch meal might not come along in hundreds of years, so these young people naturally wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. Soon, the posts on their social media sparked a wave of envy and jealousy, with some even leaving comments like, "How did you get so successful without bringing me along? Don't forget your brothers when you're rich and famous." Upon seeing the envious comments, their vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Shu Wanwan added a caption, "Thank you so much for the generous hospitality, cousin Subai. I really enjoyed it." Chapter 106, A Fortune Falling from the Sky. At Su Huiyan's home. Su Huiyan and his wife were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Today was the weekend, so Su Kitchen had gone out to play basketball with his classmates and didn't have time to visit his aunt's house. He was also lounging on the sofa playing with his phone when he saw his cousin Ju Wanwan's post on social media. The moment he saw it, he was completely stunned. All kinds of delicious food, none of which he had ever seen before, and they all looked extremely expensive. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned to his parents and said, "Dad, Mom, you ate so much delicious food today and didn't bring any for me." He knew his parents had gone to his aunt's house today, and his cousin's boyfriend was there to discuss marriage, so he assumed they had eaten there. After saying that, he showed the photos to Su Huiyan. Su Huiyan only glanced at it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Such a lavish feast must have cost a fortune. He knew the inside story, so he immediately guessed that this must have been Su Bai taking Su Yingying's family to Dongjiang for a meal. It seems that Su Bai has really made it big. He even said he'd buy Su Yingying an apartment. Now it doesn't seem like he was just bragging after all. Unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with them. If only they had maintained a good relationship with Su Bai back then, Su Yingying's treatment would have been theirs. Alas, there are no ifs in life. Su Huiyan handed the phone to Su Kitchen and said weakly, "We didn't eat. We had a simple meal at her house during lunch." Su Kitchen snapped angrily, "What? You didn't eat either? Why didn't your aunt invite us? Our two families are supposed to be on good terms. Why did she eat alone? I've never seen so much good food in my life. Eat hell. Get back to your room." Su Huiyan, already irritated, shouted angrily. Su Kitchen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Huiyan, who was usually so composed, to act like a tiger with its fur standing on end. Feeling wronged, he burst into tears, turned around, and ran into his room, slamming the door shut. Auntie C saw this and couldn't help but complain, "You're in a bad mood, why are you arguing with the child? Su Yingying already said that Xiao Bai is at least your older brother's child. No matter what, you can't just ignore him. You refuse to listen, so you can only blame yourself for being so stubborn." Su Huiyan knew she was in the wrong and remained silent. Indeed, ever since Su Bai had followed his second older brother, Su Guolong, he had paid little attention to this nephew. His eldest sister, Su Yingying, had also told him that Su Guolong often abused Su Bai in hope that, as the fourth uncle, he could step in and do something about it. But he believed it was Su Bai's own choice, and refused to get involved no matter what. Now that Su Bai had made it big, they had nothing to do with him anymore. Endless envy and resentment flowed out like a tide. If only they had been kindred to Su Bai back then, he wouldn't treat them like strangers now. His wife, seeing her husband like this, said nothing more. She wasn't regretting not being nicer to Su Bai, she was just envious of her older sister's family suddenly rising to such heights. Su Bai was astonished. The entire table was filled with delicious dishes, dozens of them, and the 9 of them had managed to finish it all. He finished because his physical strength had improved, so he had a huge appetite. But his aunt and her family were ordinary people, how could they have such huge appetites? It truly amazed him. Of course, Su Bai didn't know that his eldest aunt's family and Chen Jun's family were eating such expensive food for the first time in their lives. Even after they were full, they still forced themselves to eat more, as this might be the only time they ever got to eat such a feast. They only put down their chopsticks when they couldn't fit another bite in their mouths. Meanwhile, Chen Jun and the other young people checked the prices of the dishes. Even the cheapest ones were 4 digits, and the total cost of the luxurious feast amounted to millions, leaving them dazzled and eating even more recklessly. By the time they finished eating, it was already dark, and the sales office had closed its doors. They were only allowed to stay in a few rooms to rest properly. The next day, Su Bai took them to the villa district. Su Bai drove his Mercedes-Benz luxury car directly into the community, but Chen Jun's car was stopped at the entrance. The security guards at the Ziyun Mountain Villa complex had been working there for years and had never seen a car worth over $10,000 trying to enter the complex. They immediately stopped the car and shouted, "Get out of here! Can't you see where you are? Do you think this is a place for people like you?" They were used to seeing luxury cars worth millions, and a car worth a few $100,000 was no different from trash in their eyes. Even for him, a car worth tens of thousands was unaffordable. Chen's father handed him a cigarette and said politely, "Brother, have one. The car that just went in is with us." Being new to the area, he still seemed rather reserved. The security guard's expression softened slightly. He took out his walkie-talkie and said, 7. A Mercedes just drove in. Have the owner come to pick them up." "Roger." Someone replied over the walkie-talkie. The security guard then spoke in a condescending tone, "Move aside first, don't block the way. And don't run around. The people living here are either wealthy or influential. If you disturb them, you'll be in for trouble. This statement immediately angered Chun Jun's mother. A mere security guard dared to speak to them like that, as if he were scolding his own grandchildren. Chen's mother shouted back, "What's with all the shouting? You're just a security guard. Who do you think you are? Wait until I become an owner here, I'll make sure you lose your job first." The security guard couldn't help but mock her with a sneer. "Oh really? You dare to think that? Do you know where this is? This is the most luxurious villa district in all of Dongjiang. The cheapest house here costs over 50 million yuan. Look at you, driving a car worth only a few $100,000. Can you even afford that?" At this, everyone froze in their tracks. What's going on? The cheapest one is over 50 million? This price was completely beyond their imagination. In Shuqing, a house typically costs around 50 to 60 million, and even the best ones don't exceed 100 million. Yet here, the cheapest one starts at 50 million. It really feels like a frog at the bottom of a well. The security guard, seeing that the others weren't saying anything, boasted again, "All right. Don't just stand there. Move your cars to another spot. The people living here are all wealthy and influential. If you disturb these important figures, you won't get off lightly." Chen's father didn't dare to delay and quickly moved the car to the side. However, they thought of a crucial issue. That Subai had mentioned bringing them to Dongjiang to look at houses. Could this be the place? A mansion worth 50 million yuan. It was an enormous surprise. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment and excitement hidden in the other's eyes. This kind of good fortune falling from the sky had actually landed on their heads, feeling as though they were dreaming too good to be true. Chapter 107, New Members of the Security Department. The Chen family stood outside for a moment before seeing Subai emerge from inside. Subai hadn't expected the Chen family to be stopped by security, as this had never happened before. He led them inside. They all headed to Villa Zone 3. Su Linyin had already prepared the keys and was waiting at the entrance of the villa area. This was something Subai had mentioned earlier. Upon seeing the wealthy man arrive, Su Linlin greeted him enthusiastically and said, "Mr. Su, please." Subai nodded. Under Su Linlin's guidance, everyone arrived at the luxurious mansion where Subai had already paid a deposit. As soon as they stepped inside, both families were stunned by the opulent decor. Whether it was the interior design or the furniture inside the house, everything was of the highest luxury, truly dazzling to the eyes. The security guard mentioned that the starting price for the property was 50 million yuan, and at first, they didn't believe it. However, after seeing the interior decoration, any doubts they had vanished instantly. Su Ying knew the house was worth a full 100 million yuan and refused to accept it. In the end, Subai reluctantly said he already had a house and had paid the deposit, so he couldn't take it back. After much persuasion, Su Ying finally agreed to accept it. Later, under Su Linlin's guidance, they used Su Ying's identity to obtain the property deed, and the house was officially registered under her name. Subai also arranged well-paying, low-effort jobs for Su Ying's family of 3 in Shenzhen at Dongjiang Restaurant. Essentially, these were positions where they didn't have to do any work, they just collected the money. It was only then that the two families realized that Dongjiang Food Court, the most luxurious 8-star hotel in Dongjiang province, was actually owned by Subai. They were so shocked they were almost numb. In just one day, the shocks Subai had inflicted on them were simply too much to bear. First, there were the Mercedes-Benz luxury cars, then the billion-dollar mansion, and now a top-tier luxury hotel worth over 100 billion. Each revelation was more shocking than the last, broadening their horizons immeasurably. After arranging everything for Su Ying's family, Subai finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Once his aunt's family arrived in Dongjiang, he would make arrangements for them as well, which would allow him to repay their kindness and give himself some closure regarding his past life. Next, he would fully dedicate himself to building his. Though money is endless, blind expansion is unwise. Targeted development is essential, especially now when caution is paramount. After all, he understands the saying, there are always those more capable than oneself. Staying low-key was always the safer option. In the afternoon, Subai went to the hospital. Xiao Pujuan was almost fully recovered and preparing to be discharged. He wanted to ask him about the progress of the security department. At that moment, inside the hospital, when Subai entered Xiao Pujuan's ward, Xiao Pujuan and his two brothers were there. The three of them were whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something new, possibly related to the security department Subai was planning to establish. "Mr. Su." Xiao Pujuan looked up and saw Subai, immediately speaking up. Li Guobing and Wei Yong also bowed respectfully, "Mr. Su." Subai hummed in acknowledgement and turned to Xiao Pujuan, asking, "How are your injuries?" "They're almost fully recovered. The doctor said we can be discharged any time." Xiao Pujuan replied. "That's good. By the way, how's the security department coming along? How many people do you expect to hire?" "We've already confirmed about 10 people, and there are a few more who are still undecided. From what I understand, they're probably skeptical about the compensation we're offering. However, once our reputation is established, we won't have any trouble finding people." "All right. Let's first recruit the confirmed personnel. However, I must emphasize one point: character is the most important. I don't want any major criminals or villains infiltrating the security department. Su Xiao, rest assured. I have this under control. Moreover, although we work as mercenaries abroad, our primary role is to protect our employers, not act as professional assassins. In fact, we are enemies with them, as the people they target are usually our employers. Alright. Once the team is formed, you'll be the head of the security department. Everyone will be under your command. Alright. I'll thank you in advance, Su Xiao. Let's talk about the benefits. As the director, your annual salary starts at 10 million, with bonuses and other perks on top of that. The others start at 1 million, and those who perform well will receive raises. What do you think? Su Bai asked. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place, unable to believe it. 1 million as the starting point? As the Minister of Security, Xiao Pujuan started with a minimum of 10 million. You must understand that back when they were mercenaries, they risked their lives day in and day out, doing dangerous work for years, and yet they only managed to earn less than 10 million. Yet now, Xiao Pujuan earns this much in a single year. And this is all in China, where security is extremely high. Basically, this money is just sitting there waiting to be earned. Xiao Pujuan swallowed hard, unable to believe what he was hearing. Su, this is way beyond our expectations. Is 1 million too much? Working in security in China, with no risk to your life, and then getting such a high salary is simply off the charts. They couldn't believe it. Not at all. Not a bit. As long as you follow me and work hard, your salary will keep going up. Xiao Pujuan immediately expressed his gratitude. I'll thank Su Xiao on behalf of my brothers for your kindness. Su Bai smiled and then turned to Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Do you two have time now? I have a task for you to handle. We're free. Mr. Su, please speak. Wei Yong and Li Guobing replied in unison. Give me a bank account. I'll transfer 10 million to you later. Each of you will receive 5 million, which will serve as this year's salary. After that, settle all your family matters and head to Magic City to protect the company's general manager, Zhao Tianzhou. She is representing me in all investments and acquisitions in Magic City. She's attracting too much attention, and I'm worried someone might be targeting her. It's better to have you there for protection, just in case. Alright. But Su Xiao, 5 million is a bit too much. It's not too much. You're veterans, yours should be better. Thank you, Mr. Su. The two laughed. After transferring the money, Su Bai left immediately and specifically instructed Xiao Pujuan to bring the people over as soon as possible. As Dongjiang International Investments companies and projects continued to grow, there would inevitably be hidden risks lurking in the shadows. Therefore, it was essential to have the ability to protect oneself. After Su Bai left, Xiao Pujuan and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a mix of emotions. Back then, if the 12 of them hadn't gone on that final mission and had returned home together instead, only to meet Su Bai, how much better things would have been. In that case, the 12 of them could have fought side by side and lived a carefree, adventurous life together. Chapter 108, The Toad Wants to Eat the Swan. Meanwhile, on Su Yingying's side, both families were inside the luxurious mansion Su Bai had given to Su Yingying. Su Yingying spoke to the Chen family with some emotion about Su Bai, from the misfortune of losing his parents, to his determination to study hard and get into Dongjiang University, and now his entrepreneurial success and the vast fortune he has amassed. And he was also extremely grateful and knew how to repay kindness. At that moment, Su Yingying was filled with pride and a sense of vindication. Zhu Wanwan and Chen Jun, on the other hand, felt as though they were living in a dream. Such an expensive and luxurious house was now theirs. Even their jobs had been arranged by Su Bai. Chen Jun's parents are also extremely happy. By aligning themselves with this wealthy individual, they feel honored and proud. And this mansion is so huge with so many rooms they could live however they pleased. Of course, some people weren't as happy. That was Chen Jun's cousin and his aunt. After all, they have no close ties with Su Bai or the Su Yingying family. Back when they were just ordinary people, it was one thing, but now that they're living so well, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go back to frugality once you've tasted luxury. That's exactly what this situation is about. Moreover, from what Su Yingying just said, Su Bai had a very tragic childhood, so why is he so kind to Su Yingying? It's because Su Yingying was always kind to Su Bai, and kindness begets kindness. Moreover, in Su Bai's heart, Su Yingying holds a very important position. She suddenly came up with an extremely bold idea. She has a daughter who is currently in college. She is not bad looking, though of course that's just her opinion. Could she ask Su Yingying to act as a matchmaker and bring them together? If she becomes Su Bai's mother-in-law, wouldn't everything be hers? Thinking about it, her mind became active, and she hurriedly used her phone to chat with her daughter. She cut straight to the point and asked her daughter, "What do you think of Su Bai? Has he shown any interest in you? If there's a chance, I'll try to get in touch with your sister and Su Yingying to arrange a marriage between the two families." Her daughter blushed and lowered her head, her little face turning red. She knew this matter was as good as settled. It made sense. Someone as outstanding as Su Bai, young, handsome, and wealthy, no girl could resist such temptation. So she quickly sent a message to Chinjun's mother, who was her own sister, subtly expressing her thoughts. If they could really become even closer relatives, their entire family would reap enormous benefits. Subai had arranged for Su Yingying's entire family to stay at the hotel, while the Chen family, aside from Chenjun, didn't get a single benefit. If this marriage were to go through, Dongjiang Restaurant might very well become their territory. This was a luxury hotel worth hundreds of billions of dollars. The daily revenue alone is an astronomical figure. It would be enough for them to live in luxury for the rest of their lives. She also whispered to Chen's mother, telling her not to be fooled by Chenjun's current advantages. If Subai ends up being controlled by his wife, then all their plans would be in vain. Therefore, the only way to ensure the Chen family's stability is to bring Subai and her daughter together. Chen's mother, after hearing the news, thought it over carefully and realized her sister had a point. Besides Chenjun, no one else in their family, including themselves, had gained anything. If Subai could truly be with her niece, they would be firmly tied to Subai, and they would surely be in a position of great prestige. Thinking this, Chen's mother grew a bit excited and said to Su Yingying, "Dear mother-in-law, how old is Subai now?" Su Yingying replied, "He's in his third year of university, 21 years old, and will turn 22 in a few months. Time flies so fast before you know it, he'll be of marriageable age." Su Yingying said with a touch of emotion. "Does he have a girlfriend?" Chen's mother asked. "I'm not really sure about that. Since he started university, he's been busy with part-time jobs whenever he has free time, so I don't know much about his love life." "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Chen's mother said with a smile, "Dear mother-in-law, my niece is well-educated and quite pretty. Why don't you introduce her to your son? That way, our two families would be even closer." Su Yingying was taken aback, glancing at the shy young girl across from her, at a loss for words. After a moment, she said, Dear mother-in-law, I think that when it comes to the love lives of young people, we elders should mind our own business. If they have a connection, we'll be happy for them." "Oh, come on. How is that meddling? I was just suggesting giving the two children a chance to get to know each other. Besides, isn't Subai the one who respects you the most? Just talk to him. If they really aren't meant to be, then they won't be. Mother-in-law, what do you think?" Su Yingying, upon hearing this, could only agree. After all, the two families were in-laws, and she couldn't refuse outright. "All right. As long as you agree, it's fine. Even if they don't end up together, it's no big deal." Chen's mother was overjoyed. Chenjun's aunt, seeing that Su Yingying had agreed, couldn't help but smile broadly. She also glanced at her daughter, urging her to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was their chance to turn a crow into a phoenix. Inside the villa, Juanwan and Chenjun, the young couple, were wandering around, so happy they had forgotten everything else. They took photos of every spot worth capturing, especially the incredibly luxurious decorations. After posting the photos on their social media, they added the caption, "This is my future home. It feels like a dream. It's too unreal." They then set the location to the villa area of Dongjiangziyun Mountain. This caused quite a stir. Countless likes and comments poured in. Envy and jealousy filled the air. Su Huiyan also saw this post. Su Kitchen hurriedly searched for the address online. Little did they know that the results would leave them speechless. The most luxurious villa in the entire Dongjiang province. Super-duper luxurious interior design. And the prices start at a minimum of 5 or 600 million, with the highest exceeding 1 billion. When Su Hui saw the search results, it felt like a heavy hammer had struck his heart, shattering it into pieces. His face turned pale, and he stood up without a word, storming into the room and slamming the door shut. He locked himself in for 3 days. The gap was too great for him to accept. He was Subai's own uncle. In fact, he was even closer to Subai than his own brother. Yet now, Subai had made it big, and he hadn't reaped any benefits. It was all because of his choices back then. Now, he regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself silly for being so foolish back then. Chapter 109, Investing 50 billion. No upper limit. When he returned to the villa, Subai was exhausted and dozed off for a while. When he woke up, it was already completely dark outside. After much deliberation, he decided to call Zhao Tianzhou. The wealthy account hadn't moved at all, which meant Zhao Tianzhou's investment pace wasn't meeting expectations. It had been a long time, and they'd only secured one partnership. Some slacking off was evident. Before long, Zhao Tianzhou's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Su, why did you think to call me?" Zhao Tianzhou was full of delight. "How is the investment progressing?" Subai asked. "Mr. Su, I was just about to report to you. I've recently contacted 2 companies that need significant funding. The team is currently conducting a risk assessment, but I estimate there shouldn't be any major issues. Once everything is confirmed, I'll provide a full report," Zhao Tianzhou said. "All right. What about Wang Chang? Has he been in touch with you?" "I've been in touch. Once we wrap up the matters in Shanghai, we'll head over there." "Sure. You're really on top of things. However, Tianzhou, I still need to remind you that now that the team is set up, the top priority is to deliver results. Even if it means making some overpriced investments, that's okay. And try to focus on investing in established companies. Don't waste too much time on small operations. But Mr. Su, if we do that, we might not maximize our investment returns. Some startups have a lot of potential. Our profits would be higher too, Zhao Tianjiu said. Su Bai was a bit frustrated. It was clear that Zhao Tianjiu hadn't understood his meaning. I don't want the biggest profit. If we spend the most money, only by spending money can we gain wealth points and become stronger. If he didn't lack the self-defense capabilities to protect himself, he'd be afraid that suddenly showing off too much wealth would attract the attention of major capital groups and powerful factions, causing him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he'd have already made a massive acquisition. Whether it was a Fortune 500 company or a startup, he'd have bought them out outright. To put it bluntly, his current strength doesn't allow him to be too reckless. Even spending money requires careful consideration. It's frustrating. Of course, he is also curious whether the system will continue to upgrade. Currently, his mental and physical strength have reached their absolute limits, but even so, the power he currently possesses is still somewhat insufficient. First, he needs to confirm whether the system can still be upgraded. Only then can he make plans for the future. He is currently aiming to save up 1,000 points to see how the system reacts and whether his abilities will break through the limits again. If it can't, then he'll have to prepare for a period of cautious development. After all, if his own strength can't rise, he must continuously develop and expand his, and eventually he can still become invincible. However, if the system can be enhanced, there will be no need to hold back. He can simply use the wealthy points to build himself up until he becomes invincible and the sole ruler of the world. Just thinking about it is thrilling. With that in mind, Su Bai said, Tianjiu, I'm reminding you again, don't try to save money for me. What I need is performance and scale. Small companies may offer attractive returns, but the investment cycle is too long. I can't wait that long. I'm setting a strict target for you right now. This month, no matter what, you must spend 500 billion. But remember one thing, don't be too flashy, keep a low profile. Ah, Mr. Su. How much? Zhao Tianjiu was taken aback and asked in surprise. 500 billion. Spend it all this month. Of course, the prerequisite is to keep a low profile. We're still a startup company, we can't draw too much attention to ourselves. Zhao Tianjiu finally heard clearly and was utterly shocked. 500 billion. And we have to spend it this month. They're not even treating money like money. And isn't getting the maximum benefit with the least amount of money something every boss hopes to see? Why is it that with Su Bai, it's completely the opposite? Not focused on making money, but on rapid growth and expanding the scale. This kind of thinking from a top-tier rich second-generation heir is just too ahead of its time. Ordinary people like her simply can't understand it. Could it be that Su Bai has some deeper meaning behind this? Mr. Su, are you sure? 500 billion? Zhao Tianjiu felt unsure and asked again. Su Bai replied, yes. 500 billion. And there's no upper limit. The more you spend, the happier I'll be. But there's one thing, you must maintain a low profile. Act cautiously and avoid trouble. I understand, Mr. Su. However, investing 500 billion in a single month will inevitably attract attention from others. No problem. Just keep a low profile. Or, rotate the investment locations instead of concentrating it in one place. Additionally, I've sent 2 experts to protect you. Money isn't an issue, your safety is the priority. Thank you, Mr. Su. I'll go push things along and speed up the process right away. Alright. When you return victorious, I'll personally host a celebratory banquet for you. By the way, regarding Wang Chang's side, there's no need to assess risks or anything like that. I trust him. You don't need to worry about this matter. I'll handle it. Got it. Mr. Su. After hanging up, Su Bai called Wang Chang. After a brief conversation, Wang Chang grew impatient, repeatedly urging Su Bai to send someone to assess the project as soon as possible. This would allow them to determine the investment scale and plan, and once the funds were in place, they could proceed with the project. Wang Chang had previously received a call from Zhao Tianjiu. Zhao Tianjiu mentioned that the team currently has 2 other investment projects under review and must wait until those are completed before proceeding. As a seasoned businessman, he assumed she wanted him to wait longer to gain the upper hand and negotiate better terms later. What he didn't know was that Su Bai was eager to spend 10 billion to acquire these shares, let alone negotiate. This was merely Zhao Tianjiu acting on her own initiative. As the general manager of Dongjiang International, Zhao Tianjiu's thinking was simple: use the least amount of money to achieve the greatest results, which would justify Su Bai's trust in nurturing. Little did she know that Su Bai didn't need Zhao Tianjiu to save money at all. Upon hearing this, Su Bai said directly, there's no need to wait for an inspection. I trust you, and immediately transferred a full 50 billion yuan to Wang Chang's account. Wang Chang was completely taken aback. Earlier, they had talked about inspections and evaluations, but now they were handing over the money so swiftly. He looked at the 50 billion yuan that had suddenly appeared in his account and swallowed hard. Regardless of the circumstances, the money had already been transferred, and his heart finally settled. On Su Bai's side, after transferring the full 50 billion yuan, his tycoon points increased by 50 points, which was still somewhat comforting. Chapter 110, The Ultimate Goddess Luo Yuyao. Magic City. A luxurious apartment with elegant decor. Zhao Tianjiao, dressed in her pajamas, had just finished calling Su Bai and was preparing to contact the investment team to speed things up. Su Bai had said that as long as there were results and the scale was expanded, no matter how much it cost, it was acceptable. He had even set a small goal of investing 500 billion this month. This clearly meant he wanted to achieve something and prove himself to his parents and family. Just like in the TV dramas, the succession battles among the top families are incredibly intense. No less fierce than the 9 princes' struggle for the throne. Could it be that Su Bai is also vying for a position? If that's the case, she must act quickly. On one hand, she needs to repay Su Bai for his promotion and trust. On the other hand, she's now tied to Su Bai. If he fails, her future won't be much better either. Since they don't have to worry about expenses, investing would be much easier. No need to overthink it. They then finalized deals with several companies and planned to discuss the details in more depth at a later date. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the steaming bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her snow-white curves were so alluring they almost blinded the eyes. Her skin was fair, smooth, and delicate, as if it could be squeezed to produce water. She was also incredibly beautiful. She had the body of a devil and the face of an angel. The sight of such a beauty emerging from the bath would be enough to make any man lose control. The woman swayed her hips seductively as she approached, whispering in a sweet voice, "Woman, isn't having this stunning beauty enough for you? Why would you even think of calling another man?" After saying that, she pretended to lean in for a kiss. Zhao Tianjiao tilted her head and sighed. "Yao Yao, can you behave yourself?" This woman named Yao Yao was the close friend Zhao Tianjiao had mentioned earlier, Luo Yuyao. The two had always been very close, even after graduating from university and into adulthood. Zhao Tianjiao glanced at Luo Yuyao's stunning figure and then looked at her own, feeling envious from the bottom of her heart. Though she was already quite well developed, compared to Luo Yuyao, she was no match at all. Back in school, both of them were renowned beauties, but Luo Yuyao, with her perfect figure, was far more popular than her. Whether it was freshmen in their first year or seniors about to graduate, everyone was utterly captivated by Luo Yuyao's devilishly alluring figure. It was as if she could simply flick her fingers and have anyone at her beck and call. However, after spending so much time together over the years, Zhao Tianjiao seemed to notice that Luo Yuyao wasn't really interested in men. After all, the men pursuing Luo Yuyao ranged from the school's handsome and wealthy heartthrobs to penniless losers, every type imaginable. Yet this little vixen shows no interest at all, instead often playfully teasing her and even openly taking liberties with her. "Come on. I've always been so proper, okay? I asked you to stay in Shanghai with me, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've come back to me, Luo Yuyao, haven to you?" Luo Yuyao laughed. "Yao Yao. It's been years, and you're still the same. Such a great figure and such delicate skin, no man has ever seen them. What a pity." Zhao Tianjiao said, then directly untied the bathrobe draped over Luo Yuyao's body. Instantly, a curvaceous, voluptuous figure, a true masterpiece of beauty, was fully exposed before her. Luo Yuyao didn't seem to mind. After all, they had already seen each other naked long ago, and they knew exactly what made the other person sensitive. She sat beside Zhao Tianjiao and said, "Oh, Zhao Zhao, those bad men aren't even a fraction as good as you. They look like they want to devour me whole, it's disgusting." Zhao Tianjiao looked at Luo Yuyao and asked, "So you have no plans to get married? Are you going to live alone like this forever?" "No way. I'm comfortable on my own. If I get married, I'll have to serve that stinky man. It's not worth it. Zhao, let's spend the rest of our lives together." Luo Yuyao gave her a seductive smile. "No way. I don't want to," Zhao Tianjiao said. Luo Yuyao laughed. "Zhao Zhao, looking at you like this, you must have someone in mind, right? If I'm not mistaken, you were just on the phone with him, weren't you? How tall is he? How long? How big? Have you two done it yet? Does it feel good?" This string of explicit questions made Zhao Tianjiao's face flush uncontrollably. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Blushing, she said, "Oh, how would I know? Stop talking dirty. You're a girl. Be more ladylike. You haven't done it before? All right. I was going to say that if you found it comfortable, I could borrow your boyfriend to make myself feel good too. Be a lady, okay? And you can't lend your boyfriend, right?" Zhao Tianjiao's face was so red it could bleed. "We're so close, why can't we share?" "Wait, Zhao Zhao, I have a great idea. Let your boyfriend be my boyfriend too, then we can be together forever." You. I'm going back to my room." As the conversation grew increasingly heated, Zhao Tianjiao prepared to return to her room. However, Luo Yuyao pulled her back, gently tugging her until Zhao Tianjiao found herself lying in Luo Yuyao's arms. The position was highly suggestive. Moreover, Luo Yuyao wasn't wearing a bathrobe. "Zhao Zhao. I'm not joking. Was the person who called you just now your boyfriend?" Zhao Tianjiao felt awkward, especially after sensing the slight chill from the skin contact. She grew even more flustered and whispered, "No. The person who called was my boss." "Your boss is a man?" "A man. How old is he?" 21. 21? So young. "Yes. He's in his third year of college." "Such a promising young man. No wonder you've charmed my little Jiao so much." "Oh, stop teasing me. By the way, Yao Yao, the boss just called and assigned me a very challenging task. I really need your help right now." "What is it?" "This month, I need to invest at least 500 billion. "How much?" Luo Yuyo was shocked. 500 billion. Wow. 500 billion. And that's just for 1 month's investment. Does your boss have a grudge against money? "I don't know about that, but you have to help me. You've been living here for years, you know the place better than I do." "Don't worry. I've got it covered. You're the best. I'm going to bed now. Good night, Yao Yao." Zhao Tianjiao stood up and left. Lu Yuyao sat there, her beautiful face showing a pensive expression. Chapter 111, The Lu Family's Immense Wealth. Tianshan Villa District. The next morning, Su Bai's phone rang. It was Lu Chen calling. Lu Chen asked him when he was free, as the old master wanted to meet him to express his gratitude for saving his life. Su Bai thought for a moment and said he was free today. Lu Chen and Lu Yuning had been inviting him over to the Lu family estate every now and then, but he had been busy with other matters and had put it off. Today, he happened to have nothing planned. Although it wasn't the weekend, he still had classes. However, since he had donated 10 billion, the school no longer pressed him to attend classes. Money really does make the world go round. Soon, Su Bai arrived at the Tianshan Villa District. This was another affluent area besides the Dongjiang Ziyun Mountain Villa District. While the price per square meter isn't as exorbitant as in the Ziyun Mountain Villa District, it makes up for it with its exceptionally large size. How large are we talking about? Even the smallest villa starts at 5,000 square meters, complete with a private swimming pool, private garden, and even a golf course within the community. Not only does it offer an extremely comfortable living experience, but it also exudes a serene and idyllic atmosphere, symbolizing prestige and status. When construction of the Tianshan Villa District first began, all the villas were already fully booked, making it highly favored by the top tycoons of Dongjiang Province. The name Tianshan Villa District comes from the fact that the entire villa complex is built around the majestic Tianshan Mountain. The higher the villa, the higher the price. The developer of the Tianshan villas is none other than the renowned Lu family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa district, Lu Chen and Lu Yu were already waiting there. Su Bai opened the car window and greeted the two. "Su brother. It's been ages since we last met," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Ah, I'm truly sorry. I've been so busy these days and only managed to find some free time now," Su Bai said. "No problem. Your presence here is an honor for the Lu family. Let's not beat around the bush. My old man has been eager to meet you." Lu Chen finished speaking and got into the supercar parked beside him. Lu Yuning, on the other hand, directly opened the door of the Bugatti Veyron and plopped herself inside. Su Bai saw Lu Yuning get in on her own and felt a bit awkward. Ever since he noticed that Lu Yuning had feelings for him, he had been at a loss, constantly thinking about how to handle this young lady. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have class today?" Lu Yuning replied, "I have class. But since you came all the way to my house as a guest, I took a day off." Su Bai felt a bit helpless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he remained silent and followed Lu Chen's car. Soon, they arrived at a vast, spacious estate. This was the largest and most luxurious area in the Tianshan Villa District. It was an endless estate that seemed to envelop the entire peak of Tianshan Mountain. Just looking at this alone was enough to show how powerful and stable the Lu family's influence and status were in Dongjiang. After parking the car in the garage, Lu Chen led Su Bai to the main hall. Lu Hongxian, the patriarch of the Lu family, had been waiting there for quite some time. The Lu family's influence extends far and wide. Dongjiang is merely their main base. They have companies in many other provinces and cities, all managed by the second generation of the Lu family, Lu Chen's father and uncles. However, the Lu family's businesses outside Dongjiang province are relatively limited in scale, as the Lu family's influence cannot penetrate those provinces to the same extent. Except for holidays and the old patriarch's annual birthday, the descendants of the Lu family rarely return. As a result, this vast, majestic estate is now home to only Lu Hongxian and his two siblings, Lu Chen and Lu Yuning. Some of the Lu family's retainers also reside within the estate. As the heir designated by Lu Hongxian, Lu Chen has also drawn the resentment of others. However, under the absolute authority of the old patriarch of the Lu family, any decisions he makes must be obeyed, even if one disagrees. Entering the hall, Su Bai saw an elderly man with gray hair but a vigorous demeanor, wearing a smile on his face. Despite his advanced age, a hint of authority was subtly evident. Behind him stood four people, two of whom looked familiar. They seemed to be the same two who had been severely injured by that man named Kong at the luxurious Golden Sand Resort earlier. "Grandfather!" Lu Chen and Lu Yu shouted. The old man smiled and nodded. "Hello, grandfather. Su Bai also greeted him politely and respectfully. Lu Hongxian nodded slightly, his aged gaze resting on Su Bai as if appraising him. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Impressive. No wonder you could sever a sword with a single finger and force Lu Bufan to retreat. You truly are a prodigy of your generation. The old master is too kind. I'm not worthy of such praise," Su Bai said. "Ha! Young friend Su, you're being too modest." That Lu Bufan was also a standout among the younger generation, and he had the Lu family of the imperial capital as his backing. For you to make him flee the Dongjiang River, there are few in the entire world who could achieve such a feat. It was just luck, that's all. Ha, you're being too humble. This isn't something that can be achieved by luck alone. Come, Su Xiaoyu, have some tea. This is personally brewed by this old man. Lu Hongxian gestured for Su Bai to take a seat. Then, he poured a cup of steaming hot tea from the purple clay teapot in front of him. Su Bai picked it up and took a small sip. It had no taste at all, not even as good as a soft drink. It was just like the premium tea he had drunk last time when accompanying the core member Li Wenyu. He knew that these powerful figures behind the scenes had a particular fondness for tea. He just couldn't figure it out. However, even if he didn't understand, he still had to maintain appearances. So he nodded and said, "The taste is acceptable." Lu Hongxian immediately noticed that Su Bai didn't tea like tea, so he didn't tea press the issue. After all, tea is just a subtle sweetness with a hint of bitterness, not everyone's cup of tea. Since Su Bai didn't tea like it, he didn't tea mention tea anymore. Then, after thinking for a moment, he said, "Su Xiaoyu, your visit to the Lu family today truly honors our family." Ha! After exchanging some polite words, he finally got to the point. "Inviting you to visit the Lu family, first, is to thank you for saving our lives. These two little ones are still here today, all thanks to your help. Second, I've heard so much about you, and this old man has always wanted to meet the prodigy." "Old man, you're too kind. Lu Xiong has been very kind to me as well. We're all part of SCC, it's only natural to repay a kindness." Lu Yuning was annoyed by this roundabout way of talking and suddenly said, "Stop being so formal. Who knows, maybe we'll become family one day." At this remark, everyone present was taken aback. Lu Hongxian and Lu Chen both looked at Lu Yuning in surprise. Lu Yuning realized her words had a double meaning and tried to explain, but she couldn't find the words, so she just said, "You guys continue talking," then turned and left with a red face. Chapter 112, The World of Warriors? A Mysterious Organization. After Lu Yuning left, the old man chatted with Su Bai for a while before going upstairs to rest. At lunchtime, Lu Yuning's face was still flushed, and she didn't even have the courage to look at Su Bai. After the meal, Su Bai was about to leave, but before he could go, the old man called him into the study. "Su Xiaoyu." Lu Hongxian sat on the sofa, smiling at Su Bai and motioning for him to sit down. Su Bai nodded and pulled over a chair, sitting down in front of the old gentleman. "What do you think of the current situation of the Lu family?" Lu Hongxian pondered for a moment before asking. Su Bai knew this was the reason the old man had summoned him. They were getting straight to the point. After some thought, he replied, "The uncrowned king of Dongjiang." He was somewhat curious about Lu Hongxuan's question. However, the Lu family was a powerful and influential clan with deep roots, holding extraordinary influence even in Dongjiang province. Calling them the uncrowned king was not an exaggeration. Lu Hongxian shook his head and sighed, "That's just the surface. If I were to pass away one day and the Lu family had no heir, then the Lu family would become fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others." Su Bai was taken aback. "Old master, you're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? Lu Xiong should be able to uphold the Lu family, right?" Lu Hongxian sighed helplessly. "I too hope he can carry the family, but while Lu Chen is indeed outstanding among the younger generation, he is still far from ready to shoulder such a heavy burden. He is simply too inexperienced." Su Bai fell silent. He couldn't fathom the old man's intentions. After all, he didn't even share the Lu surname. "Su Xiaoyu, I'm begging you with all my old face. Please protect the Lu family until Lu Chen becomes a qualified head of the Lu family," Lu Hongxian said with a pleading tone. This time, Su Bai was truly surprised. He twitched his lips and said, "Old man, you really think too highly of me. The Lu family is the uncrowned king of Dongjiang province. In this small corner of Dongjiang, it's the Lu family who should be protecting me. How can I protect the Lu family?" He instinctively thought that the old patriarch was joking. After all, he was currently spending money cautiously, afraid of drawing attention to himself. How could he possibly afford to act as a protector for others? Isn't that asking for trouble? Lu Hongxian said, "Su Xiaoyu, this old man won't take advantage of you for nothing. I've prepared a generous gift for you." At that moment, Su Bai's face was filled with disbelief. Was this even about the gift? He is still just a young upstart. How could he protect the Lu family? Once he becomes successful, if the Lu family faces trouble, he'd probably come to their rescue out of respect for Lu Chen and Lu Yuning. But right now, he's like a drowning man clinging to a straw. He can't even save himself. "Old master, it's not that I'm refusing you. It's just that I'm currently powerless," Su Bai said. Lu Hongxian spoke to himself, "The Lu family is the uncrowned king of Dongjiang, all because of me. As long as I'm here, the Lu family is at its peak. Once I'm gone, the Liu family will be like fish meat at the mercy of others. Do you know why? The Liu family was built up by my own hands, but I'm already in my 70s. How much longer do I have left? Su Bai was utterly amazed upon hearing this. At first, he thought Lu Hongxian was the kind of person who kept his true abilities hidden. But upon meeting the old man, he found him to be nothing more than a gray-haired elder. Moreover, despite his powerful mental strength, he didn't sense even a hint of threat from the old man. It was unimaginable that such a vast family was being held together by an elderly man of such advanced years. When the old man passes away, the Liu family's towering mansion will collapse in an instant. Su Bai listened quietly as Lu Hongxian continued speaking. He too was intrigued by this. Lu Hongxian smiled and said, because, besides being the head of the Liu family, I have another identity? Oh? What is that identity? Su Bai looked puzzled. Retired member of the Special Investigation Team's Group E. A retired member of the Special Investigation Team, Group E? I've never heard of that before. Su Bai asked in astonishment. This team is related to martial artists. From ancient times to the present, martial artists have held a very important historical position, though ordinary people have never come into contact with them. However, given your level, Su Xiaoyu, you must have heard of it. Su Bai nodded. He indeed knew. Though in the previous 21 years of his life, he had never encountered a single martial artist, but now that he had obtained the system, he realized that there were some things he didn't know simply because his level was too low and he hadn't been exposed to higher level matters. For example, in the past, he dared not even imagine that there were people with true copper arms and iron bones, who were unafraid of swords, spears, or halberds. All of this became clear to him after his battle with Lu Bufan at the luxurious Golden Sand Resort. It was then that he began to glimpse a corner of the celestial realm, and he himself entered the world of martial artists. Lu Hongxian smiled and continued, martial artists possess combat power far surpassing ordinary people. Some, even a small fraction, can ignore the damage from firearms, thereby threatening society and ordinary citizens. You must understand that human nature is complex. Martial artists might resort to challenging order and the law for money, power, or lust. At such times, the constraints of a powerful authority are needed to deter the wicked and stabilize the situation. And this authority is the Special Investigation Unit. I, Lu Hongxian, was once a member of Team B of the Special Investigation Unit. After being injured in the line of duty, I retired. However, as long as you become a member and do not commit any fundamental errors, the team will always protect you, including your family and relatives. Because the Special Investigation Team represents absolute authority. As long as I live, the Special Investigation Team will protect me. No one dare covet the Liu family. But once I am dead, without the protection of the Special Investigation Team, the Liu family will become lambs led to slaughter. Hearing this, Su Bai grew confused and asked, Old Master, this doesn't make sense. You said that as long as you're alive, the Special Investigation Team will protect you and your family. But when Lu Bufan had murderous intent toward Lu Chen and Lu Yuning, they didn't show up. Lu Hongxian explained, because Lu Chen acted first and harbored murderous intent. Otherwise, even if you gave Lu Bufan 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to kill Lu Chen and Yuning. They protect me and my family's safety. The prerequisite is that the harm is passive. If someone actively harms others, and those others defend themselves and cause harm to me or my family, that is not within their scope of protection. Upon hearing this, Su Bai also understood. No wonder Lu Bufan had been trying to settle things peacefully all along, but once Lu Chen drew his weapon, he lost his resolve. It turns out he just didn't have the guts back then. Chapter 113, Entrustment. Lu Hongxuan's Venture Capital. Hearing this, Su Bai also roughly understood. This so-called Special Investigation Team was a highly formidable organization. As a former member of this organization, even though the old man had retired, as long as he was still alive, the team would protect Lu Hongxian and the entire Lu family. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Lu family is acting in self-defense, not actively harming others. The team won't tolerate them acting recklessly. Therefore, when Lu Chen drew his gun, he had already lost the moral high ground. If Lu Bufan killed him, he would have no qualms about it. But why is the old man telling him all this? Could it be that the great gift the old man mentioned earlier was an attempt to lure him into the Special Investigation Group? If that's the case, it would be like finding himself a powerful backer. If an ordinary person like Lu Laoyi could rely on the protection of the Special Investigation Team to turn the Lu family into the uncrowned king of Dongjiang, then with the system's backing, he would be unstoppable. Thinking of this, Su Bai asked excitedly, Old Master, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to recruit me for the organization, right? Lu Hongxian didn't answer but asked instead, do you think it's difficult to join this team? Su Bai said, I think it must be extremely difficult. Not just very difficult, it's super difficult. First, they never publicly recruit members. It's only through internal recommendations. Second, even with an internal recommendation, there are extremely complex evaluations, and the failure rate is incredibly high. As a retired member of the team, I have a quota to recommend one member to join. I originally planned to reserve it for Lu Chen. However, he lacks the necessary talent, and going there would just be a waste of the spot, serving as a mere escort. So, I've decided to give this spot to you. I believe that with the skills you've demonstrated, you'll breeze through it. Subai thought for a moment and said, so, you want to use this spot to secure my protection for the Lu family? Lu Hongxian said, that's one reason. The other is that you're so young yet possess such terrifying talent and power. Your future achievements will be limitless. To put it bluntly, I want to help you when you're still growing. I'm betting on your glorious future. Old master, what if I refuse to join this group? Won't your plan be completely ruined? No. You must want to. Because the status of being a member of this group is crucial to you. You've endured for 20 years without revealing yourself, even to the point of coughing up blood. It must be because of your master, right? Do you have enemies? Or perhaps there are other unspeakable factors? But regardless, this status is crucial to you. You're investigating my background? In an instant, Subai's body was enveloped by a terrifying aura that erupted inch by inch. The surging energy caused the furniture in the study to shake violently. His greatest reliance now was this system. If it were exposed, all the undercurrents would be revealed, and his situation would become perilous. However, it was a silver lining in the storm. Lu Hongxian believed he had a master. In that case, the system wouldn't be exposed. Moreover, with such a powerful disciple, that fictional master must be incredibly powerful, like Sun Wukong and his master, the Sage of the West. Subai sighed in relief. He had only intended to intimidate Lu Hongxian earlier and hadn't directed that terrifying aura at him. Otherwise, he might have accidentally killed him. However, he didn't know that in the minds of ordinary people, there was no such concept as a system. This world is real and cruel. It doesn't work like in novels or movies, where a huge opportunity appears out of nowhere, turning it into someone standing at the pinnacle of the world. That's simply unrealistic. It's just a beautiful fantasy. Even someone with extraordinary talent needs to work hard and sweat. If they slack off, they'll end up just like everyone else, living an ordinary life. Lu Hongxian laughed. Su Xiaoyu, don't worry. I never intended to harm you. As for the investigation, I think you should thank me. Because I encrypted and hid your background. At least 3 groups of people have secretly investigated your background, but they found nothing. Subai's aura earlier was terrifying. He had at least made it onto the tiger list, and although his current strength had vanished, the instinctive perception of a strong individual still remained. Even at his peak, Subai's strength was nowhere near as formidable. This only served to strengthen Lu Hongxuan's resolve. As long as the Lu family and Subai are firmly bound together, forming a community of shared interests, then with Subai's future achievements, the Lu family will not only be able to maintain its current glory, but even use Dongjiang province as its base to rapidly expand across the entire country. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he found Subai to be a commendable individual. Especially his sense of gratitude. Take his aunt and older cousin, who were particularly kind to Subai. They directly gifted him a mansion worth 100 million. Truly, he repays even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Originally, as a former Tiger List-ranked powerhouse, he could have lived a comfortable life for another 3 or 4 decades. However, he suffered severe injuries that damaged his foundational strength and weakened his roots. Now, he feels that his time is almost up. Therefore, he must make preparations for his final arrangements in advance. Given his exceptional talent, formidable strength, and outstanding character, Subai is undoubtedly an excellent choice. However, Subai had just relaxed a bit, but after hearing these words, he instantly grew tense. What? 3 groups have investigated his background? Lu Bufan must be one of them. Who are the other 2 groups? Subai had no clue, not even a single guess. That was what truly terrified him. It seems his current prominence has drawn the attention of certain individuals. Subai thought for a moment and said, Old master. I'm sorry. I overreacted just now. You're right. I hope to have this identity. Su Xiaoyu is too polite. Old man, I'm saying this because I just want to build a good, healthy, and close relationship with Su Xiaoyu. Subai asked, Old man, what does the Special Investigation Team Group B mean? Lu Hongxian said, the Special Investigation Team has 4 groups, Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. Group C and Group D handle emergencies involving martial artists, while Group E handles complex emergencies involving high-ranking martial artists on the Tiger List. What about Team A? Subai pressed further. Team A. They're always very mysterious. Typically, when Team B can't handle a martial artist, Team A steps in. However, such cases are extremely rare, so the members of Team A rarely show their faces, and not much is known about them. Su Xiaoyu, I'm giving you this spot, but it's just one of the 2 great gifts. What about the other gift? What is it? Chapter 114, Family Alliance? Lu Hongxuan's plan. Lu Hongxian paused for a moment before looking at Subai and continuing, since the Special Investigation Unit is an organization established to target martial artists, then we have one here, and there are also ones abroad. Do you mean we also have martial artist organizations overseas? Subai asked in surprise. Lu Hongxian nodded, yes. There are martial artists abroad as well, and as you know, some regions are unstable. To prevent external evil martial artists from threatening us, we've established a corresponding organization. Its codename is Lone Wolf. Lone wolf? Su Bai's eyes lit up. Lu Hongxin continued, yes. If you can join Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Unit, your identity will be kept under the highest level of confidentiality and protection. At that point, no more than 7 people will have access to your files. Both options are available? This truly surprised Su Bai. Lu Hongxian nodded. It is possible, but there are certain conditions. After leaving the old man's house, Su Bai bid farewell to Lu Yuning and Lu Chen before departing. The information he had learned today was simply too overwhelming. He needed some time to process it all. Additionally, what Lu Hongxian had said effectively made his future path smoother and even gave him more options. Lu Hongxian had mentioned 2 different options. The first was to directly join one of the 2 organizations, undergo various assessments, and officially become a member. However, once inside, he would be like a slave, working long hours and following the group or lone wolves without any free time. The second option was to become a standby member, not bound by the 996 schedule, with flexible hours, and only required to respond immediately when the organization issued an order. Of course, the requirements for freelance personnel are much stricter. Lu Hongxian believed that, given Su Bai's current abilities, passing the freelance staff assessment would be a piece of cake. Moreover, he felt that whether it was being a lone wolf or joining the special investigation team, neither option would pose a challenge for Su Bai. Su Bai and Lu Hongxuan's thoughts were largely in agreement. However, Lu Hongxian had an ulterior motive. He hoped Su Bai would marry into the Lu family, essentially forming a strategic alliance through marriage to permanently bind the 2 families together. This put Su Bai in a dilemma. He despised such emotionless marriages, but he also found it difficult to refuse outright. After all, whether it was the Lu siblings, Lu Yuning and Lu Chen, or the Lu family patriarch and the Lu family itself, they had all treated him very well. So, Su Bai simply made up an excuse to brush it off. Lu Hongxian, though elderly, was still shrewd. Upon noticing Su Bai's reluctance, he did not bring up the topic again. After all, he had admired Su Bai's character for being grateful and loyal, and as long as Su Bai agreed to protect the Lu family, he was certain he would keep his word. After Su Bai left, Lu Hongxian took out his phone, pondered for a moment, then dialed a number and made the call. Ha, I thought I saw wrong. It really is you, kid. I thought our parting was forever. A loud laugh echoed through the phone. Lu Hongxian sighed softly, saying, brother, I'm sorry. That mission failed because of me. Don't mention it, old Lu. It was our intelligence that failed us. And to be honest, we're the ones who owe you. Seeing you like this, I feel guilty. The voice suddenly grew somber. Brother, it's all in the past. By the way, I called today because I wanted to introduce someone to you. After I told him about the lone wolf and the special investigation team, he was very interested and wants to apply for a position outside the regular staff. Go ahead. The top of the tiger list. Barely acceptable. How old is he? 50 or 60? 20. What? 20 years old? A master at the peak of the tiger rankings? Is he from a prominent family or a descendant of an ancient clan? Neither. His background is clean, he only has one master. However, his master is very mysterious, and I still haven't figured him out yet. I'll organize his information and show it to you later. Alright. Since you say so, there's no need for formalities between us. By the way, let's find a time to get together. If you don't come soon, you might only see us again at Qingning Festival. Big brother. Alright. Remember to come to the imperial capital. Beep. The call ended. Lu Hongxian exhaled slowly, then dialed another number. Soon, an old man's voice came through the phone. The previous call was to the Special Investigation Unit, and this one was to the Lone Wolf. After a few words, he obtained a spot from the Lone Wolf. The person he was talking to held a high position within the Lone Wolf organization. He had gone from being a top-tier expert on the tiger list to a useless because of the failure of that mission. That mission was carried out jointly by the Special Investigation Unit and the Lone Wolf. However, intelligence lapses led to them being surrounded. At the time, Lu Hongxian could have escaped, but he chose to save the old man on the phone, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Now, that person has become a key figure in the wolf pack's leadership. He used these 2 immense favors for Su Bai. Before meeting Su Bai, Lu Hongxuan's plan was to use these connections for Lu Chen. Even if only one of them worked, it would be enough to maintain the Lu family's current prosperity and status. Originally, Lu Chen had a lot of potential. Though his natural talent was average, his intelligence and mental acuity were exceptionally high. He could have nurtured Lu Chen with time and effort, and with enough time, he was certain Lu Chen could be cultivated into a capable heir to the family head. Alas, his time was running out. After his old illness resurfaced, he felt his end was near, and he feared he might pass away within the next few years. Therefore, he had no choice but to support a reliable person to protect the Lu family. Su Bai's emergence perfectly aligns with his criteria. Powerful abilities. Highly talented. And he is loyal and grateful. Both his strength and character were beyond reproach. At 20 years old, he was at the peak of the tiger rankings, and he had a mysterious master. Such a person was worth sacrificing everything to recruit. In fact, if it weren't for Subai's reliable character, especially after he became successful, giving his aunt and auntie who raised him a mansion worth hundreds of millions, which was almost like repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude, he wouldn't have taken notice of Subai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed all his trump cards. After all, human nature is complex. Subai's reliability is of utmost importance to him. That way, after he leaves, Subai can help the Liu family confront those petty criminals. 10 years. As long as Subai protects the Liu family for 10 years. That would be enough. In 10 years, Liu Chen would have grown strong enough that even without Subai's protection, the Liu family wouldn't fall into decline. Anyway, he's done everything he could. The rest is up to fate. Chapter 115, The Battle for Genius. Top-tier factions go all out to recruit talent. In an ancient city, within a courtyard adorned with the elegance of antiquity, there stood a golden cypress wood chair. An elderly man of advanced years sat upon it, swaying leisurely. In his hands lay a thick stack of documents, the information about Subai that Liu Hongxian had just transmitted. Behind him stood two middle-aged men with imposing auras. The old man looked very old, with deep wrinkles on his face. However, unlike Liu Hongxian, who gave off an impression of twilight years, the old man exuded a powerful aura and was full of vitality. If one didn't look closely, he could easily be mistaken for a middle-aged man, completely opposite to Liu Hongxian. This old man was none other than Tang Qingyu, the leader of Special Investigation Team B. Tang Qingyu had held his position for 3 or 4 decades, and despite his age, he was still in excellent health. It wasn't that he was unwilling to step down, but rather that he had repeatedly submitted retirement requests to his superiors, hoping to make way for younger generations. However, all his requests had been rejected. The reason is simple: there is no one else who can hold the fort as effectively as Tang Qingyu. As a power-balancing agency tasked with monitoring martial artists, Team B holds a crucial position and bears immense responsibilities. The requirements for its leader are extremely stringent. Half an hour later, Tang Qingyu finished reviewing the documents, handed them to the two people behind him, and then couldn't help but stare blankly. If everything recorded in this document is true, then Subai would be an unparalleled prodigy with terrifying natural talent. With proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly overshadow all the prodigies of this era. It was hard to imagine that a third-year university student, who had been mediocre in the first half of his life, suddenly came into his own in his third year, not only amassing a fortune but also demonstrating strength surpassing the peak of the Tiger rankings. Sudden wealth is possible. However, transforming from an ordinary person into someone surpassing 99% of all martial artists is simply too hard to believe. It's practically impossible. Therefore, Liu Hongxuan's speculation is the most reasonable explanation. Enduring humiliation and hardship for 20 years, enduring countless insults, and even being betrayed by his own master, the reason he revealed his full potential at the age of 21 was likely at his master's request. Of course, the most noteworthy point is that Subai endured too many setbacks and experienced too much darkness in his first 20 years. After obtaining his extraordinary power, he didn't turn evil but instead remained principled. Even those who once bullied him were not subjected to extreme revenge. He did not even go as far as to refuse to eat beef. Furthermore, from the subsequent series of developments, this person truly has an upright character. There is nothing more to say. Those who are kind to me, I repay with overflowing gratitude. Those who have wronged me, I will retaliate, but only to the extent of retaliation, no sadistic torture, insults, or trampling on one's dignity. To be honest, this is very difficult. At this moment, Tang Qingyu was overjoyed. Someone like Subai, who is powerful, of good character, and comes from a reputable background, is someone they would definitely welcome. However, joining Group E doesn't seem to allow Subai to fully utilize his potential. After all, at 20 years old and at the peak of the Tiger rankings, even when compared to the entire Group E, he is among the top. Saying he is unmatched among his peers is no exaggeration. Most importantly, even those veteran members in their 50s and 60s with years of experience can't match Subai. Only by joining the elite Group A, where every member is a prodigy, can Subai's full potential be unleashed. With proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a national treasure. Tang Qingyu, who has been the Group E leader for over 30 years, is no pushover. For instance, upon realizing that Subai is a prodigy, his first thought wasn't to bring him into Group E to achieve results for himself, but to unleash the prodigy's full potential for the greater good. At that moment, the two others had also finished reviewing the relevant materials, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Boss! If what old Liu said is true, I think we should make contact with him immediately. Exactly. Such a prodigy has an unimaginable future ahead. Tang Qingyu glanced at the two of them and said slowly, "Contact him, and then what?" "Of course, he'll join my ranks. I'm confident I can help him reach new heights." "What are you talking about? Joining me is the best option. Do you have the ability? Can your second squad match our first squad? Are you kidding me? You have the nerve to say that? Why don't you mention that we have one more person than you? If we were to divide him, he'd definitely be assigned to us. Otherwise, wouldn't you end up with 2 more than us?" The two of them started arguing right away. The first one to speak was the captain of the first squad. The other one is the captain of the second squad. Group B has 4 teams in total. Teams 3 and 4 are out on a mission and aren't here. Alright. I see you're really trying to drive me crazy. Tang Qingyu immediately flew into a rage, making me wonder what I could possibly say to you. Can't you be more broad-minded? Besides being the captains of 2 squads in Team B, you are also members of the Special Investigation Team. You must prioritize the bigger picture and the interests of the nation. If you could just try a little harder and spare me the trouble, I wouldn't still be stuck here unable to retire. I'm just destined to work myself to death. Sir, what you're saying is that you're just too outstanding. The higher-ups don't want you to retire, they want you to keep shining. That's right. You're so outstanding and capable. If you retire now, wouldn't that be a waste of your abilities? Tang Qingyu shook his head helplessly, but his face also showed a bit more of a smile. Then, he turned to the 2 of them and said, "Give me an estimated target. Tell me, given Subai's current strength, how much further can he grow?" He's very strong, but he's still young, so he must have very little practical experience. We can focus on that aspect. Right. That's exactly what I was thinking. The 2 exchanged glances and immediately conspired together. They needed to bring him on board first. After all, judging by Tang Qingyu's focus on the bigger picture, he might just end up transferring Subai to the A team. You too. You think you can hide such petty schemes from me? I've already decided I'll personally arrange for Subai to join the A team. You too, instead of just looking out for your own little corner, think more about the bigger picture. Think more about the country. Tang Qingyu said. The 2 exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. After Tang Qingyu said those words, they likely had no chance of associating with such a prodigious talent. At the peak of the Tiger rankings at just 21 years old, that's what is truly terrifying. Their own strength was also at the peak of the Tiger rankings, yet they were all in their 40s and 50s. With their abilities, not holding Subai back would already be a success. There is no need to talk about teaching him. Chapter 116, Yu Dingan's Mission. The Troubles of Being Too Outstanding. After speaking these words with deep regret, Tang Qingyu glared at the 2 of them, then called over his personal guards, took a phone, dialed the number, and hung up after 2 rings. Soon, the call connected. Time. Location. The voice was brief yet forceful, exuding authority. This was the highest-level confidential call he was making to Su Jinming, the leader of Team A. Typically, such a call was made when Team B encountered an issue they couldn't resolve and needed Team A's intervention. Old Su, this isn't a mission. I've identified an exceptionally talented individual. Get to the point. The voice remained brief. A peak-level talent from the Tiger list. Just the peak of the Tiger list? 21 years old. 21 years old? What? 21 years old. You must be drunk. Old Su, it's broad daylight, what would I be drinking? I'm not joking with you. If you weren't so outstanding, would I be calling you specifically for this? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before he finally said, "Is your family background clean?" That was the one thing he cared about most. Generally speaking, someone this outstanding is likely the heir to a family or a disciple of an ancient clan. In that case, even if we were to recruit them, they might prioritize their family or ancient clan, which would go against the original purpose of the Special Investigation Team. It could even lead to embezzlement for personal gain. The value of recruiting and luring them would be greatly diminished. Tang Qingyu said, his family background is clean, and he has a pure background. However, he has a mysterious master whose identity has yet to be uncovered. But based on the current information, even if his mysterious master isn't a good person, he's definitely not a bad one. That's acceptable. Send me his information. If he truly meets the requirements, I'll owe you a huge favor. Alright. I'll send it immediately. No need to mention it, we're all part of the Special Investigation Unit, we're one big team. Tang Qingyu said. Meanwhile, upon receiving the information, Su Jinming only glanced at it briefly before becoming utterly excited. Wow! Clean background, sound values, a rare talent, an upright character, this is exactly the kind of prospect he's been dreaming of. He immediately called a member of Team A. The person was currently on a mission in the neighboring province of Dongjiang Province and could go meet Subai to temporarily test him. If he was really as described in the documents, they must act quickly to recruit him. Meanwhile, in a small town bordering Dongjiang Province, Yu Dinghan was eating noodles, starving after days without food. Even a plain bowl of noodles tasted delicious to him. As a member of the Special Investigation Team's Group A, he had been ordered to track down and eliminate a wanted criminal. Speaking of the fugitive, he was a ruthless criminal. As a top-tier figure on the Tiger list, he had used his terrifying strength to kill his opponents, gradually becoming too brazen and reckless, which is why he caught the attention of the Special Investigation Team. Initially, 2 members from Team B were sent out, but not only did they fail to subdue the fugitive, they were also injured in the process. As a result, the case was handed over to Team A. However, Yu Dinghan is now at a loss for what to do. After all, the A-team's involvement was already known to the fugitive, who is now undoubtedly hiding, leaving no trace behind. Team A members are like elusive dragons, they disappear without a trace. When on a mission, they focus solely on their task. When off duty, they blend into society as ordinary citizens, possibly as janitors or urban white-collar workers. Yu Dinghan finished his bowl of noodles. His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated with a distinctive rhythm. After taking the last bite, he stepped out of the stall, walked to a corner, and confirmed no one was around before pulling out his phone. Old Yu. Yu Dinghan hummed in response. Boss. Any new missions? Su Jingming said, are you in Dongjiang province? Yu Dinghan said, yes. Then set off for Dongjiang immediately and find Lu Hongxian. He recommended someone to us go take a look. Go straight to Group A? Are you sure? Yu Dinghan asked in surprise. Su Jingming said, you'll find out once you get there. Ask Lu Hongxian about everything. Alright. I'll leave immediately. Beep. The sound of the phone hanging up echoed in his ears. Yu Dinghan walked back to the small restaurant, paid the bill, and hurriedly left. At the same time, Su Bai, who hadn't attended class for several days, was currently in the classroom listening to the teacher lecture. However, he couldn't help but doze off. As a student, Su Bai believed that simply being present was sufficient. Whether or not he paid attention was another matter entirely. At first, he had thought that students were supposed to come to school to study, but the events of the past few days had indirectly dispelled that notion. After all, he was now considered a celebrity at the school. Just how famous was he? The wealthy second-generation heir Wang Tiancheng had knelt on the ground, sobbing and begging Su Bai for forgiveness. And the student council president, the university heartthrob Huang Wenbin, addressed Su Bai with the respectful title Mr. Su whenever they met, lowering himself to the dust. All of this caused Su Bai's reputation to explode throughout the school, creating a huge sensation. At this point, Su Bai was also falsely rumored to be the heir of a prominent family who had come here merely to experience the life of a commoner and pursue a love that wasn't materialistic. Originally, he had deeply loved Lin Shui, but alas, this woman didn't know a good thing when she had it and dumped this hidden big shot. In the end, the big shot couldn't take it anymore and revealed his true identity. Boys envied and resented him, while girls were obsessed with him. And today, when Su Bai drove his $8 million Bugatti Veyron onto campus, it sent the entire university into a frenzy of shock and awe. As the value of the car was revealed, the shock reached its peak. An 80 million yuan luxury car. And the most crucial part? It's a global limited edition, with only 8 units ever produced. There's no doubt that this is a symbol of status, power, and wealth. For college students still in the ivory tower, the visual impact of this top-of-the-line luxury car is simply overwhelming. Even the kind of supercar that wouldn't appear on TV is now right before their eyes. It's simply beyond belief. So now, whenever Su Bai appears, it inevitably triggers a wave of astonished exclamations. Even at this very moment, while Su Bai is dozing off in the classroom, the windows are crowded with girls, all hoping to catch his eye and rise to fame and fortune overnight. Those girls even created a fan club for Su Bai, and the number of members in the fan club keeps growing rapidly. All of this leaves Su Bai utterly helpless. Therefore, Su Bai decided that since he had the privilege of being able to skip school whenever he wanted, he might as well stop coming to school altogether, or at least come less often, as coming only adds to his troubles. After all, facing these enthusiastic and close female classmates, he couldn't bring himself to act, and could only endure everything passively. Sigh. This guy. Being too popular and too outstanding, isn't that also a kind of trouble? Chapter 117, Lin Shui's Regret. The top boss steps in person. At first, Su Bai was still feeling a bit drowsy. But those gazes, like dozens of spotlights shining down on him, instantly snapped him back to reality. Su Bai hated this feeling. He preferred to keep a low profile, as that was the best way to maximize his interests. Being too flashy wasn't good. It was easy to attract unnecessary trouble. Of course, once he became invincible, it wouldn't matter whether he was flashy or not. But he didn't have that kind of power yet. Plus, he recalled what Lu Hongxian had said earlier, that at least 3 groups had investigated his background. This only made him realize how important it was to stay low-key. It seems like all these classmates are so obsessed with him. He needs to cool things down before it gets out of hand. Just as he was thinking this, Su Bai's phone suddenly rang. He glanced up at the teacher, whose words were flying everywhere, as if he hadn't heard a thing. In the past, he would have been hit with a blackboard and sent to stand outside the classroom, but now there was no reaction at all. It seems that money really does make the world go round, after all. Su Bai snapped out of his thoughts, pulled out his phone, and saw that the screen displayed Lu Chen's number. He then greeted the teacher in front of everyone before walking straight out and heading to a secluded spot, where he pressed the answer button. Su Xiaoyu. Are you free lately? Someone from above is coming. Lu Hongxuan's voice came through the phone. Su Bai was startled. People from above? Is it the special investigation team? Or is it the lone wolf group? To be honest, he was still a bit nervous. Nervous yet excited. He was hoping to encounter a martial artist who could pose a threat to him. Since he had pushed his mental and physical strength to their peak, he had been in an invincible state. Therefore, Su Bai is eagerly anticipating meeting that person. If there are indeed stronger individuals out there, he can identify and address his shortcomings. Since they came to recruit him, they wouldn't harbor hostility toward him. But if he were to encounter a stronger enemy in the future and only then realize that he was nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, that would be the end of him. Old master, I'll go now, Subai said. All right. Hurry up. The person coming this time is special. I didn't expect someone of that caliber to show up, Lu Hongxian said. Special? What level? Subai was puzzled. Lu Hongxian didn't want to say more, simply replying, it's not convenient to discuss this over the phone. Come as soon as you can. The sooner, the better. Got it? Hearing Lu Hongxuan's repeated instructions, Subai realized that the person coming to evaluate him might far exceed Lu Hongxuan's imagination, and he grew even more curious. He hurried downstairs and jumped into the Bugatti Veyron. He stomped on the gas pedal, and the luxury car roared to life, shooting forward in a flash and disappearing into a cloud of dust. In a corner, someone had been staring at Subai intently, not taking their eyes off him until his figure vanished from sight. They reluctantly looked away and sighed. Do you regret it? Someone suddenly stood beside her and spoke. Lin Shui turned to look and saw her best friend, Zhu Yan. Hearing this, Lin Shui fell silent, her face betraying a complex expression. I don't regret it. That's impossible. She and Subai had supported each other through the years. Though their life had been poor, it had also filled her with joy and little delights. Her feelings for Subai were genuine, and her desire for money was also real. It could only be said that, in the face of money, she had lost herself. It was odd, really. She prided herself on her sharp eyes, yet after spending so much time with him, she hadn't noticed that Subai was a hidden big shot. Moreover, with a car worth 80 million, he would take on part-time jobs during every winter and summer break, as well as whenever he had free time, just to earn a few dozen or $100 in hard-earned money. Who would believe that? It's not just her who was blinded. Probably no one had figured out Subai's true identity before this. It has to be said, the minds of these rich second-generation kids are truly unpredictable. Despite being top-tier rich second generation, they insist on pretending to be poor, and even after finding the love of their lives, they still keep up the act. Is this some kind of test of love? Unfortunately, she couldn't withstand the test in the end, picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. And the watermelon she lost was someone who truly loved her, while the sesame seed she picked up was someone who saw her as nothing more than a toy. The bitterness and tears of this situation are known only to Lin Shui herself. But now, even the sesame seeds are gone. Wang Tiancheng offended a top-tier powerful figure, and his entire family was sent to prison. Wang Tiancheng himself wasn't spared and went to jail as well. Now, as Subai's glory shines brightly in the world, she, Lin Shui, has become a laughingstock. A complete and utter laughingstock. Zhu Yan has been watching Lin Shui all along, unable to suppress her concerns. These past few days, Lin Shui hasn't uttered a single word, her expression blank and vacant, often staring off into space. This has made Zhu Yan feel a sense of panic, fearing that Lin Shui might do something reckless, as the blow was simply too devastating. Looking back, she realized she had become the biggest joke of all. No one could accept that. Zhu Yan sighed deeply, unsure how to comfort Lin Shui. She could only follow her silently. Lu family. Lu Hongxian was sitting across from a man with a scruffy beard. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s. Lu Hongxian spoke to Yu Dinghan with great respect. Mr. Yu, please wait a moment. I will go get Subai's files right away. He then turned to Lu Chen beside him and said, Xiao Chun, come here and accompany Mr. Yu. Do not be rude. Lu Chen replied, yes, grandfather. He walked over to Yu Dinghan, unable to hide his curiosity. Even his grandfather was so respectful, and he had lowered himself so much it was truly shocking. Mr. Yu. Hello? Would you like something to eat? Mr. Yu Dinghan thought for a moment and said, anything to eat will do. Hurry up, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Alright, Mr. Yu. I'll go prepare right away. Lu Chen finished speaking and left. In no time, Lu Hongxian brought over the relevant documents on Subai and handed them to Yu Dinghan with both hands in a respectful manner. Yu Dinghan quickly flipped through the documents in his hands. Meanwhile, Lu Hongxian watched Yu Dinghan, feeling utterly shocked. This was his unique quality. He had initially planned to have Subai become an extra member of Group E, but he never expected that the evaluator would be a formal member of Group A, meaning there was a possibility of being absorbed into Group A in the end. This was the Group A he had always dreamed of joining. It was out of reach. Now, it was within Subai's grasp. At this moment, to say he wasn't envious would be impossible. However, after a moment of envy, he couldn't help but feel a bit of joy. Now that Subai has joined the top division, when it comes to recognizing the contributors, it's definitely him, Lu Hongxian, and the Lu family. At that time, the Lu family as status 1T just be solidified at LL soared to new heights. After reviewing Subai's relevant information, Yu Dinghan also became instantly excited. If the information is accurate, then Subai will be a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Chapter 118, The Terrifying Subai. The Shock of the Top-Tier Elders. Subai arrived at the Tianshan Villa district without any obstacles. He then entered the Lu family compound without any obstruction, parked his car, and headed straight to the living room. At that moment, in the living room, a disheveled man with a beard was lying there casually, with his legs crossed. Lu Hongxian and Lu Chen were chatting enthusiastically with the disheveled man, but the man was clearly distracted. Facing the two enthusiastic men, he only responded with half-hearted ahas and yes. His disinterest was written all over his face, yet the grandfather and grandson showed no signs of displeasure. As Su Bai walked in, the middle-aged man's gaze immediately fell on him. Su Xiaoyu. Lu Hongxian stood up. After addressing the old man as Mr. Lu, Su Bai turned his gaze toward the man who was behaving so casually. At that moment, Yu Dinghan was also sizing up Su Bai. He could clearly sense the intense pressure emanating from Su Bai. Strong. At least his strength was on par with his own. That was Yu Dinghan's first reaction. He took a deep breath and asked, Su Bai? Su Bai nodded. Yu Dinghan said indifferently, let me introduce myself. I'm a member of Team A of the Special Investigation Unit. My name is Yu Dinghan. I'll be your examiner this time. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise. Ha? Team A? Su Bai was a bit surprised. Lu Hongxian interjected from the side, Su Xiaoyu, here's the situation. I initially called the Team B leader to recommend you, but after reviewing your profile, he felt Team A was a better fit for you. So he contacted the Team A leader, and that's why Mr. Yu is here. At that moment, Su Bai realized that the special situation Lu Hongxian had mentioned was actually this. He then asked, could you please tell me what the assessment will entail? Yu Dinghan looked at Lu Hongxian and said, Mr. Lu, could you please give me an open space? Alright. Lu Hongxian nodded and led the way, with Yu Dinghan following closely behind. Su Bai lagged a step behind, while Lu Chen waited until everyone had left before following. Soon, they arrived at the backyard. This open space was almost as large as a football field. Mr. Yu, do you think this place is suitable? Lu Hongxian asked. Yu Dinghan glanced at it and nodded. It's suitable. After speaking, he took a step forward, then turned to look at Su Bai, who was still standing there stunned, and said, come here. Then hit me with all your strength. Su Bai stepped into the clearing and looked at Yu Dinghan from a distance. Yu Dinghan said casually, you can attack any time. Remember, use all your strength. Give me a surprise. Seeing his careless demeanor, he clearly didn't care about Su Bai at all. At this point, Su Bai didn't even seem worthy of a second glance from Yu Dinghan. At the peak of the Tiger rankings, there were at least 4 or 5 who had been defeated by him over the years, and each of them was far more powerful than Su Bai. Su Bai's youth was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Su Bai naturally sensed Yu Dinghan's intentions. He took a deep breath, his body tensing up, his blood beginning to boil, and his spiritual energy contracting to its limit, like a sword about to be drawn from its scabbard, waiting for the moment to reveal its sharpness. Boom! A surging momentum formed visible waves, spreading outward in all directions. Lu Hongxian and Lu Chen's expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated backward to a safe distance. Upon reaching safety, they saw the chaotic energy field surging around Su Bai, leaving them utterly shocked. This is way too powerful. Lu Hongxian had already held Su Bai in high esteem, but at this moment, he felt that Su Bai was like an iceberg floating on the ocean. What he had seen all along was merely the tip of the iceberg. Su Bai's expression grew solemn as he slowly gathered his strength. He intended to unleash his full strength, for Yu Dinghan had made him feel threatened. This man was truly too powerful, he must take him seriously and give it his all. Only someone like Su Bai, whose mental power had reached its peak, could perceive the true strength of his opponent. Generally speaking, martial artists who have reached a certain level of strength can sense their opponent's power, though such perceptions are usually faint. However, Su Bai was different. His mental strength was incredibly powerful, so his perceptions were extremely intense. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. This was Su Bai's advantage. He could clearly sense his opponent's strength, while the opponent couldn't sense his strength as clearly. A quarter of an hour later, Su Bai bent his legs and sprang forward like a spring, disappearing in an instant. Where he had stood moments ago, the ground cracked visibly before the naked eye. Bang! Countless afterimages flashed by. In the blink of an eye, Su Bai was already in front of Yu Dinghan. His right fist clenched tightly, releasing a terrifying force that felt like the weight of Mount Tai crashing down on Yu Dinghan's chest. This was the most powerful punch Su Bai had ever thrown, using every ounce of his strength. Bo! Terrifying shockwaves erupted in layers, surging toward Yu Dinghan. Yu Dinghan was no slouch either, as an even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The collision of the two auras, instantly triggering a massive explosion. Even Lu Hongxian and Lu Chen, who had already retreated hundreds of meters away, felt as though their bodies were being pierced by needles, and their breathing grew rapid and labored. This was the collision of top-tier powerhouses. A single casual strike was enough to send ordinary people into a state of utter terror. At that moment, Su Bai was also shocked. His full-force strike had been effortlessly blocked by Yu Dinghan, who had done so with just one hand. This was simply hard to believe. Though he didn't know how strong he truly was, when he faced Lu Bufan, he had broken a sword with a single finger, shocking the entire SCC and earning him a spot among the core members, which had made him a bit arrogant. But now, Yu Dinghan had proven to him with his own actions what it meant to have someone even stronger out there. He was certain that if Yu Dinghan had any intention of killing him, he would already be dead, without even a moment to react, let alone escape. In an instant, Subai was filled with a sense of urgency. Compared to a true powerhouse, he was still far from adequate. He had to quickly obtain more resources to keep growing stronger. Only by continuing to grow stronger could he feel even a little at ease. Subai's heart was unsettled, and Yu Dinghan's mind was also in turmoil. He was a member of the elite special investigation team, a renowned expert from the heavenly rankings. Yet he had been forced to retreat by a 21-year-old at the peak of the tiger rankings. Yes. He had to step back to defuse the terrifying force of Subai's punch. You must understand that the gap between the tiger rank and the heavenly rank is far greater than the gap between the tiger rank and ordinary people. It's like comparing a toddler who just learned to walk to a world-class sprinter. Could that child win? Obviously, no way. But Subai managed to do it. It's truly baffling. And Subai has no martial arts skills whatsoever, it's purely raw physical strength. That's what truly terrifies him. If Subai had learned even a little martial arts, wouldn't that mean he could fight him evenly? Thinking of this, Yu Dinghan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 119, Background takes a major leap forward. A new powerhouse. At this moment, Yu Dinghan was overwhelmed with emotion that defied words. Even within the top division, he could be considered an outstanding figure. However, no matter how shocked he felt inside, he maintained a calm demeanor. If Subai were to discover his true thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly be filled with pride. But what Yu Dinghan didn't know was that after realizing the insurmountable gap between himself and a true master, Subai's heart had grown cold. After all, even with the system and its advantages, he had only managed to become the top young practitioner. It was truly frustrating. Only by achieving true invincibility would he feel a sense of security. Subai withdrew his fist and sighed helplessly. He truly hadn't expected the gap between himself and that transcendent martial artist to be so vast. It seemed he needed to hurry up and grow stronger. And his path to becoming stronger wasn't through cultivation, but through spending money. This was truly the world's greatest oddity. Speaking of Yu Dinghan, does that mean he is definitely among the strongest? But, as mentioned earlier, there are always stronger people out there. Moreover, even though Yu Dinghan is so strong, he is only a member of Group A. If we extrapolate from that, the leader of Group A must be even stronger than Yu Dinghan. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like this assessment was a lost cause. Just take this single punch, it was his best punch at his peak. Even if he were to throw a few more punches now, none would be as powerful. He might as well accept his fate. As for Yu Dinghan, he felt that this punch was simply too powerful. It was more than enough to enter the Alpha Group, let alone being a reserve member. Even becoming a full member would be more than sufficient. The power of Subai's previous punch alone was enough to overpower the strongest member of the Alpha Group's reserve team. Subai's terrifying mental strength, combined with his terrifying physical strength, had already made him surpass the peak of the Tiger rankings, and he was only a hair's breadth away from the Heaven rankings. This was the realm of those above the Tiger rankings but not yet in the Heaven rankings. Heaven rank warriors are an existence that countless martial artists dare not even dream of. At this moment, Yu Dinghan looked at Subai and spoke calmly. Subai, congratulations on joining the Alpha Group as a reserve member. I hope you will work hard and strive to become a full member soon. Subai was taken aback. What? He's already been admitted to Group A? He had given it his all, yet the opponent had passed the test unscathed? The lingering disappointment from his previous failure was still fresh, but the unexpected good news brought him an unexpected joy. After all, once you're in the top division, you're considered someone with connections. If he passes the test set by the lone wolf, he'll effectively have double protection and can face anything without fear. He can spend money recklessly without worrying about anyone causing trouble for him. The appearance of Yu Dinghan made him realize that this world was still filled with powerful individuals, though his own level was still too low to connect with the true elite. Now, the only way to achieve absolute security was to keep getting stronger. Subai thanked Mr. Yu. He spoke with a touch of respect. Even though Yu Dinghan's attitude was indifferent, Subai still respected him greatly. After all, a strong person has every right to be proud, and besides, he had helped him pass the exam and joined the special investigation team. No problem. Once you're in the reserve team, you're practically one of us. Keep up the hard work and strive to be officially accepted as soon as possible. Yu Dinghan instructed. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Yu. Subai understood. Alright. Take out your phone and add me as a friend. I'll introduce you to the team leader of Group A, and then the boss will add you to the group. You can also compare your strengths and weaknesses to motivate yourselves to train harder. Alright. Mr. Yu Dinghan. Subai replied respectfully. Thus, the two exchanged contact information. At that moment, Lu Hongxian arrived with Lu Chen, both looking delighted. Congratulations! Congratulations! Su Xiaoyu, you're now a provisional member of Team A far beyond my expectations. Subai smiled and said, I must also thank Mr. Lu for his strong recommendation. I will always remember it. Lu Hongxian replied, Su Xiaoyu, you're too kind. I merely provided you with an opportunity, it's nothing to mention. At this moment, the background Su Bai possessed had already far surpassed what he had during his peak period. Group A and Group B. Though they differ by just one word, the gap between them is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Even if Su Bai were to join the Group A reserve team now, his status would still be far higher than that of a formal member of Group B. Back then, Lu Hongxian had built a vast empire in Dongjiang province and become the uncrowned king solely by virtue of his status as a member of Group B. Now, as a member of the Group A reserve team, Su Bai could easily take the title of uncrowned king of Dongjiang province if he so desired. After exchanging a few more polite greetings, Lu Hongxian led everyone to the living room. Lunch had already been prepared, and everyone began to eat heartily while chatting. Yu Dinghan took advantage of the downtime to send a message to Su Jingming. Su Bai's situation matches the records exactly, and based on my estimation, he is already half a step away from the heavenly rankings. Before long, Su Jingming's message came back, hurry. Send him to me. Yu Dinghan then had Su Bai add Su Jingming as a friend. After adding him as a friend, the other party sent a message, hello. I am Su Jingming, the team leader of Special Investigation Team A. Team leader? Su Bai was taken aback. The team leader of Team A? That's a big shot among big shots. Even as a team member, Yu Dinghan was already incredibly powerful. He couldn't help but feel excited. Team leader Su Jingming must be even more formidable. He quickly replied, hello, team leader Su. My name is Su Bai. Hello, Su Bai. I've reviewed your profile and have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Aim to be promoted soon. Alright. I'll definitely work hard. After that, Su Jingming added him to a small group. There were 8 people in total, including him as the new member, making 9 in all. Su Jingming, welcome to the new member. Soon, 6 people sent a welcome emoji pack. 2 people were missing. They must not have seen their phones. Otherwise, the leader has spoken, no one dares to stay silent. Boss, it's my first time meeting the newcomers. I feel like no one's joined in ages. Right, the last time was over 2 years ago. Su Jingming, that's true. Rarity makes things valuable. Our team A only wants the best of the best. By the way, have Su Bai give a brief introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Bai. I'm currently attending university in Dongjiang. Su Bai said. Wow. College? You're not just 22, are you? 21. Wow. At 21, you've already joined the Team A reserve squad? You're a true prodigy. Su Jingming, alright. You two should help and supervise each other, and strive to be officially promoted as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Clinging to a Big Leg Again. Crisis approaches. Afterward, Su Jingming sent over the documents. Su Bai took a look. They were all related to the reserve team members and the rules they had to follow. Once he joined the reserve team of the first division, his information became classified. If he were to join the Lone Wolf unit, his information would become top secret, and only the 7 of them would have the authority to access Su Bai's background. Su Bai was very satisfied with this arrangement. Moreover, not only him, but even his family would receive the highest level of protection. Now that he was under protection, he had no more worries. Su Bai directly sent a message to Zhao Tianjiao, telling her not to worry about the exposure anymore. He could go ahead and buy whatever he wanted, as he was currently in urgent need of luxury items. After joining the first-tier team, he now had the strongest backing, so he felt that no matter how much money he spent, it wouldn't be a problem. Wei Yong and Li Guobing arrived in Magic City to specifically protect Zhao Tianjiao's safety. As for the security department, there were occasional people coming and going, but Su Bai had entrusted everything to Xiao Pujuan. Now that they had entered the top tier, the only thing missing was the Lone Wolf. However, 3 days later, Su Bai received a call from Lu Laoyi, who said that the assessment for the Lone Wolf had been temporarily cancelled, and further instructions would follow later. This left Su Bai feeling rather frustrated. This feels so unreliable. In Group A, the assessment arrived within 2 days. But there was still no word from the Lone Wolf. A few days later, Su Bai received another call from someone claiming to be Gu Lang. It was then that he learned the reason behind the cancellation of the assessment. It turned out that Lu Hongxian had mentioned that he had been admitted to Team A's reserve squad. After careful consideration, the Wolfpack decided that if Su Bai was willing, he could directly become an honorary member of the Wolfpack. Being able to pass the Group A assessment directly must mean he's an absolute prodigy. So, the Lone Wolf must really like him. This was for the best. One as an unofficial member and one as an official member would avoid any conflicts or interference. With these two identities, Su Bai now felt confident in his actions. He had never been the type to bully others, so he would never act without reason. As long as he was forced to defend himself, both the A-team and the Lone Wolf would become his strongest backing. The Lone Wolf also mentioned over the phone that he should find time to go to the imperial capital, as there are some procedures that must be handled in person. Even the special investigation team requires similar arrangements. He has only secured a spot so far, and certain formalities need to be handled personally. Subai checked the dates and picked a relatively free time to make the trip, intending to handle both matters at once. However, just as he was about to board the plane, he suddenly received a call from Wei Yong. Wei Yong said on the phone that they had encountered some trouble, which might be quite tricky. As expected, spending 500 billion in a month was indeed too flashy. Such a massive influx of funds into the market was bound to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The feared incident had occurred, but Subai was not surprised. To be honest, Subai was quite satisfied with Zhao Tianjiao. Since he assigned her the task, she has successfully invested an enormous sum of approximately 30 billion yuan in just a few days. Moreover, in the past few days, she has also successfully auctioned off a piece of land in a prime location, with the funds involved reaching as high as 30 billion. Currently, 4 billion has been paid as a deposit, and the remaining 260 billion will be submitted once the final qualification review is approved. As a result, his tycoon points have surged rapidly, reaching 452 points. If we include the 260 points from the land deal, the 1,000-point target is within reach. Therefore, Zhao Tianjiao's investment ventures have hit a roadblock, leaving her without a place to spend her money. This is what Subai is most worried about. Although completing the final procedures is important, he cannot interrupt his path to becoming stronger. Thinking this through, Subai decided to head to Magic City first. After all, he had already passed the assessment, so arriving earlier or later wouldn't make much of a difference. He must stabilize the rear and ensure Zhao Tianjiao continues to provide him with a steady supply of wealth points. That's the long-term strategy. After careful consideration, Subai bought a plane ticket to Magic City. Let's see what problems Zhao Tianjiao is facing. After all, SCCS headquarters was in the Demon City. As a core member, handling matters there was as easy as returning home. Moreover, he was now a member of the Alpha Squad reserve team and an unofficial member of the Lone Wolf unit. These two identities alone were more than enough to handle any trouble. Meanwhile, Magic City. Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel. As an ultra-luxurious 10-star hotel, the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel cannot be measured by money alone. It's simply beyond the realm of the wealthy. It is said that the statues at the entrance of the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel are made of 24-karat pure gold, worth a fortune. At that moment, in one of the hotel's luxurious suites, Zhao Tianjiao glared at the man sitting across from her with a grim expression. Behind her, Wei Yong and Li Guobing stood on either side, like two guardian deities. Miss Xiao, are you being too bold? I sent you alone to this meeting, yet you brought 2 bodyguards with you. Are you pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth? The man spoke with a playful tone. His right hand held a high-stemmed glass, the red wine inside swaying slightly. An inexplicable aura lingered in the air. Zhao Tianjiao angrily retorted, Lu Yuni, so what if I'm pretending to be ignorant? Lu Yuni sneered, I truly like Miss Xiao, but it seems you don't appreciate my feelings at all. Zhao Tianjiao said, Lu Yuni, stop deluding yourself. Let me tell you, I have connections above. If you still plan to oppose Dongjiang International, I'll have to have the big boss talk to you personally. Threatening me? I've already investigated Dongjiang International thoroughly. In an underdeveloped province like Dongjiang, a new company like that can't have much influence, can it? What's so special about being a new company? At an auction, whoever bids the highest gets the land. Isn't that fair? No. That's not fair at all. A new company with no resources and no connections? They definitely don't have the capability to handle it. So, I think we need to assess your company's capabilities. As for the assessment date, let's set it for 3 years for now. 3 years? Lu Yuni, have you lost your mind? Zhao Tianjiao was so angry she wanted to curse. 3 years. 3 whole years. You must understand that delaying this project for 3 years will cause significant losses to the company. Although Subai is very wealthy and wouldn't care about the losses, she does care. She's the project leader, and now that the project is incurring losses, even if Subai doesn't hold her accountable, she'll be tormented internally. Lu Yuni resorted to underhanded tactics to abruptly halt the project. She must resolve this. As for Lu Yuni's demands, she won't consider them. Chapter 121, A New Enemy. Lu Yuni, the second young master of the Lu family. Fine. Since Miss Zhao doesn't know her place, don't blame me. In this small corner of Magic City, as long as I, Lu Yuni, give a word, your company's operations here will come to a standstill. Lu Yuni, you despicable coward. Zhao Tianjiao was so enraged that her small chest rose and fell violently. She is from Dongjiang and has never encountered such a scoundrel before. Though she had worked as a manager at Dongjiang restaurant, she had encountered some scoundrels before. But at least they maintained a facade of refinement and gentlemanly manners. Moreover, Dongjiang restaurant was one of the top establishments in Dongjiang province. Even if those men had wanted to force her, they wouldn't have dared to act on their desires. But in the Magic City, even the Dongjiang restaurant, let alone the entire Dongjiang province, was nothing in the presence of a true big shot. Especially when faced with someone as repulsive as Lu Yuni, all her little tricks were useless. After meeting a few times, Lu Yuni had already grown impatient and used some underhanded tactics to directly terminate their plans. Currently, the project has already invested billions, and if it were to be halted for 3 years, it could result in losses of billions, something she absolutely cannot accept. Moreover, after 3 years, there is no guarantee that another 3 years won't follow. Lu Yuni looked at Zhao Tianjiu and threatened her with a cold smile. Miss Xiao, this prime piece of land in the golden area has enormous market potential. Our company has already designated it as a strategic development target. You, a nouveau riche from Dongjiang province, dare to think you can share in our profits? You're delusional. Therefore, you must first apologize to me, then accompany me for a few days, and hand over the land at a discounted price. Otherwise, your company will face bankruptcy. Lu Yuni was truly furious. He had spent a fortune and used every means possible to secure connections, allowing his company to bid 20 billion for that plot of land. Once they created some hype, they could flip it and at least double its value. The plan was perfect, but then out of nowhere, Dongjiang International showed up and bought it for 300 billion. He was seething with anger. At first, he thought someone was targeting him specifically. But after investigating, he found out it was an investment company from a small town, with no idea how deep the waters ran. Daring to snatch profits that were already in his hands was an absolute humiliation for him. Therefore, making Dongjiang International give up the property was just the first step of his plan. He also intended to bankrupt the company. Otherwise, how could he, Lu Yuni, maintain his reputation in Shanghai? However, after meeting Zhao Tianjiao, he immediately changed his mind. He decided to give up the land and, more importantly, he had to have this beautiful woman several times. After enduring so many setbacks, Zhao Tianjiao's aura had undergone a complete transformation, exuding a powerful, aloof aura of a strong woman. Combined with her already stunning looks, she was truly a beauty beyond compare. Even Lu Yuni, a seasoned playboy, couldn't resist wanting to taste her charm. Alright. Since you insist on this, I'll have to ask my boss to speak with you personally. I hope you won't regret it later. After saying this, Zhao Tianjiao turned and left. In truth, after hearing Lu Yuni's words, the pressure she had been feeling suddenly eased considerably. At first, she thought Lu Yuni was targeting her because he wanted to get her. If that were the case, she would be the one to blame for harming the company. But now she understood that the reason the other party was targeting them was because, as newcomers, they had encroached on others' interests, thereby triggering this series of retaliatory actions. As for her, she was merely collateral damage. In that case, it had little to do with her, as it was Su Bai who had encouraged her to invest boldly. Now that problems had arisen, the blame couldn't be placed on him. As Zhao Tianjiao stepped out, several burly men immediately blocked their path. At that moment, Lu Yuni sneered. Miss Xiao, you're too naive. Do you think this is the small province of Dongjiang? Now that you've come in, I won't let you leave unscathed. Since your boss is the one negotiating with me, I'll collect some benefits from you, the responsible party, first. What does collect benefits mean? It's obvious. Zhao Tianjiao turned to look at Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni, are you sure you want to commit a crime? Crime? Who said I'm committing a crime? In this corner of Shanghai, anything I do isn't a crime. Lu Yuni smiled and then looked at the burly men, saying, be gentle. Don't hurt Miss Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly men attacked. Their targets were Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Once those two were taken care of, Zhao Tianjiu was just a defenseless woman. They could do whatever they wanted with her. At that moment, Lu Yuni looked at Zhao Tianjiao's fair skin and nearly perfect figure, unable to suppress his excitement. The thought of such a rare beauty blooming beneath him filled him with even greater excitement. As the second young master of the Lu family, he had slept with countless women, not 1,000, but at least 800. However, a woman like Zhao Tianjiao, with her stunning looks, perfect figure, and aloof demeanor, was a first for him. He couldn't help but anticipate the taste of such a rare delicacy. Given his status and influence, any woman he set his sights on would usually come to him willingly. Yet, with Zhao Tianjiao, his efforts had all been in vain. He had hinted at his intentions multiple times, but this little vixen seemed to be playing hard to get, refusing to give in. This only fueled his desire even more. As for Zhao Tianjiao, he was determined to make her his plaything. Even if that so-called big boss came along, it wouldn't matter. He was the king of the city. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, several dull thuds echoed through the air, and Lu Yuni couldn't help but look over with curiosity. The burly men hadn't even gotten close, but the two middle-aged men moved so quickly they were almost blurs. Instantly, the burly men were slammed into the wall like cannonballs, then collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony and screaming in pain. In an instant, Lu Yuni was stunned. These men were all his bodyguards, no pushovers. Not only were they towering at 1.9 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, like giants, but they were also skilled in free fighting, capable of effortlessly taking on 10 men at once. Yet now, without even getting close, they had been so swiftly and decisively taken down. It was simply beyond belief. At first, Zhao Tianjiu was a bit scared. But now, she had completely relaxed. She never expected that the two people sent by Su Bai were so powerful, with combat strength off the charts, effortlessly dispatching Lu Yuni's bodyguards. They were truly incredible. She glanced at Lu Yuni with a smug smile, then strode confidently out of the room. With no obstacles in her way, her figure quickly disappeared. Wei Yong and Li Guobing followed closely behind. At that moment, the room was left with a dazed Lu Yuni and a burly man lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Chapter 122, one of the four young masters, Lu Yutong. The hidden powerhouse, Luo Yuyao. Zhao Tianjiu had left. Although she had effectively neutralized Lu Yuni's ability to pose a threat, she chose not to press her advantage. It wasn't that she intended to spare such scum as Lu Yuni. If given the chance, she would have gladly destroyed his lineage. However, this man still held significant influence in the Demon City. If she pushed things too far, even if Su Bai were to arrive, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. Moments later, Lu Yuni took a deep breath, looked at Zhao Tianjiao, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and smiled faintly. Interesting. This little vixen is getting more and more interesting. After speaking, he downed the red wine he had placed on the table in one gulp. Then he slammed it onto the ground with a crisp, loud crash. As for Zhao Tianjiao, after returning home, she sent a message to Su Bai, explaining the entire situation to him. When Su Bai set off for Magic City, Zhao Tianjiao was unaware of his departure. After a brief conversation, she hung up the phone and sank into the soft cushion with a worried expression, sighing deeply. Luo Yuyao came out of the room at that moment, saw Zhao Tianjiao's expression, and sat down beside her, wrapping her arms around her. She said, "My little treasure, why are you looking so upset? Tell me, who made my little treasure unhappy?" Zhao Tianjiao replied, "The plot of land we secured in that prime location has been eyed by a local power broker. We might be in trouble. The project has been put on hold. But I've already spoken to the big boss. Now we just have to wait and see what he does. That's the 30 billion investment, right? Who has that kind of budget?" Luo Yuyao exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Tianjiao had known about the land investment from the start. At the time, she had already sensed something was off. A 30 billion deal couldn't possibly fall into the hands of an outsider with no roots so easily, especially when it comes to scarce resources like land. And land in the golden area is even more scarce. Generally speaking, such resources are tightly controlled by the top families in the city. Unless you're part of the inner circle, outsiders who try to get involved will likely end up shattered. There have been precedents. Some newly rich outsiders tried to enter the Magic City by first acquiring land. Although they initially succeeded in obtaining the land, subsequent development was fraught with difficulties, leading to the eventual sale of the land at a fraction of the original price to avoid bankruptcy. Zhao Tianjiao suddenly asked, "Yao Yao, you grew up in the Magic City. Do you know Lu Yuni?" "Lu Yuni? Are you talking about Lu Yuni, the chairman and CEO of Rome Real Estate?" Luo Yuyao was taken aback. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes lit up as she said, "That's him." "Yao Yao, do you know him?" Luo Yuyao shook her head and said, "I've heard of him, but I don't know much about him." She silently thought to herself, "I don't know Lu Yuni, but his older brother, Lu Yutong, I'm quite familiar with." "Alright." Zhao Tianjiao's disappointment was evident. Luo Yuyao suddenly stared at Zhao Tianjiao intently, her expression odd. Zhao Tianjiao curiously asked, "Yao Yao, why are you looking at me like that?" Luo Yuyao said that Lu Yuni is a notorious playboy in Magic City. "Someone as beautiful as you, my precious Zhao Jiao, he must have had ulterior motives toward you. So, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh my. What are you thinking about? But that guy did try to force himself on me today, but he was beaten up by Wei Yong and the others. That's good, that's good. You're still my sweet, soft little treasure. If he touched you, I'd feel uneasy when I hug you." Luo Yuyao said with a smile. "Get lost." Zhao Tianjiao said with a dark expression. At that moment, Luo Yuyao had already added Lu Yuni to her blacklist. Anyone who dared to set their sights on her and even tried to force himself on her would be dealt with properly when the time came. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to let it go. However, since Zhao Jiao said the big boss was coming, she decided to bide her time for now. As for Zhao Jiao's mysterious big boss, she was curious, but she didn't hold any expectations for him. After all, although Lu Yuni was just a lowly scoundrel, his older brother Lu Yutong was one of the renowned four young masters. He was truly a man of immense power and influence. On the other side, after talking with Zhao Tianjiao, Su Bai also felt a bit helpless. Others are short on money, but he isn't. Anyway, as long as he spent the money and gained some tycoon points, it was fine. As for who might use this to block projects, that didn't matter to him. If possible, he even wanted to buy more land. As long as he earned enough tycoon points, the rest didn't matter. However, he couldn't share this thought with others. He had to hurry to Magic City to resolve all these matters, then head to the Imperial capital to handle the procedures for the Special Investigation Team and the Lone Wolf. Soon, Su Bai arrived in Magic City, pulled out his phone, and called Zhao Tianjiao to ask where she was. Zhao Tianjiao had rented a studio in Magic City, which served as their current office. She then notified the team members, informing them that the big boss had arrived in Magic City. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuyao also felt curious about the big boss Zhao Tianjiao had mentioned and followed her to the current office location. Su Bai arrived at the agreed-upon location. It was a skyscraper towering 70 stories high, almost touching the clouds. Zhao Tianjiao said the place was on the 37th floor. The The team wasn't very large to begin with, and even though they had only rented half a floor for their office, it still felt rather spacious. When Subai arrived at the 37th floor, the entrance was already crowded with people. These people were also curious about this mysterious big boss. After all, they were top-tier talents that Zhao Tianzhou had lured away with hefty salaries, all of them the cream of the crop in their respective fields. At first, they weren't interested in this startup company, but the money Zhao Tianzhou offered was simply too tempting. It was at least double their previous salaries, and some were even 5 times their previous annual salary. Money talks, and they were tempted. They joined Dongjiang International with the mindset of making as much money as possible. However, what they didn't expect was that within just half a month of joining the company, it had already invested nearly 30 billion yuan and spent a fortune purchasing prime real estate in the heart of Magic City. It was utterly extravagant. An investment of several hundred billion yuan in a single month was enough to shock even them. As a result, their mindset shifted. They decided to commit fully, reasoning that once the company went public and became a Fortune 500 firm, they would be among the founding members. Under the influence of such massive amounts of money, they felt a strong sense of belonging to Dongjiang International Investment Company. Upon hearing that the big boss was arriving today, they greeted him with radiant faces. Chapter 123, Buying a Building. Everyone's shock. Dongjiang International Investment Company currently has 3 office locations in Shanghai. These are the legal department, the investment department, and the finance department. The head of the legal department is a middle-aged man with extensive legal experience, who has a significant reputation in the legal circles of Magic City. The legal department is composed of nearly 20 top-tier legal experts. The investment department is responsible for evaluating projects and making final investment decisions, with Zhao Tianzhou serving as its director. Lastly, the finance department consists of only 4 people, all of whom are industry elites recruited at high salaries. Similarly, the head of this department is also Zhao Tianzhou. At that moment, over 40 employees were gathered at the entrance of the building, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the big boss. As they imagined the CEO to be a formidable business tycoon, a young man who looked like a newcomer stepped out of the car. Zhao Tianzhou greeted him with a smile and called him Mr. Su. Everyone was stunned. The mysterious big boss was actually such a young teenager. He looked to be in his 20s. Such a grand gesture, investing 50 billion yuan in just 1 month. His net worth must be at least tens of billions. A tycoon of this caliber should have bodyguards clearing the way and an entourage following him everywhere, shouldn't he? Why was he taking a taxi? Su Bai's initial summer left everyone speechless. Even Luo Yuyao, who was waiting nearby, was utterly astonished. A top-tier tycoon simply hailing a taxi for an inspection? It's utterly baffling. Su Xiao, good. Wei Yang and Li Guobing shouted at the top of their lungs, "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Bai noticed the two and smiled, saying, "You've worked hard." After Wei Yang and the others called out, "Hello, Mr. Su," the over 40 company employees snapped out of their daze and rushed over enthusiastically, shouting, "Hello, Mr. Su." Good. You've all worked hard too. This was an impromptu visit, so I didn't bring any gifts for everyone. Here's what we'll do: as long as you meet your performance targets, you'll receive double bonuses at year-end. Su Bai said. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of flattery erupted. Su Xiao is so generous. I've never seen someone with such style before. Master Su offers double bonuses right off the bat. It truly moves us. We must work even harder to repay Master Su. These people never expected that the big boss behind the scenes would be so approachable and generous. They were deeply impressed, and the flattery flowed freely. Thus, Su Bai followed Zhao Tianzhou inside. At the entrance, Su Bai stopped in his tracks, looked up at the towering skyscraper, and said, "Zhao, which floor are you on?" "Mr. Su. We're on the 37th floor. We've rented half of it." Zhao Tianzhou replied. "Rented? Just half a floor?" Su Bai's voice suddenly rose. Behind him, all the employees felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the big boss thinks that with over 40 people, taking up an entire half floor for offices is too wasteful? After all, a single floor could easily accommodate hundreds of people. Thinking of this, they immediately felt that the double bonus was out of the question. After all, if they were already being so stingy about this, they could easily find an excuse when it came time to distribute bonuses. Su Bai, however, glared angrily at Zhao Tianzhou and said, "Zhao, you're ignoring what I said again." "I'm furious." Zhao Tianzhou froze in shock. At first, she thought Su Bai was blaming her for using half a floor for 40 people to work in, which was too extravagant. However, she knew Su Bai well enough to understand that he wouldn't make such a public scene over a minor mistake. So she was completely flustered and couldn't react for a moment. As for those who weren't familiar with Su Bai, they were even more terrified. They assumed that the big boss was making his first inspection of the company and would certainly want to make a strong impression to establish his authority and dignity. Sure enough, these top-tier tycoons are all cut from the same cloth. How could they have initially thought Su Bai was such a kind and approachable person? They truly misjudged him. Seeing that Zhao Tianjiao hadn't reacted, Su Bai immediately said, Zhao Zhao, contact the landlord right away and ask how much he is willing to sell this office building for. Dongjiang International is an international company operating worldwide, don't be so petty. As soon as Su Bai spoke, everyone was stunned once again. Even Zhao Tianjiao was utterly astonished. What's going on? Buy a building outright? They were just a startup company with over 40 employees. This building could easily accommodate over 10,000 people. This wasn't just extravagant, it was downright outrageous. The industry elite swallowed hard, their shock overwhelming them like a tidal wave. After all, as leaders in their respective fields, they had inevitably come into contact with top-tier billionaires who would go to any lengths to squeeze every last drop of value from their employees to maximize their own profits. But Su Bai is truly an anomaly in the world of the wealthy. Zhao Tianjiao said, Mr. Su, after we purchase this office building, Dongjiang International might not need all of it. Should we rent out the remaining spaces? This 70-story office building is currently less than half developed. If all the supporting facilities are fully completed, the property value could easily multiply several times over. Buying it now would definitely result in a significant price premium. No renting. Dongjiang International is enough for one company. We need to show those companies the strength of Dongjiang International. After all, we're targeting top-tier global investment firms. We can't afford to look cheap. Speaking of which, Su Bai added, call the landlord later when you have time. I'll negotiate personally. I plan to shift Dongjiang International's focus to Shanghai. This will be our main battlefield in the future. He was genuinely worried that Zhao Tianjiao would go there, conduct a thorough assessment, and negotiate the price, which would likely derail the deal. All right, Mr. Su, Zhao Tianjiao said. Su Bai had already made his intentions clear. She was just a manager and had to follow the boss's orders. Besides, she knew Su Bai well. This guy was a stubborn mule. Once he made up his mind, he would stick to it no matter what. In the end, it's his own money, not hers. After that, the two entered the 37th floor. The members of Dongjiang International Company following behind were utterly shocked, standing frozen in place like statues, unable to recover for a long time. Shock. To just blurt out buying an entire building. It was truly shocking. Chapter 124, Those who dare to harm my people will pay with blood. They took the elevator to the 37th floor, where Dongjiang International Investment Company was located. Su Bai entered the office. Zhao Tianjiao then recounted everything that had happened earlier, of course omitting Lu Yunyi's sordid thoughts and despicable intentions, and instead emphasizing that he had offered to sell the land they had purchased at a 50% or even 30% discount. After listening, Su Bai didn't seem to care. His primary goal wasn't to make money, he just wanted to secure the wealthy client. However, he couldn't say that in front of Zhao Tianjiao, as it would undermine their confidence. Besides, who in business doesn't want to make money? If just any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to lord it over Dongjiang International, how could they conduct business in the future? Therefore, since Su Bai had arrived in Magic City, he had to launch a strong counterattack. He needed to give the local powers in Magic City a taste of his strength. This way, Dongjiang International's operations in Magic City would run more smoothly, and he could spend more money earning him more tycoon points. After thinking it over, Su Bai said, we need to tackle one thing at a time. Zhao Zhao, go find the landlord and arrange a meeting with that Mr. Lu. Once we've settled things here, I'll go meet him personally. Got it, Mr. Su, Zhao Tianjiao said. After finishing her tasks, Zhao Tianjiao called the landlord, who was out of town and unavailable. Thus, Su Bai decided to meet with Lu Yunyi first. Soon, Zhao Tianjiao's call connected, and Lu Yunyi's voice came through. Miss Xiao, you finally decided to switch sides. Ha ha. That's pretty decent. At least you know when to give in. I'll reluctantly accept your surrender. He believed that with Zhao Tianjiao's abilities, she must already know about his terrifying background, so she came to him voluntarily. Don't even think about it. The big boss is in Shanghai. Find a time to meet him. Zhao Tianjiao's tone was icy. Oh my. The legendary mastermind is here? Let's meet. If your boss tacitly approves our relationship, then you'll be mine. Ha! Clean yourself up, put on some perfume, and wait for me. Lu Yunyi said with a disgusting smile. Zhao Tianjiao remained silent with a cold expression, finally setting the location at a very luxurious tea house in the heart of Magic City. At that moment, Luo Yuyao pushed open the door and walked in with graceful strides. Yao Yao. How did you get in here? Zhao Tianjiao looked at Luo Yuyao and said. Luo Yuyao said with a smile, I want to see what my precious Xiao Jiao's man, who kept her awake all night, actually looks like. Zhao Tianjiao blushed and said, oh my. Yao Yao, don't say such things. He's my boss. You wait outside first, we have important matters to discuss. I'm not making things up. You were calling him Su Bai while hugging me to sleep. Yao Yao. At that moment, Zhao Tianjiao's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. Having said such shameful words, she had completely lost face. How could she ever show her face again to work under Su Bai? She might as well jump off this building right now. Luo Yuyao saw Zhao Tianjiao's expression and didn't dare to joke around, lest she be taken seriously. She hurriedly turned to Subai and explained, "That was just something I said offhand. Don't take it seriously." Subai couldn't help but smile helplessly. This girl named Yao was simply too captivating. He had noticed her the moment she arrived, as if she were glowing, standing out prominently in the crowd. Moreover, her devilishly curvaceous figure, especially her small breasts, were simply enormous, far more impressive than Zhao Tianzhao's in every way. She was truly a rare beauty. "Jiao Jiao, is this your friend?" Subai pretended not to hear their earlier conversation and asked curiously. Zhao Tianzhao also calmed down a bit and said, "Mr. Su. This is the good friend I told you about earlier, my best friend from Magic City, Luo Yuyo." Subai smiled at Luo Yuyo and said, "You're Luo Yuyo. I've heard so much about you. I should thank you for taking care of Jiao Jiao." "Ha! Mr. Su is joking. To be honest, my relationship with Jiao Jiao is much closer than yours, big boss. Taking care of my little Jiao Jiao is something I do willingly. There's no need for the big boss to thank me." "Alright. I was overstepping my bounds. Ha! How about this? When you have time, let's have a meal together." "No need. First, help my precious Jiao Jiao resolve the issue she's facing right now. If you had come a few days later, my precious Jiao Jiao would have been ruined by that Lu guy." Upon hearing this, Subai's expression changed instantly. A chill swept through his eyes as he looked at Zhao Tianzhao and asked, "What happened?" "No. Say anything." Subai's tone was calm, but it carried an air of unwavering authority. Even Luo Yuyao, standing beside him, glanced at Subai once more. In that instant, Subai seemed to exude an aura of authority that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. Perhaps this young boss wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. At that moment, as Zhao Tianzhao spoke softly, Subai felt uneasy, a surge of uncontrollable anger welling up inside him. At first, he had simply assumed that Lu Yuni from Tianrong Real Estate was just after money, trying to intimidate him as an outsider. But now, that man dared to set his sights on Zhao Tianzhao that was nothing short of courting death. He suddenly felt a bit relieved that he had sent Wei Yong and the others there earlier to take precautions. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Zhao Tianzhao, seeing Subai in this state, hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Mr. Su, I'm fine. Wei Yong and the others have already taken care of Lu Yuni and his men." Subai said sternly, "Jiao Jiao. If something like this happens again, I want you to report it to me immediately." If Wei Yong had arrived a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If I had arrived later, even if I had cut Lu Yuni into 1,000 pieces, what good would it have done? "Alright, I understand. Mr. Su, will we still meet with Lu Yuni later?" "Yes, we will." Subai clenched his fist tightly, his tone tinged with a hint of menace. "Mr. Su. Maybe we should just let it go. Lu Yuni has quite a bit of influence. A strong dragon doesn't oppress a local snake. If we push him too hard, it won't be good for Dongjiang International's development in Shanghai." Subai stood up, walked slowly to the large floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed out at the distant scenery. His aura exuded a natural air of authority. "Anyone who dares to touch my people will pay the price, even if it's the king himself." In that instant, the intense aura emanating from Subai left Zhao Tianzhao speechless, and a hint of affection flickered in her clear eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Yuyao's gaze also quietly fell upon Subai. For some reason, she felt that Subai had the aura of a divine being from the heavens, looking down upon the masses. Chapter 125, like a turtle, able to retreat and advance. Lu Yuni arrived at the tea house. At the same time, 2 bodyguards were following closely behind him. One was the undefeated champion of the boxing ring, short in stature but with highly developed muscles and defined lines, having set a terrifying record of 100 consecutive wins, all of which ended with his opponents being beaten to death. The other was a top-tier mercenary from abroad, standing 2 meters tall and weighing at least 300 pounds. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he killed without mercy. Even the fiercest tigers were no match for him. Magic City was the Lu family's territory, and no one dared to mess with them, but better safe than sorry. He had gone to his older brother, Lu Xiaoyu, and selected the 2 toughest men from his underground boxing ring. In truth, his main goal was for these 2 to eliminate Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who were by Zhao Tianzhao's side. Only then would he have a chance to force Zhao Tianzhao into a physical relationship. Before long, Lu Yuni arrived at the tea house. When he entered the private room, there were already 4 people inside. He recognized 3 of them, Zhao Tianzhao, Wei Yong, and Li Guobing. The 4th was a young-looking man who, without a doubt, was the big boss Zhao Tianzhao had mentioned. Luo Yuyao wasn't there, mainly because she was afraid of exposing her identity. After all, she had known Zhao Tianzhao for so long and was so close to her that she hadn't prepared herself mentally to reveal her true identity, fearing it might affect her relationship with her precious Zhao Tianzhao. Lu Yuni walked in and sat directly across from Subai, his gaze filled with lust as he openly appraised Zhao Tianzhao, showing no intention of hiding his intentions. Zhao Tianzhao felt extremely uncomfortable under that gaze, so she walked behind Subai and used her fair, delicate hands to gently massage his shoulders. Faced with this sudden intimate gesture, Subai was momentarily startled but quickly regained his composure. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuni felt an uncontrollable surge of anger welling up from within his chest. Zhao Tianzhou had already been regarded as his off-limits territory, yet here she was, acting so intimately with others right under his nose it was a blatant provocation of his boundaries. Moreover, from his previous interactions with Zhao Tianzhou, she had always maintained the aloof demeanor of a strong, independent woman. Yet now, in front of Su Bai, she was so gentle and tender the stark contrast only fueled his jealousy even more. He hadn't felt this angry in a long time. Such intense anger. After seeing Lu Yuni's anger, Zhao Tianzhou suddenly smiled, gently bent down, and used her snow-white, delicate face to rub against Su Bai's cheek like a kitten, exuding a hint of ambiguity while being extremely intimate. Su Bai could feel the delicate, smooth texture of her skin, and a surge of electricity ran through his body. He could tell that Zhao Tianzhou was provoking Lu Yuni, so he didn't interfere. After all, he was the one benefiting from this situation. As for Zhao Tianzhou, besides provoking Lu Yuni, she also wanted to get closer to Su Bai. Ever since Su Bai had offered to stand up for her earlier, she had been deeply captivated by this man, and her heart had no room for anyone else. Lu Yuni was furious to the extreme. Suddenly, a cruel thought flashed through his mind. You two are showing off your love, aren't you? Fine. I'll do it right in front of you. And I'll make you watch every single moment of it. Just thinking about it is incredibly thrilling. With that, he sent a text message to his older brother Lu Yutong, requesting reinforcements and briefly describing Su Bai's situation, an outsider with some skills, who not only stole a project that was already his, but also beat up his men, clearly showing no respect for the Lu family. After doing all this, his emotions suddenly calmed down. Just thinking about being able to beat Zhao Tianzhou to death in front of Su Bai made him feel an intense rush of excitement. After enjoying the scent of the beautiful woman, Su Bai turned to Lu Yuni and said, "Lu Yuni from Tianrong Real Estate?" Lu Yuni smiled and nodded, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. You want to buy the land at half price and have our general manager accompany you for a few days? Su Bai asked. No. Not half price, give it to me for free. As for your general manager, it's not about accompanying me for a few days. Wash him clean, apply perfume, and send him to my bed. At that moment, Lu Yuni's tone was extremely arrogant and domineering. Su Bai, however, was very curious and asked, what qualifies you to speak to me like this? Lu Yuni smiled and said, because in Magic City, the Lu family is the sky. If you want to survive in Magic City, you need the Lu family's approval. Do you think that qualifies me? The Lu family? Su Bai suddenly remembered that among the core members of SCC, there was someone named Lu Yutong. This Lu Yutong was the one who had directly confronted Li Wenyu from the start. So he asked directly, since you're surnamed Lu and claim to be from the Lu family, tell me, do you know someone named Lu Yutong? Lu Yuni froze in shock. Su Bai actually dared to call his brother by his first name. Could it be that this guy knows him? Moreover, not only did he not address Lu Yutong as young Master Lu, but when he called him by his first name, there was not a hint of fear or hesitation. After all, in the Demon City, anyone who dared to call Lu Yutong by his first name was either long dead or on the same level as him. What kind of background does this guy have? Thinking about this, Lu Yuni couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Could he have accidentally provoked a powerful figure he couldn't afford to offend? Over the years, Lu Yuni had been able to wield such influence in the Demon City not only because of his family background and his older brother Lu Yutong being a core member of the SCC, but also because he knew how to keep his distance and never offend the big shots. Even minor figures, upon learning of his family's background, would meekly back down. When he set his sights on Dongjiang International, he had even conducted a thorough investigation into the company's background and resources. Upon learning that Dongjiang International was merely a startup, his confidence grew. Though Dongjiang International is wealthy, to him, money without power is nothing more than cattle to be slaughtered. Money pales in comparison to power. That's why Lu Yuni decided to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big score off Dongjiang International, and while he's at it, play around with a top-notch female executive. It's absolutely thrilling. Now, with Dongjiang International's massive investments, the total capital involved exceeds 55 billion yuan, a huge piece of meat. A company with money but no power is easy prey in his eyes. However, judging from the current situation, this young man seems to be deeply enigmatic. Just the fact that he dared to address him by his older brother's full name, Lu Yutong, left him utterly baffled. It's like in ancient feudal times, would anyone dare to call the emperor by his name? Chapter 126, Backing Down? Too late. Do you know my older brother Lu Yutong? Lu Yuni's expression changed subtly. Su Bai was taken aback. Lu Yutong and Lu Yuni are actually brothers? What a small world. Since that's the case, there's no need for further talk. He and Lu Yutong were both core members of the SCC, but there were factions within the organization. For instance, he was aligned with Li Wenyu, who was at odds with Lu Yutong. From the moment he joined, Li Wenyu had shown him no shortage of hostility, so they were effectively enemies. He hadn't met Lu Yutong before, and even if this guy didn't consider him an enemy, Lu Yuni had already deeply offended him. He certainly wouldn't shake hands with Lu Yutong and make peace. Su Bai isn't short on money. If it were just about money, that's just how business works. As they say, business is a battlefield without smoke, and it's all about winning or losing money. He wouldn't care much about that. But now this guy has set his sights on someone close to him and is willing to go to any lengths to get them. There's no doubt about it, this has crossed his red line. So he turned to Lu Yuni and said, "You can call him and tell him about the despicable things you've done. You can also tell him my name is Subai." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni immediately realized he had provoked a powerful figure. Not only did he speak so arrogantly, but he also revealed his identity, meaning that the other party was at least on the same level as his older brother, Lu Yutong. If he had provoked someone his brother shouldn't have provoked, then Lu Yutong would really lose his temper with him. Thinking of this, he was terrified from the bottom of his heart. Even his voice trembled slightly. "Who are you?" Perhaps even Lu Yuni didn't realize that his voice was filled with terror. "I told you, my name is Subai. As for my identity, your brother will tell you," Subai said indifferently. "Alright. I'll go ask my brother. Goodbye." Lu Yuni finished speaking and prepared to leave as quickly as possible. As for going back to ask, sorry, he dares not. He definitely wouldn't go ask Lu Yutong. He'll only try to find out on his own. If it's someone he can't handle, he'll come back and apologize, bearing the blame. That's why Lu Yuni could wield so much power in the Magic City. It was nothing more than bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lu Yuni left, but suddenly, Wei Yong and the other two blocked his path. He stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Subai, and said, "Subai, what do you think you're doing?" "What do I want to do? That's a question you should be asking me. You've already attacked my men. Do you really think I'll let you leave so easily? Are you asking me to apologize?" "Yes. Apologize, but not here. There's a big shopping mall up ahead. Go there and kneel down in front of everyone and apologize to Jiao Jiao. Only then will I consider letting you go." "Impossible. You're dreaming. Subai, let me tell you, don't push it too far. I'm not someone you can push around." Lu Yuni shouted. "Kneel down and apologize. In a crowded place. That would be a huge disgrace for him, and it would also bring shame upon the Lu family and his older brother Lu Yutong." He was certain that if he did this, Subai would be fine, but his older brother Lu Yutong would never forgive him. You must know that Lu Yutong values face and dignity more than his own life. And his identity doesn't just represent himself, it represents the Lu family and Lu Yutong. If that's the case, then have Lu Yutong come to pick you up. You won't be able to get out on your own," Subai said indifferently. At that moment, his tone was incredibly arrogant. Since Lu Yuni was relying on Lu Yutong's influence, he might as well take care of Lu Yutong as well. After all, this man had harbored intense hostility toward him from the very beginning. He wanted everyone to know that anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions toward him would pay the price in blood. However, both he and Lu Yutong were under the SCC High Command, and it was likely that the SCC would try to mediate. Moreover, he was still new here, while Lu Yutong was already a veteran figure. He must know more people in the SCC high-ranking officials than him, and there was a high chance he would side with Lu Yutong. But even so, he wasn't afraid. After all, besides being a high-ranking member of SCC, he has two other identities, Lone Wolf and Special Investigation Team. He has nothing to fear. Anyway, he is in the right in this matter. Everything is proceeding according to normal procedures. It was Lu Yuni who bullied him first. As long as he establishes his authority now, his development in Magic City will be much smoother. Sigh. The first thing he thinks about every morning is how to spend money. The troubles of the wealthy are indeed unique. Lu Yuni backed down, speaking in a softer tone, "Subai. Let's give each other some face. The Lu family is also a prominent clan in Magic City. If you really offend the Lu family, your company won't be able to survive in Magic City either. Are you threatening me?" Subai smiled, then waved his hand and said, "Take him down. I'll see what Lu Yutong has up his sleeve." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yong and the other two men lunged at the two men behind Lu Yuni. In the blink of an eye, the two men Lu Yuni had brought with him were completely overwhelmed and defeated, lying on the ground gasping for breath, unconscious. Lu Yuni, witnessing this lightning-fast showdown, was stunned into silence. This is way too powerful. After all, these two were the very best fighters he had handpicked from the underground fighting ring, yet they couldn't even last a single round. How deep and mysterious must Subai be? At that moment, Subai slowly stood up and walked toward Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni swallowed hard, trembling as he said, "I'm the second young master of the Lu family. If you dare touch me, the Lu family won't let you off." "Fine. You won't let me off, and I won't let you off either," Subai said, standing in front of Lu Yuni and raising his hand to slap him across the face. A loud, crisp slap echoed through the air. Subai showed no mercy, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Lu Yuni screaming as his body flew through the air like a crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Lu Yuni's face was swollen like a pig's head, all his teeth had fallen out, and he looked as pitiful as a stray dog. At that moment, Li Jingfeng pushed open the door and walked in. As Lu Yutong's trusted lieutenant, Li Jingfeng was no slouch either. He had just received a call from Lu Yutong, who said that Lu Yuni was being bullied and asked him to come and back him up. Lu Yutong had instructed him to bring more men just in case, but Li Jingfeng believed that even with reinforcements, they wouldn't stand a chance against his opponent. Upon entering and seeing the scene, Li Jingfeng was so enraged he burst into laughter, then sprinted towards Su Bai and delivered a powerful punch. Someone was beating up Lu Yuni right in front of him, Li Jingfeng. If he didn't retaliate fiercely, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Lu Yutong. Chapter 127, A Strong Dragon Doesn't Bully a Local Snake? At this moment, Su Bai's sensory abilities had reached an unprecedented level of strength. The moment Li Jingfeng appeared, he sensed the other person's presence. Therefore, when the man attacked him, he instinctively prepared to counterattack. However, at that moment, Wei Yong and the others charged forward, striking Li Jingfeng with lightning-fast attacks. Li Guobing attacked Li Jingfeng's upper body, while Wei Yong targeted the lower body. One from above and one from below, leaving Li Jingfeng unable to defend himself. However, Li Jingfeng reacted swiftly, blocking Li Guobing's punch with his fist while calmly lifting his right leg to counter Wei Yong's roundhouse kick. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed one after the other. Wei Yong and his men retreated several steps, but as they began to lose their strength, Su Bai caught both of them. Li Jingfeng, however, was forced back several meters, his body colliding heavily with the wall. With a loud thud, the wall couldn't withstand the immense force, cracking visibly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was utterly shocked. He never expected that the two of them were nearly as strong as him, and when they teamed up, they achieved a synergy where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. In the first round alone, he was already defeated. Wei Yong and the others saw that Li Jingfeng was still standing, and they were somewhat surprised. Their combined efforts were enough to defeat anyone below the tiger rank in a single round, yet Li Jingfeng, who had been caught off guard, was still able to stand. This man was indeed no pushover. After catching his breath, Li Jingfeng turned to Su Bai and asked, "Who are you? And who are you?" Su Bai countered without answering. "Li Jingfeng. Serving under Li Yutong," Li Jingfeng declared. At that moment, Lu Yuni seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He raised his swollen pig-like head and desperately pleaded to Li Jingfeng, "Brotherly. Save me. Save me." His voice was hoarse and trembling with fear. Li Jingfeng was in a desperate situation himself and couldn't help Lu Yuni. Even at the peak of his strength, he wasn't a match for these two. Now, severely injured, he was likely just a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Now, he can only pin his hopes on Lu Yutong's reputation in Magic City to make the other party show some restraint. After all, as Lu Yuni had mentioned earlier, in the Magic City, Lu Yutong of the Lu family could control everything, effectively acting as a half-crown king. Any faction with a foothold in the Magic City would have to give Lu Yutong some face. Who would have thought that Su Bai didn't take it seriously at all and walked straight up to Lu Yuni? Meanwhile, Wei Yong and the others also attacked Li Jingfeng at the same time. Li Jingfeng was utterly shocked and forced to defend himself. However, he was steadily pushed back and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Bang! Li Guobing struck out with a punch, hitting Li Jingfeng's chest with great force. Immediately, a mouthful of thick blood sprayed from Li Jingfeng's mouth, and his body collided with the wall like a crashing to the ground with a thud, unconscious. At that moment, Lu Yuni witnessed the scene, his eyes widening in shock, his heart filled with terror. Seeing Su Bai walking toward him, he fell to his knees with a thud, almost crying as he said, "I was wrong, Su Young Master. I was wrong. All the mistakes are mine. Please spare me this time." Even Li Jingfeng, the capable lieutenant under his brother Lu Yutong, had been beaten unconscious. This was truly an attempt to sever ties with the Lu family. He was terrified, truly terrified. "Call him. Have Lu Yutong come to pick you up." Su Bai looked down at Lu Yuni on the ground and spoke coldly. "Su Xiao, if you say one more word, I'll keep slapping you," Su Bai said, raising his hand as if to strike. Lu Yuni was startled and hurriedly said, "Hit me. I'll go right now." His face was swollen like a pig's head, and every time he spoke, the muscles and nerves in his face twitched, causing him excruciating pain. He had been thoroughly scared by Su Bai's slap. Another one, and he might not survive. He quickly called Lu Yutong. Soon, Lu Yutong's cold voice came through the phone. "Speak. Brother, come quickly and save me." Lu Yuni spoke incoherently. His teeth were mostly gone, and he could barely speak. "What? I sent Li Jingfeng over there. What's going on? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Lu Yutong asked. Lu Yuni glanced at Li Jingfeng, who was negotiating on the ground, and swallowed nervously. Su Bai snatched the phone from Lu Yuni's hand and said, "Li Jingfeng is here, but he's already been beaten half to death by my men. Come over here too. If you're a moment too late, your brother will also be beaten half to death by me." "You're threatening me?" Lu Yutong's voice was filled with icy coldness. "So what if you threaten me?" Su Bai finished speaking, hung up the phone, and threw it on the ground before walking back to the chair he had been sitting in earlier. Everything that had just happened took less than a minute. It wasn't until now that Zhao Tianjiao finally snapped out of it. Her gaze first fell on Lu Yuni, then shifted to Li Jingfeng. She was shocked beyond words, but also a little scared after all. She was just a young woman and had never seen such a bloody scene before. "Mr. Su, let's leave first," Zhao Tianjiao whispered. Su Bao reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm here. Even if the king himself came, we wouldn't be afraid." After that, he sent a message to Li Wenyu. He asked about the situation regarding Lu Yutong. This startled Li Wenyu. He initially thought that Su Bai had fallen out with Li Yutong because of the previous conflict in that core group. He hurriedly explained the situation to Su Bai. The Lu family, to which Lu Yutong belonged, was only considered a mid to upper tier power in Magic City, and there was still a significant gap compared to the true aristocratic clans and powerful families. However, Lu Yutong's backer is a powerful figure behind the scenes at SCC. That big boss was at odds with Yu Wangsuyo, so it was essentially the same as Lu Yutong standing directly against them. Lu Yutong is a ruthless individual. Anyone who has crossed him either dies or is severely injured. Though the Lu family is only an upper middle tier power, this man himself is extremely powerful, and with a powerful backer who has connections everywhere, he has managed to survive to this day despite offending so many people. Su Bai briefly explained what had happened here. Li Wenyu was so frightened that he nearly fainted. After obtaining the address of the tea house, he hurried over, repeatedly urging Su Bai not to act impulsively. After all, Lu Yutong's influence in the city is immense. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Su Bai was personally selected by Yuan Shuyao, so Li Wenyu dared not take any chances. If Su Bai and Lu Yutong really ended up in a life or death struggle, the situation would be impossible to resolve. Chapter 128. Want to compete with me on background? You're still a few notches below. After sending the message, Su Bai didn't bother anymore. The fragrant, soft body behind him massaged his shoulders, making him feel a bit indulgent. As for what Li Wenyu said, he didn't take it to heart. Times have changed. He is no longer the inexperienced Su Bai of the past. Now, he is not only an unofficial member of the Lone Wolf Group but also a reserve team member of the Special Investigation Unit's Team A. Lu Bufan, one of the 8 great kings of the Imperial Capital's young master faction, is quite formidable, isn't he? However, when facing the Lu family, who is under the protection of the Special Investigation Team's B team, he dares not cross the line even by an inch. He can only wait for Lu Chen to provoke him first, breaking the organization's rules, before daring to act boldly. As for the Lu family's old patriarch, he's merely a retired member of Team B. Now, Su Bai is a reserve member of Team A and also part of the Lone Wolf faction. His status within the organization far surpasses that of the old patriarch. Therefore, he had no reason to fear Lu Yutong. As for Lu Yutong's backing, as long as Su Bai wasn't bullying someone weaker, he remained fearless. Soon, the door swung open, and a burly man strode in, followed by several tough-looking men who didn't seem easy to provoke. The man who arrived was none other than Lu Yutong, the eldest son of the Lu family, one of the 4 young masters of Magic City, and also one of the 13 high-ranking members of SCC. Lu Yutong entered the private room, scanning the room. His younger brother, Lu Yuni, lay on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, lying there in a pitiful state. Li Jingfeng, on the other hand, had a slightly sunken chest, his entire body barely breathing, looking in a rather poor condition. A plain-looking man sat casually at the table across from him. Upon seeing him enter, he merely gave a dismissive twitch of his lips, as if he didn't even bother to acknowledge his presence. At that moment, a man behind Lu Yutong walked over, gave Li Jingfeng a quick glance, then turned to Lu Yutong and said, "He's not in critical condition, but he's severely injured and needs immediate medical attention." Lu Yutong nodded. The man understood and immediately signaled for someone else to come forward and take the injured man to the hospital. Upon seeing Lu Yutong, Lu Yuni immediately approached him with a gleam in his eyes, hoping, "Big brother." Bang! Lu Yutong merely glanced at Lu Yuni before delivering a powerful kick to his chest. As he kicked, he shouted, "Useless trash. You've brought shame to the Lu family." Lu Yuni stumbled back several steps, finally landing on his butt on the ground, looking utterly confused at Lu Yutong, clearly unaware why his older brother had suddenly attacked him. In truth, Lu Yutong was genuinely furious. If Lu Yuni had any backbone, even if he had been beaten unconscious like Li Jingfeng, he wouldn't have said a word. After all, he was no match for his opponent, but at least he fought until the very end and didn't disgrace him. But the moment he walked in, he saw Lu Yuni kneeling on the ground, calling out Su Xiao over and over again, completely shaming him. Angry as he was merely frustrated by his brother's potential. The kick wasn't that hard, otherwise, Lu Yuni would already be meeting the Lord of the Underworld. He snorted coldly, then walked over to the table across from Su Bai, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He studied the young man before him carefully. He was indeed a stranger, with no recollection of him. Someone with such power, yet he didn't recognize him. He could safely assume he was an outsider. If this were anywhere outside of Magic City, he might have some reservations, but this was Magic City, his stronghold. Even a dragon would have to bow down here. Su Bai also studied Lu Yutong. He was very tall. He looked fierce and intimidating. However, aside from that, there was nothing else particularly noteworthy about him. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The eldest son of the prestigious Lu family, a core member of SCC, and one of the renowned 4 young masters of Magic City, and this is what he looks like. In his imagination, someone like this should appear gentle and refined, keeping a low profile in everyday life, but when it comes to action, they should be ruthless and precise. Who are you? Dare to touch my men? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll make you regret ever being born. Lu Yutong spoke, his rough voice tinged with a chill that sent shivers down the spine. Subai didn't answer but countered, "Are you Lu Yuni's older brother? Your younger brother not only wants to buy my business at a low price but also plans to harm my men. Do you know about this? So this is your response?" Lu Yuni's tone grew even colder. "What's wrong with buying at a low price? What's wrong with harming your people? In Magic City, whatever the Lu family does is justified." Hearing this, Subai was speechless, almost to the point of laughter. Indeed, reasoning with a villain is futile. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yutong, sneering, "Since that's the case, I've already beaten him and made your brother kneel. What can you do about it? And remember, I don't change my name or my surname. My name is Subai. The Su in Subai." Subai? Lu Yutong suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of confusion, he remembered that a new member had recently joined the core members group and his name was also Subai. Moreover, he had forcefully expelled Lu Bufan, one of the 8 great kings sent by the young master of the imperial capital, from Dongjiang, causing a stir in the region. "Subai? Do you know Li Wenyu?" Lu Yutong asked. Subai knew what Lu Yuni was asking and said, "It's me. I was wondering who was so bold, and it turns out it's you. Well, my Lu family is indeed inferior to the Lu family, but you seem to have misunderstood something. Lu Bufan went to Dongjiang, which is an outsider's territory, while you came to Magic City, which is my stronghold. So, what are you trying to say?" Subai looked unconcerned. Lu Yutong was so angry he laughed, shouting, "If that's the case, then let me see how skilled you are." He could tell that Subai didn't even consider him or the Lu family worth his time, and despite knowing his identity, he had gone as far as to kill Lu Yuni and Li Jingfeng. This was like slapping him in the face. This was intolerable. Even if the king himself came today, he would make this arrogant dog see his true strength. Subai sat there motionless, unfazed by Lu Yutong's threats. He was actually a bit curious compared to Lu Yuni. How much stronger was Lu Yutong? Was he just all talk and no action? He looked at the people Lu Yutong had brought with him. They were truly pitifully weak. The only one who was somewhat decent was the old man, but even he was only barely scraping the surface of the tiger list's threshold. The rest were practically useless. If it came to a fight, he was confident he could end it in under a minute. As for Lu Yutong, if he tried to bully him, he wasn't afraid at all. With the lone wolf and the special investigation team on his side, he wanted to see who was more powerful, the Lu family behind Lu Yutong or the authority that managed warriors. Chapter 129, The Arrogant Lu Yutong. Strength is the only truth. At that moment, the few people Lu Yutong had brought with him all looked at Subai with guarded expressions. Their bodies were tense. At the slightest signal from Lu Yutong, a glance or a gesture, they would strike swiftly, launching a thunderous attack towards Subai. Wei Yong and the others also sensed something was off. They slowly walked to Subai's sides, clenching their fists tightly, ready for battle. Even though those few men looked intimidating and were clearly not on the same level as the previous Li Jingfeng, they couldn't back down even if there were heavenly soldiers and generals standing in front of them. They had to protect Subai at all costs. Back in their country, they had risked their lives to complete their mission and protect their employer. Even if a check machine gun was pointed at them, they would charge forward without hesitation. They weren't afraid of a bloody battlefield, let alone this situation now. Lu Yutong suddenly stood up and glared coldly at Subai. At first, he was hesitant, but when he saw Subai preparing to confront them head-on, he was completely enraged. He thought having Yuan Shuyo as his backer gave him the audacity to bully his people on his turf. If he didn't teach Subai a lesson, the rumors would spread, and he, Lu Yutong, would have no face left to continue living in Magic City. And since Subai had managed to forcefully drive away Lu Bufan, he must have some real skills. Lu Yutong dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Subai sat in his chair, facing the tense situation that could erupt at any moment, yet he remained calm and composed, not the least bit nervous. He was actually eager to see what Lu Yutong was made of. If it comes to a fight, he'll strike with the force of a thunderbolt. Settle the battle in a minute. If Lu Yutong relies on his background and bullies others, then he'll get to see how the lone wolf and the special investigation team protect their own. Speaking of which, since joining these two organizations, he had studied their principles word for word, eventually arriving at a timeless truth: as long as we are in the right, we have nothing to fear. Even if the sky were to collapse, the lone wolf and the special investigation team would be there to support us. At that moment, seeing this scene, Zhao Chenjia was also extremely tense, but she trusted Subai unconditionally. This little matter wouldn't be a problem for him. As the tension reached a boiling point, suddenly, someone appeared and broke the deadlock. "Stop! All of you, stop immediately!" A loud bang. The door was violently kicked open. There stood Li Wenyu, rushing inside. Looking around, he saw that Lu Yutong and Subai hadn't started killing yet, and he finally relaxed. Thank goodness he arrived in time. If he had been even a moment later, the two would have started fighting, and it would have been too late. Once they started fighting, there would be no turning back. If they didn't, there was still room for negotiation. Lu Yutong snorted coldly. Facing the person who had suddenly burst in, he didn't even need to look to know who it was. Li Wenyu. Yu Wengsuyo's henchman. Yu Li. Even if your boss came here, I'd still deal with this guy. Su Bai spoke boldly. Not only did he dare to attack me, but he also didn't even bother to acknowledge the Lu family. This was utterly intolerable. However, you don't need to worry. I'll spare him a dog's life. Arrogant and tyrannical to the extreme. Even his face seemed to be screaming mockery. Su Bai sneered with a twisted smile. I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. You're just a worthless little punk. You don't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Li Wenyu sighed and tried to calm him down. Enough. We're all family. Causing an internal feud like this will only make us a laughingstock. Plus, if it comes to a fight, the big shots won't be happy either. He knew that things had come to this point, and there was no way to stop the two of them now. He knew Lu Yutong inside out. This man valued his face and dignity more than his life, and he was extremely ruthless and narrow-minded. Now that Su Bai had humiliated him, he would definitely seek revenge. As for the saying that green mountains remain unchanged and rivers flow endlessly, leaving a margin for flexibility in one's actions, this does not apply to Lu Yutong at all. As for Su Bai, I only met him once and don't know him well, but someone who dares to go up against Lu Bufan isn't just an ordinary person. Moreover, the current situation is entirely the doing of Lu Yutong's younger brother, Lu Yuni. It was Lu Yuni who sought to bully others using his influence, only to end up hitting a brick wall. Sigh. None of these people are simple. At this moment, Li Wenyu is also coming to mediate with a heavy heart. After all, Yu Wengsuyo knew about this matter and instructed him not to let the two of them fight, as escalating the conflict would make it difficult to resolve later. In fact, Li Wenyu also knows what Yu Wenshuyo is thinking. It all boils down to the 10-year pact between Yu Wenshuyo, Nailing Yuyen, and Zhao Longfeng, which is about to come to an end. In recent days, Yu Wenshuyo has been fully focused on planning for this. If Su Bai and Lu Yutong were to clash at such a critical moment, regardless of the outcome, it would trigger a chain reaction. Regardless, Su Bai was personally selected by Yu Wenshuyo to join the SCC core group, effectively making him one of Yu Wenshuyo's own men. Additionally, he was brought in as an external ally to assist with the 10-year pact, so Yu Wenshuyo cannot ignore this situation. However, doing so would inevitably create internal conflicts within the SCC. At this critical juncture, he must concentrate all of the SCC's forces to counter the young master faction and Zhao Longfeng. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, this is not what Yu Wenshuyo desires. Lu Yutong was furious, his voice icy. Li Wenyu, you heard that? He humiliated me like that. I won't let him off the hook. Li Wenyu hurriedly said, we are all high-ranking members of SCC. Causing internal strife is not good. Why don't we let the senior leaders decide this matter? What do you think? Alright. Since you've said that, I'll spare his life. Let the big bosses handle it. As soon as the words fell, the two men behind Lu Yutong charged forward. Wei Yong and the other two also charged forward. The four of them immediately started fighting. As soon as the fight began, the situation escalated into a fierce battle. Li Wenyu, witnessing this scene, were so enraged you couldn't utter a word. He had come alone, without any reinforcements, and could only watch helplessly as Lu Yutong acted with utter disregard for reason. To put it bluntly, brute force was the only language they understood. If your fists aren't strong, no one will listen to you. Lu Yutong noticed that the people he had brought were falling behind in the fight and showing signs of losing. He furrowed his brows slightly and then turned to the two people beside him. The two men understood and immediately charged forward. After all, two fists can't stand up to four legs. Wei Yong and the others gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, so they abandoned their defense and resorted to relentless attacks. Under the barrage of fists, they gradually gained the upper hand. However, the drawbacks of this attack strategy were also evident. Having abandoned defense, they were soon covered in wounds, though the four attackers were even worse off. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were seasoned mercenaries with extensive combat experience. They were relying almost entirely on instinct to hold their own against the four, though they were still managing to gain the upper hand. However, this was a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own. Chapter 130, Su Bai steps in. Thunderous might. Seeing that Wei Yong and the others were about to be defeated, Su Bai, who had been watching the situation closely, couldn't help but grow somber. If this trend continued, Wei Yong and his men would inevitably lose. Thus, Su Bai stood up and said to Zhao Qianzhou with a serious expression, Zhao Jiao. Move out of the way. Zhao Qianzhou understood that Su Bai intended to take action himself, so she nodded slightly and quickly moved aside. At that moment, Lu Yutong saw this and couldn't help but laugh deeply. He looked at Su Bai with a smug expression in his eyes. Su Bai. I told you before, in this little corner of Magic City, even if you're a dragon, you have to play by my rules. Su Bai smiled at Lu Yutong. In a quarter of an hour, I hope you can still maintain that smile. As the words fell, Su Bai's aura erupted violently. He took a step forward, moving as swiftly as a bolt of lightning toward Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong felt a terrifying pressure, as if a mountain were crushing down on him, layer upon layer. Before he could react, Su Bai was already in front of him, his hand darting toward Lu Yutong's neck like a hawk. Even the sound of tearing through the air echoed behind him. At that critical moment, the unassuming old man standing beside Lu Yutong suddenly stepped forward, blocking Lu Yutong's path. He thrust his hands out horizontally, adopting a defensive stance. Subai had originally intended to attack Lu Yutong, but his attack was disrupted by the old man's intervention. His momentum halted momentarily, and he quickly regained his composure, launching another fierce attack toward the old man's arms. Bang! A crisp sound echoed like thunder. Even the 6 people fighting nearby were drawn to the commotion and looked over. Interesting. Subai clenched his fists. After breaking through the old man's arms, he charged forward with all his strength, like 2 cannonballs, slamming into the old man's chest with tremendous force. The old man was utterly terrified. After all, he was a tiger rank expert, yet he was completely outmatched by the young man before him. At that moment, he could only watch helplessly as Subai's fist slammed into his chest with tremendous force. His body flew through the air like a crashing heavily to the ground. With a loud thud, his body crashed into the wall, slid down it, and fell lifelessly to the ground. He raised his head, his face filled with horror, and looked at Subai with a surge of intense shock. His arms were broken. His ribs were broken. His meridians were shattered beyond recognition. And this was just 2 punches. How strong must this young man be? After all, he was a tiger rank expert. Even though he was older now, with his years of combat experience, even ordinary tiger rank experts weren't his match. Take Wei Yong and Li Guobing, for example. He could defeat them effortlessly. The gap between a tiger list expert and an ordinary martial artist is as vast as an uncrossable chasm. Subai took a few steps back, lightly touching the ground with his feet before landing on the chair. He still looked at Lu Yutong with a calm expression. His mood was calm, as if nothing had happened earlier. At that moment, Zhao Qianjiao stepped forward and continued to massage Subai's shoulders. Her eyes were filled with love. This was truly the presence of a true master. When he didn't act, he remained calm, but when he did, it was earth-shattering. And he was also remarkably refined and courteous. Every pair of shocked eyes was now fixed on Subai. Immediately followed by countless gasps of astonishment. Lu Yutong's face turned ashen. Yi Lao was once his grandfather's most trusted lieutenant, not only a top-tier martial artist on the tiger list but also a first-rate expert from an early age. The Lu family's rise to prominence in Magic City owes much to Yi Lao's contributions. Even his current status as one of the 4 young masters of Magic City has Yi Lao's influence behind it. In his mind, Yi Lao was already an invincible existence. Yet, this martial artist who had been as steadfast as a pillar of the earth had been severely injured by just 2 punches from Subai. It was simply beyond comprehension. Li Wenyu was also deeply shocked. As he watched Subai, the shock surged through him like a tidal wave. Subai's strength had only existed in legends, and since he had never witnessed it firsthand, he couldn't help but harbor some doubts. But now, after seeing it with his own eyes, all his doubts were completely dispelled, leaving only intense shock in his heart. When Yuan Shuyo had instructed him to meet Subai specifically and try to win him over, he had initially thought Yuan Shuyo was overreacting. But now, it was clear that the elder was indeed a true leader with an unerring eye for talent. This Yi Lao, he had also heard of him. Lu Yutong, as the future head of the Lu family, would certainly have personal bodyguards, also known as protectors of the way. And Yi Lao was Lu Yutong's guardian of the way. Of course, since he wasn't the future head of the Li family, he naturally didn't have a guardian of the way. He felt deeply resentful about this, but there was nothing he could do. The reason he was able to become a core member was entirely due to Yuan Shuyao's promotion. To become a guardian, one must at least be a tiger list expert. Even within the top-tier families, tiger list masters are elite warriors capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary firearms. Yet now, Yi Lao has been severely injured by just a few punches from Subai. It's simply hard to believe. How old is Subai now? 21 years old? Still in college. At such a young age, his strength has already far surpassed that of ordinary tiger list masters. It's a complete rout. He dares not even imagine how strong his true power is. Even the 3 big shots of SCC might not be a match for Subai. What's even more crucial is that Subai is too young. At just 21 years old, he's already a tiger list expert and even on the tiger list itself. He dares not imagine how brilliant Subai's future will be. It now seems highly likely that Subai is the young master of one of those reclusive noble families. At such a young age, the Dongjiang International under Subai's command has already invested over 100 billion, and with his own strength being so formidable, he dares not even imagine how powerful the family behind Subai must be. In recent years, some reclusive families have been preparing to emerge from seclusion. And the Li family has made contact with one of these reclusive families, intending to form an alliance. That's why they know so much about this matter. The 6 people who had previously engaged in combat also ceased their attacks and returned to their original positions. Subai's displayed strength was simply too overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down on them, completely crushing their will to fight and leaving them without even a hint of the desire to continue. Yi Lao. Lu Yutong hurried over, rushing to help the old man to his feet. Yi Lao's face turned pale with fear as he trembled and said to Lu Yutong, "Let's go. Yutong. Hurry up and leave." As he spoke, blood gushed out of his mouth. He had watched Lu Yutong grow up and felt a deep affection for him, as if he were his own grandson. Subai heard this and smiled indifferently, as if by accident, saying, "Want to leave?" It's not that simple. Chapter 131, Subai's terrifying power. As the words fell, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. Lu Yutong also gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Subai, what exactly do you want to do?" Subai's prowess had far surpassed his imagination. Even Yi Lao had been knocked down by Subai with just 2 punches. The people behind him, even if they all teamed up, would likely not be a match for Subai with a single punch. Under such circumstances, staying here would only mean enduring more humiliation with no chance of turning the tide or regaining face. Of course, this didn't mean he was giving up. He was thinking that as long as he stayed alive, he could always come back later. Besides, Yi Lao was seriously injured and needed medical attention immediately. Subai said, "You spoke to me that way earlier. Now I'm cutting off both your hands, that's payback." Su brother, Li Wenyu's face turned pale. But before he could speak, Subai interrupted him. He looked at Li Wenyu expressionlessly and said, "Li brother, this is between him and me. Don't interfere." Li Wenyu sighed helplessly. In that instant, he felt a powerful sense of pressure emanating from Subai. This was far beyond what he had felt when he first met Subai months ago. It was like heaven and earth. Truly, one should look at a person differently after just 3 days. At this moment, Subai might even have the ability to go head-to-head with the 3 top leaders of SCC. As for them, the core members, they were far from being a match. This time, Lu Yutong had truly provoked someone he shouldn't have. Even if the powerful figure backing Lu Yutong were to step in to support him, a confrontation with Subai would likely end in defeat. Lu Yutong said, "Subai, I'm giving you some friendly advice. Leave some room for future dealings. Don't tear the relationship apart completely, it won't benefit anyone. This is Magic City, the stronghold my Lu family has cultivated for over a century. Even if you're as powerful as you claim, you can't possibly protect everyone. Don't forget that your Dongjiang International still has a lot of ordinary people." Lu Yutong spoke with a hint of threat in his tone. Subai was indeed very powerful. Even if the Lu family were to exhaust all their strength, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on Subai's head. But Subai isn't alone. With so many employees at Dongjiang International and their ambitions to expand in the Magic City, that means Lu Yutong holds their Achilles heel. Threatening me? Subai narrowed his eyes. In that instant, Lu Yutong felt as though the person standing before him wasn't human, but a venomous snake bearing its fangs. He swallowed hard and said, "No, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you the truth. The Lu family has been operating in Magic City for so many years, with deep roots and strong connections. I am the young master of the Lu family. If you dare to touch me, you're hitting the Lu family in the face. The Lu family won't let you off the hook." Hearing this, Subai also felt there was some truth to it. Eliminating Lu Yutong now would indeed establish his authority, but it would inevitably provoke the Lu family's retaliation. No matter how intense the retaliation might be, he wasn't afraid. But this would also affect Dongjiang International, which still needed to grow and expand in the Demon City. Why not settle this once and for all? Disable both of them completely. Establish our authority decisively and intimidate those petty criminals. In that case, if Dongjiang International wants to expand in Magic City, no one will dare to even think about it. Thinking this, Subai looked at Li Wenyu and said, "Li brother, tell me, what are the habits and behavior of Lu Yutong and Lu Yuni?" Li Wenyu froze, unsure why the sudden question. After some thought, he stammered, "They're not too bad. Brotherly. I hope you can be honest with me. I have an important matter to handle," Subai said solemnly. Li Wenyu immediately felt uneasy. An important matter? What kind of important matter? What could Subai's urgent matter possibly have to do with the actions of Lu Yutong and the others? However, since Subai has spoken so plainly, he decided to tell the truth. After all, Subai was so powerful, with an unimaginable future ahead of him. If he could maintain a good relationship with him, the benefits would be beyond imagination. He had never dared to even dream of that position before. But with the support of Yuan Shuyo and Subai, he could compete for the position of heir to the Li family. Moreover, Lu Yutong himself is his sworn enemy, and Lu Yutong's backer is also considered a half-enemy of Yuan Shuyo. In such a situation, it goes without saying which side he should align himself with. Thus, Li Wenyu began listing Lu Yutong's crimes. Lu Yuni is a man of the utmost wickedness. In business, he frequently uses his family's influence to oppress competitors, forcing them into bankruptcy or acquiring their companies at rock-bottom prices. There are at least 800 such cases. He has ruined families and taken countless lives. Besides his greed for wealth, this man is also extremely lustful. Any woman he sets his sights on, whether she is a young girl or a married woman, as long as her background is inferior to his, he will force her to submit to him to achieve his goals. Among these women, some were so humiliated that they jumped to their deaths, while others spent the rest of their lives living in the shadows. Yet all these heinous crimes have been forcibly suppressed by the Lu family. Lu Yuni was clever enough to only target those without connections or whose backgrounds were weaker than his own, so he hasn't encountered major problems so far. As for Lu Yutong, he is even more despicable than Lu Yuni. This man is obsessed with wealth, and most of the money Lu Yuni earns ends up in his hands. Lu Yutong opened an illegal boxing gym and several casinos, using them as a base to lend money at exorbitant rates, forcing people into prostitution and engaging in every form of vice except drug trafficking. The number of people he has killed far exceeds Lu Yuni's by several orders of magnitude. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong exploded like a barrel of gunpowder, shouting, "You Li family! If you dare to speak another word of nonsense, don't blame me for turning against you." Li Wenyu merely sneered. The villain was angry. Why get angry? Because he exposed the evil deeds of the wicked. How ironic. Scum. Trash. Even if he dies 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. Su Bai summarized. Li Wenyu said, "You could put it that way. Anyway, these two are as bad as they come." Su Bai suddenly asked again, "Is Lu Yutong a martial artist?" Li Wenyu said, "Yes. If I remember correctly, Lu Yutong should be considered a second-rate martial artist." Upon hearing this, a plan began to take shape in Su Bai's mind. He was a member of the Special Investigation Team's Alpha Squad Reserve Unit. The Lu brothers had exploited their martial artist status and influence to threaten social stability. As a member of the Alpha Squad Reserve Unit, it was his duty and responsibility to eliminate these evildoers for the greater good. Acting first and reporting later was also an option. After all, necessity knows no law. As long as the Special Investigation Team conducts an investigation afterward and confirms that all evidence is genuine, that would suffice. And once he intervened on behalf of the Special Investigation Team, with irrefutable evidence, the Lu family would be destroyed along with them. Chapter 132. This is the consequence of offending me, Su Bai. Good. You all heard that. These two are guilty of heinous crimes. Therefore, eliminating Lu Yutong and Lu Yuni is just. Su Bai stood up, his expression solemn. Lu Yutong sensed something was wrong and abruptly stood up, his tone softening slightly as he said, "Su Bai, don't act impulsively. You must think this through carefully. Magic City is the Lu family's stronghold. If you harm us, not only will the Lu family seek revenge, but even the powerful figure backing me will take action." The more he spoke, the more nervous he sounded. He could see clearly that Su Bai had made up his mind and would not back down just because of a few words. Su Bai was clearly determined to establish himself in Magic City. Facing the Lu Yutong brothers' provocation this time, he was definitely going to make a strong statement. Most importantly, these two are the kind of ruthless villains who fit the profile of the Special Investigation Team's reserve members. Punishing the wicked and upholding justice is their duty. If anyone is to blame, it is Lu Yutong and Lu Yuni for not knowing better and offending the wrong people. At that moment, Su Bai composed himself and looked at Lu Yutong, saying, "You Lu, no matter who your backer is, I won't let you off the hook. What goes around comes around. It's not that it won't happen, just that the time hasn't come yet. Now, you'll have to pay the price." At this moment, Su Bai was speaking in his official capacity as a member of the Special Investigation Team's Group A Reserve Squad, effectively acting as a judge, delivering these words to Lu Yutong. Of course, Lu Yutong and his men were unaware of this. Seeing Su Bai in this state, Lu Yutong felt an overwhelming sense of fear. He hurriedly said, "Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. These are all mistakes made by Lu Yuni. Go find him. Big brother." Lu Yuni panicked upon hearing this. "Get out of here. I'm not your brother. Apologize to Su Bai and ask him to forgive you." Lu Yutong shouted desperately, disregarding his dignity and appearance. Lu Yuni froze for a moment, then suddenly knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head toward Su Bai in repentance. "Su Shao. I was wrong. I was blind and offended a true dragon." Su Bai coldly glanced at him, then fixed his gaze on Lu Yutong's henchman and declared with righteous indignation, "The Lu brothers deserve no mercy. You have aided and abetted a villain. You too deserve to die 1,000 deaths." As soon as his words fell, Su Bai's figure vanished. Immediately afterward, countless cries of agony echoed through the air, followed by a series of blood-red mist rising into the sky. In the next moment, those henchmen lay on the ground, covered in wounds, barely clinging to life, their breaths coming in gasps. This scene left everyone utterly shocked. After all, Lu Yutong's henchmen were all top-notch fighters, renowned in the underground fighting circuit, but in front of Su Bai, who was just a step away from the heavenly rankings, they were no more than ants to be crushed at will. Crush. Complete annihilation. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Bai had already stood before Lu Yutong, looking down on him from above. At that moment, Lu Yutong was so terrified that he didn't even dare to look at Su Bai, stammering, "Su Bai, don't act impulsively." Yi Lao, despite his injuries, forced himself to speak, "Sir. I beg you to spare him for the sake of the Lu family of Magic City." Su Bai snorted coldly and said, "Old man. Can you guarantee that if I let him go now, he won't seek revenge on me in the future?" Lu Yutong realized there might still be a chance, and hurriedly said, "No. Definitely not. You will be our family's honored guest." His only thought now was to leave as soon as possible. As for revenge, if he ever gains the strength, he will certainly seek revenge. Lu Yutong values his reputation more than his life. Subai said nothing, but gave Yi Lao a forced smile. He was well aware of the pride of a tiger rank expert. They would never lie, as doing so would undermine a martial artist's resolve and hinder their progress on the path of martial arts. Sure enough, Yi Lao fell silent. He knew Lu Yutong well. After suffering such humiliation, he would certainly seek revenge with all his might. This current act of submission was merely a temporary concession. Subai no longer looked at Yi Lao, his gaze fixed on Lu Yutong as he coldly declared, "Your crimes are heinous. Even 100 deaths would not atone for the people's hatred. Today, I will send you to hell." As the words fell, he punched out, sending a terrifying wave of energy crashing into Lu Yutong's abdomen. With a loud bang, Lu Yutong was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall. In that moment, he felt as though his internal organs had shifted out of place. Blood mixed with the remnants of the food he had eaten earlier gushed out of his mouth. In just a second, excruciating pain surged through his body, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he fainted from the agony. Subai walked over slowly, gazing coldly at Lu Yutong, who lay on the ground like a pile of mud. He bent down slightly, extended his palm, and gripped the joints of Lu Yutong's two arms. A cold smile flashed across his lips. With a slight exertion of force. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed loudly. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That's too brutal. He had literally crushed the arm bones. At that moment, Lu Yutong, who had already fainted, was suddenly jolted awake by the excruciating pain. As he awoke in sheer terror, he discovered that both his arms had lost all sensation, and waves of pain were surging through his body like a tidal wave. Pain! Lu Yutong gasped for air, his forehead veins bulging. Subai coldly glanced at the utterly defeated Lu Yutong, then walked over to Lu Yuni, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said with a forced smile, "I hear you have a unique fetish. You like to use force?" Seeing Subai's icy expression, Lu Yuni was so terrified he could barely speak. In his eyes, Subai was a demon sent from hell. After swallowing hard, the despair in his heart grew even stronger. Master Su, I'm sorry. Please spare me this time." His voice trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, a pale yellow liquid began to seep out from the area of Lu Yuni's pants. The guy had been scared to death. Subai furrowed his brows slightly. He glanced at Lu Yuni's pitiful state, then turned to Li Guobing and said, "Disable him. Make sure he never experiences the joys of intimacy again." For a lecherous thug, there was nothing more painful than losing his most cherished possession. Subai had originally planned to handle it himself, but upon seeing Lu Yuni's pitiful state, he abandoned the idea. Just as he sat down on the chair, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Li Guobing, with a vicious grin on his face, stomped down hard on Lu Yuni's groin. The testicles were shattered. Lu Yuni's heart shattered as well. This guy will never be able to harm little girls again. Chapter 133, The Downfall of the Lu Family. Are you helping too? Subai paused for a moment before sitting back down on the chair as if nothing had happened. At that moment, in the private room, Lu Yutong lay limp on the ground, his arms lifeless, with blood gushing out, his entire body resembling a pile of mud. Lu Yuni, on the other hand, clutched his groin with both hands, his forehead veins bulging, as excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to roll around in agony. The current situation of the two brothers was nothing short of tragic. Li Wenyu watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding with fear. Subai withdrew his gaze, just about to report the situation to the leader of Team A, when suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. He looked up abruptly. But the ground where he had been standing was completely empty. However, Subai furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense it clearly, a being so powerful that even he dared not underestimate it was slowly approaching. Soon, a figure slowly emerged into his line of sight. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s, exuding an indescribable air of refinement and elegance. He was like a gentleman of rare virtue, and in his presence, the saying "a gentleman is a rare gem" seemed to come to life. At first glance, Subai knew this man was no ordinary person. Or perhaps, not an ordinary character. Though the man showed no hostility toward him, Subai still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. "Yuan, young master." Li Wenyu walked over and bowed to the man. Yuan Shuyao nodded faintly, then entered the private room. After glancing at Lu Yutong and Lu Yuni, his brows furrowed imperceptibly. Based on Li Wenyu's previous report, the details of the situation had already unfolded in his mind. However, when he looked at the injured Yi Lao, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Lao was no ordinary man. He was the bodyguard assigned by the Lu family to protect Lu Yutong, a genuine Tiger List expert. For a Tiger List expert to be so severely injured, while Subai and his men remained unscathed, this was truly terrifying. If it was Subai who had acted, then the 10-year pact he had with Zhao Longfeng would give him an extra edge. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Just as he furrowed his brows in deep thought, two expressionless middle-aged men walked in, standing one on either side of Yuan Shuyao. "Hello, Subai." Yuan Shuyao spoke. His voice was low and magnetic, naturally exuding a sense of calmness. Given Li Wenyu's overly respectful demeanor, Subai had already guessed the man's identity, one of the founders of SCC, the top-tier big boss, Yuan Shuyao.
Not only was Yuan Shuyao extremely powerful, but the two middle-aged men standing behind him, who seemed unassuming and unremarkable, were even stronger.
The depth of a top-tier family is indeed formidable.
Compared to second-rate clans like Lu Yutong's, they were far superior.
It's me. Subai nodded.
But he didn't even bother to stand up and greet them. This made Li Wenyu swallow hard, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, Yuan Shuyao was the super boss of SCC, and his prestige far surpassed even the two founders. Subai was merely one of the core members, and the disparity in their statuses was still quite significant. Though there were no explicit rules requiring formal greetings, even under normal circumstances, a martial artist would at least show some courtesy when facing someone far stronger than themselves. Yet here, Subai was clearly showing a lack of respect toward Yuan Shuyao. Even the other two SCC founders wouldn't dare to sit there so casually when Yuan Shuyao was standing there greeting them. He even suspected that Subai had been so intimidated by Yuan Shuyao's aura that he had forgotten to react, so he hurriedly said,
"Su brother. Let me introduce you. He is Yuan Xiaoyao, one of the three major bosses of SCC." Subai merely nodded, still not moving.
If we were to rewind a few days, he wouldn't dare treat someone like Yuan Shuyao, a legendary figure, in such a manner. Though his strength had reached a certain level, his own foundation was still too shallow. When faced with such a colossal figure, he couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. But times have changed. Now that he's joined the Special Investigation Unit and the Lone Wolf, it's like having two guardian angels watching over him.
Naturally, he has little to fear. It's time to assert his authority appropriately.
Otherwise, some small-time thugs might take advantage of him and treat him like a pushover. It's not hard to imagine that after today, his name, Subai, will be trampled on the face of the Lu family and echo throughout the entire Magic City. Facing Subai's rudeness, Yuan Shuyao didn't take it to heart. Instead, he stepped forward and sat down across from Subai. He fully understood Subai at this moment.
Young people are bound to be reckless in their youth. When you're just starting out, you're fearless. As long as your strength keeps up, you can be as arrogant as you want.
And clearly, Subai has the confidence to be so brazen.
"Subai, what are your plans for Lu Yutong and the others?"
Yuan Shuyao asked.
Subai replied, "No rush. Let's see what the Lu family does next before deciding."
Yuan Shuyao thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Why don't I help Subai out?"
Subai was taken aback. "What do you mean? Is Yuan Shuyao offering to help him deal with this trouble?"
He recalled the time in Dongjiang, when he had been promoted to a core member. Li Wenyu had specifically sought him out to discuss Zhao Longfeng of the Young Master's faction and the 10-year pact with Neilin Yuyan.
He smiled and asked, "If I wanted the Lu family to be annihilated, would you help me too, Yuan?" Yuan Shuyao was taken aback upon hearing this.
Clearly, Subai's words had caught him off guard. After all, the Lu family was a native powerhouse in Magic City, having been deeply rooted there for years with intricate connections and complex ties. While eliminating Lu Yuni and Lu Yutong, the two brothers, would be relatively easy, uprooting the entire family would require careful consideration, even for him.
He looked at Subai. The latter's serious expression made it clear that he wasn't joking. He spoke solemnly, "Subai, do you really intend to annihilate the Lu family? That's no easy task."
Subai replied casually, "Of course.
I never joke around.
Since Yuan brother finds it difficult, there's no need for you to trouble yourself."
His casual tone made it sound as easy as eating or drinking. Yuan Shuyao was now in a bind.
Destroying the Lu family was just a matter of words for him.
But the matters involved were far too complex.
First and foremost, it would severely offend the powerful backer behind Lu Yutong, the Heavenly Seal Guardian.
Feng Tianyi was one of the three major bosses of SCC.
The 10-year pact was about to expire. If he were to fall out with Feng Tianyi, SCC would split internally, and the conflict with the Young Master faction led by Zhao Longfeng would begin with them already at a disadvantage.
As for Subai,
even with his current visible abilities, he has already sparked the desire to recruit him at all costs.
He will undoubtedly be a major asset.
It's a tough choice. He's torn between two options.
Chapter 134, Glory Days Are Over. The Lu family has become a family of outcasts. Yuan Shuyao fell completely silent.
Subai showed no urgency, sitting in his chair and observing Yuan Shuyao with an expression as calm as could be.
After a moment, Yuan Shuyao made his decision: stabilize Subai first, then see if there's any room for negotiation with Feng Tianyi later.
After careful consideration, he said to Subai,
"Brother Subai, the Lu family has deep roots and complex connections in the Magic City. This decision isn't easy to make. Why don't I think it over tonight and give you an answer tomorrow?"
"All right." Subai stood up and turned to Zhao Qianjiao beside him, saying, "Zhao, let's go." Then, the group walked out. Even after Subai and the others had disappeared, Li Wenyu remained standing there, looking completely bewildered, as if he hadn't yet processed what had just happened. The change was too drastic.
Is this really Subai?
The first time they met, Subai had been a kind and humble person, but now he was arrogant, boastful, and looked down on everyone else. It was as if he had been completely transformed.
The contrast was too extreme. Yuan Shuyao looked at Li Wenyu and asked, "What just happened?" Li Wenyu finally snapped out of it and quickly recounted everything that had happened earlier in detail. Silence. Another deafening silence fell. After a moment, Yu and Shuyao asked, "So, are you saying that all these people lying on the ground, beaten half to death, were attacked by Su Bai?" "Yes, and Su Bai's fighting speed is incredibly fast." Li Wenyu couldn't help but swallow hard, shocked. Bang! Before Li Wenyu could finish speaking, Yi Lao fainted and fell hard onto the ground, emitting a dull thud. "Go check it out." Yu and Shuyao turned his head and said. Behind him, a middle-aged man nodded and walked over to Yi Lao, kneeling down to examine him. After a moment, the man turned to look at Yu and Shuyao and said, "Young master, this old man has suffered severe injuries. His hands have powdery fractures, and even 2/3 of his ribs are broken. I can feel how terrifying the blow he received was." How severe is it?" "At least at the peak of the tiger rank." "Good." Yu and Shuyao stood up and said to Li Wenyu, "Take him to the hospital." Then he left in large strides. He intended to find Feng Tianyi. As long as he could persuade Feng Tianyi to abandon Lu Yutong, at least during this critical moment, he wouldn't let Lu Yutong disrupt the internal unity of SCC. In that case, no matter what the cost, he would accept it. Su Bai is too powerful. This only strengthened his resolve to recruit Su Bai. Therefore, from this moment onward, the fate of the Lu family was already sealed. After Su Bai and the others left, they returned to the 70-story office building. "Jiao Jiao, go contact the building's landlord again. Arrange a time as soon as possible. I still need to handle some matters in the imperial capital," Su Bai said. "All right." Zhao Tianjiao followed Su Bai's instructions and set to work. Before long, there was a response. The owner of the office building said he was available in the afternoon and could discuss it. Su Bai agreed. Yu and Shuyao won't have an answer until tomorrow. If Yu and Shuyao doesn't take action, he'll prepare to contact the special investigation team and have them send someone over. It might take a few days. Anyway, the Lu family was already on his hit list. He needed to eliminate the Lu family to establish his authority in the Magic City and solidify his position. Moreover, the two brothers of the Lu family have committed countless crimes and deserve to die. The Lu family isn't exactly a reputable clan either, otherwise, how could they have raised such a legitimate heir? Meanwhile, upon learning that Lu Yutong and Lu Yuni were being rushed to the hospital, the entire Lu family erupted in chaos. After all, Lu Yutong was the young master of the Lu family and the designated future family head. Now he has been crippled, and Lu Yuni's fate isn't much better. The thing of his can't even stand up anymore. There was no doubt that the Lu family's reputation had been utterly shattered. The current head of the Lu family, Lu Lin, was so enraged he wanted to kill someone. Lu Yuni and Lu Yutong were his most favored sons. Yet someone dared to cripple his two sons on the Lu family's territory. This is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Even if I have to turn the heavens upside down, I must uncover the truth. I want to see who dared to touch a member of the Lu family. Lu Lin's furious voice was almost forced out between his teeth. Understood. I'll go immediately. The servants hurriedly left. Lu Lin took a deep breath and headed toward the backyard. Deep within the backyard stood a small, unremarkable wooden hut. This was where his father, Lu Rongxuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, resided. Lu Rongxuan had retired from public life many years ago, but his control over the Lu family remained absolute, much like an emperor in retirement. The old patriarch knew that his two most beloved grandsons had been treated so cruelly, and he was furious. He immediately mobilized his connections to investigate who dared to touch the emperor's hair. As Lu Rongxuan launched his investigation, the Lu family's pillar industries began facing various critical issues. Contracts that had already been signed were being cancelled by the other companies. Even projects that had already passed inspection were being audited and demanded to be redone on the grounds of poor quality. As for ongoing negotiations, they were simply cut off without further discussion. In truth, by this point, the Lu family had not yet reached a crisis stage. And then the most critical situation unfolded. Not only did the banks begin mass debt collection efforts, but even the Lu family's businesses operating on the fringes of the law were directly sealed off, with their responsible parties detained. The connections and protectors that had been cultivated over the years were now completely cut off. Overnight, all the pillar industries that had been the family's main sources of quick cash were teetering on the brink of collapse. It was clear that a top-tier power broker was targeting the Lu family, gradually eroding their vitality. Moreover, by immediately cutting off all avenues for survival, the power of this figure is truly terrifying. The Lu family's former glory is gone. Once a powerful force that could call the shots in the metropolis, they have now become a pariah, shunned by all. All factions have severed ties with the Lu family, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of this purge. The next morning, the Lu family's council hall was packed with people. They were all the heads of the Lu family's various businesses, including those in the shadowy underworld. They had come to seek assistance. After all, the Lu family was now in shambles, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lu Lin stood tall. Seated at the central position was Lu Rongxuan, along with the direct and collateral relatives of the Lu family. Almost everyone from the Lu family was present. Every face was filled with shock and fear. They all stared intently at Lu Lin. Moments later, Lu Lin roared, "Who is it? Who dares to be so treacherous and target my Lu family like this?" "It's me!" The voice suddenly rang out. Countless people froze in shock, their gazes turning toward the source of the voice. Chapter 135, Clever but Outwitted. The naive Lu Rongxuan. The voice faded away. Yuan Shuyo strode in confidently. Behind him were two unremarkable middle-aged men. Upon seeing Yuan Shuyao, everyone was taken aback. At their level, they clearly did not recognize this top-tier powerhouse. Only Lu Lin and the elderly Lu Rongxuan's pupils contracted sharply, almost instinctively drawing in a sharp breath. It was clear that both of them recognized Yuan Shuyao. Lu Yutong was, after all, a core member of SCC, and Yuan Shuyo was one of the three top bosses of SCC. In a way, they were connected by a thin thread. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin nearly leaped to his feet in anger, pointing at Yuan Shuyo and shouting, "Yuan Shuyao, why are you doing this to the Lu family? What have we done to you? Moreover, Lu Yutong from our Lu family is a member of SCC. You dare to kill your own people? This is simply unacceptable. Even if you have grievances against the Feng family, you should seek revenge from them. You shouldn't take it out on our Lu family. You Wang Suyo, you're picking on the weak. This is despicable and shameless. Yuan Shuyo? The renowned Yuan family?" For a moment, everyone felt as though their brains were about to explode. The Yuan family is the true top-tier aristocratic clan of the Demon City. It is said that, over a decade ago, they were once a powerful aristocratic clan in the imperial capital, a terrifying existence capable of entering the top circles. In the face of the Yuan family, the Lu family was no different from ants. Lu Lin, the head of the Lu family. Cutting off Lu Yutong's arms and causing Lu Yuni to lose his ability to have children, that wasn't me. As for your family's current situation, I can only apologize. I was acting on someone else's orders. If you have any grievances, take it out on those two fools who dared to offend someone you can't afford to provoke. Who? Who did we provoke? Lu Lin asked in horror. In the past, even if you gave Lu Lin 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to speak to Yuan Shao in such a manner. But now, the Lu family was on the brink of annihilation, and he had completely broken down, no longer caring about anything else. Yuan Shuyo spoke calmly, "I'm giving you two choices. 1. The Lu family dissolves immediately, and I'll ensure the Lu family's lineage continues. 2. The Lu family resists to the end. Of course, don't blame me for being ruthless then." Lu Lin froze in place. Moments later, he felt as though all his vitality had been drained from him, sitting motionless on the chair like a lifeless puppet. What should he do? How should he choose? Surrender or resist to the end? The former left a sliver of hope, while the latter was a dead end. Of course, if he could rise from the ashes like a phoenix, it might still be a viable option. Just yesterday, he had been thinking about avenging his two sons, but now, he only hated himself for having such two troublesome sons. Why did he have to offend someone of that level of terror? Wait. Lu Lin suddenly remembered that while the Yuan family may dominate the Demon City, they are not without rivals. Take, for example, the other top-tier leader of SCC, Feng Tianyi of the Feng family. If they were to completely submit to the Feng family's orders and become their loyal henchmen, it would be better than having their family destroyed. As the saying goes, better to live a dog's life than die a hero's death. After all, they've been wealthy for so long. If they were to fall back to nothing overnight, it would be better to just kill them. Thus, Lu Lin trembled as he said, "Yuan Shuyao, I advise you to leave a way out. In the future, you'll need it. My family's Yutong is on good terms with the Feng family's Feng Tianyi. They won't stand by and watch our Lu family be destroyed." Cough. Yuan Shuyo cleared his throat and said, "Are you truly foolish or just pretending? I'm already here. Do you really think you have a way out? Besides, a minor family like yours, would the Feng family risk offending the Yuan family for you?" His words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Lu Lin's already broken heart even further. His eyes were vacant and his expression numb. The terror in his heart surged forth like a tidal wave. In the end, in the eyes of the Yuan clan, a top-tier aristocratic family, the Lu family was nothing more than a lowly insect. A single move, or even a single glance, was enough to doom them forever. At that moment, Lu Rongxuan was on the verge of losing his temper. The Lu family was built from scratch by his own hands and had grown to its current scale. Now, watching it all crumble before his eyes, Lu Rongxuan simply couldn't accept it. Back when he founded the Lu family in the Magic City, there was no such thing as the Yuan family. And now this outsider dares to speak of annihilating his native clan. How arrogant! Lu Rongxuan snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Yuan Shuyo and said, "Are you truly intent on waging an all-out war against the Lu family until one of us is annihilated?" Yuan Shuyo said nothing more, his meaning was crystal clear. "Fine. Since that's the case, I'll have no choice but to send you on your way." Lu Rongxuan twisted his lips, and as his words fell, his body charged forward like a cannonball. He knew that if Yuan Shuyo insisted on taking action against the Lu family, there would be no chance of survival for the Lu family. Therefore, it was better to take someone with him in death. That way, it wouldn't be a loss. And Wen Shu Yu was the perfect choice. Let this future head of the Yuan family serve as a sacrifice for the Lu family. Lu Rongchuan was a seasoned veteran of the Tiger rankings, far stronger than most of his peers. In the split second when he struck, he was 90% certain he could kill Yuan Shuyao. It must be said that, from an ordinary person to building the vast Lu family, Lu Rongchuan still had some bloodlust. It was the second-generation heirs like Lu Lin, who enjoyed the fruits of their ancestors' labor, who had lost the fiery spirit of their forebears. However, no matter how strong Lu Rongchuan may be in his old age, he is nothing but a paper tiger in the face of overwhelming power. Lu Rongchuan suddenly struck out, thinking he could catch his opponent off guard. But who could have imagined that his palm came to a sudden halt just an inch away from Yuan Shuyao, and his entire body began to rise uncontrollably, his feet slowly lifting off the ground. At that moment, a hand as sharp as an eagle's claw gripped Lu Rongchuan's neck and lifted him into the air. As a seasoned veteran of the martial arts world, Lu Rongchuan was still extremely powerful. Even in his twilight years, his might remained. Yet, when faced with the hand that held his fate in its grasp, he had no ability to resist. He was old. He was old. He truly had to admit defeat to age. Lu Rongchuan finally understood just how severe the deterioration of his physical abilities had become. If he were still in his prime, he could still fight this guy toe-to-toe. But now, he is an old man, and no matter how powerful he once was, it's all in the past. Now that half his body is in the ground, he's no match for the person before him. Chapter 136, Yuan Shuyao steps in. Put. As a crisp sound rang out, countless eyes immediately turned toward the source. Instantly, they swallowed nervously, their faces suddenly filled with endless fear and horror. For they saw that Lu Rongchuan, who had been struggling desperately, was now silent, his body slumped, and his hands hanging limply at his sides. It was simply too fast. From the moment Lu Rongchuan's neck was gripped to the complete extinction of all life, it took no more than 3 seconds. Dad! Old master! The Lu family members let out a collective cry of shock. Lu Lin suddenly turned to Yuan Shuyao, his anger clouding his mind. His eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly said, Yuan Shuyao, you've gone too far. Yuan Shuyao remained calm and said, Lu Lin, I warn you not to act impulsively. Otherwise. His voice was as light as a breeze, clearly showing his disregard for life at that moment. Killing the head of a family in front of their entire clan yet remaining so indifferent indeed, Yuan Shuyao had the confidence and qualifications to do so. A second-rate family wasn't worth his attention. If it weren't for his consideration of Feng Tianyi and the Feng family, he would have restrained himself even more. Otherwise, the Lu family would have been annihilated by now. You're being way too much. Lu Lin exclaimed in horror. The next moment, a surge of blood gushed from his chest, and a thick stream of blood suddenly sprayed out. Attacking Yuan Shuyao? Never mind whether you dare or not, even if you had the guts, are you his match? To act now is to court death. If he didn't act, he'd never avenge his father's death. Just as Lu Lin was torn between action and inaction, Yuan Shuyao's last shred of patience snapped. He turned to Lu Lin and said, You have only 1 day. After 1 day, if you don't want to die with dignity, I will help you die with dignity. And one more piece of friendly advice, don't try to resist, don't test my patience. After delivering his threat calmly, Yuan Shuyao turned and left with a nonchalant air. After Yuan Shuyao left, Lu Lin collapsed onto the chair, unable to recover for a long time. The terrified gazes of everyone present were fixed on Yuan Shuyao's departing figure until he disappeared from sight. Only then did they shockingly withdraw their gaze, glance at Lu Lin, who looked like a dead fish, hesitate briefly, and then sneak out the back door. At this moment, the Lu family was in such a dire situation that they could barely save themselves, let alone protect others. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, but when disaster strikes, they fly apart. How much more so for them, who were merely working for the Lu family and not sold to them? Faced with such a catastrophe, they had to find a way to save themselves, not follow the Lu family to their doom. As for the distant relatives, they also severed ties with the Li family, took their money, and fled to distant lands, leaving this place of turmoil behind. This once mighty Lu family, which once ruled with an iron fist, was reduced to ashes in a single day. It became but a fleeting cloud in the relentless march of history. As for seeking revenge against the Yuan family? Sorry. They aren't that foolish. Meanwhile, Su Bai was sleeping in a 10-star luxury hotel. He hadn't had a proper rest in days, and the top-tier suite echoed with Su Bai's deafening snores. Ding ding. Suddenly, a urgent ringtone sounded. Su Bai was awakened by the noise. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Zhao Tianjiao calling. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Zhao Tianjiao's excited voice came through. Mr. Su. Big news. The Lu family is finished. Completely and utterly finished. Su Bai froze. The drowsiness that had lingered moments ago vanished instantly. He then exclaimed, Great. That's wonderful, Zhao Zhao. Hurry up and increase our investment in Magic City. The more, the better. He hadn't expected Yuan Shuyao to act so quickly. The Lu family's obstruction of Dongjiang International was common knowledge. Now that the Lu family is gone, everyone knows it's connected to Dongjiang International. Dongjiang International has finally made a name for itself in Magic City. Alright, Mr. Su. Zhao Tianjiu immediately began the next round of work. Ever since the prime piece of land was blocked by Lu Yuni, all cooperation projects have been suspended. Lu Yuni has connections that reach the highest levels in Magic City, and offending him essentially means a dead end in Magic City. These business partners dare not collaborate with Dongjiang International. Now that the Lu family has been brought down, they can resume their collaborations and latch onto Dongjiang International's coattails. They are well aware that the Lu family's downfall is closely tied to Dongjiang International. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai was about to continue sleeping when his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered. Who is this? On the other end, Yuan Shuyao's voice came through. Su Bai, brother. It's me. You must have heard the news, right? I wonder if Su Bai is satisfied. Su Bai laughed. Yuan brother. I've heard about it. I'm very satisfied. Yuan brother, rest assured. As long as you give me a heads up about the matter you mentioned earlier, I'll do my best. Alright. Brother Su Bai is a man of his word. Then it's settled. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. Yuan Shuyo spoke, nodding in satisfaction. This promise from Su Bai was very important to him. After ending the call, Su Bai couldn't sleep either, lying relaxed on the bed. The downfall of the Lu family had made him deeply aware of how crucial a strong power base truly was. Was the Lu family weak? No. They simply provoked the even more powerful Yuan family. The big fish eats the small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. It's always been this way since ancient times. Lu Yutong of the Lu family is one of the core members. And Yuan Shuyo is one of the three major bosses of SCC. For the sake of interests, the boss eliminated the core member, but this core member was backed by another boss. But strangely, that boss hasn't made a move yet. It must mean there's been a deal between the two. If he weren't strong enough, Yuan Shuyo wouldn't risk offending another boss to go to such lengths to recruit him. And all of this is because he demonstrated some truly terrifying strength. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment, Luo Yuyo was naked, her curvaceous figure fully exposed to the cold air. Moments later, she hung up the phone, unable to shake off the daze. From the call, she learned that the Lu family had been ruthlessly annihilated by a powerful force. It was clear that all of this was the work of that young boss. It had only been a day. The Lu brothers were ruined, the old patriarch was gone, and the Lu family had completely vanished from the annals of history. However, what shocked Luo Yuyo the most was that all of this was the work of Yuan Shuyo. After all, Yuan Shuyo was one of the three major bosses of SCC, and Lu Yutong was one of the core members. Yuan Shuyo had gone to such lengths, even taking action personally, just to support and vent his anger for Su Bai. Moreover, with the Lu family gone, the Feng Tianyi faction hasn't made a single move. There are too many inconsistencies here, yet they all seem to have unfolded in a logical manner. It seems she needs to ask her precious little darling about the true identity of this mysterious big boss. Chapter 137, Mr. Su, it's fine. It was Lin Shui who dumped me. The Lu family has been annihilated. But it didn't cause much of a stir. The metropolis is too vast, such a minor matter wouldn't even register on anyone's radar. You see him build his tower, you see it collapse. Yuan Shuyo sealed off the news, so many people didn't even know about the Lu family's downfall. With that, Su Bai lost all desire to sleep and got up, heading straight to the office building where Dongjiang International was located. Speaking of which, he had arranged to meet with the building's landlord. Once he purchased the building, he would head to the imperial capital to finalize the remaining procedures for the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team. The downfall of the Lu family served as a loud wake-up call for all the petty criminals who had been eyeing Dongjiang International with greed and ambition. Dongjiang International wasn't a soft target to be pushed around, it was a tiger that devoured its prey. He had also decided to inform Yuan Shuyo before leaving, asking this all-powerful tycoon to look after Dongjiang International. After all, this tycoon still owed him a favor. When he arrived at the company, the entire team had already left, with only a few finance staff still busy at their desks. Upon seeing Su Bai, they were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling as they said, "Good morning, Mr. Su." "Good morning, Mr. Su." Tall and handsome, kind and approachable, with a wealthy family background, these young women were utterly captivated. He was their dream prince. Everyone was eager to please, rushing to greet him and showcasing their best qualities, hoping to catch the boss's eye. After all, the boss is still single, who knows, maybe one of them could end up marrying him and becoming a princess. Alright, everyone. You've all worked hard. By the way, why is the company so empty? Su Bai asked. Mr. Su. They're out on field assignments. The company has been exceptionally busy these past few days. All the projects that were put on hold have been restarted, and all the accumulated work needs to be processed. Plus, we've launched some new projects. Alright. Once this busy period is over, I'll let Zhao Zhao give you all some time off, paid leave or a company-sponsored trip. All expenses will be covered by Dongjiang International. You can choose whichever option you prefer. Yay! Thank you, Mr. Su. I love you so much. A beautiful female finance officer exclaimed excitedly. Look at her, she is practically ready to run up and hug Subai tightly. By the way, where's Jiao Jiao? Subai asked. The general manager is leading a team out. There's a new project in the works that needs funding, so she took the team to investigate. Subai nodded and then went to the general manager's office. After all, it was just a temporary office setup, so the facilities weren't very complete. For example, there wasn't even an office for him. Bored out of his mind, Subai glanced through some documents before picking up his phone to play around. He opened a chat app, and a chat group that had been dormant for a long time suddenly became lively, with many people sending him messages. He grew curious and soon had read through the 200 or 300 messages. He exhaled slowly, feeling a mix of emotions. The class group was discussing Lin Shui's situation. Lin Shui had been going through a tough time lately. She seemed to have developed a terminal illness called depression. She had considered taking her own life at school, but fortunately, her roommate discovered her in time, preventing a tragedy. The school was worried about potential incidents, so they had Lin Shui's parents come to take her home. Upon returning home, Lin Shui seemed relatively normal. She could eat, drink, and sleep peacefully. Unfortunately, she was as silent as a mute, not uttering a single word for several days. This has left Lin Shui's family deeply concerned, and they were even considering going to the school to cause a scene. A classmate who lived near Lin Shui's home heard about the incident from her parents and decided to ask about it in the class chat group. This sparked a flurry of messages. As a result, many secrets were exposed. One of them was that Subai and Lin Shui had been in a relationship before, and now they were attending the same university. Since Subai must know some insider information, everyone rushed to find him to get to the bottom of it. Some students were just there to watch the drama unfold, thinking that Subai was fickle and had abandoned Lin Shui after getting into university, leaving her so distraught that she developed depression. Lin Shui's so-called best friend started calling Subai a scoundrel. Some classmates defended Subai, arguing that he had been so deeply in love with Lin Shui at the time, almost to the point of true love, so he wouldn't abandon her. There must be some inside information they didn't know about. Subai has been keeping a low profile, and after everyone chatted for a while, the conversation turned to the class reunion. After the college entrance exams, they hadn't had a reunion, and now they were all about to graduate from university, evoking a sense of how things had changed over the years. After making this suggestion, it sparked a wave of agreement. Subai peeked at the screen for a while longer before finally deciding to clarify the situation. Otherwise, the label of cad would be permanently attached to him. Lin Shui and I have already broken up. She was the one who initiated it. Not me. We went to the same university, but she fell for a rich second-generation guy from Dongjiang University. However, that new rich guy went bankrupt, and his depression is probably related to that. If anyone has any doubts, you can go to Dongjiang University and ask around, it's common knowledge. Subai sent the message in fits and starts, and it felt like a stone had been dropped into water, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. Wow! If that's the case, Lin Shui is completely reaping what she sowed. Oomph! That's karma. Loving a rich second-generation heir, only for him to go bankrupt, what a satisfying comeuppance. It's truly karma. I remember how much Subai loved Lin Shui. It was almost like he loved her to the bone. So many girls envied Lin Shui, but in the end, she abandoned Subai because of a rich second-generation heir. Subai looked for a moment and then said, enough. Let's stop here. Lin Shui has chosen her own path, and I can only wish her well. As long as I have no regrets, that's enough. Since Subai had spoken, everyone stopped discussing it. Subai was right. Whatever choice one makes, it's their own decision, and they should bear the consequences. We're all adults now, not children. So, everyone changed the topic and started talking about the gathering again. They even asked Subai if he wanted to join. Subai thought for a moment and replied, sure. Everyone saw those two words and was taken aback. At first, they thought they had read it wrong. The atmosphere in the group fell into a brief silence. Because, in their impression, whether it was during school breaks or free time, Subai would always take on part-time jobs whenever he had the chance. During high school, Subai had always been absent from gatherings, even missing the graduation dance. He was the only one missing, so they had only mentioned him casually this time, not expecting him to agree. However, to their surprise, Subai had agreed. It was truly quite unusual. Chapter 138, the third party quietly peering at others' happiness. Imperial Capital. A very luxurious villa. Yunishuan lay on the bed, her pair of delicate feet, as white as jade, particularly catching the eye. She had planned to take a day off and sleep in, but her phone kept ringing non-stop, disturbing her peaceful slumber. Reluctantly, she opened her phone and saw that the class chat group was buzzing with discussions about a female classmate. Yunishuan had grown up in the imperial capital. Later, her father was transferred from the imperial capital to Sioux City, and her mother, a businesswoman, was rarely home, sometimes even traveling abroad. Thus, in her second year of high school, she followed her father's transfer orders to Sioux City to attend high school there. Just 1 year later, her father was transferred back to the imperial capital, effectively giving him a promotion. However, this time, she did not follow him back to the imperial capital and instead remained in Sioux City to continue her studies. From then on, at just 17 years old, she began living and studying alone in Sioux City. Her father had asked her why she didn't go back with him. She said she was already grown up, an independent young woman, and that she had adapted to the pace of life in Shuqing, along with various other excuses. But the true reason was something only Yun Yishuang herself knew. A vague figure gradually emerged. It began to grow clearer. Even though it had been a long time ago, this figure remained deeply etched in his memory. It was an ordinary weekend. She had just arrived in Sioux City and wasn't very familiar with the place, so she decided to go out for a stroll on the weekend. It started to drizzle, and the ground was slippery. She planned to head back, but as she passed an intersection, her feet slipped and she fell to the ground. Coincidentally, at that moment, a large truck, taking advantage of the rain, attempted to run a red light. However, it didn't expect that the previously empty intersection would suddenly have someone fall onto the road. The truck barreled straight toward her. Yun Yishuang's eyes widened in horror as she watched the scene unfold. She tried to run away, but found her body had lost all control, leaving her frozen in place. The shadow of death loomed over her. She thought she was doomed, but suddenly a small figure rushed over, disregarding the danger, and carried her away. They ran a long way until the out-of-control truck crashed into the bridge pillar, finally coming to a stop. Once they reached a safe area, Yun Yishuang finally got a clear look at the person's appearance, clean, handsome, and radiant. Perhaps because he had saved her life, he seemed to have an aura of light around him and her eyes. At the time, he was working part-time as a food delivery driver. To rescue her from the out-of-control truck, the food he was delivering was scattered all over the ground and was no longer edible. Yun Yishuang offered compensation, but the man firmly refused, saying that anyone with a sense of justice would help someone in danger. Yet, despite the many people on the street, only he had stepped forward. After that, she started paying attention to him. At the same time, she felt a bit sad for his family background. However, this person remained unfazed, using his utmost effort to confront the unfairness of the world. Optimistic, sunny, and always striving upward. The more she got to know him, the more she felt drawn to him. He rarely studied, yet his academic performance was exceptionally good. He didn't attend many tutoring sessions, and his free time was spent either working part-time or on his way to a part-time job. Sometimes she is first. He is also sometimes first. Actually, with her abilities, she could easily secure the top spot. But she wants to let him have first place. After all, alternating between first and second place gradually forms an indescribable bond. Thus, they spent a year in Sioux City. Her father received a transfer order, completed his assignment, and returned to the imperial capital. However, she chose to stay in Sioux City to finish high school for his sake. Unfortunately, he had a girlfriend. The girl was very beautiful, had a great personality, and they were deeply in love. She wished them happiness. She didn't even have the right to be jealous. The tragedy of the silent third party, or so it seems. On the day they announced their relationship, she cried all day at home, her eyes swollen from tears. She started hating herself again. Hating herself for being so cowardly. She had known him long before that girl did, and if she had been braver, such a wonderful young man could have been her boyfriend. She would have smiled in her sleep every night. She was sad all day and cried all day, but she eventually came to terms with it. As long as he was happy and content, even if that happiness wasn't from her, it was enough. From that day onward, she continued to quietly watch over him. The golden couple was a sight to behold wherever they went. Plus, he was incredibly thoughtful, considering every little detail for his girlfriend. They were truly made for each other. She envied them. And she regretted it. These complex emotions persisted until she took the most crucial exam of her life. This time, she decided to give it her all. When the results were announced, she scored 4 top grades. Top scorer in the grade. County-level top scorer. City-level top scorer in the college entrance exam. Provincial college entrance exam top scorer. With her 4 top honors, she was admitted to the best university in her hometown's capital city, Qinbei University. She enrolled at Qinbei University. And he got into Dongjian University. Since then, their contact gradually decreased. With the vast distances between them, it became difficult to meet even once. She also began to let him fade out of her life. But when you truly love someone, even if you keep it deep in your heart, a ripple of emotion still stirs when others mention them casually. That's right, the person who had captivated her heart was Su Bai. When she saw the class group chat discussing Su Bai, she suddenly snapped back to reality. What? How could things have turned out this way? Isn't Su Bai and Lin Shui the perfect couple? Aren't they very much in love? Why did they go their separate ways? What about Su Bai? Did Su Bai find a new girlfriend after they broke up? With endless questions swirling in her mind, Yun Yishuang began to peek at the screen. Seeing the group chat discussing Lin Shui's depression and her multiple suicide attempts, she realized that Su Bai was the one responsible for all of this. She suddenly felt a surge of anger. because she knew that Subai wasn't that kind of person. There must be something more to this story. Sure enough, after Subai stepped forward to explain, she finally understood everything. It turned out that Lin Shui had fallen in love with a rich second-generation heir, which is why she had so resolutely abandoned Subai. The reason she developed depression was because the rich second-generation heir she had hooked up with went bankrupt, and she couldn't accept it, leading her to become this way. Yunishuan was a bit confused. Subai had been so kind to Lin Shui, almost to the point of self-sacrifice. Why would she abandon him? Does that mean a genuine love isn't as important as money? As long as two people truly love each other, no obstacles can stand in their way. Nothing is more important than love. Of course, for someone like Yunishuan, who had grown up in a pampered environment, she had little concept of money and naturally couldn't understand its importance. Chapter 139, Subai, it's Yunishuan. No, wait. Yunishuan realized belatedly that she had overlooked a crucial piece of information. Subai had been dumped. Which means Subai is single again. And, based on her understanding of Subai, since he was so fond of Lin Shui, being dumped now must be devastating for him. Does that mean she can take advantage of the situation? No, that is not taking advantage of the situation, that is an angel's comfort. For a moment, she found herself torn again, unsure whether to seize this golden opportunity. Should I send a message or not? Send it, I'm too shy, but if I don't, I'm afraid I'll miss out. Is this the second chance the heavens are giving me? I think I should act faster. If I miss this chance, Subai will find a girlfriend, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. She has already missed out once. If she misses it again, she'll truly hate herself for the rest of her life. After agonizing over it for a long time, Yunishuan finally picked up her phone nervously, opened the chat interface with Subai, her heart racing, her hands trembling. She typed out a short message, just a few simple words, but she deleted it and rewrote it over and over again, more than 20 times, before finally deciding on the final version and sending it out. Just 9 simple words. Subai. Are you there? How have you been lately? After pressing send, seeing the message successfully sent, Yunishuan was so nervous she could barely breathe. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she clung tightly to her blanket, burying her head in the pillow and letting out an excited scream. At the same time, in the metropolis, Subai was chatting enthusiastically with everyone. Suddenly, a message appeared on his chat interface. It was from his high school classmate, Yunishuan. Subai. Are you there? How have you been lately? In an instant, he recalled that midnight when he had saved a little girl from the shadow of an out-of-control truck. Coincidentally, he was delivering food to a restaurant at the time. Upon witnessing the scene, he didn't hesitate and rushed over. Though all the food was ruined, he had saved a precious life. If he had been half a step slower or hesitated for even a moment, that girl would have been dragged away by the truck. To be honest, he took a huge risk at the time. The area was a construction site, dusty and slippery in the rain. If he had slipped, not only would he not have been able to save the girl, but he would have ended up in a world of trouble himself. So afterward, he was still shaken by the experience. After learning more about her, he discovered that the girl was actually his new classmate, Yunishuan. Because of this act of kindness, the 20 or so takeout orders were wasted, leading to numerous complaints and bad reviews. The boss, furious, deducted his entire month's wages. Why did he remember Yunishuan so clearly? Because when Yunishuan first arrived at school, she practically drove all the male students wild. Her flawless appearance, perfect figure, delicate skin, and the elegant aura she exuded made her the embodiment of every boy's dream of a goddess. Subai was also initially stunned by her beauty. However, he didn't pay much attention to the ethereally beautiful Yunishuan. At the time, he was solely focused on making money. The more he earned, the lighter the burden on his aunt and younger aunt would be. Perhaps because of his status as her savior, Yunishuan treated him kindly, and their relationship gradually evolved into a very close friendship. This situation continued until he started dating Lin Shui. Due to Lin Shui's jealous nature, he gradually drifted apart from Yunishuan. In truth, he was a man and understood Yunishuan's feelings for him. However, he was fully aware of the gap between himself and Yunishuan. If Yunishuan was a swan, then calling himself a toad would be an overstatement. They were from completely different worlds. Moreover, during high school, it was the time when self-esteem was at its peak. Facing his deep-seated inferiority complex, he could only swallow his pride and endure it. He was afraid. He was terrified that Yunishuan was only kind to him because he had saved her life. He feared it wasn't love, but gratitude. Or pity for him. His remaining self-respect reminded him that Yunishuan was a goddess in the heavens, while he was just a mortal on earth, a beauty he could never touch. Especially after he started dating Lin Shui, he began to slowly distance himself from Yunishuan, pushing her out of his heart. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Their contact was limited to exchanging a few casual messages in the group chat during the new year, and there was no contact otherwise. So when Yunishuan reached out to him now, he was a bit surprised. After thinking it over, he replied with a message. I'm doing okay. How about you? How are you doing, Yunishuan? On the other side, Yunishuan saw Subai's message and was so excited she almost jumped for joy. After calming down, she said, I'm still doing great. By the way, do you want to come to the imperial capital? There are actually a lot of fun places there. Subai, great. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm heading to the imperial capital in a few days to take care of some business. Since I'm not familiar with the area, it'll be great to have you, a local, to help me out. Yun Yishuang was speechless. What? Subai is coming to the imperial capital. And it's just a few days from now. Is happiness coming so suddenly? Yun Yishuang trembled as she replied, Is that really true? What's the point of lying to you? Of course it's true. Alright. Then it's settled. Once you arrive in the imperial capital, make sure to message me right away. Alright. Subai. What's wrong? Have you broken up with Lin Shui? You already know? Don't be too sad. It's okay. I'm not sad anymore. It's all in the past. I'll still face the future with a smile. Alright. I'll be with you. We'll do it together. Yun Yishuang looked at those words, and her cute little face turned bright red, just like a ripe apple, so adorable. She felt both nervous and shy. This hint is so obvious Subai must have noticed it, right? How will he respond? When Subai saw the message, he was also taken aback for a moment. To be honest, a girl as outstanding as Yun Yishuang, if Subai said he wasn't attracted to her, that would be impossible. However, he was well aware that they weren't from the same world, so he would remain restrained. But things are different now. He has the system, and he has joined the Special Investigation Team and the Lone Wolf Unit. In terms of background alone, there are very few people stronger than him. Therefore, the gap between him and Yun Yishuang had narrowed significantly. However, the pain Lin Shui caused him was too deep, so he hasn't yet adjusted his mindset to embrace a new romance. Let things take their natural course. If fate brings them together, they talk, if not, he'll focus on getting stronger. Chapter 140, You brought this upon yourself. Indeed, Lin Shui's current situation is truly dire, but it's all her own doing. She poured her heart and soul into it, only to be betrayed in the most unforgivable way. Thankfully, he obtained a system, otherwise, his fate would have been far worse than Lin Shui's current situation. Actually, if Lin Shui had been able to break up peacefully, he might have been able to accept it. Two people come together because they love each other, and they part ways because they no longer do. That's human nature. But Lin Shui took it too far. To please Wang Tianchang, she humiliated and bullied him. After years of genuine feelings, this is the result he gets. He simply cannot accept it. He hasn't adjusted yet, so when faced with such obvious hints, he pretended not to notice, thinking he'd deal with it later once he'd cleared his mind. After some thought, he said, I'll message you after I leave. At the same time, Yun Yishuang saw Subai's message and her anxious heart suddenly froze. She couldn't make sense of what he meant. What is Subai thinking? Why give her such a vague answer? Could it be that she was too subtle? No, that can't be right. Subai's reaction is way too slow. Does he really need me to say it outright, like, Subai, let's be together? I've liked you for a long time, before he'll get the hint? Isn't it supposed to be men chase women, with a mountain between them, women chase men, with a veil between them? Why does it work the other way around with her? This clueless fool. But thinking about how Subai is coming to her hometown in a few days, and how they'll meet again after so many years, her mood instantly cleared up, and she was so happy she couldn't contain herself. Anyway, everything can wait until we meet in person. There is plenty of time and opportunities. Unless Subai explicitly rejects her, she won't give up on such an outstanding young man. Bang! At that moment, a knock sounded at the door of her bedroom. Immediately afterward, her mother, Guan Xiaolei, called out. Yun Yishuang. It's already past noon, and you're still lingering in your room. Don't you know there's a guest here? Oh my! Today is finally a day off, let me rest a little longer. Stop sleeping. Get up. Didn't you hear me say there were guests coming? Hurry up. Get up and greet the guests. Oh my! I don't recognize any of your guests. I don't want to go. I won't say it again. After Guan Xiaolei finished speaking, footsteps could be heard coming downstairs. Yun Yishuang had no choice but to get up. After all, she was still a bit afraid of her mother. When she finished getting ready and went downstairs, there was a mother and son in the living room who were chatting animatedly with Guan Xiaolei. Her father, Yun Jingyuan, was sitting on the sofa, leisurely reading the newspaper. Dad! Mom! Upon entering the living room, Yun Yishuang sweetly called out. Guan Xiaolei stood up, took Yun Yishuang by the hand, and said, Yishuang, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Chen, my business partner, and this is her son, Hu Haoyang. He's studying abroad and is a top student. Hu Haoyang humbly replied, Ms. Guan, you're too kind. Shuang is studying at Qinbei University, she's much more accomplished than me. He glanced at Yun Yishuang and was immediately struck by her beauty. Yun Yishuang was simply breathtakingly beautiful, even without any makeup. As one of the top-tier rich second generation, Hu Haoyang had been with countless women over the years, but none of them could compare to the woman before him in terms of beauty, figure, or aura. And those women were all wearing makeup. Yoon Ishwan wasn't wearing any makeup at all, completely natural, and she completely outshone all of them. Originally, he had been reluctant to meet her, filled with resentment. If it weren't for his mother forcing him to come, threatening to cut off all his financial support if he refused, he never would have come. His mother had said that the woman's daughter was studying at Shinbei University, and the image of a bookish, obedient girl immediately came to mind. For someone like him, who had been around women all his life, such a woman wouldn't even register on his radar. But the moment he laid eyes on Yoon Ishwan, he knew she was the one he was meant to be with for the rest of his life. He had once said he wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. After all, there were vast forests with lush green trees waiting for him. But after seeing Yoon Ishwan, he finally understood what it meant to willingly hang oneself on a tree. He now understood why some people would willingly walk into the grave of marriage. Alright. You're both educated, so you must have plenty in common. Guan Xiaolei said with a smile. Hello, Aunt Chen. Hello, brother Hu Haiyang. Yoon Ishwan greeted everyone one by one. Frosty, hello. Hello, Xuan. Yoon Ishwan glanced at Hu Haiyang's lustful gaze and felt a bit queasy. This couldn't help but remind her of Subai. Only Subai's gaze was pure and innocent, devoid of any evil, making her feel at ease. The two families exchanged some more polite small talk, and Yoon Ishwan found an excuse to leave. Her mother, Guan Xiaolei, had her intentions written all over her face. She was planning to arrange a marriage between her and Hu Haiyang. Using an arranged marriage to strengthen business partnerships was a common tactic in the business world. Oh, isn't this convenient? You can go out with Hu Haiyang, and I'll discuss some business matters with your Aunt Chen. Guan Xiaolei said with a smile. Mom, I'm going out with my best friend. Having a stranger follow us isn't appropriate. My friends will have something to say about it. Yoon Ishwan couldn't help but complain softly. What stranger? He's your Aunt Chen's son. Besides, what's wrong with him following you? After you've finished shopping, he can help you carry things. That way, you can shop without any distractions. Guan Xiaolei said. Exactly. I can help you carry a lot of things. Xuan, I work out at the gym all the time. Hu Haiyang immediately tried to impress her. The chance to go shopping with Yoon Ishwan was too good to pass up. Even though it's with Yoon Ishwan's best friend, it's not exactly a date. But that's fine. Yoon Ishwan is so beautiful, her best friend must be a top-notch beauty too. Just thinking about being surrounded by so many stunning women as a guy, there'd definitely be plenty of men dying of envy. How awesome. Yoon Ishwan knew her mother's decision and had no room to argue or object, so she resignedly nodded in agreement. Hu Haiyang saw this and quickly followed after them. Outside, Yoon Ishwan went to drive herself and told Hu Haiyang to wait there. Upon hearing this, Hu Haiyang's eyes lit up instantly. At first, he thought he would drive his own car and Yoon Ishwan would drive hers. But since Yoon Ishwan told him to wait there, could it be that they were going to ride in the same car? For a girl to agree to let a stranger ride with her, didn't that mean Yoon Ishwan wasn't just not repulsed by him, but was actually starting to like him? In an instant, Hu Haiyang felt his charm had reached its peak. Even a beauty like Yoon Ishwan couldn't resist his allure. Chapter 141, Living Together? I swear I'm not. Soon, Yoon Ishwan arrived in a red top-of-the-line sports car. Hu Haiyang eagerly prepared to open the door. Yoon Ishwan said to Hu Haiyang, sorry. Let us just go our separate ways. My best friend has a stranger following her. As soon as she finished speaking, the top-of-the-line sports car roared to life and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Hu Haiyang was completely baffled. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to ride together? After all that trouble, he still got played? This little girl is really clever. She must not have planned to take him along, so she used this trick. If he had driven, Yoon Ishwan wouldn't have been able to shake him off. Now, Hu Haiyang looked at the red sports car that had disappeared from sight. Clearly, it was too late to chase after it. Should he go back? That would mean he was outsmarted by a little girl. After thinking it over, he decided to go find his friends to drink instead. Yoon Ishwan. You just wait. I'll make you pay dearly for this. It wasn't until nearly dark that Yoon Ishwan returned home. She had planned to sneak upstairs quietly, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw Yoon Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei sitting in the living room. Come sit down. Guan Xiaolei spoke first. Yoon Ishwan had no choice but to stop her steps and walk toward the living room. Frost, how's it going? Guan Xiaolei asked. Huh? What did you say? Yoon Ishwan asked, looking confused. Yoon Ishwan. Don't play dumb with me. Hu Haiyang. Oh. Hu Haiyang, huh? He's okay, I guess. What do you mean not bad? He's a college student who just returned from abroad. A returning overseas student. Mom. You're really smart all your life but so confused right now. That Hu Haiyang doesn't even say which school he went to. I can tell he just spent money to get a degree abroad. He's a college student and a returnee from studying abroad. Well, he does look decent enough and his family background matches ours pretty well. Plus, his father is. Mom. Does Hu Haiyang's dad have any connection to us? It matters. If you two end up together, he'll be your father-in-law. Sorry, no interest. You, Yun Jingyuan. It's all your fault. Guan Xiaolei shouted at Yun Jingyuan. Yun Jingyuan innocently replied, what's my fault? It's your fault for not raising her properly. Xuanxuan used to be such a well-behaved girl. Now she even dares to talk back to me. You have the nerve to say that to me? It's all your fault for never being home all year round. Yun Jingyuan's voice grew softer as he spoke. Yun Jing Yuan. You dare blame me? You heartless monster. I must have been blind to marry you. Yun Jingyuan froze, then immediately backed down, hurriedly soothing her. All right. It's my fault. I didn't discipline Xuanxuan properly. Don't be angry. I'll make sure to educate her better from now on. This won't happen again. Yun Jingyuan knew that if he had waited any longer, Guan Xiaolei would have started crying and complaining that she had married the wrong person. Oomph. At least you admitted your mistake in time. Guan Xiaolei, you got the better of me and still act innocent. You two talk it out. I'll go back to my room first. Wait, you really don't like Hu Haoyang? Guan Xiaolei asked. Yun Yishuang shook her head. I don't like him. Then she added with a hint of resentment, Mom, do you really want me to get married so soon? No. Mom just worries you can't judge people properly. Look at Hu Haoyang, his qualifications match ours perfectly. Mom was quite satisfied with him. Satisfied? Satisfied that he's just a rich second generation who relies on his family to live off their wealth? Yun Yishuang said. What do you mean living off his family's wealth? He's quite capable. With his parents' help, he might even rise higher. Alright. He has potential and a future. But I'm still so young. I don't want to start dating so early. Facing her mother's firm stance, Yun Yishuang's voice carried a hint of pleading. Wait, have you already started dating someone? Guan Xiaolei asked, looking at Yun Yishuang. No, I haven't. Yun Yishuang suddenly tensed up. That guilty look is as good as an admission. Guan Xiaolei smiled first, then grew serious, her face stern as she said, who is he? Yun Jingyuan also rarely looked at Yun Yishuang, placing the newspaper he was holding on the coffee table. The fact that Xuanxuang has a boyfriend was something he hadn't heard before. If they were really dating, he'd have to step in. After all, girls were easily taken advantage of in such matters. Oh my goodness. Mom. I really don't. Yun Yishuang said helplessly. Yun Jingyuan, this is the daughter you've raised. Guan Xiaolei shouted at Yun Jingyuan. Yun Jingyuan looked at Yun Yishuang with a serious expression and said gently, Yishuang, talk to your father honestly. Have you really been seeing someone? Oh my gosh. I really didn't. Dad. You have to believe me. Yun Yishuang pouted her little lips and said with a pout. Wait. Yun Jingyuan suddenly remembered something very important. Earlier, Yun Yishuang had gone to high school in Sioux City, but when he was transferred, the little girl refused to follow him back to the capital, insisting she wanted to study hard and such. At first, he thought his daughter was just growing up. But now it seemed highly likely that they had already started seeing each other back then, and it was because of that good-for-nothing boy that she didn't want to leave Sioux City. Wait a moment. At that time, Yun Yishuang was living alone. They wouldn't have been living together, would they? Oh my god. That's very possible. After all, he and Guan Xiaolei only occasionally visited her, and for a long time, Yun Yishuang was alone. Just thinking about his daughter being taken advantage of by a pig, and possibly for over a year, he felt like killing that pig himself. Xuanxuan, did you stay in Sioux City during your senior year because of him? Yun Jingyuan said with a complicated expression. What? You actually talked about that when you were in your senior year. Yun Yishuang, you're so bold. Tell me. Did you live with him? A surge of anger welled up in Guan Xiaolei's heart. No. I really didn't. Yun Yishuang was so helpless she was about to cry out loud. Guan Xiaolei suddenly turned to Yun Jingyuan and shouted, Yun Jingyuan, what kind of father are you? They've been living together, and you didn't even know? You're such a failure as a father. I'm so disappointed in you. Yun Jingyuan fell silent. However, the tangled thoughts in his mind gradually became clear. He had guessed who that person was. Su Bai. This man had saved his daughter's life. They were in the same class, and for a time, Xuanxuang had often mentioned his name in front of him, even saying she wanted to invite him over for a visit. But he had been refused. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. He had simply assumed that Yun Yishuang was repaying the debt of saving her life. Now that he thought about it, it was his own negligence. Chapter 142, Overwhelmed by Difficulties. Yun Yishuang's despair. Xuanxuan. Tell your father the truth, is that person Su Bai? Yun Jingyuan paused for a moment before asking. Oh no. Dad. I really didn't live with anyone else. Yun Yishuang said helplessly. Su Bai? Who is Su Bai? Guan Xiaolei sensed something was wrong and immediately asked. So, Yun Jingyuan recounted in detail everything that had happened between Su Bai and Yun Yishuang. After hearing everything, Guan Xiaolei exploded like a firecracker, exclaiming, What? A delivery guy? And just a part-time one? No way. I won't agree. Mom. Subai isn't delivering food every day, he's just a part-time worker. Yun Shuang instinctively defended Subai. In her heart, Subai was very important. She didn't care what people said about her, but she couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of Subai. That would be like betraying someone who had been kind to her. What do you mean by that? Are you admitting it? Guan Xiaolei shouted. She was about to lose her mind. Her beloved daughter, who had been pampered and spoiled, was now being taken by a pig. Worse still, this pig had no background, no abilities, and his family background was vastly inferior to hers. How could he possibly be worthy of her daughter? You must know that she spared no expense, almost sacrificing everything to nurture Yun Shuang. And Yun Shuang herself was very ambitious, excelling in everything from music and painting to poetry and calligraphy, as well as piano and violin. After years of cultivation, Yun Shuang had developed an arrogant aura like a swan, and wherever she went, she was undoubtedly the center of attention. After all that effort, she ended up with a delivery guy. Though it's just a part-time job. But at such a critical time in high school, instead of using every moment to study, she's wasting her most precious learning time for a little money. Not to mention that her family situation will definitely be dire, and her studies won't be any better either. No way. Absolutely not. This is a mismatch, she'll never agree to it. Yun Shuang. You two can't be together. From now on, you must cut off all contact. Guan Xiaolei said sternly. Yun Shuang burst into tears and said, No. Mom. He saved my life, he's my savior. Is this how you treat your daughter's savior? Frost. That's a different matter. He saved you, and our entire family will be grateful to him. But if you two are going to be together because of that, it's simply too hasty. Yun Dingyuan said firmly. Dad. I'll be happy. Even if Subai is as bad as he is, he's still a million times better than that Hu Haiyang who only thinks with his lower half. Yun Shuang choked out. You, Yun Shuang, you really are my good daughter. Guan Xiaolei almost gritted her teeth as she said it. At that moment, Yun Jingyuan felt like he had two heads. Judging by this, his daughter Shuangshuang has completely fallen for that Subai. It's all his fault. If he had properly addressed his daughter's emotions back then, this situation wouldn't have arisen. It was all his negligence. They're classmates, seeing each other almost every day. As the saying goes, those closest to the water get the moon first, and with the added bonus of being her savior, it's no wonder any young girl would be unable to resist. Actually, he doesn't care about Subai's family background. As long as the two of them truly love each other, that's enough. Subai's character is still commendable. After all, she risked her life to save a complete stranger, especially when many others stood by and did nothing. Her character is truly admirable. As for money, he holds a high-ranking position now. Does he need money? He values character more, and whether she can bring happiness to his daughter. The fact that Yun Shuang is so determined to choose Subai at least shows that she feels happy and fulfilled with him. However, Guan Xiaolei places great importance on money and background. As a successful businesswoman, she has come into contact with countless young and talented business elites over the years, as well as some renowned second-generation members of prominent families. Naturally, someone like Subai doesn't even catch her eye. Moreover, Guan Xiaolei is someone who places great importance on her reputation. If her relatives and friends were to find out that the daughter they had pinned their hopes on since childhood had been lured away by a good-for-nothing with no background or abilities, their years of pride would be reduced to a laughingstock in an instant. Yun Shuang's expression hardened as she glared at Yun Jingyuan and shouted angrily, Yun Jingyuan, it's all your fault. If you hadn't gone to Sioux City, our daughter wouldn't have gone to school there, and she wouldn't have crossed paths with that Subai. Yun Jingyuan swallowed hard and cautiously suggested, maybe we should meet Subai first before deciding? After all, what's there to see? He's just someone from a small town in the sticks. What's so special about him? Mom! You can't speak to Subai like that. You're trying to drive me to my grave. Is that what you want? Guan Xiaolei shouted excitedly. Enough, enough! Stop arguing. Let us meet Subai first. After all, he is the one who saved our daughter's life. Out of both duty and kindness, we should at least meet him once. Yun Jingyuan hurriedly tried to persuade them. Guan Xiaolei heard these words and fell silent. She was still a reasonable person. To be fair, Subai saved Yun Shuang, and she is deeply grateful to him. But that can't be an excuse for Subai to take her daughter away and ruin Shuang's happiness for the rest of her life. If Subai had better conditions, a better family background, and given her daughter's insistence, she would have agreed. Unfortunately, this man's conditions and background were simply too poor. The two of them together are completely mismatched. Take the Hu Haiyang family, for example. Their family fortune is in the hundreds of billions, and at one point even approached the $1 trillion mark. Moreover, Hu Haiyang is the heir to a prominent family. Even with such outstanding credentials, he couldn't take his eyes off Yun Shuang the first time they met. But Subai is so ordinary, he'd blend into a crowd and no one would notice him. If her business partners found out, her reputation would be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Guan Xiaolei suddenly froze. Indeed, it might be worth meeting him first. This way, Subai could realize the difference between someone from a small county and someone from a top-tier family, and perhaps back down on her own. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between humans and pigs. In her eyes, someone like Subai might even consider 80,000 yuan to be a fortune, yet that amount wasn't even enough for them to enjoy a single afternoon tea. After formulating her plan, Guan Xiaolei felt much more at ease and said, Xuan, don't think your mother is heartless. When you reach our age, you'll understand. Sometimes, love can't put food on the table. Life is nothing more than the basics of daily existence: food, clothing, shelter, and the like. The reason you haven't had to worry about these things is because your mother has provided you with the conditions to do so. Your father may hold a high position, but he has always been strict and impartial, handling official matters impartially. We can protect you for now, but we can't protect you forever. If you give up your life for love and don't plan for your future, you'll definitely regret it one day. Chapter 143, Make Subai Back Down. Facing Guan Xiaolei's heartfelt words, Yun Yishuang felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She wasn't an ungrateful person. She was fully aware that the luxurious life she now enjoyed was all thanks to her mother. Setting aside the fact that she forced her to break up with Subai, her mother truly loved her. She also knew that as someone who had been through it all, Guan Xiaolei's heartfelt words made sense. But she truly loved Subai. Even after all these years, and despite not having seen him since they parted ways after the college entrance exams, she still loved him deeply. Even now, the image of the person who saved her on that rainy night is etched deeply in her memory. When it comes to feelings, it's not something she can control just because she wants to. In fact, since she started university, there have been so many people pursuing her that they could fill an entire sports field, but she feels nothing for any of them. Xinbei, as one of the world's most prestigious universities, attracts the brightest minds from around the globe. Yet even so, she hasn't felt the slightest spark. But this morning, after Subai mentioned he was coming to the capital, her heart started racing, and her face flushed red, like a little girl with a secret she couldn't share. Yun Yishuang choked up, took a step forward, hugged her mother, and cried tearfully, "Mom. Please, I'm begging you. Don't force me." Seeing her daughter in such a state, Guan Xiaolei softened her heart and spoke gently, "All right. Mother promises you. We'll discuss it after we meet Subai." At that moment, Yin Jingyuan witnessed this heartbreaking scene and felt a sense of helplessness. Guan Xiaolei naively believed that her business had grown so large solely due to her own abilities. She even thought of herself as a business genius. Little did she know that if it weren't for his high-ranking position in the government, where he held immense power and influence, his competitors wouldn't have surrendered so easily, allowing Guan Xiaolei's business to expand unchecked. The business world is like a battlefield, and business wars are no different. They are wars without smoke. Those who are defeated so easily, or those partners who agree to cooperate, do so only out of respect for him. Or perhaps, it's because of the power he holds. However, to be fair, Guan Xiaolei has indeed put in a great deal of hard work and effort over the years. The intangible assistance he has provided has indeed played a part in her success, and Guan Xiaolei herself has also made significant sacrifices. After all, the luxurious villa and luxury cars they now live in are something he could never afford even if he worked 10 lifetimes on his current salary. Seeing that Yun Yishuang's mood had eased slightly, Guan Xiaolei asked softly, "What is Subai doing now? Is he still delivering takeout?" "He's studying at Dongjiang University." "Dongjiang University isn't bad. But Dongjiang is quite far from the capital. How often do you two get to see each other?" Yun Yishuang felt it wasn't the right time to tell the truth yet. After all, her parents had always strongly opposed the relationship. If they found out that she and Subai were still just friends, they would likely stop at nothing to crush this budding romance in its infancy. Since they think they're living together, let's just pretend it's true. Yun Yishuang thought for a moment and whispered, "It's not very fixed. He'll come to the imperial capital to visit me when he's on break. In other words, even if you end up in a long-distance relationship after college, you'll still see each other once every few months." Yun Yishuang nodded. "So, you wanted to stay in Sioux City that year because of him?" "Yes." Yun Yishuang took a deep breath and nodded gently. "You're really in a bind now, Guan Xiaolei." After thinking for a moment, she clenched her teeth and asked, "When is the next time you'll meet?" "Not long now. He'll have time in a few days, and we'll meet up." "All right. Then have him come to our house, and we'll properly thank him." "Properly thank him." Guan Xiaolei emphasized the words properly thank with special emphasis, making her intentions clear. However, Yun Yishuang shook her head and said, "It's not possible. He's in the capital for important business." "A college student still in school, what important business could he possibly have? He's just using that as an excuse to see you." "I don't care about any of that. I must see him." "All right." Yun Yishuang's voice grew softer. "It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest. Good night, Dad." "Good night, Mom." After saying this, Yun Yishuang went upstairs with a worried expression. She was thinking about how to find a legitimate reason to get Subai to come to her house. In the living room, Guan Xiaolei said angrily, "Yun Jingyuan, what should we do?" "Don't get angry." "How can I not be angry? This is the daughter I've always held in such high regard. I've poured my heart and soul into raising her, teaching her classical etiquette, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now she's defying us over some little punk. She's even going against me. It's all for nothing after all these years. Oh, come on. It's not all wasted. Shuang is still very talented. Excellent, my foot. If she were really that outstanding, how could she have fallen for that good for nothing? He's so poor we'll be worrying about money every day.
Once they have children, she'll probably become a haggard housewife in no time.
Is that what I've sacrificed all these years for? Oh my.
Shuang still has you as her mother.
If it comes to that, you can help her out. Yun Dingyuan. You bastard. You really plan to marry your daughter to her? Wife, didn't you say that yourself? Why are you calling me a bastard now?
Yun Jingyuan said helplessly.
I don't care about you. You're the jerk.
And if Yunishuang really marries that guy, I'll donate all my money and not give them a single cent.
She deserves to taste the hardships of life. But honey, can you really bear to see your precious daughter suffer?
Guan Xiaolei heard these words and was nearly driven to madness.
All right. Let's talk about it later. Actually, I think this matter hasn't been decided yet.
Think about it, when Shuang was only 16 or 17, a young girl just entering her teens, she met a young, handsome man who was also her savior. Of course she would develop feelings for him.
Are we just going to stand by and let the situation deteriorate like this? Yun Jingyuan shook his head and said, of course not. We can't find a way to break through with our daughter, so let's try with Subai. I think we should wait and see what happens after we meet Subai. Even if it doesn't work out, you can always make a bigger sacrifice. Take your daughter out more often, travel, and relax. Over time, their feelings will naturally fade.
This will also give Shuang time to think clearly about her feelings for Subai, whether it's genuine affection or just a special emotion born out of gratitude for saving her life. This way, we can still maintain a good image in front of our daughter.
Isn't that a win-win situation?
Guan Xiaolei found Yun Jingyuan's words somewhat reasonable and nodded lightly in agreement. Let us do as you suggest.
Chapter 144, Buying a Building. Luo Yuyao's powerful background. Magic City.
Subai had already arranged the time and location with the landlord of the building. As the time approached, he set off. The landlord had set a condition: Subai must come alone. Subai thought about it and agreed. Soon, he arrived at the agreed upon location. Someone was waiting at the door, and before he could say a word, they led him into a room. Upon entering the private room, the person left immediately, leaving Subai alone in the empty room. He didn't have to wait long before the door was opened from the outside. Subai heard the door open and looked in the direction of the sound. But the moment he recognized the person, he froze in place.
Because the person who came was none other than Luo Yuyao. At that moment, Luo Yuyao was wearing a black body-hugging mini-skirt, her curvaceous figure perfectly accentuated. The skirt was extremely short, barely reaching the absolute area, and her bare legs were wrapped in black stockings, with her calves curved and delicate. She was truly the epitome of perfection. Even Subai, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His own younger brother was growing restless, with faint signs of a beast roaring within him. Luo Yuyao gave a charming smile and walked straight inside, sitting down on the chair by the door, simply gazing at Subai in silence. Miss Luo, I never expected you to be the owner of this building. Subai snapped back to reality and laughed in surprise. It seems Mr. Su is quite surprised. Luo Yuyao smiled. Subai nodded and said, of course it's a bit unexpected. But if I'm not mistaken, you asked me to come alone because you're afraid Zhao Zhao will find out your true identity, right? Luo Yuyao said, yes. But I'm not saying I'm hiding it from her. I just don't want her to overthink it. After all, we're such good friends, and I'm hiding such a big secret from her. She's my best friend. You should understand what I mean. Subai said, I understand. I know her. Don't let her outwardly carefree demeanor fool you. She has a very strong sense of self-respect. Though I think it might not have much impact, but as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Luo Yuyao said, thank you for understanding. Subai said, alright. Don't worry, I won't tell him. You should know my purpose, right? Luo Yuyao said, I know. However, before that, I hope you can help me clarify a doubt. Go ahead. Why did Yu and Shuyo help you? Subai acquired this office building for 200 billion yuan. He really feels like he's spending money like water. No amount of money is enough for him, not even 200 billion. If it were 300 billion, that would be 300 tycoon points. For Subai, tycoon points are the most important thing. However, before coming here, Subai did some research. Zhao Tianjiao's team provided him with an asset valuation report, stating that the building was appraised at 280 billion. Even if he had paid 300 billion, it would still be a profitable deal. So when Luo Yuyao mentioned the price, Subai was a bit confused. It could have been sold for 300 billion, yet she sold it to him for 200 billion, letting him get a huge bargain. However, he was actually thinking that if Luo Yuyao had sold it for 300 billion, he would have been able to gain an additional 100 points. If Luo Yuyao found out about this, she'd probably be so angry she'd spit blood. Giving you a bargain, and it ends up being a bad thing. However, Luo Yuyao was subtly probing Subai's background and his relationship with Yu and Shuya. Subai was cautious, only saying he was a core member and had been brought in by Li Wenyu, Yu Wengsuyo's lackey, so he was half his own people. As for why Yu Wengsuyo intervened, he gave some vague reasons like protecting his own, and the Lu family has done many evil deeds. Even Subai didn't believe his own words, let alone Luo Yuyao. Subai looked at Luo Yuyao and grew increasingly convinced that Zhao Tianjiao, his close friend, was a deeply enigmatic figure. A building worth hundreds of billions, bought on a whim. She must be a major power player in her own right. Unfortunately, he was new to the city and had no understanding of the power dynamics at play. After finalizing the cooperation, Subai left, while Luo Yuyao went to the adjacent private room. Sitting in the main seat was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s. Yao Yao, how's it going? The man asked Luo Yuyao. Luo Yuyao shook her head and said, 7 parts true, 3 parts false. I couldn't get a clear answer. However, he's a high-ranking official at SCC. Could he one day become our opponent? The man was Luo Yuyan's biological older brother, Luo Chiwen. The renowned Luo family, one of the 4 great families. Ranked 3rd and the 3rd young master. He probably won't. SCC is also full of factions. Look at Subai and Lu Yutong, aren't they core members? Yet when Xu Yao still took action when he had to. That's good. Luo Yuyao exhaled and relaxed. If possible, she really didn't want to be enemies with Subai. After all, she and Zhao Tianjiao were very good friends, and Zhao Tianjiao idolized Subai to the extreme. If they ever ended up on opposing sides, Zhao Tianjiao would be the one suffering the most. It's like cutting off your own flesh. What did you discuss with Subai? Tell me in detail. Luo Chiwen said. So, Luo Yuyao recounted the entire story in detail. After listening, Luo Chiwen was also unsure about Subai's background and origins. He was well aware that despite the Lu family being wiped out in a single day, it seemed effortless, but Yu and Shuyo had undoubtedly paid a huge price. First and foremost was Lu Yutong's status as a core member, essentially a high-ranking official within SCC. Targeting high-ranking officials was a move that could easily be interpreted as emulating Zhu Yuanzhang's ruthless purges of loyal generals. If handled improperly, the SCC's collapse would be inevitable. On the other hand, Lu Yutong was a loyal subordinate of Feng Tianyi, another of the SCC's top bosses. As the saying goes, even when you beat a dog, you must consider its master. Yu and Shuyao not only eliminated Lu Yutong but also tarnished the face of Tianfengyi. However, Feng Tianyi has remained unusually silent this time, with no response at all. It must be that Yu and Shuyao paid a huge price, forcing Feng Tianyi to risk losing the support of the people rather than take any action. In that case, there are only 2 possible explanations for Subai's background. The first possibility is that Subai's background is so powerful that even Yu and Shuyao feels terrified, to the point where he would go to any lengths to flatter and curry favor with Subai. The second possibility is that Subai is of critical importance to Yu and Shuyao, so much so that the price Yu and Shuyao would have to pay to eliminate the Lu family pales in comparison to what Subai demands. Regardless of which speculation is true, Subai is terrifyingly powerful. Luo Chiwen asked, I recall that Zhao Tianjiao's boss is Subai, right? Luo Yuyao said, yes. I don't want to lose Zhao Jiao, my best friend. So, in that case, we should try to win over Subai. But isn't he part of SCC? How do we win him over? Yao Yao, our enemy has always been that woman. Not SCC. Chapter 145, Surprise. Small goal achieved. Subai returned to the company. Zhao Tianjiao stood at the company entrance waiting for Subai, smiling and asking, Mr. Su, did the talks go well? Subai nodded, 200 billion for a full acquisition. From now on, this will be the headquarters of Dongjiang International in Shanghai. Zhao, have the legal department draft the contract immediately. What? Mr. Su, 200 billion? How is that possible? Zhao Tianjiao said in astonishment. Even if we bought it for 300 billion, that would still be a huge profit. But now we only paid 200 billion, that's 100 billion difference. Subai is really amazing. He saved 100 billion with just one move. Unlike Zhao Tianjiao's excitement, Subai was feeling a bit down. Zhao Tianjiao saving him money was one thing. But when he stepped in to spend more, it ended up being cheaper. Worse still, spending less means fewer tycoon points. Depressed. Alright, Mr. Su. I'll handle it right away. Zhao Tianjiao practically ran out. They had scored a huge deal, they had to sign the contract immediately. Otherwise, if the other party felt it wasn't worth it and backed out, they'd lose out big time. 2 days later. Within those 2 days, all the contracts for buying land and buildings were signed, and all the money was transferred in advance to the bank account designated by the other party. Subai's rich guy points had reached 879 points, and he could see the 1,000 point milestone approaching. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. His sixth sense told him that once he reached 1,000 points, this divine system would undergo a complete transformation. As for what the changes would be, he couldn't help but eagerly anticipate them. It was just one step away, so Subai immediately assigned another task to Zhao Tianjiao, instructing her to boldly invest in any good companies or projects she came across, without asking about the price or return on investment. The only performance metric was how much money was spent. This left Zhao Tianjiao feeling utterly frustrated. She had no idea what Subai was thinking. In just over a month, they had already spent 600 or 700 billion. Was he just throwing money away? And to invest so boldly? This wasn't a few thousand or 10,000 yuan deal, it was tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Shouldn't they thoroughly investigate and minimize the risks? However, it wasn't her money. Since Subai had given the order, she might as well invest boldly. Under Subai's urging, she rushed to launch 5 major projects in just a few days, spending a total of 13 billion. At that moment, Subai was in a top-tier suite, nervously staring at the system panel. Just moments ago, he transferred 130 billion yuan. As soon as Zhao Tianjiao transfers the funds to those companies' accounts, it will increase his tycoon points by 130. Would the system undergo a drastic transformation? But what if the changes are minimal, or worse, none at all? In that case, the tycoon points would be practically useless. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but feel tense, his palms trembling slightly. He was already quite powerful now, but when faced with a true master, he still wasn't a match. Take, for example, the formal member of Team A, Yu Dinghan, whom he had encountered earlier. 6 minutes had passed. No movement. 11 minutes had passed. Still no movement. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Zhao Tianjiao wouldn't let us down at this critical moment, would she? As soon as Subai had this thought, 40 more rich guy points were added. Another 7 minutes passed, and another 20 rich guy points were added. A long half hour passed, and finally the last 70 rich guy points arrived, bringing the total to 1,019 points. Subai stared intently at the panel. No changes. No changes at all. He swallowed hard, feeling an unexplainable tension building inside him. Moments later, he noticed that a small plus sign had appeared in the mental and physical columns. Subai suddenly widened his eyes. Change was coming. An indescribable sense of relief spread throughout his entire body. One word: amazing. Physical strength is closely tied to his combat prowess. An increase in physical strength meant his combat prowess could reach new heights. Taking a deep breath, Subai forced himself to calm down and click the plus sign next to the stamina section. A box popped up: Stamina. Host stamina has reached the limit of humans in the host star system. Further enhancement requires 1,000 luxury points. Goodness gracious. Subai froze in place. 1,000 points. Is that even possible? He had exhausted himself to obtain those 1,000 wealthy points, only to have them disappear with a single click? After thinking for a moment, Subai shifted his gaze to the mental power section. A box popped up again: Spiritual power. Detected that the host has reached the limit of humans in the host star system. To further enhance, 1,000 points are required. Goodness gracious. This time, Subai wasn't as surprised as before. Spiritual power and physical strength are both at 1,000 points. No difference. After careful consideration, he finally focused his attention on the physical strength column. Physical strength is a symbol of power. Mental strength, on the other hand, represented his perception and thinking abilities. Let's focus on enhancing strength first. Mental strength is also very important, but it's still not as crucial as physical strength. He clicked on the physical strength section, tapped the plus sign, and without hesitation, confirmed the choice. Instantly, his points plummeted from 4 digits to 2, leaving him with only 19 points remaining. Upon seeing the points disappear, Subai immediately grew tense, his breathing becoming rapid. He couldn't help but anticipate the drastic changes his body would undergo from the enhanced physical strength. Before long, Subai felt his body burning like a furnace, sweat pouring down like rain, quickly soaking his clothes. He hurried to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with a large basin of cold water, quickly stripped off all his clothes, and jumped in headfirst. What a relief! Lying in the icy bathtub, Subai couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Soon, black, thick, muddy substances began to appear on Subai's body, emitting a foul odor. His joints itched uncontrollably, as if countless ants were crawling over them. What's going on? Could this be a rebirth? Subai endured the discomfort and replaced the now thick bathwater with a fresh basin of clean water. After repeating this process over a dozen times, Subai finally felt a bit more comfortable. At that moment, he could clearly feel that the strength between his limbs and bones had increased, as if an endless supply of energy was flowing through his entire body. As for how strong it was, he had no idea. If he were to engage in another fierce battle with Yu Dinghan of Tima right now, he was confident that even if his punch couldn't injure the opponent, it would at least force them to take several steps back. Subai checked the panel. Apart from the stamina column showing a change, everything else remained the same. Stamina had changed from limit normal to High Martial Arts Level 1. Chapter 146, High Martial Arts Level 1. The rapidly developing Dongjiang International. The further enhancement of his strength has strengthened Subai's confidence in the future. Especially upon seeing the words High Martial Arts Level 1, his excitement was almost indescribable. At first, he felt a bit anxious, wondering what he would do if the system couldn't upgrade anymore. Now it seems that worry was unnecessary. Although it now requires 1,000 points to upgrade once, it's still better than having no hope at all. Moreover, with his growing strength and such a powerful background, he would be more daring when spending money in the future, and the growth rate of his wealth would also increase significantly. He vaguely recalled that back when he first spent 10 or 20 billion, he was still trembling with fear. Now, spending a few hundred billion at once doesn't faze him at all. That's the benefit of enhanced strength and background. He now has a very bold idea. To build a global financial empire, one so powerful that a single cough from him would send the world economy into turmoil. As Subai was lost in his wild fantasies. At the same time, with the massive investment of nearly 100 billion, Dongjiang International is gradually establishing its foothold among the major factions in the metropolis. It's important to note that whenever a company secures an investment, it holds a grand press conference. On one hand, this boosts the company's visibility and showcases its strength to the outside world, laying the groundwork for an IPO. On the other hand, it signals to the public the caliber of the companies that have invested in it. And during many of these press conferences, the same name kept appearing, Dongjiang International. Thus, sharp-eyed media outlets quickly picked up on this key information. Someone did the math to see how much Dongjiang International has invested recently. The final figure left everyone speechless. Starting from Dongjiang International's first investment, within just 1 month, the total amount invested by Dongjiang International has reached over 100 billion yuan. Such immense financial strength is truly mind-boggling. Absolutely shocking. The news quickly made headlines. It was like dropping a massive rock into calm waters, instantly causing ripples that spread far and wide. A startup company investing over 10 billion yuan in just 1 month. Even in the wealthy metropolis of Shanghai, this is an extraordinary achievement. As a result, the media in Shanghai began to show unprecedented interest in this rising star. Soon, they uncovered the details of Dongjiang International. A company established less than a month ago, with its headquarters located in Dongjiang City, the provincial capital of Dongjiang Province. It only owns one asset, the Dongjiang Food Court, the only 8-star hotel in Dongjiang Province, currently valued at around 20 billion yuan, and another major asset, a 70-story office building recently acquired in a full-scale acquisition. When factoring in the companies and projects it has invested in over the past few days, its total assets now exceed 100 billion. What is most unsettling is that the owner of Dongjiang International is a college student in his early 20s named Subai, who is currently a third-year student at Dongjiang University. However, aside from this publicly available information about Dongjiang University, no other information about him can be found. Even after mobilizing various connections and resources, not a single trace of Subai could be found, and no one even knows what he looks like. After all, Subai has never appeared in public, and his duties are always carried out by his general manager. At such a young age, he already possesses assets worth 100 billion, and his background remains shrouded in mystery. This is truly terrifying to the extreme. The more mysterious he is, the more he piques the curiosity of various factions in Magic City. Dongjiang International, a company that has been in existence for less than a month, has already begun to gain a reputation that could shake Magic City. At this moment, Dongjiang International revealed a plan to the outside world, called the Angel Plan. What is the Angel Plan? It is to fulfill the wishes of ordinary people like angels. Whether it's a large-scale company, a small-scale individual, or a studio, as long as they meet Dongjiang International's investment criteria, they will receive a substantial investment. This news immediately sent the young, ambitious entrepreneurs in the city into a frenzy. With investment from Dongjiang International, they could potentially realize their dreams. The investment required by these companies and hopeful young people ranges from several million to billions of dollars. While they say the criteria are standard, Subai's criteria are non-existent. Anyone in need of investment, whether an individual or a company, is granted funding unconditionally. However, this proposal was ruthlessly rejected by Zhao Tianzhou. After all, it was for the company's healthy development, and Subai couldn't reveal that there were systematic issues requiring significant investment. Thus, he had to compromise, though he still urged Zhao Tianzhou not to set the standards too high and to invest as much as possible. Meanwhile, Dongjiang International officially launched a public recruitment drive. Currently, Dongjiang International was at the peak of its popularity in Shanghai, with such a formidable background and resources, naturally attracting the attention of many talented individuals. The number of applicants was overwhelming. In just 2 days, a team of dozens had expanded to over 200 people. However, the strict hiring criteria required candidates to be established professionals or elites with a proven track record in their respective fields, which made it extremely unfriendly toward recent college graduates just entering the workforce. As a result, college graduates have taken to the internet to voice their dissatisfaction, claiming that this is completely unfair and denies them opportunities. They hope that public pressure will force Dongjiang International to revise its hiring criteria. The main reason is that the salary and benefits offered by Dongjiang International are simply too good to be true. Not only are the salaries 5 to 6 times higher than those of other companies in the same position, but the other benefits also far exceed industry standards. But will this be enough to change Dongjang International's stance? The answer is no.
Subai's stance is clear: I'm paying so much money to hire talented and elite workers who can get the job done, not to train college students.
Currently, the company is in a period of rapid development and must focus its efforts on major initiatives.
We can only consider training university graduates once the company has stabilized and entered a more established phase. In fact, the most pressing issue right now is the shortage of legal talent. As investment amounts continue to grow, legal issues become increasingly complex. Therefore, any lawyer who has made a name for themselves in the industry and is willing to join Dongjang International will be hired without hesitation. Meanwhile, Subai instructed Xiao Pujuan to dispatch the newly formed security department to Shanghai immediately. As the company's business focus shifts toward Shanghai, security measures in the region must be prioritized. The security department is composed of former special forces soldiers or mercenaries from abroad, with approximately 30 to 40 members. In addition to providing protection, they also serve as drivers.
Time flies. 7 days passed. The entire Dongjang International was bustling with activity, and Zhao Tianjie was so busy she didn't even have time to sleep. Only Subai had nothing to do. He simply lay in his room at the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel, watching the wealth points on the screen rise rapidly, feeling quite pleased.
Why not go to Dongjang International? He didn't want to be in the spotlight yet. Media outlets were stationed all over the building, trying to catch a glimpse of him. In just a few days, Subai's rich guy points had already reached 339.
Chapter 147, Extreme Boost. 1 + 1 = 3.
The development of Dongjang International was simply too rapid, and there were some critical matters that required Subai's personal decision-making. As a result, he had been busy in Shanghai and couldn't break free. Naturally, the trip to the capital that had been planned for a few days later had to be postponed. Anyway, for the current Subai, only luxury points are his eternal pursuit.
As for everything else, it all has to take a back seat. As Dongjang International gains prominence in Magic City, it has attracted the attention of many industry companies and media outlets.
This has brought even more exposure and a rapid increase in investment.
The speed at which he is acquiring wealth is now quite impressive.
Subai was very satisfied with this. He even added fuel to the fire, asking Zhao Tianjie to spend some money to make the exposure even more intense. In fact, if this had happened earlier, even if you gave Subai 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to stand in the spotlight like this. But now it's different. He's a lone wolf and a member of the special investigation team. The number of people who can access and review his true identity is few and far between. Even if all the factions in Magic City join forces and work together to investigate his background, it would be a pipe dream. That's the confidence Subai has. His current thoughts are simple: while under the protection of the lone wolf and the special investigation team, he must quickly enhance his strength. As long as he grows stronger, no matter what dangers or powerful forces lurk in the shadows, he will face them with unwavering resolve. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Subai spent his days in the top-tier suite of the Tianhua Longwan Hotel. Though he was delighted to see his wealth points steadily increasing, he felt a bit bored since he hadn't done anything substantial. As the number of wealth points reached over 300, Subai began to harbor unrealistic ambitions once again. He stared at the skill bar, feeling restless once more. He had previously attempted to add Dragon Subduing 18 palms, but not only did it fail, it also deducted a full 10 wealth points, leaving him so heartbroken he couldn't eat for days. After all, rarity makes things valuable, and at the time, wealthy points were truly scarce. Now that they weren't so scarce, looking at the rate they were increasing, it wouldn't be long before they became abundant.
Since that's the case, wasting a few VIP points isn't such a big deal. These days, he has been mulling over the skill bar, and the more he thinks about it, the more he believes it might be even more powerful than he initially imagined. His current strength is very one-dimensional, consisting solely of raw power, with no martial arts foundation whatsoever. To put it bluntly, he has all brute strength with no finesse. This puts him at a significant disadvantage when facing opponents of the same level or stronger. In a fight against an equal opponent, martial arts can achieve results akin to 1 + 1 being greater than 2. In fact, Subai had also realized something else: besides his powerful strength, his mental strength far surpassed that of others at the same level. In fact, even compared to a master like Yu Dinghan, his mental strength could easily overpower the opponent. This means that his powerful mental strength compensates for the shortcomings in his martial arts, allowing him to match or even surpass those of the same level. However, if this mental strength were combined with martial arts, it could potentially achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 3. Therefore, Subai desperately hoped to cultivate martial arts. With that, he would have the confidence to defeat Yu Dinghan, a master of the Special Investigation Team's Group A, even if he were to face him directly. His gaze once again fell on the skill bar. This time, Subai was extremely cautious. Last time, he had carelessly added the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, a fictional martial art that doesn't exist in reality, wasting 10 precious points in the process. Based on previous successful experiences, skills like piano technique or driving skills are all real-world skills. Therefore, this time, when adding skills, he must ensure that the martial art in question has been practiced by masters in the real world. After searching the browser for a while, all he found were various martial arts techniques like Wing Chun, Tianxian Fist, Tai Chi, and Bagua Fist. He prefers fist techniques, martial arts with fierce moves that look particularly imposing. However, based on what he found online so far, Subai wasn't very satisfied. After looking around, he still wanted to try Tianxian Quan. Hard strikes and hard blocks. The stronger you are, the stronger you become. As long as one can master it, this style will unleash even more ferocious power. It's perfectly suited for someone with his explosive strength. After making up his mind, Subai looked at the skill bar and tentatively added Tianxian Fist. At that moment, a system pop-up appeared. Host has added Tianxian Fist. This operation will deduct 100 luxury points. What the hell? This is ridiculous. Subai couldn't help but curse under his breath. Previously, it only required 10 wealthy points, but now it's suddenly 10 times more. This is clearly just ripping off unsuspecting customers. Even if you have plenty of wealthy points, they're hard-earned. You can't just waste them like this. Now, if it fails, they'll deduct 100 luxury points, and I'll probably be heartbroken for days. After hesitating for a while, Subai finally made up his mind and nodded slightly. After all, he had plenty of wealthy points now, and they were coming in quickly. Taking a calculated risk was reasonable. Plus, cultivating martial arts could greatly enhance his strength, so he had to seize this opportunity. As the 100 points were deducted, his total dropped to around 200. In that instant, Subai felt as though his mind had gained a wealth of knowledge, as if he had undergone years of cultivation. He now mastered certain techniques with remarkable proficiency. In the past, this abnormal state would only last for about a minute, but today was different. It lasted a full 10 minutes before slowly returning to normal. This is amazing. Subai carefully sensed the additional content in his mind and couldn't help but be utterly shocked. This content was so valuable that even if it cost him 1,000 rich guy points, he would still consider it worth every point. The Tianxian Fist added was truly incredible. It was divided into 8 major techniques and 9 major fists, with various moves that were dazzling to the eyes. When combined, each set of techniques could unleash terrifying power. The joy in his heart was like a tidal wave about to overwhelm Subai. It took him half an hour to calm down. He looked at the system panel and saw that the skill section now had an additional entry, Tianxian Fist. However, it was separate from the previous driving skills and piano skills, listed on its own. The Heavenly Mystic Fist was still at the beginner stage, and to reach its peak, it would likely require an astronomical amount of wealth points. With his strength now at the first stage of high martial arts and the Heavenly Shin Fist, a technique that sounded incredibly powerful, Subai now had the confidence and the means to boast. Previously, his strength had already reached the peak of the Tiger rankings. With such a rapid boost, he was now at least a heaven rank expert. The rules of the Special Investigation Unit stipulate that to be promoted to a full member, there is one strict requirement: one must become a master on the heavenly rankings. In other words, although he is currently a member of the reserve team of Group A, he has already qualified for promotion to a full member. However, Subai has no intention of revealing his full strength just yet. As the saying goes, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. He must keep some aces up his sleeve and leave himself some options. After all, given his current strength and background, he has nothing to fear. Chapter 148, A Windfall from Heaven. Head to the imperial capital. As the saying goes, people fear fame, and pigs fear fatness. Being too prominent isn't good either. Dongjiang International's massive investments in the Magic City, entering the scene with the aura of an angel, disrupted the calm waters of the Magic City's investment, drawing strong dissatisfaction from many investment companies. In business, the marketplace is a battlefield. Some investment companies had been eyeing certain industries and projects, engaging in negotiations with the parties involved, essentially trying to drive down prices to secure higher returns with minimal investment. However, Dongjiang International completely disregarded the rules of the game, investing aggressively at prices so high they were shocking, causing many other companies that had worked hard to negotiate deals to see them collapse. These companies banded together and began to blacklist this unethical investment firm in the Shanghai investment community. After all, the pie is so big that if you try to eat it all at once, not only will the person eating the cake be unhappy, but even the cake itself might have something to say. For startups, having multiple investment firms competing in the market, with mutual checks and balances during equity investments, is preferable to a single firm dominating the market and forming an absolute monopoly. More and more companies and projects in need of investment no longer care about being favored by Dongjiang International. Subai learned about this from Zhao Tianzhou. This is a life or death matter for him. Being jointly blacklisted by those people means he can't spend money, which in turn slows down his ability to accumulate wealthy points. After all, wealth points are his only path to becoming stronger. This won't do. He must break out of this predicament immediately. Subai quickly came up with a plan. Earlier, the Liu family had set their sights on the land owned by Dongjiang International and even planned to seize it by force. The outcome was the downfall of the Liu family. If this news were to spread, it would certainly make those unscrupulous individuals behave themselves. This matter was handled by Yuan Shuyao, so the relevant information was naturally sealed off. Subai didn't intend to involve Yuan Shuyao, so he planned to blame it on Dongjiang International. Of course, this information needed to be released through a reliable and authoritative source to be credible. After much consideration, a name came to mind, Luo Yuyao. These days, Subai wasn't exactly idle. He had nothing better to do, so he looked into the local factions in Magic City. Among the so-called four great families, the Luo family caught his attention. A building worth hundreds of billions, and Luo Yuyao just sold it without hesitation. If there were no surprises, the Luo and Luo Yuyao must be from the Luo family. After making up his mind, Subai called Luo Yuyao, explained his intentions, and after consulting with Luo Chiwen, she agreed to his request. The Luo family acted swiftly. Within an hour of spreading the news, the organizations that had targeted Dongjiang International collapsed on their own. Even the person who had initiated the campaign quickly filed for bankruptcy for his company to protect his assets, fearing that a moment's delay would mean certain ruin. His entire family fled Shanghai that night to settle in other cities. It was well known that the Lu family had been operating in Magic City for years, with deep-rooted connections. Yet even such a powerful family was wiped out overnight. If even the Lu family could meet such a fate, what hope was there for these minor players? After this incident, Dongjiang International had finally established a firm foothold in Shanghai. After wrapping up matters here, Subai prepared to head to the capital to finalize the procedures for the special investigation team and the lone wolf. Just as he was about to depart, Subai suddenly received a call from Zhou Hongbin, the president of Dongjiang University. President Zhou. Subai, how are you? Zhou Hongbin smiled. Facing Subai, who had donated a staggering 100 million yuan, Zhou Hongbin was extremely polite, showing no trace of arrogance. President Zhou, is there something important you need me for? Subai asked directly. After donating 10 billion, he believed that if President Zhou didn't have something extremely urgent, he wouldn't have bothered him. After all, even at Qinbei University, one of the top universities in the country, a donation of 10 billion yuan is extremely rare. Subai, the school will be sending a few students to Qinbei University for an exchange program soon. Would you be available at that time? Zhou Hongbin asked with a smile. The spots for the exchange program at Qinbei University are extremely valuable, and each candidate is carefully selected. After all, they will represent the school's reputation, and only the cream of the crop from Dongjiang University are chosen. It was clear that although Subai was talented in business spending money, the university was a place of culture. In this regard, he was no match for the true academic elites. As for why he was ultimately selected to represent the school, it was purely because he had donated 10 billion yuan. No one would turn down such a generous offer. Starting a business in his third year of university and donating 10 billion to the school, both his gratitude toward the school and his generosity have been proven. Who knows, he might even donate more in the future. This is a rare moment for Dongjiang University to surpass Qinbei University. Upon hearing the news, Subai was initially shocked, wondering how such a great opportunity could fall into his lap. But he soon accepted it calmly, knowing that it was undoubtedly the result of the 10 billion yuan donation. Money can make the devil grind the mill. This was being brought to life right before his eyes. As for going to the capital, wasn't that convenient? He was planning to go there anyway. So, Subai said, perfect. I also have some business to attend to in the capital city. Zhou Hongbin said, then it's settled. Will Subai be going with the school, or going on his own? Alright. Give me a call once you arrive. That's a hassle for you. Subai was being too polite. After finishing his conversation with Zhou Hongbin, Subai sent a message to Zhao Tianjiao, informing her of his plans to head to the capital. Upon hearing that Subai was leaving, Zhao Tianjiao immediately grew anxious. She was extremely reluctant for Subai to go, whether it was leaving Magic City or leaving her. Both professionally and personally, she felt this way. However, Dongjiang International had already established a firm foothold in Magic City, and she had no official reason to keep Subai there. She couldn't say, I don't want you to leave, I might have developed feelings for you. The shy young girl couldn't bring herself to say it, so she could only accept everything silently. She had planned to see Subai off and have one last meeting with him. After this parting, who knew when they would meet again? However, Subai didn't notice the girl's naive little thoughts. He felt that Zhao Tianjiao's current status was too sensitive at this time, so he didn't agree. After all, Zhao Tianjiao's position as the general manager of Dongjiang International was out in the open, while Subai's identity as the real boss behind the scenes was unknown to outsiders. Therefore, all the spotlight was on Zhao Tianjiao, a businesswoman who controlled investments worth billions, which was quite eye-catching. Chapter 149, Sema Huiyu, Subai, go. I'm going too. At the same time, Dongjiang University. In Zhou Hongbin's office, 4 people stood before him. They were Su Yingxue, Han Shiyun, Wang Wenbin, and Sema Huiyu. These 4 were selected to study at the prestigious Qinbei University in the capital, chosen through a rigorous selection process by the leadership of Dongjiang University, the cream of the crop. Of course, these 4 were not the absolute elite. In today's universities, academic performance alone is not the sole criterion, other factors must also be considered. Su Yingxue, Han Shiyun, and Sima Huiyu are the three most renowned goddesses of the university. Huang Wenbin, on the other hand, is not only handsome but also possesses a gentle and refined demeanor, exuding a strong presence that does not pale in comparison to students from top-tier universities. After all, they will be representing Dongjiang University, and their good looks will naturally bring honor to the school. Zhou Hongbin smiled as he looked at the four of them and said, "You four students should prepare well for your return. We're leaving tomorrow. The exchange program with Qinbei University is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all. Make sure you make the most of it." "Yes, Principal Zhou." Han Shiyun and the other three replied in unison. Only Sima Huiyu stood there motionless, staring blankly. When all eyes turned to Sima Huiyu, she finally lifted her head and said to Zhou Hongbin, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well and can't participate. Principal Zhou, please find someone else." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including Principal Zhou Hongbin, who looked at Sima Huiyu with a puzzled expression. Qinbei University. This is the renowned Qinbei University. A world-class top-tier institution. An opportunity that countless people have dreamed of but could never obtain, and Sima Huiyu just gives it up so easily? Zhou Hongbin's tone grew serious as he said, "My dear student, you should really think this through. Out of tens of thousands of students at Dongjiang University, only a few of you are participating. This is a rare opportunity." Sima Huiyu. "Sorry. I'm not feeling well. Principal, please choose someone else. I voluntarily give up this opportunity," said Sima Huiyu. "Why don't you want to go?" "Because of two people. Two people she would rather never see again in her entire life. Sima Yuchang. Lu Bufan. Her ties to these people are too deep, like a nightmare that haunts her. That's why she'd rather delay going by even one day if she can." Zhou Hongbin remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right. I respect your decision. Since Sima Huiyu insists on this, I'll find someone else to go." Though somewhat unexpected, Zhou Hongbin accepted it calmly. After all, if you want to go, there are plenty of others eager to take your place. Some of them may not be as attractive as Sima Huiyu, but they are still top-notch beauties, and they are far more accomplished in academia than she is. There's no need to worry about not finding someone. Hearing Sima Huiyu's words, Huang Wenbin also hesitated. His family was from the capital, so going to Qinbei University for an exchange program was like going home. He had come to Dongjiang University with only one mission, not to study, but to monitor Lu Bufan, the young master of the Lu family, and his private property, Sima Huiyu, around the clock. With the mission almost complete, if Sima Huiyu didn't go to the imperial capital, and if she were to be seduced by some other man during his absence, his guilt would be immense. He certainly didn't want to fail at the last moment when success was within reach. He decided to approach Zhou Hongbin privately to discuss the matter. After all, Sima Huiyu had already refused once. If he refused again, it would be too disrespectful to the principal. Discussing it privately would avoid complicating the matter. "Principal Zhou, I recall that the previous academic exchange involved 5 people. Why are there only 4 of us this time?" Huang Wenbin suddenly thought of this question. "There are 5 of them. Another one is going alone. He's not going with the school," Zhou Hongbin said. "Who is that person?" Huang Wenbin was immediately curious. The other 3 also looked over. Zhou Hongbin didn't hide anything and said directly, "It's a third-year student named Su Bai." Su Bai. "Principal Zhou, you mean Su Bai?" At first, Huang Wenbin didn't react, but halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly rose sharply, his face filled with uncontrollable shock. Han Shiyun heard the name and felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. Speaking of which, ever since that guy sneaked out after she finished showering last time, she hadn't seen him on campus for half a month, which made her a little upset. She had been so proactive, yet he hadn't even sent her a single message. She didn't dare to message Su Bai either, as that would make her seem too eager. Meanwhile, Sima Huiyu stared wide-eyed at Zhou Hongbin, still processing the shock from his words. Su Bai. That person was actually Su Bai. Ever since she had experienced Su Bai's prowess, a bold idea had begun to take shape in her mind, a plan that not only allowed her to escape the 2 people she hated most, but also gave her control over her own destiny. And the key to this plan was Su Bai. Since Su Bai was also heading to Qinbei University and the imperial capital, she had to go too. As for Su Yingxue, she didn't react much. No matter how outstanding Su Bai was, it had nothing to do with her. "Zhou Hongbin, do you have any ideas?" Zhou Hongbin asked with a hint of irritation. Not only was she shouting in front of him, showing no respect, but she even addressed him as you instead of you. No thoughts," Huang Wenbin hurriedly explained. He truly didn't expect that person to be Su Bai. Because of Su Bai, he had become the laughingstock of the school. And he was under Lu Bufan's wing, and Lu Bufan and Su Bai were enemies, so naturally, he and Su Bai didn't get along either. "All right. Everyone, go back. Since Sima Huiyu doesn't want to go, Zhou Hongbin hadn't finished speaking when Sima Huiyu suddenly said, "Principal Zhou, I've changed my mind. I'm feeling fine. I want to go. I really want to go. I hope the principal will give me this opportunity." "HM? Have you thought it through?" Sima Huiyu nodded.
Zhou Hongbin was a bit puzzled, but since the first choice had agreed, he was still very happy.
He nodded and said, "All right. Go back now. Get a good night's rest and we'll leave early tomorrow morning." The four left.
Han Shiyun and the others looked at Sima Huiyu with strange expressions. They had already made it clear they didn't want to go, but upon hearing that Su Bai was also going, they immediately changed their minds and said they would go. Anyone with a sharp mind could easily spot the suspicious circumstances. Could it be that the rumors were true? Ever since Su Bai became the vice president of the martial arts club, there had been rumors that Sima Huiyu and Su Bai were dating. However, Su Bai hadn't shown up at school in recent days, effectively putting the matter to rest. Han Shiyun saw this and immediately grew displeased. After all, she was the first to discover Su Bai, this unparalleled genius, so how could there suddenly be so many rivals now? Meanwhile, Huang Wenbin was on high alert, thinking he needed to quickly inform Lu Bufan, the young master of the Lu family, or else the anger would eventually spread to him. Most importantly, the imperial capital was Lu Bufan's territory. No matter how strong Su Bai was, as an outsider, he would have to submit and back down.
Chapter 150, Longing for Rome is no substitute for being in Rome. The imperial capital.
An ancient capital city with over 700 years of dynastic history and over 1,000 years of cultural heritage, the imperial capital had witnessed countless periods of prosperity and glory. Though in recent years, the rise of the Magic City has begun to threaten the imperial capital's status in terms of economy and other aspects, the imperial capital remains an unchallenged, uncrowned king. Some people long for Rome, some are born in Rome, but those born in the imperial capital are truly born in Rome. Thus, people from the imperial capital possess a natural sense of superiority compared to those from other cities. No matter how hard those below strive, only the infants at the top, waiting to be fed, are the true masters of this great edifice. When Su Bai stepped off the plane, it was already dark. He took out his phone, hesitated, and decided not to disturb the special investigation team or the lone wolf. After all, at this hour, the members of these two organizations should be preparing to rest.
He would contact them the next day and use this evening to rest properly.
The imperial capital holds a mysterious and majestic presence in everyone's heart, and Su Bai was no exception. Having never been here before, he was filled with curiosity and planned to explore this historically renowned cultural site thoroughly. Walking slowly out of the airport, Su Bai hailed a taxi parked by the roadside.
"Driver, please take me to the most expensive hotel near the airport." Su Bai got into the car and told the driver.
The driver was an older man who looked experienced.
He glanced at Su Bai through the rearview mirror.
At first glance, he noticed Su Bai's ordinary appearance and accent, thinking to himself, this young man is truly arrogant.
He wants the most expensive hotel. "Please. Where do you think you are? This is the imperial capital. An international metropolis, not some backwater county town. You want to go to the most expensive hotel?
You're talking big, but you probably couldn't afford to stay there for a single night even if you worked your whole life." However, since this young upstart had spoken so boldly, he decided to show him the grandeur of the imperial capital. He headed straight for the 10-star luxury hotel, Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel.
What should have been a 10-minute drive took nearly an hour as the driver navigated through the city. Su Bai didn't bother to argue. The taxi driver was just a lowly worker trying to make a living. No matter how prosperous the capital city was, he was just an ant in the eyes of the wealthy. Let him earn a little extra money, Su Bai didn't need it anyway.
After paying the fare, Su Bai strode confidently toward Tianhua Longwan.
However, the driver didn't leave.
Instead, he stayed put, waiting to see Su Bai make a fool of himself. He wanted to see this young man who had spoken so boldly being kicked out in disgrace. That way, he could not only have something to laugh about with his colleagues but also show off his local pride.
6 minutes later. No movement. 20 minutes later. Still no movement. 40 minutes later. The driver finally realized what was going on.
This guy wasn't just talking big, he actually had the skills.
Damn it. I underestimated him.
He muttered a curse and stepped on the gas, driving off. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. This saying was perfectly illustrated at that moment. Back to Su Bai, after getting out of the taxi, he walked straight into Tianhua Longwan and said to the front desk, "Hello? Give me the best suite in Tianhua Longwan." The front desk staff at Tianhua Longwan was an absolutely stunning woman. Despite Su Bai's ordinary appearance and attire, she didn't show any disdain. Just as she was about to speak, hearing Su Bai's words, her smile froze for a moment before quickly returning to normal. She smiled and said, "Hello? The most expensive suite here costs $19,999 per night. The price is high, but the corresponding service will be better. Are you sure you want the luxury suite?" The girl thought that mentioning such a high price would make Su Bai back down, but to her surprise, Su Bai calmly nodded and said, "Book it." The woman was taken aback. After glancing at Su Bai again, she asked, "How long do you plan to stay?" Let's start with 7 days. All right. The girl swallowed hard, suppressing her shock, then operated the computer before looking at Su Bai and saying, "Hello. The order has been processed.
The total is 139,993 yuan. How would you like to pay?
Under the girl's stunned gaze, Subai handed over a bank card, entered the password, and the payment was successful. Then, led by a beautiful female attendant in a body-hugging skirt and black stockings, they headed to the 70th floor.
Wow!
He spent over $1 million in one go. The front desk girl who had previously booked a room for Subai could no longer contain her astonishment. In her eyes, Subai's ordinary clothes suddenly seemed worth a fortune.
A big shot in disguise. He really doesn't look like much. There's a call button in the room connected to the front desk and command center. If you need anything, we'll respond immediately.
The short-skirted, black-stockinged waitress wanted to stay a little longer, but after Subai nodded and said, "I know," he closed the door.
Unromantic.
The waitress stood there for a moment, looking disappointed, before leaving. Inside the room, Subai took a shower, lay on the bed, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Yun Yishuang.
He was a man of his word. He had promised to contact Yun Yishuang once he arrived in the capital, so he wouldn't go back on his word.
As for the vague, unspoken feelings between him and Yun Yishuang, he would let things take their natural course, neither pursuing nor avoiding them, simply following his heart.
After thinking it over, he sent Yun Yishuang a message. Yun Yishuang, I've arrived in the imperial capital. Once I'm done with my work, I'll come find you to hang out. Oh, by the way, are you at Qinbei University? The school sent me there for an academic exchange, so we'll be classmates again.
After sending the message, Subai was about to put down his phone, but the next moment, Yun Yishuang's message came through.
Really? That's amazing. You have to finish quickly then. I'll be waiting for you. Yun Yishuang looked at the message Subai sent and couldn't help but smile. This smile was immediately noticed by Guan Xiaolei.
A businesswoman's sharp instinct told her that her daughter's smile must be related to that Subai, so she asked,
"Why are you smiling so happily? Is that Subai coming to the capital?"
Yun Yishuang continued to smile, ignoring her.
Guan Xiaolei stood up, slapped the table in frustration, and shouted, "Yun Yishuang, I'm talking to you." The commotion was so loud that Yun Jingyuan, who was standing nearby, shivered in fright. "Mom! What are you doing?"
Yun Yishuang pouted, looking displeased.
"I asked you, is that Subai here?" Guan Xiaolei continued to shout loudly. Yun Yishuang shook her head and said, "No. He still has a few more days to go. The school he attends has sent him as a representative to Qinbei University for an exchange program. I think Subai goes to Dongjian University." Yun Jingyuan glanced at Yun Yishuang, then looked at Guan Xiaolei and said, "It seems that Subai is indeed quite outstanding."
Going to other universities for exchange programs, especially to Qinbei, is usually reserved for top students at their own school.
Of course. My judgment has never been off.
Yun Yishuang said proudly.
Chapter 151, Yun Yishuang's Little Pride.
Hearing this, Guan Xiaolei immediately looked at Yun Jingyuan with some displeasure.
"What, you're the only one who can talk? Even if you're outstanding at Dongjian University, so what? Even if you get a master's or a PhD, what's the point?
One's background is something one can never escape. A mere ant, no matter how outstanding, is still just an ant. In the presence of a nobleman from a prestigious family with deep roots, you're not even worthy of tying their shoes. Even if Subai were to strive for 100 years, he would never reach her standards. Noble families and commoners are from two different worlds.
This gap cannot be bridged by mere effort.
Therefore, letting Subai leave on her own is the best course of action."
Guan Xiaolei took a deep breath and said to Yun Yishuang, "Yishuang,
since you're classmates now, you'll inevitably run into each other at school. I can't control that, but you two are not allowed to meet privately."
"Why?" Yun Yishuang asked impatiently. "Yun Yishuang, you're a girl. You should have some shame. Do you understand? Mom, what do you think I am?"
Yun Yishuang's face turned bright red, unsure whether she was embarrassed or angry.
"What kind of person? What else could it be? You've been living together without our knowledge for over a year, and now that you're in the capital, do you still want to live together? Enough. I'm going to rest." Yun Yishuang turned and went upstairs. Guan Xiaolei turned to Yun Jingyuan and shouted, "Yun Jingyuan, what do you think you're doing?" "What?" Yun Jingyuan swallowed hard and looked innocent. "What did you mean by those words earlier? Do you have feelings for that guy?" "Oh, come on. Subai is pretty good too. He just doesn't have the same background as our family. But in terms of other conditions, education, abilities, he is outstanding.
Plus, Xuan likes him so much, and his overall conditions aren't bad either. You're trying to drive me to my grave. That country bumpkin isn't worthy of my Xuan.
Do you want to hear my opinion?" Yun Jingyuan asked. "Go ahead."
Yun Jingyuan said, "Wife, let's talk about the guy you're interested in, Hu Haiyang. Are you sure he'll always treat Xuan like a princess?"
The Hu family is a prominent clan with strict rules. Given Xuan's temperament, she'll easily be bullied. When that happens, will you be able to stand up for her?" Guan Xiaolei said, "Of course I can. But I think Hu Haiyang will definitely treat Xuan well. You saw it yourself when he first saw Xuan, he couldn't take his eyes off her.
Yun Jingyuan said, "You're not very good at judging people."
Shuang is right. That Hu Haoyang isn't a good person, he's a man who thinks with his lower half.
You said it yourself when he first saw Shuang, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Such a playboy, once the novelty of Shuang wears off, our daughter will be in trouble.
But,
before Guan Xiaolei could finish, Yun Jingyuan interrupted. Moreover, families like the Hu family, who prioritize family prosperity, having multiple wives and concubines is the norm.
Do you really think Shuang will be happy then? Guan Xiaolei was momentarily speechless, as she couldn't find a counterargument. She then said, "Then what are the benefits of Shuang marrying Su Bai?" Yun Jingyuan pondered for a moment and said, "Shuang is our only daughter.
Once she marries, there will only be the two of us left in this household. When we grow old, we'll be lonely.
Moreover, Shuang is our precious daughter.
No matter who she marries, neither you nor I will feel at ease."
What do you mean? Guan Xiaolei seemed to have guessed what Yun Jingyuan was about to say.
Yun Jingyuan looked at Guan Xiaolei, his expression softening slightly, and smiled. "Let him become a son-in-law. Even if Su Bai had 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to mistreat Shuang.
Moreover, the two of them have such a good relationship.
Of course, the most important thing is that when we grow old, we can enjoy the joy of having children and grandchildren around us, and live out our golden years in peace." It was clear that Yun Jingyuan had thought this through carefully. Over the years, Guan Xiaolei hadn't been around much, so she didn't understand Yun Shuang. But he knew her well. Though she seemed gentle, once she set her mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Based on his understanding of Yun Shuang, if he were to force her to break up with Su Bai, it might lead to something they would regret for the rest of their lives. He dares not take that risk.
He can't afford to. That's why he came up with this seemingly win-win solution.
Guan Xiaolei listened to her husband's words and fell silent. She was tempted. To be honest, her desire for Shuang to marry into a prominent family was largely for her own sake, to boast about it to friends and business partners. But, as her husband had said, if Shuang were to marry into a prominent family, the countless rules and restrictions would become shackles binding her daughter's happiness for life. If Shuang were to suffer any injustice, she would feel nothing but heartbreak and helplessness. At this moment, she was completely immersed in the fantasy Yun Jingyuan had woven for her. If Su Bai were truly that outstanding, having him marry into their family would not only allow her to see her daughter every day, but she could also hand over the company to Su Bai, help raise her grandchildren, and enjoy life. It would be pure bliss. Seeing his wife in this state, Yun Jingyuan seized the moment and said, "Wife, what do you think?"
Guan Xiaolei hesitated for a moment before nodding.
If it were really like that, it would be pretty good. But Su Bai must be exceptionally outstanding, and he must agree to be a son-in-law who moves into the in-laws' home.
Yun Jingyuan said, "All right. Let's talk about it."
The imperial capital is a cultural metropolis, far superior to Sioux City in every way.
He shouldn't refuse. Imperial capital, Dragon Club. Lu Bufan was lying comfortably on a large bed, eyes closed, enjoying the moment.
Around him, several stunningly beautiful women were massaging him with their delicate fingers.
At that moment, the phone rang.
A beauty held the phone with both hands and gently placed it by Lu Bufan's ear.
"Who is it?" Lu Bufan asked lazily.
His hand naturally reached out, freely playing with the full, round curves, causing the other person to blush shyly.
"Mr. Liu, it's Huang Wenbin." What's the matter?"
Huang Wenbin briefly explained the matter of appointing Su Bai as deputy editor-in-chief, and also embellished the story of how Sima Huiyu reacted when she heard that Su Bai had changed his mind. He then mentioned that they were coming to the Imperial North University in the capital for an exchange program. After Huang Wenbin finished speaking, he had already braced himself for Lu Bufan's furious outburst.
To his surprise, Lu Bufan merely said indifferently, "Is there anything else?" Huang Wenbin cautiously replied, "No."
Beep. Before he could finish, the call was hung up.
Bang.
Lu Bufan picked up the phone, his face fierce, and threw it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. This startled several stunningly beautiful women standing nearby.
"Su Bai, you've gone too far. This time, I'll make you pay for it," Lu Bufan said viciously.
Earlier, he had been humiliated and forced to flee Dongjiang, losing all face. Even among the other young masters of the same faction, he felt inferior because of this incident.
Now he dared to covet his fiancée. This is truly too much. Su Bai, you show no mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 152, A Huge Surprise. Lu Bufan's resentment.
Su Bai's trip to the imperial capital had already been reported in full detail to Lu Bufan by Huang Wenbin. And Lu Bufan is a native of the imperial capital, with deep-rooted connections and extensive influence there. Compared to an outsider like Su Bai, he is infinitely more powerful.
That's what they call the home field advantage.
He had also considered leading a group to Dongjiang to seek revenge against Su Bai.
The Lu family is a prestigious clan with deep-rooted heritage.
Dealing with a single Su Bai would be a piece of cake. However, his plan was halted by Zhao Longfeng before it could be carried out. He was well aware that the critical moment of the 10-year pact was approaching, and Zhao Longfeng certainly didn't want to stir up trouble, lest it divert the young master's forces from fulfilling their commitment.
But this was something he couldn't tolerate. What angered him most was that in recent days, not only had the other major leaders of the young master faction been mocking him, but even some insignificant nobodies dared to gossip behind his back. All this enmity he would hold against Subai. This time, Subai had come to the imperial capital. He must be here to settle old scores and seek revenge. Of course, even if Subai knew that a massive conspiracy was being woven in the imperial capital, he wouldn't care in the slightest. After joining the special investigation team and the lone wolf, someone of Lu Bufan's caliber was no longer worthy of being his opponent. The next morning, as soon as Subai woke up, he sent a message to Su Jingming, stating that he was already at the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel in the imperial capital. Su Jingming told him to wait patiently for a moment. About 10 minutes later, Subai received a text message from Su Jingming. The content was simple. The contact person had arrived and was waiting at the hotel entrance in an SUV. Subai went downstairs and stepped out of the main gate. At the entrance, he indeed saw a shiny black SUV. Without hesitation, he opened the door and got in. The driver was a man in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing sunglasses, with sharp features and a cold expression. He didn't react at all until the door closed, then he drove the SUV away. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense and serious. Subai merely glanced at the other man before silently following suit. About 2 hours later, the car came to a stop in front of a secluded and desolate courtyard house. The entrance to the seemingly ordinary courtyard was guarded by 2 burly men armed with rifles. They had short hair, stern expressions, and piercing eyes that seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent. Their peripheral vision darted around, and a vigilant gleam flashed in their eyes. "We're here." The middle-aged man spoke, gesturing for them to enter. "Thank you, sir." Subai nodded, politely thanked them, then opened the car door and stepped out. The 2 men at the entrance merely glanced at Subai. One of them stepped forward and opened the gate for him. As Subai passed by the 2, he distinctly sensed a hint of authority emanating from them, and a thought immediately flashed through his mind: a master. He immediately strode forward. What appeared to be a remote and dilapidated courtyard house was, in fact, a hidden gem. Upon entering, he found himself surrounded by lush greenery and various flowers and plants. At the center was an oval-shaped pond, with a rather imposing-looking artificial mountain floating on its surface. After taking a quick look around, he wasn't particularly surprised. As he walked past the rockery, he saw an elderly man with gray temples lying comfortably on a wicker chair under the shade of the trees, holding a newspaper with the latest date. Behind him stood a young man. The moment Subai saw the old man, he felt a terrifying aura surge toward him like a tidal wave. Almost instinctively, his protective aura activated. "This is way too strong." At that moment, Subai was utterly shocked. The old man before him felt far more powerful than Yu Dinghan from Team A. "HM?" Su Jingming glanced at Subai in surprise, uttering a faint sound of astonishment, then turned to the people behind him and said, "Bring everything over here." "Got it, boss." Before leaving, the man glanced at Subai with a look of astonishment and doubt. "Hello, Subai," Su Jingming said with a smile. "Who are you?" Subai had guessed the other man's identity, but it was better to be cautious. "Su Jingming, team leader of Team A, but everyone calls me boss." Su Jingming still wore a kind smile. "Hello, boss." Subai greeted him respectfully. Su Jingming nodded and smiled. "You should have read the documents Yu Dinghan sent you earlier, right? Once you sign them, you'll receive your team or reserve member ID, which means that from the moment you sign, every action you take will represent the special investigation team. Therefore, under non-essential circumstances, do not reveal your identity." "Understood." Su Jingming looked at Subai, paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "May I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know." "All right." Su Jingming nodded slightly, but a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then, he snapped his fingers, and a terrifying force at the tip of his fingers. With a thunderous explosion, it resembled a bolt of lightning, and the terrifying aura transformed into a colossal dragon, sweeping towards Subai with overwhelming force. At that moment, Subai was completely stunned. Out of nowhere, he just attacked. And his first move was such a deadly technique. At that moment, Subai was well aware that if he even slightly held back, he would be instantly obliterated into dust by that overwhelming force. He took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and channeled all his strength into his fists. After a moment of building up his strength, he struck out with all his might. In that instant, the faint sound of a tiger's roar echoed through the air. This was the Black Tiger Fist from the Heavenly Fist. Boom! Even after giving it his all, Subai was still no match for his opponent. His body flew backward like a crashing into the wall of the courtyard before finally coming to a stop. "What the hell? What's wrong with this old man? Aren't you supposed to be asking me questions? Why are you attacking me so fiercely? Is this really the test for the leader of Team A?" Su Jingming, who had been looking a bit lazy earlier, now sat up straight, looking at Subai with some surprise. From the moment Subai appeared, he had sensed that this guy's strength was far beyond the peak of the Tiger rankings. He had already ascended to the ranks of the heavenly ranked experts. After all, the terrifying genius he revered as a god and regarded as a legend had only managed to ascend to the heavenly rank at the age of 27. But how old was this young man before him? 21. This is truly a promising future. Su Jingming couldn't help but grin widely. In his lifetime, he might actually witness someone surpassing the terrifying genius. Even if he were to close his eyes now, he would die with no regrets. From the shadows, countless faint voices suddenly echoed. It's okay. You can all step back. Su Jingming spoke to the void. The commotion ceased. Su Bai glanced around. He could clearly sense that, in that instant, countless gazes had locked onto this location from the shadows. As Su Jingming's voice faded, those gazes vanished in an instant. It could only be said that the level of security in the imperial capital far exceeded his imagination. Collecting his thoughts, Su Bai looked at Su Jingming and noticed that Su Jingming was staring at him with an odd expression. As if he were looking at some rare treasure. Are you really 21? Su Jingming swallowed hard and asked. Su Bai nodded and replied, yes. 21, but once my birthday passes this year, I'll be 22. Su Jingming burst into laughter. Great. Great. Old Tang has given me a huge surprise this time. Ha! Chapter 153, The Lone Wolf. The Mysterious Base. Su Jingming dragged Su Bai into a conversation that lasted 3 hours before reluctantly letting him go. Lying on the luxurious bed in the Tianhua Longwan Luxury Hotel, Su Bai recalled the events of earlier, feeling both moved and a bit melancholy. He was no longer a reserve member but an official member of Team A. Actually, Su Bai had initially wanted to refuse. He didn't want to be bound by the Special Investigation Team. However, Su Jingming made a concession. Although he would have the status of a formal member, he could still be treated like a reserve member, meaning he wouldn't have to complete missions and only needed to await further instructions from the organization. Su Bai reluctantly agreed. Upon learning about the benefits of being a full member, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the power of full members far exceeded his imagination. The most unique and powerful aspect was the ability to mobilize local government agencies. It was somewhat akin to the Jinui of the Ming dynasty. Under the command of a Jinui envoy, local government offices at the prefectural, county, and township levels were all required to obey their orders. Just this alone was enough to grant immense power. For example, a few days ago in Magic City, Dongjiang International, an outsider company, was being harassed by local factions. At the time, if Su Bai had been a formal member of Team A, he could have gone directly to the governor of Magic City, shown his identity badge, and even the governor would have had to give him some leeway. In fact, at certain critical moments, even the governor would have to follow his orders. His status far surpasses that of provincial governors, as the Special Investigation Unit, being the department tasked with monitoring martial artists, only takes orders from a few individuals much like the imperial bodyguards. Not only that, but they could act first and report later, with power so vast it was hard to imagine. That's why the selection process for talent was so strict. After processing his emotions, Su Bai turned to contact the Lone Wolf. Only by officially joining these two organizations would he be able to act more freely in the future. Gulong responded quickly, but instead of telling him to go downstairs to find the off-road vehicle, he instructed him to go straight to the top floor in half an hour. What was he supposed to do on the top floor? Su Bai was puzzled, but he patiently waited for half an hour before setting off. Upon arriving at the rooftop, he discovered that the rooftop of Tianhua Longwan was as vast as a school playground. However, several mysterious aircraft were parked on the open ground, and under the sunlight, he couldn't make out their appearance. At that moment, a man in black emerged from one of the aircraft. He had a crew-cut, piercing eyes, and a gaze as sharp as a fierce beast. Please. The black-clad man made a hand gesture. Su Bai glanced at the man and boarded the aircraft. With a loud roar, the aircraft took off, soaring toward the azure sky. At that moment, Su Bai surveyed the interior of the plane. Including himself, there were 3 people in total, with the other 2 in the cockpit. Perhaps due to his previous experience, Su Bai had no intention of striking up a conversation with the others. Instead, he sat quietly by the window, admiring the breathtaking views of the imperial capital below. It must be said that the imperial capital truly lived up to its reputation as a 1,000-year-old ancient city and an unshakable uncrowned king. From Su Bai's bird's-eye view, it resembled a steel beast crouching on the ground, with skyscrapers made of steel and concrete soaring into the sky, creating a truly awe-inspiring visual experience. The plane had been flying for an unknown amount of time, gradually distancing itself from the bustling steel city. As night fell, it arrived at a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, then landed on an open field. However, it did not land on the ground. Instead, it hovered mid-air, approximately 20 meters above the ground. Su Bai glanced at the 2 people in the cockpit and instantly understood they had no intention of landing there, intending instead for him to jump out from there. He opened the plane door. Su Bai looked at the distance and swallowed hard with some difficulty. Over 20 meters. If his strength wasn't sufficient to support him in a successful jump, this distance would be enough to shatter him into pieces. To be honest, Su Bai wasn't entirely sure of his own abilities. Whether it was speed or strength, he had no idea. After all, it hasn't even been a month since he was an ordinary person and became a high-level martial artist of the first rank. The changes have been so drastic that even he himself doesn't fully understand them. If others were to learn of his transformation over the past month, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. After all, the last person to break the record on the heavenly rankings was hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, stunning an entire era, and it took him a full 27 years. And he had only 1 month. Subai took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and leaped down. With a loud thud, he landed steadily on the ground. However, the hard cement surface began to crack like a spider web, radiating out from his feet. Subai, however, was unharmed. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his body and surveyed his surroundings. He released his mental energy. All around him was an endless forest and lush greenery, with no sign of another living soul. However, Subai could sense the presence of many martial artists here. Subai pretended not to know anything, standing quietly in place. He believed that since the lone wolf had sent him here, he wouldn't just leave him here to wait. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a man clad in green vegetation emerged, his disguise well executed. Following closely behind were 6 or 7 men dressed similarly. Subai? One of them stood opposite Subai, studied him for a moment, then spoke. It's me. Subai glanced at the others before fixing his gaze back on the man in front of him and said. The man curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and said, if you were our enemy, you would have been dead 10 minutes ago. Before Subai could speak, the man coldly interrupted him and continued, you have no sense of self-preservation. Do you even deserve to be called a lone wolf? I ask you, how have you managed to survive this long? You don't even know the basics. In such an open area, the first thing you should do is find cover and hide. Otherwise, you'll just be an easy target. The mockery, the cold laughter, and the criticism left Subai completely at a loss. After coming to his senses, Subai was utterly speechless. Here he was lecturing him so sternly, was he planning to give him a taste of his power and dampen his spirit? He desperately wanted to tell this guy, I just landed, and you were already detected by my mental senses. If we were enemies, you'd have been reduced to dust the moment I touched the ground. However, he thought better of it. Such arrogant and boastful words were best left unsaid for now. The person in front of him gave off too many mixed signals. At best, he was barely at the tiger rank, and probably not even at the peak of the tiger rank. Therefore, these people were blind, failing to recognize his true strength, and instead looked down on him with contempt and arrogance, lecturing him in the tone of a senior. Since the lone wolf could be mentioned in the same breath as the special investigation team, he must be surrounded by experts. It's just that these elite among the elite wouldn't show themselves so casually. Chapter 154, is this all the lone wolf has? Understood. Please rest assured, sir. I will learn from this mistake and ensure it never happens again. Subai's response was firm and resolute. Rest assured? Ding Zi sneered, with your current state, how can I possibly feel reassured? Once you're on the battlefield, the slightest carelessness will not only endanger yourself but also drag your teammates down with you. In Ding Zi's eyes, people like Subai, who had entered the Lonely Wolf through special recruitment, were the ones he looked down upon the most. Such people were nothing more than those who relied on their powerful families to bypass the normal procedures and enter the Lonely Wolf unit without undergoing rigorous evaluations, merely to enhance their credentials. Though they were only non-regular members, their status was still that of a wolf. This is what angers him the most and leaves him feeling powerless. The reputation and glory of the Lonely Wolves were built with blood and lives, not overnight. The renowned Lonely Wolves weren't achieved in a single day, yet now, what they sacrificed their lives for has become the capital for those seeking fame and glory to polish their resumes. Therefore, upon receiving orders to welcome a specially recruited non-regular member, Ding Zi had already decided to teach Subai a lesson, even if it wouldn't change the situation. He couldn't stop Subai, this rotten apple, from tarnishing their reputation, but at least he could vent his anger. Even a clay figure has some stubbornness. At this moment, after being scolded so harshly, Subai couldn't help but retort angrily, report to the higher-ups. I'm here to handle the remaining procedures. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. Either do it now, or I'm leaving immediately. Back when he was working part-time as a food delivery guy, he had also encountered people who would insult him without any regard for the facts. But he's not a penniless loser anymore. He's a billionaire tycoon, a formal member of the elite group A, even the governor of Shanghai would invite him as a guest of honor. If I'm this strong and still have to put up with this, then what's the point of getting stronger? Besides, for him, having a formal member of the Special Investigation Team Group A is already sufficient. As for the lone wolf, it's just icing on the cake. Adding him is fine, but not adding him won't make a difference. Anyway, he doesn't want to endure this anymore. I've worked so hard to become stronger, isn't it so I don't have to live my life depending on others anymore? What confuses him the most is that he believes he has already shown enough respect to the people in front of him, yet their hostility toward him is still so obvious. As Subai's voice fell, the teammates standing beside Ding Zi immediately broke into mocking smiles. Wow! This is the first time we've encountered such a brash newcomer. An unauthorized person, not even started the paperwork, and on first meeting, he is already going head-to-head with team leader Ding. Needle against a thread. They had plenty of entertainment to watch. Generally speaking, specially recruited members are mostly the offspring of prominent families looking to polish their resumes. Their abilities aren't particularly strong, and they often have their fair share of flaws. Worse still, they might tarnish the glory that the lone wolf had forged with blood and sacrifice. Ding Zi despises such people the most. Now, he can only hope that team leader Ding goes easy on him, either killing him or leaving him crippled, so they 1T have to report back to higher-ups. What do you mean? Ding Zi's gaze grew icy, revealing a hint of coldness. Subai said with a stern expression, Ding team leader, right? First of all, I'm following the procedure to handle the remaining formalities. Whether you'll handle it or not, please give me a clear answer. Besides, this is our first meeting. I haven't offended you, and I'm not one of your team members. You don't have the right to scold me like this. Ding Zi said, you're an unofficial member of the Lone Wolf unit, nominally under my command. I have both the authority and the right to scold you. Then will you handle it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Subai lost his patience and spoke directly. Ding Zi glanced at Subai, then turned his gaze to the team members beside him, raised his lips slightly, and said in a cold tone, someone, show this troublemaker what the members of the Lone Wolf team are capable of. Are these aristocratic brats just here to seek fame and glory? Boss. I'll go. A man stepped forward. Ding Zi nodded and instructed, be careful not to kill him. Just make him suffer for a few days so he knows what it's like. Got it, boss. The team member grinned, then turned to Subai with a look of contempt. Go ahead. Remember to use all your strength. I'll let you make the first 3 moves. Really want to fight? Subai said calmly. Don't worry. The boss already told me to go easy on you. So you think I'm afraid of dying? Subai tugged at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. What I meant was, if you want to fight, come at me all together. Are you looking down on me, or on all of us? The team member said, eager for a fight. Subai naturally heard the trap in his words, but after glancing at the few people present, he smiled and said, of course I look down on all of you. One sentence caused everyone present to turn pale. Arrogant people, they've seen plenty of them over the years. But someone this arrogant was a first. You're asking for trouble. The team member hadn't expected this guy to be so bold, and immediately cursed angrily before charging forward. However, Subai was faster. In a single step, he was already in front of the other person, delivering a swift hand strike that caught the team member off guard. The man collapsed to the ground, completely helpless. He didn't kill him, just temporarily incapacitated him. The other Lone Wolf team members realized something was wrong and their expressions turned pale. They immediately joined forces to confront Subai. Though these men were powerful and moved as fast as lightning, Subai's mental strength was too overwhelming. Even the swiftest of them seemed as slow as snails in his presence. With just a few strikes, he knocked them all to the ground. Then, he unleashed the Iron Mountain Fist from the Tianxian Fist technique, charging toward Ding Zi. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound like an earthquake echoed in Ding Zi's ears. Immediately afterward, a colossal force slammed into him, sending his body flying backward like a, finally coming to a halt after skidding dozens of meters across the ground. Fortunately, he was a heavenly rank martial artist, otherwise, that single move alone would have cost him his life. Not even a breath had passed and an entire fully equipped Wolfpack squad, including their captain, had been wiped out. At that moment, the Lone Wolf squad members lying on the ground looked at Subai with disbelief and fear in their eyes. Strong. He was simply too strong. A strong person is respected wherever they go. They had previously thought Subai was just here to show off, but now it was clear they had underestimated him. However, Subai glanced at them and shook his head lightly. Weak. Too weak. Recalling the shock Yu Dinghan had given him earlier, these people were simply not worth looking at. He hadn't even used 30% of his strength, fearing he might cripple them all. It seemed he had been quite foresight after all. At the same time, in a secret room, the battle between Subai and the Lone Wolf squad was captured in ultra-high definition, no-angle surveillance footage. It was projected onto the large screen in the secret room. An old man turned his head to look at the man beside him and said, how about it? The man commented, he's even stronger than I imagined. The old man nodded and added, send someone from the Black Eagle squad. Don't let this kid underestimate us lone wolves. It was clear that he had seen the disappointment in Subai's eyes. All right. The man responded and immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie. Black Eagle 8, Black Eagle 8. Black Eagle 8, copy. Awaiting further instructions from headquarters. Proceed to landing zone 5 and investigate that Subai's background. Bring him back as well. Black Eagle 8, understood. Chapter 155, test passed. Subai glanced at the crowd, then walked straight up to Ding Zi and said, superiors. You attacked me first. I was only defending myself. You won't blame me, will you? Such a smooth-talking statement. He was quite restrained in his actions. These people will only need a few days to recover. Ding Zi no longer showed any contempt, speaking solemnly, I admit I underestimated you earlier. You're not the same as those aristocratic brats who came here to show off. Stay here for a moment, someone from higher up will be here shortly. After speaking, he couldn't help but gasp for air repeatedly. The intense pain made him grimace in agony. Subai's strength truly shocked him to the core. He truly hadn't expected that their fully armed lone wolf squad couldn't even last a single round. Even though their squad was only average among the lone wolves, it's important to note that everyone who made it into the lone wolves was a prodigy among prodigies, and they had undergone countless life and death trials. Their coordination was already flawless, and their burst of power was truly formidable. Yet Subai had defeated them in the blink of an eye, almost crushing them completely. Subai truly has the right to be so arrogant. Good. Thank you, superiors. Subai said politely. Anyway, I don't know how to get back now, so waiting a little longer won't hurt. Whoosh. Suddenly, the surrounding forest stirred, and several people appeared, carrying away Ding Zi and the others on the ground. Subai went over to ask, but those people completely ignored him, treating him like he wasn't even there. Great, ignore me. If it weren't for the trees everywhere, he would have left immediately. Half an hour passed. Subai suddenly sensed an abnormally terrifying aura approaching him from the direction of the forest ahead. Immediately afterward, a man emerged from the forest. Subai noticed sharply that this man was dressed exactly like Ding Zi and the others earlier, though the patterns on his arms were different. The patterns on Ding Zi's group's arms were wolves. The totem of a lone wolf. However, the man before him had a bird on his arm. Judging by its majestic and powerful appearance, this bird must be an eagle. Subai's body tensed up immediately. This person gives him a very dangerous vibe. This man was a member of the Lone Wolf Black Eagle Squad, codenamed 8. Also known as Black Eagle 8. Once you join Black Eagle, you no longer have your own name, only the code name bestowed by the organization. Subai? 8 asked. Subai nodded. 8 said, I have been sent to assist you. Subai asked, is this just a simple rescue, or are you here to probe my capabilities as well? Whether it's the special investigation team or coming here, someone always has to fight him first. Last time, it was the team leader of Group A who did it personally. This time, the treatment is a bit lighter. Number 8 said, since you've already figured it out, I won't beat around the bush. Get ready. I'm about to move. As soon as he finished speaking, Number 8's body charged forward like a cannonball. Subai reacted instantly, clenching his fists and tensing his body as he charged toward Number 8. Bang! The moment the two figures collided, a deafening explosion echoed, and the terrifying force rippled out, causing the surrounding space to visibly warp. Subai took 18 steps back before stabilizing his stance. Number 8 also retreated several steps. When he looked up at Subai, his eyes were filled with intense shock. In this evenly matched battle, Subai's combat instincts were fully aroused. This was the third opponent he had encountered who could truly make him take them seriously, aside from Yu Dinghan and Su Jingming. The first time he encountered Yu Dinghan, his weaker strength left him utterly overwhelmed. And when he faced Su Jingming this time, he was once again crushed. This time, it was a true evenly matched battle, allowing him to test the limits of his own abilities. Inside the secret room, the old man, upon seeing that Number 8 and Subai were evenly matched, couldn't help but let a hint of surprise slip onto his face. The Black Eagle Squad was the strongest squad within the Lone Wolves, with no equal. All its members were top-tier experts from the heavenly rankings, representing the pinnacle of the Lone Wolves' combat power. As a member of the Black Eagle Squad, Number 8's strength was also terrifying. This Subai, who was only in his 20s, had already attained heavenly rank strength. This is simply beyond belief. The old man was so shocked he couldn't speak, not only because of Subai's strength, but also because of his age. At the same time, on that open field, Subai and Number 8 engaged in battle once more. The sound of sonic booms echoed like thunder. Both of them were using a head-on fighting style, punching each other with all their might. It was an incredibly thrilling spectacle. Subai relied on the Tianxian fist, a fierce and powerful martial art, and his strong mental prowess to gradually gain the upper hand. However, due to his lack of practical combat experience, he slowly began to fall behind. 8, on the other hand, had spent years on the front lines of life and death battles, facing ruthless warriors from foreign factions. Though his physical and mental strength couldn't match Subai's, he compensated with his extensive and battle-hardened experience, carving out his own advantage. Another fierce battle ensued. Subai felt increasingly exhilarated as the fight continued. The intense pain coursing through his body not only failed to slow him down but instead drove him into a frenzy. Bang! Two figures collided heavily, then quickly flew backward. This time, Subai took a deep breath, stomped his feet on the ground, and released all the force from his body. Instantly, his body sprang forward like a spring, diving toward the 8th figure. His fists were clenched tightly. Terrifying power swirled around his fingertips. Tianxian fist, Iron Mountain fist. He intended to settle the outcome with this single punch. Number 8 stumbled back several steps. Just as he began to react, he saw Subai charging toward him. In the next instant, he felt a shadow of death closing in. His pupils contracted involuntarily. Without time to react, he rolled sideways toward an open area. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. When Subai saw number 8 dodge his attack, he couldn't stop his momentum and collided with the towering tree in front of him. With a loud bang, his body was sent flying back by the force of the impact. He stumbled back several steps, finally collapsing onto the ground with a thud, his internal organs churning violently. After all, he lacked real combat experience. Subai couldn't help but sigh. Number 8 heard a loud buzzing sound ringing in his ears. He looked on in shock, his heart pounding. He dared not think about what would have happened if he had been a split second slower. That punch would have shattered his body, leaving him crippled at best. 8. That's enough. Bring him over. A voice came through the earpiece. 8 received. 8 nodded, then walked up to Subai and said, "Congratulations, you passed the test. Come with me." Saying this, he led Subai into the dense forest. Chapter 156, The Unparalleled Genius Subai. Astonishing everyone. After walking for half an hour, Subai arrived at a mysterious base. The base was nestled within the mountains, indistinguishable from the surrounding peaks. Had someone not specifically brought him here, he would never have guessed it was a secret base. After number 8 brought him there, he vanished without a trace. A person emerged from the entrance, smiled at Subai, and said, "Follow me." Subai followed him. At the same time. Location of number 5's landing point. The elderly man and the man who had been watching Subai fight on the monitor were now standing on the open ground. The man walked up to the large tree, staring at the cracks in the towering trunk, and couldn't help but be surprised. "How about it?" the elderly man asked the man. The man took a deep breath before turning to look at the old man, his voice trembling. "He's so strong. If number 8 hadn't dodged in time, we would have had to hold a memorial service for him. Boss, this kid is too powerful. We absolutely must recruit him. We can't let him get away." He rarely lost his composure. The shock in his heart surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. "You must understand, this towering tree isn't just any ordinary tree, it's forged from steel. Without the strength of the heavenly rankings, it would be nearly impossible to even scratch its solid trunk." But how old is Subai? 21 years old. A heavenly rank expert at 21. When did this rising genius become so extraordinary? Even the elderly man was surprised. He said, "His strength is indeed formidable, but he lacks combat experience and has no overall understanding of his own power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blindly unleashed that punch. If it weren't for his incredibly resilient physique, he would have been killed on the spot. Yes, a heavenly rank expert in his early 20s. If he can break through to that level, perhaps we might see the emergence of another orderer." The man's voice trembled with excitement at that moment, and his thrilled expression was evident on his face. Upon hearing the words orderer, the old man swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "Have we retrieved his files?" Orderer. Even just one more would have a revolutionary impact on the current world order. The Special Investigation Team has mentioned it, and they've also raised the security classification of his files to the highest level. The man said. Top secret. This means that no more than 5 people in the world are authorized to know Subai's true identity. It seems the Special Investigation Unit was one step ahead of us. Alright, make the arrangements immediately. Promote Subai directly to your Black Eagle Squad, codename 11, and grant him the same as the other 10 members, equivalent to that of a governor. The man was initially delighted, but then hesitated and said, "If the Special Investigation Unit asks, we won't be able to explain it. After all, this goes against the regulations. We've already made it clear that you can join both organizations, but you can only be a full-time member of one and a part-time member of the other. This is to avoid conflicts between the two organizations' missions, and it's become an unwritten rule." "No problem. If it comes to that, I'll personally go to the Special Investigation Unit to retrieve him," the old man said. "All right." The man burst into laughter. At the same time, on Subai's side, after signing a mountain of contract documents, a middle-aged man walked in and addressed Subai with a friendly smile. "Hello, Subai. I am the captain of the Black Eagle Squad. My name is Zhuang Jinhai. Welcome to the Black Eagle." "Hello, Captain Zhuang," Subai replied politely. The appearance of Captain Zhuang immediately gave Subai a strong sense of pressure. A master among masters. A terrifying presence likely on par with Su Jingming. Zhuang Jinhai said, "From now on, you are a member of the Black Eagle Squad, codename 11. Considering that you are still a college student, you will only enjoy the corresponding rights and will not be responsible for the corresponding duties and obligations." "What? Am I not an extra member?" Subai looked confused. He knew that being an extra member was akin to being a part-timer. That's why he could join the Special Investigation Team while also joining the Lone Wolf Unit. This way, the two roles don't conflict. He was already a formal member of Team A, so he could only join the Lone Wolf as an extra member. But from the way Zhuang Jinhai spoke, it seemed like he was also joining the Lone Wolf as a formal member. "No. You're a formal member of the Black Eagle Squad. It's similar to Team A of the Special Investigation Unit. You're the elite of the elite," Zhuang Jinhai said with a smile. Perhaps noticing the confusion in Subai's eyes, he added, "As for the conflict between your identities as a Black Eagle Squad member and a Team A member, you don't need to worry about it. Our leader will personally handle it when the time comes.
Hearing this, Subai accepted it gladly. Now, he was not only a member of the Black Eagle Squad but also a member of Team A of the Special Investigation Unit. With these two identities, he no longer had to worry about his lack of background. Zhuang Jinhai handed him the Lone Wolf credentials, briefed him on the relevant information, and then returned to the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel. Lying on the luxurious bed, he began to process the information he had learned today.
The Special Investigation Team was an internal martial arts organization. Its purpose is to prevent martial artists from committing crimes and endangering social stability and security. Team A is the elite of the elite within the Special Investigation Unit, with each official member being at least a heavenly rank martial artist. As for the Lone Wolf, it is a specialized authority targeting foreign martial artists. Generally speaking, foreign martial artists entering the country, whether for espionage or hiring mercenaries to commit crimes within the borders, fall under the jurisdiction of the Lone Wolf. Similarly, the Lone Wolf has its own elite unit, known as the Black Eagle Squad. The Lone Wolf's greatest enemy is the White Eagle. Of course, the white-headed eagle here does not refer to an animal, but rather a region or a faction. The white-headed eagle has always been eyeing the Lone Wolf with hostility, willing to go to any lengths to infiltrate the territory protected by the Lone Wolf and disrupt the hard-won stability. As loyal guardians, the Lone Wolf will naturally not allow the white-headed eagle to achieve its sinister objectives. At this moment, Subai has two documents on his desk. The one on the left signifies his official status as a member of the Special Investigation Team's Group A. In extreme situations, they can mobilize official forces from provinces, cities, and counties. When necessary, even the governor must obey their orders. Their power is as vast as that of the Ming Dynasty's imperial envoys, the Jinhui. And there are only 12 official members of Team A in total. The document on the right signifies membership in the Lone Wolf Black Eagle Squad. This badge holds equal weight to that of the official members of Team A. In critical moments, it can be used to mobilize large-scale armed forces. The Black Eagle Squad, including him, only has 11 members. Therefore, his codename is 11. In general, whether it's Team A or Black Eagle, both are entities with immense power. To maintain balance or check each other, these two identities would never be held by the same person. However, both the Special Investigation Unit and the Lone Wolf faction highly value Subai and did not want to let such a prodigious talent slip away, leading to the current situation. At this moment, Subai already possesses the capital to look down on all others. Chapter 157, Hiring a Hitman, Lu Bufan's Naive Idea. Under the dual identities, Subai finally realized that his status and position had undergone a complete and utter transformation. Who could have imagined that just a month ago, he was a destitute outcast, yet now he not only possesses assets worth billions, but his status and influence rank among the top in the nation. Add to that his dual identities as a formal member of the Special Investigation Team's Group A and the Lone Wolf Black Eagle Squad, and even regional governors would have to treat him with the utmost respect and courtesy. Of course, with such immense glory comes risk. Whether it's the Special Investigation Team or the Lone Wolf Black Eagle Squad, they all face great danger in protecting territorial integrity and social stability. In simple terms, they are literally risking their lives on the front lines. Moreover, Su Jingming and Zhuang Jinhai have both assured him that as long as he remains loyal to the nation and the people, the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team will always be his unwavering support. These two have also given him a reassuring guarantee. Since the Special Investigation Team and the Lone Wolf are willing to vouch for him, he can now spend money without hesitation, accumulate wealth rapidly, and grow stronger at an unprecedented pace. He was well aware that everything he had gained was due to his own strength. If he were just an ordinary person, would Su Jingming and Zhuang Jinhai go to such lengths to recruit him, even breaking the unwritten rules for him? The answer was definitely no. Only powerful strength was the foundation of his current status. Therefore, the urgent priority is to keep growing stronger. This requires spending more money to obtain more tycoon points. To be sure, at his age, his strength upon entering the heavenly rankings is already quite formidable. But remember, there are always stronger opponents out there. When facing enemies, they won't spare you just because you're young. After witnessing the extraordinary skills of Su Jingming and Zhuang Jinhai, Subai's desire to grow stronger has become even more intense. As long as he isn't invincible, he won't allow himself to slack off even for a moment. Once he surpasses these two, he will allow himself a proper rest. Subai set himself a goal: to buy land in the imperial capital. Land in the imperial capital, when measured by area, is no cheaper than gold of the same size. He is now reaping benefits from both fronts. He is spending money in the imperial capital, while Zhao Tianzhou is spending money in the magic capital. He believes that within this month, he will be able to enhance his spiritual power. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital, Lu Bufan sat in a room, staring at the webpage on his computer screen. After a moment of silence, he opened the search bar, typed in a URL, and hit enter. This website had cost him an enormous amount of effort and resources to obtain. The URL's active link was only valid for 1 day. After that, it would become invalid. After logging into the website, Lu Bufan immediately edited a message and posted it. Bounty: the head of a person at the peak of the Tiger rankings. Reward: 10 billion. Location: Imperial Capital. After posting, Lu Bufan sat in front of the computer, waiting nervously. This highly mysterious and unique website was none other than the legendary Dark Web. A vast underground dark world where all kinds of people gather. It is said that within this dark web, as long as you can afford the price, you can have anyone do anything for you. Moreover, both the employers and the mercenaries who accept the tasks have their identities kept confidential. No one knows who the other party is. This is precisely why the dark web is so wildly popular among countless people. When posting a task, the employer transfers the corresponding commission through the website's special encryption method into the platform's encrypted account. Once the mercenary completes the task and the employer confirms it, the money is transferred to the mercenary's account, with the platform deducting a certain commission. If the task is not completed, the money will be refunded in full. From start to finish, both the employer and the mercenary remain in a confidential state, with no additional contact, thereby eliminating the risk of exposing personal information. Even if the task ultimately fails, the employer will not have their information exposed, and the money will be refunded in full, meaning there will be no negative consequences whatsoever. It is precisely for this reason that an increasing number of employers are willing to post tasks on the dark web, which has led to the dark web gaining a growing reputation. Countless assassins and mercenaries are taking on tasks on the dark web. These individuals are ranked based on their task completion rate and the difficulty of the tasks they undertake. Those higher up in the rankings are more skilled and are considered top-tier figures. The dark web serves as a breeding ground for criminal activities, and no region or authority tolerates such illegal activities. As a result, the dark web has always been subject to severe crackdowns. However, where there is light, there is darkness. Despite the intense crackdown, the dark web has not only failed to shrink but has instead continued to expand. The 10-year deadline is fast approaching, and Zhao Longfeng has specifically warned Lu Bufan not to cause any trouble at this critical moment, as it could jeopardize the bigger picture. Even if Lu Bufan had 100 dares, he would not dare to ignore Zhao Longfeng's words, which is why he decided to use the dark web as a channel to fulfill his revenge. After all, if he succeeds, everyone wins. 10 billion is just a drop in the bucket for him. Even if he fails, it won't have any negative impact on him. To put it bluntly, whether success or failure, it was all within his acceptable range. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement on the dark web. Lu Bufan couldn't help but grow suspicious. As far as he knew, the bounty for a top-tier Tiger List member was around 500 million, with some fluctuation, but it wouldn't exceed 650 million at most. Yet he had set the price directly at 10 billion. That amount would be more than enough to hire a heaven rank expert. Yet, after half an hour, not a single mercenary or assassin had accepted the mission. What was going on? After all, this was his first time posting a task, and Lu Bufan had no experience. Seeing that things weren't going according to plan, he felt a bit at a loss. In fact, an experienced task poster would immediately know where the problem lies. Assassination missions are closely tied to the mission location and difficulty. For example, the price difference between a lone Tiger List expert and one from a prominent clan can easily be 20 or 30 times higher. Moreover, the information Lu Bufan provided was so sparse it was almost non-existent, with no useful identity details, and the mission location was in the Imperial Capital, a place known as the Forbidden Zone for mercenaries. Even if they managed to sneak in, they'd be met by the Lone Wolf Unit, the elite Imperial Guard who were feared by all. A 10 to 1 chance of death isn't an exaggeration, it's like going to the gates of hell to seek your own demise. At this point, even if you offered 100 billion or two, those mercenaries wouldn't bat an eyelid. After all, they're in the business of risking their lives for a living, they're not here to throw themselves into certain death. You've got to be alive to make money, and you've got to be alive to spend it. Chapter 158, Attacking a Rock with an Egg. Doomed to be smashed to pieces. After waiting another hour, Lu Bufan, having exhausted all his patience, directly contacted the official personnel of the dark web to inquire where exactly the problem lay. Why hadn't anyone taken the job after all this time? If he couldn't seize such a golden opportunity, he'd be furious enough to spit blood. As for why he waited until Subai arrived in the capital to plan everything, rather than dealing with him in Dongjiang, the reason was simple: he wanted everyone to know that Subai's death was connected to him, yet there was no concrete evidence to prove it. As long as there was no concrete evidence, even Zhao Longfeng couldn't say anything against him. But if he had acted in Dongjiang, that guy has so many enemies, and since Lu Bufan is in the imperial capital, he can't reach him there. Others wouldn't likely suspect him. What he wanted to do was not just avenge his enemies, but more importantly, vent his anger and regain the face he lost in Dongjiang a month ago. He wanted those who dared to mock and ridicule him to know his true strength. This is the pride and dignity of being the first heir of the Lu family in the imperial capital and one of the 8 great kings of the young Master S faction. If he doesn't deal with Subai, he won't be able to stand his ground in the imperial capital. If Subai were to meet with misfortune during this trip to the imperial capital, others would assume it was Lu Bufan who did it, yet without concrete evidence, they would be powerless to act. In that case, not only would his face be saved, but there would be no negative consequences. Even if Zhao Longfeng found out, he wouldn't be able to blame him for something so baseless. At that moment, the official message he sent was replied to. Hello? Did you encounter any issues? Lu Bufan hurriedly typed back, I wanted to ask, I posted a task earlier, but why hasn't anyone taken it after an hour? Hello? There could be many reasons why no one has responded. I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. I apologize for the inconvenience. I see. Could you please take a look and see if there are any issues with my task? This is my first time using this feature, so there might be things I don't understand. Sure. What is your task code? I'll take a look for you. 9980. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the chat window on the other side sent a long message. Hello? I just took a look, and the task you posted with code 9980 has the following issues. First, the information about the bounty target is too brief. I recommend providing more details. Second, the target location is extremely challenging. I suggest increasing the bounty amount significantly. Alright. Thank you. Alright, dear. If you have any further questions, feel free to message us again. This service is now complete. After ending the chat, Lu Bufan looked at his task information thoughtfully. After the official's guidance, he realized where his issues lay. Despite the massive 10 billion reward, the task location was in the imperial capital, a forbidden zone for assassins and mercenaries, making the difficulty skyrocket. Taking such a huge risk for only 10 billion was clearly not worth it. The risk far outweighed the reward. No one would be willing to take on this mission. After much deliberation, he increased the reward to 20 billion. Where there's a will, there's a way. 20 billion, that's an astronomical figure. If you earn 1 million a day, it would take 2,000 days. Even on the dark web, which is a veritable money pit, a bounty of 20 billion is extremely rare. The dark web has a bounty board, where tasks are listed from the highest reward down. After Lu Bufan adjusted the amount to 20 billion, the bounty task immediately shot up to the 8th position on the homepage. Many people noticed the task immediately, but upon seeing that it required going to the imperial capital, they immediately dismissed it. These assassins and mercenaries all have an unwritten rule: the imperial capital, along with the vast territory guarded by the lone wolf, is a taboo they dare not even mention. They could survive anywhere in the world, risking their lives on missions with only a sliver of hope for survival. But if they went to the imperial capital, even with 10 lives, they'd be doomed. These are the bitter lessons learned by countless predecessors with their blood and lives. Never underestimate the wolves' resolve to protect the people. Of course, there are also some reckless newcomers who scoff at the wisdom of their predecessors. To them, so-called taboos are nothing compared to the astronomical sums of money on offer. The temptation of 20 billion is far more intense than the allure of a naked beauty of unparalleled beauty. After pulling off this job, one could retire in luxury for the rest of their life. As a result, a large number of people began to inquire, and after reviewing the applications from the assassins and mercenaries who had signed up, the official personnel of the dark web selected the most outstanding assassin with the best qualifications to carry out the mission. This avoids the situation where multiple assassins execute the same task simultaneously, wasting a significant amount of manpower and resources. After the first assassin failed, the bounty would be reopened for others to take on. Immediately afterward, the dark web contacted Lu Bufan, requesting detailed information about the target, Subai, such as appearance, facial features, age, and other personal details, as well as frequent locations and other relevant information. All this information was provided by Huang Wenbin. Once all the information was filled out, Lu Bufan transferred 20 billion yuan to the designated account using an encrypted method. Pay first, then execute the task. This ensures the mercenaries' interests and prevents the employer from reneging. If the mission fails, the commission is returned in full, ensuring the employer's interests. It is precisely because both the employers' and the mercenaries' interests are protected that the dark web remains thriving despite severe crackdowns, with no signs of decline and its scale continuing to grow. After receiving the 20 billion yuan commission, the dark web sent a message stating that the relevant mercenaries would arrive at the mission location within 5 days, with a mission duration of 7 days. After 7 days, the dark web would proactively report the progress to him. It wasn't until he saw this message that Lu Bufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the encirclement targeting Subai had already been established in the imperial capital. As long as Subai arrived, he would be coming with his life but risking his life. The dark web's formidable reputation gave him absolute confidence. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way, and money can make the devil grind the millstone. With the temptation of 20 billion, Subai was as good as dead. However, what Lu Bufan didn't know was that the current Subai was no longer the penniless Subai of a month ago. His status, position, and strength had undergone a complete transformation. Firstly, Subai is no longer at the peak of the Tiger rankings, he is now a master of the heavenly rankings. Additionally, he is now an official member of both the Special Investigation Team Alpha Group and the Lone Wolf Black Eagle Squad. With these two identities, if anything were to happen to Subai, even the imperial capital would tremble. Moreover, the Young Masters faction and the dark web would likely be implicated as well, suffering severe blows. At this moment, Subai represents the official authorities. Messing with official personnel. This is no joke. Moreover, with the added weight of his dual identities, killing Subai would be like jumping off a 9-story building. At least that would be quick and painless. Even if you beat Lu Bufan to death, he wouldn't have guessed that in just 1 month, Subai had undergone such a shocking transformation. His impression of Subai was still stuck in the past. Information barriers can be deadly at times. Subai was unaware of the impending danger, and even if he had known, it wouldn't have mattered. All he could think about was how to squander his endless wealth. Chapter 159, Shinbei University. Subai's stunning arrival. As soon as dawn broke, Subai headed to a nearby 4S store and purchased a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. He paid the full amount in cash. This left the sales staff at the 4S store speechless. They'd seen wealthy people before, but never someone this extravagant. From the moment he entered the 4S store to swiping his card to pay, the entire process took less than a minute. Spending a couple of million was as easy as spending a couple of hundred. After that, Subai drove the Mercedes-Benz to Shinbei University, but he didn't rush inside. Instead, he drove around the area, checking out the surrounding real estate developments. As you know, Shinbei University is one of the world's most prestigious universities, and the surrounding real estate prices are astronomical. Even the prices of second-hand properties are comparable to those of the Dongjiang Ziyun mountain villas. The cheapest ones are around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per square meter. A used 3-bedroom apartment would easily cost several $1 million. As for brand new properties, the prices are even higher. However, second-hand properties are only an option for those with limited funds. Subai, on the other hand, would definitely opt for a brand new property. The more expensive, the better. After all, spending money is the only way to achieve that luxury lifestyle. After looking around, all the properties were second-hand, and he couldn't find a single newly developed project. He guessed that the developers thought the property prices here were too high, and if they were to relocate residents, the compensation paid out wouldn't even cover the development costs, so they didn't bother to develop new projects here. Subai expanded his search area. Finally, in a commercial district about 20 minutes drive from Shinbei University, he came across a newly developed residential complex. Without hesitation, he swiped his card and paid the full amount in cash for a large apartment. For the rest of the day, Subai roamed around the capital city, buying several properties whenever he saw any for sale. By evening, Subai had already spent over 50 billion yuan. The purchase contracts alone filled his trunk, and he didn't even bother counting how many properties he had bought. His hands were numb from signing so many contracts. Including the wealth points he earned today, his total now stood at 109 points. Reaching 1,000 points still seemed like a distant goal. When he returned home to rest that night, Subai specifically looked up where the most expensive houses were. He didn't know until he looked, but it was a real eye-opener. The most expensive were the courtyard houses. Even a single one could cost several hundred million, and some were even worth over $1 billion. So the next morning, the clever Subai went to a real estate agent, expressing his deep affection for courtyard houses and stating that he was willing to pay any price for one. This left the real estate agents completely stunned. Such a lavish buyer is rare even in the capital city. To secure this hard-won deal, the real estate agents began leveraging all their connections to find available Sihiyuan courtyard houses. Everyone knows that courtyard houses are more valuable than gold and are an absolute scarce resource. Plus, the price of a courtyard house ranges from several hundred million to over $1 billion, so those who own them are undoubtedly wealthy members of society. After searching for several days, these well-connected real estate agents managed to find 18 courtyard houses, with the cheapest priced at around 5 or 600 million, and the most expensive at around 20 billion. The one priced at 20 billion is said to have been the residence of one of Emperor Qianlong's brothers, giving it a certain celebrity appeal. It's nearly half as expensive as the others. However, Subai didn't care. He even thought 20 billion was too low. According to his standards, it should be at least 50 billion. But he was afraid of scaring the agents, so he settled for 20 billion and took the courtyard house. Over the past few days, after accounting for Zhao Tianjiao's expenses in Shanghai, Subai's rich guy status has reached 308 points. That's awesome. If he keeps this up, he'll earn 1,000 points in just a week. Then he can enhance his spiritual power. After a good night's rest, when Subai was ready to buy again the next morning, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhou Hongbin, the president of Dongjiang University. Zhou Hongbin said on the phone that the exchange study group from Dongjiang University had already been in the capital city for nearly 3 days and was urging him to report to Shinbei immediately. Subai suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about this matter. He quickly informed the intermediaries, instructing them to contact him if they came across any courtyard houses listed for sale. After making the arrangements, Subai headed to Shinbei University. The gates of Shinbei University were imposing and majestic, exuding an air of grandeur. As he was admiring the gate, he noticed a man with blonde hair and blue eyes hiding under the brim of his hat in a corner, staring intently at Subai with a faint glint of murderous intent in his eyes. As Subai entered the gate, the security guard stopped him and said, "Student, where is your Shinbei University ID badge?" "Sir, I'm here from Dongjiang University for an academic exchange at Shinbei University." "Let me in," Subai explained. No way. You're not a student of Chinbei University. You can only be let in by someone from your own school, the security guard said. With no other option, Subai dialed Zhou Hongbin's phone number. Before long, Zhou Hongbin emerged with a smile, greeted the security guard, and led Subai inside. Subai, what have you been up to lately? Zhou Hongbin asked with a friendly smile as they walked inside. Subai said, sorry, principal, the company is facing some difficulties. Alright. Zhou Hongbin nodded with a smile. You're doing well, which is also good for our school. However, as someone who's been there, I'll remind you that university life is still wonderful. Make sure to enjoy your time here and don't waste it. Subai nodded. He looked around the campus of Chinbei University. Compared to Dongjiang University, it was far superior in every aspect. Moreover, from what he understood, Chinbei University, whether in academic atmosphere or various educational facilities and resources, far surpassed Dongjiang University. The gap between the two was far greater than that between a top-tier expert and an ordinary person. Upon arriving at the classroom, Zhou Hongbin instructed him to attend class diligently before departing. Subai entered the classroom, listening to the lecture with little interest, his mind already wandering far away. He kept thinking about how to speed up the process of acquiring wealth. With Subai's arrival, the female university students from Chinbei who had been quietly listening to the lecture couldn't help but glance frequently in his direction. As his strength grew, Subai became increasingly confident, and his overall demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Now, he could truly be called a true heartthrob. Even Huang Wenbin, the first male god of Dongjiang University, couldn't compare to Subai. Sima Huiyu and Han Shiyun couldn't help but smile when they saw Subai. Han Shiyun began to ponder how she could get closer to Subai. Meanwhile, Sima Huiyu was thinking about how to carry out his long-planned scheme. After all, Subai had said he would grant her one request. She was contemplating how to use this condition to free herself from those people's control and achieve maximum benefit. The 5-member group from Dongjiang University had all arrived. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women. This left the students from Chinbei University deeply shocked. Though Chinbei University also had many campus beauties and heartthrobs, they rarely saw them in everyday life. Now, 5 had arrived all at once, and all were from Dongjiang University, making them believe that Dongjiang University students were all of this caliber. They were truly envious. Chapter 160, The Unparalleled Goddess Yunishuang. After enduring another class, Subai secretly pulled out his phone from under the desk, thought for a moment, then opened Yunishuang's chat interface and sent her a message. The message basically said that he was in Chinbei and wanted to know if she had time later to meet up and catch up. In the past, Yunishuang would have replied immediately, but this time, after sending it, he waited for a long time without a response. He guessed that Yunishuang was probably focused on class and hadn't noticed the message. That's the difference between a good student and a bad student, isn't it? Subai sighed inwardly, then continued daydreaming about how to spend his money. Sigh. Spending money is also a kind of suffering. Just as Subai was sighing, in a corner of the classroom, there was another person not paying attention to the lesson. That person sneakily glanced at Subai before quietly pulling out their phone to send a message to someone else. This mischievous fellow was Huang Wenbin. Speaking of which, Lu Bufan had been unusually attentive lately, almost sending him a message every few hours to ask about Subai's recent activities. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this young master was planning to make a move on Subai. Meanwhile, upon seeing Huang Wenbin's message and learning that Subai was already attending class at Chinbei University, Lu Bufan couldn't contain his excitement. The mercenaries arrived yesterday. However, they didn't find any trace of Subai at the time, so the mission was temporarily put on hold. Now that Subai has walked into the trap, this means that even heaven is giving him the chance to avenge himself. Thinking of this, he slowly exhaled. In recent days, he had been somewhat resistant to the gatherings between the young masters and the heavenly kings. Whenever he was present, someone would bring up the incident where he was expelled from Dongjiang by Subai to humiliate and belittle him, especially that Wu Yuchen, who had mocked him repeatedly. He and this guy had always been at odds, and now that he was being dragged into this, he felt worse than death. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of class, Subai received a message from Yunishuang saying she was back, and they agreed to have lunch together at noon. Subai. Let us have lunch together. As soon as class ended, Han Shiyun found Subai. She sensed a strong sense of danger. Therefore, she had to be extremely proactive. Especially with Sima Huiyu, such a formidable rival, around. Sorry. Han Shiyun, I already have plans. Let's talk another time when I'm free. Subai said. Already made plans? With whom? Male or female? Do I know them? Han Shiyun asked warily. Subai naturally noticed Han Shiyun's unusual behavior and said, You don't know her. She's a former classmate of mine. She's currently studying at Chinbei University. Alright then. Han Shiyun is jealous. At the same time, she was also deeply hurt. Could it be that, with my looks, I'm not good enough for Subai? I'll leave first. Just as Subai took a few steps, Sima Huiyu approached him and said, Subai, don't forget what you promised me. What did I promise? Subai didn't react immediately. You said you'd grant me one wish. See Manhwa said. Alright. But I also said that whether it's fulfilled or not depends on whether I want to or not. Before Subai could finish speaking, Sima Hoayu snorted arrogantly, I don't care about that. I only know you promised me. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. After dropping that line, the little girl left in a huff, leaving Subai with a helpless expression. He really had no idea what to make of this unreasonable woman. Just then, the phone rang. Subai picked it up and saw the screen display the name Yuni Shuang. Subai. I'm done with class. Where are you? A voice as sweet as a nightingale in a valley echoed in Subai's ears. In an instant, Subai was filled with emotion. Over the past few years, their only contact had been through messages, communicating with words. He never expected that after 3 years, Yuni Shuang's voice would still sound so beautiful. Hold on, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Subai hurried out the door. After taking just a few steps, he spotted a vibrant, youthful figure standing outside the classroom. He felt both nervous and inexplicably sweet. A pure white long dress covered all her beauty, yet it exuded an indescribable innocence. Her jet black hair was tied into a long ponytail, her delicate features, snow-white skin, and that indescribable gentle demeanor. At that moment, she embodied the ideal of every boy's first love. As Subai's gaze fell upon her, he felt the air around her grow softer, as if endless sunlight were showering her, draping her in a veil of golden mist. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Simply standing there, she captivated everyone who passed by, whether male or female, causing them to glance repeatedly with eyes filled with awe and admiration. Such timeless beauty. Subai couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He took a deep breath to calm himself before striding forward. Yuni Shuang. Subai. Yuni Shuang smiled, her fair cheeks flushed with a delicate pink hue, and her clear, large eyes resembled crescent moons. Though this was their first meeting in 3 years, there was no trace of awkwardness between them. Instead, they felt as familiar and close as old friends. At that moment, Yuni Shuang felt an indescribable excitement and anticipation. Over the past 3 years, she had only been able to see Subai in her dreams, but now she was seeing him in the flesh, and her excitement was evident on her face. Because of her timidity, she had already missed out on Subai once. This time, she would not let go of the most important man in her life. Subai's gaze fell on Yuni Shuang, and his thoughts quickly returned to that evening 3 years ago. He had saved Yuni Shuang and planted a seed of love in this young girl's heart. After all, the seed had already begun to sprout and grow. Whether it was his family background or his own experiences, he had developed a severe inferiority complex. Therefore, even though he knew Yuni Shuang liked him, he had always avoided her. Yuni Shuang was exceptionally beautiful, came from a prestigious family, and excelled academically, with virtually no flaws. He felt that being with her would be like a toad trying to eat a swan, a mismatch of unequal social standing. They were simply from two different worlds. He dared not even entertain the slightest thought of crossing the line with Yuni Shuang. At that time, he met Lin Shui, so he started dating her. The two of them were well matched, and while their life together was ordinary and unremarkable, it was also happy and content. Living a conventional life until the end wouldn't be so bad. So when Lin Shui told him to stay away from Yuni Shuang, he obeyed. Unfortunately, the outcome was not as expected. He had thought that time would fade Yuni Shuang's feelings for him, but now it seems that after all these years, not only has she not forgotten him, but her love for him has grown even stronger with time. This contrast with Lin Shui is striking. Lin Shui, who had spent every day with him, had given her heart and soul to him, yet all she received in return was betrayal. Yet Yuni Shuang, after all this time apart, still loved him as much as ever. For any man, the unwavering affection of a young woman, especially one as beautiful and accomplished as her, is an irresistible temptation. At that moment, he desperately wanted to embrace Yuni Shuang. However, he resisted this urge. After all, they were only ordinary friends now. Chapter 161, they looked at each other speechless, tears streaming down their faces. The two stared at each other for a long time. Though they didn't exchange a single word, at that moment, silence spoke volumes. Especially Yuni Shuang, whose face was tinged with a hint of shyness and a faint blush, bringing this silent exchange to a climax. The two walked side by side toward the exit. This single act sent the students of Qinbei University, who had been watching from the sidelines, into a frenzy. Wow. Am I seeing things? Was that really the school beauty Yuni Shuang just now? Yes, you're not seeing things. It was indeed Yuni Shuang from the Chinese literature department. But who is that guy? How dare he be so intimate with the campus beauty? I'm so jealous. I recognize that guy. He's an exchange student from Dongjian University. Dongjian University? Oh my god. Our Qinbei's cabbage has been snatched by a pig from Dongjian University, and it's such a top-notch campus beauty. I have to admit, this guy must have some skills. A female student retorted, that's a bit harsh. What do you mean pigs from Dongjian University? Be more civilized. After all, we're students from Qinbei, and we represent the school's reputation in front of other universities. Besides, that guy isn't bad either. Whether it's his demeanor or appearance, he's not much different from the 4 gentlemen of Qinbei. Never mind whether that guy can be compared to our school's renowned four gentlemen, even if he can, Yuni Shuang is still our Qinbei campus beauty, yet she was lured away by a Dongjiang University guy. If this gets out, won't it mean that Qinbei guys aren't up to par? That's right. I bet it won't be long before the news of Yuni Shuang having a boyfriend spreads throughout all of Qinbei. No wonder so many people chase after Yuni Shuang every day, yet she remains unmoved. It turns out she's already taken. Ah. My dream goddess has a boyfriend. And it's not me. How dare he? Don't get so worked up. That guy won't last long. Everyone in Qinbei knows that Pei Lishuan loves Yuni Shuang to the bone. He's already marked her as his own. Who dares to touch her? Ha ha. Looking at the two of them, they must have known each other for a long time. Ha, Shen Gongzi has become a clown. If you think you're going to live forever, then laugh louder. Cough. Enough. Stop fighting among yourselves. We need to spread this news quickly. If that guy actually succeeds, it'll be a disgrace to all the men at Qinbei University. Subai and Yuni Shuang walked side by side, attracting a lot of attention and causing quite a stir along the way. However, the two main characters didn't seem to care much. After eating at a random restaurant, Yuni Shuang, as the host, took Subai on a leisurely stroll around Qinbei University. As a world-class university, Qinbei University's campus was enormous. After exploring part of the campus, the two found a spot by a picturesque lake and sat down. It was both secluded and peaceful. A gentle breeze blew across the water, creating ripples on the surface, making the scenery absolutely breathtaking, the perfect spot for a romantic date. Of course, this was only at night, when the atmosphere was right, and doing something sneaky wouldn't attract much attention. But it's daytime now, so there's no one around. Subai. Yuni Shuang looked at Subai with a loving gaze, called out to him, paused for a moment, and said, I feel like you've changed so much since we last saw each other. Like what? Well, you've become more muscular, and you seem even more handsome than before. As she spoke, Yuni Shuang's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes shifted nervously. It was clearly a sign of shyness. Upon hearing this, Subai reached up and touched his face. He had indeed become more handsome. But to be more precise, it's because he's become more confident. Before, he was consumed by self-doubt. Now, with the system's enhancement, his status and position have undergone a complete transformation, and his aura has changed dramatically as well. He smiled and said, I think you've changed a lot too. Really? What do you think has changed about me? Yuni Shuang smiled tenderly, her face still flushed, the blush not yet faded. Of course it's true. I think you're becoming more and more like a fairy. I didn't even recognize you at first, ha. Flattery. Yuni Shuang giggled, her eyes sparkling with laughter. After that, the two fell into a prolonged silence. Subai. Suddenly, Yuni Shuang spoke. Subai turned to look at Yuni Shuang. Yuni Shuang bit her lip and said, thank you. Subai asked in surprise, why are you thanking me? Yuni Shuang said, because you appeared like an angel when I was about to meet my end and saved me. That's why I'm thanking you. It's nothing. It was just a small favor, nothing to mention. It's not nothing. Yuni Shuang suddenly looked up and stared at Subai very seriously. Subai didn't say anything else, just quietly stared back at Yuni Shuang. Yuni Shuang remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head, her voice growing soft and low. Over the past few years, I've had many nightmares. In these dreams, a large truck charges toward me like a mad beast, and I can only stand there helplessly, waiting for death to come. Just as I'm about to give up hope, an angel appears and risks his life to save me. At first, I was terrified by this nightmare, but gradually, I began to like it. Do you know why? Yuni Shuang asked the question, but before Subai could answer, she answered herself, because in the dream, I can see that figure, the one I refuse to forget, the one etched into my very bones. Because of his existence, I believe that no matter how great the danger, I will always be absolutely safe. After saying this, Yuni Shuang's voice was already choked with emotion. Subai looked at Yuni Shuang, who was lowering her head to wipe away tears, remained silent for a moment, then gently pushed her little ponytailed head and let her rest against his broad, sturdy shoulder. Coincidentally, this seemingly intimate scene was witnessed by a couple who had come here seeking excitement. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but upon realizing that the girl was Yuni Shuang, they were immediately shocked. The man quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. The university's most beautiful girl, so intimate with a stranger, it was an unprecedented scandal. Once it got out, it would definitely cause a huge stir on Qinbei University's forum. Subai and Yuni Shuang were completely unaware that they were being photographed. They were both completely immersed in the moment. After a moment of silence, Subai felt he should speak up, so he thought for a moment and said, Yi Shuang. From the very beginning, I knew how you felt about me. But back then, I wasn't worthy of your affection. I was insecure, timid, and cowardly. We were from completely different worlds. A mismatched love across social classes would only end in bitterness. But things are different now. Just as you said, I changed a lot, not just in demeanor, but in other ways as well. However, please give me some time. You know about Lin Shui. Though I believe I treated her fairly, if we were to be together now, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from others, who might think I abandoned Lin Shui for you. I don't want you to be criticized because of me. I love you, and I want to give you my feelings, my everything, openly and honestly. This time, I will follow the voice of my heart. Yunishwang, with tears in her eyes, choked out, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. Chapter 162, Public Outrage. Dongjiang International Capital Branch. After catching up over lunch, Subai and Yunishwang returned to class. Little did they know that a storm was brewing, targeting the two of them. About an hour or two later, someone suddenly posted an article on the official forum of Qinbei University. Shock. The campus beauty Yunishwang was already spoken for? In broad daylight, she actually did that with him. The article, written in a sensationalist style, quickly garnered over 10,000 views within an hour, with comments surpassing 5,000. As for the such a thing mentioned in the title, it was merely a secretly taken photo of Yunishwang leaning against Subai's shoulder, taken from a tricky angle, but it was still clear enough to see the schoolflower Yunishwang's slightly reddened eyes. The article went viral as soon as it was posted, especially since it involved the school beauty Yunishwang. Gossip is always the ultimate driving force. Countless students began sharing it voluntarily across social media platforms like WeChat Moments and QQ groups, with the article appearing everywhere. Overnight, all the students who had ever seen how beautiful Yunishwang was couldn't help but wonder, who is Subai? What kind of charm does he possess that could make the ultimate school beauty Yunishwang act so alluring? Some began searching for information about Subai from various sources. Just as the rumors were beginning to spread, another article appeared on the campus forum, pushing the rumors to a new height. Shocking. In broad daylight, students from Dongjiang University dared to do such a thing at Qinbei University. The same style, the same shocking tone. The same sensationalist headline. The content of the article was straightforward, continuing from the previous one. It first revealed Subai's identity as an exchange student from Dongjiang University studying at Qinbei University, then focused on how Dongjiang University students had kidnapped Qinbei University's campus queen. It was a disgrace to all male students at Qinbei University. As soon as it was posted, the read count skyrocketed like a rocket. Gossip news about Yunishwang always goes viral. Previously, one of the four gentlemen of Qinbei University, Pei Lixuan, had claimed to have successfully won over Yunishwang. Pei Lixuan regarded Yunishwang as his touch not, he rages anyone who dared to touch her would face his wrath. This news had been buzzing for months. However, neither Pei Lixuan nor Yunishwang responded, and there was no evidence to support the gossip in the article. But this time, with photos attached, seeing is believing, and countless hearts were broken. The two articles have instantly made Subai a sensation at Qinbei University. Outside Subai's classroom, many students from Qinbei University had heard the news and gathered to catch a glimpse of the man who had won over Yunishwang. To their surprise, the three girls from Dongjiang University were all stunningly beautiful, both in terms of and appearance. Though they couldn't compare to Yunishwang, who was a true beauty, they were still breathtakingly beautiful. With Subai setting such a high standard, Huang Wenbin paled in comparison. Subai and the others had no idea what was happening. Seeing the crowd outside the classroom and the students inside occasionally glancing their way, they were completely confused. With no access to Qinbei's class group chat or forum, they were completely cut off from information. Yunishwang was also being questioned by others, but she just smiled and remained silent. Anyway, Subai had told her to wait, so she would wait for the day when Subai would walk beside her with confidence. Her ambiguous attitude, neither confirming nor denying, only fueled the rumors, which grew louder and louder. It gradually became the most talked about topic among Qinbei students during their idle chats. Meanwhile, Subai left school immediately after class. Throughout the journey, he was completely absorbed in thinking about how to spend his money, completely unaware that a shadowy figure had been secretly following him the entire time. It wasn't until late at night that Subai returned to his luxurious suite at the Tianhua Longwan Hotel. After spending several hours, he had only spent a few billion, increasing his tycoon points by a few points. This pace was simply too slow. This won't do. He had to speed things up, otherwise, by the time he reached 1,000 tycoon points, it might be the end of the world. After some thought, he called Zhao Tianjiu and instructed her to send a portion of the core team from Dongjiang International to the imperial capital to establish a branch office there. Zhao Tianjiu acted swiftly and immediately dispatched personnel to the imperial capital. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Subai called Zhou Hongbin to request a few days off. Upon hearing that he wanted to take leave again, especially while studying as an exchange student at Qinbei University, Zhou Hongbin was initially reluctant. However, Subai was straightforward, stating that he would donate another sum of money to the school for academic development and educational funds. Zhou Hongbin couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. He even asked if the school needed any assistance, his smile as bright as ever. After hanging up the phone, Subai went to the airport to meet with the Dongjiang International Workgroup sent by Zhao Tianjiu, which consisted of around 50 or 60 people. They then went to the 4S store where he had previously purchased his car, and with a generous gesture, he provided each group within the work team with a luxurious business vehicle. Then, the dozen or so vehicles drove in a grand procession to the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel. When the 50 or 60 people entered the lobby, the front desk manager of Tianhua Longwan, a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a black stocking-clad bodycon skirt, walked over with a polite smile and said, "Mr. Su." No one could forget him, but everyone had to remember Su Bai. On his first day, Su Bai only spoke a few words, didn't spend a single minute, and swiped his card for over $1 million. Not only is he wealthy, but he's also very generous with his money. "How many sweets are left on my floor?" Su Bai asked. The front desk manager, Yang Lianyun, smiled and replied, "Mr. Su, your suite is a luxury suite at Tianhua Longwan Hotel. Excluding yours, there are still 29 available." Su Bai nodded and then turned to the people behind him and said, "You'll have to make do with a suite for two." No need. We can just stay in a regular room, we don't need a suite." "Yes, Mr. Su, we're here on a business trip, not to enjoy ourselves." Even the veteran employees of Dongjiang International, who had already witnessed the extravagance of their wealthy boss, were still surprised when he casually mentioned a luxury suite as the standard and even said they were inconveniencing them. What makes a good boss? This is it. You're given the best rooms, and you still feel wronged. "Alright, I'm the boss, so I'll decide," Su Bai said, turning to Yang Lianyun and saying, "Let's do this, you negotiate with the guests on my floor, and I'll cover any compensation, no matter how much." What? What is he talking about? He's renting out an entire floor of luxury suites just to provide better accommodation for his employees. Yang Lianyun had never seen such a lavish and employee-friendly boss before. Actually, from the very beginning, when Su Bai asked her how many private rooms were left, she had already anticipated this situation. But when Su Bai actually said it out loud, she was still utterly shocked. After all, the accommodation expenses for just one day amounted to 6 million. As a boss, he doesn't think about saving money for the company, he just wants to give his employees better treatment. What should I do? I really want to work for a company that treats people like human beings, not like beasts of burden. Chapter 163, The Banquet at Hongmen? You underestimate my capabilities. Alright. Mr. Su. Please wait a moment. Yang Lianyun finished speaking and hurried to the front desk to check the hotel's booking system. After a moment, she looked up and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Your floor already has 16 guests. The number is a bit high, so coordinating might take some time. The floors above are all empty. How about?" As she spoke, Yang Lianyun spoke with a touch of caution. At the same time, she kept glancing at Su Bai's expression, afraid that he might refuse and choose another hotel instead. You must understand that this could very well be a business deal worth tens of millions, or even over $100 million. With such a large-scale operation, the 50-plus people involved will need to stay for an extended period. Just the daily accommodation costs alone would amount to 5 or 6 million, and over 10 days, that is 5 or 6 tens of millions. She dared not even think about how well she would perform this month. Su Bai said, "Then let's go upstairs. It'll be less trouble for you." "No trouble at all. It is our honor to serve you at Tianhua Longwan." Yang Lianyun sighed in relief and smiled sincerely. After swiping his card, Su Bai directly booked the entire floor for a month. He spent several hundred million in one go. Spending money like water, not even batting an eyelid, and this was all as a benefit for his employees. This left the beautiful female staff at the front desk staring at Su Bai with eyes that sparkled, as if they wanted to pounce on him and devour him whole. After arranging everything, Su Bai returned to his room. The wealthy investors' funds had arrived, and the current value had risen to 337 points. The investment team from Dongjiang International has arrived, and the pace of spending will accelerate from here on out. Unlike Zhao Tianjiao, who spends money with the sole purpose of making more money, Su Bai is much more cautious. Even projects worth hundreds of millions require thorough investigation for 1 or 2 months. However, he spent money to accumulate wealthy points. The more he spent, the better. Whether the investments yielded returns was irrelevant. Therefore, Su Bai decisively instructed the task force to purchase buildings directly in the capital city. Or buying land is also an option. Simple and straightforward. Land in the imperial capital is far more valuable than in the magic capital. A single building in a prime location could easily cost several billion, and that is like throwing money down the drain. Su Bai introduced the real estate agencies he had connected with when purchasing his courtyard house to the Dongjiang International team, instructing them to establish close contacts, purchase any suitable properties, and if none were available, to increase the budget. In short, he only cared about results, not any return on investment. After giving instructions to the Dongjiang International team, Su Bai had some free time. He had planned to visit the school, but before he could step out of the room, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. When he answered, a man's voice came through the phone. "Hello? May I ask if you are Mr. Su Bai?" "It's me. Who are you?" Su Bai asked. "Mr. Su, I'm finally able to reach you. I have a house I want to sell, but the real estate agent is taking several percentage points in commission, which amounts to tens of millions of dollars. I think that's too much, so I was thinking of bypassing the real estate agency and dealing directly with you. What do you think?" Okay. Tell me about the property's basic details." Su Bai didn't think much of it. He had been buying properties all over the place lately and had already gained some fame among real estate agents in the area. He had given out his number to countless people, so it wasn't surprising that this person had it. That's great. As for me, real estate agents are just like labor dispatch agencies, they squeeze every last drop out of you. The man muttered a complaint before excitedly adding, "This courtyard house has been passed down through my family for generations. I'm not bragging, but my ancestors were quite wealthy. They served as the wet nurse for Emperor Kanshi, the tutor for Emperor Yongzheng, and the playmate for Emperor Qianlong. All the furniture and beams in the house are made of the finest golden cypress wood. So, the price is much higher than other courtyard houses on the market. I heard you have a particular fondness for courtyard houses and aren't short on money, so I went out of my way to find your contact information." Subai thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright. Take me to see the house." "Alright." Even over the phone, Subai could hear the other person laughing. After arranging the time and location, he set off. The reason for buying so much land wasn't just because of the urgent needs of a wealthy individual, there was another reason: to accumulate capital as a foundation. If his system ever failed, he could rely on these properties to live comfortably for the rest of his life. They arrived at the location. Subai saw a man standing on the empty plot of land. As he approached, his mental senses clearly detected that the man was visibly tense, even sweating palms. Something's wrong. This is a trap. Almost instantly, Subai sensed something was off. This guy must be using the pretext of selling a house to lure him out. But why? He doesn't seem to know this person at all. The man pointed to an alley ahead and said the house was just up there, not too far, and they could walk there. They wound their way around for a while. They finally stopped at a very remote location. Is the fox's tail showing? Subai used his mental energy to sense the situation around him. No one was lying in ambush? So confident? His gaze immediately fell on the man in front of him. This guy doesn't look like a top-notch expert at all. Poof. The man suddenly turned around, looked at Subai, gave a sinister laugh, and then charged forward in a single step, his figure disappearing from Subai's field of vision in an instant. Subai was just about to give chase. Suddenly, a chill wind swept in from the distance, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his entire body. This feeling was exactly the same as when he had saved Yun Yishuang from an out-of-control truck years ago, the same life or death crisis. However, back then, his spiritual energy was weak, so he didn't feel it as clearly. Now, with his enhanced spiritual energy, his perception of the outside world had also sharpened. The feeling of being half a step away from death sent a chill down his spine, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Almost the next moment, Subai leaped to the side. Bang! As Subai leaped into the air, still suspended mid-jump, he saw that the spot where he had been standing had turned into an egg-sized crater, causing his pupils to contract sharply. A gun! It was a highly modified sniper rifle with immense firepower. Such a hard surface had been shattered into such a large crater. If that had hit his body, he would have been killed instantly. It was truly a narrow escape. Even with Subai's composure, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Is it really that serious? If you want money, just tell me how much. Why go as far as killing someone to silence them? Could it be that the person was there to kill him? After landing safely, Subai dared not linger for a moment and immediately jumped in the opposite direction. Sure enough, the spot where he had just landed was hit by another bullet. Another bullet hole the size of an egg appeared. Looking for death. Subai landed again and suddenly looked toward a specific location. His figure flickered with afterimages as he charged toward that direction. His powerful mental strength allowed him to pinpoint the sniper's location. For someone of his caliber, as long as the first shot didn't kill him, the rest was all his territory. Chapter 164. If you want to kill me, you're not ready yet. At the same time, over 1,000 meters away on a dilapidated building, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man holding a sniper rifle cursed furiously. Bruno saw Subai disappear through the sniper scope and immediately realized that the guy was likely heading his way. He cursed angrily while quickly getting to his feet, preparing to flee. As a renowned assassin in the dark web, though his ranking wasn't very high, he dared to take on even the top 20 assassins thanks to his sniper rifle with a 100% accuracy rate. What good is strength alone? Reason is just empty words. Can you withstand a sniper rifle bullet? That was the very reason for his arrogance and bravado. Others feared coming to this so-called mercenary no-go zone, but he wasn't afraid at all. He doesn't even need to get his hands dirty, just find the right spot and take the shot to complete the mission. Bruno believes that there is nothing a bullet can't solve. If there is, then 2 bullets will do the trick. Nowadays, a single bullet can fetch a bounty of billions, it's simply too good to pass up. But now, when both his bullets missed their mark, he finally realized he had been too cocky this time. After packing up his weapons, Bruno didn't dare hesitate for a moment. He took 3 steps at a time and sprinted down the stairs. A 10-story building, and he reached the ground floor in less than 10 seconds. Subai had just arrived in the area and noticed several unfinished buildings. He was about to start searching when he spotted a tall man wearing a hat and carrying a large black box descending the stairs. The man then lowered his head and hurried toward the forest. What a coincidence! Subai's lips curled into a cold smile. In this remote, desolate area, the man's movements were highly suspicious. If Subai hadn't guessed wrong, the box on his back contained a sniper rifle. Since you want to kill me, I won't hold back either. I'll take you down no matter what. After locking onto his target, Subai channeled all his strength into his body, clenched his fist with one hand, and charged directly at the man. Amidst the air, successive sonic booms echoed, accompanied by the roar of a fierce tiger rising from nowhere. Heavenly Shin Fist, Black Tiger Fist. Bruno felt the intense killing intent surging toward him in waves. He looked up and saw Subai charging toward him like a meteor. He instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air, his body reacting faster than his brain. Before he could process what was happening, his body was already sprinting toward the building. His hands had already reached his waist, and once he had created a safe distance and found cover, he fired back with his pistol. However, reality was harsh. Before he could even enter the building, a chilling wind of death enveloped his entire body. Bruno spun around abruptly. He saw Subai's figure growing larger and larger in his eyes. Bang! A fist like a cannonball slammed into Bruno's body. Spatter! Bruno spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The intense pain twisted his face into a grotesque grimace. The immense force swept through his chest, spreading to his limbs, and finally his body flew backward like a crashing into the wall with such force that the entire building trembled several times. The solid concrete walls, reinforced with steel bars, embedded Bruno's body completely. From the center of his body, spiderweb-like cracks rippled outward. The sheer force was utterly terrifying. Put! Bruno hung his head limply, struggling to lift it up. Just as he tried to speak, thick blood gushed out of his mouth, bubbling with blood. You! After struggling to move his throat for a moment, Bruno couldn't utter a single complete word. His breath was extremely weak, clearly on the brink of death. He cast a reluctant glance at Subai, his eyes flickering with an extremely complex mix of emotions. Finally, he lowered his head, and the last thread of life was snatched away. Bruno never got to see the god of the West on this land, he could only see the king of the underworld of the East. Is he really dead? Damn it! I was going to ask who hired the hitman. Such a weak person, trying to be a hitman like others sigh, he ended up killing himself. Subai, however, felt no remorse. After all, this man killed him first. He should be considered acting in self-defense. Looking at that blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy with heavy firearms, he's clearly not an ordinary person. He's probably one of those mercenaries who kill without mercy. Thinking this, Subai took out his phone and called Captain Zhuang Zhenhai of the Black Eagle Squad. After a brief conversation, Zhuang Zhenhai hung up. Soon, a helicopter appeared in the sky, its loud hum enveloping the air as it landed steadily on the roof of the abandoned building. Another series of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Then, Zhuang Zhenhai emerged, leading a group of people down in a hurry. Subai, are you okay? Zhuang Zhenhai looked Subai up and down. He had just heard Subai mention being shot several times with a sniper rifle, and even though he knew Subai wouldn't be in danger, he was still very worried. After confirming that Subai was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine, Subai said, then proceeded to recount everything he knew. Zhuang Zhenhai furrowed his brows slightly, then turned to a team member beside him and said coldly, check this guy's identity. Find out who he is. The team member nodded, then quickly walked over with the device, briefly cleaned Bruno's face, and conducted a facial scan. After a series of complex codes, the team member looked up at Zhuang Zhenhai and said, Sir, we've got it. This man is Bruno, a highly skilled gunman from the dark web. He's somewhat famous among mercenaries. Dark web assassin? Zhuang Zhenhai pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Subai and asked, as far as I know, hiring an assassin of this caliber would cost at least several hundred million. Do you have a blood feud with someone? Subai immediately thought of Lu Yuton and Lu Yuni. It was almost entirely because of him that the Lu family was wiped out. These two must be desperate to see him dead and buried. However, those two seem to have fled and are still at large. As for others, he couldn't think of anyone else for now. Subai shook his head helplessly, I have no idea. Besides, I'm just a student. Who could I have possibly offended to this extent? Zhuang Zhenhai could tell that Subai didn't want to say more, so he didn't press him. He let Subai lead him to the place where the fight had taken place, to see if there were any clues left behind. When they arrived at the scene, not only the other team members but even Zhuang Zhenhai felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the two egg-sized holes on the ground and Bruno's gruesome remains. They had only given it a cursory glance earlier, but upon closer inspection, they realized just how horrifying it truly was. Such thick reinforced concrete walls, and yet a living person had been violently driven into them, leaving numerous cracks in the wall. What kind of immense force could have possibly achieved such a feat? Not only was it unimaginably powerful, but the person responsible was so young their future was undoubtedly limitless. At that moment, the other team members' eyes were filled with shock, admiration, and a hint of envy. Chapter 165, Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. After staying for a while longer, Subai left. As for the work here, it was left to Zhuang Zhenhai and the other professionals to handle. Before leaving, Zhuang Zhenhai also told him that the female members of the team belonged to the Lonely Wolf White Snake Squad, whose core members were responsible for intelligence work related to the Lonely Wolf. The White Snake Squad had established an extensive intelligence network. If any leads emerged, the White Snake Squad would notify him immediately. Subai also took a closer look at the White Snake Squad's uniform. On the left sleeve, there was a clear white snake pattern, which looked very cute. His own uniform should be the same as the one he encountered earlier, featuring a black eagle. However, he hadn't worn that uniform yet and didn't know if it fit properly. Upon returning to the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel, Subai still felt a lingering sense of fear. If he hadn't reacted in time today, he might have met his maker. Such powerful firearms, not only would they have killed him on contact, but even a glancing blow would have left him half dead. Get stronger. I must become stronger. He must break through the limits of his mental strength as soon as possible. If his mental strength had been even slightly weaker today, he wouldn't have survived. At that moment, his regard for mental strength reached a whole new level. In the end, he was still a bit weak, not just in mental strength but also in physical strength. In short, anything that could enhance his power, he had to improve. Today's incident was bound to happen again. What sends a chill down his spine is that even now, he has no idea who the mastermind behind the attempt on his life is. Being targeted by an unknown enemy, with the enemy in the shadows and him in the open, the danger level has skyrocketed. This time it was just a tiger rank expert. What if the next time it's someone like Zhuang Zhenhai or Su Jingming? If that happens, he won't stand a chance. Grow stronger. At least match the strength of someone like Zhuang Zhenhai. Rich people, donate. I need a lot of wealthy points. After a moment of thought, Subai took out his phone and called Zhao Tianjiao. Mr. Su. Zhao Tianjiao spoke in a gentle voice. Jiao. Starting now, help me keep an eye out for some high-end luxury assets such as islands, planes, yachts, oil wells, mines, and so on. Whatever is expensive, just buy it. I only have one requirement, the most expensive, not the best. Ah. Mr. Su, planes and cruise ships don't hold their value well. Buying them is a loss. Zhao Tianjia thought her boss had lost his mind and felt she needed to him, though whether he'd listen was beyond her control. Subai said, no problem. Just follow my instructions. Also, Zhao Tianjiao, I need to reprimand you. The investment progress is a bit slow. You need to step it up. If the headquarters in Shanghai is fully staffed, assign some personnel to other regions to establish branch offices in various provinces and cities. Dongjiang International is a global investment company. We can't be confined to a single location. Zhao Tianjiao nodded. Got it, Mr. Su. I'll handle it right away. Alright. This outburst was more intense than usual. Never mind, anyway, the boss's thoughts are beyond her comprehension. She'll just follow orders. She immediately called her team. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at a mysterious base, Zhuang Zhenhai looked serious yet excited as he examined the report in his hands. It was Bruno's death report. Combined with Subai's account, this meant that Subai had killed Bruno with a single punch. One punch to kill a tiger list expert. And before that, he had dodged 2 bullets that were nearly fatal. Too powerful. The young man had given him far too many surprises. After a long moment, he finally shifted his gaze to the old man in front of him and said, Master Zhou, how is he? The old man, though wrinkled, still looked alert, exhaled deeply, and said solemnly, the source of this sniper rifle can be preliminarily traced back to the black market operated by the White Eagle faction. The bullets have been specially treated. Taking out a Tiger List peak level expert with a single shot shouldn't be a problem. The firearm was likely disassembled into components before being smuggled in, then reassembled once it reached its destination. Zhuang Zhenhai nodded. The top priority now is to investigate how these components were smuggled in. If they could transport a sniper rifle in batches without being detected today, what could they bring in tomorrow? It's unimaginable. Zhou Lao said, tell the Black Eagles to go easy on them. If you break their bones, you won't get any useful information from them. A young man with no restraint. I'll make sure he's more careful in the future. Though he said this, Zhuang Zhenhai couldn't help but grin. If I'm not mistaken, it was that guy named Subai who did it, right? He. You know that kid too? Zhou Lao said, as both a lone wolf and an official member of the special investigation team, there's no one else like him in the entire world. This is a rare talent. We must make sure to keep him under our wing. Zhuang Zhenhai patted his chest and said, don't worry, Zhou Lao. These past few days, Subai has been extremely cautious, staying locked in his room, even having meals delivered by the hotel. He's afraid that if he steps outside, he'll be shot in the head by a hidden bullet. Therefore, urging Zhao Tianjiao to speed up the process has become his sole mission. Only by pushing his mental strength to its absolute limit could he finally relax and ensure that the enemy lurking in the shadows couldn't harm him. Zhao Tianjiao has been quite efficient, already making contact with sellers through various channels. Whether it's islands, planes, or other luxurious assets, even oil wells and mines are currently under negotiation. Once secured, adding another 1,000 tycoon points would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Subai had made up his mind. The day his mental strength breaks through its limits will be the day he steps out of his room. And just this morning, the White Snake Squad contacted him, tracking down the man who had lured him out. He was a former demolition worker who had fallen into a life of vice, causing his family to disintegrate. He claimed that a stranger had given him 50,000 yuan to lead him to a designated location. The stranger was Bruno. All because of that 50,000 yuan, he nearly lost his life. When did his life become so cheap? Another day had passed. This was Su Bai's third day staying at Tianhua Longwan. At noon, Zhao Qianzhao called, saying that the contract for the island cruise had been preliminarily drafted, but the seller had inflated the price significantly because they wanted it so urgently. Su Bai was actually hoping it would be even higher. After transferring that huge sum to Dongjiang International's account, he began to anticipate the outcome. By evening, after 5 fluctuations, the price had risen by nearly 330 points, bringing his tycoon points to 880. He was only 120 points away. Success was within reach. No, he had to speed things up. Su Bai wondered if there was anyone around who could help him spend money lavishly, whether through investments or other means. After all, 120 points of tycoon points meant 120 billion. That wasn't a small sum. Chapter 166, The Trouble of Spending Money. We're not short on money. Suddenly, a figure popped into Su Bai's mind. Wang Chang. He remembered that Wang Chang had recently purchased several mines in the non-territory region, and he had invested a significant amount of money alongside him. With Wang Chang acting as a go-between, buying some mines or oil fields in the non-territory would be much easier, and this was a major expense. Spending a few hundred billion would feel like child's play. Alright. This was a great idea. Su Bai couldn't help but smile and immediately called Wang Chang. Soon, the call connected, and Wang Chang's hearty laughter came through. Hey, Su Bai. You finally called me. Other investors are always calling me every few days to check on progress, but you don't even care. Wang Chang had been busy with mine-related matters in a remote area, so he had no idea about the drastic changes in Su Bai's status. He still thought Su Bai was the same person he used to know. Su Bai said, Brother Su, I trust you to handle things. I called you this time because I have a favor to ask. Go ahead and speak freely. Wang, do you have any connections in Fady? Yes. Could you help me make some connections? I'm interested in investing in a few mines. No problem. I just don't know what kind of minerals you're interested in, diamonds or gold. Anything is fine. I'm not short on money. To be honest, I have some money and don't know what to do with it. In that case, I can recommend a newly discovered diamond mine to you. However, since it was recently discovered, the mining difficulty is unknown and there is some risk involved. Su Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, Alright. I'll take it. Please help me inquire about it. Just spend the money. As for risks, even drinking water has its risks. Wang Chang nodded and said, Alright. Once I've sorted it out, I'll let you know. Su Bai said, Wang Xiong. Please hurry up and go ask for me right now. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, he hung up the phone, not wanting to waste a single second. Wang Chang looked puzzled but obediently went to handle it. About half an hour later, Wang Chang called back. Su brother. Let me give you the basic situation. The seller is asking for 30 billion, but I think there's some overvaluation. After all, it's a newly discovered diamond mine. Even if a few large diamonds are found, the reserves are uncertain, and the mining risks are also uncertain. At 30 billion, there's a high chance of losing money. Su Bai exclaimed excitedly, No problem. Wang brother. I'll take the 300 billion. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Wang Chang said, Su, think it through. That's 300 billion. A tycoon. Su Bai once again shattered his expectations. His business, which was worth over 10 billion, took years of evaluation. Yet Su Bai bought a 30 billion mineral deposit in less than half an hour. This is 300 billion, not $300. Su Bai said, No problem. Just buy it. Since I'm not there, please handle it for me. Once the contract is signed, you'll get an 11% stake. Wang Chang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly refused, Absolutely not. I can't accept such a favor without doing anything. Su brother, I'm just doing a small favor for you, and you're giving me such a huge favor. I'm truly honored. A full 11% stake. A total of 300 billion. That's 31 billion in assets. Moreover, if this mine yields precious and rare diamonds, the value of that 11% stake could far exceed 31 billion. Su Bai said, Wang brother, listen to me. I'm not from this area, so after purchasing the mine, I'll still need to trouble you to manage it for me. This 11% share is your compensation for your efforts. I feel it's still too low, after all, I'm just a hands-off owner. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang no longer refused. If he continued to decline, it would seem insincere. So he nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Su brother, rest assured. I'll always treat this mine as my own business. Alright. Let's finalize the contract quickly so I can transfer the money to you. After ending the call, Su Bai began to look forward to it. The next day, Wang Chang sent him a message saying the contract had been finalized, with an amount of 310 billion. Subai transferred the money immediately. Taking into account the daily investments in Magic City and Imperial City, his tycoon points had now reached 1,326 points. Subai exhaled slowly, his excitement surging like a tidal wave. After calming down slightly, he focused his gaze on the system panel and clicked the plus sign next to the mental power section. A message popped up immediately. Mental power detected that the host has reached the physiological limit of humans in the host star system. If you wish to further enhance it, 1,000 wealthy points will be required. Subai nodded. The wealthy points rapidly decreased, quickly dropping to 326 points. Suddenly, Subai felt an intense pain erupt from his head, as if someone had struck him with a hammer. The pain was so excruciating that he clenched his teeth and his consciousness began to fade. After an unknown amount of time, the intense pain slowly subsided. Subai slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt his thoughts become much clearer, and even his 5 senses had improved significantly. He could even hear the moans from the next room where someone was engaged in intimate activities. After all, this was the most luxurious suite, with excellent soundproofing. Even if someone were singing and dancing next door, not a single sound would reach his ears. Subai became instantly excited. He opened the system panel. Under the mental strength category, his level had changed to High Martial Arts Stage 1. He thought for a moment and decided to spend 200 premium points to upgrade his physical strength from High Martial Arts Level 1 to High Martial Arts Level 3. It seems that whether it's physical strength or mental power, each level up requires 100 points. After upgrading his physical strength to High Martial Arts Level 3, Subai only felt a slight warmth in his joints, with no other noticeable changes. Now, after being forced to stay home for 5 or 6 days, Subai could finally go out with peace of mind. He arrived at the lobby. "Hello, boss." Manager Yang Lianyan and several front desk girls in black stockings and body-hugging skirts all turned to look at Subai, smiling sweetly and greeting him with utmost respect and enthusiasm. Rich, good-looking, and young. If he plays his cards right, he could rise to the top in no time. "Hello, everyone." Subai smiled and responded to each of them. Then he walked out of the lobby. Even after Subai had left, the front desk beauties lingered, reminiscing about his towering stature and dashing good looks. "Wow. I feel like Mr. Su has become more elegant and handsome. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. It's true. I feel like Mr. Su has a stronger presence now, but he's not at all arrogant. I love him so much. If I could marry him, my ancestors would be so proud. Forget about marrying him, he's so handsome, has such a good temperament, is so kind, and is rich. I'd be happy to be his mistress, even his fourth one. Do you have any self-respect? A mistress? Does Mr. Su look like the type to have multiple mistresses? Oomph. If you had the chance, would you do it? Yeah, I would. Then why are you calling me out? We're all shameless, ha. This isn't shameless, it's pursuing your own happiness. Ha. You Tai Fox. Yang Lianyun heard their chatter and couldn't help but smile, but a question also popped into her mind. If Subai likes her and wants to be with her, would she agree? Of course she would. Chapter 167, Pei Lishuan's Humiliating Disgrace. New movie premiere. At the lakeside of Qinbei University, on the bench where Subai and Yun Yishuang had sat earlier, Pei Lishuan sat cross-legged, speaking coldly. That kid hasn't returned to school yet? A male student who had been leaning forward immediately replied respectfully, "No, sir. I heard he took several days off." "Good. Once he shows up, come find me immediately." "Understood, Mr. Xian." "Get out of here." Pei Lishuan waved his hand. "Yes, Master Xian." The man stepped back, bowed deeply in the direction of Pei Lishuan, and left. At that moment, Pei Lishuan looked at the rippling water surface, and a surge of unnamed anger erupted from his heart. The school beauty he had admired for over 3 years had become his dream goddess, yet she had been taken by an unknown nobody. His anger and resentment were unimaginable. At first, he didn't believe the posts and articles on the forum. After all, since Yun Yishuang became the school flower of Qinbei, there had been no shortage of gossip about her, almost becoming a standard feature of sensational articles. However, those few photos, combined with Yun Yishuang's shy expressions, left him feeling as though he had been plunged into an ice cave. You see, in the past, whenever there were rumors, Yun Yishuang would always deny them. But for several days in a row, there was no response from her side. Clearly, based on his understanding of Yun Yishuang, this meant she had tacitly acknowledged the rumors. He had previously made it clear that anyone who dared to set their sights on Yun Yishuang was declaring war on him, Pei Lishuan. Now, not only was Subai openly harboring feelings for Yun Yishuang, but he was also engaging in such intimate gestures, yet he had not reacted at all, to the point where he was about to become a laughingstock in Qinbei. He had pursued Yun Yishuang fiercely for 3 years. In Qinbei, whenever someone mentioned Yun Yishuang's boyfriend, everyone immediately thought of him. A family with power and influence, capable of holding a significant position in the imperial capital, would be considered an uncrowned king in other provinces. The Li family in the imperial capital also had some influence, though not as much as those deeply rooted aristocratic families, but they were still able to join the ranks of the upper class. If he wanted a woman, he could have a different one every day for decades without repeating himself. But ever since he met Yuni Xuan, he has been completely captivated by her. He fully understood what it meant to have thousands of streams of water, yet I only take a sip from one. For this reason, he cut off all ties with his previous women and devoted himself entirely to pursuing Yuni Xuan. 3 years have passed. Yet his efforts have yielded no results whatsoever. Now, Yuni Xuan has found someone else, and it's not him. Even though they've never been together, he still feels like he's been cuckolded. In an instant, Pei Li Xuan's face twisted into a hideous grimace. Yuni Xuan. Since you don't want to be my girlfriend, then I'll just make you a beautiful memory. The woman I, Pei Li Xuan, have set my sights on can only be mine. If she can't be mine, then she'll be destroyed completely. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. Weekend. Subai has been busy spending money these days. Unfortunately, she hasn't purchased any major assets, so her daily expenses are limited, and her rich points have only just reached 109. Subai decisively spent 100 luxury points to boost his stamina, and now his stamina has reached the 4th stage of high martial arts. When he returned to the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel, the entrance was blocked by numerous luxury cars, and many people were holding signs, screaming excitedly, looking eager to rush inside, but they were firmly blocked by a dozen fully armed security guards. What's going on? Is Tianhua Longwan hosting a fan meet and greet now? Subai glanced around and then turned his attention back to the car, parking it in the garage before heading toward the main entrance. However, just as he took 2 steps, he was stopped by a security guard at the entrance, who said in a business-like tone, "Sir, are you a guest of Tianhua Longwan? Please show us your room key card." Subai was about to pull out his room key when Yang Lianyun suddenly emerged from the lobby, flashing a dazzling smile at Subai. "Mr. Su, you're back." She then turned to the security guard and said, "He is our most honored guest at Tianhua Longwan." The security guard said, "Sir, I apologize." Subai waved it off nonchalantly and followed Yang Lianyun into the hotel. He casually asked, "Why are there so many people outside?" Yang Lianyun explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. We've caused you trouble. There's a press conference today for a documentary film about poverty alleviation directed by a famous director, aiming to help those impoverished villagers. That's why we invited so many celebrities. By the way, I heard that the director is an internationally renowned filmmaker." "I see." Subai nodded and casually asked, "Do we need an invitation to go inside?" "No need." "All right. Where is the press conference being held?" "The 61st floor conference hall." "All right. Thank you." After saying that, Subai returned to his room. After eating something and taking a hot shower, he headed to the 61st floor. To be honest, he held such people in high regard and admired them deeply, those who, despite their own success, still cared about the less fortunate. Moreover, he was a kind-hearted person. Once Dongjiang International was stable and his strength had reached a certain level, he wouldn't be so busy anymore, and he planned to establish a charitable non-profit organization. In fact, from the very beginning, he had always had a kind heart that wanted to benefit society. Soon, he arrived at the 61st floor. There were 6 stunningly beautiful young women standing on either side of the entrance. As someone approached, they would bow slightly. Subai glanced at them. It must be said that their looks were truly stunning. They could easily hold their own in the entertainment industry. Subai walked in directly without anyone asking for an invitation, and entered the hall unimpeded. The reception hall was enormous, nearly as large as a school playground, and the entire interior was lavishly decorated, exuding the elegance and sophistication of the upper class. It could only be said that the 10-star Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel truly lived up to its reputation. The hall was packed with people, probably around 300 or 400, yet even so, the reception hall still felt spacious. It could easily accommodate another 1,000 people. The venue was so vast that everyone had their own little circles, and even after Subai had been there for quite some time, no one noticed him. Subai didn't mind this. Seeing that the food on the tables looked quite delicious, he took some and sat in a corner, devouring it with gusto. When it came to good food, he had no self-control. While eating, Subai also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Most of the people in the reception hall were either famous actors he had only seen on TV or top-tier celebrities. He didn't recognize any of them, but 2 people looked familiar: the rising star Yao Shui and the renowned Leng Qingxiu. However, he didn't go over to join the crowd. After all, they weren't very familiar with each other, having only met once before. If he went over to greet them and they didn't recognize him, that would be pretty awkward. Chapter 168: Either sacrifice your looks or be blacklisted. At that moment, in front of Yao Shui stood a bald middle-aged man. When his gaze fell on Yao Shui, it was filled with lust. Even though she felt extremely uncomfortable, Yao Shui could only force a smile, daring not to show the slightest hint of disgust. To the outside world, she was a glamorous, wealthy A-list celebrity. But she was well aware of her true status. Everything she had achieved was merely due to the support of capital. If they ever stopped backing her, she would fall back into obscurity. Therefore, she had to be extremely cautious in pleasing these wealthy patrons. Take this recent opportunity, for instance. She was incredibly fortunate to land the lead role in a major production. However, when the investor wanted to chat with her in the evening, she flat out refused. This enraged the investor, who withdrew his investment on the spot. The director was furious, saying that she's been in this industry for so long, yet she still pretends to be a pure and innocent goddess. If this big production falls through, he'll blacklist her across all platforms. You must understand that this is a renowned director with a long-standing reputation and numerous big budget projects under his belt. If he decides to blacklist her, it would only take a single word, and she has no power to resist. So her most urgent task was to secure investment for the film as soon as possible. To the point where she now had to face an investor whose gaze was freely roaming over her body. Thankfully, it's not in private, otherwise, she has no doubt that this person would have already pounced on her. Sometimes, when she thinks about it carefully, she realizes how exhausting this life is. She longs to leave this so-called entertainment industry and live the life she truly desires. But along the way, she has taken on the expectations of so many people: her mentor, her parents, and the people in her studio. If she were to be blacklisted, these people would have no way to make a living, and her parents and mentor would be deeply hurt. Thinking of this, she forced herself to muster a smile and said to the balding man in front of her, "Mr. Lee, this movie has a top-notch production team. Once it's released, I guarantee you'll make a fortune." Mr. Lee smiled and said, "Such a large investment isn't something I can decide on my own. It needs to be discussed and decided by the company's shareholders and senior management. As for the final outcome, Miss Yao, it all depends on your performance." The desire in his eyes nearly erupted into something tangible. The repulsive gaze lingered on Yao Shue's curvaceous figure, and the thought of being able to ravish her later made him unable to contain his excitement, to the point where he was already beginning to feel like a blade drawn from its sheath. At that moment, the smile on Yao Shue's face had grown forced. "Mr. Lee, you are the actual controller of the company. Do we really need to hold a meeting to discuss this?" Mr. Lee said, "Oh, Miss Yao, what are you saying? This isn't just my company. I have to be responsible to the shareholders and employees. Don't worry. The moment I saw Miss Yao, I knew this was going to be a great movie. But I have to let the shareholders know this is a profitable business too." Hearing this, Yao Shui truly felt like crying. She wasn't stupid, such obvious hints weren't something she could miss. Please. Why can't the investment be pure? This is an investment in a movie, a form of high art. Why do some people always want to ruin this beauty with such dirty deals? She glanced at Mr. Lee's appearance. All she could say was that he wasn't even worth being compared to a pig, a middle-aged balding man with a fat head and ears, a body that hadn't been well maintained, resulting in a protruding belly, and especially those lecherous little eyes that made her feel sick to her stomach. Even if you killed her, she wouldn't have any kind of intimate contact with such a person. So Yao Shui pretended not to hear the hint and said, "Mr. Lee, please consider it carefully. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." With that, she walked away confidently. If she had to sacrifice her appearance to secure an investment, she'd at least find someone decent looking. Besides, the people attending this press conference were either celebrities or big shots. There were plenty of opportunities. Mr. Lee didn't expect Yao Shui to leave so decisively. Thinking about the opportunity slipping away, he panicked and hurriedly said, "Miss Yao, don't leave. Let us talk some more." Yao Shui ignored him completely, as if she hadn't heard a word. She then approached a few more investors. At least their appearances were more pleasing than that of Mr. Lee earlier. However, as soon as they heard it was a large investment of 500 or 600 million, they immediately refused. This was no small sum. For companies with shallow roots, a failed investment could mean bankruptcy. Some companies with a market value of several hundred million or even $1 billion might sound impressive, but remember, that's market value, not actual cash flow. Even companies with a market value exceeding $100 billion would find it challenging to allocate several $1 billion for investment, let alone those with a market value of only several billion. "Xue, how is she?" An older woman approached. "She is Xue's agent, Chen Jiyu." Yao Shui graduated from an art school and was nurtured to her current status by Chen Jiyu. She is the greatest benefactor in Yao Shui's entertainment career. Yao Shui sighed and said bitterly, "It's not looking good." Chen Jiyu sighed helplessly, "It's not looking good on my end either. This is an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, not a few $100,000. It's not something you can resolve with a few words to make someone happy. I've already approached all the companies that could possibly come up with that kind of money, and none of them can." By the end, the light in Chen Jiyu's eyes slowly faded. Yao Shui, with tears welling up in her eyes, choked out, "Sister Chen, how has the entertainment industry become like this? Why must one sacrifice one's appearance to become the leading lady? Isn't film supposed to be art?" Chen Jiyu heard this and felt deeply distressed. She wanted to comfort Yao Shui, but her lips trembled for a moment, and she couldn't bring herself to say a single word. The world is just that harsh. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. This holds true in any circle. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Yao, it sounds like you're facing some difficulties. Do you need my investment?" The two turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood a young, handsome face, wearing a smile as gentle as spring breeze. That man was Su Bai. Subai had actually planned to make a contribution to charity and then leave. However, since his breakthrough, his senses had become incredibly sharp. Even the slightest whispers around him were clear as day to his ears, including the conversation between Yao Shui and her agent Chen Jiyu. Investing in movies seemed like another way to spend money. Yao Shui is in the entertainment industry, she must know many people in the film industry. With countless investments accumulating over time, it could also bring him a lot of wealth. So he stepped forward and volunteered himself. "You're Mr. Subai." Yao Shui was taken aback at first, hesitating to recognize him. After all, in just a couple of months, Subai's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Once she finally confirmed it, her eyes lit up. Subai laughed, "Haha. Miss Yao still remembers me. I wouldn't forget anyone, especially you. To be honest, you're my savior." Yao Shui said, not sure if she was shy or what, and lowered her head. Chen Jiyu's gaze also fell on Subai, and he was instantly struck by his appearance. He nodded in satisfaction. His handsome face and every movement exuded an indescribable elegance, as if it were innate, making him seem invaluable. Even the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry seemed to pale in comparison to Subai. Chapter 169, The Benefits of Being Handsome. Even being deceived is willing. Xue, who is he? Chen Jiyu asked Yao Shui, but her eyes were fixed on Subai. When did Yao Shui acquire such a high-quality friend? As Yao Shui's agent and close friend, she was practically inseparable from her, both in work and in life. To put it bluntly, she even knows where the mole on Yao Shui's butt is. Moreover, Yao Shui's social network and circle of connections were all built by her, and she had never heard of anyone named Subai before. Subai's looks are impressive even in the entertainment industry, where handsome men and beautiful women are as common as cows and sheep. If she were to give Subai a little polish, she'd be confident he'd become a sensation across the country, a top-tier influencer in the credit industry, a surefire cash cow. By then, those who once looked down on her and treated her with contempt would have to come begging for her favor. Thinking of this, even Chen Jiyu, with her composed demeanor, couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. Yao Shui said, "Shenjia, this is Mr. Subai, the person I told you about earlier who saved me in the capital." "Oh my! Mr. Su! What a coincidence to meet you here. It's truly fate. Let me introduce myself, I'm Chen Jiyu, Snow's agent." Chen Jiyu had heard about the incident from Yao Shui, but she had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, beautiful female celebrities in the entertainment industry wouldn't suffer any losses, as long as they didn't cross the final line. Everything else was trivial. "Hello, Ms. Chen," Subai said, then turned to Yao Shui and got straight to the point. "Miss Yao Shui, are you looking for investors for your movie?" Yao Shui muttered a half-hearted clearly uninterested. "Miss Yao, may I invest in your film?" Yao Shui was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Mr. Subai, you're in the investment business? Have you invested in any related film or TV projects before?" Subai said, "Yes, I have an investment company, but this is my first time investing in the film industry." Yao Shui thought carefully for a moment before saying softly, "Mr. Su, if this is your first time in this industry, it might be safer to start with some smaller, lower-risk film projects to test the waters. This film has a large investment and high risks. I can't guarantee it will make money, as market risks are unpredictable." Subai could tell that Yao Shui was considering his best interests. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "What is the investment amount? 4 or 500 million? Alright, I got excited. I thought it was 4 or 50 billion. Subai sighed helplessly. A few billion was no different from a few dollars to him. He looked at Yao Shui and said, "Miss Yao, I'll invest in this project, but 4 or 500 million isn't enough." Seeing hope reignite, Chen Jiyu didn't want to miss this opportunity and hurriedly said, 4 or 5 billion is indeed a bit much. "What is Mr. Su's intended investment amount? If there's still a shortage later, I can talk to other investors." Before Chen Jiyu could finish, Subai interrupted. "No, what I mean is that this amount is too small. What kind of good movie can you make with 4 or 500 million? Since this is my first foray into this industry, I plan to invest 10 billion first, with no upper limit on the budget. If more money is needed, I'll invest more." Yao Shui was taken aback, perhaps too shocked to speak coherently. "Mr. Su, that's not possible." Chen Jiyu stood beside him, his smile fading slightly. She was a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, having been in the game for decades. Seeing Subai's current demeanor, she was certain he was just bragging. "Invest 10 billion? Why not just say you have a few billion-dollar investment companies under your name? 4 or 500 million is already considered a small amount, yet he starts with 10 billion? Does he really think 10 billion is as easy to come by as $10? In her view, no one would be foolish enough to increase an investment from 4 or 500 million to 10 billion without any reason. It was clear that he was just showing off in front of Yao Shui, trying to lure her into bed and take advantage of her completely. Not even a crumb left. But look at Yao Shui, she seems to have already fallen into the trap, completely believing every word Subai says. Over the years, she has seen her fair share of scum like this. What she didn't expect was that Subai, with his good looks and charming demeanor, was actually involved in such deceitful schemes. It truly proves that one should never have malicious intentions toward others, but always be vigilant against them. Of course, Chen Jiyu didn't attend that gathering in the imperial capital, so he wouldn't know Subai's true identity, which gave him the confidence to speak so boldly. No problem. Anyway, investing in anyone is the same. Investing in you makes me feel a bit more at ease. Miss Yao, focus on capturing the art you envision, Subai said. Yao Shui choked up, her eyes reddening. Thank you, Mr. Su. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness. She had ridden in Subai's $8 million top-of-the-line supercar, and those powerful figures she couldn't afford to offend had bowed and scraped before Subai. Such a man of status would certainly keep his word, and besides, 10 billion yuan might truly be no different from 10 yuan in Subai's eyes. Excited, she bowed 90 degrees in Subai's direction. This startled Subai. He hurriedly helped her up. He dared not even think about what would happen if the journalists saw this. It would definitely be front-page news. Shocking. National goddess Yao Shui actually performed such an act toward a stranger in broad daylight. Chen Jiyu reacted quickly and embraced Yao Shui in his arms. It was clear that Yao Shui's actions were completely unexpected. If anyone saw this and rumors spread, it would be a devastating blow to her career. However, after looking around and seeing no one paying attention, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Yao, such a grand gesture is too much for me to accept, Subai said. Chen Jiyu said with a hint of helplessness, Shue, you are a public figure in the spotlight. You must always remember to maintain your image when you're out in public. Yao Shui realized she had overreacted and whispered, I'm sorry. I got a bit carried away earlier. Chen Jiyu glanced at Subai. She grew increasingly disgusted with the man before her. This guy must have deceived countless women with his good looks. Right in front of her, he had Yao Shui so flustered. He's really high level. Of course, she had to admit that if Subai had focused his advances on her, she would have succumbed as well. After all, Subai's aura and appearance were simply too alluring. Chen Jiyu even dared to entertain a bold thought: if Subai was a fraud, perhaps she could spend some money to see for herself the allure of a young, handsome body. After breaking through his mental limits, Subai's aura underwent a complete transformation, exuding a natural charm that was beyond words. For any woman, this was an irresistible temptation. It was like King Zhou, who knew Daji was a demonic concubine yet couldn't help but succumb to her charms. Chapter 170, Just changing directors, is that so unreasonable? Just then, two people walked over. One was tall and slender, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked somewhat refined and cultured. This was the internationally renowned director Tong Diyu, who had earlier threatened to blacklist Yao Shui if he couldn't secure investment. The other, short and fat with a rough appearance, was Li Zong, the man who had just made lewd advances toward Yao Shui. Director Tong. Yao Shui and Chen Jiyu both felt a strong aversion toward Tong Diyu, but given his status, they couldn't afford to show it. Tong Diyu pointed at Li Zong and said to Yao Shui, this is the renowned Li Zong. He is interested in investing in our film. Come over and greet him. Mr. Li tugged at the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, let Miss Yao greet me personally. I'm not worthy of that honor. I was actually planning to invest in your film, but it seems Miss Yao isn't interested. Upon hearing this, Tong Diyu immediately glared at Yao Shui with hatred, disregarding the situation and shouting without distinction. Yao Shui, get over here and apologize to Mr. Li. After all these years in the entertainment industry, you're supposed to be a big star. How can you be so inconsiderate? The last investor was driven away by you, and now another one comes along, and you're still trying to drive them away? You ungrateful thing. Have you wasted all these years in the entertainment industry? I'm warning you, if you ruin this masterpiece I've poured my heart and soul into, I'll use every connection I have to make sure you can't survive in the entertainment industry. As for this little starlet, Tong Diyu simply can't stand her. Since you've entered the entertainment industry, just play along and blend in. You've already sold yourself, yet you still want to build a reputation? With such a temperament, the only reason you've managed to climb to your current position in the entertainment industry is because of the relentless support of your seasoned manager, Chen Jiyu. However, some investors are drawn to this kind of defiant, innocent beauty. Under the slightest pressure or temptation, even the proudest swan will lower its snow-white neck. The sense of achievement and satisfaction this brings is far more intense than dealing with those big-breasted beauties who come and go at your beck and call. At that moment, Yao Shui felt so wrong she wanted to cry. She whispered, Director Tong, someone has already agreed to invest in our movie. Who? Tong Diyu asked immediately. The one beside me. Yao Shui said. Chen Jiyu's vision went black. She had intended to stop her, but the little girl's mouth was just too quick. This Subai is clearly just a braggart who doesn't think before he speaks. Even if he can intimidate Tong Diyu with his natural charisma, once filming starts and he can't come up with the money, he'll eventually be exposed. What's more, Yao Shui's career would suffer a devastating blow as a result. Chen Jiyu blared at Subai with boiling anger, shouting in her heart, you liar! Are you trying to ruin Shue's life? With Subai's current mental strength, he immediately sensed Chen Jiyu's intense dissatisfaction toward him. This discovery left him completely baffled. How can this be? I'm investing my own money to fund your movie, yet not only do you not show any gratitude, you're dissatisfied with me, and now there are issues with the spending. This is completely unreasonable. Tong Diyu asked, Mr. Su, which investment company are you from? Su Bai replied, I'd rather not say. Tong Diyu thought for a moment and asked again, then, Mr. Su, how much do you plan to invest? He had interacted with the privileged offspring of aristocratic families and had even had the opportunity to glimpse a corner of the celestial palace, but those who stood so high above others were nowhere near as noble as the man before him. In other words, this Mr. Su Bai was very likely also a member of the celestial realm. For someone who isn't short on money, spending a bit to support a favorite female celebrity in the entertainment industry isn't anything new. Of course, a few million or even tens of millions wouldn't be a problem. But investing a few hundred million would be quite challenging. On one hand, even with money, a few hundred million isn't something you can just casually throw around. On the other hand, spending a few hundred million on a female celebrity is extremely unwise. It's pure folly. Someone from the celestial palace wouldn't be that foolish. I'm not short on money, I can afford to invest any amount. However, I have one condition. Tong Diyu heard this and his eyes lit up. Excitedly, he said, as long as you're willing to invest, I'll agree to any condition, even 10 or 100. Someone who isn't short on money must have genuinely fallen for this female celebrity. He's starting to spend big money to pursue her. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Su Bai spoke calmly, no need. One condition is enough. I don't think you're suitable for this movie. I demand a new director. Upon hearing this, both Tong Diyu and Yao Shui, along with the others, froze in place, momentarily unaware of what had just happened. Tong Diyu, being a seasoned director, was well versed in the ways of the world. He immediately figured out the reason behind it. It must be because he had just berated Yao Shui, which had angered Su Bai. Scolding his beloved in front of a man, that's a surefire way to humiliate him. Any man would see that as a direct provocation and would definitely seek revenge. This is bad. What on earth should he do now? Tong Diyu felt his vision go black. Although he was a renowned director, for a film, the investors were the most important. After all, without money, the film can't move forward, and if there is no director, they can just replace him. There are plenty of directors more famous than him. If Su Bai had invested in this film alone, he would have absolute control over it. Not only could he replace the director, but he could even replace the entire crew without any issues. Mr. Su stammered. Su Bai asked, can we replace him, or can't we? Shen Jiyu swallowed hard and said, we can replace him, but... No buts. Since we can change it, let us change the director. I'll invest 10 billion and I'll add more later. This is my only demand. Isn't that reasonable? At that moment, Su Bai's phone rang. He picked up his phone and answered it. Mr. Su. I have several documents that need your review, said Chen Xinghan, the general manager of the Dongjiang International Capital Branch. I'm on the 61st floor. Come straight over. Su Bai said. Got it. Mr. Su. Before long, Chen Xinghan rushed in hurriedly. Mr. Su. Please review these documents. If everything is in order, just sign them. Chen Xinghan said, panting, then handed over the documents. Su Bai glanced through them briefly, signed immediately, and said, I plan to invest in a movie. The amount is 10 billion, with no budget cap. You handled the arrangements for this matter. Coordinate with this Ms. Chen for the details. Got it. Mr. Su. Chen Xinghan bowed respectfully, then turned to Chen Jiyu and said, hello, Ms. Chen. I'm Chen Xinghan, the investment director of the Imperial Branch. He did not mention Dongjiang International, as Su Bai had previously instructed that the identity of the behind-the-scenes boss must remain confidential. Hello, I'm Chen Jiyu. Chen Jiyu was immediately stunned. She was completely speechless. Oh my god. This is actually the big boss. She took a deep breath, and a wave of shock surged through her, leaving her feeling a bit dazed and unreal. With that breath, that demeanor, that aura, 10 billion to Su Bai seemed as easy as achieving 10 small goals. Chapter 171, Trouble Starts with Words, Tong Diyu's Regret. As soon as he heard this, Tong Diyu was completely dumbfounded. What? 10 billion? And there will be additional investments later. In other words, the budget is unlimited. If he were given the green light to produce the film with ample funding, he was confident he could turn it into a masterpiece. At that point, his status would skyrocket, making him a highly influential director both domestically and internationally. Don't be fooled by his current air of confidence. His influence is limited to domestic circles, and his international influence is virtually non-existent. Once he gains influence abroad and wins a few prestigious international awards, his status in China will undergo a complete transformation. He'll rise to become a true master director. However, this promising situation seems to have been ruined by him. Although he has been actively involved in this film project, the most critical aspect of filmmaking is funding. Without a budget, even the most talented director cannot produce a blockbuster. Investors hold a very high status. Now Su Bai has specifically requested to replace him. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but a two-legged director is everywhere. With enough money, even a third-rate director can make a first-rate blockbuster. At this moment, Tong Diyu desperately wanted to slap himself in the face. Words can be dangerous, and at this moment, that truth is painfully clear. If he could, he'd kneel down right there and apologize to Su-bai, just to beg for his forgiveness. He casually throws out 10 billion without batting an eyelid. With such wealth and his innate noble demeanor, he must be from the upper crust of society and likely holds a significant social status. In short, he is likely someone he can't afford to offend a terrifying presence. Unfortunately, he had already offended him. If Su-bai were to use his connections or influence, it would be him who would be blacklisted. On this side, Chen Xinghan and Chen Jiyu exchanged phone numbers, and the rest will be handled by the two of them. Su-bai doesn't need to worry about it. An investment of over 10 billion isn't worth much to Su-bai, he just wants to test the waters and see how the film investment route goes. After a while, Chen Xinghan left. Su-bai continued sitting in the corner, leisurely eating his food. Tong Diyu's gaze was fixed on Su-bai, filled with hesitation, wondering how to explain himself. As for Li Zong, he stood awkwardly in place. At first, he was a bit angry, but gradually, he realized that Su-bai seemed like a terrifying presence he couldn't afford to provoke, and he immediately calmed down. At that level, making him go bankrupt would be as easy as saying a single word. Chen Jiyu glanced at Su-bai and whispered to Yao Shui, "Shui, how did you meet Mr. Su?" Yao Shui replied, "Shen Jia, didn't I already tell you? It was at that gathering where Mr. Su saved me." "I know, but could you elaborate a bit more?" Yao Shui's gaze fell on Su-bai, and a shy smile appeared on her face. "At that gathering, the eldest son of the Yen family took a liking to me and wanted me to sleep with him. It was Mr. Su who intervened, and I managed to escape that ordeal. Later, we met again at a charity gala. He first donated 5 million to buy a dance performance from me, then donated another 100 million to buy an original song he had written and composed himself. Mr. Su is a very kind person." Chen Jiyu stood there dumbfounded. The eldest son of the Yen family. This is the eldest son of the Yen family, who holds immense power in the capital. He then donated another 150 million. Goodness gracious. This is definitely the son of a prominent family. Thank goodness she didn't blurt out her wild guesses about Su-bai earlier, otherwise, Tong Diyu would have been her cautionary tale. You should have told me sooner." Chen Jiyu thought about how she had planned to spend money on a one-night stand earlier, and her face turned red instantly. "I told you so." "Ha? Chen Jia, why are you blushing?" Yao Shui asked in surprise. "Cough. It's nothing. I'll go to the restroom. You stay here and keep Mr. Su company." After saying that, Chen Jiyu hurried off to the restroom. After washing her face, Chen Jiyu looked at herself in the mirror. Though she was in her 30s, both her figure and face were well maintained. Compared to those inexperienced young girls, she had an added touch of mature charm. She knew that these young men nowadays, who claimed to have the ambition of manga, were deeply infatuated with women like her. Could it be that Su-bai hadn't been moved at all? Or was Su-bai only infatuated with pure and adorable girls like Yao Shui? She was already in her late 30s, and in a few more years, she might be past her prime. She wanted to find a reliable partner while she was still young. Though she knew she couldn't connect with someone like Su-bai from the upper crust, a few casual flings would suffice. But Su-bai seems completely uninterested in her. At that moment, Su-bai, who was being watched by Chen Jiyu, had just finished eating, burped, and was waiting for the donation ceremony to begin. Yao Shui, on the other hand, was glued to Su-bai's side, giggling coquettishly from time to time. Tong Diyu tried several times to approach them, but seeing that Su-bai and Yao Shui were so engrossed in each other, he knew that interfering now would only backfire and make them even more annoyed. Moments later, an elderly man with snow-white hair walked onto the stage. He was Shi Zishue, the renowned director of international acclaim who was hosting the event. Cough. Everyone in the film industry. After rambling on with a bunch of nonsense, Shi Zishue finally got to the point. "I'm sure you're all eager to know what the documentary I directed is about. Let me give you a brief introduction. This is a film shot after on-site research, authentically depicting the lives of children in impoverished areas." As Shi Zishue finished his introduction, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the large screen on stage began to play the film. This documentary is very authentic, vividly showcasing the harsh realities of poverty in mountainous areas to the audience. The main content focuses on the arduous journey these children from impoverished areas face in pursuing their education. In the mountainous terrain, the roads are rugged and treacherous. Some children have no choice but to wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and walk for 2 or 3 hours just to get to school, enduring immense hardships along the way. The schools themselves are in a dilapidated state, with wooden doors and windows unable to block the biting cold, leaving some children with hands and feet turning red from the cold, and even their hair covered in frost. Despite these harsh conditions, these children study diligently. Some schools are so poorly equipped that many teachers cannot continue working there, leaving only a few teachers to handle an entire grade on their own. In some cases, only 1 or 2 teachers remain, struggling to keep the school running. The director's skill is truly remarkable. Through careful editing, well-placed narration, and background music, the scenes are rendered deeply moving. The content is tightly woven, captivating the audience and drawing them in, tugging at their heartstrings. Some more sensitive individuals have already teared up and are quietly crying. Chapter 172, Subai, he is a truly pure-hearted good person. An hour and a half later, the documentary came to an end. The lights came on, and Zishue walked onto the stage, addressing the crowd. I noticed that many of you were moved to tears. To be honest, during filming, I too shed tears on several occasions. After completing this documentary, I made a decision: I must help them. I must bring their plight to the attention of society. I hope everyone can contribute in their own way to support these children in the mountainous regions. Giving roses leaves a fragrance on one's hands. I, Zishue, swear on my decades-long career as a director that every donation and all proceeds from the box office will be donated to the impoverished mountainous areas and schools featured in this documentary. As he spoke, his aged body bowed slowly. In an instant, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Subai also clapped enthusiastically. A renowned director who had achieved great success still cared about the suffering people. This was truly a sign of great virtue. Suddenly, he thought to himself, actually, I could just build schools and houses to keep people warm. Previously, when he transferred money to others, his wealth points didn't increase. But if he spent the money elsewhere first and then donated it, that would count as wealth points. Last time at the gala in the imperial capital, he donated 100 million, but his wealth points didn't change. However, after buying a villa on Purple Cloud Mountain and giving it to his aunt and younger sister, his wealth points increased. In other words, he could first build the school and then donate it to the areas in need. This way, he could do good deeds, accumulate virtue, and also gain a large number of wealth points, truly killing two birds with one stone. Most importantly, Dongjiang International would also gain a good reputation as a result. In the past, Subai believed he was at the bottom of society and no one could be more hardworking than him. But after attending these two events, he realized that in many parts of the world, there are still people who can't even guarantee basic necessities like food and clothing. Compared to them, he was still relatively fortunate. When you're unable to help others, take care of yourself and don't cause trouble for society. Now that you have the ability, it's only natural to give back to society. As Zishue's passionate speech came to an end, the screen went black and a payment code appeared. By scanning the code, the money would be transferred to a public bank account, with the donor's name noted as the reference. This money would also be subject to oversight by everyone. Every single expenditure, no matter how small, must have a clear purpose. Subai took out his phone and scanned 2 million yuan. When prompted to add a note, he hesitated before typing kind-hearted person. To Subai, money was just a longer string of numbers. As for donating 2 million instead of more, it was to avoid unnecessary attention and trouble. Too much money and too much attention aren't necessarily a good thing. What he needed most now was to keep a low profile. However, even 2 million was still a standout among all the donations, with an 8-digit donation that easily outshone the second-place donor. After making the donation, Subai left. After he left, chaos erupted in the hall. Because every donation must be recorded on a list, and the 2 million donation only had the signature a kind-hearted person. Shiji asked many people, but no one knew who had made such a huge donation. However, Yao Shui had figured it out. Chen Jiyu whispered beside her, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Mr. Su's work. Yao Shui nodded. Why didn't he sign his name? Chen Jiyu asked. Because he's a good person. Yao Shui smiled sweetly. Chen Jiyu didn't catch on at first, but gradually, she understood the deeper meaning. Many people do good deeds for fame. It's not that doing good deeds for fame makes someone a bad person. Such deeds are still worthy of praise, but it's not pure. But Subai is a good person, a purely good person who does good deeds without seeking fame or gain. For some reason, she found herself growing increasingly fond of Subai. Back to Subai's side, after returning to his room, he called Zhao Tianzhou. Zhao, how is the HR work going? Subai asked. Zhao Tianzhou's gentle voice came through the phone. Mr. Su. Everything is going smoothly. There are already over 600 employees at Dongjiang International. I plan to have some of them relocate to other provinces to set up branch offices. Excellent. You're doing a great job. However, before that, put your current work on hold and focus on handling the tasks I'll assign to you next. Alright, Mr. Su, as you say. Zhao Tianzhou replied. Subai said, over the next few days, prepare for an external press conference to announce that Dongjiang International will establish a charitable organization called the Jishir Foundation. Initially, it will donate schools and corresponding supporting measures to impoverished areas nationwide. The budget is 100 billion yuan. Zhao Tianzhou was stunned upon hearing this. She swallowed hard before regaining her voice and said, Mr. Su, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? A few billion could already make someone the richest person in the country. Several hundred billion is simply too extravagant. Dongjiang International is only worth a few hundred billion at most. This is essentially donating the entire company. No, go prepare it. We all came from humble beginnings. Now that we've succeeded, it's our social responsibility to benefit the less fortunate. Alright, Mr. Su, I'll go handle it right away. Zhao Tianzhou nodded. Since the big boss has made up his mind, she had no choice but to follow orders. Moreover, his words had deeply moved her. The big boss has made it big but hasn't forgotten his roots. Zhao Qianjiao acted swiftly. By the next morning, she had already convened a press conference. At the conference, Zhao Tianjiao announced on behalf of Dongjiang International that the company would contribute 100 billion yuan to establish a charitable foundation named the Jishir Fund. This 1 billion yuan would be used to build schools and improve infrastructure. The Jishir Fund would also provide a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan to each teacher working in impoverished mountainous areas. As soon as the press conference was broadcast on TV, it caused a huge stir, becoming the top headline on all major news outlets, truly making waves. 100 billion yuan for charity. 100 billion yuan. This is 100 billion yuan. Among the world's top 500 companies, few, if any, could afford to donate 100 billion yuan. Yet Dongjiang International's market value is only around 1 or 200 billion, meaning the company is effectively donating its entire market value, sending shockwaves around the globe. Such a massive donation is unprecedented in history. Previously, Dongjiang International was only well known in Shanghai, but now, thanks to this groundbreaking move, it has made headlines worldwide. All TV stations are airing this news during prime time. For a time, the name of Dongjiang International, this investment company, echoed throughout the country. Subsequently, some began to investigate Dongjiang International's background, but aside from knowing that the chairman is Su Bai, they found nothing else. Even the wealthy and powerful elite of high society were taken aback. Despite their high positions and use of every means at their disposal, they still had no idea who Su Bai was. Now, only a handful of people know his true identity. In contrast to Su Bai's mystery, Zhao Tianjiao's background was thoroughly exposed. She graduated from Magic City University, then worked as a manager at Dongjiang Restaurant, before being noticed by Su Bai, the big boss of Dongjiang International, and rose to become the CEO of Dongjiang International Investment Company, Limited. Chapter 173, Love is Bull. Money is the real power. Dongjiang International, a company that was once only known in the investment circles of Magic City, suddenly gained fame nationwide and even worldwide. Countless people wanted to see for themselves what kind of person this company, which had made bold claims and donated 100 billion yuan for charitable causes, truly was. Some curious individuals began calculating Dongjiang International's assets. This wasn't a big deal, but when they did the math, everyone was shocked. Just a month ago, Dongjiang International's total assets were only a few hundred billion. But in less than a month, its assets skyrocketed several times over, jumping from 2 or 300 billion to a staggering 3 or 4,000 billion. And even now, it continues to grow by over 10 billion yuan daily. This is truly terrifying. It's important to note that market value and investment are two entirely different things. Market value is the total sum of all assets, including many intangible assets such as land and real estate. Investment, on the other hand, refers to pure cash flow. Even an asset empire with a market capitalization exceeding 1 trillion may not necessarily have cash flow of 2 or 300 billion. Dongjiang International not only has this cash reserve but can also donate 100 billion in cash for charity. No one knows how terrifying Dongjiang International's true strength has become. As for Su Bai, the mastermind behind Dongjiang International, this aircraft carrier-like entity, all background information about him is completely blank, sparking endless speculation. Meanwhile, in Dongjiang province, a remote, desolate town, Feng Miao was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. In recent days, her parents have introduced her to many young men, all with decent conditions, but she just doesn't like any of them. Just recently, they even introduced her to the son of a local supermarket chain owner, a man of immense wealth and the town's richest man, but she still can't stop thinking about Zhao Yang and the sweet love they shared. Love is truly a mysterious thing. After the meal was served, Feng Miao's father, Feng Kun, put down the newspaper and called out to the room, "Miao Miao, come eat." "I'm not eating." A voice came from inside the room. Feng Miao's mother, Lu Feng, grew impatient and shouted, "Miao Miao, do you still have feelings for that guy? I've told you countless times, love is nonsense, it can't put food on the table. Moreover, our family has some standing here. If you marry that good-for-nothing Zhao Yang, what face will we have left to live here? Forget him and consider the son of Zhang, the supermarket owner. He's a good match. Think it over carefully." "Mom, are you trying to drive me to my death?" Feng Miao wept bitterly. "Kill you? I think you're trying to drive the two of us old folks to our graves." Lu Feng shouted. Feng Miao said nothing, just burying her face in the table and crying uncontrollably. Feng Kun and Lu Feng didn't bother with Feng Miao anymore. They went to eat. Suddenly, a news report on TV caught their attention. Evening news broadcast. Yesterday, Dongjiang International Investment Company, Limited, a subsidiary of Magic City Company, held a press conference. General Manager Zhao Tianjiao announced at the conference that Dongjiang International will establish a charitable public welfare fund, the Jishir Fund. The Jishir Fund will donate 10 billion yuan to build schools and improve educational conditions in impoverished areas, ensuring that all children around the world have access to education. In response, the governor of Magic City expressed high praise and warmly met with Dongjiang International General Manager Zhao Tianjiao and others. Zhao Tianjiao? The general manager of Dongjiang International? Feng Kuan and the others were startled, unable to continue eating, and immediately looked over. As the voiceover began, the TV screen changed, showing Zhao Tianjiao in a black suit. Compared to before, Zhao Tianjiao had undergone a complete transformation, exuding an air of authority and even a hint of intimidating presence. Feng Kuan and Lu Fang exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock, tinged with a hint of surprise. Moments later, Lu Fang hurriedly shouted toward the room, "Miao Miao, come out and take a look. It seems to be Zhao Yang's older sister, Zhao Tianjiao, on TV." Feng Miao rushed out and immediately fixed her gaze on the TV. At first glance, he recognized the person being received by the governor of Magic City. It was indeed Zhao Tianjiao. Although her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, her features remained unchanged. "Quick! Call him!" Lu Fang said excitedly. Feng Miao pulled out her phone and called Zhao Yang. "Yang Yang! Quickly watch the evening news on Dongjiang Channel 2. Miao Miao, I miss you so much. Hurry up and watch Dongjiang Channel 2. Your sister Zhao Tianjiao is on the news." "What? I'm going right now." Zhao Yang was startled, then reacted quickly, rushing into the living room and snatching the remote control from Zhao Taizhu, switching the TV channel. "What are you doing?" Zhao Taizhu saw Zhao Yang in such a hurry and asked in surprise. Zhao Yang didn't say a word. After switching the TV channel to Dongjiang TV Station 2, a familiar face suddenly appeared on the screen. "Jiao." Li Chunying couldn't believe her eyes, rubbing them vigorously before finally managing to say in a trembling voice, "Sister. It's really her." Zhao Yang also became excited. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu watched Zhao Tianjiao being received by the governor of the metropolis. His mind was utterly shot and his hands trembled uncontrollably. That elegant and composed Zhao Tianjiao, was she really his daughter? She was like a completely different person. Though he didn't understand what it meant to be received by the governor of the demon city, he had seen the news often and knew a simple truth: anyone who made the news was a prominent figure. Feng Miao's family. Lu Fang snapped out of it and hurriedly said to Feng Miao, "Miao Miao. Check it out, what's this Dongjiang International?" Feng Miao took out her phone and immediately searched for the relevant information. Dongjiang International Investment Company, Limited. Chairman Su Bai. General Manager Zhao Tianjiao. Upon seeing this, they all looked at each other in disbelief. General Manager. They were well aware of the significance of this. That was the second highest position in the company, right below the chairman. In a company, aside from the chairman, the general manager held the highest authority. So Feng Miao typed Zhao Tianjiao into the search bar. Graduated from Magic City. Experience at Dongjiang Restaurant. She was spotted by Su Bai, the big boss of Dongjiang Food House, and appointed as the general manager of Dongjiang International, thus rising to the top in one fell swoop. The three of them grew increasingly shocked as they read on, and by the time they reached the final sentence, they were utterly stunned. It is reported that Zhao Tianjiao, as the second in command of the group company, has a net worth conservatively estimated to exceed 10 billion. Once Dongjiang International goes public, Zhao Tianjiao is highly likely to become the richest woman in the country. 100 billion. Female billionaire. These words the three of them to the core. With their limited understanding, they couldn't fathom how much 100 billion was. They only knew that such an astronomical sum, if left in the bank for a single day, would be enough to live a life of luxury for several generations. Li Kuan swallowed hard and turned to Feng Miao, saying, "Miao Miao. Zhao Tianjiao is after all Zhao Yang's older sister. Let's have their family apologize to Zhao Tianjiao. Families don't hold grudges overnight." "All right. I understand. I'll talk to him first thing tomorrow morning." Feng Miao was delighted. Because her parents hadn't stopped them from meeting. Zhao Tianjiao, Yang Yang's older sister, is really amazing. She even made it onto the news. Chapter 174, Unrepentant. A family that eats its own. On TV, Zhao Tianjiao spoke confidently, remaining calm and composed even when facing the governor of Magic City, showing no sign of fear. Zhao Taizhu didn't know much about it, but he knew that the governor of Magic City was a very high-ranking official, thousands or even tens of thousands of times more powerful than their village chief. In ancient times, if he had encountered such a person, he wouldn't even have to kneel and kowtow. Yet now, his daughter Zhao Tianjiao could converse so freely with the governor of Magic City. What an honor that must be. What a prestigious position she must hold. Zhao Taizhu knew that the Zhao Tianjiao who had once been beaten and scolded by them no longer existed. Over the past few months, their family had lived in extreme poverty. Previously, Zhao Tianjiao would send back 2,000 yuan every month, and she had done so for 2 whole years. 2,000 yuan a month in pocket money not only in their remote mountain village, but even in the city. College graduates barely make a few thousand yuan a month, let alone 2,000. That amount of money could have allowed them to live comfortably. Unfortunately, misfortune struck the family. Zhao Yan, the prodigal son, squandered all the tuition money Zhao Tianjiao had worked so hard to save, and then started living with Feng Miao. The two of them didn't work and relied almost entirely on that money to get by. Add to that the debts from gambling and daily expenses, and even 20,000 yuan isn't enough anymore.
Now, since Zhao Tianzhou has left, they have no one to rely on, not even the 20,000 yuan, leaving the family so poor they can barely make ends meet. Thus, the elderly couple had no choice but to pick up their farming tools and continue working the land. However, after so many years of not working the land, the strenuous labor left them feeling unwell. They longed for their beloved daughter to send money back, but alas, every time they went to the bank with high hopes, they returned disappointed. They had visited the bank so many times that the bank tellers began to grow impatient with them. The rapid decline in their quality of life had plunged them into poverty, transforming them from once prosperous villagers into the subject of mockery and gossip. Zhao Taizhu and Li Guiqin could no longer hold their heads high in the village, feeling like rats scurrying through the streets. Having fallen into such a dire situation, they didn't blame themselves for anything they had done wrong. Instead, they blamed all their problems on Zhao Tianzhou, believing that if she hadn't stopped sending money back, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Thus, this family of three, who had grown accustomed to living off others, began to resent Zhao Tianzhou, plotting to find her and teach her a lesson once they did, to vent their pent-up anger. But now, they saw Zhao Tianzhou on the news. Now, Zhao Tianzhou's life seemed to be 1,000 times better than theirs, like heaven and earth. But no matter what, Zhao Tianzhou was still their daughter, whom they had raised from childhood. Now that she was grown up, how could they just abandon her? Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Yang suddenly felt a surge of anger in their hearts. All they wanted now was to find Zhao Tianzhou and vent the anger they had been building up over the past 2 months. Zhao Taizhu spat on the ground, glaring at Zhao Yang, and said harshly, "Find out where that damn girl is now. We're leaving immediately to go find her. Even if she's the general manager, or even the emperor, she's still my daughter. Daughters are supposed to take care of their parents, it's only natural. Parents educating their daughters is also only natural. Alright. I'll check it on my phone right now," Zhao Yang said, then immediately opened the search bar. At that moment, Zhao Tianzhou had no idea that after appearing on the news, her current situation had already been discovered by Zhao Taizhu and the others. A crisis targeting her was brewing. Even if she knew, she couldn't do anything about it. A single word from Subai would have her running around non-stop, too busy even to sit down for a meal. After the press conference, the G-Share Fund would need to be implemented. Since Subai, the mastermind behind Dongjiang International, wasn't doing anything, the entire operation of this massive enterprise relied on her to issue orders. Not only does she have to coordinate the G-Share Fund, but she also can't neglect Dongjiang International's core business investments. She has to juggle both responsibilities. Even when she is swamped with work, Zhao Tianzhou never utters a single complaint about Subai. Being able to enjoy such glory attending a press conference and being warmly received by the governor of Magic City, she owes her current status entirely to Subai. She is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Moreover, Subai trusts her completely. After all, Dongjiang International now controls assets worth tens of billions of dollars, yet she alone holds the reins. Such trust cannot be measured in gold or silver. Faced with such trust in favor, she naturally dedicates every ounce of her energy and effort to repay Subai. To put it bluntly, she is already halfway into the top circle, controlling an investment company with assets exceeding 300 billion, and judging by the current trend, breaking through the trillion mark is only a matter of time. If she were to surpass $1 trillion market cap, even in the imperial capital, she would be considered one of the top commercial titans. Of course, these are just the publicly known rankings of power. As for how strong the hidden aristocratic clans are, that remains unknown. At this moment, Subai was far from satisfied with her current status. The number of wealthy individuals he gains each day is only in the tens, and the pace is still too slow. It takes 2 days just to level up once. And when he previously broke through his limits, he had to use 1,000 wealthy points each for mental strength and physical strength. If that's the case, once he reaches the maximum level of this high-level martial arts cultivation, wouldn't he need 10,000 wealthy points? At this rate, the daily increase of a few dozen points was simply insufficient. In fact, he was well aware of the rapid development of Dongjiang International. It was growing at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket taking off. In just 2 months, it had already invested nearly 500 billion, plus an additional 100 billion in charitable donations, totaling around 600 billion. Such an astronomical figure is truly terrifying. Such a massive investment has already caught the attention of some prominent families and clans. In just a few days, Subai has received numerous calls from friends. Yuan Xuyao, Luo Yuyao, and representatives from various factions, basically anyone with influence, have either sent messages or made calls, subtly hinting that he should tone down his ambitions. He has been too flashy lately. Yuan Xuyao, perhaps considering the 10-year agreement, spoke most directly, telling him to pause expansion and slow down the pace of development. You can't get fat by eating too much at once, don't be impatient. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Those families with deep roots have several hidden cards up their sleeves, and one reveal all their strength at once. Subai wasn't particularly worried. After all, he has the identities of a member of the Special Investigation Group S Team A and a member of the Lone Wolf Black Eagle Squad.
Even families with the deepest roots wouldn't dare to act against him lightly. However, if all the trump cards are played, that would put him at a disadvantage. What should he do? Subai was also feeling a bit troubled. He couldn't spend money recklessly. If he did, his growth would slow down and his strength would increase at a slower pace. Sigh. This is so frustrating. You can't even spend your own money. What's the logic behind that? Chapter 175, Gods Fight, Mortals Suffer. Imperial Capital. In a luxurious mansion, Lu Bufan was waiting nervously for the final result. In recent days, Subai hadn't shown up at school and no rumors had circulated, leaving him unsure whether the dark web operation had succeeded. Earlier, the dark web staff had explicitly stated that regardless of the outcome, they would provide a response. As the agreed-upon time approached, his mood grew increasingly complicated. Suddenly, a message popped up on the computer. After confirmation from the dark web official, the assassin assigned to execute your task has been killed, and the mission has failed. If you wish to keep the mission active, an additional fee must be paid on top of the original amount. If you wish to cancel the mission, the full fee will be refunded. Dead? The dark web's assassin is dead? The mission failed too? How could this be? Upon seeing this message, Lu Bufan's breathing suddenly grew tight and his body couldn't help but shiver with cold. After all, the dark web is home to the world's most elite assassins, not exactly the cream of the crop, but still ruthless killers with countless lives on their hands. And yet, they all failed. This guy is so hard to kill. Could it be that he must wait until the decisive battle of the 10-year pact is over before he can use the Lu family's power to strike against Subai? No. For someone as proud as Lu Bufan, becoming a laughingstock to others would be worse than death. After a moment's thought, Lu Bufan clenched his teeth and immediately increased the bounty to 30 billion. He was now desperate. As long as Subai was dead, he wouldn't hesitate to pay 300 billion if necessary. The 30 billion bounty immediately propelled Lu Bufan's mission to the top 4 on the rankings. It immediately caught the attention of many assassins. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. People will risk their lives for money, and in the face of such a huge reward, no one would hesitate to take the risk, no matter how dangerous the place. Meanwhile, in a mysterious base somewhere. Boss. There's movement over there. He's raised the bounty to 30 billion. Can't hold back anymore? Hurry up. Lock onto his IP address. Yes. Soon, someone shook their head and said, Boss, the dark web has cut off our access. We have no confirmed address, only that it originated from the Imperial Capital. As expected of the legendary dark web. Notify 11 of the situation here. Black Eagle 11. Inside the Tianhua Longwan Grand Hotel, Subai was struggling with how to spend his money when his phone suddenly rang. It was an encrypted message from the White Snake Squad. He perked up immediately and hurriedly got out of bed to check it. Black Eagle 11. We've identified the mastermind behind this. The individual is currently in the Imperial Capital, but we need a bit more time to pinpoint their exact location. The bounty has been increased to 30 billion. Prioritize your safety and contact the organization immediately if anything unusual occurs. Imperial Capital? 30 billion. Subai narrowed his eyes, already having a suspect in mind. Lu Bufan. The young master has dispatched Lu Bufan, one of the 8 great kings, who is currently in the Imperial Capital. Moreover, coming up with several billion is not particularly difficult for Lu Bufan. After all, even the Lu family of Dongzheng, the uncrowned king, would find it extremely difficult to come up with 30 billion in cash. However, he and Lu Bufan had some past grievances, but it wasn't enough to escalate into a life or death enmity. Of course, Subai wasn't raised in luxury, so he naturally doesn't understand the pride and face-saving nature of such people. To verify his suspicions, he could start by investigating Huang Wenbin. With that in mind, Subai decided to meet Huang Wenbin first and then play it by ear. When class started in the afternoon, Subai went straight to Huang Wenbin and said, Senior Huang, come out with me. Huang Wenbin was sitting in the classroom. Seeing Subai come to find him, he was a bit confused. After a moment of hesitation, he followed him out. He was still completely unaware of Lu Bufan's assassination plan. Otherwise, he would have immediately guessed why Subai was looking for him. This was the consequence of information asymmetry. After the two left, the previously quiet classroom erupted into chaos. After all, Subai was now considered a rising star at Xinbei University. The goddess of the campus, recognized by all students at Xinbei University, Yuni Shuang, whom Pei Lishuan had pursued for 3 years without success, was swiftly won over by Subai in just a few days. This astonishing speed was truly mind-boggling. Han Shiyun, sitting at the back of the classroom, looked at Subai's back with a complex expression. After a long while, she finally let out a deep sigh. As the saying goes, those closest to the water get the moon first, but she still couldn't be with Subai. Meanwhile, Subai walked all the way to a secluded corner before stopping. He turned to look at Huang Wenbin and said, Senior Huang, have I done something to offend you? Ha? Huang Wenbin looked completely bewildered. Subai didn't wait for Huang Wenbin to respond and continued, You're Lu Bufan's subordinate, yet I've never laid a finger on you. I've been as kind as possible. Why did you reveal my whereabouts to Lu Bufan, allowing him to send assassins to kill me? What? Huang Wenbin remained completely bewildered. Upon hearing this, his mind went blank. What's going on? Lu Dashi sent people to kill Subai? How come I don't know anything about this? No wonder Lu Dashi has been so concerned about Subai's whereabouts lately. It turns out that's why. Of course, at that moment, Huang Wenbin realized that he couldn't possibly admit to this, so he shook his head hurriedly and said, Su Shueshi, I don't understand a single word you're saying. Subai's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Don't play dumb with me, Huang Wenbin. Let me tell you this, if you dare to lay a finger on him, I might hesitate, but if you dare to harm him, it'll be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Do you really think Lu Bufan will come to your rescue then? Huang Wenbin shuddered violently but still stubbornly said, Su Shuesher, I really have no idea what you're talking about. You still don't know? Subai suddenly took a step forward, and a terrifying aura spread from his body, swiftly enveloping Huang Wenbin. In an instant, Huang Wenbin felt as though a mountain was crushing him, leaving him unable to breathe. At the same time, he was enveloped by a strong shadow of death. Out of fear, his legs trembled violently. At that moment, he didn't hesitate. If he continued to be stubborn, Subai would truly kill him. His body went limp and he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, his voice trembling with tears. Su Shao. I did tell him about your whereabouts, but I truly didn't know he would send someone to kill you. Please, spare me. Hearing this, Subai had already obtained the answer he sought. He glanced at Huang Wenbin and said, Don't aid the tyrant. Be careful or you won't even know how you died. He then turned and left. Huang Wenbin remained kneeling on the ground for a long time before his body temperature slowly returned to normal. He belatedly realized that Subai had just scared him. He couldn't help but exhale slowly, but the clothes on his back were already soaked through with cold sweat. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and immediately cried out. Mom! I need to leave the country. Now, immediately. What's wrong, my dear son? Mom, if you want me to live, don't ask any questions. Hurry up and handle the paperwork. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before responding with a hint of panic. Alright. Don't cry. I'll go handle it right away. Chapter 176, Subai takes action, Lu Bufan meets a tragic end. In the luxurious suite of Tianhua Lonwan, Subai lay on the bed, contemplating his next move. He never expected it to be Lu Bufan's doing. However, he couldn't just go after Lu Bufan. After all, he was the eldest son of the Lu family. Not only did the Lu family already hold significant power and influence in the imperial capital, but Lu Bufan himself was one of the 8 great kings of the young master faction. If he acted rashly, he would offend these two colossal figures, and one move could set off a chain reaction. After some thought, Subai called the leader of the Black Eagle squad, Zhuang Zhenhai. Captain, I figured out who's trying to kill me. Subai said. Zhuang Zhenhai replied, Good. Then retaliate. The Black Eagle squad never forgets a debt. But that person is the young master of a major family. Who is he? Lu Bufan. The eldest son of the Lu family from the imperial capital. Zhuang Zhenhai burst out laughing and joked, You call that a prominent family? Let me tell you, we don't even bother with a few Lu Bufans like him in a year. We wouldn't be able to report back to the higher-ups. If the boss says so, I'll rest easy. But I must remind you, as long as you touch Lu Bufan and leave the others alone, even if the sky falls, the lone wolves will be there to protect you. Zhuang Zhenhai's meaning was clear. If Lu Bufan kills Subai, and Subai fights back, that's justified and morally upright. They, as lone wolves, are protecting their own and support such actions. But if Subai harms others, that would violate the principles of the lone wolf organization. They protect their own, not aid the wicked. Got it, boss. Don't worry, I know how to handle things. Zhuang Zhenhai added, Let me know before you act. I'll personally call the head of the Lu family. Got it, boss. After hanging up the phone, Subai couldn't help but laugh out loud. With such powerful connections, things are so much easier. A few words were enough to resolve his concerns. Lu Bufan, you just wait. Since you've already targeted me with murderous intent, don't blame me for being ruthless. Using his status as a formal member of Team A, Subai contacted the Special Investigation Team D to track down Lu Bufan's whereabouts. Special Investigation Team Ding is a unit tasked with establishing intelligence networks within the country, with a role similar to that of the White Snake Squad. The only difference is that the White Snake Squad focuses on overseas operations. Midnight. Lu Bufan exited the main base of the young master, the Tianlong Club, and prepared to return home. Kong Shu drove. Halfway through the journey, Kong Shu noticed something unusual. The usually bustling highway was now completely deserted. At this hour, the nightlife in the capital city was just getting started. Eerie. Too strange. Kong Shu was about to floor the gas pedal to leave, but the road ahead was blocked by several large trucks. He had no choice but to stop the car and said to Lu Bufan, who was already nearly unconscious from drinking, Young Master Lu, we're in trouble. Lu Bufan, who was still disoriented, didn't take it seriously at first. But when he got out of the car and saw the surroundings, he suddenly sobered up. A chill swept over him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, the wide road was deserted, with not a single vehicle or person in sight. For the bustling imperial capital, midnight was just the beginning of the nightlife, and even the suburbs wouldn't be this desolate at this hour. Something was definitely wrong. The silence was terrifying. Lu Bufan swallowed hard, feeling a surge of fear. Tap. A series of footsteps echoed through the air. Then, a figure emerged from the darkness. He stood before Lu Bufan and spoke calmly. Lu Bufan. Since our parting in Dongjiang, I have missed you greatly. Su Bai. Lu Bufan immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and his breathing grew rapid. Are you surprised to see me standing here alive and well? Thanks to my good fortune, otherwise I would have been assassinated by the assassins you sent. Su Bai said with a smile, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Quick! Call for help from the family head. Kang Shu shouted decisively. Lu Bufan snapped out of it and quickly pulled out his phone, but just as he was about to call, it showed no service area, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Kang Shu, no signal. Lu Bufan turned to Kang Shu, his voice trembling with emotion. Kang Shu checked his own phone, no signal either. His pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. How could this be? This is the imperial capital. How powerful has Su Bai become that he can cut off the signal here? Lu Bufan, don't make a futile struggle. I only intervened earlier to save someone, and I was careful not to harm you. Yet you hired someone to kill me. Su Bai's voice grew increasingly low and filled with murderous intent. You're choosing your own death, don't blame me. Lu Bufan was terrified to the extreme, trembling as he said, I am the young master of the Lu family. Oomph. Lu Bufan, do you really think I'm afraid of a mere Lu family after I've managed to cut off the phone signals here? Su Bai said coldly. Kang Shu immediately shouted at Lu Bufan, Lu young master, go to the Tianlong club and find Zhao Longfeng. Only he can save you now. Su Bai's earlier words immediately made him realize that Lu Bufan was now in imminent danger. This is the imperial capital. Blocking roads and cutting off signals, even if 10 Lu families were tied together, they wouldn't have such power. Yet Su Bai had done it, which meant that the person behind him was far stronger than the Lu family. Now, only Zhao Longfeng, one of the young elites of the imperial capital and a peak figure among the aristocracy, had the ability to save Lu Bufan. Of course, the most critical factor was that he could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Su Bai. As soon as the words fell, Kang Shu immediately launched a suicidal attack toward Su Bai, intending to use his own life to buy time for Lu Bufan's retreat. However, as soon as Lu Bufan made a move, a loud explosion echoed, followed by an agonizing scream. He looked over and saw that the ground around him had been shattered into a small crater, with dust flying everywhere. Kang Shu, lying in the crater, was already on the brink of death. What? Kang Shu didn't even last a single round. He was killed instantly? Lu Bufan's pupils contracted sharply, and a chill spread throughout his body. At that moment, he could barely stand steady. Su Bai. Seeing Su Bai walking toward him, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Please spare me this time. His right hand quietly reached for his waist. First, he used his pleas for mercy to distract Su Bai, then he suddenly drew his gun, aimed it at Su Bai, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet from the handgun struck Su Bai's body, but it stopped just half an inch away, as if an invisible wall had blocked it. The bullet, having lost its momentum, fell to the ground. How is that possible? This time, Lu Bufan had thrown all his pride and dignity to the wind. Terrified, his face pale, he knelt down and begged for mercy, his voice trembling with fear. You brought this upon yourself, you deserve to die. Su Bai shook his head, his expression indifferent. He raised his finger and flicked it lightly. Bang! A streak of light shot forward with blinding speed. It pierced straight through Lu Bufan's forehead. Lu Bufan looked at Su Bai in horror, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. He raised his hand and touched the empty space where his forehead had been, then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lu Bufan, one of the heavenly kings dispatched by the young master and the first in line to inherit the Lu family, was dead. Chapter 177, Deserving of Death. Lu Kai's Horror. Outside the imperial capital, in a vast estate spanning thousands of acres. In the hall, Lu Bufan lay motionless on the cold ground, covered with a white cloth. Beside him, a middle-aged woman of noble bearing lay collapsed on the ground, clutching Lu Bufan's already cold body, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Lichuan, the head of the Lu family, sat on the chair with a furious expression. He suddenly slammed his fist on the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Who can tell me why my son went out and came back like this?" His son was dead. And he was his most beloved child. Most importantly, as the head of the Lu family, he didn't even know who had committed the crime. This was a blatant insult to the Lu family. The butler Zhang Ling whispered beside him, "Master. We don't know the details either. We just received a call telling us to go pick someone up, and then we saw this. Uncle Kong is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, and his condition isn't good. Isn't there a phone number?" "Check it." Zhang Ling said, "We can't find it. There's not a single clue." The call seemed to appear out of thin air and then vanish just as quickly. Lu Lichuan barked, "Can't find it? Mobilize all available resources to investigate. I refuse to believe that with the Lu family's influence, we can't trace a single phone number. Understood, Master. I'll handle it immediately.
Zhang Ling was about to leave when he noticed a figure moving in the darkness.
Wait.
The figure entered the hall with gray hair at his temples, a face wrinkled with age, and a hunched back supported by a cane. Despite his frail appearance, he exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. However, at that moment, this vigorous old man bore a faint, barely perceptible trace of decline.
Dad. Lu Lichuan choked out. Master.
Zhang Ling bowed respectfully, his body half bent.
This old man was Lu Lichuan's father, Lu Bufan's grandfather, and the revered patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Kai. Lu Kai glanced at Lu Lichuan, then turned to Zhang Ling and said, "Let Fan be buried in peace. Then, tell everyone that Fan died suddenly of a severe illness." What?
Zhang Ling froze in place. Lu Bufan's mother suddenly raised her head and screamed with all her might.
Father!
He was your own grandson. He was the future leader of the Lu family.
He died under such mysterious circumstances, and you not only refuse to seek revenge but also want to sweep this under the rug? I will not allow this.
As her only son, Lu Bufan had died in such a bizarre manner, and her heart was now filled with hatred.
Lu Lichuan snapped out of his shock.
Unlike his wife, who was consumed by emotion, he remained relatively rational. The old master must have his reasons for acting this way.
After some thought, he asked, "Did Fan offend someone he shouldn't have?" Lu Kai ignored Lu Lichuan and spoke to Zhang Ling in a stern tone. "What are you still standing there for? Do you think I can't give you orders?"
Zhang Ling startled, bowing repeatedly and said, "I'll go right away."
Lu Kai looked at Lu Lichuan, then turned and walked toward the inner chambers. Lu Lichuan followed him inside.
In the hall, Lu Mu was holding Lu Bufan's already cold body, refusing to let go no matter what. Lu Mu was furious at the moment, and Zhang Ling dared not provoke her at this time, so he could only stand by helplessly.
Once inside the room, after closing the door, Lu Lichuan asked anxiously, "Father, which family did Fan off? Please tell me clearly." Lu Kai sat on the sofa, sighed deeply, and his voice grew weak and listless. "Don't ask any more.
Knowing this won't benefit you or the Lu family in the slightest."
Lu Lichuan immediately grew agitated and exclaimed, "Father!
He was your own grandson. The future head of the Lu family has died under such mysterious circumstances.
How can we explain this to the Sima family, our betrothed allies, or to the Lu clan? If this gets out, people will say that the Lu family dared not seek revenge even after our heir was killed. How can the Lu family stand its ground in the imperial capital?
Moreover, Fanner is a man sent by the young master, and he has a close relationship with the eldest son of the Zhao family.
We can seek his help.
The Zhao family is a top-tier noble clan with immense power and influence."
Lu Lichuan grew increasingly agitated.
His most beloved son is dead, and he doesn't even know who did it.
As a father and as the head of the Lu family, he cannot accept this outcome.
Lu Kai rubbed his temples, his voice growing increasingly weary. "Select another candidate to cultivate as the heir of the Lu family. As for the Sima family, they merely want to form an alliance with the Lu family through marriage. Who the marriage partner is doesn't matter, as long as they are the young master of the Lu family.
As for the Zhao family..." He raised his head and looked at Lu Lichuan, saying, "The Zhao family wouldn't dare to step forward at this moment." Lu Lichuan was taken aback, a look of disbelief flashing across his face.
He swallowed hard, his voice sounding almost unrecognizable.
How could that be? The Zhao family is the clan that controls the Heavenly Palace. How dare they not dare to kill his son? How terrifying must they be to make even the Zhao family, who has already reached the pinnacle of power, feel apprehensive? Lu Kai said, "The more you know, the faster you die. It's better for you not to know these things." "Father, I still want to know who did this. Even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth,"
Lu Lichuan suddenly exclaimed.
Lu Kai looked at Lu Lichuan. He knew his son was the type who would ask questions until he got answers. After a moment of silence, he said, "Are you sure you want to know? No regrets?" Lu Lichuan said, "I won't regret it." Lu Kai took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words. "Lone wolf."
In an instant, Lu Lichuan was struck speechless, his pupils contracting sharply as an indescribable chill surged through his heart. He never imagined that it was the lone wolf who had killed his son. Even if he had 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to seek revenge. If the one who killed his son had been even the most prestigious aristocratic clan in the imperial capital, he would have dared to ally with other families and fight them to the death. Even if he failed, at worst, both sides would be left battered and bruised. But if it was the lone wolf, his Lu family, along with all the clans that had joined him, would face annihilation. This was the untouchable authority of the lone wolf. A lone wolf and a special investigation team are terrifying entities that stand above all the great clans. Now, among the top-tier factions, the most important criterion for evaluating their offspring is whether they can join the lone wolf or the special investigation team. These two organizations are renowned for protecting their own. As long as a family has a member within these organizations, even if their enemies hate them to the point of grinding their teeth, they dare not take the risk of annihilating the entire family. How could this be?
Lu Lichuan plopped down onto the ground, his face pale as he muttered to himself. Lu Kai also sighed deeply. Just an hour ago, he had received a direct call from the imperial capital governor. The high-ranking official had directly warned him over the phone that Lu Bufan had dared to lay a finger on the people of the Lonely Wolf, crossing an untouchable red line, and urged the Lu family not to act recklessly. Just thinking about that voice made him tremble with fear, despite his usual composure. Chapter 178. No matter how successful you become, she is still my daughter. The next morning, Feng Miao and his entire family went to Zhao Yang's place and showed the family all the information they had gathered about Zhao Tianjiao. This news filled Zhao Yang's family with joy. A fortune of over 100 billion. And the general manager of a major corporation. Powerful and wealthy. However, for someone like Zhao Taizhu, who had never seen the world, 100 billion was simply beyond comprehension. So Zhao Yang gave a more down-to-earth explanation. Even the richest person in their city wasn't worth as much as a fraction of Zhao Tianjiao's fortune, and calling it astronomical wealth wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, he emphasized the position of the Magic City chief executive. To put it bluntly, in ancient times, such a person would have been eligible to enter the imperial court, and they wouldn't even have the privilege of meeting him. Hearing this, the elderly couple was stunned into realization. They had already thought their daughter was quite accomplished, but the reality was that Zhao Tianjiao was far more accomplished than they had ever imagined and had surpassed their wildest expectations. The group immediately decided to act and set off for the metropolis in a grand procession. They even splurged on a private jet. At that moment, in front of the Dongjiang International Magic City headquarters building, Lu Fang glanced at the towering skyscraper and urged Zhao Taizhu, "Dear-in-laws, just apologize to Zhao Jiao and admit your mistake. After all, she's your daughter you raised from childhood, she won't abandon you." Zhao Taizhu, upon hearing this, flew into a rage and shouted. "Apologize to her? Absolutely not. I'm her father. Does she dare to ignore me? If she doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll cause a scene here. She's the general manager of Dongjiang International, isn't she? Let everyone see what kind of unfilial child their general manager is." Zhao Yang knew his sister's temperament. She was soft-hearted and wouldn't stand up to him. Fearing Zhao Taizhu would cause trouble, he hurriedly followed suit and pleaded. "Dad, don't get so angry. Once you see my sister, just say a few kind words to her. Remind her of our large family and don't push her away again. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to go back to farming in the countryside. And can you really bear to see your future daughter-in-law suffer?" Zhao Yang truly didn't want to farm anymore. Moreover, farming was secondary. If he returned, his marriage to Feng Miao would be ruined. He had no great ambitions in life, he just wanted to marry Feng Miao, live a life of love and happiness, and that was his only hope. All of this depends on his sister acknowledging them as her family. Li Chunhua didn't want to live a hard life anymore either. She hurriedly said, "Old man, don't act impulsively. Wait until you see Zhao Jiao. Be nice to her. After all, we are her biological parents. She won't abandon us. But if you push her too far, she really won't acknowledge us." She had been with Zhao Taizhu for nearly her entire life and knew his stubborn nature well. Plus, the 2 months of farm work had only added to Zhao Tiezhu's pent-up frustration, making it impossible for him to speak calmly. Usually, only Zhao Yang dared to argue back a bit, while she and Zhao Tianjiao could only endure the abuse. When Zhao Taizhu saw his son speak up, he just snorted, acknowledging it silently. Feng Kuan and Lu Fang saw this and couldn't help but relax. Given Zhao Taizhu's temper, he'd probably start a fight with Zhao Tianjiao the moment he saw her. In that case, they'd likely end up going back where they came from, wasting their trip. Not only would they gain nothing, but they'd also lose the cost of the plane tickets, a complete loss. They entered the building. A beautiful receptionist at the entrance greeted them with a polite smile. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "Why would I need an appointment for my daughter?" Zhao Taizhu asked. "Yes. I'm here to see my sister, we never need an appointment." Zhao Yang said. "May I ask if the person you're referring to is an employee of our company?" "Yes. Her name is Zhao Tianjiao, the general manager of Dongjiang International. By the way, I'm Zhao Yang, her younger brother who's as close as 2 fingers of the same hand. This is her father, Zhao Taizhu, and this is her mother, Li Chunhua." Zhao Yang introduced everyone one by one. This left the front desk clerk speechless with shock, exclaiming, "Ah! Are you all related to Ms. Zhao? You must know who Zhao Tianjiao is, the second in command at Dongjiang International, worth over 100 billion, and even received a warm welcome from the governor of Magic City." Yet Zhao Zong's family was dressed so shabbily, it was hard to believe. At first, she thought they were making things up, but seeing the whole family looking so serious, she decided to call and confirm, just in case. If they were indeed Zhao Zong's family and she had driven them away, her guilt would be immense. "Please wait here for a moment, I'll go ask." The front desk staff greeted the group and immediately called the general manager's secretary's office. "Hello, Ms. Su, this is the front desk. There are 6 people here looking for Mr. Zhao. They claim to be his relatives, including his younger brother Zhao Yang, his father Zhao Taizhu, and his mother Li Chunhua. There are also 2 middle-aged men and a young girl." "Hold on, I'll verify that." Su Xinyi placed the phone aside, walked to the office door, and knocked lightly. Upon hearing come in from inside, she pushed the door open and entered, addressing Zhao Tianjiao, who was busy working. Mr. Zhao, the front desk just called saying there are several people claiming to be your parents who want to see you. What should I do? Parents? How many people are there? Zhao Tianjiao furrowed her brows and asked. 6 people. 4 middle-aged men and women, plus a young couple. Su Xinyi said. Zhao Tianjiao remained silent for a moment before saying, take them to the small conference room. I'll be there shortly. Such a standard setup must be Zhao Yang and his parents, along with Feng Miao's family. Back in Dongjiang, this group had clung to her like sticky candy. Now they've come again, but she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, once she appeared on TV, it was only a matter of time before they found out. All right. Su Xinyi walked out. She personally went downstairs, brought the entire family to the meeting room, and then left without saying a word. So Zhao Yang and the others waited patiently. They dared not wander around. After all, the Dongjiang International Office Building was simply too vast. They felt like frogs at the bottom of a well seeing the vast sky for the first time, utterly stunned. To them, it was like a maze without someone to guide them. They might not even know where to go. Half an hour passed, and still no one came. Everyone waited patiently for another hour, but still no one showed up. Just as the second hour was about to begin, Zhao Taizhu couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up angrily and shouted, what the hell is that girl doing? How dare she make me wait for her? Does she want to die? Dad, calm down. Maybe your sister is still busy. After all, she's the general manager of such a big company, it's normal for her to be busy. Zhao Yang tried to calm him down. Zhao Taizhu was about to say something else, but seeing that Zhao Yang had spoken, he finally huffed and sat back down in his chair. Another hour passed. Just as Zhao Taizhu was about to explode again, the door to the conference room finally opened. Chapter 179, Don't advise others to be kind unless you've suffered their hardships. Creak. After the door opened, Zhao Tianjiao walked in with a stern expression. Sister. Zhao Yang's face immediately lit up with a sweet smile. Zhao Tianjiao merely glanced at Zhao Yang, ignoring him completely, and walked straight to the desk, sitting down in the main chair with a thud. Zhao Taizhu, seeing himself completely ignored and having been left waiting for hours earlier, his anger boiled over. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted at Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao. Have you had enough of living? Do you even know who your father is? You dared not send any money back for 2 months, leaving us to starve, yet you're here living in luxury. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll never be able to vent my anger. This time, Zhao Tianjiao didn't show any fear like before. Instead, she looked at Zhao Taizhu with unusual calmness, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and said indifferently. I've told you before, the debt of giving me life and raising me, I've already repaid you. As for how you live now, what does that have to do with me? Zhao Taizhu was so enraged by these words that his entire body trembled. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared like a lion, what does it have to do with you? You're my daughter. Do you really want to cut all ties with us? Unless you give us your life back. Oomph. Zhao Tianjiao raised her eyes to look at Zhao Taizhu, her gaze as cold as ice. I've had enough of your son favoritism. I've had enough of your discrimination. You only gave birth to me but never raised me, and you've been abusing me all along. I don't know where you get the nerve to say these things to me. She stood up, speaking slowly and deliberately. If I could, I would rather not be your daughter. At least then, my childhood would have been happy. You beast. Zhao Taizhu's face turned bright red. He looked as though he wanted to collapse from the anger. Calm down. Calm down. Old man, calm down. Li Chunhua hurriedly supported Zhao Taizhu and gently stroked his back to help him breathe. She looked at Zhao Tianjiao, who was as calm as a cloud. She's changed. Her delicate Zhao Tianjiao had changed. No longer meek and submissive, no longer the Zhao Tianjiao who sacrificed herself for the family. Zhao Yang realized he needed to step in, otherwise, his purpose for coming here would be in vain. He quickly turned to Zhao Tianjiao and said, Sister, Dad has always been this way. You know that. Besides, the life we've been living these past few months has been worse than death. Look at me, my hands are calloused, and we've been eating 1 meal a day, if that. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Tianjiao suddenly said, her tone finally showing a hint of emotion. Over the years, I've sent you 2,000 yuan every month. After all these years, that's over 60 or 70,000 yuan. It would be more than enough to buy 2 houses in the county seat outright. But look at how you've lived your lives. You've brought this upon yourselves. You deserve it. Zhao Yang said, Sister. I know I was wrong. I won't gamble anymore. Please. Don't. I won't be soft-hearted anymore. If you want money, I have none. If you want my life, take it. Zhao Tianjiao also spoke firmly. After saying this, she stood up and prepared to leave. Zhao Yang panicked immediately. Sister, must you be so heartless? Heartless? Zhao Tianjiao suddenly stopped in her tracks, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and looked at Zhao Yang with a mocking expression. Zhao Yang, you really dare to say that? I only eat one meal a day because of low blood sugar, and I've fainted several times. I've risked my life multiple times to earn money for your tuition, yet you gambled away my hard-earned money. Now you have the nerve to call me heartless? Zhao Yang, you've truly disappointed me." Zhao Yang was speechless for a moment, lowering his head in shame. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu finally regained his composure and shouted at Zhao Tianjia with a vicious expression. "You ungrateful beast! I raised you from infancy, and now you want to disown us? It's not that simple. Hand over 10 billion yuan. Otherwise, we'll turn this place upside down and make everyone in your company know that you're an ungrateful, disloyal, and unfilial beast. Then we'll see if you have the nerve to keep working here." Hearing this, the last remnants of affection in Zhao Tianjiao's heart vanished completely. Some people use their childhood to heal a lifetime. Others spend their entire lives trying to heal their childhood. Unfortunately, Zhao Tianjia was the latter. Even so, she still had her own parents in her heart, and her own good-for-nothing younger brother. However, after the incident at the Dongjiang Villa district, she began to re-evaluate this relationship. Now, this entire family had left her utterly disillusioned. They never ask how she has been doing outside, never show any concern for her, and are only obsessed with money. As for where her money comes from, they couldn't care less. Her bottomless sacrifices only led to even more exploitation. Perhaps, in her parents' hearts, favoring sons over daughters was deeply ingrained in their bones. Her heart had completely grown cold. So, Zhao Tianjia directly took out her phone and dialed the number. "Xiao Su, come over here." Before long, the conference room door opened, and Secretary Su Sini walked in, standing before Zhao Tianjia and said, "Ms. Zhao, get these people out of here. If they refuse to leave, call the police immediately." Zhao Tianjia finished speaking and left immediately. The remaining Zhao Yang and the others looked at each other in shock. Even Feng Miao's family stood there, unsure of what to do. What's going on? They're already kicking people out? If they don't leave, will they have to call the police? Is Zhao Tianjiao completely cutting ties with Zhao Yang's entire family? Feng Miao hadn't experienced what Zhao Tianjiao had gone through, so she naturally couldn't understand why Zhao Tianjiao was so resolute. It was all because of this ruthless family that had driven her to this point. At this very moment, Zhao Taizhu finally realized that this Zhao Tianjiao was no longer the meek and submissive daughter who had once endured his beatings and insults. The current Zhao Tianjiao is the general manager of Dongjiang International and a prominent figure in Shanghai. Such a drastic change was hard for him to accept. Originally, with Zhao Tianjiao achieving such great success as her parents, they should have been overjoyed, a cause for great celebration that would bring honor to the family. They could walk with their heads held high wherever they went. But why had things turned out this way? They had worked so hard all their lives, raising their children, only to end up with an unworthy son and a daughter who wanted to cut all ties with them. What on earth was going on? Perhaps even now, Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua hadn't realized that the reason Zhao Tianjiao had been driven to the point of disloyalty and even disowning them was entirely due to their constant beatings, lies, and double standards of favoring sons over daughters. Hearts are made of flesh. No one is made of steel. Zhao Tianjiao is exhausted. Her heart is dead. Chapter 180, Cowardice at its finest. An existence that cannot be spoken of. The entire family has left. In front of the towering security guards, Zhao Taizhu, who had been a bully all his life, dared not utter a single word. Earlier, Zhao Taizhu had sworn up and down that he would cause a scene at Dongjiang International until Zhao Tianjiao couldn't continue as general manager. But upon seeing these cold-faced thugs, especially after hearing there was a possibility of being arrested, he left obediently. The Zhao Tianjiao of today was no longer the vulnerable young girl she once was. She now exuded the intimidating aura of a business tycoon, and even Zhao Taizhu couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. As for the honest and law-abiding Zhao Taizhu and his elderly parents, they never even considered breaking the law. They were the type who were tough at home but cowards outside. They came full of hope and left in defeat. The Feng Miao family was even more furious. After all that trouble and expense, not only did they lose the travel costs, but they also ended up humiliated. It was a complete loss. They lost both the wife and the army. They lost everything. In the general manager's office, Zhao Tianjiao stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching Zhao Taizhu and his group leave. After a long time, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She couldn't blame herself for being so ruthless. She knew her parents and younger brother all too well. They were simply insatiable. Once you opened the floodgates, it would only get worse. If things went badly, Zhao Taizhu might even force her to hand over her position as general manager of Dongjiang International to Zhao Yang. To be honest, given the precedent set in Dongjiang earlier, this wasn't entirely impossible. Zhao Taizhu was a man who had deeply ingrained gender bias in his bones. He believed that daughters were meant to be married off, while only sons would take care of him in his old age. Such thinking meant that Zhao Taizhu would never treat Zhao Tianjia the same way he treated Zhao Yang. Suddenly, Su Bai's figure flashed through Zhao Tianjia's mind. She worked day and night, doing everything in her power to keep this business empire running, all to get closer to Su Bai. But once she reached the pinnacle of success, she realized all too well that she and Su Bai were from completely different worlds. She was well aware that the reason the powerful and influential governor of Magic City had been so kind to her was solely because of Su Bai, or rather, the family behind him. After all, the real mastermind behind Dongjiang International is none other than Su Bai. She's not stupid. She wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that simply investing a few billion would warrant such a high-ranking figure meeting with her personally. After all, at the level of the governor of Magic City, one is already considered to be at the pinnacle of success, yet he still needs to give face to Su Bai. It's unimaginable how deep the Su Bai family's roots must be. Such a family with such deep roots would be extremely cautious in selecting the future matriarch of the family. Even if she isn't exceptionally talented or beautiful, she must at least be of equal status. In any case, she wouldn't be so arrogant as to think she could catch the eye of the Su Bai family. But she truly loves Su Bai from the bottom of her heart. Never mind, she shouldn't think too much about it. She had already made up her mind, unless Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua undergo a fundamental change, which was, of course, highly unlikely, she would simply hire a few maids to take care of their daily needs, which would at least fulfill her filial duty. As for Zhao Yang, once he grows up and understands her hardships, she'll decide whether to offer assistance based on the circumstances. After all, for her at this moment, ensuring Zhao Yang lives a life of wealth and honor is merely a matter of a single word. An unprecedented political earthquake erupted within the highest echelons of power. Lu Bufan is dead. He died suddenly. The Lu family, led by Lu Bufan, was a powerful force in the imperial capital. Most importantly, Lu Bufan was one of the 8 heavenly kings of the young master faction, with Zhao Longfeng, the heir of the top-tier Zhao family, as his backing. Anyone who dared to touch Lu Bufan had to think twice. A violent death. Who would believe that? Not to mention that at Lu Bufan's level, ordinary illnesses wouldn't even bother him. Moreover, he undergoes a comprehensive checkup every month, so such a situation should never have occurred. Yet despite this, the Lu family still made such a statement to the outside world almost as if they were treating people like fools. Following this, Lu Lichuan designated a new son as his heir. It was clear that Lu Bufan's position as the young master was now a thing of the past. No matter how many suspicious circumstances there were, they would all be buried deep underground along with Lu Bufan's death. Those in the know dare not speak out. Those who were unaware of the truth, however, were frantically trying to uncover the truth, fearing for their own lives. Meanwhile, the Tianlong Club. The core members of the young master faction are all inside. The death of Lu Bufan is no less than a severe blow to the young master faction. Young master, how exactly did Lu Bufan die? We don't know, but you must know. Zhang Zimo, one of the 8 heavenly kings, asked in a solemn voice. That's right. Lu Bufan was clearly lying through his teeth. Such an excuse wouldn't even fool a ghost, but the Lu family still said it. It's obvious that Lu Bufan offended someone he shouldn't have. Please tell us, so we can be more cautious. One person said. The gazes of the other heavenly kings all turned toward Zhao Longfeng. Zhao Longfeng glanced at the others before speaking slowly. The person Lu Bufan offended has a very deep background. Everyone present was taken aback, then couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock on their faces. Zhao Longfeng's background is the deepest. Even as Zhao Longfeng described that person, he used the word deep twice. How deep could that possibly be? Most importantly, even Zhao Longfeng himself avoided mentioning it, which proved that the Zhao family also feared that person. Their backgrounds are actually similar to Lu Bufan's. Even Lu Bufan had died in vain, so if they provoked that person, their fate wouldn't be much better than Lu Bufan's. It seems they'll have to lie low for a while. Young master, we're all good kids, nothing should happen to us, right? Someone said. Nothing will happen. It can only be said that Lu Bufan brought it upon himself, don't blame others. However, that person will still be in the imperial capital for a while, so you all should behave yourselves. Zhao Longfeng reminded them. The young master is right. By the way, I just remembered that my martial arts have been neglected for a while. I want to focus on training. I won't go out for the next few days, I'll seclude myself to break through. Me too. Me too. Zhao Longfeng said, it's good that you have this mindset. Since that's the case, let's not gather together during this time. Focus on your training and strive to advance to the tiger rank as soon as possible. Only those who enter the tiger rank are considered true martial artists. The 10-year pact is approaching, and he doesn't want his vital strength to suffer another blow. Chapter 181, Huang Wenbin's Regrets. Meanwhile, after finishing his call with his mother, Huang Wenbin rushed straight to the airport. On the way, Huang Wenbin pondered long and hard before calling Zhou Hongbin, the president of Dongjiang University, to express his desire to study abroad and temporarily withdraw from school in China. Zhou Hongbin naturally refused, unwilling to let such a promising talent slip away. However, after Huang Wenbin insisted, even resorting to some threats and inducements, Zhou Hongbin finally relented. He was also taken aback and puzzled as to why this once model student would dare to defy him so boldly. When he thought about Huang Wenbin's father being in the capital, it immediately made him think of some unpleasant things. After hanging up the phone, Huang Wenbin felt deeply worried. If Lu Bufan defeated Su Bai, he could still come back. But if Lu Bufan lost, he might never return in his lifetime. Beep. Suddenly, Huang Wenbin's phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw it was his childhood friend calling. Brother Bin, Lu Xiao is dead. What? Lu Bufan is dead. In an instant, Huang Wenbin's pupils contracted sharply, his hands clenched into fists instinctively, the veins on his knuckles bulging, and his breathing became rapid. He had thought that Lu Bufan would at most suffer a defeat, but he never imagined that Lu Bufan, who had been sent by the young master with the 8 great kings, would actually die. Su Bai dared to kill Lu Bufan. This unexpected yet somehow inevitable turn of events caused the last remnants of Huang Wenbin's rationality to be replaced by fear. After all, Lu Bufan was 1,000 times stronger than his Huang family, and if Su Bai dared to kill Lu Bufan, then killing him, Huang Wenbin, would be no more than a trivial matter. Thinking of this, he hung up the phone and turned to his mother, Zhou Hui, saying, "Mom, drive faster." At that moment, Huang Wenbin's voice trembled. "What's wrong, son? You're acting unusually. Did something happen? Son, tell your mother." Zhou Hui spoke softly to comfort him. Huang Wenbin took a deep breath and decided to tell Zhou Hui the truth. This way, if Su Bai comes looking for revenge in the future, they'll at least be prepared. "Mom, Lu Bufan is dead. The person who killed him also has a grudge against me. Moreover, he came looking for me yesterday, asking where Lu Bufan was, and today Lu Bufan is dead. If he dared to kill Lu Bufan, he definitely won't spare me." "Wait. You said Lu Bufan is dead. Are you talking about the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Bufan?" Zhou Hui was startled, her breathing becoming. She slammed on the brakes, and after the car came to a stop by the roadside, she dialed the number. Soon, the call was answered. "It's me, Zhou Hui. I need to ask you something." Moments later, Zhou Hui hung up the phone and said to Huang Wenbin with a grim expression, "Tell me everything that happened, no matter how small the detail." Huang Wenbin thought for a moment before beginning his account, starting from when Lu Bufan first met Su Bai at the luxurious Golden Sand Hotel in Dongjiang, all the way to yesterday when Su Bai approached him and asked about Lu Bufan's whereabouts. You. What can I say to you?" Zhou Hui shook her head with a bitter smile. "Lu Bufan is dead, and even the powerful Lu family can only be described as having met a violent end. As for that Su Bai, we dare not even mention his name. How did you get involved with such an existence?" Huang Wenbin was so scared he burst into tears, his eyes red and choked with sobs. "Mom, I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Let's go. Leave immediately. Go abroad right now. And don't come back ever. Also, this matter must never reach your father. Otherwise, he'll sacrifice you to Su Bai for the sake of the Huang family." Zhou Hui said. "Love is deep, and so is the blame." At this moment, there was no point in assigning too much blame. Zhou Hui made a swift decision and rushed to send Huang Wenbin away as quickly as possible. With a screech, the car sped off. "Mom, what about you guys?" Huang Wenbin asked worriedly. Zhou Hui said, "Don't worry. You provoked him, not us. Besides, this is the emperor's domain, he shouldn't dare to cause trouble here." Though she spoke thus, Zhou Hui clearly lacked confidence. The Lu family is one of the top families in the imperial capital, and they even have connections with the Zhao family, the Zhao Longfeng of the top-tier families. Their power is beyond imagination. Even so, after losing their heir, the Lu family could only swallow their pride. This also showed that the power behind Su Bai was so immense that even the top-tier Zhao family had to avoid him at all costs. At this level, a single word or glance from Su Bai would be enough for countless factions to willingly eliminate this third-rate family for him. Therefore, this matter must absolutely not be revealed to Huang Wenbin's father, the head of the Huang family. Otherwise, he would certainly sacrifice Huang Wenbin for the sake of the Huang family. Send him away first, and by the time old Huang finds out, it will be too late to do anything. While Huang Wenbin and his mother were trembling in fear, Su Bai had already forgotten about Huang Wenbin. In truth, he had only meant to scare Huang Wenbin yesterday. He has always been someone who clearly distinguishes between kindness and enmity. If Huang Wenbin knew that Lu Bufan intended to kill him yet still revealed his whereabouts to Lu Bufan, then he wouldn't hesitate to act. However, judging from Huang Wenbin's words, it seems he had no idea about Lu Bufan hiring an assassin to kill him. Since that's the case, without any deep-seated grudges, he wouldn't want to kill an innocent person. The death of Lu Bufan also allowed Su Bai to return to his peaceful life once again. However, the White Snake Squad brought him some news that once again stirred up a storm. Because assassins on the dark web always take payment first before carrying out their tasks, and Lu Bufan had already paid in full, which meant that even though Lu Bufan was dead, the mission was still ongoing. Upon learning this, Su Bai did not give it a second thought. Currently, his physical strength was at the 4th tier of high martial arts, and his mental strength was at the 1st tier of high martial arts. With such formidable power, unless someone of Su Jingming and Zhuang Zhenhai's caliber intervened, no one could harm him in the slightest. Therefore, he has shifted his focus back to the wealthy patrons. However, the growth rate was currently quite slow. Several days had passed, and the number of wealthy individuals had only reached 87 points, not even reaching 100. The growth rate was as slow as a snail. However, the good news is that once the G-Share Fund begins operations, coupled with the two investment companies under the Magic Capital headquarters Imperial Capital branch ramping up their efforts and expanding into various provinces, the growth rate of the wealthy points will definitely accelerate significantly. By then, once physical and mental strength are pushed to their peak and some martial arts akin to the Heavenly Mystic Fist are mastered, moving around freely should pose no problem. The future is still promising. Finally, after several days of not attending classes, Subai realized he was a college student and decided to return to school. Chapter 182, Screw Fate. I'll fight to the end. About 3 hours' drive from the main urban area of the imperial capital lies a luxurious estate spanning over 5,000 square meters. This is the domain of the Sima family. As a reclusive aristocratic family, the Sima clan only emerged in the past 2 years and began openly participating in various affairs. However, having been detached from society for some time, they sought to regain their strength by forming a powerful alliance with the Lu family. At that moment, Sima Huayu arrived at the estate gates in her car. She had received a message from the butler earlier, instructing her to return immediately as there was an urgent matter to discuss. Just as she was thinking this, the estate gates slowly opened, and a servant walked out, bowing and saying, "Good day, miss." Sima Huayu nodded slightly, then stepped on the gas and drove in, parking the car in the garage. Turning around, she saw a red sports car parked nearby, and a fleeting look of coldness flashed across her face. She hurried into the hall. There, on the sofa, a young woman lay casually, her face covered in a black mask, her features hidden. However, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her curves were perfect, leaving no doubt that she was another goddess of beauty. Beside the woman, a man was speaking. Upon seeing Sima Huayu, the man hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Miss." Sima Huayu nodded and said directly, "Uncle Lu, what does the clan need me for?" Before the man named Lu Hui could respond, the young woman with the face mask sat up and smiled sweetly, saying, "Sister, this is some amazing news. You've always disliked Lu Bu Fan, right? Now you don't have to marry him anymore because he's gone." "Gone?" Sima Huayu was startled. "Lu Bu Fan is dead? How could that be possible? It's simply too unbelievable." Lu Bufan was the young master of the Lu family. His death was far too sudden and quiet. More importantly, such a huge event, and she hadn't heard a single whisper about it. Just as she was about to speak, Sima Yanyan smiled sweetly and said, "Of course, there's also some bad news. The cooperation between the Sima and Lu families will continue. Lu Bufan is dead, but there's another Lu family member named Lu Yen. He's said to be the illegitimate son of the Lu family patriarch, but he's now being groomed as the Lu family's heir." Upon hearing this, Sima Huayu's expression darkened abruptly, and she suddenly turned to Lu Hui and said, "Uncle Lu." Lu Hui took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Yes. This is a decision made after careful consideration by the clan." Sima Huayu let out a bitter smile, unsure whether he felt utterly disheartened or was mocking himself. "So, I'm just a pet after all. When the master dies, they just find a new one. You never treated me like a human being anyway. Miss you, please try to understand the family head's good intentions. The Sima family must form an alliance with a powerful clan to secure its position in the current power structure, and the Lu family is an excellent choice. Moreover, you will become the matriarch of the Lu family in the future. As for being a pet or plaything, that is completely out of the question." Lu Hui spoke these words of persuasion, but his face betrayed no emotion. "If this is such a good opportunity, why send me instead of Sam Ma Yen? Sam Ma Huayu exclaimed with a hint of heartbreak. Sima Yen remained smiling, speaking casually. "Sister, can you compare yourself to me? I am the future head of the family. I cannot marry outside the clan. Even if I were to marry, it would only be as a son-in-law. Moreover, as the heir, I can choose a husband who satisfies me. As the saying goes, kill the person and destroy their heart," and at this moment, Sima Yen had taken it to the extreme. Sima Huayu shouted, "Sima Yen, don't push your luck. Since we were children, the elders in the family have always told me to give way to you, saying I'm the older sister and you're the younger sister, but I should take care of you. They've always treated us differently, favoring you over me. What gives you the right? I'm only 5 months older than you." Sima Huayu sneered disdainfully, "You dare ask why? I started martial arts training at 16 and am now 22, soon to be a master on the Tiger rankings. Yet you, who are 5 months older than me, haven't even reached my level at 16. No matter how powerful a family is, it needs martial arts masters to uphold it. And I am the one who will protect the family in the future. No matter how clever you are, without martial arts, you're nothing but a castle in the air." As he spoke, he didn't even glance at Sima Huayu once. It was contempt that came from the depths of his bones. Lu Hui interjected, "Miss Sam, this decision was made unanimously by the family head and the elders. As a member of the Sam family, you must obey unconditionally." Sima Huayu ignored Lu Hui and instead looked at Sima Yen with a cold smile. "Opening champagne at halftime often leads to a humiliating defeat, Sima Yen. You're celebrating too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. We are both dark horses." With that, she strode away swiftly. Sima Yinyan finally looked at her older sister with curiosity and turned to Lu Hui, saying, "Uncle Lu, what does my sister mean by that? Could she be planning to defy the clan's decision?"
Lu Hui pondered for a moment and said, "I think the young Miss's words were just meant to disrupt your mindset. After all, you, the second young Miss, are currently at a critical stage of breakthrough. What's urgent now isn't what the young Miss said, but for you to quickly advance to become a tiger rank expert.
Only then will your position as the successor be secure." "I understand, Uncle Lu." Sima Yanyan nodded and returned to her room.
Meanwhile, on her way back, Sima Huiyu, while driving, couldn't help but shed tears, perhaps thinking about her fate, which felt as though she were a puppet.
Lu Bufan is dead.
And her tragic fate was far from over. She was to marry the new young master of the Lu family, Lu Yan.
Fate. This is fate. The tragic fate that would bind her for the rest of her life. There's no way out.
To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Born into the Sam family, a reclusive aristocratic clan, she has enjoyed the benefits and privileges of a wealthy family. Naturally, she must contribute to the family's prosperity, even at the cost of her own life. If given the choice, she would rather live a simple, ordinary life in an ordinary family. Unfortunately, this beautiful if doesn't exist.
No way. Absolutely not. She cannot be a puppet, manipulated by others. She must fight back. My destiny should be in my own hands,
not decided by some higher power.
At that moment, Sima Huiyu suddenly thought of Subai.
Earlier, Subai had promised to fulfill one of her wishes. And the sense of oppression Subai had instilled in her was something she had only ever felt from the elders of her clan.
Sima Yanyan was just half a step away from the tiger rank.
And behind her stood the entire Sima clan as her backing. At a similar age, Subai had already reached the peak of the tiger rankings, and the power of the family behind him was terrifying beyond imagination. To put it bluntly, if Subai were willing to help her wholeheartedly, she would have the chance to take control of her own destiny. The urgent task now is to quickly build a closer relationship with Subai. After all, they are only alumni and not particularly close.
Subai.
I'll see how you escape my grasp. Sima Huiyu wiped away a tear, and her face immediately broke into a smile that could captivate a nation.
Chapter 183, Frustration. The arrogant Pei Lishuan.
As for Subai, after returning to Qinbei, he began attending classes diligently. He had been too much in the spotlight, so it was best to keep a low profile for now. However, things didn't go as planned. Subai couldn't stay low-key at all. The mere rumor that he was Yuni Shuang's boyfriend made him the talk of Qinbei.
Who was Yuni Shuang? She's the ultimate campus beauty of Qinbei University.
Any article posted on the forum mentioning Yuni Shuang's name was guaranteed to go viral. Anyone associated with her naturally becomes a prominent figure on campus. As for all this, Subai knew nothing about it. He had been sitting in the classroom all morning, attending class diligently. However, there were two people who couldn't focus on class at all, staring at Subai the entire time. One of them was Han Shiyun. However, her face was filled with grievance and resentment. She could clearly sense that Subai had been intentionally distancing himself from her lately, barely even speaking to her.
Could it be because she was too proactive, making Subai think she was an improper girl? Oh no! This is a big misunderstanding.
She had always been chaste, let alone intimate contact. Not even another boy had ever touched her hand. But she couldn't bring herself to tell Subai about these things, as it would make her seem too calculating. Speaking of which, she was so proactive that time, yet Subai ran away.
Could it be that Subai has some issues in that department?
She is confident in her appearance and figure. Whether it was in Qinbei or at Dongjian University, the hungry glances from the guy spoke volumes. But when Subai looked at her, his gaze was pure and innocent.
That's definitely not possible. But that doesn't make sense either. If it's not possible, then why would Qinbei's school beauty Yunishuan have fallen for Subai? As for the other one, it's Sima Huiyu.
She's completely fixated on how to get Subai to do everything in his power to help her. Although Subai promised to help fulfill one of her wishes, he also said that whether it's fulfilled or not depends entirely on his own mood.
That won't do. She can't allow even the slightest risk.
First and foremost, she must strengthen her relationship with Subai. It can't just be a simple alumni connection. Otherwise, why would he help her? Therefore, she must attract Subai's attention.
What could possibly attract a man? Naturally, it's their physique and appearance.
Speaking of which, she considers herself quite attractive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be one of the 3 most beautiful women at Dongjian University.
However, even Han Shiyun, who was willing to offer herself, wasn't enough.
Perhaps, for someone like Subai, physical attractiveness isn't the deciding factor.
If that's the case, then we'll have to try a different approach. Sigh. So annoying. However, whenever she thought of Sima Yanyan's arrogant and contemptuous gaze, she couldn't help but seethe with anger.
She must surpass that woman.
She couldn't let that woman continue to gloat like this.
Subai is her only chance. She must seize it. So, the 2 top school beauties stopped paying attention in class and just kept staring at Subai. This left Subai feeling rather puzzled.
With his current spiritual power at the first rank of the high martial arts realm, no one's little movements could escape his eyes. Han Shuryun liked him. There was no doubt about that. After all, she had even offered herself to him last time. If it weren't for an urgent matter that forced her to leave, he might already be taken. The reason he had been avoiding Han Shuryun was because their relationship had begun due to money. After all, Han Shuryun had never paid much attention to him before, and the turning point in her attitude had only occurred after he had spent several million on her. He doesn't like such an impure relationship. To be honest, he does have his principles. He is not a scumbag. Otherwise, facing someone like Han Shuryun, a goddess with a face that could stop traffic and a figure that S-curves in all the right places, he'd just go for it. After all, he wouldn't be losing anything. But what about Sima Huayu? How is he the same as Han Shuryun? Could it be that he is also interested in him? Sigh. This is the trouble with being too charismatic. At lunchtime, Subai was planning to grab a quick bite and then head back to class. But as he took a few steps toward the cafeteria, someone appeared and blocked his path. Subai, the person asked. Subai nodded. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Someone is looking for you. Come with me. After speaking, the person walked away. Subai furrowed his brows slightly, hesitated for a moment, then slowly followed. Judging by the hostile demeanor, it was clear this wasn't going to be friendly. However, Subai wasn't the type to be easily intimidated. Soon, following the man, Subai arrived at a small lake. It looked familiar, and after looking around for a while, he finally remembered it was the place where he had confessed his feelings to Yuni Shuang. On the bench where he and Yuni Shuang had sat before, someone was sitting there. Xian Gongzi. The guide walked over and bowed. Xian Gongzi. Pei Lishuan. Pei Lishuan looked at Subai, remained silent for a moment, then said, Subai? Subai nodded. Pei Lishuan thought for a moment and asked again, do you know Yuni Shuang? Upon hearing this, Subai immediately understood everything. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this so-called Xian Gongzi was one of Yuni Shuang's admirers. That made sense. After all, with Yuni Shuang's qualifications, she was bound to be the most attention-grabbing person around. He must have been new to the school and was spotted while exploring the campus with Yuni Shuang. Gossip is always the first source of entertainment, even at Qinbei University, which gathers the top students from across the country. So what if you know him? What does that have to do with you? Now that he had clarified the other person's identity, Subai saw no need to be polite and directly rebutted. And judging by the other person's demeanor, they clearly had ulterior motives. Pei Lishuan coldly replied, Humph. It does have something to do with me. Yuni Shuang is the acknowledged campus beauty of Qinbei University. She's not someone like you, a lowly insect, can even dream of. You'd better take a good look at yourself and stop trying to get what you can't have. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I'll have you expelled from school. You don't want all your hard work to go to waste, do you? Oh, come on. Do you think you're the principal? You can just expel me whenever you want? I think the one who should take a good look at himself is you. Subai retorted. Pei Lishuan's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Subai. I'm warning you, don't push your luck. If you offend me, you'll regret it. Beep. Suddenly, Subai's pocket rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, which displayed the name Yuni Shuang. He pressed the answer button. Subai. Where are you? I need to talk to you. Yuni Shuang's clear voice came through the phone. I'm at the lake where we were earlier. All right. Wait for me, I'll be right there. After saying that, Yuni Shuang hung up the phone. At that moment, Pei Lishuan spoke again. You probably don't know who I am. So, I'll give you some time to find out. After that, stay away from Yuni Shuang. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Pei Lishuan believed that since he had personally approached Subai to discuss the matter face to face, if the other party still insisted on going their own way, then he would have done everything in his power. This was in the imperial capital, his stronghold. Dealing with an outsider was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Chapter 184, Suspected of checking into a hotel? Everyone's hearts are broken. After delivering his threat, Pei Lishuan left. However, before he had taken a few steps, he spotted a ethereal figure, as if she had stepped out of a painting, walking toward him. Yuni Shuang. His dream goddess. In an instant, Pei Lishuan became incredibly excited. Just as he was about to greet Yuni Shuang with excitement, she walked right past him and headed toward Subai. Subai. I need to talk to you. Yuni Shuang stood in front of Subai, her face flushing red in an instant. She glanced at the few people nearby and then said, let's talk somewhere else. Subai nodded. Following Yuni Shuang's gaze, he saw Pei Lishuan, whose face was almost contorted with anger. A sense of satisfaction welled up inside him, and he nodded at Yuni Shuang and said, all right. Let's go. After speaking, he left, and Yuni Shuang followed closely behind, giving off an air of a wife following her husband. The two arrived at a secluded spot. Yuni Shuang looked up at Subai, her face suddenly turning red as if she had thought of something. She whispered, my parents heard you came to the imperial capital and wanted to invite you over for dinner to thank you for saving my life back then. After speaking, she looked at Subai nervously, afraid he might refuse. Subai had initially intended to refuse. After all, so many years had passed, and using this reason to go to Yun Yishuang's home again felt a bit like moral blackmail. However, when he saw the hopeful expression in her clear eyes, he found himself nodding in agreement. Seeing that Subai had agreed, Yun Yishuang sighed in relief, her face lighting up with joy. "When should we go?" Subai asked. "Tonight. It's perfect, I have time tonight. My parents are both busy and won't be home," Yun Yishuang said. Subai nodded. "Alright. Let's go tonight. Deal. I'll go to class first. Remember to wait for me after school." After saying that, Yun Yishuang skipped away, her mood couldn't have been better. Seeing this scene, Pei Lishuan, who was not far away, was almost driven mad with jealousy. Daring to be so intimate with his dream goddess right in front of him, this was a special privilege he had never experienced. "Subai, you're really something." Even Yun Yishuan completely ignored him. A surge of unnamed anger rose from the depths of his heart. Who does he think he is? The second young master of the Pei family. He's always been the one to reject others, yet now, for the first time, he's experiencing a profound sense of defeat at the hands of Yun Yishuang. "Very well. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention." Given Pei Lishuan's background and family connections, he could easily use some underhanded methods to force Yun Yishuang into submission. But he had always refused to do so, believing that forcing someone to do something against their will would never bring true happiness. He wanted to win her heart with sincerity. But now it seems that if he doesn't act quickly, not only will the melon not be sweet, but it might be picked by someone else. He had already thoroughly investigated Yun Yishuang's background. Yun Yishuang's mother, Guan Xiaolei, is just the owner of a small company with assets worth a few billion. Several billion is indeed a significant amount, but for the Pei family, it's no different from ordinary people. In the face of absolute power, money is just a string of numbers. Yun Yishuang's father, Yun Jingyuan, does hold some minor power as the personal secretary to a high-ranking official. However, the world is unpredictable, and the high-ranking official has been targeted, resulting in a demotion to a local position far from the center of power. As a result, Yun Jingyuan has also begun to be marginalized. Therefore, Yun Yishuang's background was practically meaningless to him. She was someone he could manipulate at will. He had previously refrained from taking action because he wanted to develop a genuine relationship with Yun Yishuang. He hoped their union would be based on love, not coercion or bribery. Now, there was no longer any need for that. Since Yun Yishuang had shown no regard for his feelings, he would not be held accountable for his own actions. He has made up his mind no matter what means he must use, he will make Yun Yishuang submit to him completely. Since you want to develop a relationship with me, but you won't give me face, then I won't hold back either. With the Pei family's overwhelming power today, dealing with a small company worth a few billion and a mid-level official is as easy as turning over one's hand, simpler than eating or drinking. Yun Yishuang, you forced my hand. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel before me and beg me to love you. Pei Lishuan spoke with a cold expression, his eyes emanating an icy glare. At that moment, Pei Lishuan stopped pretending and revealed his true nature completely. Earlier, Yun Yishuang had not interacted with any men, and he could tolerate her indifference toward him. But now, this guy was being so intimate with someone else, and he couldn't tolerate being cuckolded like this. If he acted now, he could still maintain his innocence. But if he waited any longer, he might end up being beaten to the punch by Subai. The afternoon passed quickly. After school, Subai stepped out of the school gate and saw Yun Yishuang standing beside a red sports car, smiling and waving at him, her voice as sweet as a nightingale. "I'm here." Subai hurried over and asked, "Is that your car?" Yun Yishuang replied, "It's mine. But I rarely drive it to school." Subai glanced at the sports car, which was undoubtedly expensive. Though it couldn't compare to his $80 million Bugatti Veyron, it was still a top-tier luxury vehicle. After getting into the car, Yun Yishuang stepped on the gas and drove off. Soon, the red sports car disappeared from everyone's sight. Luxury cars and beautiful women are already highly attention-grabbing, and with the beauty being Yun Yishuang, it caused quite a stir among the crowd of students heading home after school. Wow! A beautiful woman in a red supercar. I'm in love. Luxury cars and beautiful women, this is the ultimate symbol of a successful man. Who was that girl? I didn't get a good look. I saw her clearly, it's the school beauty, Yun Yishuang. What? It's Yun Yishuang. My goodness, where's the guy? Did you see him clearly? Subai. He's the guy who was involved in that scandalous rumor on the forum earlier. No way. They're not going to a hotel, are they? Actually, it's possible. My goodness, my heart is shattered. Wait, if I remember correctly, isn't Pei Lishuan the school beauty's boyfriend? What are you talking about? He isn't. The school flower hasn't ever admitted it publicly. Have you ever seen them walking together? Have they ever ridden in the same car? So, that guy is the school flower's boyfriend. At that moment, it was dismissal time, with a large crowd of people, and with the school beauty's influence, it was no exaggeration to say that it caused a stir. Soon, someone posted the news on the school forum, complete with several photos from the scene. Shocking. In broad daylight, the school beauty Uni Song was seen leaving with her rumored boyfriend, allegedly heading to a hotel. How many students are heartbroken at midnight? Pictures speak louder than words. As soon as it was posted, it went viral, causing a huge stir. Especially the part about allegedly going to a hotel, which was highly visually impactful. A goddess like Beauty wouldn't be troubled by mundane emotions, would she? Just thinking about the goddess being subjected to those comments is heartbreaking beyond words. Pei Lixuan was unaware of any of this. As he stepped out of the school gates and prepared to get into his car, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see that it was his friend Tu Tianrui calling. "Brother, have you seen the forum?" Tu Tianrui asked. "No. What's the matter?" "Don't ask. I can't talk about it. You should check it yourself," Tu Tianrui said before hanging up the phone. Chapter 185. An angry Pei Lixuan takes action against Su Bai. Pei Lixuan was completely baffled, but he still opened the Qinbei University forum. A striking headline immediately caught his eye. Shocking. In broad daylight, the campus beauty Yun Yixuan was seen leaving with her rumored boyfriend, allegedly heading to a hotel. How many Qinbei University students had their hearts broken in the middle of the night? Pei Lixuan froze in place, his phone trembling as he almost involuntarily clicked on the article. After glancing through the content, his gaze was immediately drawn to the photos. In an instant, a surge of uncontrollable anger erupted from his heart. Pei Lixuan's expression darkened to the extreme. "Su Bai. Yun Yixuan. You two are flaunting your affection way too openly now. Yun Yixuan, you're the woman I, Pei Lixuan, have chosen. If you dare to cheat on me, I'll make you wish you were dead." No way. He must stop them now. Pei Lixuan got into the car, which slowly started moving. Through the window, he noticed the expressions on his classmates' faces, all mocking and derisive, as if they were saying, "Isn't Yun Yixuan his woman? How can he be so calm after sleeping with someone else? What a joke." Soon, they left the school premises, and the sight that had been bothering him disappeared. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a cold voice came through the phone. "Speak." Pei Lixuan's heart tightened, and his tone immediately became more respectful. "Big brother, I need your help." There was a long silence on the other end before the voice finally spoke. "What time is it now? You're causing trouble for me here. I told you before to keep a low profile during this period. I've been hiding at home and dared not go out." The voice belonged to Pei Lixuan's cousin, Zhang Zimo, the first heir of the Zhang family in the imperial capital. He was also one of the 8 heavenly kings sent by the young master, a terrifying existence. "Oh, big brother. The woman I've been infatuated with for years has been taken by another guy, and today he even wants to take her to a hotel. I can't stand this anymore, I must deal with him," Pei Lixuan said through gritted teeth. "What can I say to you? All you think about is that stuff. A real man should have bigger goals and not be driven by desire. Otherwise, you'll never amount to anything. Oh, big brother. You've always spoiled me since I was a child. Now someone is bullying me, and you can't just stand by and do nothing." Zhang Zimo remained silent for a moment before saying, "Have you thoroughly investigated that man's family background?" Pei Lixuan said, "Big brother, don't worry. I've already looked into everything. That woman is my classmate. Her mother runs a business, but it's only worth a few billion. Her father is just a low-level official. He's no threat." Zhang Zimo said, "Alright. I'll have someone contact you later." He. "Brother, you're the best to me. Don't be so disgusting. Also, behave yourself during this time. A powerful figure has arrived in the capital city, even Zhao Xiao can't afford to provoke him. Keep your eyes open and don't get involved with the wrong people. Everyone is on edge right now." "I know. Big brother, don't worry. I won't touch anyone I don't know." "Alright." The phone rang busy. Pei Lixuan felt an inexplicable excitement surge through him. He clenched his fists and punched the air, a smug smile spreading across his face. Who is his brother? The 8 heavenly kings sent by the young master. The first heir of the Zhang family of the imperial capital. A true scion of privilege and power. To be sure, Yun Yixuan's family background was indeed impressive. Her mother was the CEO of a company worth billions, and her father was a high-ranking official. For ordinary people, such a family is almost out of reach. However, in the eyes of the Zhang family, a powerful aristocratic family in the imperial capital, there is little difference between such a family and an ordinary one. A single word can reduce the power and wealth accumulated over a lifetime to ashes. That's what they call, there are always people better than you, and there are always skies higher than the sky. Suddenly, he recalled the words Zhang Zimo had emphasized at the end. He had heard that a powerful figure had recently arrived in the imperial capital, and the young aristocrats had been staying indoors. It was said that the Lu family had offended that mysterious figure and was forced to die violently, yet the Lu family dared not utter a word. Recently arrived? Su Bai also arrived around the same time. This timing is a bit too coincidental, isn't it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Su Bai possibly be that mysterious big shot? This doesn't seem like something out of a novel where the big shot likes to go on undercover missions just to show off. Just to be safe, I should investigate Subai's background. Better not to end up getting caught off guard. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone screen lit up. He quickly pressed the call button and said, "Uncle Lee." A voice that was old yet steady came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Pei, the young master has already informed me. What would you like me to do now?" "Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Lee. There's a company called Guan's Beauty, and the boss's wife is Guan Xiaolei. I want to push this company to the brink of bankruptcy and liquidation, then spread the word through back channels that we did it. It'd be best if they end up begging me for forgiveness on their knees." "Mr. Pei, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Pei Lishuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Once the Zhang family makes their move, the Yun Yishuang family will definitely come crawling back to apologize and beg for forgiveness. The Zhang family is only a first-rate family, not the top tier. However, Zhang Zimo is part of the Young Master faction, and the Young Master faction is under Zhao Longfeng's influence. Who is Zhao Longfeng? He's a true powerhouse at the grassroots level of the top tier. He can control everything. When the time comes, he will make Yun Yishuang strip naked and kneel on the ground begging for mercy. Perhaps he was too arrogant and had forgotten to investigate Subai. In fact, if he had known anything about him, he would have noticed Subai's unusual behavior. For example, a student living in a top-tier luxury hotel like Tianhua Lanwan every day. If one were to dig deeper, many doubts would surface. At that point, asking Zhang Zimo would easily link Subai to the mysterious big shot. However, Pei Lishuan, who was preoccupied with his own thoughts, was oblivious to all this. His top priority now was to quickly ruin those 2's plans and prevent him from being cuckolded. After thinking it over, he called Tu Tianrui. "Rui Z, do me a favor. Find out where Yun Yishuang and Subai went. Hurry up. Give me their exact location." Tu Tianrui said, "Big brother, I knew you'd come to me. I've already checked. They didn't go to a hotel, they went to a villa. It seems to be Yun Yishuang's home. You're my brother. Alright. I'll treat you to a meal when you have time." They met their parents so quickly. Could it be that Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan have both agreed to let Yun Yishuang and Subai date? Damn it. This is so annoying. I can't just storm into Yun Yishuang's house. What's going on here? Wait a few hours and see. If it gets dark and they still don't come out, he'll have to go cause trouble. Then let's go at 8:30. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late for everything. Chapter 186, Hello, Xiaosu. Yun Yishuang drove the car and arrived at a villa area in no time. The car slowed down, indicating they were almost there. Yun Yishuang drove while nervously saying to Subai, "Don't be nervous. It's just a meal. There's nothing to worry about." She tried to reassure Subai, but she was so nervous that she started stuttering. Subai smiled and said, "I'm just going to eat. I'm not going to eat people. There's nothing to be nervous about." Wait a moment. He suddenly realized that this little girl was so nervous. Could it be that she had referred to him as her boyfriend instead of her savior in front of her parents? He turned his head and looked at Yun Yishuang. Her shy expression and trembling hands were giving her away. It wasn't impossible. After thinking for a moment, Subai asked directly, "Yun Yishuang, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead and ask. I want to know how you introduced me to your parents." "You didn't say I was your boyfriend, did you?" Yun Yishuang's eyes widened in shock and she exclaimed, "Goodness gracious. How did you guess that?" Subai couldn't help but smile wryly, saying helplessly, "You little girl, you really said that. We agreed to wait a little longer, didn't we?" Yun Yishuang looked like a child who had done something wrong, whispering in a pouty voice, "I didn't want to say it so soon either, but my mom insisted on introducing her business partner's son to me, so I had no choice but to." Her voice grew softer and softer, filled with increasing sorrow. The air inside the car grew increasingly tense. After a moment, Yun Yishuang saw that Subai wasn't speaking and finally asked in a soft voice, "Are you angry with me?" "I had no choice. I'm not angry. I was just thinking about what gift to bring for your mother-in-law on our first visit," Subai said. Yun Yishuang's heart leaped with joy and she hurriedly said, "No need. Just your presence is enough." A bright smile immediately spread across her face. Subai looked at Yun Yishuang, whose mood had shifted from cloudy to sunny, and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, Yun Yishuang has really been well protected. She doesn't even understand basic social etiquette. Thanking the person who saved your life and meeting your future in-laws for the first time, are those the same thing? But they were almost there, so they could only take it one step at a time. Soon, the car came to a slow stop in front of a villa. After parking, Yun Yishuan led Subai toward the villa. At that moment, inside the villa, Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei were sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for their daughter Yun Yishuan to return with Subai. They had received a text message from Yun Yishuang at noon, so they had specially set aside time today to meet Subai. Guan Xiaolei was still reluctant. Thinking that a man from a small town had managed to deceive her beloved daughter, whom she had pampered for 20 years, and she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. However, Subai had saved Yun Yishuan's life, so basic courtesy was still necessary. As soon as Yuni Shuang entered the living room, she shouted toward the inside, "Dad, Mom! Your beloved daughter Yuni Shuang is back." Yun Jingyuan and his wife immediately turned to look. Behind Yuni Shuang was a young, handsome man. The two of them were instantly dazzled. He had a refined demeanor, a handsome appearance, and didn't look like someone from the countryside at all. His energy and presence were no less impressive than those of the second or third generation. Subai smiled and said, "Hello, uncle." "Hello, auntie." Yun Jingyuan nodded and said, "Hello, little Su." Subai said, "I came here in a hurry and didn't have enough time to buy a gift. Please forgive me, uncle and auntie." "It's okay. We don't need gifts, and besides, you're a student, no need to spend so much. Come on, let's go eat dinner," Guan Xiaolei said. The four of them sat down at the dining table. Yun Yishuan was clearly feeling awkward and nervous, keeping her head down and not saying a word. As for Su Bai, he was completely unfazed. When chatting with Yun Jingyuan, he remained calm and composed, handling everything with ease. Yun Jingyuan said, "Little Su, can you drink? Can you have a drink with uncle?" Su Bai replied, "I'm not very good at drinking, but I can have a little to accompany uncle and have a good time." "Great." Yun Jingyuan said 3 times before turning to Yun Yishuang and saying, "Yishuang, bring out that bottle of fine wine I've been saving." Yun Yishuang stood up, brought the wine, and filled the cups in front of Yun Jingyuan and Su Bai. Yun Jingyuan held his wine glass and said, "Xiao Su, thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, we would have lost our dear daughter Shuang. Come, this glass is for you. You're too kind." The two of them drank and chatted. As the atmosphere grew more lively, Guan Xiaolei suddenly spoke up, "Su Bai, which university did you attend?" "Aunt Guan, I attend Dongjian University." Su Bai replied. "What's your major?" Guan Xiaolei asked again. "Economics and management." Su Bai said. Guan Xiaolei nodded and asked again, "How's your foreign language?" Su Bai thought for a moment before answering honestly, "It's okay. I passed the CET 4 and CET 6 exams, so everyday conversations aren't a problem." That's clearly a bit of an exaggeration. He hadn't even attended many English classes this semester, and what he knew was mostly from previous studies. However, this was a critical moment, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Guan Xiaolei had asked this question for a reason, so after saying that, he quickly added foreign languages to his skill list and used his wealth to upgrade it to expert in no time. In that instant, he had mastered the foreign language, speaking it as fluently as someone who had grown up there. Sure enough, the next moment, Guan Xiaolei asked him a question in the foreign language. Su Bai replied fluently. Guan Xiaolei asked again, and Su Bai replied again. After a lengthy back-and-forth conversation, Guan Xiaolei finally smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with Su Bai's performance. You see, her company specializes in cosmetics, and she often has to travel abroad for business. Therefore, knowing a foreign language is essential. Although there are translators, you can never be sure they won't mess things up. After all, knowing an extra language always gives you an edge. "Dad. What are Mom and Dad talking about?" Yun Yishuang asked softly. Yun Jingyuan shook his head, not knowing the answer. "All right." Yun Yishuang nodded. After finishing her foreign language call, Guan Xiaolei spoke to Su Bai in her normal language. "Tell me, where do you plan to settle down and develop your career in the future?" "The imperial capital." "Why?" Su Bai said, "The capital city has a highly developed economy and is an internationally renowned metropolis. Whether it's future development or infrastructure, everything is extremely advanced. That's secondary. The most crucial point is that the cost of living is very high here, which means expenses will be significant. In that case, he'll be able to accumulate wealth much faster, and his strength will grow at an even more rapid pace." Chapter 187, Aunt Guan. I'll take care of Shuang for the rest of my life. In the time it took to eat a meal, Guan Xiaolei's attitude toward Su Bai underwent a complete transformation. At first, she was a bit dissatisfied with him, after all, he was from a small place. But as she got to know him better, all that dissatisfaction turned into satisfaction. Apart from his background not being entirely satisfactory, in terms of overall qualities such as demeanor, appearance, and behavior, Su Bai was top-notch. Even those second-generation aristocrats couldn't compare to him. With proper cultivation, his future would be limitless. Yun Jingyuan had always harbored a certain fondness for Su Bai. Now, as Su Bai demonstrated his personal charm, he felt that he was truly worthy of his daughter. He was overjoyed and couldn't help but indulge in his drink at the dinner table. After dinner, Guan Xiaolei and the others went to the living room to chat. Guan Xiaolei asked again, "Xiao Bai, would it be convenient to ask about your family background?" It was clear that she no longer opposed Su Bai's relationship with Yun Yishuang. Now, the most important thing was to find out about Su Bai's family background. If he had a brother, that would be ideal, but if he was an only child, the prospect of him marrying into the family would likely be dashed. Su Bai thought for a moment and said, "Aunt Guan, my parents passed away when I was very young. Since then, I've been living with my eldest aunt and my younger aunt." "What? Su Bai's parents actually?" Though it might not be appropriate to feel relieved at this moment, Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. With no close relatives around, the arrangement for him to marry into the family was now set in stone. Guan Xiaolei covered her mouth to hide her smile, then turned to Subai and said, I'm sorry. I was too forward. Subai shook his head and said, it's okay. I've gotten used to it over the past decade, and besides, my aunt and cousin have always been very kind to me. I'm already very content. Time had healed his wounds, and even if someone brought up these painful memories again, he wouldn't be too upset. Guan Xiaolei said, since that's the case, I'll just get straight to the point. Your relationship with Shuangshuang has been approved by me and her father. However, we have one small condition: we hope that the two of you will live with us in the capital after you get married. Upon hearing this, Subai was completely dumbfounded. Their previous conversation had been perfectly normal. How did they suddenly start talking about marriage, and even start planning for life after marriage? To be honest, he hadn't even considered marriage yet. After all, he was still just a naive college student. Seeing Subai's confused reaction, Guan Xiaolei clearly looked unhappy and said, What? You don't have any plans to get married? It's not just me saying this, but you're a third-year university student, and you've been with Shuangshuang for nearly 4 years. Plus, when Shuangshuang was preparing for the college entrance exam, her father was transferred back to the capital from Shuqing, but she didn't come back with him all because you stayed there. I'm sure you've already done those kinds of things, right? You played with her and now you're just walking away without taking responsibility? Guan Xiaolei was truly angry. She didn't even pay attention to her choice of words. Yunishuang blushed instantly and said shyly, Oh my. Mom. What did you say? Shut up. Don't say another word. Guan Xiaolei glared at Yunishuang and said warningly. At that moment, Subai, who had been oblivious, finally noticed the unusual situation. They had been together for 4 years. That means they had been together for a year before the college entrance exams. But at that time, he was dating Lin Shui, and his relationship with Yunishuang was just that of ordinary friends. And now he's talking about pulling up his pants and not recognizing someone, acting like such a scumbag? Please, at that time, I hadn't even touched Yunishuang's hand. He pleaded to heaven to discern between the loyal and the treacherous. However, when he looked at Yunishuang, he noticed that her eyes betrayed a hint of pleading. Great. You're challenging my weak spot. Alright, I'll reluctantly play the role of a scumbag this once. Wait. I didn't go back for the last year. For him. This is the first time he's heard about it. Back then, a year before the college entrance exams, after he started dating Lin Shui, he began keeping his distance from Yunishuang. If Yunishuang really stayed in Sioux City because of him, then he was truly blind back then, giving up the real swan and choosing a trashy woman. Subai realized this and hurriedly said, I've considered it, of course I have. But we're both still in college, so we thought we could discuss it after graduation. Guan Xiaolei nodded and said, It's not too early. We're about to graduate, and there's only a year left. You could start planning the wedding now. Join my company, and while I'm still able to work, I'll mentor you for a few years. Once you're fully capable of taking over the company, I'll retire honorably and spend my days taking care of the kids and enjoying family life. Mom! What are you talking about? Yunishuang's face turned bright red, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Don't you want to get married? Guan Xiaolei asked. Yunishuang lowered her head and said nothing. As for this career-driven woman, Subai had gained a deep understanding of her. He glanced at Yun Jingyuan, who was sitting quietly beside her, reading the newspaper, seemingly accustomed to his wife's domineering nature. Fortunately, Yunishuang didn't inherit her mother's temperament, otherwise, he'd really have his hands full. He didn't even bother managing the companies worth billions under his name, let alone Guan Xiaolei's beauty company worth hundreds of millions. To be honest, the amount he invested daily was greater than the market value of Guan Xiaolei's company. At that moment, Guan Xiaolei spoke again, Subai, our family isn't exactly a wealthy one, but my husband and I are considered semi-successful people. He's in business, and I'm in politics, and we've both done quite well. Actually, at first, we all thought you weren't good enough for Shuangshuang. You're not from the same social circle. I'm sure you're aware of that. Subai sincerely agreed. He had initially chosen Lin Shui out of self-doubt, believing that his feelings for Yunishuang were impossible because they were from completely different worlds. But in the end, Lin Shui abandoned him, while Yunishuang remained as kind to him as ever. That affection hasn't diminished in the slightest over time. On the contrary, it's grown even stronger. Guan Xiaolei added, Before this, we introduced many disciples from prominent families to Shuangshuang, including some second and third generation heirs. You know that Shuangshuang has outstanding external conditions, so she has always been the one others admire, but she hasn't set her sights on anyone else. We don't want our child to hate us, so since she has chosen you, as her parents, we have no objections. We only hope one thing, that Shuangshuang is a princess in our family, and after she marries you, you will also pamper her like a princess. Upon hearing this, Subai stood up, bowed deeply to Guan Xiaolei, and said, Rest assured. I will treat Shuangshuang well for the rest of my life. After chatting for a while longer, it was getting late, so Subai stood up to take his leave. Shuangshuang, please see Subai off for us. She added. Sure. Yunishuang nodded with a smile, then walked out with Subai in plain sight. Chapter 188, Recognizing Subai. Crisis approaches. After waiting for Subai and Yun Yishuang to leave, Yun Jingyuan turned to Guan Xiaolei and spoke in a low voice. What do you think of this future son-in-law? Guan Xiaolei thought for a moment and said, he's acceptable. Both his character and behavior are satisfactory to me. But if his background were a bit better, then he'd be a perfect match for Shuangshuang.
Yun Jingyuan said, in my opinion, Little Bai is already good enough. There's no such thing as perfection in this world. As long as Subai is willing to treat Shuangshuang well for the rest of his life, that's enough. Don't compare yourself to others, that's really exhausting.
Guan Xiaolei said, what's so tiring about that? Am I raising Shuangshuang with such care just so she can outshine everyone else when she grows up? If that happens, our family will become a laughingstock. Besides, you know I'll agree to them dating anyway.
In my opinion, Subai is a child with an unlimited future. He comes from a small place, but his demeanor is better than that of those second or third generation aristocrats. If you didn't know Subai's background, you'd probably think he was the son of a prominent family. With proper cultivation, he's sure to become a great person in the future.
Alright. You make a good point. Don't worry. Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. That's my good wife. Come here. Give your husband a kiss. You're so old, that's disgusting.
Red sports car. Yun Yishuang glanced at Subai and whispered, I'm sorry. Please don't take it to heart.
My mother was just speaking off the cuff. No. Shuangshuang. I should be the one apologizing.
Actually, I noticed your feelings for me a long time ago, but back then, because of my family circumstances, I felt so inferior that I dared not like you. Yun Yishuang nodded seriously and said, you know I don't care about family background or social status.
Subai felt warm inside and said, I used to care, but not anymore. This time, I won't run away from my heart's voice. Alright. Subai, I'll be waiting for that day. Yun Yishuang also smiled. Soon, the red sports car arrived at Qinbei University. Opening the door, Subai got out of the car. It's getting late. Be careful on your way back. Subai reminded her. Don't worry. My driving skills are top-notch. Yun Yishuang chuckled and then stepped on the gas pedal and drove off. At the same time,
Pei Lishuan's phone rang. It was Tu Tianrui calling. They exchanged a few words.
Yun Yishuang was sent back to school by Subai, and judging by the way things looked, nothing out of the ordinary must have happened. Hearing this, Pei Lishuan finally felt at ease. After all, if those two had really spent the night together, he would never accept it. At worst, he could find an excuse to go to Yun Yishuang's house. Yun Yishuang. You like Subai, don't you? Wait until I control the fate of your entire family. I'll see if you'll abandon the parents who gave you life and raised you for love. A cold gleam flashed in Pei Lishuan's eyes. As for Subai, he didn't go to school. Instead, he drove his own car to the direction of Tianhua Longwan. Suddenly, he received a call from Su Jingming. Subai. There's a mission. Su Jingming's voice sounded unusually serious and solemn. Subai's heart tightened, and he immediately put on his earphones. These were the highest-level encrypted wireless earbuds specifically assigned to the Special Investigation Unit to be worn during major missions. Subai. An emergency has arisen. Are you available now? Available. Alright. Proceed immediately to the Southern District. I will send the exact coordinates to your phone shortly. The target is a middle-aged man at the half-step heavenly rank level, holding a hostage. Team B has already dispatched 2 squads, but the results are unsatisfactory, with significant casualties. Therefore, we are requesting Team A to intervene.
Su Jingming paused for a moment before continuing, capture him alive if possible.
If not, eliminate him on the spot. Remember, the safety of the hostage is the top priority. Received. Subai slammed the gas pedal, and the car sped off. This was his first solo mission since joining Team A. He had to do it right. Moreover, he could tell from Su Jingming's trembling voice when he emphasized the hostage's safety that he was clearly nervous. If even Su Jingming, with his composure, was so affected, the hostages must not be ordinary people.
Meanwhile, in the Southern District, inside an abandoned building,
a man sat casually against the wall, drinking alone.
His right eye appeared vacant, making him a one-eyed man, and his entire demeanor was menacing. Beside him, a young woman was brutally bound to a pillar, with no sign of mercy. On the ground nearby lay many people, all members of the Special Investigation Team's Group E. This man was the target mentioned earlier by Su Jingming Duan Yong, a ruthless fugitive wanted for murder. Decades ago, during a raid by the Special Investigation Team, he lost an eye but managed to escape. It was said he had fled abroad, but no one expected him to suddenly reappear in the imperial capital. The members of Team B lying on the ground were all severely injured, barely clinging to life, with limbs that no longer responded to their commands, unable to move. After finishing a bottle of wine, Duan Yong stood up and sneered, "Since you're still hiding in the shadows, you can just watch me have my fun." He walked up to the woman, ripped her coat off brutally with a tearing sound, revealing her snow-white skin as smooth as jade and her delicate, pink underwear. The woman remained unusually calm. She knew that resisting at this point would not only be futile but would also arouse the man's animalistic desires. "You beast, stop this at once."
A member of Group E, witnessing the scene, shouted furiously with eyes bulging. You call me a beast? Duan Yong gave a cold laugh, flicked his finger, and a stream of compressed air shot out with a bang, like a bullet. Put! The air pierced the man's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. He jerked his head up, struggled briefly, then fell lifeless to the ground, unconscious. This is the price you pay for insulting me, Duan Yong said casually. The few members of Team B on the ground didn't say another word. It wasn't that they were afraid, it was that such a sacrifice was completely meaningless. The gap between them was too great. If there had been even the slightest chance to fight to the death, they would have charged forward to die together. Duan Yong reached out his hand, intending to roughly grope the beautiful girl. The people on the ground all revealed expressions of pain, turning their heads away in despair, unwilling to witness this scene. Bang! A dull gunshot suddenly rang out. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the area. In no time, Duan Yong dragged a member of Group E over, slowly walking toward the crowd from the side, and then casually tossed him into the crowd. Chapter 189, So weak and fragile, how can you be a wanted criminal? At that moment, several Team B members hiding in the shadows couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This guy is way too strong. With a single move, he took out a Group B member. Even if we all charged in, it would just mean more bodies. However, for some reason, he didn't finish them off. He merely broke their limbs, leaving them lying on the ground like a pile of mud, temporarily unable to move. They dared not make any rash moves. On one hand, this guy is too strong, and on the other hand, the hostage isn't just anyone. If anything happens to her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Duan Yong walked over to the woman, glanced at her pink underwear, and said, Aren't you curious why I risked my life to kidnap you? The woman looked at Duan Yong, her expression calm, saying nothing. Ha ha! Do you know why I became a one-eyed man? It's all thanks to your father. So, if you want to blame anyone for your current situation, blame your father, Song Xingbang. The woman pursed her lips and said, You're truly pitiful. Ha ha! Pathetic! Once I rape and kill you, Song Xingbang will be even more pathetic. The woman said nothing more. Bang! At that moment, another gunshot rang out. However, Duan Yong reacted quickly, dodging the bullet and darting toward the source of the gunshot. The next moment, an agonizing scream echoed, followed by Duan Yong dragging a figure over and casually tossing it onto the ground. Including the previous 10, the number of injured members of Team B had reached 11. Several others remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for Duan Yong to show a weakness so they could launch their attack at the critical moment. Duan Yong looked into the void and coldly said, Don't think anyone else will come. Do you really think I would appear in the imperial capital without careful consideration? At this moment, not a single member of Team A is in the imperial capital. As long as Team A doesn't come, no matter how many from Team B show up, they'll all be eliminated. What? Not a single member of Team A is in the imperial capital? The members of Team B hiding in the shadows couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, followed by a hint of confusion. They had received word that members of Team A were already on their way and had been ordered to hold Duan Yong back at all costs. But now they couldn't communicate with each other, or else they'd be targeted by Duan Yong. Since there was no backup, there was no point in delaying any further. It was better to take the initiative than wait passively for death. At that moment, the young woman who was bound suddenly choked out in a hoarse shout. Everyone from the special investigation team, don't risk your lives to save me. I, Song Ningxuan, am destined to face this fate. I can't drag you all down any longer. Please retreat immediately. I beg you all. Interesting. I'm almost moved. Duan Yong gave a sinister smile, then reached out his hand toward the pink lingerie, eager to experience the beautiful scenery. Just then, another gunshot rang out. Duan Yong caught the bullet with one hand and quickly dashed toward the source of the gunfire. The time has come. Act now. From the shadows, a voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, several figures appeared. One of them rushed toward Song Ningxuan, while the others directly blocked Duan Yong's path, their faces bearing a look of resolute determination. Bang! Bang! Without even lasting a single exchange, the members of Team B who had been facing off against Duan Yong were sent flying like, crashing heavily to the ground, their breaths labored and weak. The member of the B team who had charged toward Song Ningxuan felt an overwhelming pressure surge toward him the moment he reached her. By the time he reacted, his body collided with the wall like a cannonball, and the sound of bones shattering echoed clearly. At that moment, Duan Yong stood before Song Ningxuan, looking at the B team member with a cold expression and said, Didn't the boss tell you? If you don't have the right tools, don't take on a job you can't handle. You wanted to save someone, but now you've gotten yourself killed too. From that point onward, the two B team squads of the Special Investigation Unit, totaling 18 members, suffered 16 severe injuries and 2 deaths, effectively amounting to a complete annihilation. After speaking, Duan Yong turned to Song Ningxuan, licked his lips bloodily, and said, Rest assured. After I rape and kill you, I'll deliver your body intact to your father. I can't wait to see the expression on his face when he sees your body. I'm already dying of anticipation. Song Ningxuan's expression grew somber. She closed her eyes. What would happen next was all too clear. My grandfather and father will never forgive you. Oomph. Duan Yong sneered. Back then, I managed to escape. Now, it's even easier. Don't think I'm the kind of person who's all muscle and no brains. Without a foolproof plan, would I take such a risk? Wow. You talk big. Someone who doesn't know you might think you don't even care about the Special Investigation Team's Group A. A voice, like a ghost, echoed in Duan Yong's ear. Who? Duan Yong's heart jumped in shock. Before he could react, a powerful force slammed into his body with a loud thud. His entire body flew forward, crashing into the wall and breaking through it, landing on the second wall. Before he could react, a palm slammed down on his head with a loud thud, sending his head crashing into the wall, leaving a prominent dent in the wall. Duan Yong stared intently at the man, his eyes wide, as if he were trying to etch his image into his very bones. Subai stood up and casually brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. Duan Yong stopped breathing, his body collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud. The previous blow had caused his skull to fracture into powder. As he lay dying, Duan Yong couldn't fathom one thing. He had already confirmed that all the members of Team A had been dispatched to White Eagle for a mission, leaving the Imperial capital vulnerable. That's why he had dared to take such a huge risk and enter the Imperial capital. Otherwise, even if he had 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in this small area. But he never expected the intelligence to be wrong. A minor error in intelligence had directly cost him his life. At this moment, Subai felt a sense of helplessness. He felt he might have been a bit too harsh. If he remembered correctly, the boss had said earlier that if possible, they should spare the target's life, as a living person is far more valuable than a dead one. At that moment, the dozen or so members of Team B also noticed the commotion over there, and the shock they felt was indescribable. Upon noticing the mask Subai was wearing, which symbolized his affiliation with Team A, they immediately confirmed his identity. Team A. Those legendary, fearsome warriors who only existed in legends. This is way too strong. Earlier, the two of them, fully equipped members of a Group B squad, hadn't even lasted a single round before being easily taken down by Duan Yong. And this Group A member, with his first move, instantly killed him. It's unimaginable how terrifyingly powerful he must be. As expected, the gap between Group A and Group B is like an uncrossable chasm. For these Group B members, their greatest hope is to be promoted to Group A, but out of 100 people, it's uncertain whether even one can achieve this goal. What's more, the Team A member before them looked so young. To possess such terrifying combat prowess at such a young age, the world of the chosen few is indeed one where ordinary people can only envy from afar. Chapter 190, Guan's Beauty Crisis. Yun Jingyuan suspended. At this moment, Subai was wearing a mask. This mask symbolizes the identity of a Group A member, though it doesn't cover the entire face. It only barely covers half, offering little to hide his true identity. Subai, however, felt that the mask's primary purpose was to look cool. At that moment, Song Ningxuan, bound to the pillar, saw Subai, who seemed to have descended like a god, and couldn't help but stare in awe. Subai turned to look around, then whispered, "Captain, the mission was completed successfully. The hostage is unharmed. The only downside is that the target is dead. Oh, and the two teams from Team B are both seriously injured. Good work. Stay there for now, the medical team and rescue team are on their way." Su Jingming's voice came through the Bluetooth earpiece on Subai's ear. Got it. After briefly reporting the situation, Subai quickly walked over to Song Ningxuan, first untied him, then put his jacket back on him to prevent the tempting view from being exposed again. After all, this was a high-ranking official whose safety had been specifically emphasized by Su Jingming. Thank you. A faint blush flashed across Song Ningxuan's face. No problem. It's my duty, Subai said. Before long, the rescue team and medical personnel arrived, beginning the urgent rescue and cleanup efforts. Song Ningxuan was escorted away by the rescue team. Before leaving, she gave Subai a lingering glance, her eyes seeming to sparkle with a faint glow. Li Shu acted swiftly. After all, this was a task personally assigned by Zhang Zimo. Facing the future head of the Zhang family, he dared not be the slightest bit careless, handling the matter with the utmost caution. He contacted the people he had placed in key departments of the Zhang family. Before long, Guan Xiaolei received a call from the company, informing her that a batch of cosmetics imported from abroad had been randomly inspected, issues were discovered, and the shipment was detained. The company instructed her to go and investigate immediately. Guan Xiaolei was taken aback at first. After all, Guan's Cosmetics had been collaborating with a large cosmetics group affiliated with the White Eagle family for years, and both quality and quality control had always been guaranteed. There had never been a single issue in over a decade. How could something go wrong out of the blue today? And it was serious enough to warrant immediate seizure. Guan Xiaolei hadn't yet realized the severity of the situation. Just as she was about to leave, Yun Jingyuan received a call from his superior, who told him to take a few days off, effectively putting him on leave. Yun Jingyuan immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked for more details, but the other party hung up coldly. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Yun Jingyuan was momentarily stunned. When he looked up at Guan Xiaolei, she was also looking at him. Both of them were seasoned veterans in the industry, and they both knew that they were facing a major challenge. It was clear that someone was targeting their family. Therefore, Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan began to wonder if they had inadvertently offended a powerful figure, leading to this retaliation. Guan Xiaolei's business was primarily in the cosmetics industry, and she had always adhered to the principle of harmony brings prosperity, rarely offending anyone. As for enemies, they were mostly just competitors. However, upon closer reflection, she couldn't think of any competitors powerful enough to seize her cosmetics or suspend Yun Jingyuan's work. After all, Yun Jingyuan held a significant position. If the other party truly had that kind of influence, they wouldn't have chosen the cosmetics industry, which was both labor-intensive and not particularly profitable, but would have instead turned to more lucrative and less demanding industries. At that moment, Yun Jingyuan was also lost in his own thoughts. He was a polite and easygoing person who rarely made enemies. If he had to name someone he had a conflict with, there was one person, a competitor vying for a position that could advance his career. But upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely. After all, if the other party truly had the ability, why would they wait until now to act? After pondering for a while, the two of them still couldn't make sense of it. Finally, Guan Xiaolei decided to go to the company to check things out, while Yun Jingyuan planned to ask his immediate superior about the issue. After all, some matters were not easy to discuss over the phone. This superior held him in high regard and maintained good relations with his former boss, who had been transferred to a local position. It was unlikely that he would suddenly be left idle during such a fierce competition. The two left in a hurry. When Yun Yishuang arrived home, the spacious living room was empty. She felt curious and called Yun Jingyuan, only to find out that her parents had to go out on short notice. With nothing to do, Yun Yishuang sent a message to Subai. Perhaps Subai was busy, as she sent several messages in a row, but there was no response. Oh well. Yun Yishuang really wanted to call Subai, but she thought about how they had just parted ways not long ago, and calling so urgently might seem a bit too eager. After all, she was a girl. As the sky grew darker, Yun Yishuang gazed out the window and whispered sweetly to herself, Subai. Good night. I love you. Forever and ever. After completing his task, Subai drove back to Tianhua Longwan. For him, a martial artist at the half-step heavenly rank was no challenge at all. However, even so, Subai did not let his guard down for a moment. After all, this was a half-step heavenly ranked martial artist. What if it were next time? How would he handle a martial artist of Su Jingming's caliber? No matter when, one must never become arrogant or complacent, otherwise, one might easily suffer a setback. Subai didn't like back-and-forth battles where he had to endure hardships to win. What he loved most was complete domination, where he crushed his opponent from the very first move. Like a god, controlling the fate of his enemies. That was the ultimate goal he pursued in martial arts. To achieve such a goal, one must constantly train oneself, remain humble, and pursue martial arts with unwavering dedication. In truth, Subai is still quite fortunate. While others improve their strength through seclusion and relentless training, he has it relatively easy. He just needs to spend money. With such a huge advantage, if he doesn't make the most of it, wouldn't he be a fool? Glancing at the wealth points, it had already reached 143 points. The increase was very slow. On average, only a few dozen points per day. He spent 100 points to boost his stamina, bringing him to high martial arts 5th rank. Zhao Tianzhu is probably still preparing for the establishment of the World Saving Fund. Once the fund starts operating normally, the 1 trillion yuan in expenses will bring in 1,000 points, allowing him to directly advance to high martial arts 9th rank. At high martial arts 9th tier, he should be able to compete with experts like Su Jingming. If there's further progression beyond high martial arts 9th rank, like the previous mastery system, a limit-breaking breakthrough would be truly perfect. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 191, Endless Despair. Is there a way to break the deadlock? Yun Jingyuan didn't go to his workplace but instead headed to an old residential area, went up to the 2nd floor, hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. Soon, an elderly man with gray temples opened the door. Sir! Yun Jingyuan forced a smile and greeted him. This man was his direct superior, Guan Yao, and also the one who had called him earlier. I knew you'd come. Guan Yao stepped aside to let Yun Jingyuan enter the house. After entering, Yun Jingyuan sat down on the sofa. Guan Yao sat across from him, sighed, and said, Jingyuan, I'm truly sorry. The pressure from above is too great, and I had no choice but to follow orders. I hope you understand. I understand your predicament, sir. I just want to know what happened. My wife Guan Xiaolei's company is also in trouble. Even if I have to die, I want to die knowing the truth. Guan Yao looked at Yun Jingyuan, remained silent for a long time, then spoke softly, the Zhang family of the imperial capital. Yun Jingyuan suddenly stood up, his face betraying his shock. He stood there for a long time before regaining his composure and slowly asked, Zhang Yamawa? Guan Yao nodded. Yun Jingyuan exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We don't even know anyone from the Zhang family. We've never had any grudges or conflicts with them. Why would they suddenly target us so fiercely? Guan Yao said, That's all I can tell you. However, as far as I know, there are currently 2 people in the Zhang family who can exercise the authority of the family head. One is the current family head, Zhang Yanghua, and the other is his grandson, Zhang Zimo, who is also the heir of the Zhang family. Yin Jingyuan said, Sir, are you saying that if we don't offend Zhang Yanghua, we're likely to offend Zhang Zimo instead? Guan Yao nodded. That's one way to put it. Yun Jingyuan took a deep breath and said, Thank you, sir. There's no need to thank me. I didn't help you either. This matter is something you'll have to figure out on your own. I'll try my best to keep that position open for you. Just resolve the issue as soon as possible. Rest assured, sir. I won't let you down. After saying that, Yin Jingyuan exchanged a few more polite words before leaving. Once outside, he hesitated for a while before finally deciding to call the senior leader who had once mentored him. After all, even if he had to die, he wanted to die with clarity. When the call connected, a very old voice came through. Jingyuan, you finally decided to call me. I'm truly sorry, old leader. I've been too busy lately, Yun Jingyuan said respectfully. It's nothing. This old man can wait a day or two. As long as you're in a crucial position in your career, once you rise up, your future will be bright. As your old superior, it will also bring me honor. Old superior, I called today. Because of the Zhang family, right? You already know? Yun Jingyuan wasn't surprised. Although the old superior had been transferred to a local position, his connections and networks were still intact, so knowing some things wasn't unusual. That was also why he chose to call the old superior. Yes. I'm also puzzled. Out of the blue, why did the Zhang family target you? And they've mobilized so many connections and resources, they're clearly out to destroy you. Senior leader, It's getting late today. I'll call a few old associates first thing tomorrow morning and see if I can figure out a way to help you. I know your temperament, while you're refined and easygoing, getting along with people from all walks of life. And besides, no matter what, you're my man. How could I just stand by and watch you retire in disgrace? Old superior, Yun Jingyuan's voice choked up. This is blatant favoritism. After hanging up the phone, Yun Jingyuan's emotions fluctuated wildly for a long time before slowly calming down. He then felt a bit puzzled. Why would the Zhang family suddenly target them? A family as powerful as the Zhangs could easily crush them, completely overwhelming them to the point where they had no ability to resist. Wait a moment. Could it be Zhang Zimo, the future head of the Zhang family? From what Guan Yao mentioned, Zhang Zimo can also mobilize the Zhang family's resources. Since he's Zhang Yonghua's grandson, he must be around the same age as Yun Yishuang. Could it be that Yishuang accidentally offended him? Thinking of this, Yun Jingyuan quickly drove home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Guan Xiaolei sitting on the sofa with a blank expression, seemingly deep in thought, so absorbed that she didn't even notice him opening the door. It wasn't until he sat down next to Guan Xiaolei that she snapped out of her trance and turned to Yin Jingyuan, saying, All the imported cosmetics from Guan's beauty have been seized, and they won't allow a re-inspection. We have to destroy them. I checked with other companies, and none of them have encountered this situation. At this point, Guan Xiaolei crossed her arms and said angrily, This is the imperial capital, a 3-dynasty ancient city. How dare they act so arbitrarily? Do they even respect the law? Yun Jingyuan wanted to comfort her, but his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. He could only sigh. After Guan Xiaolei had vented her frustration, she finally asked, By the way, honey, have you figured out what's going on? Yun Jingyuan said, Indeed, someone is deliberately targeting us. It's the Zhang family from the imperial capital. As for why they're doing this, that's unknown. However, the old leader will help me. The Zhang family? The all-powerful, top-tier aristocratic Zhang family? With each word Guan Xiaolei spoke, her mouth opened wider, and the shock on her face grew more intense. Yun Jingyuan nodded. Guan Xiaolei stood there in shock for a moment before saying, But the Zhang family is so powerful. We're just ants in front of them. We don't even have the qualifications to meet them. How could we have offended them? Yun Jingyuan hesitated for a moment before sharing the possibility he had considered in the car. The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yanghua, has a grandson named Zhang Zimo, who is around the same age as Shuangshuang. I suspect that Shuangshuang might have accidentally offended him. Then we should go ask Shuangshuang right away. Even if it means dying, I want to die knowing the truth. Guan Xiaolei finished speaking and was about to go find Yun Yishuang, but Yun Yishuang reached out to stop her, saying, It's already late. Shuangshuang should have gone to rest by now. Besides, I'm just speculating. Guan Xiaolei saw this and sat back down. She leaned against Yun Jingyuan's shoulder and didn't say a word. The atmosphere was unusually calm. After an unknown amount of time, the sky slowly began to lighten. Guan Xiaolei suddenly tugged at the corner of her mouth, looked up at Yun Jingyuan, and said, Husband, what do you think? If we have nothing left, how will we live our lives? It's okay. We've lived a leisurely life before, or maybe we could just move to Su City with Su Bai. Would the Zhang family continue to pursue us relentlessly? Yun Jingyuan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, they won't. All the Zhang family wants is for us to have nothing. With the old leader on our side, they wouldn't dare harm us. The Zhang family is indeed powerful, but they're not so powerful that they can control everything. Chapter 192, The Culprit. A hopeless situation.
Yun Yishuang had planned to sleep in, but as soon as it was just beginning to get light outside, Guan Xiaolei burst into her bedroom and woke her up.
Frost, I have something very important to ask you. Guan Xiaolei said urgently. What's the matter? Yun Yishuang rubbed her eyes. Having been rudely awakened, she was still groggy and had no idea what was happening.
Guan Xiaolei hadn't slept all night, only dozing for a few minutes when the sky began to grow light, leaving her in a poor state of mind. She was forcing herself to stay awake to get to the bottom of the matter.
Before Guan Xiaolei could speak, Yun Jingyuan, who was standing at the door, spoke up. Do you know Zhang Zimo?
Yun Yishuang looked at Yun Jingyuan, thought carefully, and finally shook her head and said, I don't remember.
I don't think I know him. Think harder. Have you ever heard of this name? Or perhaps he is a relative or friend of someone you know? Yun Jingyuan asked again.
Yun Yishuang frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I think I remember something.
There's a guy named Pei Lishuan at our school, and his cousin is named Zhang Zimo. I just don't know if that's the same Zhang Zimo you're talking about.
Guan Xiaolei said, tell us a bit about this Pei Lishuan.
Yun Yishuang nodded and said, this Pei Lishuan has been pursuing me since my first year of university, but I don't like him. His family is probably quite wealthy and influential, and many people are afraid of him. Our school has something called the Four Young Masters, and he is one of them.
Hearing this, Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan had no trouble figuring it out.
The problem was most likely with this Pei Lishuan.
Yun Jingyuan glanced at Yun Yishuang and said, you continue resting, before heading downstairs.
Guan Xiaolei tucked the blanket around Yun Yishuang, gave her a few parting words, and also went downstairs.
Yun Yishuang, seeing the two of them acting so strangely, didn't think much of it and continued to sleep soundly. In the living room, Guan Xiaolei took a deep breath and said, husband, if everything goes as planned, the problem must be with that Pei Lishuan.
Yun Jingyuan said, that's right.
The timing all matches up. Yesterday, Subai came to our house, and as soon as he left, I was suspended from work, and your company also faced a shipment hold. It must be that guy can't accept that Shuangshuang and Subai are together, so he's taking revenge on our family. With just this limited information, he was able to roughly piece together the entire situation. Whether it was from years of navigating the bureaucracy or having a few tricks up his sleeve, he was clearly no amateur.
Guan Xiaolei furrowed her brows and said, so, does that mean all our current misfortunes are Subai's fault? Yun Jingyuan sighed wryly, it's not Subai's fault.
It's just that we raised Shuangshuang too well, so she ended up. This situation has become quite tricky.
There is a way to break the deadlock.
Since the other party is driven by love turned to hatred, it's simple, just separate Subai and Shuangshuang, and have Shuangshuang be with that Pei Lishuan.
All the crises facing their family will be resolved effortlessly. But, must we sacrifice our daughter's entire happiness as the price? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
They only have this one precious daughter, whom they cherish like a treasure, afraid to let her out of their sight.
How could they bear to do such a thing? Husband, we are utterly torn. She truly doesn't know what to do. On one hand, she could give up her daughter's happiness to ensure the safety of her entire family, and even her career and Yun Jingyuan's political future could rise even higher with the Zhang family's help. But if she does that, her daughter will hate them for the rest of her life. Or lose everything they have now, whether it's her Guan's beauty brand or Yun Jingyuan's current position, to ensure their daughter's lifelong happiness, and live as an ordinary, happy family. Yun Jingyuan remained silent for a moment, then exhaled slowly and said, let's ask Shuangshuang. Guan Xiaolei said, what do you want to ask? You know this child has always been sensible.
If she finds out that it's because of her that we're facing such a huge crisis, she'll definitely try to sacrifice herself. Hearing this, Yun Jingyuan suddenly burst into laughter. I thought you were going to make Shuangshuang give up Subai. After all, the Zhang family in the imperial capital is a top-tier aristocratic family, hundreds or even thousands of times better than the son of the business partner you mentioned earlier. Guan Xiaolei immediately stood up and shouted at Yun Jingyuan, do you really think I'm the kind of heartless person who values money, power, and face more than anything else? I love my daughter more than anything.
All right. My dear wife, I was wrong. I judged you by my own petty standards.
Yun Jingyuan hurriedly soothed her.
Guan Xiaolei finally calmed down, then sniffed arrogantly and said, I'm going to call Shuangshuang now.
Saying that, she headed upstairs.
Before long, Guan Xiaolei and Yun Yishuang came downstairs.
Yun Yishuang plopped down on the sofa, yawning, and said, Dad, Mom, it's the weekend.
Can't I rest a little longer? Guan Xiaolei glanced at Yun Jingyuan.
Yun Jingyuan sat beside Yun Yishuang and spoke softly, Yishuang, Dad has a very serious question for you.
You must think carefully before answering me.
Seeing the serious expression on Yun Jingyuan's face, Yun Yishuang snapped out of her daze and nodded blankly, alright. If our family were to lose everything we have now, the luxury cars, the mansions, and move to Sioux City, would you be willing to do that?
Yun Jingyuan asked.
Of course.
As long as I can be with Mom and Dad, and with Subai, I can live anywhere. Yun Yishuang said. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Can you adapt to a lower standard of living?
Yun Yishuang replied earnestly, I don't care about those things.
Alright.
Yun Jingyuan let out a sigh of relief, patted Yun Yishuang on the shoulder, and said, Alright, Mom and Dad won't bother you anymore.
Go upstairs and rest.
Yun Yishuang looked at Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei, who seemed off, and her instincts told her something was wrong. But after thinking it over, she decided not to ask. After all, if it was something they needed to tell her, her parents wouldn't hide it from her.
After Yun Yishuang went upstairs, Guan Xiaolei sighed and said, Honey, did you hear that?
Just now, Yishuang said she wants to be with us in Subai.
It seems that Guy is just as important to her as we are. Yun Jingyuan chuckled and said, What's there to be jealous of? One is a parent, and the other is a lifelong partner. Family and love aren't mutually exclusive.
Besides, Shuang has found someone worthy of entrusting her life to.
As parents, we should be happy. Guan Xiaolei said, but when I think about our current situation, I can't help but feel down. Alright, stop overthinking it. Hurry up and pack. Let us leave as much as we can behind.
It'll ease the pressure on them when they start their own family.
This is the last thing we can do for Shuang. Chapter 193, Wolves Ahead, Tigers Behind. The arrogant Pei Li Xuan.
Lying on the luxurious hotel bed, Subai slept soundly until dawn, stretched comfortably, and picked up his phone to check the time. He saw several messages Yun Yishuang had sent yesterday.
Subai thought about it. Since he had no plans for the weekend, he decided to invite Yun Yishuang out for some fun.
Upon seeing the message, Yun Yishuang was overjoyed, nearly dancing with excitement.
She rushed downstairs, gave a half-hearted response to Yun Jingyuan's questions, and hurried out the door. The two of them agreed to meet at a park. By now, the sun was high in the sky, baking the earth, but for Yun Yishuang, as long as she was alone with Subai, she was content. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being alone with him. Though they said they were going out to play, it was mostly Subai accompanying Yun Yishuang. They spent the entire day wandering around. When it was time to part, Yun Yishuang felt reluctant to leave and couldn't wait to go out on another date tomorrow. Subai was worried that the young girl might be tired. As a martial artist ranked on the heavenly list, he could easily walk all day or even fight all day without breaking a sweat. But Yun Yishuang was different. She was just an ordinary person. Walking all day under the scorching sun would inevitably take a toll on her body. The two agreed to wait until the weather cooled down before going on another date, or perhaps choose a different location. Yun Yishuang happily agreed. As for Guan Xiaolei, she began selling off her shares in Guan's beauty company. This way, she could return to Sioux City with Subai and the others, bringing some money with her, rather than ending up with nothing. However, while imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Although it was called Guan's Beauty, it wasn't entirely owned by Guan Xiaolei. She only held a 47% stake, while the other minor shareholders had banded together to hold a 53% stake. And these shareholders, fearing the Zhang family's overwhelming power, were forced to sell their shares to the Zhang family at a fraction of their value. As a result, the Zhang family suddenly gained 53% of the shares, becoming the majority shareholder. Since the Zhang family had made it clear in the market that no one dared to risk offending them by doing business with Guan's company, Guan Xiaolei's shares became worthless overnight. However, these shares were useless. Under the Zhang family's control, Guan's cosmetics was already in shambles, with issues arising in every aspect of its operations. Additionally, many customers claiming to be users of Guan's beauty products began filing lawsuits, alleging that the cosmetics were of poor quality and had caused health issues. Guan's beauty was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. Guan Xiaolei was filled with helplessness. The Zhang family's underhanded maneuvers were both swift and ruthless, leaving them no time to react. Not only is she facing the loss of shares worth billions, but she may also be saddled with a substantial debt. It would not be an exaggeration to say she has fallen from heaven to hell. The Zhang family's power and influence as top-tier elites are truly terrifying. This was merely a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg, yet it was already suffocating Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan, who had managed to climb into the upper echelons of society. In the executive office of the Guan Family Beauty Corporation headquarters, Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan sat on the sofa with vacant expressions, looking utterly defeated. They had hoped to sell their shares at a discount, take the money, and live a simple, ordinary life in Sioux City. But in the end, not only did they fail to cut their losses in time, but Zhang's aggressive moves came too swiftly, leaving them stuck with the shares and saddled with massive debts, making an already dire situation even worse. In such a dire situation, if there was no hope of breaking the deadlock, the debt they were burdened with would not only crush their family but also shatter the small family of Subai and Yun Yishuang. After all, Subai came from a small town with no connections or resources. Even with a degree from a prestigious university, without any opportunities, he could only work as a laborer. Now, with billions of dollars in debt, it would take hundreds of lifetimes to pay it off. "Husband, what are we going to do now?" Guan Xiaolei said with a trembling voice. She was completely helpless. She could only pin her hopes on her husband. Even if he couldn't save Guan's beauty, at least he couldn't take on this enormous debt. Otherwise, the rest of their lives and Yun Yishuang's happiness would be ruined. Yun Jingyuan sighed helplessly. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever felt such deep helplessness, powerless to do anything but watch everything unfold before his eyes. At noon, his former superior had also told him that the Zhang family was serious this time. Since he had been transferred to a local position, his influence in the capital was no longer effective. He could only prepare for the worst. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Guan Xiaolei looked up and saw a young man walking in as casually as if he were strolling in a garden. The young man walked up to Guan Xiaolei, bowed politely, and said, "Uncle Yun, Aunt Guan, hello. My name is Pei Lishuan." Upon hearing this name, Guan Xiaolei was instantly overcome with emotion, standing up abruptly and coldly demanding, "Pei Lishuan? We have no past grievances or recent conflicts, why are you harming us?" Pei Lishuan smiled and said, "Aunt Guan, please calm down. I came here today to give Uncle and Aunt another chance to start over. Of course, I also hope Uncle and Aunt will give me a chance." At this point, he pulled over a chair, sat down, and began to speak eloquently. "Yun Shuang and I are both studying at Qinbei University. Here, I am deeply grateful to Aunt Guan and Uncle Yun, because the two of you have raised her so exceptionally well that the moment I laid eyes on Shuang, I fell deeply in love with her. To put it simply, it was love at first sight. However, Yun Shuang doesn't like me. I've been pursuing her for 3 years, and during this time, she has consistently rejected me. But I haven't given up. I believe I can win her heart with my sincerity. During this time, I didn't use even a shred of the Zhang family's influence. I just didn't want this love to be tainted by worldly filth. But yesterday, I found out that Shuang has a boyfriend, and as far as I know, she even brought him to meet her parents. I cannot accept that the woman I've loved for so long is now with someone else, so I resorted to using the Zhang family's influence. I apologize for causing trouble for Aunt Guan and Uncle Yun." At this point, Pei Lishuan stood up and bowed to Yun Jingyuan and the others, appearing quite sincere, though the darkness in his eyes betrayed his true emotions. Then he plopped down into the chair and continued. "Therefore, if the two of you can accept me as the son-in-law of the Yun family, all the shares under my control can be transferred to Shuang's name. I believe that with the Zhang family as our backing, the market value of Guan's beauty will reach 100 billion within a year. As for Uncle Yun, coincidentally, the Zhang family has a vacancy for a high-ranking official. If everything goes smoothly, Uncle Yun might even have the opportunity to enter the imperial court in the future. However, if you refuse, I apologize, but you may find it difficult to leave the imperial capital." Chapter 194. No matter how powerful the Zhang family is, they can't control everything. After the last words fell, Pei Lishuan remained silent, the darkness in his eyes gradually fading. He quietly watched Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei. As long as these two are intelligent, they will know how to choose. He had loved Yun Shuang for so long and understood her nature well. She would never ruin her parents' lives for her own personal feelings. She would certainly abandon Su Bai and choose to be with him. Yun Jingyuan sneered inwardly. As expected, it was exactly as he had suspected. He took a deep breath and said to Pei Lishuan, "Sorry, Zhang Xiao. Who Yun Shuang loves and who she chooses to date is her own business. As her parents, we won't interfere with her decision. If she loves you, we'll gladly accept it. If she doesn't, we won't force her." Seeing her husband reject him so decisively, Guan Xiaolei sighed. In truth, she had already been moved by Pei Lishuan's words. Although Pei Lishuan was Zhang Zimo's cousin, since he had grown up in the Zhang family and followed Zhang Zimo around since childhood, their bond was as strong as that of brothers. This guy definitely doesn't have the authority to leverage the Zhang family's influence. He must have convinced Zhang Zimo to issue the order, meaning that if Shuang ends up with Pei Lishuan, they'll be able to latch onto the Zhang family's coattails. But the result was that Yun Jingyuan refused too quickly. Just as Guan Xiaolei felt a pang of regret, Pei Lishuan's expression darkened, and his voice grew colder as he asked, "Have the two of you made your decision?" Yun Jingyuan nodded. He had always been a man of integrity, upholding the principles of not yielding to force and not being corrupted by wealth. This was one of the reasons why his former superior had held him in such high regard. To be honest, with the power he held now, he could have easily lived a life of luxury. But because he had stuck to his principles, Guan Xiaolei had no choice but to turn to business, leading to their current circumstances. Otherwise, even if the family of 3 wasn't living in poverty, at least Yun Shuang wouldn't have to drive a car worth several million. Now, to sacrifice his daughter's confidant for his own future, he cannot do it. Pei Lishuan no longer pretended, his face darkening as he said, "All right. Since you don't want me as your son-in-law, don't blame me." He looked at Guan Xiaolei, his lips curling into a sinister smile, and said, "Aunt Guan, I just heard some insider information that your batch of products was found to contain items explicitly banned from import. If everything goes as planned, you should be able to spend the rest of your days in prison." "You?" Guan Xiaolei suddenly stood up, her face filled with shock, and her wide eyes betrayed a hint of terror. "Pei Lishuan. You dare!" Yun Jingyuan also felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Pei Lishuan smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Since I can't be your son-in-law, I'll have to be your enemy instead. This is your own choice." With that, he turned and left. "Husband, save me. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison." Guan Xiaolei panicked and threw herself into Yun Jingyuan's arms, wailing loudly.
Yun Jingyuan comforted her with a solemn expression. Once Guan Xiaolei's emotions had calmed slightly, he took out his phone and dialed the number of his former superior.
Back then, Guan Xiaolei thought he was stubborn and inflexible, unaware of how to maximize power and gain the greatest benefits.
But he knew that his former superior had recognized his character, and that was why he had been promoted all these years. Had he ever entertained even the slightest thought of corruption or abuse of power, he would never have reached his current position. After the call connected, Yun Jingyuan quickly recounted what had happened earlier. After a moment of silence, the old superior's steady voice came through.
How dare you? The Zhang family really thinks they can do whatever they want. Do they really believe they can control everything in the imperial capital?
Jingyuan, though I can't help you turn the situation around, I can ensure your family has safety.
Old superior, I truly thank you. Yun Jingyuan choked out.
After exchanging a few more polite words, the call ended. The old leader's words were like a soothing balm to them. Although he had been transferred to a local post, his influence remained intact and his former connections had not faded.
While he lacked the ability to turn the tide against adversity, ensuring their survival would still prompt many to extend their goodwill.
The top priority now was to sell the shares as soon as possible. After all, Pei Lishuan had targeted Guan's beauty because of them. Once their shares were sold, the debts would no longer exist, and Pei Lishuan would have no reason to continue targeting Guan's beauty. After careful consideration, Guan Xiaolei sold the Guan's beauty shares, valued at over 4 billion yuan, for 600 million yuan. Now, she only hopes that a powerful family or faction that is at odds with the Zheng family will take over. As for why she was in such a hurry to sell and insist on 600 million, wouldn't selling for 1 or 200 million increase the chances of a sale? However, if the price was too low, it might spark various speculations, making it even harder to sell later. 600 million was considered a relatively reasonable price range. After leaving the house, Pei Lishuan directly addressed the butler Li Shu waiting at the door.
Li Shu. I want Guan Xiaolei to never be able to rise again. I want her to rot in prison until she dies, or else I'll never be able to ease the hatred in my heart.
Li Shu, upon hearing this, hesitated and said, "Young master, this is a bit difficult.
A powerful figure has intervened and wants to protect the Yun family."
Pei Lishuan knew exactly who had intervened and immediately said with a vicious expression,
"You bastard! That scum was exiled to the provinces, yet he dares to meddle in imperial affairs?
If that won't work, then make Guan Xiaolei take the blame, make her pay for it for hundreds of lifetimes."
"Understood, second young master." Li Shu nodded and went to make arrangements. Chen Xinghan, as the head of Dongjiang International's branch in the imperial capital, was feeling the pressure.
The daily investment amount was only around 1 or 2 billion, and a large portion of that was in real estate, a hard asset, which moved too slowly.
This had already begun to dissatisfy the big boss.
In recent days, he's been scrambling to find ways to spend money, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. But there had been no progress so far. After all, the capital city was filled with various small circles, and any profitable avenues were controlled by these circles. For an outsider company like theirs to develop here was extremely difficult. On several occasions, they had identified potential investment projects and companies, but by the time they were ready to negotiate, either the projects had already been funded or they were outright rejected. As for why they were able to grow and thrive in the Magic City before, it was all thanks to the big boss eliminating a powerful local family, which made everyone else fear them and allowed them to forcefully rewrite the business landscape of the Magic City. But now, he can't ask the big boss to help them break into the capital city. Otherwise, what's the point of paying such high salaries to keep these employees around? However, today, Chen Xinghan learned of an investment opportunity. The boss of Guan's Beauty was planning to sell 47% of his shares in Guan's Beauty at a loss of 6 billion yuan. They did some research and found that Guan's Beauty has a market value of 80 to 90 billion yuan. 47% of the shares are worth at least 30 to 40 billion yuan, yet they are being sold for only 6 billion yuan.
Something fishy is going on.
Chen Xinghan hesitated but decided to contact the other party first before making a decision. He wouldn't let any investment opportunity slip through his fingers, lest he betray the high salary Su Bai had paid him.
Chapter 195, Danger. The frantic Pei Lishuan. After releasing the news, Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei got into a car and headed home. The two of them didn't hold out much hope. As soon as they arrived home, Guan Xiaolei was about to take a nap to rest, but she received a call from someone claiming to be from Dongjiang International Investment Company, expressing interest in purchasing shares of Guan's Beauty Company. Guan Xiaolei immediately lost all desire to sleep, feeling wide awake.
These shares were not just money to them, they were a potentially bottomless pit of debt. As long as someone was willing to take them off their hands, they would even give them away for free. However, the caller directly asked Guan Xiaolei a question: why were they selling a 47% stake, worth 3 or 40 billion, for just 5 billion? Guan Xiaolei was honest and explained that she had offended a powerful figure and was now trying to cut her losses by selling quickly so she could flee the country. Selling so urgently, a lower price is understandable.
Chen Xinghan, as the head of the Beijing branch, was a seasoned veteran in the business world and knew that the underlying issues were far more complicated than what was being said on the surface. However, buying shares worth 3 or 40 billion for 6 billion is a risk worth taking. As for the possibility of offending a big shot, well, to be honest, he isn't afraid of offending the big shots right now. Back in Magic City, the Liu family was powerful enough, right? And they had SCC core members as their backers. After offending them, weren't they still wiped out? To be honest, he actually hopes that so-called big shot will cause trouble for Dongjiang International. That way, he can use it as an opportunity to break into the capital city. After a brief discussion, the decision was made. Chen Xinghan took Dongjiang International's lawyer to Guan's Beauty, where they met Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan. When Chen Xinghan presented the contract, Guan Xiaolei didn't even glance at it. She signed it immediately, fearing that if she hesitated, the other party might back out. Chen Xinghan took the contract, confirmed it was correct, and then transferred 600 million yuan to the account under Guan Xiaolei's name. Guan Xiaolei and Yun Jingyuan had been hearing nothing but bad news in recent days. Now, seeing the 600 million yuan, they felt as though they had turned a corner, a sense of disbelief washing over them. For a moment, the two were overjoyed beyond words. Now that the biggest crisis had been resolved, the remaining challenge was how to convince Yun Yishuang and Su Bai to follow them back to Su City. And the sooner the better, to avoid any complications. Meanwhile, Li Shu was preparing to take action to turn Guan Xiaolei's debts into an insurmountable burden when he was shocked to discover that the major shareholder of Guan's Beauty had been replaced by someone else. He was utterly stunned. After the Zhang family had already spoken, there was still a company daring to take on this hot potato? This was clearly a sign of disrespect toward the Zhang family. Going against the Zhang family in the capital was no different from seeking death. He checked which company had taken over. Dongjiang International. Headquartered in the Magic City, they had only recently established a branch in the imperial capital in the past few months. In just a few short months, Dongjiang International has invested a staggering 4 to 500 billion yuan, with its market value potentially exceeding 1 trillion yuan. Li Shu was completely stunned. A company with a market value of 1 trillion yuan without the backing of a powerful figure or a prominent family, such a massive scale would be impossible to achieve. After hesitating for a moment, Uncle Li shared this information with Pei Lishuan. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Pei Lishuan. He had gone to such great lengths, sacrificing so much, just to ensure that Guan Xiaolei would never rise again and force Yun Yishuang to submit. But now, with Dongjiang International meddling in the matter, his plan had effectively failed, and he couldn't bear it. What good is money? In the face of absolute power, it's nothing but a paper tiger. However, Pei Lishuan also realized one thing: after selling her shares, Guan Xiaolei and her family would definitely leave immediately. Therefore, he acted decisively and sent people to keep an eye on them. Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei returned home and immediately collapsed onto the bed, sleeping soundly. The heavy burden that had been weighing on them for days had finally been lifted, allowing them to relax and sleep soundly. After all, they hadn't closed their eyes in days, and their bodies were already at their limits. After the two had rested, it was already noon. Yun Yishuang had already left the house and was not at home. They immediately booked tickets to Dongjiang and planned to depart as soon as Yun Yishuang returned. Meanwhile, Pei Lishuan had also heard the news immediately and was completely thrown into a panic. He absolutely couldn't allow Yun Yishuang to leave, otherwise, he might lose her forever. Although the Zhang family was powerful, their influence was limited to the imperial capital and most of the northern regions. Dongjiang, however, was located in the south, within the sphere of influence of SCC, and the Zhang family's reach didn't extend there. Pei Lishuan was suddenly at a loss for what to do. He couldn't resort to force either. Yun Jingyuan's former superior had already made it clear that he would protect Yun Jingyuan's family. The Zhang family wouldn't risk alienating such a powerful figure over a woman. Moreover, while the Zhang family in the imperial capital is indeed powerful, there are still other prominent clans and families that are even more formidable. Some restraint is still necessary. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Pei Lishuan, and he let out a deep laugh. Why not just settle this once and for all? Force himself on Yun Yishuang. That way, the deed would be done, and Su Bai might not want a woman who's been with someone else. This little vixen would have no choice but to submit to him. After all, the Zhang family would definitely protect him. Pei Lishuan immediately called Tu Tianrui to confirm Yun Yishuang's exact location, then rushed over in a hurry. Meanwhile, Yun Yishuang was shopping at the mall, having bought a large pile of items, and was preparing to head home. Just as she stepped out of the mall's entrance, she saw Pei Lishuan walking toward her, flashing a smile she found utterly repulsive. Yun Yishuang. What a coincidence, you're here too. Yun Yishuang replied indifferently, not at all. I'm heading home. Mr. Pei Lishuan, could you please move aside? She didn't know what Pei Lishuan had done to her parents, otherwise, she wouldn't be speaking so calmly right now. Better late than never, let's have dinner together. No, thank you. I've already eaten. Yun Yishuang didn't want to stay longer and was about to leave when Pei Lishuan suddenly blocked her way out. Yun Yishuang, let's have dinner together. Pei Lishuan was already furious. I said I don't want to eat. Are you trying to force me? Get out of my way.
Seeing Pei Lishuan persistently pestering her, Yu Nishuan lost her patience and spoke in a harsher tone.
What if I don't let you?
Pei Lishuan spoke, then grabbed Yu Nishuan's wrist.
Let go of me. Pei Lishuan. You bastard.
Yu Nishuan shouted angrily, trying to shake off Pei Lishuan's grip, but her strength was no match for his.
At that moment, a crowd gathered around.
Pei Lishuan smiled at the onlookers and said, "Sorry for the disturbance.
This is my girlfriend, we're just having a little argument."
After saying that, he forcibly dragged Yu Nishuan toward the exit. No matter how much Yu Nishuan struggled, the people around her ignored her. On one hand, they assumed it was just a couple having a minor argument. On the other hand, Pei Lishuan's attire clearly marked him as someone of influence, so it was best not to get involved. At that moment, Yu Nishuan's wrist had already developed a very noticeable red mark, the pain causing tears to stream down her face. At the same time, she sensed something off about Pei Lishuan. If she kept walking like this, something terrible might happen to her, yet struggling was useless. She couldn't help but feel despair. Chapter 196, Beauty Saves Beauty. In no time, Pei Lishuan had dragged Yu Nishuan to a corner where his car was parked.
Yu Nishuan's cries for help went unnoticed.
Some people sensed something was wrong, but seeing Pei Lishuan's imposing presence, they chose to stand by and watch, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, like a beam of light illuminating Yu Nishuan.
Let go of that girl. The speaker was Sima Huiyu.
Whether a girl or a woman, no one could resist the temptation of shopping, as it allowed them to buy delicious food and beautiful dresses. Just as she stepped out of the mall, she saw a man forcing a woman to do something she didn't want to do in broad daylight. Sima Huiyu had originally no intention of getting involved. After all, the imperial capital was a place where dragons and tigers lurked, and it might just be a simple conflict between two prominent families.
She didn't want to get involved.
She merely glanced curiously before looking away, but soon she sensed something was off and hurriedly looked back. The girl seemed familiar.
After a moment of confusion, she finally remembered who the stranger was. The girl had appeared in a viral article over the past few days, sitting in the same car as Subai. Subai's girlfriend. Sima Huiyu's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. Earlier, she had been troubled about how to get closer to Subai, but now the opportunity had presented itself. She let out a loud shout and sprinted over, blocking the path between Pei Lishuan and Yu Nishuan. Pei Lishuan stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows and asking, "This is our private matter. You, an outsider, should not interfere." After saying this, Pei Lishuan prepared to drag Yu Nishuan out again. Yu Nishuan wanted to call for help, but perhaps out of sheer fear, she stammered for a long time without uttering a single word. Sima Huiyu immediately crossed her arms and shouted, "I know her. Her name is Yu Nishuan, and her boyfriend is Subai. You're not her boyfriend, and you're not her little couple. So what are you doing?" As soon as Sima Huiyu spoke, it immediately drew the attention of those around them. After all, many times, once someone takes the initiative to do something good, others are often willing to step forward as well. At that moment, Yu Nishuan finally snapped out of it and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Call the police! Everyone, call the police! He's trying to rape me!" This was her last chance. If she didn't seize it, she might truly be doomed. The main culprit had spoken, and the onlookers quickly pulled out their phones, eager to capture the scene as evidence for the future. Pei Lishuan's face alternated between purple and blue. Reluctantly, he released his grip on Yu Nishuan and glared at Sima Huiyu with eyes ablaze, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Once free, Yu Nishuan dashed away and hid behind Sima Huiyu. Pei Lishuan took a deep breath, glared at the crowd around him, and shouted, "What the hell are you all doing here? My girlfriend and I are having a little argument, and you're all just nosy busybodies. Get out of here." Some people who sensed something was wrong quietly left, while others, upon seeing the luxurious car behind Pei Lishuan, immediately backed down. Where was this place? This is the imperial capital. Who would dare to act so brazenly in the imperial capital? They couldn't be ordinary people. In the end, only a few people remained to watch the spectacle, but they kept their distance to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you leaving?" Pei Lishuan gave them a cold glance. One of the onlookers said, "Don't worry, I'm just here out of boredom. Don't mind me." Another person said, "Yeah, life is too boring. This is the first time I've been at the scene of a scandal, so I might as well enjoy it. This is way more interesting than carrying around a Louis Vuitton bag." The remaining few were clearly there just to watch the spectacle, the bigger the better. Pei Lishuan chuckled and said indifferently, "That's fine. Tell me your names and family backgrounds, and I'll have the young master's men invite you over for tea." Upon hearing the words "the young master's men," the few people's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but shiver. They were locals from the imperial capital, so they knew exactly what the phrase "the young master's men" meant. The imperial capital was filled with numerous powerful cliques.
And the young master's faction was undoubtedly the most prominent among them, all because of the young master, Zhao Longfeng, whose family background was so deep and powerful that it bordered on the terrifying. Moreover, those who could join the young master's faction were either elite members of the upper class or individuals from families with significant influence. In short, the young master's faction was a terrifying existence, almost legendary in nature.
Cough. Big brother. This humble servant didn't recognize your greatness. I'll leave immediately. I'll leave immediately.
These few people no longer lingered to watch the spectacle, as they certainly didn't want to court death.
After speaking, they immediately fled, fearing that even a moment's delay might draw them into the fray. Pei Lishuan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Sima Huiyu, saying, "What? Do you also want to experience the power of the young master faction?"
Sima Huiyu tugged at the corner of her mouth, showing no emotion, and said indifferently, "You're right.
I actually want to try." Regardless, she was the eldest daughter of the Sima family.
If anyone dared to harm her, it would be the same as insulting the Sima family. Besides, she had no feelings for the Sima family. If the other side could truly harm the Sima family, it would actually help her break the deadlock. As for the young master's faction, that Lu Bu Fan is one of the 8 heavenly kings of the young master's faction.
What happened?
After provoking Su Bai, he ended up with no place to bury his body, and the Lu family and the young master's faction dared not even utter a single word.
Are you sure? Pei Lishuan's expression darkened instantly.
This was his last chance.
If he couldn't seize it, he might lose Yunishuan forever, and that was something he absolutely couldn't allow.
For him, forcing himself on Yunishuan wouldn't be a big deal.
After all, his older brother, the future head of the Zhang family, would protect him. I'm certain. Sima Huiyu said very seriously.
Pei Lishuan looked at Sima Huiyu, suddenly let out a cold laugh, then suddenly stepped forward. His figure darted past Sima Huiyu like a ghost, and he suddenly reached out, grabbing toward Yunishuan's direction.
Bang!
Sima Huiyu reacted swiftly, delivering a swift and decisive strike with his hand, interrupting Pei Lishuan's attack and forcing him to retreat several steps, once again creating distance between them.
With me here, you won't touch her.
Sima Huiyu casually clapped his hands, speaking with a calm demeanor.
Fine. Then let me show you the consequences of meddling in others' affairs.
Pei Lishuan spat on the ground, his expression suddenly turning ferocious, and he launched a brutal attack toward Sima Huiyu.
Since soft tactics won't work, then we'll have to resort to force. Chapter 197, Backfiring, Good Deeds Deserve Good Rewards. As soon as the two began fighting, the battle immediately intensified.
After about 10 minutes, both of them retreated several steps.
Pei Lishuan looked at Sima Huiyu with a hint of surprise and asked, "Who are you?"
Sima Huiyu was his equal in strength, and being so young, he must be the son of a powerful family with strong backing.
Sima Huiyu replied, "You're not worthy to know my name." "Fine. I'll be waiting for you." With this guy ruining his plans, he definitely wouldn't be able to take Yunishuan away today.
Pei Lishuan decided to return and devise a longer-term strategy. However, at that moment, Sima Huiyu suddenly seemed to think of something. As Pei Lishuan turned around, she suddenly charged forward and slapped him hard on his vital spot. Pei Lishuan suddenly felt a cold breeze sweep across his back and instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. What should have been a direct, head-on attack, but for some reason, Sima Huiyu suddenly withdrew his hand, causing Pei Lishuan's instinctive defense to strike Sima Huiyu's shoulder.
Bang!
Pei Lishuan stumbled backward several steps, slamming into the wall with a thud. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his breath grew weak. Sima Huiyu also stepped back several times, his shoulder clothes torn, blood flowing from his mouth, his face turning pale, clearly injured.
"Sister!"
Yunishuan immediately stepped forward to support Sima Huiyu, looking concerned.
"I'm fine." Sima Huiyu waved her hand.
Pei Lishuan glanced at the two of them, adjusted his breathing, then got into the car and left. Yunishuan sighed in relief upon seeing Pei Lishuan leave, then looked anxiously at Sima Huiyu and said, "Let's go to the hospital."
"You're coughing up blood." Sima Huiyu sat on the nearby steps, waving her hand and said, "I'm fine. By the way, Yunishuan, call Su Bai immediately. Tell him to come over quickly.
I'm afraid that guy still has something up his sleeve." Yunishuan took out her phone and suddenly froze, looking surprised.
"Sister, do you know me?" Sima Huiyu said, "The school flower of Qinbei? Who doesn't know her? Besides, I'm an exchange student from Dongjian University, so I also know Su Bai."
Yunishuan nodded in realization, then dialed Su Bai's number and briefly explained what had happened.
Less than 20 minutes later, Su Bai arrived in a hurry. Upon arriving, Su Bai noticed that there was another woman beside Yunishuan's Sima Huiyu and she seemed to be injured. "Xuan, are you okay?" Su Bai asked worriedly. Upon seeing Su Bai, Yunishuan finally relaxed completely.
She felt wronged and hugged Su Bai tightly, recounting the dangerous incident that had just occurred in detail.
Sima Huiyu saw this and smiled like an auntie. She was overjoyed inside she had bet correctly. Su Bai asked, "That guy named Pei Lishuan, wasn't he the one with the hideous face who was with him when he was looking for me by the lake?" Sima Huiyu replied, "That's him. He's been pursuing me for the past 3 years, but I don't like him and have been rejecting him all along. He must have been enraged by my refusal this time. Alright. Leave the rest to me. Let's discuss it in the car. This sister of mine. I'll handle it. After Yunishwan got into the Mercedes-Benz that Subai had driven over, Subai turned to look at Sima Huiyu and said, "Enough. Stop while you're ahead." "What do you mean, stop?" "Subai, don't be so ungrateful. This time I saved your precious little Frost and I was seriously injured, even coughing up blood. Have some conscience, will you?" Subai said, "I've seen that guy. He doesn't even have the strength to touch the threshold of the Tiger rankings. And you, as a half-step Tiger rankings expert, fought him and ended up seriously injured. Do you really think I'd believe that? What? You actually know my current strength?" Sima Huiyu was utterly shocked. This was one of her most relied upon trump cards. Besides herself, no one else knew about it, not even the senior elders of the Sima family. Yet Subai knew about it. How deep and unfathomable must his strength be? "Sima Huiyu, I don't like people playing mind games with me. It feels insincere. Your little tricks are boring. You saved my girlfriend and got seriously injured, leaving me indebted to you so that I can help you achieve your plans. Do you really think I'm that stupid?" At that moment, Sima Huiyu was so shocked he couldn't speak. She never expected her carefully laid plans to be so easily uncovered. She had no idea how terrifying Subai's mental strength was. Not only could he observe his surroundings in meticulous detail, but his thoughts were also exceptionally clear. With just one glance, he had already grasped the entire situation. Subai glanced at Sima Huiyu, took a deep breath, and spoke in a slightly lighter tone. "Regardless of what happened, you saved Shuangshuan today. Without you, I dare not imagine what might have happened. Each debt must be repaid separately, so the promise still stands." After speaking, Subai bowed slightly to Sima Huiyu before leaving. Sima Huiyu watched Subai's car drive away, standing motionless for a long time, unable to snap out of it. After what seemed like an eternity, her face finally showed some expression. Yay! She jumped up excitedly, her joy surging like a tidal wave, overjoyed beyond words. Just moments ago, when Subai had guessed her true intentions, she had felt a powerful aura of authority. This aura was eerily familiar, for it reminded her of her grandfather's majesty. In other words, Subai had likely surpassed the Tiger rankings and become an even stronger heaven rank expert. You must know that her father didn't even touch the threshold of the heavenly rankings until he was in his 40s. Even so, he was the most outstanding prodigy in the Sam family in hundreds of years, hailed as the unparalleled prodigy who could lead the Sam family to glory once again. And Subai is only 21, isn't she? A heavenly rank expert at 21. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar in the martial arts world. This is no longer something that can be described with a simple word like genius. It's the existence of a super demonic prodigy. Almost someone who can make the prodigies of the same generation gasp for breath. And just a month ago, Subai was still a Tiger rank expert. Now, in just a few dozen days, this guy has become a heavenly rank expert. Either Subai was hiding his true strength all along and was already a heavenly rank expert when they first met, or he ascended from the Tiger rank to the heavenly rank within just 1 month. Regardless of which possibility is true, it means that Subai is incredibly powerful. Fortunately, she has obtained Subai's promise. This means she has an unparalleled genius as an ally. Thinking about this, Sima Huiyu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. However, now is not the right time to reveal everything. She'll wait until after graduation to bring it up. "Sima Yen, I've prepared a big surprise for you. I hope you'll still be able to laugh then." Chapter 198, Youth is for Recklessness. The two brothers courting death. When Subai and Yun Yishuan returned home, Yun Jingyuan and his wife were packing their luggage. Judging by the scene, they were preparing to move. Yun Yishuan saw Guan Xiaolei, and the emotion she had finally calmed down surged back up. She clung to her mother and burst into tears. This scared Guan Xiaolei half to death, and she kept trying to comfort her, but Yun Yishuan just kept crying without saying a word. After asking Subai, Yun Jingyuan learned that just moments ago, Yun Yishuan had nearly been assaulted by Pei Lishuan, causing his expression to darken instantly. At this point, he decided not to hide anything anymore and told Subai everything that had happened over the past few days. He then urged Subai to leave with them to avoid Pei Lishuan, desperate and cornered, doing something even more outrageous. Yun Yishuan was still crying. Upon hearing this, she immediately recalled her parents' unusual behavior from the past 2 days, and her heart clenched in pain, causing her sobs to grow even louder. At that moment, Subai appeared relatively calm on the surface, but the anger boiling within him was like a volcano ready to erupt. Pei Lishuan's actions had long since crossed his boundaries. It seems that even the death of Lu Bufan is insufficient to curb the arrogance of these privileged elites who have grown accustomed to their power. There was only one option left, to make an example of them once again. Since the Zhang family had gotten involved this time, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them as well. "Uncle Guan, don't worry. I'll handle this," Subai said. "You'll handle it? With what?" Yun Jingyuan was furious and couldn't understand what Subai meant. After all, Su Bai was just a poor student with no background or power, while the Zhang family was one of the top aristocratic families in the imperial capital. To put it bluntly, even a servant from the Zhang family could easily kill Su Bai and leave him with no place to be buried. The gap between the two was not just a chasm, it was like two entirely different worlds. Yun Jingyuan snapped back to reality, dismissing Su Bai's words as nonsense. He ignored him and said, "Su Bai, let's return to Su City. If we can't take them on, we can always avoid them. Once we leave the imperial capital, the Zhang family, no matter how powerful they are, won't have anything to do with us. Don't worry. I know how to handle things." After saying that, Su Bai turned and walked toward the exit. All he could think of now was to eliminate Pei Lishuan and destroy the Zhang family. In his early 20s, one was full of youthful vigor. Yun Jingyuan feared Su Bai would do something reckless and hurriedly said to Yun Ishuang, "Stop him. He's too impulsive right now." Yun Ishuang nodded and ran out immediately. Guan Xiaolei remarked, "This kid is even more fiery than I imagined. That's not bloodthirsty, it's impulsive." His own girlfriend was almost defiled by someone else. If this kid just swallows his anger and lets it go, I'd really look down on him. Alright. But have you considered that if he really does something reckless, his entire life will be ruined? Husband, your worries are completely unnecessary. You want to take revenge on Pei Lishuan, but he doesn't even know which direction the Zhang family's front gate faces. Even if he did, he couldn't get in. As for Su Bai, he had just gotten into the car when Yun Ishuang rushed over, blocking the front with both hands and wailing, "Su Bai. Please, I beg you, don't go." Su Bai opened the car door and got out, gently hugging Yun Ishuang and comforting her, "Trust me. I'm not the impulsive type. Once I decide to do something, I've already considered everything. Don't worry. Stay home with Aunt Guan and wait for me." "But I'm afraid you'll." "No, I won't. Trust me." "Do I look like someone who would lie to you? Then promise me you'll come back safely." "I promise." The two hugged for a while longer. Yun Ishuang finally let go, her eyes filled with tears as she watched Su Bai's car drive away. She then turned back 3 times before heading home. In the car, Su Bai immediately called the special investigation team in charge of domestic intelligence, Team Ding. After pinpointing Pei Lishuan's whereabouts, he headed in that direction. He also received an unexpected surprise. Pei Lishuan was in a luxurious villa in the eastern suburbs when he happened to encounter Zhang Zimo, the first heir of the Zhang family and effectively the de facto head of the household, who was also there. Meanwhile, the special investigation team's Ding squad followed procedure and reported all information related to Su Bai to their superior, the team leader of the Ding squad. Previously, the overall team leader of the special investigation team, Su Jingming, had given specific instructions: all matters related to Su Bai must be reported to him in meticulous detail. Upon seeing the information about Su Bai, the team leader of Team Ding dared not delay and immediately reported it to Su Jingming. Su Jingming felt a bit helpless. These people are truly brazen. Lu Bufan has only been dead for a few days, and these aristocratic youths are already daring to cause trouble again. Wait a moment. Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan from the Zhang family. This is bad. Su Jingming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly called Zhuang Zhenhai, the commander of the wolf pack, and informed him of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Zhenhai's breathing became, and he immediately called Su Bai. At that moment, Su Bai was heading toward the villa where Pei Lishuan was located. His phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw it was Zhuang Zhenhai's number. He hung up immediately. At this moment, Zhuang Zhenhai calling meant one thing: he was trying to stop him. After all, if he were helping him, he wouldn't call at such a critical moment. Zhang Zimo, what did you go and do to him?" Zhuang Zhenhai muttered helplessly before rushing toward Pei Lishuan's villa. Killing Pei Lishuan was no big deal, but under no circumstances could he touch a single hair of Zhang Zimo, the heir designated by Zhang Yangahua. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he also knew Su Bai's temper. Pei Lishuan had mobilized the Zhang family's forces with Zhang Zimo's approval, so Su Bai would definitely eliminate Zhang Zimo as well, and even the Zhang family might be dragged into it. After his plan failed, Pei Lishuan eventually made his way to Zhang Zimo's location. Zhang Zimo had been secluded in the villa, training relentlessly to become a tiger rank expert. Additionally, the powerful figure who had killed Lu Bufan was still in the imperial capital, so he avoided going out to provoke him. "Big brother. You must help me this time. They're all preparing to leave for another city." Pei Lishuan asked anxiously. Zhang Zimo scolded, "You're just a pig. No, you're not even as good as a pig. Pigs have more brains than you." "Oh, big brother. The world is unpredictable. Unexpected obstacles suddenly appeared, otherwise I would have succeeded by now. Who knows, I might even be starting to build a miniature version of myself by now. Making little people? Your mind is filled with nothing but that. Big brother. I beg you, if I can't get Yun Ishuang, I'll die with my eyes open." Zhang Zimo finally glanced at Pei Lishuan and said, "Are you sure that family doesn't have any powerful connections?" Pei Lishuan hurriedly replied, "Definitely not. If they did, they would have been fighting us tooth and nail by now instead of running away." "Alright. Then call a few of the clan's top experts and go directly to her house to kidnap her. A lowly little family isn't worth the Zhang clan's attention. Pei Lishuan was overjoyed. Thank you, older brother. I knew you were the best to me. Just then, a voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Go to hell. Chapter 199. Zhuang Junhai appears. Su Bai's confusion. The speaker was none other than Su Bai. His mental strength was now incredibly powerful, and his hearing had become so sharp it sent chills down one's spine. Even while still outside the villa, he had overheard the two brothers' secret plans. They were truly lawless to the extreme. If at first Su Bai had thought he might be a bit too ruthless, almost becoming a merciless killer, now he realized that some people simply deserve to be eradicated completely. Mercy toward enemies is cruelty toward oneself. Who's speaking? Inside the villa, Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan looked around in panic, suddenly noticing a young man standing in the hall. His appearance was far too eerie. Upon recognizing the man, Pei Lishuan shouted loudly, Su Bai. Have you come to throw yourself into the lion's den? Zhang Zimo frowned at Pei Lishuan. Pei Lishuan hurriedly explained, Brother, he's Su Bai, Yunishuan's rumored boyfriend. He's an exchange student from Dongjian University at Qinbei University. Zhang Zimo looked at Su Bai and laughed coldly, There's a path to heaven, but you chose hell. You came here on your own. I was planning to deal with you tonight, but since you've come to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. He is the heir to the Zhang family of the imperial capital, with immense power and influence. Killing a college student from a small town is as easy as crushing an ant. Fine. Su Bai smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. His voice grew low at that moment. It seems that the death of Lu Bufan hasn't taught you privileged few a lesson. Do you think I'm a pushover? Each of you wants to test my limits. You dare lay a finger on my girlfriend? You all deserve to die. What's going on? At that moment, upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan's expressions froze completely, especially Zhang Zimo, whose gaze toward Su Bai was filled with intense fear. What did you say? You're the mysterious big shot. Zhang Zimo could barely speak. He had been in seclusion to avoid the mysterious big shot who killed Lu Bufan. Even Zhao Longfeng from the young master's faction dared not provoke this big shot, yet now, this bastard Pei Lishuan had gone and offended him badly. As for what Su Bai had said, he didn't doubt it for a moment. After all, the death of Lu Bufan was a closely guarded secret within the upper echelons of the organization. Outside that inner circle, no one else knew about it. There's no need to feel sorry for Lu Bufan's death. Now, you should be singing your own funeral songs. Su Bai finished speaking. As the words fell, a terrifying aura, accompanied by a raging inferno, surged out from Su Bai's body in layer upon layer. At that moment, a violent wind swept through the hall. The tables, chairs, and benches nearby were instantly reduced to dust. The surrounding cement walls and blue stone slabs were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if they couldn't withstand such terrifying force. Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan's pupils contracted sharply. The two of them collapsed to their knees with a thud, shrouded in the shadow of death. They had no doubt that Su Bai had already decided to kill them, and that he held an overwhelming advantage over them. Su Bai. You can't kill me. I'm from the Zhang family, you can't kill me. Help me. Zhang Zimo screamed for help, his voice filled with terror, his words becoming incoherent. As for Pei Lishuan, he knelt on the ground, too terrified to speak. His cultivation was inferior to Zhang Zimo's, so he felt the sharp, murderous intent even more intensely, making it difficult for him to breathe. Just as Su Bai was about to strike the fatal blow, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared, standing between Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan. He struck out violently, unleashing a terrifying aura that collided with Su Bai's attack. Countless sonic booms echoed through the air. The killing intent slowly subsided, returning to calm. Zhang Zimo felt an immense sense of relief, gasping for breath. At that moment, his mind was filled with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Looking up at the towering figure before him, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. This wasn't one of the family's revered elders, but that didn't matter. As long as he had saved his life, that was enough. Su Bai stared impassively at the person who had appeared. His expression seemed calm, but his mind was already in turmoil. Zhuang Junhai. The lone wolf squad leader. Zhuang Junhai's appearance did not surprise him in the slightest. When Su Jingming had called him earlier, he had already anticipated this scenario. What he hadn't expected was that he would arrive so quickly. Zhuang Junhai glanced at Su Bai, then turned to look at Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan. Seeing that they were unharmed, he relaxed slightly and said, Take your brother and leave. Thank you. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. Zhang Zimo finished speaking and hurriedly ran toward the back door with Pei Lishuan, fearing that if they were even a moment too late, they wouldn't be able to escape. Su Bai glanced at Zhang Zimo before casually withdrawing his gaze. He stood there motionless until he heard the sound of the door closing. Only then did he look at Zhuang Junhai and ask, why? Zhuang Junhai's appearance meant he had lost the opportunity to kill Zhang Zimo and Pei Lishuan. He now realized that even though he was in the right, why didn't the lone wolf help him? Instead, he was aiding his enemies. Aiding the wicked. Wasn't that going against the lone wolf's original intentions? Zhuang Zhenhai sighed softly. As a top-tier expert, he could clearly see that Su Bai, though outwardly calm, was seething with anger inside, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. I didn't want to tell you, but since you asked, I'll say it. Because the Zhang family can't be touched yet. Su Bai asked, why? Zhuang Zhenhai said, because of Zhang Bakun. Who? Zhang Yong was youngest son, Zhang Zimo's uncle. Su Bai stared silently at Zhuang Zhenhai, saying nothing, his expression still frozen. Zhang Zimo can't die. Or rather, the Zhang family can't be touched. If anything happens to the Zhang family, all the efforts of the lone wolf over the years will be in vain, and the stable situation maintained by the special investigation team will be disrupted, leading to the sacrifice of many lives. Hearing this, Su Bai furrowed his brows slightly, still somewhat confused. Is the Zhang family that important? As far as he knew, the Zhang family and the Lu family were both first-rate aristocratic families. He had killed Lu Bufan, and nothing had happened. But when it came to the Zhang family, it would cause such a huge upheaval. Zhuang Zhenhai continued, I have no connection with the Zhang family, so there's no question of favoritism. The Zhang family has targeted you, so you must kill Zhang Zimo and even exterminate the entire Zhang family. I fully support you. However, you must first get past Zhang Bakun. Is that guy named Zhang Bakun really that good? Zhuang Zhenhai nodded, when I fought him, I could only last 3 rounds. Upon hearing this, Su Bai was suddenly startled. If even Zhuang Zhenhai could only last 3 rounds, how powerful must Zhang Bakun be? Chapter 200, The Demon Like Su Bai. Rapidly rising strength. Zhuang Zhenhai sighed and began to explain the reason behind his actions. Decades ago, Zhang Bakun of the Zhang family was the rising star among the young generation in the imperial capital, far surpassing even the young masters of the top aristocratic families. As a result, the Zhang family placed great expectations on Zhang Bakun, directly cultivating him as their heir apparent. Perhaps through this opportunity, the Zhang family could ascend to the ranks of the top aristocratic families. Despite his extraordinary talent, Zhang Bakun had an unusually brutal personality. Anyone who crossed him would be subjected to various cruel methods until they were tortured to death. Genius, after all, often comes with unique quirks, but such quirks are completely against the law and unacceptable to society. Zhang Bakun's reckless behavior eventually caught the attention of a special investigation team, which launched an inquiry immediately. Upon realizing something was amiss, Zhang Yonghua nearly depleted the entire Zhang family's fortune to secure connections and buy valuable time, ultimately sending Zhang Bakun abroad. Who could have imagined that once Zhang Bakun arrived overseas, he was no longer constrained? With his innate talent for cultivation and ruthless methods, he established his own faction in the chaotic Delta region. The name of his organization was the Black Panther Mercenary Group. After years of development, the Black Panther Mercenary Group has grown into the 3rd largest mercenary group in the world. The reason why the Lone Wolf faction has been so protective of the Zhang family is primarily because Zhang Bakun is exceptionally powerful, having reached the peak of the heavenly rankings. Even if Zhuang Zhenhai and Su Jingming were to team up, they would not be a match for him. Additionally, Zhang Bakun's Black Panther Mercenary Corps commands countless mercenaries, all fully armed, and these men are bloodthirsty warriors, making their combat strength far surpass that of regular troops of the same size. The first 2 reasons only make things a bit tricky for the Lone Wolf. If it ever comes down to eliminating Zhang Bakuan, they could mobilize the entire nation's martial artists to take him down, though it would come at a much greater cost. However, the final point is what truly compels the Lone Wolf to ponder carefully. That is the location of Zhang Bakun's Black Panther, known as the Delta. It has another nickname, the darkest place on Earth. Those who live in the Delta are either internationally wanted criminals, ruthless mercenaries, or at the very least, murderers with a dozen lives on their hands. Why do these people gather here? It is because of Delta's extremely complex geographical location. It also serves as a buffer zone between the White Eagle region and other areas. The foreign tribe's determination to forget their differences remains unwavering. As the white-headed eagle's actions against the Lone Wolf grow more frequent, the importance of Delta increases accordingly. Whoever controls the Delta holds an almost overwhelming advantage in this strategic game. Neither the Lone Wolves nor the White Eagles can afford to let the other side fully control the Delta. Zhang Bakun is almost a genius at strategic maneuvering. He has found a clever balance between the Lone Wolves and the White Eagles, thereby establishing his own faction. Zhang Bakun is the biological son of Zhang Yonghua, and their father-son bond is extremely deep. Back then, Zhang Bakun had been surrounded by a special investigation team in a tight net, and Zhang Yonghua had almost depleted his entire fortune to save his son's life. Therefore, if anything were to happen to the Zhang family, there is no guarantee that Zhang Bakun would not resort to desperate measures and completely align himself with the white-headed eagle. In that case, all the efforts made by the Lone Wolf would be in vain. Moreover, the white-headed eagle will undoubtedly intensify its efforts against the Lone Wolf, and external pressure will shatter the current peaceful situation. It is unclear how many brave warriors will fall in this conflict. After hearing this explanation, Su Bai also took a deep breath. To summarize, Zhang Bakun is extremely powerful. Not only has he reached the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings, but he also controls the Black Panther mercenary group, the third-ranked mercenary group, with its headquarters in the Delta region, a strategic location that no military power can afford to ignore. He's got every advantage stacked in his favor. In other words, if he wants to annihilate the Zhang family, kill Pei Lixuan and Zhang Zimo, he must first eliminate Zhang Bakun. Otherwise, the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team won't agree. To put it bluntly, he's still too weak. If he were powerful enough to act without restraint, he could simply kill Zhang Bakun outright. Why bother with such limitations? However, Zhang Bakun is no ordinary figure. He managed to control the Delta region, forcing the Lone Wolf to hesitate. That's truly impressive. Now it seems that the only way to take action against the Zhang family is to first kill Zhang Bakun and eliminate the Black Panther mercenary group. Subai suddenly said, "Boss, I want to see how much progress I've made these past few days." As he spoke, Subai clenched his fists tightly and struck out with all his might, a roar like a tiger's howl echoing through the air. Zhuang Zhenhai instinctively raised his fist to defend himself. A massive sonic boom echoed throughout the hall. With a loud bang, Subai's figure flew backward like a cannonball, his legs and feet slamming heavily onto the ground. He stumbled backward for over 10 steps before finally coming to a halt. He's still too weak. He couldn't help but shake his head. Even with his full strength, he hadn't even scratched Zhuang Zhenhai's skin. At that moment, Subai had only one thought: to grow stronger, and he couldn't wait any longer. After exchanging a few words with Zhuang Zhenhai, he left immediately. Zhuang Zhenhai stood there in shock. He looked down at his fist, then at where he was standing. He had taken 2 steps back. In other words, Subai's full force strike had managed to shake him. This was simply beyond belief. After all, the first time he had seen Subai, he had only been able to hold his own against the Black Eagle team members. At that time, he had just touched the threshold of the heavenly rank, and he had no combat experience whatsoever. It was pure physical strength. Yet now, after just over a week, the strength Subai had demonstrated was enough to make him take 2 steps back. Though he had instinctively held back, using only 7 out of 10 of his strength, even that was more than enough to overwhelm a newcomer to the heavenly rankings. He had initially intended to make Subai aware of the gap between himself and a true powerhouse, to prevent him from being too young and reckless, and rushing to challenge Zhang Bakun. After all, he was already at the late stage of the heavenly rankings, just a step away from the peak. Yet, under Subai's full strength, he was forced to take 2 steps back, which meant Subai was at least at the mid-stage of the heavenly rankings and very likely on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. This cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. What genius or prodigy could compare to Subai? Given time, they might even produce another guardian of the order to protect the world. If Subai truly reaches that level, he could keep the white-headed eagle at bay for 20 years. In other words, within those 20 years, the white-headed eagle wouldn't dare to harbor any ill intentions toward them. There has never been such a thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. The order keeper safeguarding this region is already 1 foot in the grave. When this legendary figure passes away, the delicate balance will be shattered, and the imbalance of power will drive the ambitious white-headed eagle to target the lone wolf. This will directly trigger a catastrophic disaster that will claim countless lives. Therefore, it is imperative that a new guardian of order emerge once more to maintain stability and harmony. The appearance of Subai gave him hope for a new guardian. Thinking of this, Zhuang Zhenhai's breathing grew. He needed to report this immediately, to both bring joy and raise awareness among everyone. Chapter 201, Turning Misfortune into Fortune. The lone wolf hesitates to strike. Zhang Zimo and Pei Lixuan exited through the back door and hurriedly drove toward the family estate. About half an hour later, the car arrived at a luxurious yet elegantly traditional villa. After parking, they rushed toward the study in the backyard. Zhang Yonghui's greatest hobby was practicing calligraphy, which he believed helped cultivate his character. With a loud bang, the door opened. Zhang Zimo rushed in and knelt down in front of Zhang Yonghua, tears streaming down his face. He cried out, "Grandfather! Someone is trying to kill your grandson. Save me!" He was panicking. Thinking about Lu Bufan's fate, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Subai had killed Lu Bufan, and this had already become an open secret in high society. As a first-rate aristocratic family, the Lu family had to swallow this bitter pill, daring only to claim publicly that Lu Bufan had died suddenly and violently, their fear evident for all to see. The Zhang family and the Lu family were roughly equal in strength. With Lu Bufan dead, the Lu family could only swallow their anger and endure it. As for the Zhang family, they were likely to follow in Lu Bufan's footsteps. Now, all hope rests on grandfather Zhang Yonghua finding a solution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yonghua remained calm, almost eerily so. He glanced at Zhang Zimo and said, "I never expected that in the imperial capital, someone would dare to harm the heir of the Zhang family. Who is it?" "Subai." "Subai?" "The Lu Bufan who was killed by the Lu family was killed by him. Then Pei Lixuan stole his girlfriend, and Subai thought I had instigated Pei Lixuan to do it, so he wanted to take action against me," Zhang Zimo said tearfully. Zhang Yonghua furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Tell me the whole story." Zhang Zimo hurriedly explained the entire situation, though 9 parts of his story were lies, shifting all the blame onto Pei Lixuan. He claimed he had been deceived and blinded by Pei Lixuan, acting out of loyalty to protect him. Zhang Yonghua pondered for a moment and said, "Since someone else has gotten involved, there's no need to worry about your safety. Tell Little Li not to target that company anymore. The sky isn't falling, there's no need to worry. Grandfather, please send me abroad. If Subai comes after me, I'm finished." Zhang Zimo said frantically, still trembling at the thought of Lu Bufan's death. Subai's power had far exceeded his imagination. In his view, the only way to survive was to leave the country as soon as possible, otherwise, he would end up like Lu Bufan. Seeing Zhang Zimo so scared he was about to wet his pants, Zhang Yonghua shook his head helplessly. Why couldn't this guy learn from his uncle? The heir of the Zhang family was truly getting worse with each generation. He took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the little uncle who held you when you were very young?" At that moment, Zhang Zimo was panicking to the extreme, his mind filled with thoughts of Subai, and he couldn't possibly remember anything from his childhood. Zhang Yonghua didn't intend to let Zhang Zimo speak. He continued on his own. "Your little uncle's name was Zhang Bakun. He is currently in the Delta, and he has a Black Panther under his command." Before Zhang Yonghua could finish his sentence, Zhang Zimo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Really? I have an uncle overseas in that place called Delta? That's amazing. Grandpa, I'll leave immediately to join my uncle in Delta." "Oh, Grandpa, stop telling stories. If we don't leave now, Subai will catch up with us and it'll be too late." Zhang Yonghua suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, "As the heir of the Zhang family, how can you be so cowardly? You've been scared into this state. How can I possibly entrust the Zhang family to you after I'm gone?" He really wanted to slap Zhang Zimo a few times. However, upon seeing the terrified expression on his face, he sighed helplessly and continued recounting the glorious deeds of Zhang Bakun, as well as why someone had suddenly intervened to save them. After such a loud outburst, Zhang Zimo calmed down and listened patiently as Zhang Yonghua continued his story. At first, there was still a trace of panic on his face. But by the end, the panic on his face turned to shock, and by the end, he was nearly speechless. The peak of the heavenly rankings. His mercenaries were the Black Panther mercenary group, ranked third in the underworld. Moreover, his position was in a strategically vital location, a place that both lone wolves and white-headed eagles would go to great lengths to court. Is he really that powerful? At that moment, Zhang Zimo's mind was buzzing with the overwhelming information, and it took him a while to process it. He finally snapped out of it and stared blankly at Zhang Yonghua, saying, "Grandfather, are you saying that as long as Uncle is in Delta, no matter what heinous crimes we commit, neither the Lone Wolves nor the Special Investigation Team dare to lay a finger on the Zhang family?" Zhang Yonghua said, "That's not a bad way to put it. Wow! This is truly incredible. Grandfather, why did you wait so long to tell me all this?" Zhang Zimo exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yonghua said calmly, "If I had told you from the beginning, given your temperament, you would have caused a huge commotion." Ha! Zhang Zimo laughed awkwardly. Given his temperament, now that he knew his background was so powerful, he might actually have done something as reckless as tearing a hole in the sky. Then he added, "Since that's the case, there's no need to fear Subai anymore. I'll tell Uncle Li later and make sure that family is destroyed. As for Subai, he wouldn't dare kill me, so what do I have to fear?" The image of him kneeling before Subai begging for mercy had become an indelible shadow in his mind. Now that I have such a powerful backer, given his temperament, if he doesn't seize this opportunity to take revenge on Subai, he's not worthy of the Zhang surname. Zhang Yonghua sighed and glanced at Zhang Zimo, thinking to himself, "Is there something wrong with my genes? How did I end up with such an idiotic grandson?" He said, "He indeed dares not kill you, but with his abilities, beating you up every now and then is no problem. As long as you don't die, your uncle won't be able to cause trouble. So, if you feel like it, go ahead and try." Cough. "I think it's better to prioritize harmony." The two exchanged a few more polite words, and Zhang Zimo took his leave. After leaving the study, he called Uncle Li and withdrew all the pressure on Guanshi Beauty and Yun Jingyuan. Grandfather was right. Although Subai didn't kill him because of his younger uncle, it would still be very easy to eliminate him. Moreover, if his younger uncle really defected to the White Eagle, that would be an act of overturning the table, and the entire Zhang family would be destroyed as a result. To put it bluntly, the current situation is maintaining a dynamic balance. Taking a beating and enduring some humiliation isn't worth it for Zhang Bakun to wage a major campaign and sacrifice the Zhang family. However, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Knowing that there was such a formidable person in his family, he suddenly felt more confident. After exchanging greetings with Pei Lixuan, he got into his car and drove off. Chapter 202, Conquering the Delta, Marching Toward the World. On the other side, Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei saw Yun Yishuang return but didn't see Subai. After asking around, they found out that Subai had really driven off to seek revenge against Pei Lixuan. This immediately sent Yun Jingyuan into a panic, but he had no good solution. After all, their family was no match for the Zhang family, a first-rate clan. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet the Zhang family. Yun Yishuang also called Subai several times, but not only did he not answer, he eventually turned off his phone altogether, leaving Yun Yishuang feeling uneasy. After resolving the issue, Subai returned and saw several missed calls from Yun Ishuan on his phone. He immediately called her back and said he hadn't seen Pei Lishuan anywhere, so he had returned empty-handed. Hearing this, Yun Ishuan and her entire family finally breathed a sigh of relief. After ending the call with Yun Ishuan, Subai thought for a moment and directly called Xiao Pujuan. Soon, the call connected, and Xiao Pujuan's slightly excited voice came through. Su Xiao, hello. Subai hummed in response and said, Pujun, you used to be a mercenary. What do you think drives those mercenaries to do such dangerous work? Xiao Pujuan thought for a moment and said, it's all about fame and fortune. Alright. I'm entrusting you with a very important task. Put the security department's work on hold for now. Go to the place where you used to work as a mercenary and form a mercenary group. Recruit everyone you know into it. The budget is unlimited, whatever it costs, I'll cover it. Xiao Pujuan fell silent, clearly stunned by Subai's generous offer. After a while, the phone finally rang again, with a slightly trembling voice. Have you decided on a name for the mercenary group? Subai paused for a moment before saying, Red Eagle. The mercenary group will be called the Red Eagle Mercenary Group. Su young master, since you've decided, I'll follow your orders. However, there are some things I must tell you up front. Go ahead. Mercenaries hired with money may have issues with loyalty. Additionally, some of the top mercenaries have already achieved financial freedom. They remain in this line of work solely for the sake of fame. Xiao Pujuan's meaning was somewhat subtle, but to put it simply, money can only attract small fry in the cutthroat world of mercenaries, not the true elite. Subai hadn't considered that aspect yet. After pondering for a moment, he said, then tell them that the Red Eagle Mercenary Group will attack the Black Panther Mercenary Group in a month and seize the Delta region. Xiao Pujuan was completely stunned. As a mercenary himself, he was well aware of the Black Panther Mercenary Group's reputation, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many. Their strength was so terrifying that they could even annihilate a small country. Among them, the leader of the Black Panther Mercenary Group, Zhou Wang, was the strongest, universally recognized as the #1 on the heavenly rankings. To eliminate the Black Panther Mercenary Corps, one must first eliminate Zhou Wang, the top-ranked individual on the heavenly rankings. However, being the top-ranked individual, he is undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Unless someone from the heavens descends, no one on earth can match him. Su Xiao. Your idea might be a bit unrealistic. The reason? To capture the Delta and eliminate the Black Panther Mercenary Group, you must first deal with Zhou Wang, the top-ranked expert on the heavenly rankings. Otherwise, sending more troops would be nothing but a suicide mission. Zhang Bakun is mine to handle. Who is Zhang Bakun? Xiao Pujuan asked with a puzzled expression. Subai said, he's the one you're talking about, Zhou Wang. Xiao Pujuan asked, may I ask, do you know the Tyrant King, Subai? Subai said, not only do I know him, but he's my enemy. That's why I'm forming the Red Eagle Mercenary Corps. I won't rest until he's completely eliminated. At this, Xiao Pujuan no longer hesitated and said, Subai, rest assured. I will do my utmost to form the Red Eagle Mercenary Corps. However, my strength is lacking, so I hope you will step in at the appropriate time to intimidate those people. Under the temptation of money and the allure of fame, many top mercenaries will undoubtedly want to join. However, at that time, Xiao Pujuan might not be able to control them and would have to seek Subai's assistance. In fact, this is also a rare opportunity for him. The Tyrant King was blind to his own folly, offending Subai and forcing him to form a faction to oppose him. If there were no deep-seated grudges between them, no one would believe it. Moreover, Subai has never been an impulsive person. He doesn't fight without preparation. If he could truly defeat the Black Panther Mercenary Group, he would become a legend in the first tier. Just thinking about it made Xiao Pujuan tremble with excitement. No man could resist the chance to make a name for himself. Subai said, alright. Once the Red Eagle is fully formed, you will be its deputy leader. And one more thing, I'm giving you unlimited budget. Even if you drain my entire fortune, I won't say a word. But if you hesitate to recruit top-tier talent just to save money, I'll hold you accountable. Also, tell them that the people to deal with the tyrant have already been chosen. With that, I believe many mercenary leaders won't pass up the chance to make history. Su Xiao, rest assured. I guarantee I will complete the task you have assigned to me. Zhang family. Let them have their month of revelry. 1 month later, I will ensure that the Zhang family is wiped out, leaving not a single soul behind. The reason I set the deadline at 1 month is because he needs time to strengthen his own forces. With his current strength, going up against Zhang Bakun would be suicide. Once he has secured the Delta region, he will have achieved a position of unparalleled influence. At first, he thought he had two powerful backers, the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team, so as long as he didn't provoke trouble, he was practically invincible. But the recent events have shown him that while he is indeed terrifyingly strong among the younger generation, in the eyes of those with hundreds or even thousands of years of heritage, he is nothing worth mentioning. In fact, even if he had killed Zhang Zimo back then, there wouldn't have been any issues. Given his current potential, both the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team would have protected him. Moreover, no matter how powerful Zhang Bakun is, he wouldn't dare to venture into the imperial capital. The reason Zhang Bakun made the lone wolf hesitate is largely because this guy firmly holds the Delta region. However, this would lead to a major battle, resulting in countless casualties, a scenario Subai does not wish to see. Since the Delta is so crucial, it's definitely safer to keep it in the hands of our own people. Therefore, Subai came up with this plan: seize the Delta, and the Zhang family will be like fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others. Chapter 203, Crisis Averted. A beautiful misunderstanding. Subai returned. Yun Jingyuan saw that Subai was unharmed and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to approach Subai to speak, the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. Yun Jingyuan picked it up and saw it was his superior, Guan Yao, calling to instruct him to report to work as usual tomorrow and not to be late. Before he could hang up, Guan Xiaolei's phone also rang. It was the general manager of Guan's Beauty calling to report some good news. The Zhang family had not only completely abandoned their efforts to suppress and persecute Guan's Beauty, but had also donated all the shares they had previously purchased, over 50% of Guan's Beauty, to Guan Xiaolei without any compensation. In other words, Guan's Beauty was now entirely owned by Guan Xiaolei. At that moment, both of them were completely baffled. Just as they were preparing to flee, the Zhang family not only called off their pursuit but also handed them shares worth billions of dollars. This was simply unbelievable. Yun Jingyuan glanced at Subai, but quickly looked away. Though the timing was a bit coincidental, just moments after they went to see Pei Lishuan, the Zhang family suddenly abandoned their efforts to suppress them. It seemed suspicious. However, Yun Jingyuan didn't think Subai was behind it. After all, they believed they knew Subai inside out. He was just a poor student from Sioux City who had worked part-time jobs to pay for his tuition and living expenses while in school. How could he possibly influence the Zhang family, one of the top families in the capital? Soon, the couple narrowed their focus to the old leader. In their minds, only the old leader would help them, and only the old leader had the ability to pull this off. Thus, Yun Jingyuan directly called the old superior, expressing his deepest gratitude. The old superior, however, assumed that Yun Jingyuan was thanking him for saving his family's lives, and so he misunderstood the situation as well. Subai witnessed this scene but didn't feel the need to explain. Mainly because he felt that the matter hadn't been handled properly, and the real culprit was still at large. He planned to explain everything after taking down the Delta. In fact, upon reflecting on it now, he felt deeply terrified. If it weren't for this system, he would still be the Subai who had to work part-time to make ends meet. Then, when Yun Yishuang was targeted by Pei Lishuan, he might have had to watch helplessly as the woman he loved was defiled. The Zhang family wouldn't even bother to look at Yun Jingyuan, who held a high position, let alone him, a powerless commoner from a small town. For Pei Lishuan to kill him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Thankfully, there are no ifs. Subai stayed at Yun Yishuang's house for a while before leaving. On his way back, he sent a message to Chen Xinghan, dispatching several bodyguards from the security department to secretly protect Yun Yishuang and Yun Jingyuan, the married couple. Better safe than sorry. Now that he knew Pei Lishuan wouldn't kill Zhang Zimo, Pei Lishuan would inevitably try to bully others and continue to lust after Yun Yishuang. He dared not think about it. If something happened to Yun Yishuang, given his personality, he would stop at nothing to destroy the Zhang family, even if it meant risking everything. Back at Tianhua Longwan. Lying on the large bed in the suite, Subai stretched comfortably, then checked his current wealth points. 17 points. He had previously allocated all his excess wealthy points to his stamina, which had allowed his physical strength to reach the 6th rank of the high martial arts realm. Based on his estimation, Yao Xiang and Zhuang Zhenhai had fought to a standstill, meaning they were at least high martial arts 8th rank, possibly even 9th rank. As for defeating Zhang Bakun, he would need at least double the maximum points. In other words, he currently needed approximately 1,500 points. Spending 1.5 trillion points within a month, once his strength reaches its limit, he'll need to visit the Red Eagle Mercenary Corps to intimidate the mercenaries with their various agendas. Only after ensuring a certain level of loyalty can he confidently launch an attack on the 3 states. Just then, Zhao Qianzhao's phone rang. She gave a brief overview. The Jishur Fund had been fully prepared, and after announcing an investment of 1 trillion, many schools in impoverished areas had submitted applications. Subai was straightforward and told Zhao Qianzhao that as long as it was confirmed that the poverty was genuine and the schools truly needed assistance, they should proceed immediately. Whether it was materials or related supporting measures, only the best should be purchased. This truly moved Zhao Qianzhao. Using the best materials, that was the true embodiment of when one succeeds, one should benefit all under heaven, a truly virtuous person. There are many wealthy individuals willing to donate their money for charitable causes, even if it's just for a good reputation. Such people can truly be called the best of the best. In reality, Subai's thoughts were quite simple. He just wanted to spend more money. After Zhang Zimo drove away, he called the kings of the Tianlong Club and told them he had something very important to share with them. As one of the top members of the Young Master faction, Zhang Zimo had this privilege. When Zhang Zimo arrived, no one else was there, so he didn't wait and went straight into the first private room. This was a private room exclusively for the top members of the Tianlong Club, and each seat was relatively fixed as it symbolized status and power. Upon entering, Zhang Zimo sat down directly in the seat reserved for Zhao Longfeng, a position that towered above the other 8 top members, giving him the feeling of an emperor overlooking his ministers during a court assembly. Soon, the other kings sent by the young master arrived, with Zhao Longfeng being the last to enter. One of the kings, Shaolin, mocked him as soon as he entered. Zhang Zimo, what's gotten into you? Why did you summon us here for no reason? Did you get promoted to the tiger rank? That's why you're making such a big deal out of this. Shaolin and Zhang Zimo had a very strained relationship in their daily interactions. Naturally, their words were sharp and confrontational. As Shaolin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Zhang Zimo. Even Zhao Longfeng was a bit surprised. Zhang Zimo was only 26 or 27 years old. If he had truly been promoted to the tiger rank at such a young age, even in the imperial capital where there were countless martial arts experts, he would be considered a prodigy. I say, Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something you can handle. Shaolin's expression flickered slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly sneered, just because you've advanced to the tiger rank, don't think you're the second in command. The words you just spoke, I'll return them to you. Shaolin had already broken through to the tiger rank, but he was only a few years older than Zhang Zimo. When he broke through, he was around 28, while Zhang Zimo had done so at 26 or 27, which really annoyed him. Zhang Zimo shifted his gaze away from Shaolin and addressed the crowd. Let me make this clear once more. I have not advanced to the tiger rank. The reason we gathered here today is to inform everyone of an important matter. You're ing with us. Shaolin cursed. Zhao Longfeng said, Xiao, let Zhang Zimo finish speaking. With Zhao Longfeng's decisive words, Shaolin immediately fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Zimo. Chapter 204, I declare that all of you here are trash. Zhang Zimo smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the few heavenly kings of the Young Master faction and said, I believe the power structure of the Young Master faction should be restructured. Everyone looked at Zhang Zimo in confusion, then turned their gaze to Zhao Longfeng. Zhang Zimo's words clearly showed that he didn't hold Zhao Longfeng in any regard. As far as I know, the SCC in Magic City has 3 decision makers. I believe the Young Master faction should also move in this direction. This isn't the feudal era, we don't need a dictator. Therefore, the Young Master faction should appoint another Young Master. After saying this, Zhang Zimo looked at Zhao Longfeng. It was clear that this was a blatant challenge to Zhao Longfeng's supreme authority. Though he had felt a bit nervous earlier, the thought of his uncle in Delta immediately boosted his confidence. With such a powerful backer, he naturally had to make full use of it. He was well aware that someone of his uncle's caliber was like a sword hanging overhead, serving as a deterrent. He couldn't understand why, despite his uncle's immense power, the Zhang family remained merely a first-rate clan, unable to compare with the Zhao family, a true aristocratic clan like the Zhao family led by Zhao Longfeng. It could be said that the gap between the Zhang family and the Zhao family was even greater than the difference between the Zhang family and the Yun Jingyuan family. In other words, despite all these years, the Zhang family has remained stagnant. What puzzled him was that with Uncle Zhang, the top-ranked martial artist, as their backing, even if they were to aspire to the highest ranks, securing a place among the top aristocratic families should be no problem. Yet today, the Zhang family is merely a first-rate clan, not even having touched the threshold of the top-tier aristocratic families. At the time, Zhang Zimo was unaware of the inner workings. The elderly patriarchs of the other clans were well aware of the existence of the tyrant king, but they rarely mentioned it among the younger generation. After Zhang Bakun left, Zhang Zimo's father was a pure playboy with no backbone to support the family, and the Zhang family began to decline. In a few more years, the Zhang family would be completely wiped out. Just as the Zhang family was on the brink of collapse, news arrived that Zhang Bakun had taken control of the Delta. The next day, the Zhang family transformed from a family on the verge of being devoured by the powerful elite into a first-rate aristocratic family. However, by this time, Zhang Manhwa, the head of the Zhang family, had grown old and lost his youthful vigor. Zhang Zimo still had some fighting spirit. He wanted to leverage his uncle's influence to lead the family to greater heights. Even if they couldn't reach the pinnacle, they should at least secure a place among the top elite circles. At that moment, as Zhang Zimo finished speaking, everyone present was left speechless, completely unaware of what had just happened. Even Zhao Longfeng was utterly stunned, wondering if Zhang Zimo had lost his mind to dare challenge his authority so brazenly. Since the establishment of the Young Masters faction, he had been in charge of the young generation in the imperial capital, and no one had ever dared to oppose him. However, he quickly snapped out of it. As the future head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zimo wasn't a fool. He wouldn't have spoken so boldly without having something up his sleeve. After a brief moment of silence, a burst of laughter erupted suddenly. Ha! Good heavens, Zhang Zimo, do you think you're still dreaming? Adding another crown prince? Zhang Zimo, it's not that I look down on you, but do you even have the qualifications for that? That's right. Among the few here, which of these kings has a background or personal strength inferior to yours? What gives you the right to lord over us? Shaolin spat on the ground with disdain and said, don't even bother looking in the mirror before you speak. Who gave you the nerve to say such things? Hearing this, Zhang Zimo's smile grew even broader. He smiled at Shaolin and said, "It's the courage given to me by my uncle, Zhang Bakun." Shaolin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, mockingly saying, "Who is Zhang Bakun? I've never heard of him." "You might as well say it's your good-for-nothing father and those useless uncles who gave you the courage. You just made up a name to intimidate me? Do you think I'm that naive?" When Zhang Bakun was at the height of his glory, none of these people had even been born yet, so they didn't know much about him. Just as everyone thought Zhang Zimo was bragging, Zhao Longfeng's expression suddenly changed. "Good." Zhang Zimo smiled deeply. "It's because of my uncle that after I provoked Subai, he dared not touch me." Upon hearing Subai's name, Zhao Longfeng completely lost his composure. Shaolin asked, "Who is Subai?" "The mysterious big shot who killed Liu Bufan." Zhang Zimo said. Everyone was utterly shocked. After Subai killed Lu Bufan, he was still able to make the Lu family swallow this bitter pill, which clearly demonstrated Subai's strength. Moreover, this individual might also be wary of Zhang Zimo. When did the Zhang family become so powerful that even Subai fears them? "So, is all of this related to your uncle?" someone suddenly asked at that moment. Zhang Zimo said, "Of course. Do you know what my uncle is up to now?" "I'll tell you, but brace yourselves, you might not survive the shock. My uncle is currently in the Delta region, a strategic choke point between the White Eagle and the Lone Wolf factions. He commands the Black Panther mercenary group, ranked third in the mercenary world, and is the top-ranked individual on the heavenly rankings." After Zhang Zimo finished speaking in one breath, he sat down directly, crossed his legs on the table, and wore an expression of contempt and disdain. He was well aware that once this news was made public, it would be like dropping a nuclear bomb into the ocean, with the resulting waves likely reaching hundreds of stories high. At that moment, everyone was stunned into silence. As heirs to top-tier families, they had some understanding of the global landscape, including the Delta. If the tyrant who ruled the Delta was indeed Zhang Zimo's uncle, Zhang Bakun, then the Zhang family's influence would be staggering. The most obvious example is that no matter what the Zhang family does, the special investigation team cannot touch them. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Longfeng would have to treat the special investigation team with the utmost respect, as they were directly above all the major families and answered to only one person, a level of power that was truly terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Longfeng's breathing grew heavy. He was well aware of the immense power of the Black Panther mercenary group's leader, Zun Wang. Earlier, his grandfather had told him that the Zhang family had a very powerful backer, whose influence was so great that even the special investigation team and the Lone Wolf were wary of them. If Zhang Zimo's father, that good-for-nothing, had put in any effort, the Zhang family would have already entered the ranks of the top-tier aristocracy. It turned out that the Zhang family's powerful backer that his grandfather had mentioned was none other than Zhenwang Zhang Bakun. With that kind of backing, Zhang Zimo indeed had the capital to make such a statement. Zhao Longfeng took a deep breath, his mind reeling in shock. Chapter 205, the second young master of the Young Masters faction. After the initial shock, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Zimo changed completely. If his backing was truly that powerful, he indeed had the capital to stand above everyone else. Not to mention Subai, even the top-tier aristocrats would have to think twice before daring to touch the Zhang family. It's not that they couldn't be killed, but killing them would set off a chain reaction, and the situation would become extremely difficult to handle. Zhang Zimo sneered at Shaolin and said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can go home and ask your elders." Shaolin lowered his head, his face turning an extremely ugly shade. Even if Zhang Zimo were currently riding him like a horse and unleashing his fury, he wouldn't dare utter a single word. Even if he didn't know, just looking at Zhao Longfeng's expression was enough to tell what was going on. At that moment, Zhao Longfeng spoke up, "ZMO, what exactly do you intend to do?" Zhang Zimo smiled and said, "Longfeng, I volunteered to be the young master. Any objections?" The mere mention of Longfeng caused Zhao Longfeng's expression to shift slightly. Calling him by his first name was considered extremely impolite. Even the head of the Zhang family, who was Zhang Zimo's father, could only address him respectfully as Mr. Zhao when they met. This guy really has gotten too big for his britches. However, he quickly calmed down and smiled, saying, "Zimo, even with the support of the Tyrant King, after all, we're in the Delta region. Our influence in the imperial capital is still limited. To truly become the young master, it would be difficult to gain the support of the masses." Half threat, half warning. Zhang Zimo said, "Zhao brother. If I were to take the position of young master, I believe my uncle would help me secure it. With such a powerful ally, are you certain you're willing to give it up when the 10-year pact arrives?" Hearing this, Zhao Longfeng hesitated instantly. The matter of his 10-year pact with Yuan Shuya was already common knowledge. It was no longer just about competing for a woman, it directly determined who would be the true rising star of the younger generation, and it also concerned the honor of the Zhao family behind him. If he lost, he would not only become a disgrace to the Zhao family but also cause its reputation to plummet. This was not an outcome he was willing to accept. Therefore, even if it meant risking everything, he had to win. "All right. I agree," Zhao Longfeng said. "It's just a change in title. Having one more young master doesn't matter. After all, the young master faction is under his control." "Young master, good. Young master, good." As Zhao Longfeng nodded, the others, no matter how reluctant they were, had no choice but to bow and greet Zhang Zimo. Alright. Zhang Zimo, overjoyed, repeated alright 3 times. He then linked arms with Zhao Longfeng, clearly intending to stand on equal footing. He added with a smile. I already have my uncle's phone number. I'll mention this matter to him later. Even if my uncle can't come to the imperial capital, sending a couple of his men would be no problem. The men under my uncle's command are all mercenaries who have tasted blood and killed without mercy. Defeating Yuan Shuyo will be no problem at all. Zhao Longfeng nodded with a smile and said, then we'll trouble you, young Master Zhang. Hey, Zhang young master. Hearing this title, Zhang Zimo couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had finally taken the most difficult step. Becoming the second crown prince of the young master faction carried immense symbolic significance. The young master faction's unparalleled status in the imperial capital had elevated him to a prominent figure in the capital, standing on equal footing with Zhao Longfeng. This influence could extend to the vast majority of the northern regions. The resources at his disposal were beyond imagination. What he needed to do now was to use the resources of the young master faction to build up and strengthen the foundation of the Zhang family. There was no other choice. The Zhang family's strength was indeed lagging behind, so they had to strengthen it at all costs. Why does he dare to make such an outrageous demand of Zhao Longfeng? It's because he has calculated that this is Zhao Longfeng's most critical moment, and Zhao Longfeng will not let go of any opportunity to rally forces. To put it bluntly, if Zhao Longfeng were to fail, the Zhao family, one of the top aristocratic clans in the imperial capital, would also decline. The struggle between Zhao Longfeng and Yuan Shuyo is not simply a matter of 2 men competing over a woman. It represents the clash between 2 of the most powerful aristocratic families. Once either side is defeated, the wealth accumulated over decades or even centuries would be lost in an instant. Therefore, whether it is Zhao Longfeng representing the Zhao family or Yuan Shuyo representing the Yuan family, neither can afford to lose. The fate of their respective families rests on their shoulders. Su Bai, on the other hand, has been enjoying a leisurely life lately. During the day, he accompanies Yun Yishuan on outings, and in the evenings, he returns to Tianhua Longwan to rest. Both he and Yun Yishuan had taken leave. After all, with such a major event unfolding, who would have the heart to attend classes as usual? Yun Jingyuan and Guan Xiaolei didn't say much either, as they had already done everything they needed to do beforehand. Yun Jingyuan even suggested that Su Bai stay at home to rest, to avoid the hassle of running back and forth, but Su Bai politely declined with an excuse. After all, he hadn't even touched Yun Yishuan yet. Time passed slowly, and before long, 7 days had gone by. Su Bai couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He had originally thought that after the Jishur Foundation started operating, the rich guy points would see a significant increase. But after so many days, they had only risen by less than 200 points. He had upgraded his physical strength by 2 tiers, reaching high martial arts rank 8. He was confident he could now fight Zhuang Jinhai to a standstill. As Su Bai waited impatiently, another day passed in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes the next morning, the wealthy points finally surged dramatically. The Jishur Fund began large-scale procurement of various supplies, spending hundreds of billions in one go. This was exactly what Su Bai had requested, not the best, but the most expensive, as the most expensive was undoubtedly better than the cheaper options. In just one day, his points increased by 200. Including the incremental gains, Su Bai's rich guy points had now reached exactly 300. After reaching the 9th tier of high martial arts, Su Bai discovered he could still level up. Without hesitation, he clicked to upgrade, and his strength reached the 10th tier of high martial arts. Behind the 10th rank of high martial arts, a familiar term appeared once again. Limit. Su Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. High martial arts 10th rank was the limit, which should correspond to the peak of the heavenly rankings. This meant that his current strength was now on par with Zhang Bakun. However, he had rushed things a bit, as his combat experience was still lacking, so he needed to continue enhancing his mental strength. Without hesitation, Su Bai channeled his final 100 points into his spiritual power. He directly ascended to the 2nd tier of high martial arts in spiritual power. He immediately felt his 6 senses and mental clarity sharpen significantly, as if everything had become crystal clear. His body still felt uncontrollably hot. Su Bai took a cold shower and fell asleep comfortably. Less than 10 days remained until the day he had promised Xiao Pujuan. At that time, he would face off against King Zhou Zhangbakun, the most exciting battle he had ever faced. Zhou Wang Zhangbakun, I hope you can give me a surprise. Chapter 206, The Rapidly Rising Zhang Family. The Red Eagle Mercenary Corps. 15 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Su Bai had initially planned to head to the Delta within 10 days or so, but the rapid growth of the wealthier areas slowed down the process, forcing him to delay for a few days. Xiao Pujuan had already established the Red Eagle Mercenary Group, but it seemed they had encountered some issues, prompting him to keep urging Su Bai. Su Bai was well aware of the situation Xiao Pujuan was facing. With his substantial financial backing, the Red Eagle's development had been astonishingly swift. After all, mercenaries were driven by money, and the compensation Su Bai offered far exceeded market rates, inevitably attracting a large following. However, this also raised a problem. While the pace of development was indeed rapid, as more and more powerful individuals emerged, Xiao Pujuan, who was only at the mid-tier of the Tiger rankings, found it difficult to maintain control. If it weren't for Xiao Pujuan's control over the most crucial power source money, these people would have scattered long ago. Even with financial backing, Xiao Pujuan's strength is still insufficient to convince everyone. The Red Eagle has already split into several factions, with some bold individuals preparing to undermine Xiao Pujuan or even replace him. Faced with this situation, Xiao Pujuan was powerless, so the pressure he was under was immense. These people had gathered together for the sake of their interests, with no sense of morality or loyalty. Since he couldn't rely on his own strength, he could only pin his hopes on Su Bai. After wasting so much time, Su Bai had fully enhanced his physical and mental strength, both reaching their limits. He then spent hundreds of tycoon points to directly upgrade the Tianxian fist to the perfected realm. At this moment, Su Bai felt that after reaching the limit of his physical strength, his cultivation level should have reached the peak of the heavenly rankings. Combined with his mental strength also at its limit, his overall strength should now surpass the peak of the heavenly rankings. As for what the next tier entails, he has no idea. He had no clear understanding of his own strength. After all, he had only gone from an ordinary person to a martial artist at the peak of the heavenly rankings in just 3 or 4 months. In terms of cultivation, he was completely self-taught. Despite this, he believed he could easily defeat warriors of Zhuang Zhenhai and Su Jingning's caliber. If he could eliminate the first-ranked warrior at the peak of the heavenly rankings, then his speculation about the realm would be completely correct. The physical limit, when converted to the warrior realm, corresponds to the peak of the heavenly rankings. Before leaving, Su Bai made up an excuse, saying that his hometown had encountered some issues and he needed to stay home for a few days. He then instructed several bodyguards from the security department to secretly protect Yun Yishuang and her family. There were already 2 bodyguards, and with the addition of these few, there were at least 5 bodyguards in total. In truth, after what he had done to Zhang Zimo earlier, he should have been thoroughly intimidated and dare not act recklessly again. However, he still feared that the man might resort to desperate measures. He couldn't afford to lose, nor did he want to take the risk. In his eyes, the safety of Yun Yishuang's family was of utmost importance. If anything were to happen, he couldn't accept it. Of course, Su Bai was well aware that Zhang Zimo was currently mobilizing resources from the Young Master's faction to enrich himself and strengthen the Zhang family's power. Upon seeing Zhang Zimo's proactive efforts, Zhang Yanghua was deeply gratified. Compared to his good-for-nothing son, this grandson was truly promising. Whether he succeeded or not, having such ambition was enough to satisfy him. His greatest regret was Zhang Bakun, such a talented and outstanding child, forced to go abroad. Additionally, Zhang Zimo's father, his second son, was a complete wastrel, utterly incapable of handling the Zhang family's affairs. The talented ones are abroad, while the one here in the country has no ambition. Zhang Yanghua has been driven to adopt a laid-back attitude. Fortunately, now his grandson Zhang Zimo has given him hope again. He has bypassed Zhang Zimo's father and directly handed over the power of the future family head to Zhang Zimo. Zhang Zimo is young and maybe too impulsive, lacking experience to handle any issues, but none of that matters to Zhang Yanghua. As long as Zhang Bakun is alive and Black Panther remains in the Delta, even if Zhang Zimo were to cause a major disaster, it wouldn't be a big problem. In simple terms, as long as he dares to take risks and fight hard, if he fails, Zhang Yanghua will take the blame, and they can always start over from scratch. As for Zhang Zimo becoming the second young master of the Young Master faction, Zhao Longfeng had already announced it to the elite circles in the imperial capital, elevating his status to be on par with Zhao Longfeng. Even the matter involving the Tyrant King has been spread throughout the elite circles, causing a massive upheaval. At this point, Zhang Zimo's influence is likely even greater than Zhao Longfeng's. Zhang Zimo, being a shrewd individual, began leveraging his current prestige and reputation to aggressively court support, while also accelerating the use of the Young Master faction's resources to strengthen the Zhang family's foundations. Zhang Zimo no longer bothered to hide his intentions, conducting all his maneuvers openly, which has drawn severe dissatisfaction from the other few heavenly kings. Zhao Longfeng also had some reservations, but as a seasoned leader, he had his own calculations. He instructed the other heavenly kings not to resist Zhang Zimo, as long as he was satisfied. Zhang Zimo is basking in his glory, and the Zhang family appears prosperous and thriving. Little do they know that Su Bai has already swung his scythe toward the mighty tree behind the Zhang family. With Zhang Bakun's death, everything Zhang Zimo had gained in recent days would have to be returned tenfold, and the Zhang family would become mere fodder for the privileged elite, a source of nourishment for their thriving circles of power and privilege. From the moment Zhang Zimo harbored ambitions for the crown prince's position, the seeds of hatred were deeply planted in Zhao Longfeng's heart. However, he was no ordinary man. Such dissatisfaction would never show on his face. After arranging everything, Su Bai created a false identity and boarded a plane to go abroad. He remained completely undercover throughout the entire journey. Even if he were to kill Zhang Bakun or seize the Delta, he would never reveal his true identity. Only mystery could provide the best protection. It was also like keeping a trump card up his sleeve. Secondly, he did not want to disrupt the delicate balance currently maintained between the lone wolf and the white-headed eagle. After all, once the white-headed eagle discovers that a loyal follower of the lone wolf has taken control of the delta, they will inevitably provoke conflict. At that point, a catastrophe would ensue, and the consequences could be catastrophic. Unless the white-headed eagle initiates the conflict, he can then strike a fatal blow from the shadows. The delta, the dark zone. This vast region is home to numerous autonomous factions, small nations, or mercenary groups. Due to its proximity to the primordial forest on both sides, the terrain is extremely rugged, and the region is rich in resources, making it a paradise for mercenaries. In the Dark Zone, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. At this moment, the Red Eagle mercenary group is in an abandoned resource wasteland. The resources here have been depleted, so no one pays much attention to this place. Xiao Jun has no shortage of money and doesn't need resources to repay debts, so he decided to find a secluded location to begin recruiting top-tier mercenaries. Chapter 207, Red Eagle's Dilemma. Timely arrival. Red Eagle Mercenary Corps territory. This is the ruins of a city-state after a war, with rubble and debris everywhere. Fortunately, after some cleanup, it is barely habitable, with many tents erected around the perimeter. At that moment, Xiao Jun sat cross-legged in the main hall, with Li Guobing and Wei Yong standing behind him with slightly cold expressions. Around the hall were dozens of people dressed in peculiar attire, their faces bearing traces of contemptuous smiles. Everyone was whispering among themselves, showing no sign of respect for Xiao Jun. After all, Xiao Jun's status was that of the acting leader. Beside Xiao Jun sat a man in his late 30s or early 40s. His eyes were closed, and everyone kept their distance, as if afraid of him. Watching the chaotic scene, Xiao Jun couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. It had only been half a month since Hongying had recruited over 1,000 mercenaries, but they had already begun forming factions. There were already over a dozen small groups, and none of them listened to him, the leader. I say, Deputy Leader, when does the leader plan to arrive? If he tells us to attack the Delta and then doesn't show up himself, we're not doing it. Exactly. Just one man like Zhou Wang is enough to wipe us all out. In my opinion, why not just distribute the money you have and let everyone go home to their families? That would be much better. At that moment, the man sitting beside Xiao Jun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the man who had started the argument. The man immediately felt a chill run down his spine, shivering slightly as he whispered, Yan Luo, I know you have a blood feud with King Zhou, but we have no quarrel with him. Don't look at me like that. Yan Luo glanced at him again before indifferently shifting his gaze away. Yan Luo, whose real name was Yan Luo, was from the imperial capital. He now held a certain amount of power in the Delta region, commanding a small mercenary group, and possessed formidable personal strength. Yan Luo grew up in the imperial capital. His parents were involved in import-export business, and his family was very wealthy. Everything was going smoothly until one day, a group of mercenaries kidnapped his family's goods. Despite paying a massive ransom, the mercenaries ruthlessly killed the hostages. From that point on, Yan Luo abandoned his studies and headed to the Delta, embarking on a life of constant danger. After years of effort, he finally uncovered the truth. The mercenary group responsible was the Black Panther Mercenary Corps under the command of Zun Wang. He wanted revenge. Unfortunately, Zhou Wang and the Black Panther Mercenary Group are simply too powerful. His talent was terrifying, but King Zhou's talent was even more terrifying. As the top-ranked fighter on the heavenly rankings, he might not even last 3 rounds against King Zhou. He had once believed that the blood feud with his parents would remain unavenged for the rest of his life. However, just over a month ago, someone began spending a fortune to recruit mercenaries and formed the Red Eagle Mercenary Group, aiming to attack the Delta. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to join. But after joining, he regretted it, or more accurately, he was disappointed. These so-called elite mercenaries claiming to attack the Delta were nothing but a ragtag group. They weren't even capable of taking on the Black Panthers, let alone other smaller mercenary groups. It was a suicide mission. Nevertheless, Yan Luo remained patient, waiting for the elusive leader to emerge. He felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Given the enormous amount of money and effort invested, it was clear that the leader did not take this matter lightly. If that's the case, the Red Eagle leader dares to make such bold claims, he must have formidable strength. But if that leader's strength is inferior to his own, he would leave immediately without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Jun, seeing that it was payday, instructed Li Guobing to bring out 2 oversized suitcases and began distributing the money to everyone. Paying out money every 3 days serves as proof that he is not making empty promises. Of course, the stronger one's abilities, the more money they received. In no time, everyone had received their share. At that moment, a one-eyed man with a fierce expression and a blind eye stood before Xiao Jun and spoke in a rough voice. I say, Deputy Leader, just divide the money among us all. Going to the Delta is a matter of life and death, and some of us don't want to die. What do you think? That's right. Divide the money among us so we can see how much the Deputy Leader really has. Divide the money. Divide the money. Divide the money. After the one-eyed man led the way, others quickly joined in the commotion. After all, taking money without doing anything is what everyone hopes to see. Xiao Jun's brows furrowed immediately. He knew that in the dark zone, it was the law of the jungle: the strong survive, the weak perish, and the unfit are eliminated. Now that he possessed such a massive fortune but lacked the strength to match it, this was far from a good thing. In the eyes of these mercenaries, he was nothing more than a lamb led to the slaughter. The agreed-upon deadline had already passed by 5 or 6 days, yet there was still no word from Su Xiao. He couldn't help but grow anxious. After all, these people were truly capable of tearing him apart. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Yen Luo spoke indifferently. What's there to argue about? Everything will be decided once the leader arrives. The one-eyed man shouted. Yen Luo, we're here for the money. You have a grudge against Zhou Wang. If you want to go and die for nothing, I won't stop you. But don't stop us from making our fortune. Are you challenging me? Yen Luo said in a very soft tone. The one-eyed man froze instantly, then quickly sat back down and said to Xiao Pujuan, we'll wait until this afternoon. If he doesn't show up by then, don't blame us. Xiao Pujuan couldn't help but exhale softly. Su Bai had already said that he would definitely arrive today. Now he could only hope that Su Xiao kept his word. Otherwise, the Red Eagle, which had been so painstakingly assembled, would disband, and all the expenses from the past few days would be wasted. Moreover, the money he had left might be by this group of people. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. By afternoon, Su Bai still hadn't arrived, and Xiao Pujuan swallowed hard, his back soaked through with sweat from nervousness. After all, the dozen or so people present were all stronger than him. At that moment, the one-eyed man stood up and addressed Yen Luo. Yen Luo, we've already shown you the respect you deserve. Now, don't stand in our way. Yen Luo remained motionless with his eyes closed. He began to doubt whether this so-called leader was genuine after all. He couldn't help but sigh with regret. He thought to himself that his revenge would once again be thwarted. The one-eyed man turned to Xiao Pujuan, sneered, and said, you of the Xiao clan, hand over the money immediately. Otherwise, beware, swords have no eyes, and if you're injured, it won't be good for you. The others also stood up, their eyes gleaming with malice as they looked at Xiao Pujuan. It was as if a dozen psychopaths were staring at an unparalleled beauty. At that moment, Xiao Pujuan was drenched in cold sweat. Facing these far stronger opponents, he felt utterly powerless. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to hand over the money and save his life. Su Bai shouldn't blame him. After all, Su Bai had never shown up by the agreed-upon deadline. Holding on this long was proof of their capabilities. At this critical moment, a long-awaited voice suddenly echoed through the air. Who dares to threaten my people on my territory? Chapter 208, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. Everyone surrenders. As the voice echoed, everyone was startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They then saw a man wearing a silver mask standing there boldly at the entrance. Simply standing there, the pressure he exuded was almost suffocating. Xiao Pujuan, upon seeing this scene, finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Others might not know, but he certainly did. The man who had appeared was undoubtedly Su Xiao. Yen Luo opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the masked man. What puzzled him was that he detected not a single trace of a martial artist's aura emanating from the man. The one-eyed man froze, then erupted in anger. You dog! How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you want to die? Su Bai looked at the one-eyed dragon, smiled slightly, and said, very well, you're the first one to dare challenge me. As the words fell, a flash of cold light appeared. Immediately afterward, a crisp sound rang out, followed by the one-eyed dragon's agonized scream. Everyone looked over to see that the right side of the one-eyed dragon's face had swollen up like a pig's head, with a clear handprint visible on it. What's going on? Who just slapped the one-eyed man? The speed was so fast that none of the people present had seen how it was done. When everyone looked around, searching for the culprit, they were surprised to find that Su Bai had vanished from his original spot and was now sitting abruptly in the middle of the hall, with Xiao Pujuan standing respectfully behind him. Could it be this guy who did it? At that moment, the one-eyed man was in so much pain that tears were streaming down his face. He looked at Su Bai in terror, swallowing several times, no longer the arrogant man he had been moments ago, his face now filled with fear. He was, after all, a martial artist who had just entered the heavenly rankings, yet he hadn't even noticed when Su Bai had slapped him. If the other party had wanted his life, he would have already bid farewell to this world. Su Bai's power had far surpassed his imagination. Even the few heavenly ranked warriors he had encountered before hadn't given him such a strong sense of threat. Yen Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared intently at Su Bai. Too strong. He was simply too strong. When did this guy slap the one-eyed dragon across the face, and when did he sit down here? He hadn't noticed a thing. This only proves one thing: the other party's cultivation level must be far above his own. It was highly likely that he was a terrifying existence at the peak of the heavenly rankings. But the man in front of him looked so young. In his early 20s? A heavenly rank peak-tier powerhouse at such a young age. Not only is his talent terrifying, but the depth of his family background must be unimaginable. It's truly spine-chilling to think about it. As soon as Su Bai appeared, the aura he exuded immediately intimidated everyone present. At that moment, the vast hall fell into complete silence. Subai looked at the one-eyed man and spoke calmly. Since you are a member of the Red Eagle and you dared to harbor such thoughts, I will give you a small punishment. Do you accept it? The one-eyed man shuddered violently and bowed repeatedly, saying, We submit. We submit from the bottom of our hearts. Leader, we were blind to your true strength and dared to offend you. You are so magnanimous to forgive us and give us such a trivial punishment. We are deeply grateful. From this moment onward, you are my sole master. Whatever you command, even if it means facing blades or flames, I will not flinch. The one-eyed man hurriedly swore his loyalty. Subai was simply too powerful. In the dark underworld, it was a law of the jungle, the strong set all the rules. He was now terrified that Subai might grow even slightly displeased and send him straight to meet his maker. Oh, wait, there's no god here, only the black and white impermanence. My name is Black Eye. I am the leader of the Red Eagle mercenary group. The man beside me is the deputy leader of the Red Eagle. When I am not in the group, he represents me. Challenging his authority is the same as challenging me. The consequences, I need not explain further. The one-eyed dragon kept his head down, looking extremely obedient, not daring to utter a single word. In the vast hall, countless people looked at each other, dared not utter a single word. At that moment, Yen Luo stood up and addressed Subai. Leader, I have a question for you. Speak. Subai said. He had noticed Yen Luo before entering the hall. With mid-tier heavenly rank strength, he was currently the strongest fighter besides him. Next was the one-eyed dragon, with early stage heavenly rank strength. As for the others, they were mostly tiger rank experts. If it weren't for the imminent attack on the Delta, the one-eyed dragon's early stage heavenly rank combat prowess could play a crucial role. Given his temperament, this guy would at least be beaten into a state requiring a year or two of recovery. That would have a more deterrent effect on the others. Yen Luo asked, Are you really planning to attack the Delta? Subai replied indifferently, What else could I do? I spent so much money to gather these people, it's not just about throwing money around. Before I arrived, those who wanted to withdraw, I didn't stop them. Now that I'm here and have taken so much of your money, you must work for me. Otherwise, the consequences will be on your own heads. As Subai finished speaking, the hall fell silent once more. They had initially joined for the money alone. No one was naive enough to believe that their newly formed organization could stand a chance against a renowned mercenary group with a fearsome reputation. In their eyes, it was no different from suicide. But now, hearing Subai's words, it seemed like he had completely cut off their escape route. Among the crowd, only Yen Luo looked genuinely pleased. Based on his estimation, the leader's true combat strength was at least at the peak of the heavenly rankings. If the leader could hold off the Tyrant King, attacking the Delta was a possibility. He thought for a moment and said, Leader, we must consider one more thing. Given Red Eagle's current strength, attacking the Delta would have almost no chance of success. Even if you could block Shou Wang, his Black Panther mercenary group isn't to be underestimated. They have tens of thousands of elite mercenaries, and their equipment is top-notch. Plus, they're in the Delta, a place that's easy to defend but hard to attack. The others, seeing this, nodded in agreement. Their current plan was to persuade the leader to abandon this unrealistic idea. I know. Subai glanced at the crowd and continued. So, over the next 7 days, I want you to recruit other mercenaries or skilled assassins and tell them that money is no object. Whatever they want, I'll pay. If you come across those who aren't after money, tell them that by eliminating Black Panther and capturing the Delta, they can become legends in the mercenary world. This opportunity is once in a lifetime, no second chances. And Shou Wang. That dog will die by my blade. As the words fell, the overwhelming pressure from Subai, the peak of the whitelist, erupted suddenly. Except for Xiao Pujuan and a few others who were deliberately ignored by Subai, everyone else in the hall felt an overwhelming pressure sweeping over them, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Chapter 209, Yen Luo, deputy leader of the Red Eagle mercenary group. Relying solely on physical strength, Subai had reached the peak of the heavenly rankings. Now, his mental power had also reached its limit, making his current strength far surpass that of the peak of the heavenly rankings. Above the heavenly rankings, beneath that mysterious realm. That realm was a height that countless peak heavenly rank martial artists aspired to reach, but the difficulty of taking that final step was akin to the combined difficulty of ascending from an ordinary person to the peak of the heavenly rank. Terrifying aura was unleashed by Subai without restraint. In that instant, the hall shook like an earthquake, rumbling loudly, and the sturdy bricks seemed on the verge of cracking apart. Those enveloped by this overwhelming might felt a sense of impending doom, like ants under the gaze of a deity. A single movement or even a glance from Subai could easily strip them of all life. This was complete and utter domination. The one-eyed dragon was utterly shocked. He had always known Subai was strong, but he never imagined he could be this powerful. In front of Subai, he didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. As for Yen Luo, he stared blankly at Subai, his pupils contracting slightly, his lips parting as intense shock surged through him like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. He was a mid-tier martial artist on the heavenly rankings, having seen many late-tier martial artists and even several peak-tier martial artists, but none of them had ever released such overwhelming pressure. Could it be that the leader had truly broken through to that realm? Yen Luo swallowed hard. If this guess was true, then eliminating the Black Panther would be far easier than he had imagined. In an instant, he became wildly excited. Decades had passed. He finally saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. All these years, he had been lurking in the shadows, even daring not to return home when his grandparents passed away. He had no way to avenge his parents, and he couldn't face his family members back home. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope. In an instant, Yen Luo's mood became incredibly excited. What I just said, who agrees, who disagrees? Subai withdrew his imposing aura and looked at everyone indifferently. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing a matter, but no one dared to utter a single word of opposition. Good. Since everyone agrees, let us split up and act accordingly. In 7 days, we'll gather here in this hall again. I hope to see all of you then. Otherwise, you'd better pray that I don't catch you. The one-eyed man immediately stepped forward to pledge his loyalty. Leader, rest assured. I, the one-eyed man, will complete the task flawlessly. I will not disappoint your trust. Me too. Me too. Subai nodded and said, I am ruthless to enemies and loyal to friends. Whoever contributes the most and achieves the greatest merits will be rewarded generously after we eliminate the Black Panther. Thank you, leader. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the leader, without hesitation. After declaring their loyalty, everyone left. Yen Luo remained behind, making no move. He waited until Xiao Pujuan and Wei Yong had also departed. At that point, Yen Luo spoke up, Leader, I have a favor to ask. When we kill the tyrant, may I deliver the final blow? I wish to kill him with my own hands. Do you have a personal grudge against him? Yen Luo said with hatred, a blood feud. He then briefly recounted the events that had transpired. By the end, Subai couldn't help but look at Yen Luo with new respect. To avenge his parents, a man who had grown up in a sheltered environment had willingly abandoned his comfortable life to come to this dark place, living each day on the brink of death, enduring a life of constant danger, all for the sake of one day avenging his parents. Such a powerful sense of determination deeply moved Subai. He nodded and said, all right. I agree. After all, for him, it didn't matter who killed the tyrant king. If he could gain an ally in doing so, it would be a highly advantageous deal. It seems that this Zhou Wang is also a ruthless and heinous villain with a long list of crimes. However, not all mercenaries are bad people. Some, like Xiao Pujuan, simply protect the safety of their targets, much like bodyguards. Thank you, Commander. Upon seeing Subai agree, Yen Luo immediately grew excited. But I hope you can agree to one request. Subai said. Yen Luo nodded. At this moment, even if it were 10 or 100 requests, he would agree without hesitation. I want you to join the Red Eagles and serve as their deputy leader. After pausing for a moment, Subai continued, you know that Xiao Pujuan can't control those people, and I can't stay with the Red Eagles forever, so I hope you can help me. Yen Luo thought carefully for a moment before saying, as long as you can help me kill Zhou Wang and avenge this blood debt, I will follow your orders. Then it's settled. Subai said. Yen Luo said, deal. After that, Yen Luo left and returned to his previous residence. As a mid-tier martial artist on the heavenly rankings, he had the strength and background to claim his own territory. As soon as he entered the house, a man approached him and said, Boss, should we leave? I think they're all planning to leave. At that moment, there were about 8 or 9 people inside the house, all wiping their weapons, and an intangible aura of killing intent rippled out. The one speaking to Yen Luo was a stunningly beautiful woman with delicate features, every smile and frown exuding an indescribable allure, like a blooming mandrake flower, beautiful yet deadly. These people were all Tiger List warriors, and among them were even those at the peak of the Tiger List. Even in the Dark Realm, they were a force to be reckoned with. Though few in number, each and every one was an elite warrior. Yen Luo said, I have made my decision. I will dissolve the team and join the Red Eagle Mercenary Corps. What's going on? Boss, why the sudden change of heart? Exactly. We've been getting along just fine on our own. Even large mercenary groups can't touch us. Why risk changing this situation? That Red Eagle Mercenary Corps, which has only been established for less than a month, is really planning to attack the Delta? Boss, I must advise you. I know you have a grudge against Zhou Wang, but seeking revenge now is not a wise move. Everyone turned to Yen Luo, urging him to abandon this impractical idea. Dissolve the group immediately and join the Red Eagle. In their eyes, this was nothing short of suicide. This small team had been working together for many years, had developed a deep understanding and strong bonds. Now, forcing them to adapt to a new group if they end up with the wrong people could cost them their lives. Chapter 210, Future Plans. Attacking the Delta in 7 days. Yen Luo looked at everyone and said, I met the leader of the Red Eagles. He is extremely powerful. How strong is he? Yen Luo thought for a moment and said, if I were to fight him, I could last at most 1 round. Moreover, he is very likely to have reached the peak of the heavenly rankings, and the distance to that realm might be just a single step away. Hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. This was almost too hard to believe. When had such a top-tier powerhouse emerged in the Dark Zone? Although they were still far from the peak of the heavenly rankings, they had followed Yin Luo for many years and had some understanding of the matter. They were well aware of how incredibly difficult it was to reach the realm above the peak of the heavenly rankings. Even among the most extraordinary warriors, those who truly attempt to break through to that realm are 1 in 10,000. The difficulty is far greater than the combined difficulty of ascending from an ordinary person to the peak of the heavenly rankings. If everything is true, then the Red Eagle leader would have no trouble defeating the Tyrant King. Yen Luo said. Also, those people didn't leave. The leader has issued an order for us to recruit top-tier warriors and assassins to join the Red Eagle. We must assemble within 7 days and then attack the Delta. Boss, are you really planning to join the Red Eagle? You know that our small team has developed a strong bond through years of collaboration, so I'm not very eager to start over with strangers. The speaker paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, if any of the people we recruit change their minds, that could spell disaster for us. Yes. Boss, we must consider that. The others chimed in agreement. Yen Luo said, you can rest assured about this. Once we eliminate the Black Panthers, the leader will hand over the Red Eagles to me to manage. At that point, my status will be the deputy leader of the Red Eagles, second only to the leader. I will have you all stay in a small team, the same group as now. After we occupy the Delta, our living conditions will improve and we won't have to go hungry anymore. We'll also have a place to call home. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately filled with surprise and joy. If the boss truly holds a high position within the Red Eagle, joining the Red Eagle would not be a bad choice. Moreover, given the Red Eagle's lavish lifestyle, life in the future would undoubtedly be a significant improvement over the present. Leader, I have to speak up. What if the leader is deceiving you? He has invested so much to establish the Red Eagle, and now he wants to hand it over to you after capturing the Delta. That would mean he does all the hard work while you reap the benefits. There's something fishy about that. Yen Luo thought carefully and said, I'm not entirely sure why he's doing this, but at this level of strength, he wouldn't stoop to deceiving me. Divine beings would never deceive mere ants. You must know that Su Bai is a powerhouse above the peak of the heavenly rankings. To control him is as easy as crushing an ant. Why would he need lies? Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At that moment, someone spoke up. Since the boss has made his decision, we'll all follow your lead. However, we still hope that we won't be separated. Don't worry. You're all under my wing, and I won't put you in any danger. If we can successfully take Delta, perhaps we can all retire in peace. Delta is a location rich in resources, and Black Panther has been entrenched there for over a decade without a single mission going wrong. Yen Luo's strength far surpasses that of the others, but he never acts dictatorially. He always discusses matters with his team, which is why they are so loyal to him and have formed such deep brotherly bonds. After successfully convincing his team, Yen Luo led them away in a hurry. He also needed to complete the mission assigned by his former leader, to find more allies and recruit other top-tier warriors. After Su Bai held off the Zhou King, their next opponent was the Black Panther mercenary group. However, as the third-ranked mercenary group in the underworld, the Black Panther mercenary group was extremely powerful, and with their current strength, they were far from a match. Therefore, Su Bai came up with a plan: spend a fortune to hire a large-scale mercenary group to assist them. As long as the most troublesome Zhou Wan was held back, he believed many would be willing to do this favor. Yen Luo deemed it feasible and prepared to contact those mercenary groups. Su Xiao. After Yen Luo left, Xiao Pujuan and the others also approached. Su Bai said, you've really worked hard these past few days. Xiao Pujuan sighed helplessly and said, it's not that hard, but now the Red Eagle's forces are growing larger, and we're having trouble keeping these old hands in check. Luckily Yen Luo was there earlier, otherwise, these guys were really planning to cause trouble. Yen Luo? He's the one Su Xiao kept behind to talk to earlier. As far as I know, he has a blood feud with Black Panther. Xiao Pujuan explained. Alright. I've already promised him the position of deputy leader of the Red Eagle. Pujuan, with your current strength, it's hard to keep this group in line, so I had to find someone who can handle the situation. I hope you don't mind. You will still be the deputy leader of the Red Eagle, responsible for its daily operations. You will oversee logistics. Xiao Pujuan said, rest assured, Su Bai. I won't get involved in any nonsense. He was well aware that the mercenary group's system was the law of the jungle: the strong survive, and the weak perish. What is the law of the jungle? It is the strong who set the rules, and the weak who follow them. Strength is the only currency that holds weight. Moreover, given his current strength, he wouldn't even qualify to be a squad leader, let alone a deputy leader. Su Bai keeping his position as deputy leader was already a generous gesture. How is the task I assigned earlier progressing? Su Xiao, everything is in order. The most advanced high-tech weapons in the world will arrive within 3 days. Good. In 7 days, we will attack the Delta. After speaking, Su Bai exchanged a few more polite words with Xiao Pujuan and the others, who then took their leave. He gazed up at the azure sky, lost in thought. In less than 7 days, the final assault on the Delta would begin, and both his mental and physical strength were already at their limits. Based on past experience, breaking through this limit would require at least 10,000 points. 10,000 points equaled 10 trillion.
And each of the two physical strength and mental power required 10,000 points to break through, totaling 20,000 points.
20 trillion points, that's almost as much as the annual GDP of most medium-sized countries. At the current daily expenditure of tens of billions, it would take ages to accumulate enough points for the breakthrough. Who would have thought that one day I'd be so stressed about spending money? I doubt anyone would believe me if I told them. Chapter 211, The History of the Dark Zone. A divine trap? The Dark Zone was once a region of moderate strength with a well-organized armed force, holding a certain influence and status on the global stage.
As the saying goes, a man is not guilty for possessing a treasure. The Dark Zone's resources were simply too abundant, causing the white-headed eagles to constantly covet them. Fortunately, the lone wolf kept a watchful eye, preventing the white-headed eagles from acting too brazenly.
However, the white eagles' ambitions never died.
They continued to infiltrate and divide the Dark Zone through various means, eventually splitting it into countless small factions. At this critical moment, the lone wolf intervened, halting the eagles' malicious actions. Under the constraints of these two powerful forces, the Dark Zone evolved into a lawless territory, a breeding ground for evil and a nurturing ground for mercenaries.
Some factions, seeking to get involved, would send agents disguised as mercenaries to the Dark Zone's resources.
The situation here is extremely chaotic, resembling a period of warring states. Powerful factions control territories rich in resources, while weaker ones can barely survive, let alone develop. The indigenous people living in this area deeply despise those from the White Eagle, but they have no choice but to accept this harsh reality. To survive, they have formed mercenary groups. The world's top-ranked and most powerful mercenary group, the Savior Mercenary Group, is composed of former members of the unified faction that once ruled the Dark Zone. On one hand, they aim to protect themselves. On the other, they seek to grow stronger while also confronting the white-headed eagles.
They still control the most resource-rich territory in the Dark Zone. There is an unwritten rule in the Dark Zone that all mercenary groups silently adhere to: they must not harm resource exploration and mining teams.
While these mercenaries can engage in combat, they are completely helpless when it comes to resource extraction. Therefore, specialized teams are required for extraction, otherwise, the resources remain mere resources and cannot be converted into wealth. This is why resource exploration and mining teams are so important. If any mercenary group violates the code and attacks the mining team, other resource mining teams will hesitate to come here and dare not return. Thus, even if mercenary groups control areas rich in resources, they would remain destitute, sitting on a gold mine. Once resources are extracted, they need to be bought and sold. Over time, a marketplace gradually forms in the Dark Zone, known as the Peace Zone. Mercenaries are not allowed to attack the Peace Zone, as they need to exchange the resources they have extracted for money here, and also purchase daily necessities such as food and medicine. If the Peace Zone is destroyed, the lives of all mercenaries would be severely impacted. Due to the Peace Zone's attributes, it provides a high level of security, attracting merchants from all over the world to conduct business here, as resources are something every nation genuinely needs. In essence, the Peace District is a city of light built amidst darkness. Of course, the Peace Zone cannot guarantee absolute safety, as there will inevitably be ruthless outlaws who seek to break the rules. The Peace Zone is a weapon-free zone, so shall put you and establish the Red Eagle Mercenary Group's temporary headquarters near the Peace Zone, making it convenient for both issuing tasks and purchasing supplies.
Subai entered the Peace Zone.
The streets were bustling with people, and the vendors on both sides were shouting their wares, creating a lively atmosphere that made Subai momentarily think he was in the imperial capital. However, this area lacked the towering skyscrapers of the capital. Most buildings were single-story structures, with only a few reaching 4 or 5 stories in height. Vendors on both sides of the road sold all sorts of items: food, daily necessities, and toys, many of which were prohibited from sale in the imperial capital, leaving Subai dazzled. What was even more astonishing was the price of goods here, which were generally 6 to 7 times more expensive than the average in the imperial capital, and some items were even 10 to 15 times more expensive. However, upon further reflection, even though this was a peaceful district, it still posed some danger. Merchants were in it for profit, and without substantial gains, they wouldn't take such risks.
Moreover, while expenses were high, incomes were extremely generous.
Even the lowest-ranking miners could earn in a single day what it would take several months to make in the imperial capital. Especially for mercenaries living on the edge, who might be fine today but not see tomorrow's sun, saving money is out of the question.
Enjoying life to the fullest is their best way to live.
Subai found a relatively comfortable hotel in the Peace District, as he would be staying here for 7 days. He wasn't a mercenary and wasn't accustomed to roughing it.
The hotel's environment was quite nice, though the price was exorbitant.
However, Subai, who wasn't short on money, didn't mind at all. In fact, he preferred it the more expensive it was. After all, with a budget of 2 trillion, he had to make an effort. At such an exorbitant price, it was basically only affordable for mid to high-ranking members of large mercenary groups or some well-known influential figures.
Bang bang. Just as Subai lay down, there was a knock on the door.
He opened it to find a blonde woman standing there, barely clothed, draped in a sheer veil.
"Distinguished gentleman, would you like me to provide you with special services?" The woman spoke, flashing what she thought was a charming smile. Her blonde hair and blue eyes gave her an exotic, foreign charm. Subai wasn't a fool, he knew exactly what this special service entailed, but he had no interest whatsoever. Even Han Shiyun, a woman whose figure and appearance were all top-notch, didn't arouse much desire in him, let alone this woman who reeked of a life of debauchery. "No, thank you," Subai said, then turned to close the door. However, the woman was quick on her feet, pushing the door open and hurriedly said, "Sir, please consider it again, or perhaps you have a preference for a certain type?" I said no. "Sir, if you're worried about the cost, I'm willing to serve you for free." Subai's patience was completely exhausted. He coldly said, "Get out." The woman was instantly startled by his aura and froze in place, while Subai took the opportunity to close the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. The woman stomped her feet angrily in place, muttered a few curses under her breath, then walked toward the corner at the end of the corridor, where a rough-looking man was standing. "Dana, did that guy take the bait?" Dana shook her head and said, "No, that kid probably isn't interested. He didn't even look at me. I was practically standing there naked in front of him. Regardless, we must get him. That guy is loaded. If we pull this off, we can live in luxury for years." "All right. I'll think of something else tonight." It was clear that the special service Dana was referring to was far from what it seemed on the surface. Chapter 212, Killing to Establish Authority. The Red-Haired Woman. As the sun set, Subai left the hotel. Here, food was a major expense, and the hotel didn't provide meals for guests. Subai found a restaurant, had a quick meal, and then prepared to return. Along the way, he spotted a bar and decided to have a drink. Thinking that going back would just mean sitting around, I decided to find something fun to do instead, so I went right in. The interior of the bar was very spacious, with loud music blaring from the speakers. On the stage in the center of the bar, several blonde women, wearing only 3 pieces of fabric to cover their key areas, were dancing passionately and freely. The boldness of their movements was striking, and the scenery beneath the few pieces of fabric was faintly visible, further heightening the atmosphere. Countless men stared intently, shouting and screaming at the top of their lungs. Subai walked up to the second floor, found an empty table, and sat down. A waiter approached and said, "Hello. What would you like to drink?" Subai thought for a moment and said, "Bring me a few of your bar's signature drinks." "Certainly, sir." After saying that, the waiter went downstairs. In no time, he returned with 2 glasses of colorful drinks. Subai took a sip. The taste was decent. He set down his glass and looked down at the bustling crowd below. For some reason, it gave him a fleeting sense of peace and tranquility. As time passed, the once sparsely populated bar gradually filled up with people, creating a lively scene of people jostling for space. Subai was content to relax. However, after a while, a slender figure suddenly ran over and plopped down next to Subai. Subai said, "Sorry. This table is mine, and I don't like sharing tables. Could you please leave?" The tables in the bar were all paid for, and the prices weren't cheap, so Subai, who was sitting alone at a table, became a sought-after target. Many beautiful women wanted to share his table, but they were all rejected. Subai looked at the person. His eyes fell on a fiery red head of hair, which stood out prominently. He couldn't see the person's face because they were still tightly pressed against the table, showing no reaction. Subai was about to ask a question when a voice suddenly rang out from below. "The Ink Mercenary Corps is here to arrest someone. Please make way." The previously bustling area fell into complete silence. The Ink Mercenary Corps was a large mercenary group with thousands of mercenaries under its command, each a top-notch expert with formidable abilities, not to be underestimated. Immediately, over 100 people rushed in, searching everyone in the bar one by one. A small group went upstairs and immediately spotted the striking fiery red hair. Excitedly, they shouted, "Boss, we found him. He's on the second floor." Soon, a burly, intimidating man approached. This was Lu Shuei, the leader of the Ink Mercenary Group. Lu Shuei walked over in a few strides, suddenly reached out, grabbed the woman's fiery red hair, and yanked her violently, throwing her to the ground. The woman seemed to have fainted for some reason, as she showed no reaction despite the commotion, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. "You dog! You have the nerve to attempt to assassinate me!" Lu Shuei shouted angrily, then turned to his men and ordered, "Take her back. If you don't torture her to death, I'll change my last name." His men immediately stepped forward to carry the woman away. Subai remained seated, motionless. Such morally depraved incidents were commonplace in this dark place. He wasn't about to play the hero, especially since he didn't know if the woman was a bad person or not. Who would have thought that just as everyone was about to leave, Lu Shuei suddenly turned his gaze toward Subai. Seeing Subai's attire and demeanor, which suggested he was a wealthy man, Lu Shuei harbored evil intentions. "If I'm not mistaken, this woman must be your accomplice." Subai immediately saw through the man's intentions and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Lu Shuei, seeing this, immediately cursed angrily, "Very well. So stubborn. Grab him." The guests on the second floor also looked at Subai with a mix of pity and sympathy. They could see clearly that the woman had no connection to Subai, not even an acquaintance, yet Lu Shuei clearly knew this and was targeting Subai for nothing more than extortion. Such incidents were common in the Peace District. It was just a matter of paying to avoid trouble. As Lu Shuwei gave the order, one of his henchmen moved towards Subai, but before he could get close, he was suddenly flung backward with great force. An agonizing scream followed, and the next moment, the man crashed into the wall, unconscious. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Subai. That frail-looking young man turned out to be a deeply hidden powerhouse. This was going to be interesting. Subai had killed members of the Inkwater mercenary group. This wasn't something that could be resolved with money. Lu Shuwei strode forward and stood before Subai, coldly saying, "I only wanted money at first, but now that you've killed my men, I won't settle for money alone. I'll take your head to avenge my brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, before Lu Shuwei could act, Subai moved first, his hand darting out like a blur, gripping Lu Shuwei's throat and lifting him into the air. "You want to kill me?" Subai's voice sounded as though it were coming from the depths of hell, instantly dropping the temperature in the bar to freezing, causing everyone present to shiver uncontrollably. Lu Shuwei's face was contorted with fear, almost as if it were melting away. He never imagined that the person he had thought was an easy target was actually a hidden master of unparalleled skill. He had intended to beg for mercy, but the air in his chest was being squeezed out bit by bit. He couldn't even speak, let alone breathe properly. "Many people wanted to kill me, but they all ended up dead." Subai bared his white teeth and grinned. Click! A crisp sound rang out as Lu Shuwei's throat was crushed into powder by Subai, and blood immediately began to seep out through his pores. Subai let go. Lu Shuwei's body collapsed onto the ground with a thud, dead as a doornail. Everyone looked at Subai in utter horror, their faces filled with shock that swept over them like a tidal wave. What's going on? What on earth had happened? The leader of the Ink mercenary group, a mid-tier expert on the heavenly rankings, had been killed so easily? Not even a single exchange had taken place. It was a complete and utter. Even mid-tier heavenly rank experts were powerless to defend themselves against this man. How powerful must he be? Everyone's hearts tightened involuntarily, and their eyes filled with intense fear. Even the members of the Ink mercenary corps looked at each other in disbelief, their hearts filled with fear. Chapter 213, Recruitment. Mandala. At the same time, inside the bar, there was a secret room with a large screen on the wall, live streaming the events that had just unfolded. A gracefully dressed woman lay lazily on the sofa, watching the screen with leisurely indifference. The woman was none other than Mandala, the owner of Come for a Drink bar. As a woman, being able to open a bar in such a place, a bar frequented by all sorts of people, she must have some connections. In other words, she must be able to keep the place under control. Lu Shuwei was preparing to forcibly abduct Subai, and she was ready to intervene. After all, if she let Lu Shuwei act recklessly, it would ruin her reputation. No one would dare to come to her bar to drink and have fun, which would be the same as cutting off her livelihood. If she had opened a hotel in the Peace District, even the basic safety of her guests couldn't be guaranteed, and her bar would have to close down. Don't underestimate this small bar. In other peaceful areas, it might not make much money, but here? This is a dark, chaotic place. Entertainment that's commonplace elsewhere becomes a rare commodity here. The daily takings are a huge sum. So, if Lu Shuwei wants to ruin her business, she'll make sure he knows how tough she is. Although Lu Shuwei had already warned her beforehand that he was going to the bar to arrest someone, after arresting the person, he saw the money and decided to kidnap a customer from her bar. Wasn't that slapping her in the face? As for whether the young man might be part of the same group, the answer is definitely no. The woman he mentioned, she recognized her. She was the Rose Hunter, ranked 10th on the assassins list, known for her fiery red hair. Speaking of which, the Rose Hunter is quite legendary. Initially, she was ranked outside the top 50, but after assassinating a master at the early stage of the heavenly rankings, she rose to 10th place. At the same time, the deputy leader of the Ink mercenary group was assassinated, and it was likely the work of the Rose Hunter. Now she has come to assassinate the leader Lu Shuwei. It seems the Rose Hunter and the Ink mercenary group have a blood feud. However, this isn't something she should concern herself with. Even though she'd love to recruit the Rose Hunter, she chooses to stay out of it. Just a short while ago, Lu Shuwei had broken through to the mid-tier of the heavenly rankings. To offend the Ink mercenary corps, which has a mid-tier heavenly ranked expert under its command, over a single Rose Hunter is clearly a high-risk, low-reward move, a losing proposition. Mandala was about to send the bar manager to mediate the conflict, making sure the Ink mercenary corps didn't take anyone away. But in the next moment, she was stunned, her eyes wide with fear. On the large screen, Subai effortlessly choked Lu Shuwei by the neck. As a mid-tier heavenly ranked expert, he was being held up like a chicken, completely unable to resist. The screen's resolution was so high that she could clearly see the terror in Lu Shuwei's eyes. As Subai tightened his grip, Lu Shuwei collapsed onto the ground, limp as a rag, dead as a doornail. The leader of the Inkwater mercenary group, a mid-tier heavenly ranked expert, was defeated in less than 3 seconds. This was simply too surreal. If she hadn't known Lu Shuwei and been certain he was a mid-tier heavenly rank expert, she would have thought the young man had simply killed an unarmed civilian. Holy crap! When did such a top-tier powerhouse appear in the Peace District? We must find out the purpose of this big shot's visit here. Thus, Mandala hurriedly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Manager Joe. Boss. Did you see that? I did.
Manager Joe started stuttering when he spoke, clearly overwhelmed by the visual impact of that scene. A mid-tier powerhouse from the heavenly rankings was, to an ordinary person like him, akin to a deity from the heavens. And now, someone had effortlessly slain a god. What's more, as the manager of the bar, he didn't even go up to greet such a powerful figure immediately.
That's a serious dereliction of duty. Has that person ever been to the bar before?
Manager Joe said. He's here for the first time. He arrived this afternoon and has been sitting on the second floor for a long time.
Should I send someone to find out more?
If you think you're tired of living, go try it yourself.
Just don't drag me into it.
Mandala shook her head helplessly. After following her for so long, she was still so clueless. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Mandala stood up, looked at herself in the mirror, and began to dress up. After a while, she looked stunningly beautiful and walked out.
At the same time,
Subai sat down, continued drinking, and said indifferently, "All right, everyone who came to Gawk can leave now."
The guests began to leave.
As for the members of the Ink mercenary group, they stood frozen in place, dared not move an inch.
Subai looked at the group and said, "Will you confess honestly, or do I have to interrogate each of you one by one?"
"We'll confess honestly."
"We'll definitely confess honestly." A member of the Ink mercenary group stepped forward and bowed. "We are all members of the Ink mercenary corps.
And the woman in front of you is the Rose Hunter, ranked 9th on the assassin list. She previously assassinated one of our deputy leaders and is now here to assassinate the leader. Our leader exposed her and even drugged her, so we've been chasing her all the way here. The one who just died was the leader of the Ink mercenary group, Lu Shuei."
Upon hearing this, Subai asked again, "Why does this guy say I'm her accomplice?"
The subordinate speculated that it might be because you look well dressed and sophisticated, probably a wealthy person, and she wants to extort some money from you.
Subai narrowed his eyes and said, "So, you guys often do this kind of extortion?"
The man who spoke shuddered violently and immediately knelt down, saying, "Heaven and earth are my witnesses.
He's the leader, we're just his subordinates.
We have to do whatever he says, or else we'll be killed." The others, seeing the situation was dire, also knelt down one after another.
Subai glanced at the crowd and then changed the subject, asking, "How many members are there in the Ink mercenary group?"
"We have 1,400 members. The leader and deputy leader were both heaven ranked, but they're dead. Now we only have 18 Tiger ranked experts, about 50 to 60 newcomers to the Tiger rank, and the rest haven't been counted." Subai thought it over carefully. Over 1,000 men was a considerable force. The more, the better. Besides, after he had demonstrated such extraordinary power, these men wouldn't dare to harbor any treacherous thoughts unless they were complete fools. He then addressed the person who had spoken earlier.
"From now on, you are the acting leader.
Go back and gather the members of the Ink mercenary group.
In 7 days, we will meet at a location approximately 6 kilometers southwest of the Peace District. From now on, you'll be under my command. Got it?"
Everyone nodded hurriedly, understood.
It's an honor to serve under a great leader.
They understood the saying, "It's cool under a big tree."
"All right, you may leave."
Subai waved his hand. Those men bowed once more before carrying away Lu Shui's body. The group then left the bar in a large procession.
Chapter 214, The Former Princess, Now a Revenge-Seeking Assassin. As the Ink mercenary corps departed, the second floor emptied out completely.
Subai glanced at the unconscious woman lying on the ground and grew curious. The 10th ranked assassin. Rose Hunter. Judging by her appearance, she should be in her 20s or early 30s, with skin as delicate and snow-white as ever. So young, yet she managed to successfully assassinate a high-ranking expert from the early stages of the heavenly rankings and escape from someone in the middle stages of the heavenly rankings. This little girl must have some skills. The music in the bar's main hall began to play again, and the people on the dance floor started swaying to the rhythm. Anyway, they had no idea what was happening upstairs. Since everyone had left, they continued to indulge in their drunken revelry. However, there were now 2 security guards at the staircase, blocking the entrance to the second floor. Subai knew what kind of sedative the woman had been given and didn't have time to wait. He used the simplest and most brutal method, flinging the drink in her hand directly onto her face. This method proved effective. In no time, the Rose Hunter woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, her body tensed up instantly and she took several steps backward. Her vigilant gaze then fixed on Subai. She tried to speak, but her throat was hoarse and she couldn't utter a word. Subai said, "Rose Hunter, I accidentally saved your life just now. But I don't like assassins. So I'm giving you a chance, convince me not to kill you. Because such people are purely mercenary, caring only about money, regardless of whether the target is good or evil, or the consequences of their actions. Their eyes see only profit." Perhaps because he had been targeted by an assassin hired by Lu Bufan from the dark web before, Subai truly despised assassins. If the Rose Hunter was someone who only cared about profit and didn't distinguish between good and evil, he wouldn't show any mercy and would act immediately to eliminate the threat. Upon hearing Subai mention his name, the Rose Hunter froze, his body tensing in a defensive posture.
He gripped a dagger behind his back and said to Subai, "Why are you killing me?" His voice was hoarse, and he stammered for a while before finally getting his words out clearly. "A joke. In the eyes of assassins like you, does killing require a reason? Or perhaps I killed you because I was commissioned by someone else. Oomph. I suppose you were sent by Lu Shui, weren't you?" The rose hunter laughed deeply twice. After a moment's rest, she could speak normally again. "No, I was sent here by the relatives of the innocent people you killed earlier to settle the score with you." "Innocent? Ha! Those who died by my hand were all deserving of their fate. They destroyed my homeland and slaughtered my family and fellow villagers. I killed them to avenge the innocent who died." Subai was momentarily taken aback and asked, "You've risen to 10th on the assassin rankings and haven't killed a single innocent person?" The rose hunter replied, "No. I only regret that I am too weak now to eliminate all the dogs that destroyed my homeland." "Did the Ink Mercenary Corps also participate in destroying your home?" "Only the leader of the Ink Mercenary Corps, Lu Shui, and his deputy participated. That's why I only targeted the two of them. Unfortunately, I killed the deputy but failed to kill the leader, Lu Shui. Tell me about your past. If you move me, I won't just spare your life, I might even consider giving you a huge surprise." He was very interested in the assassin's story. If the rose hunter truly hasn't spilled the blood of an innocent person, then recruiting him into the Red Eagle would be an excellent choice. After all, the Red Eagle is currently in a period of rapid development. Of course, for Subai, peripheral figures don't matter. If someone is in the absolute core, the first thing is that their character must be beyond reproach. After taking a sip of water, the rose hunter began to tell his own story. She had a special ability to roughly sense the strength of another person's aura. When she sensed Subai, it felt like an endless ocean, vast and majestic. In comparison, her own aura was pitifully weak. As Subai had said, if she couldn't move him, killing her would be as easy as a single thought for him. She couldn't die yet. It wasn't that she was afraid of death, but those who had destroyed her home and killed her loved ones were still alive. Until she had avenged her family and killed every last one of them, she couldn't rest in peace even in death. The identity of the rose hunter is somewhat unique. She was a princess of a small country and had lived a relatively happy life. Though it was called a small country, its territory was smaller than a single district of the imperial capital. However, due to its proximity to a delta region, it was rich in resources. It was 11 years ago that this small country was targeted by a large mercenary group, which fabricated a false charge and declared war on them. Despite their desperate resistance, the enemy's strength was overwhelming, sweeping across the nation like a tidal wave. In the end, the people of the small country, having resisted fiercely until the very end, completely enraged the mercenary group, leading to a brutal massacre of the city. Wherever they went, nothing was left standing. Her master risked his life to send her out, and in the process, he was also brutally killed by those mercenaries. The grudge of the nation's destruction and the city's massacre was an unforgivable offense. From that day forward, the pampered princess embarked on a life as a vengeful assassin. However, after the mercenary group had plundered her nation's resources, they disbanded on the spot. The higher-ups returned to their own countries to live lives of luxury and debauchery, while some mid-level members continued their dark deeds in the shadows. The leader and deputy leader of the Ink mercenary group were mid-level members of that mercenary group. Over the years, those who remained in the dark underworld had been nearly wiped out by her, and Lu Shui was her final target. As for the high-ranking members who returned to their respective countries and regions, they are her next life goal. What she didn't expect was that Lu Shui had quietly broken through to the mid-stage of the heavenly rankings. She had underestimated him, and she thought this failure would leave her with no place to bury her remains. But when she woke up, she was surprised to find herself saved. This was the entirety of her past. The annihilation of nations and clans was a common occurrence in the Dark Zone. However, like the Rose Hunter, those with sufficient cultivation talent and an unwavering will for revenge who ultimately succeeded in their quest were few and far between. To survive such a major upheaval without losing one's mind was already quite remarkable. During the assassination of the deputy leader of the Ink clan, the Rose Hunter had exhausted every possible means to kill him. Though she ended up bedridden for half a year, she had indeed killed a martial artist at the initial stage of the heavenly rankings. Chapter 215, Little Red, hello. Are you calling me overconfident? Subai listened patiently and was instantly moved. This is the classic feel-good story. After losing everything, the protagonist makes a comeback, avenges his family, and takes down all his enemies. After a moment of excitement, he calmed down and couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Was this all just a lie? He had only been in the Dark Zone for a few days, first encountering the vengeful Yen Luo, and now a Rose Hunter with a blood feud. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Yen Luo must be real. After all, the other party was a genuine mid-tier heavenly ranked powerhouse. There was no reason for him to lie. But this Rose Hunter was a different story. After all, one should never harbor malicious intent toward others, but one must always be vigilant against potential threats. Subai understands this principle well. Since there's no evidence to prove he's fake, let's just put it aside for now. After all, there's plenty of time. If he ever slips up, we can act then. This is precisely because Subai knows very little about the Dark Zone that he has fallen into this misunderstanding. The Dark Zone, this small patch of land, is home to over 2/3 of the world's assassins and mercenaries, a mix of good and evil, with many ruthless killers who have deep grudges. Subai said, "Your hair is red. I'll call you Little Red. From now on, you'll follow me. And remember, I promised you a big surprise? Lu Shuwei is already dead." "What? What did you say? Lu Shuwei is dead? You're not lying to me?" The Rose Hunter was taken aback for a moment before bursting into excited questions. Subai nodded. "He came here to capture you and extort money from me. I don't care about his flaws, I just killed him." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I hate assassins, but after hearing about your situation, I know you're not the kind of assassin who kills for money. You're doing this for revenge. I don't know if it's true or not, but I choose to trust you. I'll spare your life." "Thank you." In an instant, the Rose Hunter choked back tears, so overcome with emotion that he could barely speak. "From now on, call me Su Xiao. If everything you told me earlier is true, I'll be more than happy to help you seek revenge." "Really? Thank you, Su Xiao." The Rose Hunter burst into tears. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful, curvaceous woman appeared, holding 2 bottles of wine. Her cheongsam barely contained her voluptuous figure, as if it were about to burst open. The woman was none other than the bar's owner, Mandala. "Xiao Hong!" Subai called out. The Rose Hunter stood up and positioned himself directly behind Subai. Mandala was taken aback. Wow, she was trying to recruit the Rose Hunter, but he was won over in just a few words. No wonder he's a top-tier boss. "Sir, I am Mandala, the owner of this bar. I've brought you some wine as a token of my respect," Mandala said seductively. "No need to be so formal. Maybe we can have another drink next time. I have to go now." After saying that, Subai prepared to leave. "Sir, please stay. Is there something you need? Are you new here?" "Yes. I see. I have a little influence in this area of the Peace District. If you ever encounter any difficulties, please don't hesitate to let me know," Mandala said, her eyes filled with an indescribable allure as she looked at Subai. It was like a fine wine aged for 30 years, delicious and perfectly balanced. Subai thought for a moment and then said to Mandala, "Now that you've said it, it would be impolite to be so formal. Besides, I do have a favor to ask." "Go ahead." "Madam Mandala has been running this place for years. You must have some connections to a well-organized mercenary group, right?" "Indeed, I do have some connections, but I'm not sure what you need them for." "All right. I want you to pass a message to them. Tell them that in 7 days, the Red Eagle mercenary group will launch an attack on the Delta region, aiming to kill the Tyrant King and annihilate the Black Panther mercenary group. If anyone is willing to assist me, feel free to name your price, I won't haggle." Mandala and Rose Hunter both froze, exchanging glances and seeing the same look of shock in each other's eyes. "What? What is this man talking about? Attack Delta Force? And kill King Joe? Are they hallucinating? Not to mention that the Black Panther Mercenary Corps is a world-renowned mercenary group ranked 3rd globally, with formidable combat strength. Even that Zhou Wang is the undisputed #1 on the heavenly rankings. Despite bearing such an arrogant title for all these years, he is still alive and well, which speaks volumes about his terrifying strength. Subai is indeed very strong. But Mandala couldn't be sure if Subai had taken that step. You must understand that those who have taken that step at the peak of the heavenly rankings are an entire tier above those who haven't. Moreover, many years ago, King Zhou had already reached the peak of the heavenly rankings. After over a decade of cultivation, it is inevitable that he may have already crossed the threshold. At this level of strength, who dares to say they can definitely kill him? Mandala immediately backed down. Such information, she would rather die than spread it around. After all, the wrath of the first-ranked martial artist on the heavenly rankings was something she, a weak woman, could never withstand. She only wanted to run her small bar and avoid getting involved in the feuds between these top-tier masters. Otherwise, it would truly be like being caught in the crossfire between gods. Mandala thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, but there's no way I can handle this matter." "Can you give me a reason?" Facing Mandala's response, Subai wasn't surprised it was even within his expectations. Mandala said, "Do you know how the name Zhou Wang came about? It's because he was inherently brutal. Anyone who dared to oppose him would be tortured to death by him, without exception. Therefore, even if I were to send this message on your behalf, no one would dare to agree." Subai asked directly, "Are you implying that you think I can't kill King Zhou?" Mandala replied, "King Zhou has been the top-ranked warrior on the heavenly rankings for over a decade, and after another decade of cultivation, he has likely already surpassed that legendary threshold. His strength is unimaginable. In recent years, there have been no reports of him using his full power, so no one truly knows how powerful he has become. Moreover, you are still so young and have already reached the peak of the heavenly rankings. With such extraordinary talent, taking that final step is inevitable. Why risk it now?" Mandala believed that after her words, she would surely gain some favor from the other party. After all, her advice was sincere and spoken from the other's perspective. Subai smiled lightly. In the next instant, a terrifying aura rippled out from Subai's body in layer upon layer, instantly enveloping the entire sky and earth in a dazzling, unmatched aura. Chapter 216, Shock. The Rose Hunter's Killer Instinct. Upon sensing that aura, Mandala's face was filled with uncontrollable shock, mixed with a hint of fear. Too strong. This is way too strong. She was, after all, a mid-tier heavily ranked expert, yet she felt so overwhelmed that she could barely breathe, as if her very life hung in the balance of Subai's single thought. Moreover, she could sense that this powerful aura was already approaching the peak of the heavenly rankings. Could it be that this young man before her had already crossed that threshold? Mandala's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression filled with utter astonishment. Although Subai was wearing a mask and his voice had been altered, Mandala, who had seen countless people, could still judge his age at a glance. He couldn't be older than 30. In other words, someone under 30 years old at the peak of the heavenly rankings, and had even crossed that extremely difficult threshold. Such terrifying talent meant that entering that legendary realm was as certain as anything. After a moment of shock, overwhelming joy followed. Such a powerful ally, if she could make him her protector, not only could she dominate the peace zone, but even the dark zone or the underworld would be within her grasp. Upon sensing Subai's overwhelming power, the Rose Hunter was also filled with astonishment. The Lu Shui she had assassinated was merely a mid-level member of that mercenary group, and even he was so difficult to deal with. How powerful must the higher-ups be? She dared not even imagine. But now, she saw hope in Subai. At that moment, Subai withdrew his aura and said to Mandala, "Do you still insist that I'm no match for the Tyrant King?" Mandala hurriedly replied, "No. It was my mistake for underestimating you earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Rest assured, I will complete this task perfectly." Subai was already so powerful. Following a stronger figure was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, the power dynamics of the underworld have remained unchanged for so long, it's time for a change. If she missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Mandala would regret it for the rest of her life. Therefore, she planned to join the attack on the Delta and share in the spoils. Most importantly, Subai is so young yet possesses such terrifying power. The family behind him must be a force to be reckoned with. Such an opportunity to latch onto a powerful ally must be seized firmly. Subai said, "All right. Let's seal the deal. The task of dealing with Zhou Wang is mine. As for the Black Panther mercenary group, you can count on us. Rest assured, I'm not the type to abandon allies in times of need. Once we've conquered the Delta, the rewards will be shared equally among us all." "Thank you very much. By the way, may I ask your name?" Mandala asked. "You can call me Su Xiao, just like Xiao Hong." "All right, Su Xiao, see you in 7 days." After saying that, Subai left with the Rose Hunter. Mandala stared blankly at Subai's departing figure. Even after Subai had left the bar, she remained frozen in place, making no move. After a moment, she slowly exhaled, her expression complex. At Subai's level, and having made such a statement, he certainly wasn't joking around. If that was the case, it was worth taking a desperate gamble. If she won, her status would skyrocket, and she wouldn't have to endure the miserable life of flattery and seduction anymore. She was indeed in the mid-tier of the heavenly rankings, but there were still many powerful figures in the late tier or even the peak of the heavenly rankings. Therefore, to survive, she had to sacrifice her appearance to please these powerful figures when she encountered them. Of course, sacrificing her appearance here referred to flattery and seduction, not engaging in illicit affairs. This was her bottom line. Mandrake may appear glamorous on the surface, running a lucrative bar in the Peace District, but the bitterness and hardships she endures are known only to herself. Many times, she has had to swallow her pride and endure the pain. Especially with these few big shots who have their eyes on her, she has no choice but to navigate their circles and maintain a fragile balance. Given her current situation, it's becoming increasingly difficult to continue, so she's always wanted to leave this dark world. However, those big shots won't let her go. The arrival of Subai has given her a glimmer of hope for a way out. As for Subai's side, after returning to the hotel, he arranged a separate room for the Rose Hunter right next to his own, so they could keep an eye on each other. The Rose Hunter, who was following Subai, seemed to sense something and furrowed his brows slightly. He whispered to Subai, "Mr. Su, someone is planning to harm you." Subai looked at the Rose Hunter in surprise and said, "You can sense that?" The Rose Hunter nodded proudly and said, "This is Xiao Hong's innate talent." Subai thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, you'll handle this entirely. If they're trying to harm someone, kill them. If they're just after money, give them a lesson and let them go." Subai had already sensed the few people watching him in the shadows, including the woman who had knocked on his door earlier, claiming she wanted to serve him for free. Understood. The Rose Hunter nodded, took a few steps back, and his figure slowly faded away. Subai glanced at him before slowly withdrawing his gaze. The Rose Hunter, as the 9th-ranked assassin on the rankings, was indeed skilled at hiding his presence, was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Had Subai not used his mental energy, he would not have noticed the Rose Hunter's presence at all. He withdrew his gaze and entered the room. Before he could lie down on the bed, a knock sounded at the door. Subai opened the door. The Rose Hunter stood at the door. Beside him, a man in his late 30s or early 40s was kneeling. Upon seeing Subai, the man began sobbing uncontrollably while bowing his head and said, "Sir, we are a group of ignorant people who have offended you. Please spare us this time. I promise we will never do it again." "Are you here for money or to take a life?" Subai asked. "We seek wealth. We only want money. We would never do anything like murder or arson." The man was so overcome with emotion that he could barely speak. "Get out! Get out of here! From now on, you'd better give up your criminal ways and reform yourselves. Otherwise, you won't have another chance to beg for mercy from me." Subai spoke calmly, but the force of his words sent a chill down the man's spine. The shock was overwhelming, like a wave crashing over him. He swallowed hard, his face turning deathly pale, and his body began to tremble violently from sheer terror. A master of this caliber could send a chill down one's spine with just a single word, let alone a hint of their true power. "Sir, please rest assured. From now on, we will only do good deeds. Thank you for sparing our lives." "Thank you, sir." They began to bang their heads on the ground. Subai glanced over and pushed open the door to enter the room. The rose hunter also entered the room next door. Both of them had gone inside, but the man dared not stand up. He kept kowtowing for a long time until his forehead bled. Only then did he rise, still trembling with fear, and leave, looking back every few steps. Once he was out of the hotel, he didn't even bother to clean his wounds, he just ran off as fast as he could. Chapter 217, Punishing the Wicked and Rewarding the Good, the main force assembles. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those days, Subai hadn't been idle either, taking the rose hunter out for various outings. His intentions were clear, to clean up the environment in the Peace District. Anyone who committed crimes would be dealt with by the rose hunters. However, if someone was trying to rob or kill someone, or commit even more unforgivable crimes, Subai would have the rose hunters eliminate them to prevent them from causing harm to others. In no time, all the criminals in the Peace District were terrified, even step out of their homes, hiding indoors. By the final days, there were hardly any troublemakers left. To the point where this once most chaotic region in the world became the safest place on Earth in just a few days, a truly mind-boggling transformation. Soon, the 7-day deadline arrived. Red Eagle's temporary headquarters. Subai sat in the central chair of the hall, with the rose hunters and Xiaopujuan standing solemnly behind him like two guardian deities. The hall, which had seemed rather sparse just 7 days earlier, was now packed to the brim, with people standing shoulder to shoulder, leaving no room to move. It was a stark contrast to its previous state. The people gathered here were mostly leaders of mercenary groups operating in the underworld, the vast majority of whom had been lured by Subai's promise of high rewards. As for how many genuinely intended to join the Red Eagle, that remained unknown. There were 3 late-stage heavenly rankers present, 2 of whom had been recruited by Mandala, and the other by Yen Luo. As for mid-stage and early-stage heavenly rankers, there were relatively more of them. "I am Black Eye, the leader of the Red Eagle mercenary group. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now," Subai said. A late-stage heavenly rank expert asked, "Commander, can you truly kill the Tyrant King?" Countless gazes turned toward Subai. Clearly, as the pillar of the Black Panther mercenary corps, if King Zhou were to die, attacking the Delta would be akin to suicide. Though they coveted the high reward, they also needed to be alive to enjoy it. Subai nodded, yes. A leader's word is final. But the Zhou King is the top-ranked warrior on the heavenly rankings. Before the skeptic could finish his words, a terrifying aura surged from Subai's body, spreading out in layers with the overwhelming might of Mount Tai, enveloping the entire hall. It appeared for only an instant, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Do you still think I'm speaking empty words?" Subai said indifferently. "No, we dare not. We never imagined that the leader had already reached such a level. We will follow the leader's lead without hesitation, even if it means going through fire and water." After sensing Subai's terrifying power, the man immediately demonstrated his unwavering loyalty. As a late-stage heavenly ranked expert, he was just a step away from the peak of the heavenly ranked, yet Subai's power now far surpassed that of the peak heavenly ranked, and he might have already broken through to that realm. Such a powerful individual was someone he could only look up to. "Are there any other questions?" Subai asked. At that moment, another late-stage heavenly rank expert stepped forward and said, "Leader, I want to know how we will divide the spoils after successfully capturing the Delta. I think it's better to clarify this in advance to avoid any unpleasantness later. Besides, we're all late-stage heavenly rank experts. We can't possibly be treated the same as others, can we?" Subai said, "Once we take the Delta, the benefits will be distributed based on your contributions and merits, not just strength. Even if you're stronger, if you slack off, it's unfair to others. As for the Delta, once the mission is accomplished, it will become the territory of my Red Eagle mercenary corps. However, if some individuals contribute significantly, I will grant them a black token. Those who possess a black token are equivalent to having my personal favor. I need not explain the weight of such a favor to you." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, followed by disbelief. A favor. Given Subai's current strength, breaking through that legendary realm was practically a done deal. In practical terms, this favor is worth its weight in gold. Once Subai breaks through to that legendary realm, he could practically rule the underworld with this favor. Moreover, it could very well become the strongest foundation for a major faction. The temptation of this favor was simply too great, no strong individual could possibly refuse it. After spending so many years in the dark underworld, who doesn't have a few enemies? Especially leaders or deputy leaders of large mercenary groups, the number of people they've offended is beyond count. Once Black Eye kills the Tyrant King, the reputation of Black Eye, the leader of the Red Eagle mercenary group, will resonate throughout the entire underground world. At that point, Black Eye's black token will become a card that everyone fears and respects. With the words spoken so plainly, we will certainly assist Black Eye in conquering the Delta. At that moment, everyone present shouted in unison, "Kill King Zhou! Occupy the Delta! Long live Black Eye, the leader!" After that, no one knew who started it, but soon everyone joined in the chant. Subai wasn't moved. He truly dared not move. Fortunately, it didn't last long, and the noise died down. Subai looked at the crowd and said, "In 3 days, gather at the western side of the Delta. At that time, we will all witness how I kill King Zhou." The crowd cheered once more before departing. The dark zone was still quite a distance from the Delta, roughly 1,000 or 2 kilometers away. 3 days was a bit of a rush, so they set off immediately. There were still around 3,000 or 4,000 people left, including those from the Ink mercenary corps that Subai had previously recruited. However, what surprised Subai the most was that Mandala, this seductive and exquisite young woman, had actually chosen to stay behind. Subai divided the large force of 3,000 or 4,000 men into smaller combat units, then concentrated the strongest fighters into a single squad under Yen Luo. After completing all this, he immediately ordered the troops to set off. Meanwhile, Subai set off alongside the Rose Hunter. At the same time, the Delta served as a buffer zone between the Lone Wolf and the White-Headed Eagle. Additionally, since both sides of the Delta are surrounded by pristine forests with powerful magnetic field disruptions, the Delta itself, free from such disruptions, possesses a uniquely advantageous geographical environment. Neither of the two major factions would allow the other to control the Delta alone, as this would effectively bring the front lines right to their doorstep. This has led to the current situation. Trade between the Lone Wolf and the White-Headed Eagle, aside from sea transport, relies solely on land transport through the Delta. Whenever goods pass through here, the Black Panther mercenary group can collect a fee, a practice aptly described as making money while lying down. Chapter 218, The Black Panther mercenary group on the brink of crisis. In the most central part of the Delta lies a luxurious and vast castle. This is the Black Panther mercenary group's headquarters. The high-ranking corps members, including King Zhang Bakun, reside here. As for the lower-ranking mercenaries, they are scattered across various locations in the Delta, rotating every few days to maintain the region's daily operations. After years of development, the Black Panther mercenary group no longer resembles a typical mercenary organization, instead evolving into a structure resembling a small nation or faction. Under its command are 4 guardian generals, 8 elders, and 18 branches, with a strict hierarchical structure. At that moment, the high-ranking corps members of the Black Panther mercenary group had gathered in a large conference room within the castle. In the most prominent position, a middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor sat in a long robe, holding a cup of tea, looking like a sage from another world. It was hard to believe that this man was the leader of the Black Panther mercenary group and the actual ruler of Delta, Zhang Bakun, the Tyrant King. Despite his outwardly gentle and approachable demeanor, he was a brutal tyrant at heart. Anyone who dared to anger him or challenge his authority would be subjected to unimaginable torture until they were tortured to death. His reputation is so fearsome that it still circulates in the underworld, even enough to stop children from crying. "Yang Mingshan, have you discovered anything at your base recently?" Zhang Bakun asked. A man stood up, bowed to Zhang Bakun, and said, "Sir, during our routine patrol yesterday, we discovered a super-luxury cruise ship. Preliminary estimates indicate there are over 800 guests and approximately 400 crew members, totaling 1,200 people. Among them, the 800-plus guests are wealthy merchants from various regions around the world, involving over 20 regional factions. By the way, it's worth noting that some of these guests are from the Lonely Wolf and White Eagle factions." Zhou Wang nodded, waved for Yang Mingshan to sit down, then addressed the crowd. "Do any of you have any suggestions on how to handle this? Speak up." "Leader, I suggest releasing the members of the Lonely Wolf and White-Headed Eagle factions. As for the others, we should demand a massive ransom from their respective regions to secure their release. In my opinion, why should we spare the people from the Lonely Wolf and White Eagle factions? They're all rich enough to afford a cruise vacation. Isn't it reasonable to ask them for a little toll fee?" "I agree with that. We can give them a discount, but we mustn't give them anything for free. For example, we can ask for a few hundred million or a few billion, but we absolutely cannot refuse any payment. Otherwise, it will look like we're afraid of the Lone Wolf and the White Eagle. He. That's all secondary. Those who come out to play on luxury cruise ships are all wealthy aristocrats. Their daughters must be stunningly beautiful. I want a few of them, heh. I want some too. Don T from me, let me choose first." In life, there are only three things worth pursuing: money, power, and beauty. For these high-ranking officials, power and money are already abundant, so beautiful women naturally become a more scarce resource, causing an argument among those present. But at that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "Leader, I think we shouldn't provoke these two major factions. If we anger them, they might join forces, and that would be no less than a catastrophe for the Black Panthers." "Du Hong, why are you so cautious and afraid of everything? Is that even possible? It's almost impossible, right? You haven't stopped eating just because someone might choke on their food. Don't resort to personal attacks." "I'm not attacking anyone personally. I'm just expressing my opinion." Cough. I agree with Du Hong's viewpoint. No matter what, better safe than sorry. The high-ranking officials had shifted their focus from competing over beauty to whether they had offended the two major factions, and the argument grew so intense that no one could break away. At that moment, King Zhou tapped the table lightly, and the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to King Zhou. King Zhou said, "We cannot let others look down on us, nor can we offend them to the point of no return. In that case, we will take a portion from the two major factions. As for the people from other regions, the ransom will be set at half of their total assets. Those who refuse to pay will have their men thrown into the sea to feed the fish, and the women will be left for you to choose." King Zhou's words were as binding as an imperial edict no one dared to disobey. However, King Zhou had also fully considered the opinions of both groups, resulting in an outcome that satisfied both sides. King Zhou spoke again. "Counselor, what is the situation on your end?" A middle-aged man with an intellectual demeanor stood up, bowed to King Zhou, and said, "We have just received news that a new mercenary group has been formed in the Dark Zone, named Red Eagle. The leader of Red Eagle has used an enormous amount of money to attract many mercenary groups to join. They claim they intend to attack the Delta. The Red Eagles have also formed an alliance with the three top mercenary groups in the Dark Zone, plus the scattered stragglers. Currently, the Red Eagles mercenary group is estimated to have over 20,000 members. Among the known experts at the late heavenly rank level alone, there are over 3, and at least 10 at the mid-heavenly rank level. They have also purchased a large amount of high-quality equipment, making their combat strength impossible to estimate. This is no force to be taken lightly." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned into silence. Earlier, they had been arguing over a woman and were flushed with anger, but now their expressions froze. This was the first time the entire crowd had fallen silent without the King of Zhou speaking. A mercenary group estimated to be at least 20,000 strong, armed with advanced weapons, and launching a large-scale attack on the Delta? If the information was accurate, it would be no less than a bombshell for them, possibly the first difficult battle the Black Panther Mercenary Corps would face after securing the Delta. However, even so, they did not believe they would lose this battle. It would merely involve some minor setbacks. With the King of Zhou present, they were essentially guaranteed victory. At that moment, someone spoke up. "Who exactly is this Red Eagle leader? How did he manage to unite such a massive force?" The man wore a mask, his face unrecognizable, nicknamed Black Eye. He suddenly emerged in the Dark Zone 7 days ago and quickly gained fame through his peak-level strength on the heavenly rankings. The advisor said. As the words fell, everyone's expressions grew incredibly solemn. Such a large-scale operation could indeed pose a threat to them. Now, their only hope was King Zhou. If King Zhou were blocked by Black Eye, the Black Panther mercenary group would be in danger. Living a life of ease and comfort had made them complacent. The fierceness in their bones had long been eroded by a life of luxury, and with families to support, they were no longer eager to return to the dangerous life of a mercenary. Chapter 219, King Zhou's plans arrogant and unrestrained. Yang Mingshan said, "Leader, the situation is getting serious. Why don't we recall all the elders and guardians outside immediately?" Another person nodded in agreement. "I agree. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. We should be cautious." At that moment, everyone was discussing the matter, each expressing their own opinions. However, this time, their opinions were surprisingly unified, unlike the previous heated arguments. King Zhou sat calmly in his chair, watching the others argue, but he didn't say a word. Just a few days earlier, he had received a call from his nephew, who had asked him to send some powerful individuals to the imperial capital to help expand the Zhang family's influence. As a member of the Zhang family, there was nothing wrong with wanting to develop the clan. Moreover, his father, Zhang Yanghua, had nearly depleted the family fortune to help him escape, so both out of duty and gratitude, he felt compelled to assist. Now that he had achieved success, it was only natural to look out for his family. Therefore, he immediately dispatched 2 elders to the imperial capital, temporarily placing them under the Zhang family's command as powerful warriors. Therefore, recalling the elders stationed abroad is out of the question. Most importantly, with him personally in command, the enemy invaded, yet such a grand display was still necessary. If word got out, it would only invite ridicule. Even before the battle began, their morale was already lower than the enemy's. Moreover, with so many elders, protectors, and members of the clan present, if they couldn't even hold them off with such a large force, what would happen if more enemies arrived? It seems that these people have been indulging in luxury for too long, losing the courage they once had when they were conquering the world. Once this matter is settled, the Black Panther mercenary corps must undergo a complete overhaul.
Once the murmurs died down, King Joe spoke up.
What a mess. What kind of example are you setting? It's just a few people attacking the Delta. We've been through worse before. Look at you all, as if the sky is falling.
You've been living too comfortably for too long, and now you're all timid and hesitant. Once this storm passes, I'll begin to change the Black Panther's situation. At that time, some will remain to defend the Delta stronghold, while others will venture into the Dark Lands to carve out a new territory.
The Black Panther mercenary corps must secure a foothold in the Dark Lands.
Hearing these words, everyone was taken aback, momentarily speechless.
If the leader was serious, those who stayed in the Delta to live off past glory would undoubtedly have it much easier than those who went to the Dark Zone to carve out a new territory.
The advisor interjected, "Leader, I believe that the restructuring can be put on hold for now. Our top priority is to deal with the Red Eagle Mercenary Corps. We can't afford to slip up and end up losing more than we gain." Among the entire Black Panther Mercenary Corps, only the advisor dared to speak against King Joe's words. In truth, the advisor's combat strength was not particularly strong, but why did the tyrant value him so highly? Because the advisor's mind was exceptionally sharp, and many of his ideas and strategies had driven the Delta's development forward at an astonishing pace. It can be said that if rewards were to be distributed based on merit, aside from the leader King Joe, who deserves the top credit, the second most deserving individual is none other than the strategist. King Joe was well aware of this, so he turned to the advisor and asked, "If I were to kill Black Eagle's leader, Black Eye, would those people dare to attack my Delta?" The strategist was taken aback for a moment before responding, "If Black Eye is dead, we will certainly win. However, if you are held back by Black Eye, the outcome would be uncertain." Does the advisor doubt my abilities? The advisor shook his head and said, "I'm just considering various possible outcomes so that we can make our plans accordingly." King Joe said, "If that's the case, then I'll tell you something. Above the peak of the heavenly rankings, there exists another realm, which serves as a transitional stage. Once one steps into that realm, even the strongest warriors at the peak of the heavenly rankings would be nothing but weaklings." "Could it be that you have broken through to that realm?" the advisor asked in astonishment. The other high-ranking officials were also thrilled, all eagerly awaiting King Joe's confirmation. The atmosphere in the hall quietly shifted. King Joe said, "I am currently just a step away from it. However, I am already far stronger than the average peak-level martial artist on the heavenly rankings. Unless 6 peak-level martial artists from the heavenly rankings surround me, I would still feel some fear. Otherwise, I can stand invincible." The advisor, upon hearing this, nodded in astonishment, then slowly exhaled and said, "With the leader's strength, we have nothing to worry about. As long as we kill that Black Eye, the Red Eagle mercenary group will be no different from a bunch of running pigs in our eyes. However, after killing Black Eye, we must teach these piglets a lesson. Otherwise, they'll really think the Black Panther mercenary corps is a pushover." Joe Wang said, "I will handle Black Eye. The rest of the arrangements will be left to you, Master." "Understood. I will not let the leader down." The strategist bowed, his tone firm and resolute. Imperial capital. With the resources mobilized by the young master's faction, plus the support of the 2 experts from Delta Force, the Zhang family's development was progressing at an astonishing pace. In just 7 days, the Zhang family's foundations were already nearly on par with those of the top-tier families. They were at the height of their glory. Zhang Zimo, in order to strengthen his control over the young master faction, brought Pei Lishuan, who was still in college, directly into the faction and placed him in the position of faction leader. Pei Lishuan had never been one to keep a low profile, and now that he was in a position of power, his old feelings for Yun Yishuan began to resurface. How strong is Su Bai? Isn't he afraid to touch a single hair on his head? Perhaps my background wasn't as strong as yours before, but now, even the top families dare not provoke the Zhang family, let alone you, Amir Su Bai. When the time comes, I'll take your woman, and you won't dare to retaliate. Otherwise, you, Su Bai, will be the arch-villain responsible for the slaughter of innocent lives." Pei Lishuan has already planned how to torture Yun Yishuan, but he hasn't acted yet because Zhang Zimo said there's a very crucial matter to handle first. Once it's successful, the Zhang family will rise to the ranks of the top noble families. By then, he won't even need to lift a finger. There will be plenty of people willing to do the dirty work, bringing Yun Yishuan to him on a silver platter. The Dragon Club. Zhang Zimo convened a meeting of the young master's faction members in his capacity as the young master. This time, all the doubts and complaints had vanished. Even Shaolin, who had always been at odds with him, could only force a smile that was even more painful than crying, dared not show the slightest disrespect. Even Zhao Longfeng now regarded Zhang Zimo as an equal. All of this was because the 2 experts sent by the Delta faction were one from the mid-tier of the heavenly rankings and one from the late tier of the heavenly rankings. In terms of raw power alone, they were no less formidable than the top-tier noble families. Chapter 220, To destroy them, first drive them mad. Zhang Zimo glanced at the crowd. Now, even the so-called heavenly kings of the young master's faction lacked the courage to meet Zhang Zimo's gaze. After all, the Zhang family had already begun their ascent to greatness, leaving the young disciples of these first-rate families far behind.
Zhang Zimo was no longer someone they dared to offend. Pei Lixuan looked around excitedly, his face brimming with curiosity. He had heard of the 8 heavenly kings of the Young Masters faction and their legendary might, but unfortunately, he had been too low ranking before. Now, things were different, he could stand on equal footing with them. It was truly like a dream. As for the other 3 of Qinbei's 4 gentlemen, upon hearing that he had become one of the heavenly kings of the Young Masters faction, they all swore their loyalty, and he took all 3 as his subordinates. After all, among the young generation in the imperial capital, the Young Masters faction was a sacred and legendary existence. If Qinbei University is the highest institution of learning that scholars from all over the world aspire to attend, then the Young Masters faction is the pinnacle of power. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Young Master faction, he is now among the most outstanding and prominent figures of the younger generation. Within Qinbei University, he is now the envy of all, with even the most powerful aristocratic heirs bending over backwards to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, Yunixuan was unable to witness this scene. The young lady has been on leave from school. Zhang Zimo cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. I'm sure you've all heard the news. My uncle has sent 2 experts here. In 3 days, the Zhang family will host a welcome banquet to honor their arrival. We cordially invite everyone to attend. Young master, rest assured. The Lu family will bring generous gifts. Yes. We were also hoping to see how powerful the late-stage experts on the heavenly rankings are. Everyone spoke up, fearing that if they were too slow, Zhang Zimo would think they weren't enthusiastic enough. Zhang Zimo noticed that Shaolin hadn't spoken, so he said casually, Shaolin, you seem a bit reluctant. Shaolin forced a smile and said, Young master, you're joking. I'm very willing. I swear on my chest that the Shao family will be the first to arrive. Shaolin was truly feeling wronged. Seeing Zhang Zimo so successful now was more painful than death itself. He had been at odds with Zhang Zimo before, but now seeing Zhang Zimo rise to prominence and the Zhang family showing signs of aspiring to join the ranks of the top powerful families, he knew he couldn't afford to offend them anymore. Just a few days ago, the Shao family's background was still superior to the Zhang family's, but now the gap between the 2 families is so vast it could be called an insurmountable chasm. Zhang Zimo curled the corners of his mouth, casting a cold glance at Shaolin without speaking, his eyes brimming with obvious mockery. What? You're not showing off in front of me anymore. Where did that confidence go? Then he turned to Zhao Longfeng and said, Brother Zhao, you must honor us with your presence in 3 days. Zhao Longfeng replied, Zhang brother, rest assured. I will personally attend. I'm eager to see how a late-stage heavenly rank expert commands such authority. Then it's settled. In 3 days, I, Zhang Zimo, will welcome you all to my humble abode. Oh, and one more thing, the late-stage heavenly rank experts are only mid-tier in my uncle's organization, they don't even qualify as high-tier. Ha ha. After saying this, Zhang Zimo laughed heartily and walked out, with Pei Lixuan following closely behind. As Zhang Zimo departed, the private room fell into complete silence. Young master. Shaolin looked at Zhao Longfeng, about to speak, but Zhao Longfeng shook his head and interrupted him, saying, Alright, things have come to this point. We must accept it calmly. No amount of grievances or complaints will make a difference. In 3 days, during the grand ceremony, everyone should put in some effort and try to get along well with the Zhang family. At this point, if you offend Zhang Zimo, I can't protect you either. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Zhao Longfeng sighed imperceptibly, stood up, and left. The remaining heavenly kings exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a deep sense of helplessness. The Yun Jingyuan family has been having a tough time lately. About 2 or 3 dozen days ago, the Zhang family not only stopped oppressing them but even offered shares in Guan's beauty products as a gesture of goodwill. Yun Jingyuan had been reinstated to his former position, and it was even said that the deputy title before his name would be removed, promoting him to the top position. However, just a few days later, Guan's cosmetics faced another quality issue, and their products were seized at the border. Not only did his promotion fall through, but he was once again left unemployed, with his future looking uncertain. As for Yunixuan, she was very obedient. Subai told her to stay at home, and the young girl truly didn't step out of the house. She was afraid that going out might bring unnecessary trouble to the family. Yun Jingyuan initially thought this was another scheme by the Zhang family. However, after investigating further, he found out that the Zhang family is currently at a critical stage of development, on the verge of ascending from a first-rate aristocratic family to a top-tier powerful clan. They simply don't have the time or resources to target them. As for the various problems they were currently facing, it was mainly because the Zhang family had shown signs of ascending to the ranks of the top-tier powerful families. Many people and factions eager to curry favor with the Zhang family had begun to target them, hoping to demonstrate their loyalty and win the Zhang family's favor. If this trend continues, the Zhang family will become the 5th major powerhouse after the 4 major aristocratic families. In theory, the pie is only so big, and if one family takes a larger share, another must lose out. The original 4 top families should have united to suppress the Zhang family. However, the Zhang family holds a trump card, the king of the Delta, Zheng Bakun. The weight of the first-ranked individual on the heavenly rankings is simply too great, coupled with the third-ranked Black Panther mercenary group and their firm control over the Delta region. These factors combined have forced the four top families to make sacrifices for peace. That elderly figure, who has been the pillar of this land, is now in his twilight years, with his vitality severely weakened. His passing is likely just a matter of time. At this critical moment, they still refuse to provoke Zheng Bakun, fearing that a struggle between two powerful forces might allow the white-headed eagle to reap the benefits. Had it not been for this consideration, two top-tier experts would have already intervened in such an important location: the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team. Even though Zhang Bakun is widely recognized as the top martial artist on the heavenly rankings, in the eyes of the colossal imperial capital, he is no more than a slightly more troublesome criminal. But the problem is that Zhang Bakun firmly controls the Delta region, which borders the territories of the Lone Wolf and the White-Headed Eagle. Whichever faction gains control of this area will gain an overwhelming advantage, and even have the potential to alter the course of the nation's destiny. Therefore, even if the Lone Wolf fails to obtain it, it must not fall into the hands of the White-Headed Eagle. Given these considerations, the Lone Wolf and the Special Investigation Team refrained from intervening. This tacit approval only emboldened the Zheng family and Zheng Zimo to grow even more arrogant and unrestrained. Chapter 221, The Current State of Affairs. The Great Battle Approaches. The commotion was so great that news of the Red Eagle mercenary group's attack on the Delta had already spread like wildfire, even causing a sensation. Both the Lone Wolf and the White-Headed Eagle had taken notice immediately. The Delta region is no ordinary place. It is a strategic hotspot under the absolute surveillance of two superpowers. Any hint of trouble would prompt both superpowers to intervene, lest the other gain the upper hand. In recent years, there have been mercenary groups that dared to covet Delta, but this was the first time such a large-scale operation had been launched, with over 20,000 troops in total. In response, both major factions have taken this matter very seriously, with their investigative focus firmly fixed on the leader of the Red Eagles, Black Eye. At this sensitive juncture, whether it be the Lone Wolf or the White-Headed Eagle, all suspect that Black Eye is a diversionary tactic deployed by the opposing side. However, after a thorough investigation, no conclusive results were found. The peak-tier experts from the two transcendent factions, who are at the pinnacle of their respective factions, are under close surveillance. The Lone Wolf is watching the White-Headed Eagle, and the White-Headed Eagle is watching the Lone Wolf. No signs of any peak-tier experts from the opposing faction disappearing mysteriously have been detected. Su Bai had anticipated all of this. The reason he chose to hide his identity was not only to keep a trump card for himself, but also because if the White-Headed Eagle discovered he was affiliated with the Lone Wolf, they would stop at nothing to prevent him from taking control of the Delta, and might even declare war. After investigating, the two superpowers confirmed that the missing individuals were not from their respective factions, so they did not intervene. However, they continued to monitor the situation closely. In truth, for both the Lone Wolf and the White-Headed Eagle, a power shift in the Delta region was actually a favorable development. The Black Panther mercenary group had occupied the Delta for far too long. After years of development, their strength had reached a truly terrifying level. With such a dominant position, controlling such a strategic location, and now having the confidence to threaten the two transcendent powers, this is not a scenario they wish to see unfold. Red Eagle's organization of such a large-scale coalition will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Black Panther mercenary group. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it will be a massive drain on resources, and it will take years to recover. Only a fragmented and disintegrated Delta is a good Delta, a qualified buffer zone. 3 days later. The Zhang family in the imperial capital. On this day, the Zhang family was adorned with lanterns and decorations, and guests gathered in droves, making the scene more lively than during major festivals. Virtually all the prominent families in the imperial capital had gathered. The members of the Zhang family were overjoyed. They were well aware that after today, the Zhang family, once a first-rate clan, would rise like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate and ascend to become the fifth-ranked top clan in the imperial capital. However, they were unaware that the Delta was about to face a catastrophic disaster. After this disaster, the Zhang family would follow suit and plunge into the depths of hell. Of course, even if they knew that someone was planning to attack the Delta, they wouldn't give it a second thought. After all, as the number one on the heavenly rankings, Zhang Bakun, the tyrannical king, was practically synonymous with victory. He couldn't possibly lose. Moreover, aside from the Tyrant King, the Black Panther mercenary group is the third-ranked underground organization globally, boasting extraordinary strength. Given all these factors, the Black Panther mercenary group had no idea the two elders had been sent to the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Delta Force. Su Bai gazed distantly at the castle in the distance, his expression growing cold. He tugged at the corner of his mouth before slowly exhaling a deep breath. This castle was the Black Panther mercenary group's headquarters. Behind him stood Yen Luo, Mandala, Rose Hunter, and Xiao Pajun, among others, including high-ranking members of various mercenary groups. Behind them was the Red Eagle Alliance, numbering over 20,000 soldiers. Su Bai sensed something amiss at that moment. They were almost upon the Black Panther's headquarters, yet the enemy showed no signs of movement. This was highly unusual. Could they be planning to lure them deeper before closing in for the kill? Cough. Who said we're dogs? Or catching a turtle in a jar? Forget it, turtle doesn't sound good either. Everyone present, except for Su Bai who had the leisure to speculate wildly, was tense to the point of desperation. Their enemy was the infamous Jin Wang, the third-ranked Black Panther mercenary group in the underground world. Victory would bring them fame and fortune beyond measure. Losing would mean leaving this world forever. It was no less than a high-stakes gamble. At that moment, someone spoke up, "Leader, this silence is a bit too eerie. Could it be a trap?" Su Bai replied without emotion, "No matter how elaborate the trap, as long as the tyrant is dead, it will collapse on its own." The man said nothing more. At that moment, inside the castle, King Zhou Zhangbakun asked, "Has everything been arranged properly?" The advisor replied, "As the leader commanded, everything has been arranged. We will ensure that these men will not return alive." "Good. Then everyone should follow the advisor's plan and stand by. Once I have killed the Red Eagle leader Black Eye, you will all charge in and use these 2,000 lives to enhance the might of the Black Panthers." "As you command." Blood rushed to their heads, and almost all the high-ranking members shouted excitedly, "Let's go!" As King Zhou Zhangbakun issued his orders, the core high-ranking officials followed the pre-arranged plan and headed to their designated locations. Some of them secretly left the castle through a secret passage, unnoticed, and arrived at the Red Eagle's rear, cutting off their retreat. Once the Red Eagle collapsed, they would be caught between two forces, trapped and defeated. Meanwhile, on Su Bai's side, he was just about to order Xiao Pujuan to launch a probing attack, firing a couple of cannonballs first. However, he suddenly saw several figures appear on the towering castle walls. Standing at the front was a man who appeared refined and scholarly, but his eyes betrayed a hint of brutality. The man's gaze swept across the scene. Within the Red Eagle Alliance, aside from Su Bai, everyone else instinctively lowered their heads, a surge of fear rising in their hearts. They didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. Upon seeing that man, Yen Luo felt a surge of hatred welling up inside him. "Is that man King Zhou Zhangbakun?" Su Bai asked. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough to reach the ears of those on the castle walls. King Zhou's expression hardened instantly. "This guy. He actually knows his real name. It seems he came prepared." Zhangbakun glanced at Su Bai and asked, "Since you know me, why did you choose this way to meet me? Could it be that you're afraid I'll kill you and then your family will seek revenge?" "Ha! Who knows who will kill whom?" Su Bai said. "You're really bold. Those who want to kill me, the Zhou King, could fill the entire delta, yet here I am, alive and well. As for those others, some have graves overgrown with 3-meter tall grass, and others have no remains left. I must admit, I admire your courage. Enough talk. Let me see the full extent of the first-ranked expert's abilities. Zhangbakun, you'd better not disappoint me. Come on. Let's see how I'll finish you off." Chapter 222, Su Bai wins. What goes around comes around. King Zhou Zhangbakun jumped directly from the castle. With a loud crash. After landing steadily on the ground, he actually shattered the hard surface, creating a large crater. Then, with a swift movement, his massive body shot forward like a cannonball, swiftly heading toward Su Bai. Su Bai showed no hesitation, charging straight toward him. At that moment, not only were the members of the Red Eagle Mercenary Corps and the Black Panther Mercenary Corps watching everything with bated breath, but even beyond the battlefield, two other powerful factions were secretly monitoring the situation. There was no doubt that the outcome of this battle between the two would directly alter the course of the war. Bang! The two quickly entangled themselves in a fierce struggle. Every punch landed with a thud. Constant small sonic booms echoed through the air, even disrupting the sky above the delta region, causing the clouds to tremble. One round ends. Both men stepped back 5 or 6 paces, standing firmly in place. This was merely a test of each other's strength. Zhangbakun smiled at Su Bai and said, "If your full strength is only at the peak of the heavenly rankings, then I'm afraid your head will become my new wine gourd." Su Bai sneered, arrogant. "Those who open champagne in the first half often end up dying miserably." Red. After exchanging harsh words, the two attacked swiftly. This battle was far more intense than the last one, like two volcanoes about to erupt colliding with tremendous force. The residual energy alone was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. At that moment, everyone present watched the scene with bated breath. Even for many, the intensity of this battle was far beyond their comprehension, and their hearts pounded in their throats. Su Bai hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. He was still at the peak of the heavenly rankings, not because he was holding back, but because the speed of his cultivation advancement and the accumulation of practical combat experience were completely out of sync. He needed some time to hone his skills. Clearly, Zhangbakun was the perfect target for this trial. Boom! Zhangbakun suddenly unleashed his full power, delivering a powerful punch that sent Su Bai crashing into the castle wall. Without pausing, he immediately pulled out his hidden weapons, pressed a button, and countless poisonous needles flew toward Su Bai. It seemed the outcome was already decided. When King Zhou Zhangbakun landed firmly on the ground, the entire world fell silent, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. "Long live the leader! Long live the leader! The leader is amazing!" These were the cries of the Black Panther Mercenary Corps. On the other side, the Red Eagle mercenaries looked utterly defeated, their expressions frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word, standing motionless like statues. We've lost. The leader has been defeated. How is this possible? Black Eye said he had already taken that small step. How could he have failed? Could he have been lying to them? As for those 3 P-tier experts from the heavenly rankings, their expressions remained calm. They could sense that Black Eye hadn't used his full strength. The pressure he released wasn't as intense as it had been 3 days ago when he had intimidated them. Could it be that the leader has a hidden ace up his sleeve? Or is he waiting for the right moment to reveal his true strength? At that moment, Zhang Bakun glanced toward Hong Ying's direction, his lips curving slightly. It was clear that without the protection of the peak-tier experts from the heavenly rankings, no matter how many of them came, they were nothing but ants to him. It's over. Hong Ying and his men felt a chill run down their spines. Thinking back to Zhang Bakun's brutal methods against enemies, their bodies grew cold, and the world before their eyes seemed to darken. Just then, a crisp voice echoed across the sky. Ha ha! Is this all the legendary first-ranked expert of the heavenly rankings can do? Zhang Bakun's heart trembled violently. Just as he was about to turn around, a colossal wave suddenly surged from behind him, propelling him uncontrollably toward the sky. A figure appeared above him, delivering a brutal elbow strike. With a loud crash, his body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Instantly, dust swirled everywhere, and terrifying aftershocks rippled out. Even those watching from hundreds of meters away could feel the sharp, stinging pain on their skin, as if being cut by a knife. And this was merely the appetizer. Subai dove down and delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Bakun, who was already unconscious. Bang! Another loud thud echoed, jolting the unconscious Zhang Bakun awake with an agonizing scream, his cry sounding almost heart-wrenching. The high-ranking members of Black Panther witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. As the dust settled, everyone finally got a clear view of the battlefield. There stood Subai, suspended in mid-air, holding a lifeless body that looked like a pile of mud in his right hand. That corpse was none other than the Tyrant King. Countless people stared at the scene in shock. It was not merely because of King Zhou's death, but also because of Subai's ability to stand suspended in mid-air. After all, even the strongest warriors at the peak of the heavenly rankings could never maintain their stance in mid-air. Could it be that He Yin had broken through? At the same time, the 2 superpowers watching from the shadows were equally shocked. They quickly pulled out their cameras to capture this once-in-a-lifetime moment. A terrifyingly powerful being beyond the peak of the heavenly rankings. If this news were to leak out, it would cause a massive upheaval in the underworld. At that moment, Zhang Bakun was clinging to his last breath. As he lay dying, he realized that Subai's earlier fight with him, which had seemed evenly matched, was nothing more than a game like teasing a child. He had planned to hide his true strength and strike at the crucial moment to take Subai's life, but he never imagined that this man had hidden his true power even deeper than he had. If he had known this, he wouldn't have cared about his so-called dignity or honor. He would have fled immediately, even if it meant losing the Delta or the Black Panther mercenary group being annihilated. Because Subai was no longer on the same level as him. Any further combat would be futile. The gap between that realm and the peak of the heavenly rankings was like comparing stars to the moon, not just a little different, but an insurmountable chasm. Cough, cough. I never would have thought you'd broken through. Zhang Bakun spoke in broken sentences, and with each word, a mouthful of thick blood flowed out, looking quite unsettling. Why did you kill me? Subai said indifferently, for the innocent lives you took. Then, he turned to Yen Luo, who had already lost his composure, and said, It's up to you. Yen Luo, upon hearing this, was initially disbelieving, but quickly rushed forward, standing before Subai, bowing deeply with utmost respect, and exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, leader. About to kill his enemy, he was so excited that his hands and feet were trembling. Subai's gaze fell upon the towering castle, and after a moment of concentration, he spoke. You all hear me. Surrender immediately, or you will be killed without mercy. The icy voice echoed far and wide, carrying a terrifying power that surpassed even the peak of the heavenly rankings, enveloping the entire area. Everyone who heard those words felt a chill run through their very souls. Chapter 223, The night before the collapse of the Great Tower. The final revelry. After the fall of the Tyrant King, the war could essentially be declared over. The Black Panther mercenary group offered no resistance, raising their hands in surrender. Even if they had concentrated all their firepower, they might have put up a fight, but it would not have altered the outcome, only increasing casualties. With Subai's current strength, even someone at the peak of the heavenly rankings could be killed in an instant, let alone these insignificant foes. Resistance at this point was utterly meaningless. Upon hearing this announcement, the high-ranking Black Panther members who had been ambushing along the Red Eagle's inevitable path immediately lost their resolve. They abandoned their positions and fled with their men. After all, they still had their strength. No matter where they went, they could live comfortably. Why sacrifice themselves for the tyrant? The Black Panther mercenary troops inside the castle put up a symbolic resistance before surrendering just as swiftly and decisively. The news of the Red Eagle breaking through the Delta and Black Eye killing the Tyrant King spread like wildfire. The 2 major superpowers were the first to receive the news. They never imagined that the Red Eagle leaders' forces had grown so powerful. If they had known earlier, they would have intervened. The location of the delta was simply too crucial. If it fell into the hands of a superpowered individual, it would not be good news for them. After all, Black Eye was simply too powerful, almost beyond his control. It was foreseeable that in the future, Black Eye might defect to one of the superpowers, which would deal a devastating blow to the other side. The severity of this blow would far exceed the turmoil caused when King Zhou controlled the delta. On the Lone Wolf's side, upon receiving the relevant information, Zhuang Zhenhai led his men to the Zhang family in the imperial capital to bring the two elders of the Black Panther mercenary group to justice, to prevent them from causing unimaginable destruction in the imperial capital after a desperate fight to the death. Although the Lone Wolf had been monitoring these two individuals, one was at the mid-tier of the heavenly rankings, and the other was at the late tier, both possessing extraordinary strength. Only Zhuang Zhenhai leading the team personally could handle this. Moreover, with the death of King Zhou and the change of leadership in the Delta, these two individuals, if they were to remain within the ranks of the Lone Wolf, would pose a significant threat to stability. At this very moment, the Zhang family is currently enjoying a period of peace and prosperity. The reason for hosting this banquet was simply to declare to the families of the imperial capital how powerful the Zhang family had become. These families are well aware of the situation and have prepared lavish gifts to curry favor with the Zhang family. The total value of the gifts received on this single day alone is nearly equivalent to the Zhang family's income over the past decade, truly a windfall. With such a substantial injection of funds, the Zhang family's foundation would undoubtedly be elevated to a new level. Inside the Zhang family villa, guests were gathered in large numbers. Virtually every prominent family in the imperial capital had sent a high-ranking representative, fearing that the Zhang family might perceive even the slightest neglect. Zhang Zimo was dressed exceptionally formally today. Zhang Yonghua had decided to retire. After today, he would transfer all the power of the Zhang family to Zhang Zimo. In simpler terms, from now on, Zhang Zimo would be the current head of the Zhang family. This was the first and only instance in the younger generation where someone had directly assumed control of a family. Even the young master Zhao Longfeng has not yet taken over the Zhao family. Of course, this also stems from Zhang Yonghua's own considerations. Among his own sons, only Zhang Bakun possesses the capability to inherit the position, but he has been stationed in the Delta region and cannot return. Zhang Yonghua has been holding up the Zhang family despite his advanced age, and now Zhang Zimo has demonstrated the resolve necessary for Zhang Yonghua to entrust him with the reins of power. Having delayed his retirement for many years, he can now enjoy his golden years in peace. Zhang Yonghua led Zhang Zimo into the hall, looked at the many guests, and smiled, saying, "I am old and frail, unfit for such a heavy burden. Therefore, I have decided that from this moment onward, the head of the Zhang family will officially be inherited by Zhang Zimo. I hope you all will bear witness to this." He then turned to Zhang Zimo. "Zimo, come and say a few words to everyone." Zhang Zimo smiled and said, "Everyone who has come to my Zhang family banquet today has brought honor to my Zhang family. I, Zhang Zimo, am deeply grateful. In the future, whenever there is anything my Zhang family can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Zhang Zimo, will do my utmost to fulfill your requests." The crowd took this as a polite formality and did not take it seriously. "If you really help us to the best of your ability, don't make things difficult for us later. We'll be grateful to heaven and earth. You're too kind. At such a young age, you've already taken over as the head of the Zhang family. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the first person from the younger generation in the imperial capital to inherit the position of family head, right? Truly a young prodigy." One person flattered him. The others quickly chimed in to agree. However, those speaking were only representatives from second and third-rate families. The representatives from first-rate families remained silent. Their dignity would not allow them to speak words that praised others while belittling themselves. At that moment, the heavenly kings sent by the young master looked at Zhang Zimo with envy in their eyes. After all, they were still striving hard for the position of family head, while Zhang Zimo had already become the family head. Even if they are the young masters, the first heirs of their families, there is always a second place. The rivalry among their younger siblings is equally intense. Even Zhao Longfeng is no exception. If he were to lose the 10-year pact to Yuan Shuyao, his position as the heir of the Zhao family would be lost. It is precisely because he cannot afford to lose that he places such importance on Zhang Zimo, allowing him to freely allocate the resources and power of the young master's faction. In essence, he needs Zhang Zimo to help him secure victory. It's all about mutual exploitation. Alright. Everyone is being too polite, huh? Zhang Zimo was highly satisfied with everyone's flattery and continued, "Since we're here, let me introduce two people to you all." Two elders from the Black Panther mercenary group stepped forward, standing on either side of Zhang Zimo. Zhang Zimo smiled and said, "They were sent by my uncle Zhang Bakun to assist the Zhang family in its development. From now on, they will be the Zhang family's retainers." This was Zhang Zimo's true intention. In the past, Zhang Bakun's reputation was only known among the older generation. Now that Zhang Zimo mentioned him openly, it was like directly revealing his connection to the younger generation, which would have a significant deterrent effect.
It was not hard to imagine that, from today onward, the Zhang family would resonate throughout the entire imperial capital's power circles alongside the name Zhang Bakun. Like a nuclear bomb, it will have a terrifyingly devastating effect on everyone.
Zhao Longfeng whispered to the person behind him, "What do you think?"
The middle-aged man behind him glanced over and replied in a deep voice, "Mid-tier heavily rank, late-tier heavily rank very strong." Upon hearing this, Zhao Longfeng couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even the two elders sent casually were so terrifyingly powerful, and Zhang Zimo had previously mentioned that Zhang Bakun had another dozen or so experts of this caliber under his command.
If that wasn't just bragging, then the Zhang family's true strength would be unimaginable.